a global transmigration to a doomsday survival game, where everyone starts with a basic shelter, struggling to survive cyclical disasters. While everyone else is desperate for a single drop of water, I, Sumo, have unexpectedly activated a second system, the Doomsday Survival System. This system is like a god-tier cheat, capable of upgrading anything. A flimsy wooden door? Spend survival points, and it instantly becomes a sturdy stone gate. Dig a pit? Spend survival points, and it turns into a miniature well producing 2,000 milliliters of water daily. While others are resorting to drinking urine to survive, I'm already trading underground mineral water on the market for rare resources, embarking on a unique shortcut to survival. Welcome to the Doomsday Survival game. Survival is your only goal. In a vast, desolate wilderness, Sumo read the survival manual that had appeared in his hands and quickly accepted the fact that he had been thrown into a global survival game. The manual transformed into a turtle shell-like shelter core. Concentrating his mind, a game panel appeared before him, featuring functions like chat, trade, craft, and items. In the top right corner, a prominent countdown showed 5 days until the next disaster, acid rain. He opened the world chat channel, which was filled with cries of despair. Everyone had started with just a shelter, randomly dropped into the wilderness. In the regional channel, some were lamenting their choice of an underground shelter, which had no light or ventilation and was essentially a tomb. Others were celebrating their choice of a surface shelter, having secured high ground. The most crucial piece of information was no one had a water source nearby. I need to place my shelter quickly. Sumo surveyed his surroundings and finally chose a small sand dune. The shelter had two options. 1. A 120 SQM surface wooden house, with excellent development potential but weak disaster resistance. 2. A 100 SQM underground pit, with poor development potential but also weak disaster resistance. Acid rain, high ground. An underground shelter is much harder to build than a surface one. After a moment of thought, Sumo unhesitatingly chose the second option. The turtle shell glowed with red light, the sand dune's terrain shifted, and a wooden door embedded in the earth appeared. Congratulations, your underground shelter is complete. Ding! A complete shelter has been detected. Bind to the Doomsday Survival System? Another system? Sumo quickly confirmed the binding. Green scanning lines spread out from his feet. During this time, he entered the shelter. The interior space was supported by wooden planks, making it stable and preventing collapse. I bet right. Sumo's face lit up with joy. With the crafting menu, building a house on the surface was not difficult, but creating a safe and stable underground shelter required extensive architectural knowledge. He sat on the stairs, waiting for the system to bind, and noticed that no one else in the chat channels had mentioned this Doomsday Survival System. Looks like I'm the only one with two systems. A dozen minutes later, the binding was complete. Doomsday Survival System binding successful. Reward, 100 survival points. Scanning host's survival environment. Final settlement, you have earned a total of 105 survival points today. Sumo quickly understood. If the game panel was the client that everyone had, then this Doomsday Survival System was his personal cheat. For every day he survived, he would earn survival points based on his living conditions, and these points could be used to upgrade anything. He looked at the only item in his shelter, the wooden door. Shelter main door, wooden upgrade path 1, reinforce wooden door, 10 SP, upgrade path 2, upgrade to stone door, 60 SP. Furthermore, the system indicated that providing corresponding materials would significantly reduce the survival point cost. The immense pressure of survival instantly eased. I must build a strong enough shelter before my parents and sister are dropped in. The immediate priorities were water and food. He left the shelter and, using a stone axe, chopped 15 units of wood and 4 units of plant fiber, and brought them back underground. I have to build a water fetching device quickly. Using wood and rope, he dug a pit in the center of the shelter and assembled a crude well model. Concentrating his mind, a system prompt appeared. Well water extractor? Upgrade path 2. Deepen the well pit, improve water extraction efficiency. Cost, 130 survival points. It works. Sumo was overjoyed. He went out again, collected 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber as materials, reducing the upgrade cost to 75 survival points. He chose to upgrade. A green light flashed, the pit deepened rapidly, and stones automatically lined the well wall. Miniature well water extractor, normal current efficiency, 2,000 milliliters per day. 2 liters of water per day. The water crisis was solved. Having solved the biggest problem, Sumo opened the trade panel. It was already filled with various items, but water remained the scarcest resource. Someone was even trading their own urine as a thirst-quenching liquid, drawing a wave of curses. Sumo, despite his thirst, listed 200 milliliters of the water from his well for auction, requesting any food in return. The moment the listing appeared, the chat channels exploded. Holy crap, someone is trading water, and it's from a well he dug. God sue. 10,000 people signing a petition for a well digging guide. Countless private messages flooded in, with offers of fortunes and temptations of beauty. Sumo ignored them all. After sifting through for 10 minutes, he traded 200 milliliters of water for 350 g of bread, 200 g of beef jerky, 1 piece of iron, and 1 lighter. With the iron, he immediately crafted an iron axe, greatly increasing his efficiency. Before dark, he had stockpiled another 20 units of wood. Back in the shelter, he crafted a torch, a bed, a table, and chairs, giving the tomb a semblance of a home. Eating his hard-earned meat-stuffed bread and drinking the sweet well water, Sumo was filled with motivation. Before sleeping, he checked the trade platform again and found a hot-tempered user named Chinpingin trading a beginner's monster manual for 1L of water. Sumo needed it, but he didn't have enough water yet. The next morning, Sumo was awakened by a system prompt. Scanning host's survival environment. Final settlement, you have earned 73 survival points today. His survival points were back up to 103. He went to the well and collected the night's accumulation, 920 milliliters of water. Combined with yesterday's remainder, his total water supply was nearly 1L. He immediately opened the trade panel and was delighted to find that the monster manual had been reduced to 700 milliliters. A bargain. Sumo unhesitatingly used 800 milliliters of water to buy the monster manual in 2 pairs. The world channel once again erupted over Godsu's extravagant purchase. Back in the shelter, Sumo ate a pear and used the monster manual. A manual function was added to his game panel, containing the weaknesses of hundreds of monsters. Even more incredibly, it had a scan function that could be used 3 times a day. He curiously pressed the scan button. A disguised mutant chameleon has been detected 265 meters from the player. Danger level, 65. Please proceed with caution. It's real? Sumo looked in the direction indicated by the radar and broke out in a cold sweat. The chameleon's location was exactly where he had been chopping wood yesterday. Even now, he couldn't spot any trace of it. If it weren't for the manual, he might have been ambushed today. He checked the manual. The disguised mutant chameleon's weaknesses were slow reactions and a fragile body. This is too dangerous. I must upgrade my weapon first. Sumo returned to the shelter, closed the door, and placed his wooden spear on the table, concentrating his mind. Wooden spear, normal upgrade path 1, upgrade overall material, improve spearhead sharpness. Cost, 5 SP, upgrade path 2, add an electric assist device, greatly increase thrust speed. Cost, 40 SP. A plan to counterhunt the insidious predator began to form in his mind. There are pros and cons to the 2 upgrade methods. The first one is low cost and shows quick results, with the advantages of the upgrade being immediately apparent. The second one is more expensive and adds an electric device that can increase attack speed. Which one to choose? Looking at the spear in front of him, Soma hesitated a bit. Deep down, he actually leaned towards the second option. After all, being able to use an electric device in an era where everyone is still chiseling stones would definitely be a qualitative change. However, I choose the first one. Soma remembered the description of the chameleon in the illustrated guide. Although this mutated chameleon increased its camouflage ability, it sacrificed its mobility. Compared to the attack speed gained from spending 40 points, the first option was clearly more cost-effective. Moreover, if the electric device needed charging, right now there wasn't even a ventilation outlet in the base, and to charge it he would have to generate static electricity. As Soma pondered, the spear in front of him gradually took on new colors under the system's transformation. The red and yellow mixed wood color clearly indicated that the wooden spear had not been transformed into a metal or stone material. Cypress wood spear, a brand new wooden spear. With a delicate overall texture, its grain like a drifting swan, solid as iron, and with considerable lethality. It's actually cypress wood. Seeing the attributes, Soma felt both surprised and delighted. It's worth noting that cypress wood is one of the precious timbers, a rare and excellent material for making cold weapons. Compared to metal, the toughness of this wood is even more invaluable for someone without combat experience. To evolve such a level of wood with just 5 survival points, this change once again made Soma realize the power of the system. Now I just need a set of armor. I absolutely cannot get injured in the wild. Opening the trading panel, Soma began browsing. On January 2nd of the Apocalypse calendar, after a day had passed, many people, forced by circumstances, were compelled to venture into the wild for survival exploration. Although not many found treasure chests, due to the vast number of people, there were still some armors available on the trading panel. I don't necessarily have to buy the best. I have the system, so maybe I can buy something and evolve it. While assessing, Soma thought to himself. Currently, he had 100 milliliters of water in stock, and by noon, he could probably gather around 200 milliliters. This amount of water could buy a somewhat antiquated and heavy set of ceramic Armor in the market. The ceramic armor does not have an advantage against large creatures, but it is still decent against smaller ones due to the material. After making up his mind, he waited until noon when the sun was at its hottest. Soma first took out 200 milliliters to buy the ceramic armor, then spent 50 milliliters to buy back 300 g of bread, accompanied by the remaining pair. After finishing the bread and drinking 50 milliliters of water, Soma's condition was now completely restored. Compared to the chameleon squatting on the dry ground waiting in vain, Soma's timing for the attack perfectly embodied the core idea of striking when the enemy is tired. Wait a moment, just a little longer. After taking out the monster guide and scanning to confirm that the chameleon was still there, Soma calmed himself and began to take out the armor. Pieces of earthy yellow tiles were interwoven with unknown cotton threads shaped to protect the main parts of the body and legs. Worn ceramic armor upgrade direction 1, increase defense, upgrade. Ceramic materials, enhance overall strength, requires survival points, 5 points, upgrade direction 2, upgrade overall material, change plasticity. Different input materials yield different outputs, direct upgrade requires survival points, 60, evaluation, this armor should not be worn for combat. Perhaps its best resting place is in a museum. Following the usual practice, Soma once again shows upgrade direction 1. A flash of light. The previously worn armor suddenly became glossy and a peculiar scent wafted from it. Hunter's ceramic armor, made of excellent materials, with neat stitching and considerable defense, it has a unique scent of hidden grass that can mask the hunter's body odor. After laboriously putting on the improved ceramic armor, Soma felt a sense of calm. The importance of weapons and armor in the apocalypse is self-evident. Now let's see where you, beast, will run. Opening the base's main gate, Soma held a spear in each hand, striding forward like someone brandishing a gun in a TV show, heading straight for the chameleon's location. The previous day's logging had left the thicket in disarray. Dried leaves scattered on the ground obstructed the view, making it difficult to see the chameleon's exact position. However, it didn't matter. Silently calling for the monster encyclopedia. To scan once more, a line of prompts appeared. Detected a mutated camouflaged chameleon 19 meters away from the player. Danger level 65. Please proceed with caution. Today's attempts 0/3 in his line of sight. Soma finally got a clear look at the chameleon for the first time. It wasn't lying on the ground. This cunning chameleon was perched on the top of the first tree that hadn't been cut down. If Soma failed to notice it today, the chameleon would definitely launch a surprise attack while he was chopping wood. Finding the enemy, Soma held back his steps, pretending to be nonchalant. I wonder if this beast has any intelligence, but it's always better to be cautious. Slowly walking, he waited until he was about 2 meters away before Soma suddenly burst forth with maximum speed towards the chameleon. The wooden spear he was holding was raised, pointing straight ahead. The chameleon, seemingly aware that its disguise had been exposed, hurriedly tried to adjust its position. Unfortunately, its heavy reaction speed did not allow for any evasive maneuvers. Charge, stab, turn. A seamless series of actions. Although it was his first strike and the aim wasn't perfect, not hitting its head, the wooden spear still accurately pierced the chameleon's body right in the center. Pull. A splash of sickly green blood was sent flying, splattering onto the bark below, emitting a burnt smell. Seeing such potent poison, Soma withdrew the wooden spear and decisively retreated. The chameleon, with a gaping hole the size of a bowl, began to go berserk in agony. The continuous loss of blood had completely driven it mad, and it started angrily attacking its surroundings. Green venom sprayed from the chameleon's mouth, creating a terrifying scene within a 3-meter radius. Hiss, this venom is really fierce. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Soma looked down and felt a chill run down his spine. The tip of the wooden spear was now covered with numerous pores, melting rapidly like ice meeting fire, silently setting the corroded wooden spear aside. Soma crouched down and used the game panel to craft another wooden spear, spending 5 survival points to evolve it again. Once the evolution was complete, the chameleon on the other side seemed to have exhausted itself. It began to collapse on the ground, motionless, looking as if it were dead. Soma, observing from a distance, raised his eyebrows and continued to wait patiently. From the information gathered in the chat channel yesterday, it was clear that killing a monster would always yield resource chests. Had he not seen this message, he might have foolishly gone in for a finishing blow. Now knowing this, the chameleon's act of playing dead became futile. Sure enough, within a minute, the chameleon, in a fit of impotent rage, began to convulse, and after a few seconds of continued spraying, it collapsed with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Soma threw the now corroded wooden spear beside him, which landed right next to the chameleon. The chameleon, in a moment of clarity, attempted to continue spraying venom. However, when it looked up and saw the wooden spear, it let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground. This time, the chameleon was no longer alive. At this moment, the green venom on the ground was rapidly disappearing, accompanied by a dazzling light erupting from the corpse of the chameleon. Once the light faded, a silver treasure chest appeared in its place. It's actually a silver treasure chest. This time I've really struck it rich. Looking at the treasure chest before him, Suemo was overjoyed, eager to rush over and see what was inside. According to the information Suemo had gathered so far, after defeating monsters in the wild, the lowest reward was a wooden chest followed by iron chests, copper chests, and so on. Many speculated that there were silver chests, gold chests, diamond chests, and the like, but based on the news from the first day yesterday, the best chest opened was merely a copper chest. This monster encyclopedia, for instance, was a good item obtained from a copper chest opened by Chen Ping'an. Silver chest, my dear heart. Licking his dry lips, Suemo, lying on the sandy ground, felt as if he had just drunk a bottle of ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. He could only describe his feelings with two words: refreshing. Picking up his wooden spear, he cautiously approached the silver chest, then stored it away and quickly retraced his steps. The monster encyclopedia had 3 uses per day, and having just used the last chance to defeat the chameleon, he couldn't afford to be careless now. Safely returning to the base, he locked the wooden door, sat at a small table, and took out the silver chest. The chest was entirely silver, shimmering with an enchanting silver light, and seemed to possess a deadly magic that compelled one to open it. Open the silver chest. As Sumo's words fell, the chest began to radiate light, followed by the sound of dice rolling. Record: you have opened the silver chest. Record: you have obtained ghost energy *1 record. You have obtained unknown pet egg *1 record. You have obtained energy bicycle design blueprint *1 record. You have obtained 500 milliliters bottled water *2 record. You have obtained 5 kilograms of rye bread. I've struck it rich. This is a real windfall. Looking at the 5 uniquely shaped items in his inventory, Suemo felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could rush out and battle another chameleon for 300 rounds. He took out the 3 items, excluding food and water, and lined them up on the table, focusing his gaze. Ghost energy, one of the top clean energy sources with incredible effects, requires corresponding blueprints for use. Unknown pet egg: drop the player's blood on the eggshell to hatch an unknown pet. Energy bicycle design blueprint can be powered by any energy source, including but not limited to food, wood, gasoline, diesel, ghost energy. It really is the ghost energy that countless scientists on Earth have tirelessly researched. Playing with the energy block in his hand, roughly the size of a peach, Suemo suddenly gained a deeper understanding of this world. As a top clean energy source, Earth scientists not only proposed the application range of ghost energy but also pointed out its powerful aspects. Any item powered by ghost energy is akin to being enchanted, capable of producing effects that are difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Although what these effects are remains unknown for now, at least it represents a prototype of future technological development. Unfortunately, even before the apocalypse, this concept had always been kept in the Research Institute's top-secret laboratory, with formulas written on paper dozens of meters high. If the current application of ghost energy truly aligns with the scientific research results from Earth, wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Suemo focused his attention, calling out to the system, and looked at the overall status of the shelter. Personal shelter owner, Suemo space, 100 completeness, 100% facilities, wooden bed, wooden chair, wooden table, mini well water extractor. Introduction: a generally simple shelter with basic survival facilities. Food is the pressing issue you need to resolve. Upgrade direction 1, Ghost Energy Shelter, requires survival points 5 million. There really is an upgrade direction, but it requires a staggering 5 million survival points, or I could provide 5,000 units of ghost energy crystals. Soma couldn't help but exclaim, in shock. It should be noted that during the first detection of upgrades, the shelter had no upgrade direction. Now, with ghost energy crystals in hand, the upgrade direction for the shelter has directly appeared. Given the development potential of ghost energy, once it evolves into a ghost energy shelter, it would be akin to the shelter transforming into something similar to a living organism possessing a terrifying disaster resistance capability. In the future, upgrading to an interstellar shelter would even allow it to bathe in the sun without issue. Of course, discussing such distant possibilities is premature, so Soma focused on the only current gold mine, the well water extractor. Mini well water extractor, ordinary. Current efficiency, 2000 milliliters per day. Upgrade direction 1, upgrade the well material, enhance sealing and purification functions, significantly extend the freshness of drinking water. Upgrade consumes survival points, 200. Upgrade direction 2, deepen the well pit, enhance water extraction efficiency. Upgrade consumes survival points, 300. Upgrade direction 3, evolve towards ghost energy, greatly improve water production efficiency. Enhance purification efficiency. Long-term consumption of drinking water has a very small chance of physical enhancement. Upgrade consumes survival points, 1080. Evaluation, essential for wilderness survival. So expensive? Soma was taken aback, then realized the materials had not been put in yet. Once he invested 1 unit of ghost energy crystals, the consumption immediately dropped to 70 points, and most of the remaining materials were ones Soma had never heard of. After some searching, these materials were not available in the trading market either. Choose upgrade direction 3. With 88 survival points remaining, it was more than enough for the upgrade. As the current treasure trove, upgrading this was definitely a priority. In an instant, the ghost energy crystal in his hand began to vanish, and the next second, a deep blue light illuminated the well, followed by a tremendous change at the wellhead. The initially grayish stone transformed into a mix of blue and black, and the material appeared to have changed significantly. Ghost Energy Well Water Extractor, fine, current efficiency, 7,200 milliliters per day, 300 milliliters per hour, upgrade direction 1, quality, 3,000, efficiency, 500, low temperature resistance, 200, water quality, 5,000. Lifting the water from the wellhead, the once clear well water now shimmered with visible blue specks of light. Even the description changed to Ghost Energy Water has a slight healing effect, long-term consumption can enhance physical condition. After trying a sip, Soma was pleasantly surprised to find that not only had the attributes changed, but even the taste was vastly different. Ordinary water surprisingly had the rich flavor akin to Earth's Mount Ai. A hint of sweetness blossomed on his tongue, and his lips and teeth were fragrant. His previously slightly inflamed throat felt much more comfortable under the caress of the Ghost Energy Water. Indeed, the addition of Ghost Energy adds a touch of mystery to science, and with a production rate of 300 milliliters per hour, this is a takeoff. After placing the bucket down to collect, Soma examined the two items before putting them away. Although the drinking issue was resolved, there was still no good source of food. While a small creature would be manageable, he couldn't afford to raise a large pet that required dozens of pounds of food daily. As for the energy bicycle, although there were design blueprints, Soma abandoned the idea of making it after glancing at the complex material requirements. Although it was useful, even putting in 1 unit of wood could be converted into power. However, the technology involving material conversion was still too complicated. The top priority is to address the safety and ventilation issues of the base, and it would be best if we could also solve the drainage problem, Soma resolved, beginning to plan the transformation of the base under the flickering light. The silver treasure chest had only yielded 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water, proving that drinking water was still a valuable commodity at present. Therefore, directly using the ethereal water to procure supplies and rapidly develop the base was indeed a good path. First, let's think about how to improve the ventilation system of the base. This is a major challenge for the underground shelter. Sitting on a slightly uncomfortable wooden chair, Soma began to recall the knowledge from the era of civilization, as well as the shelter designs from various apocalyptic movies. An underground shelter requires a large air filtration and regulation system, but any ventilation ducts exposed to the outside would pose a safety hazard. Thus, in Soma's vision, an internal circulation system would be ideal, but it required water and electricity, which would allow for the electrolysis to produce oxygen, making internal air circulation possible. Of course, it couldn't be completely sealed off from the outside. Such an environment would be extremely unstable, and ventilation openings to the outside were still necessary. To maintain concealment, these ventilation openings couldn't be too large and should have a sealable switch that could be closed at any time. If not for the terrain limitations, the optimal solution would be to place the ventilation openings beneath rocks that would only be exposed at low water levels in the riverbed or on uninhabited islands. These slender pipes could draw in fresh air that had been purified and filtered into the shelter, and they could be closed off at any time, utilizing internal circulation. However, given the current conditions and equipment in the shelter, this idea could only remain a concept. After surveying the items currently for sale in the trading channel, Soma decided to stick with the most mechanical design. He would utilize a periscope structure similar to that of a submarine. He planned to create a window in the center of the shelter that would serve a dual purpose of ventilation and light. The specific design involved first excavating a cavity directly above the shelter and installing glass with good light transmittance. Holes would be made in the glass to ensure air could flow through the ducts. Descending along the excavated cavity, a Z-shaped turn could be created in the middle of the hole. Inside the Z-shaped hole, 2 parallel flat mirrors would be installed at a 45-degree angle to the incoming light, reflecting the light twice to illuminate the shelter during the day. Behind the first layer of ventilation glass, a mechanical blast-proof glass could be designed to ensure that it could be closed during disasters, preventing liquids or toxic air from entering. Such a simple design could be conceived even by a high school student, but implementing it would be quite a task. Without the right tools, ensuring precision while drilling down to a depth of 5 meters in the shelter would be a significant project. However, I have the system. With his current understanding of the system, Soma was now completely clear on how it worked. When materials were lacking, the system's attempt to generate materials out of thin air using survival points was extremely costly. But once materials were available, the system's function was more akin to that of a construction crew, requiring only a small amount of survival points to achieve the upgrade goals. After pondering this, confirming its feasibility, Soma opened the trading channel. Currently, The resources he could utilize were as follows: ordinary mineral water, 1000 milliliters, ethereal water, 600 milliliters, and 10 pounds of large rye bread. As for the remaining pet egg and energy bicycle blueprint, he did not intend to trade them. Trading channel. Seller, Sumo, trade item, 15 milliliters ethereal. Water, required item, explosion-proof glass. Note, water that can enhance the body, don't miss out if you pass by, only 2 units of glass required. Private message for good quality. Seller, Sumo, trade item, 15 milliliters mineral water, limit 975 milliliters, required item, 1 iron block, single exchange. Limit 1/1. Note, each person can only complete 1 trade. After successfully listing the 2 items, Sumo spent another 25 milliliters of water to purchase 2 units of high reflective mirrors, using up all the ordinary mineral water. Sumo exchanged 15 milliliters of water for 1 iron block, although it was an extremely unscrupulous merchant act. For some players struggling on the brink of life and death, it was no less than a savior's deed. Additionally, the reason for limiting each person to 1 trade was part of Sumo's own plan. Water, now regarded as liquid gold, was what he wanted to be consumed, not hoarded by some opportunists. World Chat Channel. Anyone with water and iron blocks, hurry to the trading channel. Sumo is selling water again. 1 trade per person, hurry. Damn, Sumo is generous. Hehe, it's already too late. Luckily I followed Sumo's personal channel in advance, or I wouldn't have snagged a sip of water. Just look at Sumo's over 400,000 followers. How can you random passersby compete? Where does Sumo get his water? He spent 700 milliliters on a guide yesterday and now another 1000 milliliters for iron blocks. Is he hoarding too much? You guys hurry and check. Sumo's ethereal water can actually enhance the body and cure ailments. Just need explosion-proof glass. Who has it? Hurry to trade. Sigh, comparing people can be infuriating. I dug all morning and didn't find a drop of water. I'm dying of thirst. With only one speaking opportunity per day, a large crowd gathered in the World Channel to discuss, not to mention the bustling regional channels. Even Sumo's personal messages were overwhelmed at this moment. In less than 2 seconds, the iron blocks listed for sale had already been traded, with 65 units quietly lying in the inventory. Countless others were still shouting to trade for a sip of water. Water is in high demand. Sumo pondered. In these 2 days, while others were listing resources to buy water, he was uniquely trading water for resources. Using the filtering function in private messages, Sumo filtered out 80% of useless messages with the keyword iron block. After searching, he picked out dozens of messages that mentioned explosion-proof glass and began to review them. After scrolling through many messages wanting to buy more water with ordinary quality explosion-proof glass, Sumo finally found an eye-catching one. Phone Manhwa, Sumo, I have a piece of ordinary quality explosion-proof glass, but I think you might not be interested. If you're willing to pay more, I can trade you a piece of fine quality and a piece of rare quality explosion-proof glass. The avatar was of a delicate-looking woman with a spirited expression. Seeing fine and rare, Sumo's eyebrows jumped, revealing a smile. Currently, the quality classification includes ordinary, excellent, fine, perfect, and rare. Phone Manhwa, a mere girl, managed to obtain rare quality explosion-proof glass on the 2nd day of the game, which shows her luck. Asking for a price increase right off the bat but not offering a quote. Seems like a tough character. Sumo shook his head, not falling for it, and replied back. Sumo, you should understand the current value of ethereal water. Among so many items on the market, only I have something that can enhance physical condition. As for explosion-proof glass, I'm buying it to replace the windows of the shelter. It doesn't really matter if it's good or bad. Phone Manhwa, is 300 milliliters acceptable? Sumo, don't even think about it. It's just 2 pieces of glass, not worth that much. If you don't want it, I'll drink it this afternoon. Phone Manhwa, let me think about it. Seeing the other person's reaction, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. He was the only one selling the ethereal water in the market, making it an absolute seller's market. Once he decided not to sell, the buyers could only stare helplessly. 2 minutes later, Phone Manhwa's message came again. Phone Manhwa, for the 2 pieces of glass, I'll add a piece of information, 300 milliliters of ethereal water. Sumo, what information? Phone Manhwa, about how I obtained this glass. Looking at the chat box, Sumo thought for a moment and then chose to agree. In the apocalypse, materials have a price, but information is priceless. Like killing a chameleon, without sufficient information, he would probably just be delivering food even in full gear. After hanging up the private trading channel and uploading the 300 milliliters of ethereal water to the designated seller, the transaction was completed. Record, you have lost 300 milliliters of ethereal water. Record, congratulations, you have obtained explosion-proof glass. Fine, *1, congratulations. You have obtained explosion-proof glass, rare, *1. Record, do you want to extract the glass information? Extract as soon as the word fell. A voice began to play in the empty shelter. Ruins will randomly refresh in the wilderness. When I got up today, a mysterious ruin refreshed beside me. It looked very dangerous inside, so I only scavenged a few pieces of glass from the outskirts. Just when I wanted to continue exploring, the ruins suddenly disappeared. Manhwa's ethereal voice echoed in the shelter until it stopped after playing for the third time. A few short sentences contained a wealth of information. Ruins will randomly refresh in the wilderness, and even the glass scavenged from the outskirts is of such quality. Remembering this message, Sumo took out the 2 pieces of glass and examined them. Explosion-proof glass, fine strength 15. Corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant, explosion-proof glass, rare strength 50, corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant. After being worn down by impact, it can slowly restore the glass's rigidity when exposed to light. Compared to the fine quality, the rare quality not only had a terrifying strength but also had an additional attribute that seemed extremely magical. After thinking for a moment, Sumo decided to place the rare quality on the outermost layer, using the fine quality as a shield to be deployed in case of disaster. After confirming the construction plan once more, Sumo took a wooden shovel and began digging directly above the center of the base. Although the explosion-proof glass had extremely high strength, the soil couldn't withstand such a large impact. I need to process this pipe with iron, making a stronger iron pipe, and then use iron to secure the glass. That would be better. After digging a pit about half a person high, Sumo first placed a unit of iron blocks inside, then set the 2 pieces of glass and 2 mirrors beside it, stacking the remaining iron blocks neatly before returning to the base. Focusing his attention, he looked up at the wall. Sure enough, new facility attributes appeared before Sumo's eyes. Ventilation and lighting. Facility? Upgrade option 1, periscope structure, pig iron pipe, corrosion-resistant coating, waterproof coating, requires survival points, 105 to 90. Upgrade option 2, electric exhaust structure, skylight design, good lighting, sufficient airflow, requires survival points, 700 to 65, evaluation. This pitch-black ceiling is called ventilation and lighting. It really makes one ball. Familiar complaints, familiar upgrade methods. Sumo smiled and chose upgrade option 1. After waking up this morning, his survival points had recovered to 103 points. After deducting the 70 points for upgrading the ethereal water well, he had 33 points left. After subtracting the 10 points for 2 wooden spears and 5 points for the ceramic armor, he currently had 18 survival points left, just enough to meet the 15-point requirement for option 1. A flash of light illuminated the ground, which began to rumble as if an invisible hand was reshaping the terrain. In Soma's view, the previously dark ceiling suddenly cracked open, and the iron blocks on the ground began to melt, turning into molten iron that flowed into the opening. The silvery cast iron, protected by the system's coating, gradually transformed into a hopeful sky blue. At first, only a small amount of light spilled onto the ground, but after 5 or 6 seconds, a beam of light shot straight into the shelter. Sunlight. It had come in. Along with it, fresh air from the outside world. Standing under the pipe, Soma looked up, instantly blinded by the brightness. However, with joy swelling in his heart, he paid no mind to the discomfort, opened the wooden door of the shelter, and climbed to the mound directly above the base. The pit he had dug had vanished, replaced by a naturally formed small opening. A 50 cm*, 50 cm explosion-proof glass was set on the ground, coated with a special camouflage layer, coupled with its ability to absorb light and repair itself. All the light converging on the glass was absorbed inward without strong refraction or scattering, further enhancing its concealment. Explosion-proof window, strength 50, coated with optical camouflage layer, water-repellent layer, featuring dual high-performance breathable and light-permeable properties evaluation. With this window, even old Wang next door can't see what you're doing. Truly the power of the system. Originally, I planned to create a vent, but now this micro-distance vent not only allows air to pass through but also keeps out water. Fantastic. After collecting the remaining scraps, Soma returned to the base along the steps, feeling the slight cool breeze from the light opening, finally putting his mind at ease. Just the second day, he had completed most of the preparations to prevent the first disaster. There was a continuous water source, light, and ventilation. As long as he could find a way to carve out a drainage facility in the remaining time, he would basically be able to survive the acid rain disaster. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Even if he went out, he could only chop some wood and plant fibers. Due to the chameleon attack in the morning, Soma planned not to go out until the scanning cooldown for the monster encyclopedia refreshed. He took out a large loaf of bread, split it with a stone axe, and soaked it in the ethereal water to eat. Soma began his evening work. Whenever he produced a batch of ethereal water, he could immediately exchange it in the trading market for double the amount of iron blocks compared to noon. Adhering to the principle of not disturbing market order, after completing a transaction, Soma learned why there were so many iron blocks on the market. Taking Soma's own location as an example, the area was primarily composed of wood and plant fibers, which could be obtained with just a bit of effort. Other resources, like minerals, were not accessible. Looking around, there was no trace of such things in sight. Similarly, just because Soma didn't have them, didn't mean others didn't. There were quite a few people who, upon arriving in this world, could see the massive mines exposed on the surface. By making a stone pickaxe and putting in some effort, they could knock down a good number of stones from the mines, occasionally even unearthing iron blocks. With many hands, the power increased, and with a larger base, the yield also increased, which was why a large number of iron blocks flowed into the market, leading to devaluation. Additionally, while wandering the market, Soma also acquired some items of unknown function, such as when he exchanged 100 milliliters of ethereal water for a core component of a generator. Rotor quality, excellent description, a rotating body supported by bearings, such as a disc that does not have a rotating shaft. When it uses a rigid connection or an additional shaft, it can be considered a rotor. Evaluation, spin and jump, I close my eyes. Although the rotor is just a small part of the generator, Soma was willing to buy and collect it, driven by the bright prospect of restoring the glory of the civilized era. After buying the rotor, Suemo hadn't even had the chance to appreciate it when he discovered that someone had listed something good in the trading market again. A large vegetable cultivation base. Sumo's eyes lit up. Unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, as expected, most people would bring out good items to trade for supplies a few days ago. Currently, over 95% of the players' food came from supply chests. Those mutated beasts killed by the strong, for instance, would not be eaten by anyone unless they were on the verge of starving, as there were no seasonings or cooking methods available. If they couldn't find any chests, it was likely that many would starve to death within a day or two. Therefore, building a place that could produce food long-term had already become a goal in Sumo's mind since the moment he chose the underground shelter on the first day. Even if it weren't for the appearance of the cultivation base, Suemo would have actively gone out to dig the soil in a day or two, trying to create an ecological environment in the shelter. Otherwise, who could know if the soil on the surface could still grow plants after the first disaster's acid rain? Looking at the demands on the trading panel, Suemo began to calculate the supplies he had, determined to acquire this cultivation base. Once the large vegetable cultivation base was listed, it instantly stirred up a frenzy in the trading market. There was a piece of land where vegetables could be grown. Anyone who saw this item seemed to have their latent talents activated, eager to act. Moreover, the owner of this item, Li Xiufeng, was very cunning. He didn't set a price but instead opened an auction that very few would use. Seller, Li Xiufeng trading item, large vegetable cultivation base required items, supplies. Remarks, food, water, precious design blueprints, weapons, armor, any valuable items can be quoted. Highest bidder wins. Remarks, those looking for a bargain need not come. This is a silver chest I fought hard to obtain. The only item inside, value to be estimated by yourself. Silver chest. Highest bidder wins. In an instant, not only the regional channel but even the world channel exploded. This is infuriating. First, there was Su God's ethereal water, now there's Brother Feng's cultivation base. When will my luck come around? Bidder, silver chest? I'm begging for the source of the silver chest. I'm willing to trade a precious unit of wood for this information. Silver chest? Is it really that amazing? I heard you have to kill particularly powerful monsters to get one. Pre-ordering a batch of vegetables grown by the big shots. Of course, there were also many who saw things more clearly. What's the use of this cultivation base? It's just you fools chasing after it. Rural folks know that it takes many days to grow a batch of vegetables. Do you think you're playing a game where you plant today and harvest tomorrow? Could it be that there are really people who don't know that vegetables need watering? I think you all can barely drink enough water for yourselves, and now you want to water vegetables? Exactly, and in a few days, there will be acid rain. I suggest Brother Feng not sell it, just leave it in the acid rain for your vegetables to drink their fill. Can't eat the grapes, so you say they're sour? Many people have already made offers. Sour dogs, keep munching on lemons. With Brother Feng himself responding, the chat channel reached another peak. Suemo, who had been watching, couldn't help but curse a few times. If it were an ordinary person, he could have gotten the cultivation base for at most 500 milliliters. But this Brother Feng was very clear-headed, with an extremely accurate judgment of market value. There were many people currently lacking water, but there were also those who had savings beyond just drinking water. In their judgment, as the number of disasters increased, the drinking water issue would definitely be resolved in the end. Buying the vegetable cultivation base now was like bottom fishing in the stock market, an early investment. The further it went, the greater the returns. Under the auction board on the other side, a glimpse of the bidding can be seen. Tarkov, 800 milliliters of water, 2 kilograms of bread, a bag of yogurt. 1 unit of copper, 1 unit of screws, 1 unit of steel bars, 3 units of wood, 1 unit of trash. Hashimoto Muna, 300 milliliters of water, 200 g of sashimi, 4 units of sweet oranges, 1 unit of grapes, and a pair of original flavor SI socks. Tae Dongpu, 2 kilograms of oil, 1 kilogram of gasoline, a remote-controlled toy car, 4 number 7 batteries, 500 milliliters of water. In just a few minutes, the bids below were diverse, and based on the system's judgment, a basic valuation of the auction items was provided. These bidders had never appeared in the chat channel before, and only now were they brought to light by this breeding ground. Countless ordinary people also realized that there were indeed many powerful individuals who had crossed over. Among them were those proposing to exchange mutated beast meat. After observing for a while, Sumo did not rush to bid. He was assessing the psychological bottom line of these bidders. In auctions, one must not be anxious. Often, the first person to act exposes their bottom line, leading to a passive situation in subsequent bidding. In terms of item value, the only thing he could offer was the highly valuable ghost energy water. Other items like pet eggs and blueprints were not very meaningful to exchange. Moreover, ghost energy water, which could be produced in unlimited quantities, was not something he felt precious about using. Pulling up the bucket from the bottom of the well after pouring out all the ghost energy water, Sumo's stock was now 700 milliliters. The bids below were still fluctuating, and the seller, Li Xiaofeng, had not shown up or expressed any interest in these bids. After much contemplation, Sumo made his first price, 400 milliliters of ghost energy water. As soon as the bid was made, unsurprisingly, just the ghost energy water alone directly exceeded the system's evaluation range, taking the top spot. The second place value judgment score, according to Li Xiaofeng standards, was 322 points. In contrast, Sumo's ghost energy water received a staggering 2,122 points, which was frighteningly high. Su God has arrived. Is ghost energy water really that terrifying? Does this water make my water stronger? Can it even allow me to ascend on the spot? It really works. The effects of ghost energy water, anyone who drinks it knows. Sumo's bid caused the comment section below the auction to erupt in chaos. Seeing those who had previously traded for ghost energy water step forward to speak, Sumo nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Although ghost energy water could enhance the body, by his estimation, drinking 2 liters a day would probably not show results as obvious as half an hour of exercise. Its true function should be healing. Ghost energy water can cure some minor ailments that are not very serious, serving as an anti-inflammatory, which is why its score is so high. Remembering Li Xiaofeng's earlier message about the chest he had fought hard to obtain, Sumo had a draft in mind. This brother Feng must have been injured. On the other side, after Sumo's bid, Li Xiaofeng also rarely replied. Li Xiaofeng, not enough. Su God, ghost energy water is a good thing, but this price is just too insufficient. Bring more, and I'll trade it to you. Oh, a lion opening its mouth wide, Sumo sneered. He intended to befriend someone like Li Xiaofeng who could stand up to mutated beasts with strength, but this approach did seem a bit like a black market dealer. If he directly quoted a price or privately messaged him to sell, Sumo would have offered a high price. Now, with this waiting for a better offer attitude, even if Sumo were to quote a high price of 1L at this moment, Li Xiaofeng might still want more. Soma, sorry, it's all gone. I dug this out with great difficulty from underground, and this is all I have left. The rest I need to keep as stock. As for the effect of the ghost energy water, I think you know better than I do. Li Xiaofeng, Soma, come on, add a bit more. If you do, I'll sell it to you. Just as Soma guessed, at this moment, inside a small wooden cabin, Li Xiaofeng was leaning against the inner wall of the door. Blood was faintly seeping from his leg, soaking into the wooden planks. Seeing Soma's firm attitude, even the brave peak brother, who dared to confront mutated beasts head-on, was now in a panic. In the apocalypse, what is the most important? Aside from food and water, medical care is the next most crucial thing. As humanity gained intelligence, it also lost the ability to protect its own body. A fragile body can succumb to infection from even a small wound. Compared to others, the various wounds on Peak Brother's leg were at a level where he would likely die without medication. Previously, he had exchanged a piece of mirror for a mouthful of ghost energy water, and after drinking it, many small wounds on his leg had scabbed over, leaving only the medium and large wounds still bleeding. In the face of life and death, Peak Brother decided to hand over the greatest gain from his outdoor adventure to exchange for more ghost energy water to save his life. After thinking for a moment, Peak Brother decided to take the initiative to lower his head. Li Xiaofeng, Soma, I wasn't fair this time. I urgently need ghost energy water to save my life. Can you give me a bit more? Next time I have something good, I'll contact you first. Li Xiaofeng, 500 milliliters, is 500 milliliters okay? If it is, just let me know, and I'll take it off the shelf and do a private transaction with you. In negotiations, the worst thing is for the other party to know your bottom line. Poor Peak Brother lost at the starting line, and subsequent negotiations were naturally quite constrained. After a long while, Soma did not respond and silently changed his offer to 500 milliliters. Record: you have lost ghost energy water * 500 ml. Record: you have gained large vegetable cultivation base * 1 large vegetable cultivation base. Excellent. Area 35 square meters. Water requirement 50 milliliters per SQ per day. Description: slightly accelerates vegetable growth, automatically pollinates, and the grade of the vegetables grown will not be lower than the grade of the cultivation. Base special ability, light gathering sensor. As long as part of the cultivation base receives sunlight, the effect can be transmitted to all vegetables. Evaluation, master. Look, here's a cultivation base. Xiaoman goes to the cultivation base to pick vegetables for you to eat. Seeing the attributes of the cultivation base, Soma couldn't help but smile. No wonder Peak Brother lacked the confidence to continue raising the price. He probably didn't even think that the daily water requirement of 1,750 milliliters when the cultivation base is full would be something humans could provide at this stage. Moreover, using so much water to irrigate vegetables is not as profitable as directly trading the water. Soma, however, didn't care about this at all. His keen observation made him notice the introduction of the cultivation base's attributes. The level of the vegetables produced would not be lower than excellent quality. This attribute seemed a bit useless, but in Soma's hands, it was like a divine artifact. As long as there are extra survival points, investing in upgrading the quality of the cultivation base would also upgrade the vegetables. Just think about the rare, or even higher level vegetables later on. Soma's tears flowed out uncontrollably. Opening the trading panel, Soma easily bought enough seeds for 35 square meters of planting. The price of these seeds was shockingly low. He spent only 10 milliliters of water. In civilized times, what could 10 milliliters of water do? For example, a bottle cap from Nongfu Spring is about 8 milliliters. Soma exchanged a little more than a bottle cap of water for dozens of seeds, which was a discount that would make even Hua Tua shed tears. For a full 2 days, Soma hadn't eaten a single vegetable strand, and his mouth was almost dry as a bird. The farming talent engraved in the ancient bloodline genes was activated the moment Suemo obtained the seeds. Out of the 35 square meters of seeds, Suemo planned to use more than half to plant tomatoes, while the remaining portion would be used for garlic and bok choy. In the early years, people from the south lived in fertile areas, fully satisfying their body's vitamin needs through a rich variety of vegetables, fruits, and seafood. However, in the north, due to water and land conditions, people could only selectively plant some vegetables that could sustain life. Among these, tomatoes, garlic, bok choy, and potatoes were the main choices. Tomatoes promote digestion and help with bowel movements. Garlic can detoxify, kill insects, eliminate bacteria, and aid digestion. Garlic sprouts can also be stir-fried for flavor and eaten as snacks. Potatoes have a high yield per acre, filling enough to sustain a person for a whole day of work. Bok choy is easy to store and has a good taste, making it a staple in the northern diet as well. These 4 vegetables are currently very suitable for Suemo. After some consideration, Suemo decided to forego planting potatoes. Summoning the vegetable cultivation medium from the inventory, the once spacious shelter suddenly became crowded. Placing the medium under the skylight and burying the vegetable seeds in the soil according to the spacing, Suemo pondered. The maturation period for tomatoes and garlic is about 3 months, while bok choy is a bit quicker, around 2 months. I just wonder how much faster this cultivation medium can make it. Planting seeds is a troublesome task. Suemo didn't know much about agriculture and could only hope the medium would be effective. After all, in the apocalypse, finding suitable fertilizers is incredibly difficult. As for using somewhat ash, Suemo thought about it but decided to wait until after the first disaster to consider it. Without clocks, everyone living in the wasteland returned to a routine of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Sitting on a stool, Suemo began to calculate the supplies at hand. First was the most important resource in the base, the ethereal water. After an afternoon of storage, the ethereal water had accumulated back to 1,000 milliliters, at a rate of 300 milliliters per hour. If it weren't for controlling the output, Suemo would have wanted to take it all out to trade for supplies. The strategic mineral resource, iron, had now been traded for 130 units. If the shelter were to be converted to iron, calculating that 2 units of iron blocks are needed per square meter, 70 more units are needed to fully upgrade the shelter's material structure, making it more stable and secure. However, without a lightning protection structure, it could only remain a concept for now. In terms of food, there was 1 pound of bread left from the afternoon, with 9 pounds remaining. This stuff is filling, as hard as a rock. If it weren't for soaking it in water, Suemo wouldn't be able to bite into it at all. The remaining odds and ends included a pet egg and a design blueprint. After counting, Suemo went for a stroll in the trading market. Compared to the bustling scene in the afternoon, the market was quiet by evening. Water and food remained hard currency, and there was a severe shortage. Or rather, everyone was hoarding supplies. After all, besides Suemo, no one knew if they would find water resources again after finishing their current supply. Not finding anything valuable, Suemo, with nothing else to do, dived into the chat channel mainly to gather some information. In the world channel, there were too many messages. By evening, everyone was stuck in their shelters, only able to go online to communicate and alleviate their loneliness. Suemo quickly scanned through, stopping only to glance at interesting keywords. By the end of the first day and into the second, many players had encountered ruins refreshing near them. However, not everyone had the courage to explore. More were observing from the periphery. According to some players who entered, once you step into the ruins, if you retreat, the ruins will disappear. There is only one chance to explore. The time to enter is also limited. According to some vague statements, it's basically around 2 hours before you are forcibly thrown out. As for what dangers lie within the ruins, no one has mentioned anything. Upon receiving this information, Soma felt a chill in his heart. The ruins might not be as wonderful as some people imagine. They could be filled with dangers. Now, with no one saying what exactly those dangers are, it's highly likely that those who encountered danger didn't survive to return to the base. Only the survivors can speak. The dead remain silent. At this moment, there are only 762 people left in the regional channel, which is the best evidence. In just one day, over 200 people have perished in the wasteland, never to return to Earth and see their families again. Inevitably, a sense of sorrow crept into Soma's heart. If the ruins refresh nearby tomorrow, should he enter or not? Staying in the base and slowly developing with the help of the ethereal water is certainly a good idea, but the rich rewards for killing the chameleon made Soma unable to resist the temptation. The upgrade direction of the Apocalypse survival system also requires items to activate. If he were to follow the normal development process without disasters or mutated creatures, he could survive here until the end of time. But here, that's not possible. Terrifying mutated beasts, randomly refreshing ruins, unknown disasters. Staying here feels too unsafe. Ultimately, my base is too weak. Now even the door is made of wood. If a stronger mutated beast comes, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. If there are ruins, I must go in and explore. I'll stay on the outskirts and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Under the bright firelight, a hint of determination appeared on Soma's face. In the apocalypse, if you don't advance, you retreat. In terms of resources and shelter development, he has the system and is confident that no one can surpass him. In terms of individual strength and mentality, Soma is even less willing to fall behind. When my family arrives, I must have enough strength to protect them. After repeatedly questioning himself to solidify his resolve, Soma's mindset underwent a significant transformation for the first time. The humility and gentility of human character from the civilized era are gradually being abandoned, while the ferocity and wildness belonging to animals are continuously being activated. Holding a wooden spear, Soma lay down on the bed. Moments later, as his breathing gradually calmed, he fell into a deep sleep. In the darkness of night, starlight poured down, and countless shadowy figures moved agilely through the wasteland, accompanied by bursts of roars. Human shelters were constantly breached, and screams and beast roars echoed, eventually fading into silence. Countless strong individuals set traps, deliberately luring in mutated beasts, waiting to capture and kill them in one fell swoop. In the mining area, countless hard-working people still held torches, bending over the veins to extract resources. The second day of the Apocalypse calendar. The form of human survival is precarious. Apocalypse calendar January 3. You vigilantly survived last night and stepped into a new day of the Apocalypse calendar. Survival points +3. You scanned and detected mutated creatures threatening your survival. Survival points +2. You acquired basic weapons and armor, which greatly enhanced your capabilities in the wasteland. Survival points +5. You successfully killed a mutated chameleon without taking damage for the first time, yielding great rewards. Survival points +20. You upgraded the ethereal water extractor, significantly improving your quality of life. Survival points +50. You improved the ventilation and lighting facilities of the shelter, making you very happy. Survival points +2. You obtained a large vegetable cultivation base, a green hope that gives you a future in the apocalypse. Survival points +5. Scanning the host's living environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today you gain 30 survival points. Final tally. Survival points +117. Remaining survival points 120 survival points. With two panda eyes, Suemo sat at the head of the bed. The sounds of creatures moving outside kept him from sleeping well all night, fearing that something might break in. It wasn't until around 5 o'clock that he finally fell into a deep sleep. Now, feeling the fresh air and bright shelter, and looking at the survival points accumulated from yesterday, Sumo's lips curled into a smile. The more I do each day, the more survival points I earn. A ventilation and lighting device and a culture medium just added 19 points. Fantastic. In his view, the culture medium placed under the vent, though only a corner was exposed to light, radiated a shimmering white glow overall. Summoning the game panel, Suemo selected the monster encyclopedia. The scan count had refreshed. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's count 2/3. I told you, who could be so unlucky to have mutated beasts nearby every day? With his mind at ease, Suemo felt great and began to complete the daily tasks of the shelter. First, he went to the treasure trove of the shelter, next to the ethereal water well. After a night of accumulation, the ethereal water well now produced 3 L of ethereal water, plus the 800 milliliters left over from yesterday, totaling 3.8 L. He scooped out 1.8 L to evenly water the vegetable culture medium. Taking out a large loaf of bread, he used an iron axe to cut off a pound, soaked it in ethereal water, and finished eating and drinking. Then, Sumo began to put on his armor. Just because there were no mutated beasts within 1,000 meters didn't mean it was absolutely safe. Wearing armor was a precaution. After opening the wooden door of the shelter and stepping outside, Sumo's gaze instantly focused on a point in the distance. This is. In the distance, what was once a barren plain suddenly revealed a ruin shrouded in mist. Sumo recognized the location where the ruins appeared. Just yesterday, this place was completely bare, with hardly any trees, and he never expected the ruins to refresh here. Estimating the distance, the ruins were about 300 meters away from the shelter. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, he couldn't clearly see what the ruins looked like. All he could see were the mist-covered remnants, looking as if they had been bombed. Extremely terrifying. I was planning to wait until a crisis arose to make plans, but it seems I must increase my combat power immediately. Back in the shelter, Sumo's eyes shone brightly as he took out the pet egg stored in his inventory. Exploring the ruins alone was too dangerous. In Sumo's plan, this pet egg was meant to be used when the base had stable food production. No more waiting. Exploring the ruins was imperative. The location of this refresh was so good that if anything changed, he could quickly retreat from the ruins back to the base. If it refreshed a few kilometers away in the future, that would be troublesome. He remade an iron axe, ensured a sanitized environment, and carefully made a small cut on the edge of the axe blade with his index finger. With his right hand, pinching it, a few drops of blood oozed from the wound and dripped onto the pet egg. The silver-white pet egg began to show blood-red patterns on its shell after receiving the blood. Low growls echoed from within the pet egg as if a beast was murmuring. Several strands of green light rose from the eggshell, splitting into 9, shooting straight up to the top of the shelter. In an instant, the shelter turned into a sea of green, illuminating even the darkest corners. Crack! A series of crisp cracking sounds came from the eggshell. Snap! Countless cracks filled the surface of the eggshell, and the next moment, woof! A woof! Woof! As the green light dissipated, Suemo stared in astonishment at the black and white creature before him. Before Suemo could react, the figure pounced over, starting to circle around his feet, extremely obsequious. Did I just get a husky? Lowering himself, Sumo hugged the dog's head, feeling a mix of laughter and tears inside. With such a grand display for opening a pet egg, he thought he would get some amazing pet, the kind that could take him flying by the leg. Instead, he ended up with a husky. Holding the husky's head and watching it continuously stick out its tongue and lick, Sumo felt an innate sense of closeness. This was also why he didn't dodge when it pounced on him earlier. The pet he got felt like one he had raised for over a decade, instinctively making him believe it meant no harm and just wanted to get close. The husky's smooth fur shimmered like a jewel, and as Sumo stroked its head, it emitted a comfortable humming sound. At least it's a husky, even if it eats a lot, I can afford to keep it. Just 2 days of solitude in the wasteland made Sumo feel incredibly lonely. The game panel information appeared just in time, alleviating his concerns. Pet name, unnamed, status, juvenile biological description, a gentle wasteland creature, a variant husky inheriting multiple bloodlines, which will grow stronger with age. Note, the personality of juvenile pets will change with their owner's personality. Ability 1, high-speed movement. Its muscle structure ensures a certain level of explosive power. After activation, its speed doubles for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Ability 2, Sixth Sense. Its biological structure grants it strong perception. After activation, it can briefly predict upcoming dangers, with a cooldown of 1 day. Evaluation, it is a good child, provided you can help it awaken all its bloodlines. Woof! Woo! Seeing Sumo lost in thought and ignoring it, the little husky began playfully rolling on the ground, exposing its snowy white belly. Its already comical face seemed to question Sumo. Why aren't you playing with me? Seeing the little husky's expression, Sumo felt a stir in his heart and smiled, saying, so needy, huh? You don't even have a name yet. Let's call you. Pausing for a moment, he noticed the husky's black and white coloring and, for some reason, suddenly thought it looked like an Oreo. He laughed and said, my name is Sumo, and from now on, you'll be called Oreo. The husky, still lying on the ground, stood up in an instant upon hearing its new name, raising its head proudly, exuding an indescribable majesty. A woof! Woof woof woof! Oreo seemed to really like its new name and began to frolic and patrol around the shelter. What a mischievous little guy, Sumo thought, feeling like a kind old father filled with emotion at the newfound vitality in the shelter. Alone, he had come to the wilderness. 2 days felt as long as several months, with no family and no one to talk to. Even the chat channel was filled with deceit. In the apocalypse, when strength hasn't reached a certain level, the word friend feels too extravagant. Seeing Sumo's sadness, Oreo quickly ran over, rubbing its fluffy head against Sumo's face. Okay, I'm not sad, I'm happy. I'm delighted. Sumo remembered That huskies loved meat, so he opened the trading market and directly bought half a pound of mutated coyote meat. The dry, unpalatable wolf meat was devoured by Oreo with great delight, showing no signs of distaste. Eat, go ahead and eat, if you're still hungry, I have more bread. Watching Oreo's reluctant expression after finishing, Sumo pulled out a large loaf of bread from his storage cabinet, causing Oreo to flee in panic. For a moment, the shelter echoed with Sumo's hearty laughter. So, next up is exploring the ruins. After checking his armor and weapons once more, Soma signaled Oreo to open the wooden door of the shelter and stepped outside. There were still some survival points left, more than enough for a round of weapon and armor upgrades. However, Soma's purpose for this trip was not to fight. From the relic information collected from yesterday to today, no one had mentioned what the monsters inside the relic looked like. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If there were no dangers inside the relic, someone would have explored it long ago. The main reason no one is mentioning the situation inside is probably that those who ventured in have already died. Even if I upgrade my gear, given my current combat power, there's absolutely no need. One must have self-awareness. Although he often exercised, Soma did not believe his current combat ability could compare to that of a special forces soldier. After all, he was just an ordinary person with a bit of strength. We must be extremely careful, no injuries allowed. Oreo, come here. The mist of the relic was like a mosaic. Even when he got within 100 meters, it still obscured his line of sight. Soma crouched down, waved to Oreo, who was sniffing around, and smiled. Woof woof, woof woof. Seeing Soma's gesture, Oreo affectionately ran over, burrowing into Soma's arms and rubbing his head vigorously. The serious and composed expression he had maintained crumbled instantly, replaced by a hint of playfulness as Oreo licked Soma's chin. Alright, once we enter the relic, I have a task for you. To be honest, Soma absolutely did not think Oreo's clingy behavior was influenced by his own personality. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing Soma's words, Oreo perked up his ears, adopting a serious listening posture. Once we go in, don't stray too far from me, stay within 5 meters. If you sense any danger, alert me immediately and we'll retreat along the path we came in. Do you understand? Oreo tilted his head and after 2 seconds, nodded to indicate he understood. Good boy. Once we go in, we might encounter other creatures, so remember they are enemies. Don't foolishly run over to offer yourself up. With that, Soma stood up, took the wooden spear from his inventory, gripped it firmly, and walked steadily toward the relic. He walked for about 10 meters. Soma finally got a clear view of the interior structure of the relic. The low earthen walls were about 2 to 3 meters high, with dark gray scorch marks that looked as if they had endured the ravages of war. Such a bizarre situation not only failed to dispel Soma's inner doubts but instead made him even more curious. Judging by the information currently available, the civilization level within the relic was not very high, at least nothing beyond his understanding. Tightening his grip on the spear and calling Oreo to his side, Soma steeled his courage and plunged into the mist. The smell is a bit strange. As soon as he entered the mist, Soma's vigilance heightened and he began to observe his surroundings intently. Record, you have entered the relic. Record. Game panel identification function is sealed. Please use it after exiting the relic. The abrupt system voice startled Soma, and at the same time, it seemed the mist received a signal, beginning to dissipate within a 5-meter radius. Not daring to venture deeper, Soma started to circle around the perimeter of the relic, estimating he had walked for about 20 minutes without returning to where he started. This relic is surprisingly large, he silently noted in his mind and began to retrace his steps. Surviving in the apocalypse is not like a novel. Recklessly charging in is the privilege of a protagonist, and he questioned whether he had the courage to recklessly confront the unknown. It wasn't until he returned to the starting point that Soma began to push forward again. The yellow earth beneath my feet was uneven, like a rural path, one step deep and the next shallow. Following the earthen wall, I walked until I reached the end of the corner, where suddenly the view opened up. A structure resembling an archway stood on the ground not far away. Looking up from below, my good eyesight allowed me to see clearly through the mist the words faintly visible. In the middle of the archway, Liangfeng, town. Upon seeing the familiar Chinese characters, I did not feel a sense of camaraderie as one would when meeting a fellow villager. Instead, a chill ran down my spine. Oreo beside me also seemed to sense danger, having been playfully sniffing around. The moment it saw the archway, it suddenly crouched down, glaring fiercely ahead. My skin prickled, fully stimulated by the sight before me. Gazing into the depths of the mist behind the Liangfang town archway, I instinctively sensed something was off and decisively retreated quickly along the path. In this apocalyptic world, encountering a scene that resembled a ghost town surrounded by mist, who would dare to boldly venture in and explore? I didn't know if others had encountered such a hellish scene in their ruins, but I was certain that entering to search with my current equipment and combat power would undoubtedly pose great danger. As I left the corner, the mist behind me began to slowly close in, gradually burying the archway. Walking along the earthen wall, I started to entertain a mischievous idea. Since the town looked so dangerous and was inaccessible, it would be better to find a way to break through the earthen wall and see what was inside those roadside farmhouses. Oreo, keep watch. For me, I called out, cautiously returning to where I had come from, examining the structure of the earthen wall. Like the walls made of mud, bricks in ordinary rural areas, I poked at it with my wooden spear, and a small chunk immediately broke off. There's hope. Seeing that it wasn't as solid as I had imagined, I became excited and took out my iron axe, striking the earthen wall repeatedly. With each heavy blow against the wall, I listened to the resonant sound of impact and watched the dirt blocks fall, feeling invigorated. The wall was about half a meter thick, and in less than 5 minutes, I heard a loud rumble as it collapsed. A gap large enough for 3 people to pass through opened up. Looking inside through the gap, I could vaguely see the old rural-style brick and tile houses. There were 3 rooms, symmetrically arranged left, center, and right. Oreo, sniff around and see if there's any danger nearby. Squatting on the earthen wall, I curiously gazed into the houses. Each room was locked, looking as if the owners had already left, devoid of any signs of life. After examining the exterior of the houses, my gaze fell on Oreo. Oreo perked up its ears and listened for a while, then crouched down and sniffed around, finally shaking its head to indicate that it couldn't smell any living creatures inside. Putting away the wooden spear, I held the iron axe in my hand and stepped cautiously into the courtyard, feeling alert. Although it seemed like Oreo was just aimlessly looking around, it had already measured the escape route. From the courtyard to the outside of the ruins, it should be about 30 meters based on my foot speed. An adult's running speed in this terrain is about 5 meters per second, even while exploring. Inside the house, if something felt off, I could leave the ruins in no more than 10 seconds. Step by step, I cautiously approached the center of the courtyard, my eyes scanning the 3 houses nearby. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by and crashed into my ceramic plate armor, knocking me to the ground. As a low growl echoed, I looked up in horror to find a terrifying creature before me, a wolf dog. Seeing me knocked down, Oreo leaped up from behind and stood protectively in front of me. In an instant, both sides began to confront each other. Fortunately, with Oreo bearing its teeth in front, I, feeling dazed, had a precious moment to catch my breath. After 3 to 5 seconds, as the dizziness in his head began to fade, Suemo climbed up and focused his gaze. The fleeting glimpse he had seen earlier had only made him think it resembled a wolf dog. Now, as he looked again, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was not a creature that had ever existed on Earth. Although it looked like a dog, not a single piece of its skin was intact. Especially on its back, a large patch of skin was missing, exposing rotting flesh that dripped with dark gray blood. A pair of black eyes fixed intently on Suemo, seemingly warning him, "You have intruded on my territory." The wildness in the black dog's eyes was laid bare, as if any forward movement from Suemo would provoke it to leap and engage in a fight. This was definitely not a normal creature. To flee? Or to fight? As Suemo pondered, the terrifying monster lunged at him again, like a bolt of black lightning leaping from the air, attempting to break through Oreo's defense. Instinctively, Suemo reached out his arm to block, but he didn't expect that just as the black dog took off, Oreo below delivered a backstab, crashing into the black dog's belly and flipping it aside. What a good opportunity! A glint of ferocity flashed in Suemo's eyes. He rolled over on the ground, instantly completing a series of movements to transform the iron axe into a wooden spear. With a thrust and a pull, the spearhead tore into the black dog, sending a spray of blood and flesh. Following that, he pressed down with all his strength, turning the spear into a whip, striking fiercely against the black dog. Woo-woo, this whip-like thrust seemed to hit a sore spot, even as it pierced through flesh. The black dog remained silent, but now it howled repeatedly from the blows. Seizing the opportunity, Suemo, who had been gentle and refined in the civilized era for half his life, was surprised by the immense power surging within him. A surge of strength began at his waist, traveled to his upper arm, then to his forearm, and finally transferred to the spear, striking down on the black dog again and again. It wasn't until the black dog's spine was broken in two that Suemo finally stopped, looking down from above at the black dog struggling on the ground, his gaze lingering on its rotting face for a long time. Watching the black dog unable to rise after a while, Suemo let out a breath, feeling a sudden wave of weakness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the black dog, lying on the ground, seemed to separate its front and back halves, springing up in a strange posture, its black and yellow teeth bared as it lunged for Suemo's thigh. Oreo, standing nearby, whimpered and tried to help Suemo block the attack, but Oreo didn't expect Suemo to be faster. As if everything that had just happened was an act, Suemo raised the spear again, aiming directly at the lunging black dog. With a loud thud, the spearhead, carrying immense force, plunged into the black dog's mouth, and Suemo, gripping the spear, was knocked to the ground by the impact. Looking at the black dog skewered on the spear like a kebab, a flash of ferocity crossed Sumo's eyes as he licked his gums and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pretty damn intimidating. Lowering the spear in his hand, Suemo looked at Oreo, only to find Oreo whimpering, lying on the ground, too scared to approach. Realizing his own state, Suemo froze for a moment, then let go of the spear. The ferocity in his eyes faded back to his usual gentleness as the spear touched the ground. Woo woo woo, seeing Suemo's change, Oreo finally ran over, rubbing its head against Suemo. Suemo wanted to hug it, but as he raised his hand, he felt a wave of soreness. His chest, where the black dog had begun to strike, felt tight. Raising his hand, he noticed that the friction from gripping the spear tightly had left numerous small wounds all over. Clenching his fist caused a sharp pain to shoot through him. This damn thing is really strong. It shouldn't be considered a normal creature, right? It doesn't even need to breathe. With his elbow nudging Oreo's dog head, Suemo forced himself to stand up. The black dog was clearly not a creature he had encountered in his knowledge base. Even the mutated chameleon from before hadn't exceeded the realm of biology. But this monster, with no breath, no scent, could still launch a suicide attack even with its spine shattered in two, which was truly terrifying. Gathering his spirits, Suemo began to lean on his spear and walked towards the house in the middle. He worried that the noise from earlier had attracted other creatures, so he needed to act quickly and decisively. There would be time to search for things later. This lock is somewhat similar to those on Earth, although I've never seen one like this before, but now isn't the time to study locks. He took out his iron axe. Enduring the pain in his hands, and with one swing, the thin iron chain holding the lock snapped, and the lock hung limply down. Pushing open the door, a musty smell from long uninhabited space wafted out. Using the light from outside, Suemo barely made out the interior structure. The room was extremely simple, as if it had been ransacked. And although it was called a room, to the left of the entrance was a Kong, which northerners preferred, taking up a third of the space. At the head of the Kong sat an old, bulky television. Without a second thought, Suemo walked straight over and collected the television and its connected power strip into his inventory. Whether it was a bulky or LCD TV, seeing items from the previous world in this new one filled Suemo with a sense of nostalgia. As long as there was electricity, perhaps the television could still play. Who could say for sure? After collecting the items from the Kong, he also grabbed the tea set from the round table in the middle, tossing it all in. Each person's inventory starts with 20 slots, and before leaving, Suemo had used 6, so he had plenty of space left. After observing once more, with the intent to loot, Suemo rolled up the moldy bedding from the Kong and tossed it in before exiting the middle room. The owner of this room probably took everything they could carry. What's left is mostly inconvenient to take or meaningless. He broke the lock on the door to the right, and sure enough, the room was empty, with nothing for Suemo to loot. For a moment, feeling a bit dejected after such an effort for so little gain, he was pleasantly surprised when he opened the lock on the left door. This should be a cooking area. I didn't expect to find this left behind. The structure of the left room was even simpler, with 2 ground stoves on the left and a small table on the right holding a cutting board. But these were not the source of Sumo's surprise. On the table, jars and bottles were the true treasures. A small half bag of salt, pepper, chili powder, baking soda, star anise, bay leaves, 8 or so spices were quickly stuffed into Sumo's inventory. Looking down, he was delighted to find half a bag of opened flour resting in the water tank. Due to the tank's seal, Suemo scraped a bit with his hand. The top was slightly darkened, but the bottom remained pure white, which was a pleasant surprise. Take it all. Bring it all. The ground stove, water tank, spices, and half a bag of flour made the kitchen the biggest haul of this battle. Confirming that there was nothing else in the room, Suemo stepped back out, limping towards the gap in the earthen wall, leaning on his spear. At that moment, Oreo was dutifully on guard, squatting at the gap, and upon seeing Suemo approach, hurried over. Woof woof woof. Oreo barked urgently while tugging at Sumo's pant leg, trying to pull him outside. Alright, let's go. Let's go, no more exploring. We'll come back here to search thoroughly once we're better equipped. Looking at the nearby houses with earthen walls, Suemo felt a twinge of envy. But when he opened Oreo's status bar and saw that the sixth sense skill was on cooldown, Suemo took a deep breath and quickened his pace, exiting through the misty exit he had come from. The bustling entrance of the ruins returned to calm once Suemo left. Before long, the dissipating mist began to envelop the area again, but through the gap that Suemo had cleaved with his iron axe, a shadow as tall as a person could be seen. The shadow seemed a bit restless, wandering in place before disappearing back into the mist. After Suemo stepped out, the mist-covered ruins suddenly began to fade, as if they had truly turned into mist. At this moment, the black dog corpse that Suemo had brought out on his wooden spear also became ethereal along with the mist. A gentle breeze swept by, turning it into dust. What a pity, I thought this thing was so fierce that I could pull it out and identify what it was, Suemo lamented as he summoned the game panel and accessed the monster encyclopedia. Scanning as he spoke. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempts. 1/3 the area around the shelter was barren land, and large animals could be observed with the naked eye. To be safe, Suemo used it once more, dragging his weary body back to the shelter. He closed the wooden door behind him, and the long-lost sense of security washed over him again. Waves of pain surged along with that sense of security. As he removed the ceramic armor from his body, a sharp pain made his scalp tingle. The force of impact is mutual. Although the ceramic armor had blocked the black dog's charge, the recoil still left a bruise on Sumo's chest. To grip the wooden spear, the skin on his palms had been rubbed raw, and now, under the sunlight, it looked bloody. Other painful areas of his body were due to sudden exertion, soft tissue bruises, nothing too serious. Woof-a-woof, Oreo lowered his head, circling around Sumo. Although dogs couldn't speak, the concern in his demeanor was heartfelt. Enduring the pain, Sumo forced a smile. Good boy, I'm fine. This time we took a tumble, but 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Next time, I'll let them taste what modern weapons are. Oh, Oreo raised his head, clearly not understanding what Sumo meant by modern weapons. What a lovely little furball, Sumo thought. Oreo was clearly not an ordinary pet. As a mutated creature born in the apocalypse, his ability to understand human speech added an air of mystery. While soothing Oreo, he moved to the bucket storing the ethereal water. After taking a full cup and drinking it down, the burning sensation in his chest subsided significantly, and even the wounds on his hands began to feel a tingling itch. Raising his hand, some of the slightly broken skin on his wounds started to heal under the effect of the ethereal water, and the larger wounds stopped bleeding. Learning from experience, Sumo finally acknowledged the necessity of fighting in the apocalypse after this exploration of the ruins. Hiding and avoiding battles would only push oneself into an irretrievable abyss. In times of peace, one must strive. In the chaotic wasteland of the apocalypse, one must strive even more. Ethereal water is not omnipotent. Even with his unlimited consumption, after reaching 300 milliliters, it lost its healing effect on minor wounds. Picking up the leftover mirror from the cut ventilation pipe, Sumo focused on it. Inheriting his parents' outstanding looks, the young man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a youthful charm. The bloodstains on his face and disheveled hair did not make him look unkempt. Instead, they radiated a masculine vigor, and his extremely perfect jawline, with its graceful curve, made his profile even more appealing. As he looked down, Sumo saw his chest in the mirror. Earlier, when he had looked down, it was a terrifying shade of purplish red, stagnant with bruises. After drinking the ethereal water, which activated the hidden healing effects, the bruises had begun to circulate slowly, and the purplish red had turned into a slightly blood-tinged purple. Nodding slightly, Sumo set down the cup of ethereal water. He had entered the ruins around 9 in the morning, and by the time he exited, it was already at least 4 in the afternoon. This was completely inconsistent with the information he had previously gathered, which stated that one could only stay in the ruins for 2 hours. Opening the private message panel, he found Manhwa and proactively sent a message. Sumo, hello, I would like to inquire more about the ruins. I can offer ethereal water as a reward. After sending the message, it took 2 or 3 minutes for Manhwa to reply. Manhwa, hello, God. What questions do you want to know? If you want to know the source of the explosion-proof glass, I'm sorry, but that ruin did not refresh again this morning, and even I can't get in. Sumo, I want to know everything you saw and heard after entering the ruins, because I also entered a ruin once, and I will use my experience to judge the authenticity of the information. I hope we can have a pleasant transaction. Choosing not to be evasive, Sumo decided to speak frankly. In fact, from the moment he entered the ruins, he had keenly sensed that his ruin was different from others. It was too large. The ruins encountered by others, no matter how big, could still be glimpsed into from a distance. But in his case, just walking around the perimeter took over 20 minutes, and he hadn't even begun to see what was inside. Manhwa, alright, but it will take some time. I'm currently in the wild, and it's not very convenient. How about this, God? I will describe it to you in writing when I return to the shelter, and you can give me water based on its value. This isn't a big secret. After replying positively, Sumo closed the private message channel. He was now 100% sure that something was wrong with his ruin. Opening his inventory, Sumo began to take out items one by one. First, he pulled out the item with the highest market value among them, a television. 32-inch color TV, excellent. Description, a technological product from an unknown era, mainly composed of a power circuit, public channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system, with a frame rate of 25 frames per second and 625 lines per frame. Special ability, when powered in the shelter, it can monitor the area within 1,000 meters, with the ability to zoom in and out and change perspectives. Evaluation, in front of this TV, she. There is no privacy, with righteous indignation. Wow, there's such a bug-level item? The attributes of the television left Sumo astonished. What had seemed like an ordinary television in the ruins had such a bug-level function once outside. If he could power the TV, it meant he would have absolute control within 1,000 meters. Not knowing how the television worked didn't matter, just this scientifically unexplainable powerful function was enough to drive one mad. Indeed, risk and reward were the same. At that moment, Sumo's desire for electricity reached its peak. Speaking of which, since he had crossed over To this place, he hadn't played with his phone for 3 days, and now that he had a moment of leisure, he suddenly felt the importance of electricity. After taking out the items and placing them properly, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Sumo's mind. If there's even a television in this town, there's bound to be a generator. In such a large town, it was unreasonable not to stockpile generators as strategic resources. With this thought, Sumo's mind became lively. As long as there are firearms, those previous monsters are hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps I can quickly develop the shelter using the ruins. With all his expectations tucked away in his heart, Soma continued to look at the moldy blanket he had snuck out. 3-piece bedding set, ordinary, description, composed of a quilt, bedsheet, and pillow. Special ability, the unique fabric slightly enhances comfort, while providing some moisture resistance. Evaluation, the love that white sheets lack. This red mandarin duck 3-piece set makes up for it. Although he had obtained an ordinary item, Soma did not feel disheartened. He had not held out much hope when he took this item. The already moldy blanket having a special ability that slightly increases comfort was already quite rare. Taking advantage of the sunlight outside, Soma stepped out of the shelter and laid the 3-piece set flat on the ground to let the bedding fully absorb the sunlight and remove the mold. In fact, if conditions had allowed, Soma would have preferred to wash these items with water before putting them out to dry. However, given the current living situation, he had to keep things simple. Back in the shelter, Soma took out the table, tea set, and seasonings he had previously removed. Unfortunately, this time, the game panel could not recognize these items and they could only be used as ordinary furniture, cups, and seasonings. However, the half bag of flour he found in the kitchen made Soma quite happy. Exquisite flour, excellent, description, creamy white in color, between high-end, low flour, with a semi-loose texture, suitable for buns, steamed bread, noodles, etc. Special ability, the flour has an automatic dust removal function, is not prone to spoilage or mold, and can be stored for a long time. Evaluation, what? Looking at it, don't you want to make a bowl of oil-splashed noodles and have a bite? Soma's requirements for food were not high, as long as it could be stored for a long time without spoiling. That was enough. The special ability of the flour was just to his liking. At this stage, everyone's meals were extremely simple. Soma's rye bread at least had enough salt to meet his daily needs. Others were not so lucky. Some people could only dig for grass or peel bark for their 3 meals a day, and some were so hungry that they dared to eat dirt just to survive. As for the mutant beast meat that could be traded due to the harsh natural environment, these animals basically had very little fat in their meat, making it as tough as eating tree bark. Only Oreo, who was indifferent to food, was enjoying it. Soma was also happy about this. Compared to the exchange rate of 100 milliliters of water for 500 g of bread in the trading market, he could trade 100 milliliters of water for about 700 g to 800 g of mutant beast meat. Opening the trading panel, Soma's eyes sparkled. Today, he decided to treat himself well, spending a bit more water to exchange for some delicious food to celebrate, considering it a smooth escape from the ruins. After a whole afternoon of stockpiling, plus what was left from the morning and what he had consumed for healing, he now had a total of 3.8 L of ethereal water. In the eyes of global survival players, Soma would claim second place in terms of storage. No one dared to claim first. After checking around and finding no one selling rare items, Soma directly began searching for keywords. Chicken, sorry, no trading items related to chicken found. Pork, sorry, no trading items related to pork found. Beef. The items in the trading channel were all sorts of strange, with some people opening good things from treasure chests on Earth, but without exception, there was not a single neat product. After searching around, Soma could only helplessly change direction. This time his keyword became canned meat. Sorry, no trading items related to canned meat found, not even this? Cured meat. 2-item information found for you. After changing direction, Soma revealed a satisfied smile. A 400 g piece of cured meat, a 200 g piece of cured meat. According to the unit price, 1 milliliter of spirit water can be exchanged for 3 g of cured meat, which is quite expensive. After opening a private chat and messaging the seller, upon seeing it was Sumo, the other party was pleasantly surprised and asked if he wanted to trade with spirit water. After receiving a positive response from Sumo, the other side proactively lowered the price. They reduced the unit price to 1 milliliter of water for 6 g of cured meat, leaving Sumo dumbfounded. Although it had been rumored recently that spirit water was a healing holy water, many people only knew of its existence without knowing if it was true or not. Seeing the other party so agreeable, Sumo decided to promote the item and traded at the original price, which elicited a flurry of thanks from the seller. After spending 200 milliliters of spirit water to exchange for the cured meat, a flash of light passed, and the water level in the wooden barrel storing the spirit water decreased insignificantly. Meanwhile, 2 pieces of cured meat of different sizes appeared in Sumo's item bar. Taking out the cured meat, he looked at the marbled, translucent, shiny, and brightly colored cured meat, which had a yellowish-red hue, and his fingers couldn't help but twitch with desire. He took out 6 units of iron blocks to use for base renovation and switched to the manufacturing page. Iron stove, iron blocks 6/6, wood 1/1, soil 2/2, confirm manufacturing. Iron blocks -6, wood -1, soil -2. A flash of light from the manufacturing process revealed a common stove found in rural areas in Sumo's item bar. Finding a spot near the corner, with a thought, the stove appeared in place. This is also the benefit of system manufacturing. During the first placement, one only needs to concentrate their thoughts to choose the placement location. Taking out the earthen pot scavenged from the ruins after pouring in 100 milliliters of spirit water for a wash, Oreo, who was lying at the door, began howling loudly. I almost forgot about you, little guy. Since returning, Oreo had voluntarily run to the door to guard, behaving obediently and not at all like a husky. At this moment, following the scent of the cured meat, it was both eager to come over and beg for food and afraid that if it left, monsters might invade and it wouldn't be able to protect Suemo. Wait. Let's eat together, don't rush. With an approving glance, Suemo looked at Oreo, who stopped howling upon receiving affirmation, but the drool at the corner of Oreo's mouth revealed its honesty. Huskies are originally working dogs, but after being domesticated in the city, they gradually lost their wildness, and their work now only consisted of tearing things apart. At this moment, guarding the door, it was no worse than a rural mutt. After cleaning the earthen pot, he placed it on the stove. As a child from the older generation in the countryside, he was not like the children in the city today who only knew that turning on the gas stove would ignite a flame. Suemo took out a unit of wood and stuffed it underneath, then took out the lighter he had traded for earlier, easily igniting the plant fibers. Pouring in nearly a liter of spirit water, Suemo tossed in both pieces of cured meat. Given the simple conditions, he planned to make a nourishing cured meat soup to enjoy a warm drink. Unfortunately, the cabbage and tomatoes nearby had just been planted. Otherwise, adding some fresh vegetables would make it even more delicious. He added salt for seasoning, followed by a bit of fermented black beans, cooking wine, and black pepper for flavor. Before long, the bubbling cured meat soup wafted a sweet aroma. Sitting by the earthen pot, Suemo was also tempted by the smell. For 3 whole days he hadn't eaten food with seasoning. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that a simple cured meat soup without any vegetables could make him crave it this much. Seeing that the soup was almost ready, Suemo opened the trading panel again and bought a pound of mutated coyote meat. He used 3 units of wood to make 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks. Soma placed one of the small bowls on the ground, tossed in some coyote meat, and then ladled out some of the bacon soup from the pot, pouring in the 200g piece of bacon as well. Oreo, it's time to eat, he called out. Today's feast is a reward for protecting your master during the battle. You need to keep up the good work from now on. During the fight with the black dog, Oreo had stepped up, interrupting the dog's second pounce and creating a great opportunity for Soma. Naturally, it deserved a reward. Watching Oreo spin around, trying to avoid the hot and fragrant food, Soma chuckled heartily and poured the remaining soup from the pot into his own bowl. The original flavor of the ethereal water was glutinous and delicious. Once heated, the sweet aroma spread freely in the air, though the rich and savory taste of the bacon quickly tempered the sweetness from expanding endlessly. The soup had a slightly white color, with glistening oil droplets floating on the surface, making it mouth-watering and enticing. He picked up the bacon with chopsticks, took a gentle bite, and the juices burst forth, creating a rich and fragrant flavor that was neither greasy nor dry. The culinary delights of his homeland always had a way of healing the soul. This was far from the precarious end of the world. Instead, it felt like a blissful moment floating in paradise. Ignoring the fact that the soup was still a bit hot, Soma lifted the small bowl and slurped a mouthful, savoring the lingering taste that left him wanting more. After a sumptuous feast, both man and dog collapsed in satisfaction. Oreo's belly was round, and paired with its adorably quirky head tilt, it was utterly charming. Taking advantage of the time to digest, Soma opened his private message panel. Sure enough, several messages from Fong Manhwa had come through. Fong Manhwa, since there's no specific timing tool, I calculated based on the sun's angle. I entered the ruins around 8 in the morning. Fong Manhwa, the outside of the ruins is shrouded in a layer of mist, but I could barely see the situation inside when I got closer. Looking at Fong Manhwa's messages from the past 2 days, Soma nodded. In terms of time and the shape of the ruins, it seemed everyone was experiencing something similar. He pulled his thoughts down and continued reading. Fong Manhwa, after entering the ruins, when I came to my senses, I found myself standing inside a building surrounded by the blast-proof glass I traded for you. I tried to look outside through the window, but the mist blocked my view. I didn't dare to go out after that, and just held onto a few pieces of blast-proof glass until I was automatically exited from the ruins 2 hours later. Fong Manhwa, after exiting the ruins, about 2 hours had passed just like inside the ruins. Fong Manhwa, although I couldn't leave the ruins, I can be sure that this ruin is definitely not from our earth. Seeing Fong Manhwa's messages, Soma's expression darkened, sensing something was amiss. The first 2 messages about the timing and appearance of the ruins matched up, but the last 3 were completely different. Not only Fong Manhwa, but everyone who had entered the ruins and come out described their location as being inside a building. Only Soma had appeared in a wasteland, needing to break through a farmer's wall to enter the yard. Moreover, Soma was 99% certain that the place he entered was definitely related to Earth. Soma, on what basis are you so sure? With a thought, he sent the message and pondered deeply, holding a white porcelain teacup in his hand. On the other side, in a slightly damp underground base, a woman leaning against the wall smiled as she looked at the messages on the screen. Illuminated by the firelight, her bright smile and charming demeanor stood in stark contrast to the plight of other survivors. If Soma could see her at that moment, he would surely recognize her as Fong Manhwa. Fong Manhwa didn't reply immediately. Instead, she sent a message to others in the private message interface. Before long, 4 people walked into the underground base. 3 men and 1 woman, each with a tall stature and a resolute expression. Did not resemble ordinary people. So, yeah, what did that sumo say? The woman who entered spoke anxiously at once, and the other 3 men also showed expressions of anticipation upon hearing the name Sumo. It's hard to say. Sumo is a very cautious person. I judge that his strength is quite formidable. He has already explored the safe house. Fong Manhwa shook her head slightly. Everyone fell silent. Fong Manhwa continued, he previously bought glass to strengthen his shelter and has a continuous supply of water. Normally, one would think he should be guarding a gold mine and developing slowly, but Sumo did not. He still took the risk to enter the ruins, proving he is not an ordinary person. What should we do then? Can we still recruit him into our team? The scarred man on the left couldn't contain his impatience and asked anxiously. Let's take it one step at a time. Right now, we have no means of transportation, so moving is quite impossible. It's only because we are close that we can stay in contact. Fong Manhwa, Sumo, come on, you've seen the properties of that glass. Where on earth do we have such technology? It's almost like magic. Moreover, there are others in our team who have also ventured out of their buildings and seen the outside world. If Sumo is considering joining us, we could share this information together. Looking at Fong Manhwa's reply, Sumo shook his head and chuckled silently. It wasn't that he feared loneliness or that he was afraid these people would harm him. At this stage, forming a team was nearly impossible except for proximity. If he were to join a team, the only value he could provide at the moment was the ethereal water he had. That was not worth the trade. After sending Fong Manhwa a private message with a reward of 100 milliliters of ethereal water information, Sumo turned off the private messages. When I next enter the ruins, if I still stand out from others, I will try to buy information from others. There's no rush for now. The greatest danger at present was still the unknown. Periodic disasters. Exploring the ruins required ensuring the safety of the shelter. If one were to prioritize the wrong things, it could lead to the shelter being breached by disasters, resulting in a loss of both resources and personnel. After thinking for a while, Sumo gathered his thoughts and began to continue building the shelter. The iron acquisition situation was nearly complete, but the initial shelter could not be entirely made of iron. The strength of an iron shelter was not very high, although it would form a Faraday cage to resist lightning. Its practicality was actually very low. Ideally, reinforced concrete would be the best solution. Opening the resource panel, Sumo began to organize the purchased resources. First was iron. He had previously collected 130 units intermittently, used 6 units to craft an iron stove, leaving 124. Next was wood, due to entering the ruins, he had not cut any trees today, and the current stock was only 1 unit. Plant fibers and stones were all exhausted. There were 6 units of soil. The ethereal water, after buying meat for cooking and paying Fong Manhwa's reward, was down to 1.8 L. Sumo did not plan to save this water. Ethereal water had a fixed daily output, but the materials varied and needed to be collected manually for sale. Sumo kept a watchful eye. The current trading system had serious bugs, with no restrictions and the ability to transfer items across distances. In the short term, this mechanism might not seem problematic, but as time went on, it would inevitably be controlled by financial professionals. By buying low and selling high, these financiers could easily manipulate ordinary people. The survival game would not sit idly by while these people disrupted the rules. After the novice phase, the trading system would definitely have some restrictions added, or it might even be abolished altogether. Moreover, the most critical trading items, water and food, would surely see their exchange ratios return to normal over time. At that time, it became increasingly difficult to leverage the asymmetry of resources to gain a developmental advantage. Understanding this, Sumo opened the trading panel and began to shop. Rare items were still not being listed for sale. He switched to ordinary materials and sorted them by unit price. Excluding wood, soil, and food fibers, stones were currently the cheapest resource on the market. Collecting 1 unit of stone on the vast plains took about 15 to 20 minutes. Miners near the mines could extract a stone in about 5 minutes. Therefore, calculating the resource value based on labor, 1 unit of stone required 5 milliliters of water. Just a slight mental calculation of this account made Sumo exclaim in anger. What a black mine! No, even a capitalist black mind wouldn't dare to do this. After digging stones under the blazing sun for an hour, he could only exchange it for 60 milliliters of water. Converted, that's just 2 sips of water. This is also why many miners rest during the day and come out to mine at night. The scorching heat of the sun during the day consumes too much energy. 60 milliliters of water is simply not enough to compensate for an hour's expenditure. Only at night can this water resource barely sustain the miner's basic life needs. Analyzing further, Sumo gained more understanding of the plight of others in this apocalyptic world. He suppressed his inner anger and took a deep breath, saying, "A game of human lives." Essentially, it was a seemingly gamified survival world, but behind it were countless desperate eyes yearning to live. Mining was just a miserable way to survive. If you don't mine, you die. Of course, these miners were still among the relatively better off ordinary people. Those living in vast plains like Sumo had no mines to dig. They could only chop down trees, and the resources gained were even less, probably not enough to sustain one person's daily needs. Shaking his head slightly in disappointment, pretending to forget the many images that flashed through his mind earlier, Sumo whispered, "When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When rich, one should help the world. I suppose this is my insignificant contribution." According to market prices, the exchange rate of his ethereal water to ordinary water was 1 to 1.3. However, Sumo did not exchange it but directly used ethereal water to start shopping. The monopolistic trade was too profitable. He spent just 1 L of ethereal water to buy as much as 200 units of stone. With the remaining 800 milliliters of water, Sumo took out 500 milliliters and exchanged it all for food to store. In choosing food, Sumo adhered to the principles of easy storage, filling, salty, and not easily perishable, opting entirely for bread. Along with the 8 pounds of large loaf panels he had left earlier, he now had a total of 14 pounds of bread in stock. Looking at the inventory filled with supplies, Sumo, who had previously felt down due to humanity's plight, gradually regained his confidence and said steadily, "Although relying on the system is not my true skill, who can predict the future? As long as I am alive, humanity will never go extinct. One day, I will become stronger and live longer. Perhaps I can create a super shelter that even the worst natural disasters cannot shake." Sumo's tone grew increasingly steady. Meanwhile, Oreo, who was lying in vigilance, turned over at the right moment, howling to indicate that he too shared this burden. January 4th, Doomsday Calendar. You slept very soundly, your spirit and condition fully restored. Survival points +2. You discovered a ruin. Survival points +2. You gained your first companion in the apocalypse, Oreo, and you are very happy. Your depression has vanished. Survival points +20. You explored the ruins, which gave you some understanding of the unknown. Survival points +5. You defeated a formidable enemy, a ruin monster, and your combat power increased. Survival points +10. You harvested abundantly in the ruins. Survival points +5. Your meals are very satisfying, greatly enhancing your sense of happiness. Survival points +2. Scanning host's living environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today you gain 36 survival points. Final tally: survival points +82. Remaining survival points 202. The morning sunlight poured in, and Sumo woke up and warm as the cold of the night was dispelled by the 3-piece bedding set he obtained yesterday. Oreo, lying beside him, saw Sumo wake up and obediently placed his dog head on the bedside, signaling Sumo to pet him. After giving Oreo's head a gentle pat, Sumo stretched lazily and sat up at the head of the bed. After 2 days of accumulation, his survival points finally exceeded 200, meeting the minimum requirement for shelter material upgrades. He opened the chat channel. After the confusion of the previous days, the remaining survivors began to face reality and the struggle for survival in the wasteland. He first entered the World Channel chat. The first round of acid rain disaster is coming tomorrow. By the way, are you all prepared? Prepared for what? I'd rather have the acid rain today. This damn weather is unbearably hot. My throat feels like it's on fire. Are you serious, brother upstairs? You dare to drink acid rain? I respect you as a warrior. Isn't boiled acid rain drinkable? Can't it be? Let me educate you. Acid rain isn't undrinkable. It depends on the concentration. For example, acid rain is just very dilute sulfuric acid, and the impurities in it are harmful. Even after boiling and precipitating, there will still be residues. If the concentration is low, a small amount might be okay, but if it's high, I suggest you pray for your own safety. God will bless us to survive. Compared to the initial crowding in the World Channel, the current discussions are sparse. One can clearly see everyone's messages without needing to scroll. The content has shifted from despair and pessimism to occasionally sharing small bits of knowledge. Tomorrow is the disaster. Time flies so fast. Arriving in the Wasteland world, 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After switching to the regional channel, Sumo first looked at the survival count on the far right, 774. Not bad. This number is much better than expected. During the novice phase, there generally won't be any crazy mutated creatures attacking at night, so the surviving humans can at least scrape by at night. But on the last day before the Disaster strikes, everyone must consider how to survive this calamity. He got up, poured out the stored ethereal water from the night, and carefully watered the vegetable growth medium. After storing all the remaining ethereal water in the bucket, Sumo began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the fourth day in the wasteland. He took out the pot he had cleaned the night before, placed it on the stove, ignited the last unit of wood, and set it under the stove to start the fire. The sweet-smelling ethereal water was poured into the pot and began to heat up. As a faint aroma wafted through the air, Sumo continued to take out the large bread and began to tear it apart like in lamb soup. Pieces of bread the size of his fingers were added to the pot, gradually softening and merging as the water temperature rose. After tearing about 1.5 pounds, the water in the pot began to boil. In an instant, the rich peach nut flavor of the large bread mixed with crushed hazelnuts, bursting forth a unique ethereal fragrance. So fragrant, this water is simply a natural seasoning. Sumo took a deep breath of the refreshing aroma. If last night's meat soup was satisfying, then today's bread soup is pure enjoyment. Although it has been less than a week since entering the wasteland, Soma feels as if it has been at least a month since he last tasted something so delicious. His mouth is already watering uncontrollably. It would be even better with some vegetables. Soma thinks as he controls the heat and opens the trading channel. Searching for vegetables? Swipe. There are dozens of pages of vegetable packs. The prices are all inflated. Some of these vegetable packs were obtained from treasure chests, while others were leftovers from instant noodles. Soma initially thought of trading with ethereal water, but then reconsidered. Why not try the world channel? With that thought, he opened the world channel. Since arriving in the wasteland, he hadn't used his little horn even once. Soma, I'm trading a bowl of fragrant bread soup made with ethereal water for vegetable packs. Highest bidder wins. Serious inquiries only. A message slid across the world channel. Soma's personal homepage now has over 1 million followers, and as soon as the message was posted, it was quickly noticed by many. Wow, is Soma really that generous? Ethereal water soup? Hiss. Although most people have accepted Soma's generosity, a small portion of those who don't often check the world chat were extremely shocked. In just a few seconds, Soma received thousands of trading messages. Some indeed had vegetable packs, while others planned to exchange other resources. Soma, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please, just let me have a sip of soup. I have a kerosene lamp. Can I trade it for a bite to eat? Big shot. I have a pack of Kong Shuifu sauerkraut flavored instant noodles. Can I trade it? I have a portable vegetable pack, a full 100g. Can I trade it, Soma? So many people came to trade. The bustling scene was beyond what Soma had anticipated. As Soma ladled out a bowl of about 200 milliliters of bread soup, the trading channel exploded even more. 200g bread soup, excellent. Description: a bowl of bread soup made with special water, rich in aroma and full of happiness. Special ability: after consumption, slightly increases fullness and restores a certain degree of injury. Evaluation: can you remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten? Do. After adding ethereal water, the artificially made bread soup reached an excellent level, causing a frenzy in the market. Naturally, Soma would trade with whoever offered the most vegetable packs. After a long selection, Soma spotted someone who seemed willing to bid the most. Alan Brando. Hi, Mr. Soma. I have 2 small packs of dehydrated vegetables, totaling 250g, and I also have a 200g pack of gunpowder. Can I trade for the bread soup you have listed? Not only did he have the vegetable pack Soma needed, but he also had an unexpected bonus. Most buyers were using a vegetable pack plus resources approach, yet this guy had such strategic level supplies. Although it's unrealistic to manufacture firearms with the current technology, it's always better to be prepared. Immediately, Soma designated Alan as the trading partner and chose his 3 items for exchange. This designated trade meant others could only watch and not participate. Within seconds, Alan's items were snatched up and the trade was completed. Gunpowder is a delicate item, and Soma hasn't found a place to store it yet, so he had to keep it in his inventory for now. He took out the vegetable pack and poured a 100g bag of mixed vegetables into the remaining bread soup. Gurgle, gurgle. The small shelter was filled with a blend of fragrant and vegetable aromas. Oreo had already obediently settled by the pot, staring intently at the vegetable bread soup, drooling profusely, with saliva dripping onto the floor. Sprinkle some seasoning, and it's ready to serve. As a true native of Shanxi, such a bland dish is not Sumo's habit. He took out some chili powder he scavenged from the ruins and reluctantly sprinkled a bit into the pot. Instantly, the spicy aroma of the chili mingled with the fragrant smell of the bread soup, creating a mouth-watering blend of flavors. Suamo took a deep breath, moved the pot to the stove beside him, and prepared to serve. Ha, ha, oh whoa, woo woo woo. Oreo wiggled his nose, lying on the ground, unable to contain his excitement. You little foodie. Suamo chuckled and shook his head, lifting the pot and pouring a small portion into Oreo's bowl, keeping the rest for himself. The soup from the pot carried a warmth that was hard to find in the city. The soft bread crumbs melted in his mouth at the slightest touch. Suamo chewed particularly carefully, not missing a single vegetable strip, and with his eyes closed, he felt as if he had returned to a civilized era. If I could have a meal like this every day, how refreshing! A man and his dog enjoyed a hearty meal. By the time they finished eating and cleaned the pot and stove, the sun was already high in the sky, and the morning chill had completely dissipated, making it a perfect time to go out and work. Today, we must get the drainage sorted to prevent flooding. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his shovel and rushed outside. It was 10 o'clock in the wasteland, and worker Sumo was on time for work. Perhaps due to the beginner's protection period, the wild animals were not as frenzied. After scanning the area, he found no mutated creatures near the base today. What a pity, I thought I might receive a delivery today. The mutated beasts that others feared like tigers had become a delivery service for Sumo. It must be said that as long as one can shift their mindset in the apocalypse, it can be quite a different experience. Standing on a small hill in the shelter, Sumo looked out, and it was still a desolate and vast landscape. Days of scorching sun had turned the previously slightly green ground into a patch of scorched yellow. He stepped over to the thicket he had cut down before, the place where he had encountered the chameleon, now devoid of any traces, carried away by the noisy winds of the plains at night. Aside from a bit of disarray, it was hard to intuitively judge that a battle had once erupted here. Taking out his iron axe, Sumo began to chop wood. The wood in the trading market was very cheap. Even 100 milliliters of water could be exchanged for dozens of units of wood. However, Sumo's purpose was not this. Just like in a certain shadow ninja on Earth, even with chakra, one must start training the application of chakra from the most basic tasks like climbing trees and wading through water. Sumo's actions now were just like that. Controlling the axe, with each swing, Sumo pursued the utmost precision. Controlling power. With every chop, he aimed to keep the force within a certain range, neither too great nor too small. Even if I have firearms, in this world, I can't avoid close combat with others. The more he wanted to control, the more Sumo felt the difficulty within. I don't possess the kind of power that can break all laws in fantasy novels. I can only pursue speed and precision. The key lies in striking vital points, moving quickly, applying enough force, and ensuring accuracy. Looking at the second small tree that had fallen, with much neater chop marks compared to the first, Sumo had a moment of enlightenment. Blocking is not as good as dodging. Dodging is not as good as striking first. Before taking action, I must think like chopping wood, determining where to strike for maximum efficiency. If I can eliminate the enemy before they strike, I won't have to worry about not having professional training to dodge those attacks. The more Sumo thought, the more precise the force of the axe in his hand became. In less than an hour, he was able to maintain both power and accuracy within a wide range. At this point, he had accumulated 20 units of wood and 8 units of plant fibers. Back at the base, after gulping down a few mouthfuls of cool water and sending a portion to Oreo, who was patrolling the area, Sumo began to assess the drainage design. Currently, the shelter lacked sewage treatment pipes, and using the restroom was a hasty outdoor affair. So there was no immediate need to consider how to channel the shelter's wastewater. After the safe house was placed, it slightly altered the terrain of the hill, transforming it into a gentle slope. Logically, there shouldn't be any normal drainage issues. However, this type of terrain is prone to forming depressions, and during heavy rain, it could create lake-like puddles beneath the shelter's foundation. Over time, the moisture and water pressure could compromise the structural stability of the shelter. Not to mention acid rain, which would further erode the surrounding landscape, rendering it barren and detrimental to the base's future development. A simple drainage ditch isn't enough. I need to dig a terrain that can divert the water away, ideally to 400 or 500 meters away. After roughly planning the path in his mind, Sumo began to work. Fortunately, the shovel crafted from the game's panel had a certain assistive function, allowing him to lift a patch of land with just a little effort. Even so, after digging for 3 to 4 hours until dusk, he had only managed to excavate a little over 50 meters of drainage ditch. The 3 ditches, resembling scratch marks, were crooked and lacked concrete reinforcement, appearing extremely loose. However, the effectiveness was assured. Calling upon the survival system, Sumo focused on the dugout drainage ditch. Simple drainage facility upgrade option 1, reinforce the facility, change the material, greatly improve drainage efficiency, requires survival points, 150, upgrade option 2, use underground pipes for sewage, more efficient and discreet, less prone to damage, requires survival points, 550, description, don't think about turning this drainage ditch, I guarantee you'll get stuck. Let's try adding 1 unit of stone. Assessing the 2 paths provided by the system, Sumo took out 1 unit of stone and piled it on the drainage ditch. Sure enough, the requirement for upgrade option 1 decreased by 3 points. The description changed to, upgrade option 1. Use stone reinforcement to increase drainage efficiency, enhance durability, and make it less prone to corrosion, requires survival points, 147. With a full 200 units of stone in his backpack, Sumo didn't mind using it since it was cheap. 10 units, 20 units. After placing down a total Of 47 units of stone, the survival point requirement from the system no longer changed with the increase in stone. It fixed at 9 points. Select Upgrade Option 1. As soon as he spoke, a green light radiated from Sumo's body, merging the 40-plus units of stone with the drainage ditch. Starting from beneath Sumo's feet, the originally soft soil of the drainage ditch began to show traces of stone. With each sweep of the green light, more and more stone appeared in the soil. After 3 to 5 seconds, the stone drainage ditch was complete. The drainage ditch, made of gray-black rocks, looked neat and orderly, resembling the Great Wall on the desolate land, evoking a sense of awe. It appeared as if a machine had laid down a complete stone surface, showing no signs of manual excavation. The whole seemed naturally formed. The more he looked, the more pleased Sumo felt. Detected that the player has exceeded a 99% probability of surviving the first natural disaster and is the only player globally to achieve this feat. Earned 1 lottery chance. Standing on the small hill and gazing into the distance, Sumo felt a wave of joy wash over him and quickly opened the game panel to check. At that moment, behind the Azure game panel functions, a new feature, colorful and shimmering, had appeared: the lottery. I didn't expect digging a drainage ditch would lead to such an achievement. If I had known, I would have dug it out on the first day. Looking at the lottery wheel before him, Sumo focused intently. The roulette is divided into 5 areas: pets, blueprints, tools, props, and resources. There's no thank you for your patronage. This is definitely not a game developed by the old Ma family. All 5 options are extremely useful. With Oreo's help, resources are abundant now, so even if he draws a pet, Sumo doesn't mind having one more mouth to feed and directly presses the lottery button. The initial speed of the roulette is fast, but as time goes on, it inevitably slows down, and the pointer finally stops in the blueprint area. Record: congratulations, the player has drawn the hunting crossbow manufacturing blueprint. Just as the game panel's prompt finished, a red glowing design appeared in the item bar. Hunting crossbow manufacturing blueprint, a long-range combat tool, slow loading speed, high initial speed with considerable lethality. It is an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. It's actually a ranged weapon. Sumo's eyes lit up. Long before his first battle, he had thought about making a ranged weapon. However, he had always shelved this idea due to a lack of good crafting direction and the scarcity of survival points. He never expected to draw a crossbow that is even more advanced than a bow. The biggest difference between a bow and a crossbow lies in accuracy. A crossbow does not require aiming while drawing the string, so it has lower demands on the user. Although the loading time is much longer than that of a bow, generally speaking, it has a longer range, greater lethality, and higher hit rate, making it a powerful long-range killing weapon. A bow can only shoot about 20 to 30 meters for a woman due to arm strength. But with a crossbow, once you learn how to use it, within 50 meters, you can basically hit wherever you aim, with frightening accuracy. After crushing the crossbow blueprint, a stream of light merged into the game panel's crafting function. Sumo eagerly opened the crafting list to check the material requirements for making a hunting crossbow and crossbow bolts. Scrolling down to the bottom of the crafting page, Sumo clicked with his mind, and the material list popped up. Hunting crossbow, wood 0/8, iron block 0/8, copper block 0/4, nylon 0/2, composite nylon 0/1, matching crossbow bolts. 5. Wood 0/2, iron block 0/1. After unlocking the crossbow blueprint, the matching crossbow bolt blueprint comes included, so Sumo doesn't need to obtain it again. Iron blocks are easy to handle. Now I just need nylon and composite nylon, and copper blocks. I wonder if others have nylon. Copper blocks should be relatively easier to get. While pondering, Sumo called Oreo back and walked back to the shelter. When exploring the game panel, it's easy to overlook the surrounding environment, so Sumo usually browses the trading market inside the shelter. Previously, when checking trading items, Sumo had seen many strange little things. Now, upon searching, he indeed found traces of copper blocks on the trading panel. Currently, a copper block is priced at 100 milliliters of water, while nylon is nowhere to be found. These people are asking too high a price. After browsing around, Sumo suddenly realized that there were only 2 people selling copper blocks. The newly listed copper blocks were snatched up by these 2 before he could buy them. These players, similar to game merchants, hoard currently scarce resources and inflate prices. It's better to collect them. Myself, trading materials for ghost energy water is more cost-effective. After pondering for a moment, Sumo listed several trading options. Seller: Sumo, trade item 50 milliliters ethereal water, demand 1 copper block, stock 200 milliliters. Trade item 100 milliliters ethereal water, demand nylon *2, stock 200 milliliters. Trade item 200 milliliters ethereal water, demand composite nylon, stock 200 milliliters ethereal water. The acid rain that is about to arrive tomorrow is not considered a disaster by most people. It is seen as supplies. Since morning, the purchasing power of water has been continuously declining. Not only the exchange materials but also the equivalent food exchanges have significantly dropped in value. However, the purchasing power of ethereal water remains strong. The materials being procured are just enough to meet the requirements for crafting a hunting composite crossbow. The exchange for copper blocks was posted less than half a minute ago, and 4 units were traded immediately. Boss, where did you dig up the ethereal water? Don't worry, we can split it 19 ways after we find it. Sumo, I still have copper blocks, please take mine, I haven't had water for a day. Sir, I have nylon, but the price isn't enough, it needs to go up. A stream of private messages flooded in. This was already the end. Time Sumo had listed ethereal water for sale, so almost everyone guessed he had a steady gold mine with a continuous water supply. Most people who bought ethereal water didn't just use it to quench their thirst. They primarily stored it as a strategic medical reserve in case of injury. It might just save a life. In the World Channel and Regional Channel, a large number of people began discussing the 2 types of nylon that Sumo needed. After the earlier probing, Sumo learned that nylon was not a scarce item, only a portion of people were unwilling to sell, hoping for a price increase. Watching the increasing number of private messages, Sumo set up keywords for composite nylon and decided to ignore them. There was no immediate lethal threat, and he didn't need the composite bow for emergencies just yet. Perhaps by evening, some people would sell at a lower price. After sorting by price, Sumo received another 50 units of stone, compensating for the previous losses from repairing the water channel. Once all the construction resources were slowly taken out and stacked neatly in the shelter, Sumo felt a surge of excitement. Living in a wooden shelter was fine at first, but as time passed, the wood would inevitably suffer from rigidity loss, making it quite unsafe. Now that he had gathered enough materials to upgrade to a stone shelter, Sumo didn't hesitate and began the manual upgrade. The first upgrade was the shelter's main door, the first line of defense in the Wasteland. Shelter main door, effect, slightly theft-proof, slightly radiation-proof. Upgrade option 1, increase the thickness of the wooden door, enhancing its sturdiness, slightly fireproof and waterproof. 10, upgrade option 2, change the material, upgrading the wooden door to a stone door, significantly increasing durability and other attributes. 5, evaluation, you wouldn't want to live in the apocalypse relying on a wooden door, would you? Selecting upgrade option 2, the stone materials on the ground glowed green as 10 units were melted down, transforming into stone water that adhered to the wooden door. After a brief wait, the original wooden door vanished, replaced by a quaintly designed stone door. Pushing open the stone bolt and pulling the wooden stone door handle, Sumo was once again pleasantly surprised. The thickness of the stone door was over 20 centimeters. Such thickness would make it difficult for even bullets to penetrate. As long as he secured the door from the inside, no matter how many people were outside, they couldn't break in. Of course, this was assuming those people didn't have explosives. The craftsmanship on the outside of the stone door was quite rough. The system had also considered concealment in the upgrade. Although it still looked out of place in the wilderness, at least ordinary creatures would only see it as a rough rock. After closing the door and returning to the base, Sumo began upgrading one by one. With each scan of the green light, the originally wooden floor underwent a tremendous transformation, turning into a light gray stone floor. After upgrading the foundation, Sumo started upgrading the load-bearing structures and the ceiling. With the final piece of wood changing color, the shelter was completely renewed. First was the internal environment. The damp feeling was gone, and the dirt from days of activity on the wooden boards had also disappeared. At this moment, the ground was tidy, entirely composed of light gray, and because it was polished to an extremely smooth and even finish, it almost looked like gray tiles at first glance. The previously uneven spots were now filled in under the system's upgrade. The color of the stone walls was a slightly ancient deep brown, with occasional stone patterns that made the shelter feel less oppressive. The ceiling overhead used the same color as the walls, enhancing the sense of unity. Not bad. Sumo looked around, both inside and out, and then opened the game panel to view the overall layout of the shelter. Personal shelter description: a shelter entirely made of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with good safety features providing unique benefits in moisture isolation and warmth. Space, 100, ceiling height 4.2 m, completeness, 100%. Facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, psychic water extractor, dining table. Introduction: one must pay for their youth, but you must build a house for your own youth. This is the greatness of human civilization. Sumo clapped his hands and sighed. The greatest benefit of a shelter made entirely of stone is nothing else but 2 words: safety. The safety that everyone desperately pursues in the apocalypse, Sumo managed to create in just 4 days. Walking around, touching here and looking there, surveying the completely renewed shelter, Sumo couldn't help but feel joy from the heart. What a pity, if only there was electricity. Living in this stone house is nowhere near as comfortable as reinforced concrete. Then I could install a bathroom, no, a bathtub, watch a movie, drink some red wine. Looking at the ceiling, Sumo sat on the steps, lost in thought. Since coming to this world, the closer the environment of the shelter was to Earth, the more complex Sumo's feelings became. From nothing to something, from the Stone Age to the Electric Age, humanity took over 5,000 years. Yet a person's lifespan is only a few decades at most. In this uncertain apocalypse, will there really be a day when power is restored? Clenching his fists, Sumo pushed aside the gloom. In his heart, now was not the time for lamentation. He hadn't even walked 3 kilometers into the nearby wilderness, so how could he talk about the future? After counting the supplies, the current storage of psychic water, not counting the 400 milliliters for sale in the trading market, had once again recovered to about 2.5 L. Leaving 1 L of water as a backup, Sumo began the last wave of shopping before the disaster. The first thing that came to Sumo's mind for procurement was cloth. Currently, there weren't many places in the shelter that required cloth for washing pots and pans. They were using plant fiber mats to make do. Considering the possibility of leaks in the base, using cloth to plug holes was also a reliable choice. There was a good stock of cloth in the trading market, whether from old clothes for sale or from treasure chests, a hodgepodge of various items. I'll just buy 2 rags and get some ordinary cloth to plug the holes. After a round of trading, spending 50 milliliters of psychic water, he purchased 1 gray rag, 1 dark blue rag, and a piece of cloth the size of a human head. Now that I have the cloth, next is various resources. Just as Sumo was about to continue checking, a private message popped up in the lower right corner. It was a message from Chen Pingyan, who had previously sold monster illustrations. After the two made a trade, they automatically added each other as friends, so when Sumo opened the game panel, he could directly see the message notification. Chen Pingyan, Su God, do you want composite nylon? I just happen to have a piece here. Sumo, yes. Do you want food or water? I can make food on the spot. Seeing the words composite nylon, Sumo felt a surge of joy in his heart. The composite nylon he had been trying to acquire on the trading market in the afternoon had not yielded any news by evening, and he never expected that Chen Pingyan would actually have it. It seems his combat power is quite good. This thing can't be found in the wild, Sumo pondered to himself. Having crossed over to this wasteland, Chen Pingyan, whether by luck or strength, was the first to obtain the rare item Monster Encyclopedia, and his strength should not be underestimated. Based on the frequency of exchanges, Chen Pingyan's life must not be too bad. At least with this combat power, he wouldn't kick the bucket before a large-scale natural disaster. Chen Pingyan, I want water. I need ethereal water. Can I trade 500 milliliters of water for 1 composite nylon? Sumo, sure. Chen Pingyan, damn, is it that scary, brother? You're not even haggling? Last time when he was selling the monster encyclopedia and water pairs in the trading channel, the trolls below were simply terrifying. Not to mention the various people trying to haggle. There were even thousands of dragon-slaying swords. Some even directly said, give my big brother a favor, can you just give me that monster encyclopedia? Therefore, this time during the trade, Chen Pingyan deliberately quoted a high price, but unexpectedly. Sumo, you can back out, but our trades will end here, and I will blacklist you dealing with such people. Sumo knew a basic principle. This was also a rule he had learned from shopping. The same vegetables, the same price, in the market, everyone thinks about haggling, trying to see if they can lower the price, regardless of whether they buy or not. On the other hand, in a supermarket, everyone can't haggle and can only take it as is. Even if the former successfully haggles, upon reflection, they might feel a bit dissatisfied because the buyer can never grasp where the seller's bottom line is. The latter, although not haggling, feels that since everyone is paying the same price, they can't sense how much they are losing. If Sumo agreed to Chen Pingyan's price increase at this moment, it would plant a seed of a principle without a bottom line in his heart. Future trades would likely not go as smoothly as they do now. Chen Pingyan, Su God, don't. I was joking, you're my brother, don't be mad at me. 500 milliliters is fine, I urgently need ethereal water to survive. This wilderness is too dangerous, there are monsters everywhere. Sumo, have you explored outside? Chen Pingyan, yes. I chose the shelter on the ground. I can only survive by scavenging map resources. The monsters in this wasteland are fiercer than the last, and I can only pray that no biological mutations occur in future disasters, otherwise, it will truly be a disaster for humanity. Looking at Chen Pingyan's words, Sumo felt a bit curious. After suppressing his desire to ask Chen Pingyan about the wild environment, Sumo initiated the trade and designated Chen Pingyan as the seller. Back and forth, 500 milliliters of ethereal water was successfully exchanged for a rare piece of composite nylon. In the short time of the trade, the price of water continued to plummet. Even the price of food was steadily declining, while those usually cheap minerals were slowly climbing in value. The market's rising and falling trends seemed like an invisible hand, manipulating the fate of humanity in the wasteland. Sumo remained silent. He had already guessed the reason for this development. But at this moment, with a mouthful of bitterness, how could he calmly speak this cruel truth? All the humans who had crossed over to the wasteland were not lacking in water, nor were they lacking in food. The real reason is, those who couldn't survive the early days, who had no means to steadily obtain water and food in the wasteland, are already dead. It is now the evening of the 4th day of the apocalypse calendar. After 4 days, those who couldn't find a way to get water have permanently fallen on this wasteland. Without specific numbers, Sumo couldn't guess how many people there were. He could only judge the fate of humanity as a community from the current market prices. In the trading channel, watching the increasingly chaotic fluctuations in market prices, Sumo had no choice but to take action himself and start collecting materials. This time, the collection was still focused on base development materials, trying to gather as much iron and copper, which are highly sought after, as possible. Oreo, go watch the door, I'm going to make dinner, he called to the silly dog. After receiving the command, Oreo dashed to the door, obediently squatting down. The stone door couldn't block the smell. Oreo's role in this environment was no less than that of a monster encyclopedia. Cleaning the iron pot carefully with a cloth, Sumo added 600 milliliters of water to the pot, then followed the morning's recipe to put in the large loaf of bread. As the heat rose, the water began to boil. He added some seasoning and a vegetable pack. 2 bowls of steaming bread soup were ready. After dinner, the sky in the wasteland had completely darkened, and only a few warm spots remained in the shelter amidst the vast wilderness. The iron and copper pieces that were listed for sale before dinner had mostly been collected. Luck was on his side. Most people had not yet reached Sumo's stage and temporarily did not realize the importance of stockpiling basic resources. Unfortunately, no one had chosen to sell ordinary nylon, just when Sumo thought he wouldn't be able to collect ordinary nylon. Today, the 100 milliliters listed in the trading channel was sold out in 2 seconds, successfully netting him 2 pieces of nylon. With this, the materials for the hunting compound bow were complete. Got it. Sumo was delighted and opened the crafting page. At this moment, in the weapon section of the crafting page, the blueprint for the hunting compound bow was lit up, and the hammer symbol behind it indicated that it could be crafted. He focused on the blueprint. He chose to craft the hunting compound bow and 5 matching arrows. Confirm crafting. The sound of a small hammer ringing echoed as it struck the blueprint, and the materials in the item bar gradually disappeared. The iron block melted into iron water, beginning to mold into the bow shape, while the copper block rose from the ground, starting to change shape from a standard square. 2 pieces of nylon were stretched tight, and the composite nylon was pulled taut against the bow shape. Record: you lost wood -10, iron block -9, copper block -4, nylon -2. Composite nylon -1 record: you obtained a hunting compound bow record. You obtained arrows *5. Watching the progress bar complete, suddenly there was a bow that emitted a cold gleam in the item bar. With a thought, Sumo's right hand held a bow that looked exquisitely crafted, as if it were naturally formed, while on the ground lay 5 arrows that were perfectly identical, as if copied from a mold. Wow, this structure may be simple, but in terms of precision, it's absolutely not lacking. After carefully examining the structure of the bow mechanism, Sumo couldn't help but be astonished. Crossbows on Earth are standard controlled weapons, and civilians hardly have access to them. It was only in his previous life, when he was taken by his wealthy employer for entertainment, that he had visited a shooting range and encountered modern crossbows. The crossbow crafted from the blueprint now presented a tricolor scheme of yellow, silver, and black, exuding a sense of cold mystery. 2 small discs polished from brass hung on either side of the bow, responsible for holding the nylon string. The simple opening and closing mechanism in the middle was responsible for releasing the arrows. Sumo tried it out, and it could hold exactly 5 arrows at once. Although the crossbow couldn't fire continuously and needed to be reloaded after each shot, the ammunition storage was also quite satisfying. After setting the crossbow, Sumo began to use the stringing device to string it. The first crossbow bolt smoothly slid into the launch chamber. Containing his excitement, Sumo took a unit of wood from his inventory, crafted it into a wooden board, and placed it in the corner of the shelter. Aiming at the board, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! With an initial speed comparable to a small police handgun, it instantly embedded itself into the wood. Damn, no wonder it's directly cast. This power is a bit insane. Watching the bolt still slightly trembling, Sumo quickly approached the wooden board lying on the ground. He flipped over the board, which had a diameter of a full 6 centimeters, and the sturdy bolt had penetrated through, with half remaining on the front and half on the back. Although this power couldn't match the high-precision crossbows manufactured by major arms companies in the civilized era, it was still impressive. Just like that chameleon from before, taking a hit like this would probably mean instant death. Let's try again. Suddenly acquiring such a powerful weapon, Sumo felt an overwhelming excitement. However, he also understood that while the crossbow had immense power, it relied on steady accuracy. Just now, Sumo had aimed at the exact center of the 1-meter square board, but at the moment of launch, a slight tremor caused the bolt to hit the upper right corner, nearly missing the target. Even at just a distance of 10 meters, such a deviation could occur, not to mention the precision required at 50 or 100 meters. From accuracy to power, trajectory, and shooting feel, as well as how to draw the bowstring, Sumo began to slowly experiment with shooting. Crossbow bolts were not consumables. Essentially, a single bolt could be reused over 5 times after shooting into the board. Only after many uses would the bolt show slight deformation. Moreover, 5 bolts only required 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron, making it completely affordable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each shot, he researched and judged the angle of his aim and precision. Sumo's proficiency skyrocketed. In a shooting club on Earth, such luxurious training would cost tens of thousands in a day, but in the apocalypse, he could indulge without restraint. With each shot, Sumo aimed not for speed or force, but for precision. After repeatedly practicing 20 or 30 times, he shifted his focus to the laborious task of drawing the bowstring. The drawing of the crossbow had always been a significant issue. Not to mention the composite quick-draw crossbow in his hands. From the earliest crossbows, which used stirrup-style stringers, all crossbow enthusiasts had been on a quest to find easier ways to draw the string. Later came hand-cranked gear systems and pulley systems, along with specialized stringers. The efficiency of drawing the string had increased dramatically. After drawing the string 30 or 40 times in succession, Sumo felt the soreness and weakness in his arms while also gauging his current maximum speed. The first 3 bolts could be drawn, aimed, and fired within a minute. As he continued, each subsequent bolt required an additional half minute to a minute for preparation. After 10 bolts, each one would take at least a minute and a half to complete the entire process. If only I could modify it to an electric draw, that would be nice. Thinking of the powerful upgrades in the survival system, Sumo felt a surge of excitement. Focusing his attention, he called out to the system, fixing his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, normal, description, a long-range combat tool, slow to load, high initial speed, with considerable lethality, an essential tool for wilderness survival. Firing speed, 140 meters per second range, 80 m, maximum lethality, 165 m, effective lethality, 330 m, maximum lethality. Upgrade direction 1, upgrade crossbow materials, enhance crossbow draw weight, reduce draw pressure, requires survival points, 180. Upgrade direction 2, upgrade crossbow materials, add electric draw device, change design mode, increase automatic firing burst mode, increase magazine capacity, requires survival points, 400. Introduction. Humanities students use Cupid's arrows to shoot at girls' hearts, only science students would use a powerful crossbow to confess. Praise the machinery. Damn. Unfortunately, lacking education, a single damn can go a long way. At this moment, looking at the second attribute in front of him, Soma felt a bit shocked and excited. Previously, when upgrading the wooden spear, the option for an electric device had also appeared. However, the electric device for the wooden spear could hardly be compared to the crossbow in front of him. With the addition of the electric device, the crossbow completely changed its shooting method. It could not only fire in bursts but also draw automatically. As long as there were enough crossbow bolts, Soma was confident he could achieve a Gatling-like feeling with just one crossbow. And this upgrade only required 400 points. According to his current progress, as long as he could survive for about 10 days, he could almost gather that amount. By then, his combat power would soar. It's a pity, though, that it still requires electricity. If I can't generate power in a day or find a device to convert power, this thing is useless. With a long sigh, Soma once again felt the importance of restoring electricity. The reason why technology advanced so rapidly during the civilized era was primarily due to the invention of electricity. Electricity allowed every ordinary citizen to fully experience the charm of technology. But at the same time, without electricity, seeing Soma lost in thought, Oreo ran over, shaking its head as if to say, "Leave the tough problems to me. Oreo, I command you to generate electricity for me right now. This is the master's task." Soma laughed heartily, calling Oreo over and hugging it tightly, rubbing its head vigorously. Poor Oreo still didn't understand what electricity was, but upon hearing it was the master's task, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in its eyes. From Soma's perspective, Oreo seemed to be pondering something. When Soma turned the dog's head to look, Oreo's slightly clear gaze became murky again. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempts 0/3, having used the last opportunity of the day in detecting no mutated beasts nearby, Soma walked out with a torch. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the acid rain disaster. He needed to check one last time whether the drainage facilities were blocked by the wind and sand on the plains. I must ensure 100% safety. Calling Oreo to be on guard, Soma quickly made 3 torches and stuck them into the ground. The originally silver moonlight had now turned into an eerie red glow as the disaster approached. The red light spilled onto the ground, merging with the torchlight, creating an indescribably strange and beautiful scene. In just half a day, the wind and sand on the plains had already formed a thin layer over everything. Taking out a shovel, Soma began to clear the waterway. Once everything was done and confirmed to be unblocked, he returned to the shelter. Lying on the bed, with the firelight illuminating the sturdy stone door and the extremely smooth stone walls and floor, Soma covered himself with a blanket, his breathing gradually calming. The ample breath gave Soma full confidence to face the impending disaster. However, in the already cooling deep night, countless people were still running around the land with torches, begging to make disaster prevention measures with the last bit of time. Only a small number of people sat in the shelter with complex expressions, waiting for the disaster to arrive. A strong sense of crisis filled the night, except for Soma. No one could sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As night deepened, everything fell silent. A flock of black-feathered birds flapped their wings, soaring across the land, diving downwards. The once boisterous winds over the plains seemed to have calmed, as if the world was draped in a layer of black cloth. The light of the red moon began to fade, gradually hidden among the dark clouds. Water. It's water. We're saved. We have water. Thank God, thank Jesus, thank the new life. Countless dark shelters, with the sound of raindrops growing louder, began to flicker with tiny flames. In the next moment, some people excitedly rushed out of their shelters, standing beneath the sky, reveling in the touch of water. Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, suddenly illuminating the earth and the frenzied expressions of these people. The subsequent roar was like a warning, shaking the very foundations of the world. Splash! As time brewed, the previously sparse drizzle suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, and in the pitch-black night, the sound of rain became the only solo. The parched earth greedily absorbed the nutrients falling from the sky. The sun-baked ground, cracked and dry, began to heal under the caress of the rain. Everything seemed to be revitalized once more. However, my face, how could my face be like this? When the first person's face began to show pits as if corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, the crowd that had rushed out was instantly dumbfounded. By the light of the lightning, in a fleeting glance, those caught in the rain suddenly realized the exposed skin had been scorched black, with tiny pits appearing, not painful but accompanied by a strange numbness. Most terrifying of all of this happened without a sound. In the world channel, countless meteorologists and chemists who had crossed over were also reporting anomalies of acid rain. Everyone be careful, don't let the rain fall on your bodies for too long. Continuous contact for more than a minute will lead to corrosion. This rain is abnormal. It might not be sulfuric acid. I conducted experiments, and it showed no corrosion on wood or soil. Those with conditions can collect some to research with me. Professor Lee has run out of speaking time today. I'll help him say. Professor Lee mentioned that this acid rain might contain a neurocorrosive acid. Never let your body come into direct contact with the acid rain for too long, and if you get caught in it, wipe it off quickly. I just took a 10-minute shower, and now my whole body has lost sensation. Please help me, I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home, I want to drink water, I don't want to stay here, please help me. My stomach hurts so much, I just drank a little rainwater, it hurts. More and more numb voices filled the world channel, stirring a wave of apocalyptic panic. Water droplets had already begun to invade the dilapidated shelter. The poorly sealed underground shelters started to leak water crazily. The low terrain had begun to accumulate rainwater in pits. More and more people began to understand the meaning of disaster. It turned out that this was not just a small disaster for a few people, but a catastrophe for everyone. Acid rain, how terrifying it was. Woof woof woof. Oh woof. In the dim shelter, Suemo opened his weary eyes, looking at the agitated Oreo at the bedside, and his drowsiness faded significantly. What's wrong? Supporting himself on the bed, Suemo sat up and touched his chest. After days of toil, coupled with injuries sustained in the ruins, he had finally recovered quite a bit over time. Following Oreo's gaze, Suemo suddenly noticed that a considerable amount of water had seeped in at the stone door of the shelter, wetting a patch of stone slab. Oh no, this rain is problematic. Seeing Oreo's grimace, Suemo immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, Suemo began to get dressed while opening the game panel to check the world channel. As the game panel opened, a series of alert sounds began to ring out. Record, attention all players. Attention all players, attention all players, record, the first disaster, acid rain, is about to arrive, newbie protection, please treat it with caution and do not be careless, record, this disaster will last for 36 hours, record, please note, the system announcement will cease operation after the first newbie disaster ends, record, congratulations player Suemo, your shelter's disaster resistance attribute is currently ranked first in the world. Would you like to publicize the leaderboard data and simultaneously start a live broadcast of the shelter's disaster resistance? Record, please note, starting the live broadcast will not show the interior of the shelter but will initiate a surround live broadcast above the shelter, allowing other players to observe the ground structures. Record, accumulate more than 15 minutes of live broadcast, and successfully survive the disaster to receive a random survival airdrop * 1 inch, record. Would you like to start? The chaotic alert sounds buzzed in Sumo's ears like a swarm of bees. The disaster has already begun? And there's this live broadcast? After a few seconds, Suemo quickly sorted out his current situation. The acid rain disaster had indeed started, and the water seeping into the shelter was undoubtedly acid rain. However, even his already leaking shelter was ranked first. Suemo dared not imagine how dire the situation was for other shelters at this moment. Setting aside the system's prompts, Sumo chose to first check the World Channel. As soon as he entered, the World Channel was flooded with messages, seemingly restoring the grandeur of the first day of the crossover. My shelter is going to be flooded. When will this rain stop? I hate it. I hate it. I hate that I didn't dig drainage. My feet have been corroded away by the rain. I have no feet left. Remember not to let your skin come into direct contact with the rainwater, or you will immediately suffer nerve corrosion. If possible, use plant fibers to absorb the water. Do not let the water touch you. This is not a natural disaster, this is a baptism. In the heavy rain, we humans can find our way forward. Amen. Oh God, can your followers go to your heaven after they die? Countless numb comments occupied 99% of the chat box. Sumo only glanced for 3 to 5 seconds before being rendered speechless. The acid rain on Earth was terrifying, but it had traceable origins, and its material composition was clear. However, according to the current World Chat channel, this acid rain contained acids that were harmless to objects, but upon contact with human bodies, it would cause severe corrosion, silently. It's actually nerve acid. With a look of horror, for some reason, Sumo suddenly thought of the black dog he encountered in the ruins. The surface of the black dog's skin was covered with countless disgusting rotten spots, and it was completely oblivious. Even when Sumo stabbed it with a spear, it showed no reaction. Turning off the World Channel, he opened the Regional Channel. The number of members in the Regional Channel now seemed to be stained with bright red blood, making it hard to accept. 323. Just before going to bed yesterday, Sumo had specifically remembered the number of survivors in the Regional Channel, which was still 645 at that time. In just one night, half of them had vanished in this curtain of rain. The remaining 300 were now also in imminent danger. Those who chose ground shelters were somewhat better off. As long as the terrain wasn't too low-lying, they at least didn't have to face the hellish scene of acid rain flooding into the shelter. Those with sense were carefully ensuring that water wouldn't backflow into the shelter using wooden shovels and buckets. The mindless people simply made makeshift raincoats and umbrellas out of plant fibers. Wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas over their heads, they climbed onto the roof of the wooden shelter and managed to create a small attic with wooden boxes and planks to escape the disaster. Those who indulged in the acid rain forever remained in this wasteland, never to thrive again. After observing for a while, Sumo closed the game panel, his gaze fixed on the leaking spot. If the rain from the outside world was truly this terrifying, then it made perfect sense for his shelter to rank first. As an underground refuge, there wasn't even a puddle in the ground below. Thanks to the excellent sealing of the stone door, they had avoided the first wave of disaster, and hope was high. Oreo, don't touch that water. After calling Oreo, who was baring its teeth at the leaking rain, to stay back, Sumo took out the scraps of cloth he had stored before the disaster and began to devise a rainproof plan. Most people, while gathering supplies, hadn't thought to use more absorbent cloth scraps, so at this moment he could only substitute with a lower-grade plant fiber. Feeling around in the corner of the cabinet, he pulled out a handful of cloth scraps and counted them, feeling reassured. It should be enough. Lighting a torch, Sumo cautiously approached the stone door to investigate where the water was seeping in. After lying down to look for a while, Sumo felt relieved. The leaking spot was at the lower right edge of the stone door. It might be due to the uneven terrain. The shelter was slightly higher on the left and lower on the right. This directly caused the acid rain to seep in through the lower gap on the right. And because the left side was uneven, it was fortunate that there was no seepage from that side, otherwise, it would have been troublesome if it all leaked in together. If that's the case, it's not too serious. Staring at the spot where the water was seeping in little by little, a bold idea emerged in Sumo's mind. If this acid rain can be collected, wouldn't that be equivalent to a kind of poison, a potent one at that? While others were thinking of ways to survive the disaster, Sumo, in his luxurious shelter, found his mind buzzing with ideas. The more he pondered, the more he felt this could work, excitedly saying, since this acid rain won't corrode anything except the human body, I might as well make a guide rail and use a water tank to collect the acid rain that's leaking in. Without hesitation, he spread the cloth scraps flat and carefully placed them in the puddled area. Watching the water on the ground quickly absorbed by the dried cloth, Sumo felt a weight lift from his heart. Oreo, who had been anxiously watching, seemed to sense that the danger was dissipating, and its grimacing expression relaxed. While the cloth absorbed the water, Sumo began to check the harvest from the survival point yesterday. Doomsday Calendar January 5. You safely survived the first night of the disaster without suffering any harm. Survival points +5. Through your relentless training, your combat power has slightly increased. Survival points +2. You established the first small building facility belonging to the shelter drainage channel. Survival points +30. Your base underwent a tremendous transformation. Advancing from the Wooden Age to the Stone Age. Survival points +50. You obtained your first ranged weapon, significantly boosting your combat power. Survival points +10. Your ranged shooting ability has improved. Survival points +2. Scanning the host's living environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today you gained 52 survival points. Final tally, survival points plus 151 remaining survival points, 153 survival points. Seeing the statistics at the back, Sumo was slightly surprised. He had nearly exhausted all his survival points upgrading the shelter yesterday, leaving only 2 points, which had drastically reduced his sense of security. Unexpectedly, thanks to the drainage facilities and the stone shelter, his survival points had once again recovered to 153 points. I'm not afraid of disasters suddenly escalating anymore. Compared to this shelter, the restoration of survival points undoubtedly provides a greater sense of security. Sitting on the stone chair, looking at the stable shelter, a wave of safety washed over him, and soon his stomach began to protest with loud growls. You must be hungry too, patting his belly, Sumo chuckled. While Oreo nearby also understood that it was almost mealtime, his joyful demeanor making him seem as if he could fly. After pulling out the ethereal water that had been stored overnight and confirming the water quality was fine using the survival system, Sumo poured all the water into a wooden barrel for storage. Using a wooden basin, he scooped out about 1 L of ethereal water from the barrel and poured it into the ground pot, starting a fire to cook. It was the same old bread soup with a rich broth, slightly white in color, and a taste that lingered delightfully. While others were desperately avoiding disasters, being able to sip on a hot soup in the underground shelter was truly comforting. After eating and drinking his fill and cleaning the pot, the cloth had absorbed almost all the acid rain, leaving just a little. Carefully poking the cloth aside with a wooden stick, Sumo picked up a torch and baked away the last bit of water stains until they evaporated. It seems like just a slight leak, it accumulated this much in one night. He observed the door crack and gained a clearer understanding of the shelter's disaster resistance. Acid rain was indeed terrifying, but in the classification of survival game disasters, it belonged to the beginner level. This meant that as long as everyone used their brains and acted cautiously, surviving the first disaster wasn't too difficult. In fact, it was proven that those who managed to survive mostly relied on their own methods, and getting through a day was generally not a problem. After conveniently moving the water tank to the edge of the steps using the storage space, Sumo began to create a collection rail for the acid rain. After forging an iron plate with iron edges from 2 units of iron, Sumo took out 2 units of plant fibers to make hemp rope, securing the iron rail with a wooden box. All the rainwater seeping in through the door crack would slide down the stone steps and eventually fall onto the iron plate, sliding all the way into the water tank. Based on the current efficiency, collecting about 1 L of rainwater before the disaster ended should not be a problem. Having completed all the disaster prevention work, after scooping out water to irrigate the vegetable patch, Sumo sat back in the chair to continue gathering information. Unable to go outside, almost everyone had gathered in the chat channel. Skipping over the dizzying world channel filled with spam, Sumo clicked into the heavily affected area channel. Once a bit lively, the area channel was now sparse, with most discussions revolving around trivial matters. Sigh, when will this hard life come to an end? My situation is okay, I chose a high ground, and it seems I can get through this disaster without much trouble, but next time. Little Lou, who was near my base, has been out of contact since yesterday. I don't know what's going on. I heard that some people in the Wasteland have given up their shelters and are roaming around, robbing others for supplies. Everyone should be smart during this disaster and not let these beasts attack. Yeah, in this lawless chaos, who knows how many lives will be lost. If they dare to come, I'm not defenseless, I'll make them pay a price. Besides, these people must have stolen a lot, maybe I can score big. Don't joke around. They come in groups, and you're alone, your fists can't fight against 4 hands. After lurking for a while, Sumo quietly exited the area channel. He had long suspected that some would abandon their shelters and choose to wander, relying on attacking their own kind to gather supplies. He just didn't expect the degradation of humanity to happen so quickly. It seems that in the future, one must not only be cautious of mutated monsters but also of these wilderness wanderers. After silently adding a new rule to his personal code of conduct, Sumo began to examine the newly appeared features. At this moment, under the chat function, in addition to the world channel and regional channel, there was indeed an additional disaster relief channel. Clicking into the disaster relief channel, it resembled a live broadcast room from the civilized era, with a page evenly displaying 10 video live streams from 1 to 10. Even the titles of the live streams varied. The universe's first shelter, no need to send gifts, just come in, my bro. Today's live broadcast on acid rain disaster relief. Host personally explains shelter design standards. Hwashare shelter, recruiting strong members, seeking any professionals, welcoming nearby disaster victims. Food and accommodation provided. Top strategies, looking at future disaster relief trends from an offensive and defensive perspective. Lone wolf survival guide. Zeus shelter, recruiting strong team members. Requirements. Currently, among the top 10 shelters with live broadcast permissions, only 4 were domestic, ranking 3rd, 5th, and 6th. The remaining 6 were foreign. Seeing this number, Sumo was slightly surprised. In his estimation, having 2 domestic shelters in the top 10 would be quite good, yet now there were actually 4. After all, in terms of practical skills and combat abilities, foreign countries, with their vast lands and sparse populations, had more opportunities for training. Domestically, with a relatively stable environment, many people naturally had not had the chance to practice. In the wild, after entering the live broadcast room of the first-ranked Zeus shelter, the scene suddenly changed, as if it were a fully immersive simulation. The sky was overcast and the rain fell in sheets, crashing to the ground with a loud sound. Following the camera down, one could see an endless expanse of mines. From one end of the sky to the other, it was utterly breathtaking. As the camera zoomed in, Sumo saw a cluster of wooden houses at the foot of a mountain, named Zeus Shelter. Built against the mountainside, the overall layout of the wooden houses ran north to south, with about 20 to 30 rooms. Apart from the three main houses in the middle that looked aesthetically pleasing, the other rooms appeared to be hastily cobbled together, crooked and uneven. Thanks to the terrain of the mountain, the acid rain fell and naturally flowed down the landscape, posing no threat to Zeus Shelter. The person who chose this terrain is quite impressive, Sumo thought to himself. This terrain, backed by the mines, could easily withstand minor disasters without any damage, let alone major calamities. With the dozens of people now gathered, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be much higher than that of a single individual when exploring ruins. It seemed that the owner of Zeus Shelter did not mind making the structure of his shelter public as he opened all viewing permissions. Trying to control the camera himself, Sumo zoomed in closer. In the center of the main house sat a man with blonde hair and a beard, speaking incessantly about something. After switching perspectives, the scene before Sumo fixed itself, turning into a static shot like that of a host. Welcome everyone to our Zeus shelter, the safest refuge in the world. Currently, there are over 80 people in our shelter, including more than 12 outdoor survival experts and 30 highly skilled combat veterans, ensuring the personal safety of all members who join the Zeus shelter. Of course, we do not accommodate idlers in the shelter. To apply for membership, you must meet the following criteria. Men must be at least 175 centimeters tall, women at least 168 centimeters, and weight must be within a healthy range. You should possess a skill. As long as you can contribute to the construction of a large shelter, we welcome your arrival. Of course, for technical personnel, there is no need to participate in hunting team outings. You can simply stay in the shelter. The seemingly inarticulate bearded man spoke fluently, and with the help of the game panel's translation, Soma felt no pressure at all. As he spoke, the bearded man also took the time to showcase the current configuration of the base. Following his camera, they arrived at the supply room, where a mountain of mutated beast meat came into view. About 1 or 2 tons of processed beast meat were piled together, quite shocking in a world lacking food and water. But that wasn't all. Next to it, a large vat, about half a person high, revealed slightly murky yellow water when the bearded man lifted the lid. Looking at the water, the bearded man clearly felt a bit tempted, but he chose to press his slightly peeling lips together and close the lid. They then moved to the weapon room, which contained a whole row of wooden spears and 3 bows that looked handmade. Finally, the bearded man entered the largest room. Although this room had windows on all sides, the fire pit in the middle dispelled all the cold. 40 to 50 shelter members, both men and women, sat around the fire singing, with some occasionally getting up to dance. Seeing this scene, no one would think they were in a post-apocalyptic world. The bearded man puffed out his chest, extremely proud. This is the strength of our American Zeus shelter. Joining us means having enough food and water, and the safety you dream of. I see someone in the comments asking about Huaxia. Ha, no way. Would you really want to go to a shelter where you have to work over 15 hours a day? A place where after you risk your life to bring back supplies, you still have to support others in the Huaxia shelter? The bearded man's words drew laughter from the men and women sitting by the fire. Don't say I speak harshly. In this wasteland, everyone should have their own awareness. Look at your Huaxia shelters. Huh, just a bunch of rabble still thinking about saving. So many deadweights, the next disaster will surely wipe you out. Hearing the bearded man's arrogant words, Soma turned his stiff neck and exited the live stream. It seems these people's shelter philosophies are in conflict. Skipping the second live stream, Soma directly clicked into the third Huaxia shelter live stream. It started to drift down from the gray sky again. Unlike the mining area where the bearded man was, this time the terrain of the Huaxia shelter was just like Soma's own shelter, an endless flat plain. United we stand, resisting disasters and saving lives. As he looked down, Soma noticed a banner hanging in the large building complex, similar to the bearded man's. The banner, made of white cloth obtained from somewhere, was hung in the middle of a low wooden house, with a line of text written on it in charcoal. 1, 2, 10, 15, 25. Counting around, Soma was surprised to find that the Huaxia shelter actually had a total of 43 rooms. Moreover, more than 10 of these rooms were wooden houses generated by the survival game itself. Unlike the big bearded ones who relied on the terrain to withstand disasters, the Huaxia shelter chose to build dikes to resist the damage from rainwater. On the ground of the shelter, winding water channels crisscrossed, and it looked like hundreds of people were wearing extremely heavy straw raincoats, holding straw umbrellas, diligently clearing the drainage ditches. From the faces of those working hard on the land, Sumo did not see the joy that the members of the Zeus shelter had shown before. But Sumo saw another kind of emotion, hope. Every laborer's face was marked by hope. It was hope for life. This shock could only be felt by the Huaxia people, and only they could understand the sense of responsibility that this hope required. Switching to the broadcaster's perspective, the camera panned to a house on the outer edge, inside a room lit by a torch. Hello to every Huaxia person watching this live broadcast. This is the Frontline Command Center for Earthquake Relief. We are part of the 79th Regiment under the 13th Army of Huaxia. The maximum distance for this live broadcast is 50 kilometers. Every Huaxia citizen within 50 kilometers of this rescue point can contact the shelter center after the disaster. The shelter will not come to your location for rescue in the near future. Please be patient and do not give up hope. Repeating, Huaxia has not given up on the rescue work for every citizen. Please hold your ground in your shelters, endure the disaster, and a beautiful tomorrow awaits us. 4. Those not near a Huaxia shelter, please do not panic. Currently, there are 42 known shelters established by the military. Please do not recklessly go outside to search. Protect yourselves and wait for the military to expand the search area for rescue. Do not venture into the wilderness on your own. Repeating, the black-haired woman responsible for the explanation was quite young, continuously repeating these 4 sentences. Even when her lips cracked and bled from speaking, she remained oblivious. Shinko, with a heavy heart, Suemo remembered the woman's name and exited the Huaxia shelter's live broadcast room. Compared to the Zeus shelter, which only accepted talented individuals, the handling method of the Huaxia shelter was indeed difficult for people from other countries to understand. They certainly wouldn't comprehend why, in the apocalypse, it was still necessary to protect these ordinary people who were powerless and lacked skills. But at this moment, Suemo believed that every Huaxia person watching the live broadcast could feel a surge of hope in the apocalypse. Natural disasters are merciless. Humanity is compassionate. One day, Huaxia will rebuild its homeland in this wasteland. After browsing through all the live broadcast rooms, Suemo gave up on the idea of topping the disaster relief leaderboard. Although starting a live broadcast could lead to unknown airdropped supplies, which looked tempting, the shelters in the top 10 were undoubtedly not small groups. A common man is innocent, but possessing a jade seal brings guilt. If he alone could establish a shelter that surpassed those built by other groups, it was clear there was something wrong. In a situation where modern firepower was still lacking, Suemo decided to prioritize patience. He constantly reminded himself of the strategic guideline of the Ming Taizu: build high walls, accumulate grain, and wait to claim the throne. He must not emulate the warlord Yuan Shu from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, who, upon obtaining a jade seal, dreamed of being emperor every day and eventually could not resist declaring himself emperor, only to become the target of almost all warlords, ultimately failing and dying, becoming a laughingstock. Exposing my coordinates within 50 kilometers now would be risky. If no one is around, that's fine, but if there are people, the risk is too great. This is not good. After much contemplation, he decided to close the live broadcast interface, opting for out of sight, out of mind. After watching the construction of the top 10 shelters, Suemo felt deeply moved. The so-called mindset of the common people, upon arriving in this unknown world, was entirely focused on how to survive, how to upgrade the shelter, and how to live through the natural disasters. This led to neglecting the most important aspects of enhancing combat power and exploring the outside world. In this disaster, all the top 10 live streaming rooms, without exception, chose to establish above-ground shelters, primarily using wooden cabins. Only the 9th-ranked Lone Wolf Guide livestream was composed of a 7-member team. They did not stay in the shelters provided by the survival game. Instead, they directly chose to move to a location at the foot of a mountain. For 5 days, these people worked day and night to dig, and finally, just in time on the last day, they carved out a cave suitable for 7 people to live in. Backed by the mountain, it was extremely stable. I wonder if these people gave up the shelters provided by the game, or if they simply never released. Suemo pondered internally, beginning to consider how to develop the shelter. Previously, based on the hints from the game panel, he subconsciously placed more emphasis on the shelters generated by the game panel. This led to his current development being trapped within the shelter. This is a good thing, but to some extent, it is also a bad thing. I only have 1 person, while they have 7 or 8, and some even have dozens. In terms of the speed of resource accumulation in the early stages, I definitely can't compare to them. The only way to surpass them is to climb the technology tree. It was unexpected that someone like me, who had only needed to study and memorize since childhood and rarely used my brain, could one day start planning a base in a somewhat decent manner. But my hair. Suemo smiled bitterly at himself. Simply hoarding resources and upgrading the shelter would only turn it into a solid grave. When the day comes that the upgrade speed can't keep up with the level of disaster, I can only surrender. The good things in the ruins require Combat power. Exploring the wilderness requires combat power, and without better equipment and weapons, it's simply not feasible. The urgent task is to find a way to develop electricity. I have an advantage, and I must make use of it. Sumo's gaze became serious. I can only take it one step at a time. The heavy rain continued outside. Sumo stood up and began carefully weaving a grass raincoat and a grass umbrella. He had to go out and check the situation around the shelter to ensure nothing unexpected happened. After a round of weaving, could it be that my weaving is too poor? The system doesn't recognize it at all? Looking at the system that couldn't display the attributes of the grass raincoat, Sumo pouted and spent 4 units of wood to craft a wooden box. He placed the grass raincoat inside and silently hypnotized himself. This is a wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. After repeating it 3 times, he focused his attention, internally calling the survival system to look at the wooden box. Simple wardrobe description, made of wood, used to store clothes. Storage, grass raincoat. Please select an upgrade item. 1. Wardrobe. 2. Grass raincoat. As expected, seeing the attributes of the wardrobe, Sumo raised his eyebrows. After the grass raincoat was made, calling the survival system could not see the attributes and upgrade direction of the grass raincoat at all. Clearly, the system did not recognize this item. Just like the table and tea set taken from the ruins, there was currently no upgrade direction developed for them. After crafting the wardrobe and placing it inside, the option to upgrade appeared. I choose 2. He silently repeated this in his mind, and when he looked again, the attributes of the grass raincoat had already been displayed. Grass raincoat description, a raincoat woven from plant fibers with weak rain resistance. Upgrade. Direction 1, change material, change shape, with stronger comfort, requires survival points, 25. Upgrade direction 2, change material, add electric assistance, with stronger impact resistance, radiation resistance, corrosion resistance, requires survival points, 300. Introduction, A. Lone boatman in a straw cape, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Why are these the 2 directions? Sumo frowned. If he wanted to go outside, he definitely needed better waterproof capabilities. But the 2 upgrade directions currently suggested did not clarify where the enhancement was. Spending survival points on this would be a complete waste. Trying to, Sumo silently murmured, System, can you change the upgrade direction to exchange for stronger waterproof capabilities? As Sumo's words fell, a flash of light passed by, and the 2 original upgrade directions vanished, replaced by a new interface. Grass raincoat description, a raincoat woven from plant fibers with weak rain protection capabilities. Upgrade. Direction, strong raincoat branches, waterproof 10, material 10, insulation 10, corrosion resistance 10. Introduction, a powerful waterproof raincoat that ensures your comfort on rainy days. Avoid direct sunlight and air dry. Can it really be changed? Sumo was taken aback. Aside from the upgrade method of the Ghost Energy Water Well, this was the first time he had seen such an independent attribute upgrade method. Compared to the vague, comprehensive upgrades, this method, though a bit more expensive, allowed him to choose the attributes he wanted, making it more suitable for the current situation. It seems the system has many features I don't know about. Silently noting the information from earlier, Sumo spent 20 survival points and selected to upgrade the waterproofing and material. In an instant, the grass raincoat placed in the wardrobe began to change. The originally loosely woven water-repellent layer started to tighten, and the material began to transform. Gradually, it changed from grass to a material similar to waterproof fabric from the civilized era. The color also shifted from the initial yellow-green to a mix of black and white. Once the upgrade was complete, Sumo took out the strong raincoat and began to examine it closely. No wonder it's a system-upgraded raincoat. This craftsmanship is something that absolutely cannot be achieved without machines. Precision is key for waterproofing. Now wearing the raincoat, Sumo discovered that the strong raincoat was actually a pullover style, covering him completely, including his hands and feet, saving him the trouble of holding an umbrella. From head to toe, the raincoat seemed custom-made, fitting him perfectly. On the face, there were tiny pores for breathing, and it was coated with a water-repellent layer to ensure no water molecules could seep in. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempts 2/3 calling Oreo to stay inside the base. Sumo opened the door and pulled up the bolt before stepping outside. A wave of humid air hit him. The patter of raindrops struck his head and naturally dripped down the raincoat's material to the ground. Even in the wind, many raindrops pelted against the face shield of the raincoat. Extending his hand, Sumo wiped the water off the visor and looked outside, unable to help but gasp in surprise. Outside the shelter, it seemed to have transformed into a swamp. Standing on the slope of a small hill, the once parched earth, which was close to cracking, had now absorbed moisture and turned into soft mud. The yellowed vegetation began to show hints of green. The rain here is actually this heavy. Good thing I have a special raincoat, Sumo thought, feeling slightly uneasy, shaking his head as he checked the soil around the shelter. The rainfall varied in different areas, which was information he had gathered during the livestream. Even now, the top-ranked Zeus shelter did not experience rainfall as terrifying as this. 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Suemo made his way to the back of the hill. At this moment, the 3 dug drainage ditches were working at full capacity, ensuring that water would not accumulate beneath the shelter's hill. 60 meters away from the shelter, a small lake had already formed. Seeing this, Suemo felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have directly dug a drainage ditch, trying to extend it further away. But who would have thought the rain would be this heavy, capable of gathering a small lake about 10 meters long and wide right behind the base? Goodness, once this rain stops, I'll be living right by the water. After checking that the drainage facilities were not blocked, Suemo wandered around the vicinity of the shelter, inspecting for any loose soil. Fortunately, the days of scorching sun had left the ground extremely dry, preventing it from turning into a quagmire. Otherwise, after the disaster, it would take a day or two for the roads to dry out, making it impossible to move. After patrolling for half an hour, Suemo began to return, relying on the waterproof nature of his raincoat, his body still feeling dry and comfortable. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, Suemo opened the large door, but just as he did, a casual turn of his head caught his attention on the grass about 10 meters away. A sudden mark drew Sumo's gaze. Upon closer inspection, his pupils instantly constricted. This is a footprint? Wiping the rainwater off his mask, Suemo pretended to shake his head and glanced again, this time seeing it clearly. This is a human footprint. This is not my footprint. 2 thoughts raced through his mind, and Suemo frowned, his expression darkening. There are people near the shelter. In the past 2 days, he had dreamt of people near the shelter, working together to create a harmonious home. However, when real human traces appeared near the shelter, all Suemo felt was unease. He didn't know where this person was hiding or what their intentions were. In the apocalypse, humans are the natural enemies of humans. Hoarding food without guns, your home is a granary. Hoarding guns without food, everywhere is a granary. In such extreme disasters, it is perfectly normal for someone to go mad over resources. At this moment, Suemo no longer lingered, opening the shelter's door and slipping inside. The rain curtain over the plain fell again, beginning to erase all traces Suemo had left behind. Standing in a corner of the shelter, Suemo spread his arms, waiting for the raincoat to dry naturally before gradually taking it off. The heavy rain masked any scent, which was also why Oreo hadn't given a warning. After days of carelessness, discovering human traces now made Suemo break out in a cold sweat. I just saw them say that there are wilderness wanderers attacking ordinary civilians everywhere, and I didn't expect it to come to my doorstep. No wonder, my drainage ditch is too obvious in this wilderness. I wonder if this person saw me upgrade the drainage facilities yesterday. No, I can't just sit and wait. Sitting on a stool, Suemo took a deep breath to suppress his unease, his gaze hardening. Oreo, come here. He called Oreo, who was dozing in the corner, and rubbed the soft dog's head. Activate your sixth sense and sense if there's any danger nearby. Oreo understood the command, lying on the ground with ears perked up, beginning to listen intently. After a minute or two, Oreo's expression changed from a silly grin to one of focus, sniffing the ground and finally barking softly towards the southwest corner of the base. Are you saying there's danger in that direction? Seeing Oreo nod his head, Suemo quickly began to recall the scene he had seen to the southwest. That area was in the direction of the base's drainage ditch, where a small lake had formed. Further away was a patch of shrubbery, the trees a vibrant green. The more he recalled, the more he viewed the earlier scene from a third-party perspective. Black. A flash of black. Suddenly, Suemo thought of the blackness in the woods, which was different from the color of the trees. Without a warning, he certainly wouldn't have paid it any mind. Now, with a sense of vigilance, he quickly noticed the clues. That shadow was about 100 meters away from me. I didn't see him, but he definitely saw me. Oh no! Slapping his thigh, Suemo instinctively wanted to gear up and go for a friendly exchange. This person must have realized he was alone. To establish a stable underground shelter and possess such a massive drainage facility. I'm afraid I must look like a little fat lamb to others right now, just waiting to be slaughtered. Taking out the crossbow from his inventory, Soma chuckled self-deprecatingly. The surface of the pitch-black crossbow seemed to emanate a murderous aura, revealing a hint of dark light as it refracted the surrounding light. I never expected that the first creature my crossbow would face would be one of my own kind. If you don't provoke me, I'll let you go, but if you dare to come. Standing up and rubbing his brow, Soma walked to the bedside and placed the crossbow on the nightstand. The left side of the bed was about a meter away from the stone wall. He summoned the crafting page. Iron pickaxe, normal iron block 2 halves, wood 1/1. Materials met. Selected the iron pickaxe. Confirm crafting. Record, iron block -2, wood -2 record, iron pickaxe, normal, successfully crafted. An ordinary-looking but extremely practical iron pickaxe appeared in Soma's hand. After a swing, he began to strike forcefully at the stone wall near the bed. It was difficult from the outside in, but easy from the inside out. In no time, the originally smooth stone surface was chiseled open, gradually forming a hole about half a person high as time passed. Mentally reciting the survival system, Soma focused on the large hole. Entrance. Passage description, an entrance passage that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction, safe passage branch, expand 5, breakthrough 60, material 40, strength 200, passage door 40, introduction, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If you want to ambush me, you must pay a bloody price. Seeing the attributes of the passage, a faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Soma's mouth. At this point, being exposed and recklessly going out the front door would undoubtedly be like delivering oneself to the enemy. If they had an ambush, he would likely be turned into a porcupine the moment he opened the door. Thanks to his boundless imagination, Soma thought of a clumsy way to open a second route for the underground base. Relaxing his gaze, the upgrade options disappeared. At this moment, it was not yet time to reach a dead end, where the truth reveals itself. Regarding his kind, Soma always maintained his final bottom line. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. At the same time, he hoped that everyone could avoid armed conflict, encourage each other, and get through the apocalypse together. Watching Oreo still anxiously pacing around the base, occasionally perking up his ears to listen and then suddenly lying down to sniff the ground, Soma felt both heartbroken and pitiful. Be good, if anything unusual happens, wake me up. I'll take a nap first. After buying 2 pieces of mutated beast meat from the trading market, he placed them in Oreo's bowl and added some ethereal water before returning to bed fully clothed. Daytime was not terrifying. Nighttime was when the bloody horn sounded. He needed to maintain his best condition, keeping watch at night, wary of nighttime ambushes. The heavy rain continued to pour down, threatening to drown the entire world, an act of annihilation. In the midst of the rain, all other sounds faded away. Squeak, squeak. Half asleep, Soma dreamt that today was just a false alarm, that no one was eyeing the shelter and no one was plotting against him. Gradually, the outside world began to darken, the sun started to set and darkness crept in from the horizon. Under the cover of night, someone had arrived. 5 shadowy figures stealthily crawled up from the south of the shelter, which was the direction of the drainage ditch. Walking along the stone waterway, the 5 of them muttered curses under their breath. Damn it, this bastard really has good luck. I don't know where he found such a design, lying in the shelter and sleeping soundly. Why don't I have such good fortune? Lower your voice, Luba, don't expose us. What's there to be afraid of? Just a young man with a bit of luck. If he dares to come out, I'll be the first to take him down. The man called Lu Ba not only didn't hold back but instead became even more aggressive. If he doesn't come out, we can't do anything. The short guy sitting on the far left, who was combing his hair, could see clearly and pointed out the difficulties they were facing. Sumo's shelter was too solid. So solid that the 5 of them were shocked when they first saw it. The stone door was engraved with ancient patterns, looking natural and embedded in the earth. The drainage channels scattered down the hillside were entirely made of stone, leaving the 5 of them utterly astonished. Boss Huang, do you think what we're doing is a bit unethical? Why don't we just knock on the door and ask him for supplies, and we can continue wandering? The bespectacled man, lagging behind the group, surveyed the surroundings as he walked, his face calm, but his words were quite ruthless. Four-eyed, I remember you didn't even flinch when you were cutting people before. Are you starting to panic now? Scared? Lu Ba has scouted clearly today. There's only one softie in this shelter, relying on good luck to live here. As long as we can get him to open the door, once we're in, it's all ours. The leader, Boss Huang, sneered, brandishing a half-man-high spiked mace that could silence a child's cries at night. How much supplies do we get from killing mutated beasts in a day? Have you forgotten how much we've gotten from dealing with people these past few days? Use your brain and do the math. Is this person harder to kill than a mutated beast? Inside the shelter, Suemo had already been awakened from his sleep by Oreo. In just a few breaths, Suemo was fully awake, rolling out of bed. He grabbed the energy water from the bedside and drank it in one gulp, then snatched up his crossbow, instantly entering a combat state. Is it a person or an animal? Holding onto the last shred of hope, Suemo looked at Oreo, and, after receiving a positive answer, his heart sank completely. Descending the steps, Suemo pressed his ear against the stone door, straining to catch the sounds coming from outside. Through the stone door, he could only hear the sound of rain pattering on the ground, along with dull thuds coming from the door. Suddenly, a sound distinct from the rain pierced through the door. Huang, a knock on the door. Wei, him, or, is there a way to break the door open? The intermittent voice came through the door in succession. Suemo couldn't help but grip his crossbow tightly. The visitor did not come with good intentions, and there were quite a few of them, definitely more than one person, outside the shelter. At this point, it was the end of the first day, and the rain had not only not diminished but had intensified, pouring down even more violently. The sky had not yet darkened. Despite the presence of dark clouds, a ray of light still struggled to maintain itself on the horizon, allowing one to see the ground. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated 5 men wearing raincoats and holding black umbrellas. These raincoats were different from ordinary grass raincoats. They were adorned with colorful rags on the outside, covering some areas that might let in the wind. This kid really has good luck. I don't know where he found such a shelter, especially with a stone door, Boss Huang spat, letting his saliva hit the ground beside him, while his other hand summoned a stone axe and knocked on the stone door a couple of times. Listening to the muffled sound, Boss Huang's expression turned a bit grim. This door is really thick, at least 10 centimeters thick. Let's keep banging on it. We might not get it open until tomorrow morning. How about we try digging around the foundation? It can't all be made of stone, right? Lu Ba chimed in from the side, looking very experienced. He also pulled out an iron shovel from his inventory and waved it around. After hearing this, Huang Lauda nodded and gave orders. All right, Lu Ba, Shuzai, Sun Matsi, you three find a spot to start digging. Jingzi, make a torch for them to see and keep an eye on the stone door. Don't let it suddenly burst open. I'll go take a look around to see if there are any other ways in. It can't be completely sealed off, right? Upon hearing Huang Lauda's arrangement, the others had no objections and began to act according to the plan. I have to say, the torches produced by the game's crafting panel are really useful. Just like in simulation building games on Earth, they don't go out in the wind or extinguish in water, completely defying common sense. Bang! Bang! The three found a spot to the right of the stone door and began to dig with their shovels. Goodness, this person's shelter is as tough as the underground treasure we found before. It's really solid. If this were a team, I wouldn't dare to provoke them. The soil around this shelter is so hard. If it weren't for the water softening it a bit, we really wouldn't be able to dig at all. After digging for 3 to 5 minutes, Lu Ba was sweating profusely, complaining while trying to take a break. I say these people are foolish. In this day and age, they still listen to some broken game commands. I don't believe in this nonsense. If I die, I'll just have a big scar. 18 years later, I'll still be a good man. Let's take care of this person today and rest for a day before moving on. Hurry up and dig, otherwise, Huang Lauda will have something to say soon, Shuzai said without looking up. Do you think there will be any women in this shelter? It's been tough for us to catch a woman these days, and unexpectedly, she's so fierce. What a shame, otherwise, following us brothers would be a feast. Son, Matsi leered, seemingly reminiscing about the spoils from a couple of days ago. The three continued to chatter nonsense while digging vigorously in the mud, pulling it out shovel by shovel. Boom! After more than 10 minutes, when the group reached their physical limits, they finally dug into the shelter's wall. At this point, they had already created a large hole. Huang Lauda, we've dug it out, we've dug it out. Lu Ba shouted excitedly, calling out to Huang Lauda, who was standing on top of a small hill. Upon hearing this, Huang Lauda quickly rushed down the slope and into the deep pit they had dug. Jingzi also raised the torch to illuminate what was inside the pit, but as soon as they looked, the five were dumbfounded. Damn, this wall is also made of stone. What the hell is this? Did this person come through with an excavator? What the hell? I can tolerate a stone drainage ditch, I can tolerate a stone door, but you're telling me the walls are made of stone too? Lu Ba and Sun Matsi, covered in mud, stood in the pit, staring at each other in disbelief. Step aside, let me take a look, Huang Lauda called to the two to clear the way. He did a somersault and jumped into the pit, splashing mud everywhere. He took out a stone pickaxe and tapped on the exposed stone. The familiar dull sound echoed, indicating that the thickness of the stone was definitely not low. Dig for me. Dig out this entire circle around the door. I don't believe he has so many resources to turn everything nearby into stone. Huang Lauda gritted his teeth and took out a stone shovel to join the digging trio. In an instant, mud and water flew everywhere. In the heavy rain, the four looked like diligent little bees tirelessly collecting honey even in the downpour. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After digging 3 meters to the left and seeing all yellowish white stone, the four then moved to the left side of the stone door and began to dig there as well. Another 3 meters, the 6 meters near the shelter's stone door, were completely exposed. The yellow-white stone body bore a hint of natural patterns, as if mocking the few people's overestimation of themselves. Damn it, I'm just digging Lu Scar threw the shovel down and sat up, starting to sulk. There was still a bit of light on the horizon. Not yet 6 o'clock, and they had been digging until 9 o'clock at night, with the moon hanging high in the sky. For a full 3 hours, the four of them had been digging like laborers at the entrance of someone else's shelter. What kind of sin was this? You say this kid's shelter is so impressive, why hasn't it made it to the top 10 shelters? This damn game is just messing with me, right? Sun Matsi also looked at the stone wall, with a face full of frustration, cursing under his breath. In the past 3 days, they had breached shelters without breaking a sweat, but nothing had been as tricky as today. Let's not even talk about the shelter's main door, just the wall itself, 2 words, ridiculous. Could it be that this is like the underground treasure we found before? I clearly saw people living inside. Glasses chimed in from the side. Damn, you inside, listen up. Open the door quickly, or I swear I'll make you suffer 1,000 tortures when I get in. Furious, Luskar crawled out of the pit, smashing the door with the stone shovel in his hand while cursing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each strike sent a low hum reverberating through the air. Yet the shelter's stone door remained incredibly solid, not revealing a single crack. Alright, this shelter hasn't made it to the top 10. There must be some flaw. Everyone, get up and look for a weak spot. I refuse to believe this dead shelter can keep a living person out. Boss Juan's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Putting away the iron shovel covered in mud from the pit, Boss Juan also cast a sinister glance at the stone door. At the same time, his mind began to race. This shelter is made entirely of stone. It must have some kind of adventure, or they must have dug up something valuable to be so wealthy. If I can pry this shelter open, I'll deal with this kid and find out the secret. Who knows? Lost in thought, Boss Huang raised his head, his gaze thoughtfully sweeping over the floor still near the pit. Hurry up, look for any weak spots. With such good ceiling, there must be a place for ventilation. Everyone, look down. With a call, the five began to act separately. One hand holding an umbrella, the other a torch. They carefully examined the ground. Boss Huang, I found it. There's a piece of glass here. It should be the ventilation point. Glasses, with better eyesight, quickly spotted the explosion-proof glass in the center of the hill. Good. Burn some plant fibers for me. Smoke this bastard out and see if he comes out. Boss Huang walked over with a face full of surprise, looking at the glass embedded in the ground, overjoyed. At the same time, his gaze towards the other four carried a hint of malice that was usually hard to detect. A wisp of blue smoke gradually drifted in along the ventilation pipe. Inside the shelter lit by torches, the blue smoke began to spread, slowly reaching the nose of Su Mo, who was sitting on a stool with his eyes closed, resting. Finally discovered, huh? The next moment, Su Mo opened his eyes, a hint of killing intent on his face. At this moment, on a dark, windy, rainy night, it was the perfect time to act on behalf of heaven and kill. None of these beasts would escape. He walked to the wall, donned his raincoat, returned to the table, and picked up the crossbow, looking at the hole where the smoke was still spreading in. I choose to top the leaderboard and activate the live broadcast function, fixing the camera angle above the shelter for a bird's eye view, prohibiting viewers from observing the shelter at will, Su Mo said coldly as he opened the game panel. Record. Congratulations, player Su Mo, your shelter's disaster resistance attribute has been detected to be far superior to other shelters, automatically topping the leaderboard. Record, maintain a live broadcast for over 15 minutes, and based on your ranking, automatically receive a random survival airdrop *1. Record, you can now enter the live broadcast page and manage your room. The game panel flickered, and Su Mo entered through the game chat panel, clicking into the disaster relief live broadcast page. At that moment, a page distinct from other live rooms appeared at the top. In the screen, a few flickering lights were faintly visible. Meanwhile, the foreign live room that was originally ranked 10th was pushed down. A live room marked with Hua took the first place on the page. Moreover, the disaster relief score below the live room was more than 3 times higher than that of the second-ranked Zeus shelter. Without paying attention to these details, Su Mo quickly clicked into the live broadcast page, casually titled it Acting on Behalf of Heaven, and began to use the host's privileges to watch below. In the darkness, 5 points of firelight were extremely conspicuous. In an instant, Su Mo confirmed the positions of the 5 people. Alright, all squatting here by the ventilation duct waiting to die, huh? With a smile born from anger, while keeping an eye on the live room, Su Mo approached the hole he had opened near the bed. Focusing his mind, the attributes of the large hole immediately displayed. Access passage, description, and access passage that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction, safe passage branches, expand 5, breakthrough 60, material 40, strength 200, passage door 40, introduction. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Choose to expand, choose to break through. As the words fell, the survival points dropped by 65, and a green light emanated from Su Mo. The originally rough hole began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The hole, which could only accommodate someone half a person tall, gradually melted into a height sufficient for an adult to bend through under the system's great power. The surface of the hole began to smooth out, and the cut surface of the entire stone wall transformed into a complete circle. Inside the hole, the soil seemed to melt away, disappearing rapidly. In just a few seconds, the green light retracted, indicating that the transformation was complete. Lowering his head, Su Mo tentatively stepped inside. Although there were no steps, the soil in the safe passage was very hard due to compression, and the slope was gentle. It didn't take long for Su Mo to reach the end. At the end was a simple wooden board, and with a little effort, Su Mo pushed open an opening. As he turned his gaze, Su Mo found the location of the wooden board on the live broadcast page. It happened to be right in front of Acid Rain Lake. If he hadn't known about the hole and observed carefully, he would never have discovered this place. Pushing open the wooden board door, he stepped out of the shelter. The patter of acid rain fell on his raincoat and crossbow surface, adding a hint of slaughter to the arrowhead. Crouching down, he advanced cautiously. While watching the bright spots on the screen, he also kept an eye on the road ahead. Suemo moved extremely carefully. Paired with the black raincoat on his back in the pitch-black rainy night, he resembled a grim reaper wielding a scythe of death, sending chills down people's spines. 1 step, 2 steps. Gradually, not only could he see the firelight in the live broadcast screen, but a point of firelight also appeared before Sumo's eyes. Wearing glasses? Using the firelight, Suemo saw the face illuminated by the flames in the dark. Without making a sound, Suemo began to shift his steps to the left. The first strike, the most lethal, he needed to confirm he could attack the person among the 5 who looked the strongest in combat. Shifting his gaze, a second point of firelight appeared. Scarred face, thick neck, looks quite arrogant. The best way to judge a person's combat ability is to observe their neck and arms. Anyone with a thick neck is either a trained fighter or possesses significant strength. Such people are much more troublesome than ordinary individuals. It's you. Hearing the curses from the scar-faced man in the distance, the cold light in Sumo's eyes intensified. Lying on the ground, Soma carefully set the crossbow down, aiming at the swaying scarred face in the distance, and gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! A sharp sound erupted amidst the rain, and before Soma could fully appreciate the beauty of that sound, he saw the scarred man clutching his chest, stumbling and falling to the ground, with the dying torch that had fallen nearby. Soma saw the crossbow bolt embedded right in the center of the man's chest. This was a bolt laced with acid rain. Even a shot to the chest was enough to be fatal. A wretched scream echoed from afar, sounding hauntingly beautiful in the rainy night due to the surrounding environment. On the live stream, the 4 torches instantly fell into chaos. However, their movements were remarkably synchronized. Not a single person chose to save the scarred man. Instead, they all hid away, with one person even smartly extinguishing their torch at the first opportunity, blending into the night. You're so clever. It seems I have to deal with you next. The one who extinguished the torch was the bespectacled man. In an instant, he rolled over, tossing the torch near his teammate to divert attention. Unfortunately, the red cloth behind him was glaringly obvious. On the live stream, without making a sound, Soma began to lie on the ground, drawing the bowstring back with both hands. With a strong raincoat in hand, he didn't have to worry about raindrops falling on him, while the 4 across from him had to constantly hold up their umbrellas, squatting in place, making them perfect targets. 15 seconds later, Soma had loaded the second bolt and began to slowly shift on the ground. The bespectacled man's supposedly excellent hiding spot gradually came into view as Soma moved. Draw the bow. Aim. Shoot. Another dark bolt shot into the area just below the bespectacled man's neck. The tremendous impact instantly knocked him to the ground. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and in that fleeting moment, the bespectacled man saw Soma's position on the ground. His expression was one of sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost, wanting to stand up and shout. Unfortunately, the trickle of black blood flowing from his neck choked his words in his throat. 3 to 5 seconds later, the bespectacled man announced his demise. At this point, all 5 torches had been extinguished, making it difficult to discern their locations. Lying on the ground, Soma continued to draw the bowstring while using the streamer's perspective to zoom in and observe the positions of the others. Got you? A faint smile crept across Soma's lips beneath the mask. Perhaps I can understand why some people want to use full map visibility in shooting games. A slightly comical thought flashed through his mind, easing the tension of having just killed 2 bandits. 30 seconds later, the bow was fully drawn. He shifted positions, searching for a target, aiming to shoot. Another cold light flashed as an arrow struck the lower back of the pockmarked face, the immense energy piercing through his abdomen and driving deep into his belly. The excruciating pain caused the pockmarked man to spring up, shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Go kill Huangbiao! He killed 7 people! I didn't kill anyone, he forced me to kill! I want..." In the rainy night, the pockmarked man ran while helplessly collapsing onto a hill. The acid rain that accompanied the arrowhead and shaft corroded and penetrated the fragile internal organs almost instantly, choking him with blood. The remaining 2, upon hearing Huang's cries, realized they could only wait to die in their hiding spots and began to sprint away. In the darkness, 2 figures dashed in opposite north-south directions. Coincidentally, at the same time Soma was drawing his bow, a scruffy-looking man was frantically running towards him. The man was running in a panic, completely oblivious to Soma's presence not far away. It wasn't until Soma raised the crossbow that the man belatedly realized and wanted to scream. Whoosh! The words caught in his throat, he collapsed weakly. Chase! Watching the figure rapidly moving on the live stream page, Suemo stood up, not even glancing at the man, while drawing back the bowstring and pursuing. This must be the Huangbiao they mentioned. Indeed, he's a thug, fleeing with such skill. Huangbiao was not familiar with the nearby terrain, stumbling as he ran, but his speed was incredibly fast. With the advantage of knowing the terrain and having the live stream page as a reference, Suemo was not slow either. In the chase, Suemo quickly closed the distance to about 50 meters. Jogging while aiming with the crossbow, a black arrow shadow flashed by, but the bolt missed Huangbiao in his rapid movement, instead striking the umbrella pole and splitting it in 2. Seeing this, Suemo quickly dropped to the ground, pulled 5 crossbow bolts from his inventory and began loading them into the crossbow, preparing to draw. Huang Biao, still running, had his umbrella broken and could only helplessly turn back to pick it up, shouting repeatedly, "Hero, hero, don't believe what Sun Matsi says. I'm a good person, I've never killed anyone, it was him who did it, framing me. Let me go, please, for the sake of all being earthlings. Spare my life." A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Huang Biao saw Sumo crouched on the ground loading his crossbow, cold sweat pouring down his back. Only now did he clearly see the weapon that had taken the lives of 4 people. Under such a weapon, he felt there was no need to escape anymore. "I'll leave all my supplies. I know of a place, a ruin with a lot of supplies. I also know where there are people. I'll tell you everything, just spare me, spare me." Huang Biao raised his hands high, shouting desperately, seemingly wanting to surrender. However, Sumo, still crouched and loading, noticed Huang Biao's small steps on the livestream page. He was moving forward, getting closer. "You say, there's a ruin? What kind of ruin? Where is it?" Hearing Sumo speak, Huang Biao, still moving, did not change his pace, a hint of joy appearing on his face. "It's not far, just a few kilometers away. I found it underground, there are many good things inside, but my brothers couldn't open it, so we had to wander. But I know you can definitely do it, big brother. Your base is so big, so good. You're so handsome and powerful, it must be easy for you." While speaking, Huang Biao subtly moved about 20 meters closer, now 30 meters away from Sumo. At this distance, a normal adult could cover it in just 3 to 5 seconds. Huang Biao was no exception. After moving forward another 5 or 6 meters, Huang Biao's voice rose, "That ruin has tons of good stuff, and your head." As soon as he said head, a spiked club appeared in Huang Biao's hand. In the rain, he threw away the umbrella, disregarding the rain, and sprinted forward. 20 meters, 10 meters. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and at this distance, Huang Biao could almost see Sumo's face beneath the mask. However, in an instant, as he saw Sumo's face clearly, a look of despair suddenly crossed Huang Biao's features. The next second, a crossbow bolt pierced through his abdomen. "You are Sumo?" Holding his stomach, Huang Biao weakly knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "You know me?" Sumo coldly replied while maintaining his distance and drawing back the bowstring. Unfortunately, Huang Biao couldn't finish his words. Another flash of lightning struck, and Sumo saw the expression on Huang Biao's face. It was a mix of disbelief and regret. Under the night sky, 5 treacherous bandits lay forever fallen near the shelter. Blood was the only trace they left to prove they had existed. "I just want to survive. If you don't want me to live, then I can only ask you to die." Putting away the crossbow, Soma coldly turned back to check on the finishing blow, showing no desire for the so-called relic secrets that Huang Biao was mumbling about on the ground as he struggled. The heavy rain continued to pour, slowly washing away the traces of the encounter. The confrontation lasted only 3 to 5 minutes, but billions of players watched the entire livestream in the broadcast room. It exploded. When will this kind of life come to an end? The rain here shows no sign of stopping. Is acid rain really that terrifying? I can't imagine what it will be like in the future. Damn, hurry and check the livestream page. Our Huaxia shelter has reached the top. Huaxia shelter has reached the top? No, it's Soma's shelter. Damn, it directly crushed the Zeus shelter. Those who were still lamenting the apocalypse in the World Channel were suddenly caught up in the excitement, and for a moment, the world chat that was still scrolling went silent. In its place, countless people flooded into the Disaster Relief Channel. At this moment, the first page displayed Soma's live stream room. Title, Upholding Justice. A bold character loomed beside the room name like a giant dragon, leaving people in awe. Upon entering the live stream page, the overhead shot revealed the full view of the shelter below. Wow! In an instant, the barrage of comments surged in like a tilted flood. Damn, I can't be seeing this wrong. Is this the shelter built by our Huaxia people? My god, look above his shelter. There are 3 drainage pipes made of stone. How many people are in Soma's shelter? In my lifetime, I want to join Soma's shelter. Finally, there's an underground shelter in the top 10. I thought no one would choose underground. New viewers flooded in, buzzing with discussions. The suddenly revealed underground shelter was extremely novel, leaving those who had watched above-ground shelters all day in awe. However, an untimely comment suddenly appeared on the screen. Hee, is this the Huaxia shelter? In this weather, they still force shelter members to go out on duty. Trash. The trash Zeus shelter upstairs. Screw you, I'll give you a knife. Still laughing? I'll tear your mouth apart. Go check the ratings. Our Huaxia shelter is rated so much higher than your trash shelter. Trash America, get out of our shelter livestream. You are not welcome here. In the Zeus shelter. This Huaxia person is too despicable. He must have been prepared all along, just waiting to suddenly reach the top to gain attention and recruit members. Seeing countless angry comments, the spokesperson of Zeus, a bearded man, was infuriated. His thoughts raced as he typed furiously on the screen. However, every time he sent a message, Hundreds or thousands of counterattacks flooded in the barrage. Damn! Their trash shelter will eventually be destroyed by natural disasters. He slammed the wooden cup in his hand onto the ground, nearly blowing his top in anger. It wasn't just the netizens' outrage, it was more about the disbelief that a shelter could be built so much better than theirs. Bazel, don't be anxious. His shelter is on the plane. He might have been lucky to find some props, which is why it developed so quickly. When it comes to shelter construction, he can't compare to us. Look at our scale. No one understands shelter construction better than I do. A middle-aged man with golden hair and an elegant demeanor sitting next to Bazel gently spoke. I'm just so angry, shit. Just as the bearded Bazel was about to speak, the next moment, upon seeing the scene in the live broadcast room, his words got stuck in his throat. On that pitch-black rainy night, all the viewers in the live stream witnessed a figure emerge from the back of the shelter, like a ghost, quietly approaching the 5-person group that everyone mistakenly believed to be members of the shelter. Although they couldn't adjust the viewing distance, everyone could clearly see the weapon in Soma's hand. It's a crossbow. A rapid-fire crossbow. How can someone even craft this by hand? This is just ridiculous. No, I believe that Soma is an 8th-level machinist, but it's only been a few days, and he already has such a deadly weapon? It seems these 5 people aren't from Soma's shelter, right? You all are focused on the weapons, but did anyone notice that there's a small path behind Soma's shelter that leads out? I'm kneeling. What kind of massive team could build such a super shelter? Soma's raincoat is way more advanced than ours. Sob. People are just infuriating, watching the scene unfold like a blockbuster. And Soma's agile figure. The excitement in the live stream room surged. It was nighttime, and only a few people in difficult situations had yet to join the live broadcast. At this moment, billions of people around the world were watching this slaughter live. When the first crossbow bolt pierced through the scarred man's body, and after effortlessly slaying Huang Biao in their final confrontation, those who witnessed the entire event in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. It was swift and decisive, killing without blinking. The executioner, the Demon King, the first shelter in Huaxia, well-equipped, elegant, dream lover, cross this out. Confirming the gaze, I met the right person when countless labels appeared on the same person. Soma's identity seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, obscuring the truth beneath. Which one is Soma? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. As Soma made his way back to the high ground of the shelter, step by step, the camera was also synchronized, and everyone witnessed what a true underground shelter looked like. A solid stone door stood tall above the ground, with a precise structure and ancient patterns. Clearly not something that could be crafted by human hands. Through the pit dug beside the stone door, the thick stone walls lay on the ground, instilling a strong sense of security at first glance. 3 stone drainage channels, resembling scratch marks, were scattered across the back of the hill, draining all the acid rain into the acid rain lake below. A few corpses lay sprawled near the shelter. All of this happened in less than 20 minutes. The next moment, as the camera zoomed in again, everyone excitedly thought Soma was going to speak and explain the shelter, gathering people together. The shelter's live broadcast page crackled and turned dark. The message above changed to indicate that the host was temporarily unavailable and would notify when the broadcast resumed. Is Soma really this aloof? So this is the demeanor of a hermit. Worshipping. Did we miss some part? I'm willing to unconditionally join Soma's shelter, even if it means working 18 hours a day. I, Tom, would charge in directly, working overtime on weekends. I just want to live in such a shelter. Do you think this shelter only has Soma in it, so he has no intention of recruiting members? No way. Could such a massive and sturdy shelter be built by one person? Who remembers that on the first day, Soma sold water and even bought the illustration book from Chen Pingan's old dog? Chen Pingan's old dog is not a human. Seeing Soma turn off the live stream without a word, everyone was left dumbfounded. In most private chat messages, the 2 characters have become hot topics, with almost everyone discussing what they just witnessed. The only underground shelter. The Killer King. For a moment, if Weibo still existed, what happened tonight would definitely soar to the top of the trending searches. Record. Your continuous live streaming duration has exceeded 15 minutes, and random airdrop rewards will be distributed the day before the next disaster arrives. Hearing the prompt from the game panel, decisively entered the management interface and chose to turn off the live stream. Under the live broadcast, every move was under the watch of billions. If it were in the civilized era, he might have laughed heartily, pleased that he had become popular. But in this cannibalistic apocalypse, the more one exposes, the more danger one invites. Hastily walking to the place where the scar-faced man died, surveyed the scene. These people are really troublesome to deal with. Killing requires just a gentle pull of the trigger, but handling these bodies takes considerable effort. It was fine on a rainy night, the smell wouldn't travel far. If it were under the blazing sun, it would probably attract a horde of mutated creatures in a day or two. There was even a chance of an outbreak of plague. Opening the crafting page, crafted another stone spear. Holding the spear, he suppressed his nausea and hung the spear tip on the scar-faced man's clothing, taking a deep breath. In the civilized era, he was afraid to kill even a chicken, yet unexpectedly, upon arriving in the apocalypse, he had taken 5 lives. Although these people were bandits, the moral concepts established in the civilized era still slightly restrained his humanity. What's this? After dragging away the scar-faced corpse, was surprised to find a turtle shell emitting a faint glow where the scar-faced man had been lying. Isn't this the shelter that was supposed to be placed at the beginning? Picking up the turtle shell, was overjoyed and began to examine its attributes. Damaged safe house core. The safe house is bound to the player. Once the player chooses to place it, it will bind to the ground and cannot be moved. When the player dismantles their safe house, it will automatically return as damaged and cannot be placed until repaired. All items of the player upon death are stored within the safe house core. Record detected that the player possesses a complete safe house core. Would you like to absorb it? I can actually absorb someone else's safe house core? Looking at the attributes on the game panel, quickly walked over to the other 3. Sure enough, the glasses-wearing man and the pockmarked face both had a damaged safe house core beneath them. Near the rat-faced man, this time, he found a complete safe house core that had not yet been placed. Great! Looking at the 3 damaged cores and 1 intact core in his hands, laughed heartily. Indeed, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall. These people robbed and killed so many innocent souls, and now they've fallen into my hands. It's only fair. He tossed the 4 cores into his backpack. Hastily walking to the side of the acid rain lake, began to dig a pit. With his gains, even working in the pitch-black rainy night felt lighter, and he couldn't wait to finish dealing with these bodies and return to the shelter to absorb and check. A day of rain had softened the ground considerably, and after a little over half an hour, had dug a pit 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. Turning around, he used the stone spear to poke the bodies of the bandits into the large pit one by one, then returned to with a light step, who had been struggling on the ground, left only a deep handprint in the soil and was now silent. Prodding with the spear tip, he indeed found a damaged safe house core beneath. Since you came all this way to deliver equipment, I can't bear to leave your corpse in the wilderness. May you be a good person in your next life. The soaking of acid rain continued. Huang Biao's face had long been corroded beyond recognition, looking strange and terrifying, like a zombie from an American apocalypse movie, sending chills down one's spine. Not daring to examine closely, Sumo prodded Huang Biao's raincoat with the tip of his stone spear. Step by step, Sumo dragged the man to the large pit. After pushing Huang Biao in and placing him properly, Sumo began to fill the pit. Gradually, as the soil covered it and the rainwater bonded, the 5 people were permanently left in that hole. After completing all this, Sumo inserted a branch as a marker and retraced his steps back to the entrance of the tunnel. The wooden plank tunnel door was quite convenient to exit, but by the time Sumo returned, quite a bit of water had already seeped into the passage. Examining the tunnel entrance, Sumo had a thought. If I need to go far, coming out from here is a good choice. I can upgrade it. He silently recited the survival system, and the passage attributes appeared. Entrance and exit passage description. An already opened entrance and exit passage upgrade direction. Safe passage branches. Expand 20, material 40, strength 200, passage door 40, introduction. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The passage door, upgrading it to stone will do. I still have plenty of stone materials here. As the stone materials were gradually placed down, the survival point requirement for the passage door began to drop rapidly. It stopped changing once it reached 20 points. Choose to upgrade the passage door. Spending 20 points, a green light radiated from Sumo's body, and within 2 or 3 breaths, the wooden door, which had a significant gap, instantly transformed into a stone door identical to the front of the shelter, appearing perfectly sealed, making it difficult for rainwater to seep in. Picking up a shovel, Sumo shoveled some dirt to cover the stone passage door, then returned to the main entrance of the shelter, feeling quite satisfied. This passage, used for raids, was something he tried to forget about. On ordinary days, only to be remembered when going far or for a surprise attack. It was best kept as a trump card. At a critical moment, it could create an impact no less than a dimensional strike, just like today. As for the issue of exposing defenses in the live broadcast room, that was not something to worry about immediately. Back at the entrance, he looked at the bare stone walls that had been dug out on both sides. Sumo couldn't help but laugh and cry. What was once a perfectly good underground shelter had been turned into an above-ground one after these people dug for several hours. This is fine, I won't fill it in for now. I'll wait until the rain stops to make some modifications. After circling around and examining the dugout areas, Sumo shouted towards the shelter, Oreo, open the door, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a frantic scratching sound from inside, and with a bang, the stone door opened a crack. The crafty Oreo first peeked through the gap before stepping aside. Good job, little guy, you're quite clever. Wearing a raincoat, unable to pat Oreo's head, Sumo gestured for Oreo to stand back before closing the main door and taking off his raincoat in a corner of the shelter. During the earlier raid, he had devised two plans. Plan A was to sneak out through the back door and catch these people off guard while they were unprepared. Plan B was to have Oreo make some noise at the door to draw attention and create an opportunity for a kill if there was no chance otherwise. Unfortunately, these people were a rabble with very low combat effectiveness and little vigilance. They never expected Sumo to suddenly emerge from the back for a sneak attack. After taking off his raincoat, Sumo turned and sat down on a wooden bench. He looked at the bright flames flickering in the stone base and at Oreo, who had run to the table to act cute. Sumo felt a sense of relief wash over him. No one would have expected it. An hour ago, he was just an ordinary person struggling to survive in this wasteland world. An hour later, he had become a hero bearing the lives of 5 people, acting on behalf of justice. Taking out the spoils, Sumo held the tattered cloth against the turtle shell with his left hand, while his right hand picked up another piece of cloth and began to carefully wipe it. The ancient-looking turtle shell, under the caress of the cloth, appeared increasingly lustrous like jade. After wiping all the cores, Sumo picked up the initially obtained damaged turtle shell and with a thought triggered the game's panel fusion function. Then let's start the fusion. With this damaged core, record detected that the player possesses a complete safe house core, absorption conditions met. Do you wish to absorb? Looking at the words that popped up, Sumo did not hesitate, focused his mind, and selected confirm. In an instant, the turtle shell in his hand began to shake violently, or to be more specific, the turtle shell produced resonance. The entire shelter seemed to be about to leap, with waves of tiny vibrations coursing through it. 1 second, 2 seconds. The frequency of the shelter's vibrations grew closer to the frequency of the turtle shell's tremors in his hand. Visibly, the turtle shell began to crack and melt piece by piece, transforming into a stream of blue water that slipped from Sumo's hand and fell onto the stone floor. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and the entire shelter shook as if it were experiencing an earthquake. In the next moment, Sumo stared in astonishment at the magical scene before him. Record, you have successfully absorbed the damaged safe house core. Record, your shelter area has increased. Record, current shelter area 110 square meters. The familiar shelter had suddenly transformed, as if it had gained weight, inexplicably adding 10 square meters. In the newly added space, a neat array of items was laid out. Woof! Woof woof! Oreo, who had been resting on the ground, now barked incessantly as if seeing a ghost, staring at the extra space and the unfamiliar scent. Hastily walking over to the newly added area, Sumo began to examine the items on the ground. There were a total of about 10 items. First, 3 pieces of clothing stained with blood, colorful and even featuring a pink bear hood. Next to the clothes were 2 tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to the now wealthy Sumo, this person's equipment seemed pitifully inadequate. It was unclear where they had the confidence to raid a shelter. Fearing some hidden poison, Sumo dared not touch them directly, cautiously using a stone spear to poke at the clothes, revealing the supplies underneath. There were about 10 items in total. There was beef jerky bought from the trading market on the first day, looking quite substantial, at least around 300 g. There were also 4 boxes of pure milk, a whole loaf of bread, 2 corn sausages, an old yogurt, and a bottle of unopened Pepsi. 2 bottles of mineral water that had been opened but not finished. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. After confirming the attributes of the supplies one by one on the game panel, Sumo's spirits soared. No wonder these people chose not to develop their shelters properly and instead went out to rob. Working a job couldn't compare to the profits from stealing batteries. Just these supplies alone, if sold in the trading market, would at least fetch several liters of water in exchange, and they were in demand. The food currently sold in the market mainly consisted of bread that required a lot of water to consume and the dry, hard-to-swallow meat of mutated beasts. Despite days of shopping, Sumo had not been able to snatch such luxury food from the market. He never expected these free supply boxes to fall from the sky. Since fusing 1 damaged core can increase 10 square meters, then let's fuse them all. Taking out the remaining 3 damaged cores, he selected them one by one, and the safe house began to tremble again. Record, you have successfully absorbed the damaged safe house core *3. Record, your shelter area has increased. Record, current shelter area 140 square meters. Record, the shelter level has been upgraded. Please check the game panel. After a tremor, the shelter had expanded by a full 40 square meters from where it had been just moments ago. The already spacious shelter now felt even more profound. A large pile of items was scattered across the floor, and just a glance made Sumo feel a dizzying sense of happiness. At the very back, there squatted a device resembling a large rear-end television. Sumo was no stranger to this device. It was exactly what he had longed for, even dreaming about. At night, a generator. At that moment, Sumo could no longer suppress his excitement. He hurried over to the machine as if he were meeting a beloved. The entire body was covered in sky blue paint. 3 thick black iron pipes surrounded the generator's main body, and a side skirt was in place to prevent dust Lowering his head to see the main body of the generator, Sumo's initially eager heart suddenly cooled. This was a diesel generator, marked with Wuxi Siemens, likely obtained by these people from killing mutated beasts or robbing others. But the problem lay in the fact that the oil tank had been pierced by a spear, with a large piece of metal sheared off, exposing the inside of the tank. Squatting in front of the generator, Sumo began to carefully recall the principles of generators he had read about in various books at the university library. It was simple for a generator to produce electricity. In the diesel engine cylinder, clean air filtered through the air cleaner mixes thoroughly with the high pressure atomized diesel sprayed from the nozzle. Under the compression of the piston moving upward, the volume decreases and the temperature rises rapidly, reaching the ignition point of the diesel. Once ignited, the mixed gases burn violently, expanding rapidly and pushing the piston downward, known as doing work. Each cylinder works in a specific sequence, and the thrust acting on the piston is transformed into the force that drives the crankshaft to rotate through the connecting rod. By installing a brushless synchronous AC generator coaxially with the diesel engine's crankshaft, the rotation of the diesel engine can drive the generator's rotor, and using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the generator will output induced electromotive force, generating current through a closed load circuit. After recalling all this, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the most critical current control device that had failed. If it had been that, the generator would surely be beyond repair. Now, it was just the oil tank that had a breach, which could easily be repaired with a small amount of points. Focusing his attention, Sumo called out to the system and looked at the diesel engine. Diesel generator, damaged, efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour, fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour, full load 82L/H. Description: a diesel generator produced by the Wuxi Siemens Group in Jiangsu, not yet in use, with functioning electrical circuits, but a damaged oil tank. Upgrade option 1, replace and repair the core components of the generator to enhance its power supply efficiency and reduce power consumption, requiring survival points, 1680. Upgrade option 2, change the generator's working method to biomass power generation, requiring survival points, 6500. Introduction: what am I to you? You are my Ulamai. No, I want to be your generator. Damn, it's so expensive, 1680, I'd have to save for 10 days or half a month to upgrade. Shaking his head, he dismissed the crazy idea of saving survival points to upgrade the generator. Sumo began to call for a change in method in his mind, changing to a single category small function upgrade method. Although it would slightly increase some consumption, it was not as cost-effective as an overall upgrade, but in the current situation of scarce survival points, it was a good way to address the urgent need. Expensive is expensive. As long as it can be repaired, the base's development speed will double. A flash of light passed, and the original upgrade method began to evolve. Diesel generator, damaged, efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour, fuel consumption 230 grams per kilowatt hour, full load 82L/H. Upgrades: repair 130, expansion 50, increase conversion efficiency 300, change material 420, change power supply method biomass 4450. Repair costs 130. This price is quite reasonable, not high, but Soma can't afford that much right now. After today's harvest, there are 153 points, spending 20 points to upgrade the raincoat and 65 points to upgrade the safety passage, leaving only 68 points. I can only wait for tomorrow's repair. Suppressing his excitement and anxiety, Soma began to gather supplies and tally the spoils of this battle. The core materials from Huangbiao were clearly much more than the other three. It almost filled the expanded 10 square meters. At a glance, Soma spotted 3 large bags containing 5 to 6 kilograms of biscuits. The biscuits resembled the bulk biscuits from supermarkets. After eating one, Soma nodded in satisfaction, finding little difference in taste compared to the packaged ones. With the cold storage function of the storage space, items placed inside essentially entered a Schrödinger state, only materializing when Soma was observing. He gathered the biscuit bags together neatly. Soma then noticed 2 large barrels sitting in the corner. Approaching them, he couldn't help but smile. This really was a complete set. Along with the generator, Huangbiao had also provided 2 barrels containing a total of 200 L of diesel. I thought I would have to make biodiesel myself. I didn't expect such good fortune. Homemade biodiesel could easily damage the generator's internals, but with the system, any damage could be repaired with a few survival points. However, having diesel to get through the tough early days meant that later on he could surely trade for more diesel. After spending 2 hours organizing his items and burying the unnecessary ones outside, Soma opened the chat channel and casually messaged a dim avatar labeled dead. 1 generator, 200 liters of diesel biscuit 6 kilograms, bread 2 kilograms, unopened purified water 2.5 L, beef jerky 800 g, 7 boxes of pure milk, 3 corn sausages, 1 old yogurt, 2 bottles of Pepsi, 2 bags of Lay's chips, 1 bag of open salt, confirmed non-toxic, 1 small bag of unopened chili oil, 1 rechargeable flashlight, Fully charged, an extremely heavy wolf tooth club, 1 pair of unworn sports shoes, size 43, 15 units of wood, 19 units of plant fiber, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron blocks, 1 unit of copper block, and a map that seems to depict the nearby terrain. Important, after recording all the supplies with a huff and puff, Soma felt an immense satisfaction just looking at the data displayed. Of course, in such moments, Soma was also generous enough to share a bit of joy. He took out 2 corn sausages from the pile, tore one open, took a big bite, and tossed the other to Oreo, who was drooling beside him. Goodness, taking care of you now means you'd better pay me back double later. Oreo, with grease all over his mouth, happily howled a couple of times. With tasty food and no hard work, Soma was in a great mood, calling up the game panel to see how to upgrade the shelter. Having absorbed 4 damaged safe house cores, the upgrade system was triggered. The shelter, which had not displayed a level before, suddenly showed its current level. Personal shelter level, LV1 description, a shelter made entirely of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with good safety, and has unique advantages in moisture isolation and warmth retention. Space, 140, height of 4.2 meters, completeness, 100% facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, psychic well water extractor, dining table. Current available permissions, restructure the shelter layout automatically. Generate partition walls, once, please adjust with caution. I can actually generate partitions now. This is what a shelter is, this is what life is. Looking at the prompts on the game panel, Soma's eyes sparkled with excitement. The spacious shelter, still just a large flat, was initially filled with dark corners that were untouched by light. It was fine during the day, but at night it could be quite unsettling. No one gets fat without midnight snacks, and horses don't get fat without night grass. Just from taking down a wave of thugs, such rewards were unexpected. Soma even thought about going live to attract some hatred, calling for more evildoers to come and deliver supplies. Level 1 can only be constructed once. I need to plan carefully. Soma looked at the planning on the panel. With a thought, a box popped up on the interface. Inside the box was a 3D model of the shelter at that moment, with everything from the floor to the stone walls, and all directions clearly marked. Soma briefly browsed through all the functions, closed the interface, and opened the chat interface. After tonight's battle, Soma had completely unraveled his mental knots regarding others in the outside world. Being in the wasteland, in this big divat, the more one wanted to stay out of it, the more one would fall into a cage. Completely isolating oneself and treating the shelter as an island in the ocean was nothing short of the most foolish approach. There are priorities in learning, and each profession has its specialization. The architectural style and overall construction method of the Huaxia shelter during the day were extremely clever, surely crafted by someone skilled behind the scenes. For such specialized design work, Soma decided to outsource it, maximizing the use of space within the shelter. Finally having a chance to restructure, Soma was very dissatisfied with the existing shelter structure but had no idea where to start. First, at the entrance, there was a long staircase. This staircase was fine usually, but once someone broke through the main door and rushed in, it would turn into a melee with no safety at all. A secondary buffer zone, or even a tertiary one, was necessary. Then inside the house, the central area of the base was occupied by a 30 square meter cultivation base, which not only took up space, but also significantly affected future development. Besides the renovation, Soma had a second idea. After tonight's encounter, if someone was restrained above while living underground, getting out from below would require a risky raid. Once or twice was fine, but after multiple attempts, there would always be a chance of failure. Therefore, building a buffer zone above ground was also a very necessary measure. Just because it wasn't underground shelter, one couldn't completely give up control over the surface from the start. With a firm decision, Soma found the private message function and, according to the contact information from the Huaxia shelter during the day, initiated the first historic call. The person responsible for the rendezvous was the little girl who spoke at the shelter during the day, Shinku. Soma, hello, I am Soma from Huaxia. I would like to trade with your shelter, is that possible? Not long after sending the message, 3 very eager texts came back, and before Soma could even read what was said, the other side directly initiated a video call. After thinking for a moment, Soma did not refuse. After all, he had already appeared in front of everyone globally, so there was no need to hide now. The call connected. Shunku's face appeared on the screen. Hello, Soma, I am the publicity officer for the disaster relief point of the 79th Regiment of the 13th Army. We agree to your trading request. May I ask what kind of trade you are looking for? Looking at Soma's face in the camera, Shunku tried her best to suppress her inner shock and not show it. In her view, the first thing that caught her eye was the prominent generator and the 2 large barrels of diesel beside it. Then there were luxurious cola, bread, biscuits, and other living supplies. In her peripheral vision, she also caught a glimpse of a corner of the culture medium. The wealth in the shelter was too much of a shock to Shinku's apocalyptic worldview. As for Sumo's handsome face, it appeared even more mysterious against this pile of supplies. I would like to ask someone to help me design the structure of the underground shelter, preferably with a drawing, Sumo said. Hearing Sumo's words, Shinko hurriedly nodded. We have the renowned designer Dr. Shen from the former Huaxia in our shelter, who is also my uncle. I can ask him to design it for you, no problem? No problem, no problem. I think you should know the structure of the underground shelter, right? According to. Upon hearing it was Dr. Shen, Sumo was slightly surprised but nodded nonchalantly, beginning to discuss his needs. On the other side, Shinka simply called her uncle Shinitian over to facilitate a face-to-face conversation between Sumo and him. Before long, the two had finished discussing the details. Alright, we understand your needs. I will deliver this design drawing to you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Don't worry, I will manage it according to wartime protocols and strictly adhere to the confidentiality agreement. Shinitian was very straightforward. After discussing the requirements, he picked up his grass umbrella from the side table and left, a man of his word. Sumo had heard of this doctor before. Many superstructures in the country, including the 840-meter tall tower, were designed by him, so designing a shelter was certainly a small matter. After Shinitian left, Shinku returned to the center of the screen. Dr. Shin didn't mention a quote either. I wonder how many supplies would be needed for such a design drawing. Seeing Shinku hesitate to speak, Sumo directly got to the point. He believed Shinku would not ask for an exorbitant amount, and from the very beginning, when she hadn't asked him too many questions, Sumo knew that the Huaxia shelter came with full sincerity. However, the next moment, Shinku's words stirred up Sumo's inner turmoil. Mr. Sumo, this design drawing won't require much in terms of supplies. Consider it our first transaction, a gesture of sincerity from the Huaxia shelter. Here, we hope Mr. Su can help the stranded Huaxia people within your means. Even if we come to the Wasteland world, we must support each other and move forward strongly. Of course, regarding the thugs from tonight, Mr. Su, you have 100% right to defend yourself, and we support your approach. Looking at Shinku's determined little eyes and her concise military demeanor, Sumo nodded, tacitly accepting Shinku's conditions. The next second, Shinku, who had been serious, could no longer maintain her stern expression, and a bright smile blossomed on her pretty face. Su God, the transaction for the shelter is done. Can I make another private deal with you? A mischievous smile appeared on her charming little face. No one would refuse to hear her request. Please, go ahead, Sumo replied with a faint smile, his expression one of unexplainable nonchalance. I want to exchange 1 L of ethereal water, and the items for trade are wires and a mechanical controller for writing control programs. I can also add some intelligence. Hearing Shinku's words, Sumo turned his head and realized that his video call had exposed the generator behind him. Sumo chuckled and shook his head. No wonder Shinku proposed the trade, she had accurately gauged his development needs. Don't worry, I will tell my uncle, and when he draws the design, he can also help you plan the circuits and such. Seeing Sumo's expression, Shinku immediately continued nervously, fearing that Sumo might say the word no at any moment. 1 liter of ethereal energy water might seem incredibly precious in the eyes of others, but they would never know that this precious resource can be produced in the shelter at a rate of 7 liters a day. The inequality brought by information has truly tipped the scales in favor of trade. Soma smiled slightly and said, alright, I'll make the exchange, that's not a problem. As for that information, how much do you know about the ruins? He thought for a moment, genuinely curious about the ruins in Liangfang town. His ruins were unlike anyone else's known so far. There were plenty of good things inside, and as long as he could gather weapons to unlock a room, the rewards would be unimaginable. Seeing Soma agree, Shinku pushed her hair back from her face, pondered for a moment, and calmly said, we've organized a team to explore this ruin, and we do know quite a bit of information about it. However, this information isn't particularly valuable. Everyone will find out sooner or later. According to the information we've gathered so far, the ruins can be divided into 3 types. The first type is the mist ruins that everyone has mentioned in the chat channels. The places players can access in these ruins are bizarre and varied, but based on our compiled information, these ruins mostly lead into the prehistoric civilizations of our Earth. I can't specify which ancient civilization it is due to insufficient exploration. The second type of ruins is, the treasures you read about in novels, you know? We Earthlings might not be the first species exiled here to participate in survival. There were other species that came before us. So, some of them didn't survive the natural disasters, and their shelters remained, becoming fixed ruins. The third type, we suspect that other civilizations are merging with the Wasteland world we currently inhabit. We still don't have a definitive conclusion about which civilization it is or what their purpose might be. The evidence is insufficient, and the information collected is lacking. We can only wait for technology to recover and gradually investigate. Shunka spoke in detail, clearly explaining the 3 types of ruins that had been discovered so far. Soma silently recorded all the information again using the method of private messaging the dead, nodded, and indicated that the transaction was complete. Yay! I'll go get you the wires and controller right away, Shinku exclaimed with delight, bouncing up from her seat. After they exchanged goodbyes, she ended the video call. Before long, Shinku's trade request came through, and after confirming it was correct, Soma uploaded 1,100 milliliters of ethereal energy water. He also left a message: "Thank you for your information and your keen observation. This 100 milliliters is a personal gift for you. Stay alive." For everyone, a flash of light passed, and the transaction was completed. In a nondescript small room within the vast Huaxia shelter, Shinku raised her arm and called out, tossing all the wires into the trade items. He, now you can't say I'm just a girl who can only do clerical work." With a silly grin, Shinku confirmed the trade and received the ethereal energy water. But when she saw the quantity of the traded items in Soma's message, an inexplicable wave of emotion suddenly surged within her. Tears of gratitude welled up and spilled over, dampening her face, which had already turned yellow and dark from lack of water. Realizing she was crying, the girl didn't wipe her tears right away. Instead, she greedily licked the tears with her dry, cracked lips. Then, the bright girl stopped her tears, grabbed an umbrella, and rushed out of the room, shouting, "Don't worry about catching a cold tonight. We've traded for ethereal energy water. Everyone will get a share before bed." Wow! Ethereal energy water. For minor ailments, even medicine doesn't have the healing effects of the legendary ethereal energy water. In the camp, those who were still working hard late at night looked up, their eyes filled with gratitude and relief. They didn't shout. They didn't cheer. Since the first day they entered the shelter, the rule they received was, "Conserve energy, don't shout, don't cry, we don't have enough food and water, but we must survive to return to Earth." Oh dear, it seems I really have become a bit reclusive, with no one to talk to, just a silly dog. Humans are indeed social animals. Looking at the pile of wires on the ground used for setting up circuits, all he wanted was to lie back on his little bed like a salted fish. The silly dog Oreo also ran over at this moment, jumped onto the bed with a leap, then jumped back down again. The black and white dog's face wore a provocative expression. "You little rascal, calling you a silly dog and you're not happy about it, huh? Take this." With a leap from the bed, a person and a dog began to chase each other around the shelter. Soma's cheerful laughter echoed throughout the entire shelter. After chasing for a while, seeing Oreo still energetically running ahead, out of breath, Soma had no choice but to sit down on a bench. Oreo was still amusing himself in the distance, and upon seeing Soma stop chasing, let out a series of playful barks. "Don't worry, for you, for me, for Mom, Dad, and my sister, I will survive," Soma said with determination in his eyes. However, in his gaze towards Oreo there was a rare hint of tenderness. After resting for a while, he spread out the map he had obtained on the table. Soma carefully identified the location of the ruins. According to what Shinka said, it seems this marked spot on the map should be where Huang Biao and the others discovered the ruins. The starting point for Huang Biao and his group should be about 20 kilometers from the ruins. If this three-way junction is my base, then the ruins should be to my west, 3.5 kilometers away. The markings on the map used the most primitive pictographic method. It was also thanks to them finding paper to record it, and the records were quite clear. Otherwise, an ordinary person really wouldn't understand such an abstract map. The times on here should indicate the bases that have been attacked. Hiss, what a ruthless bunch of beasts. Counting them up, Soma suddenly realized that these 5 people had robbed everywhere they went. The red crosses on the map had formed a straight line, totaling as many as 16. They probably don't know that destroying a safe house after people die will drop the core of the safe house, but even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. Only the place safe houses can absorb these cores. By the time I'm equipped, perhaps I can head west and see if these cores are still around. After a day and night of acid rain disaster, Soma had plenty of time to think. As an ordinary person without any academic advantages, in this apocalypse, everything had to rely on that fighting spirit. Not only did he need to actively gather information, but he also had to take the initiative to strengthen himself. Looking at the treasure map symbol on the map, Soma raised the corners of his mouth, stood up, and gazed towards the west. "In 2 days, let me see who you really are." Today is the 6th day since arriving in the Wasteland. Apocalypse calendar, January 6th. Current shelter members, Soma, Oreo. The disaster isn't over yet. Is it too much for me to sleep in on my bed? Finally, I don't have to rush for the 7 o'clock bus. Oreo is sleeping, looking at the drool on its mouth. I wonder what good food it's dreaming about. What a silly dog. The supplies in the shelter have become abundant, and electricity will be connected soon. I can definitely hold on. Soma, keep it up. After opening the private message and recording the 6th day of the empty nester diary, Soma closed the game panel. Even after slaying 5 people last night, he still slept soundly until nearly 8 o'clock. Lying on the soft and warm little bed, listening to the sparse and now soothing sound of the rain outside, Suemo quietly awaited the end of the disaster. Outside the shelter, this terrifying acid rain that had lasted for 36 hours was about to come to a close. As the clock struck 8, the system's settlement notifications sounded right on time. Doomsday Calendar January 6. An unknown disaster has struck and you feel very safe in the secure shelter. Survival points +5. You have upgraded a set of simple disaster-resistant equipment. Survival points +2. While patrolling outside, you discovered a group of malicious individuals, showcasing keen observation. Survival points +5. You opened a second access route for the shelter. Survival points +20. You killed 5 bandits, ensuring your safety and the ownership of the shelter. Survival points +35. You made your first appearance before over 1 billion people, leaving a deep impression with the name Sumo. Survival points +200. You confiscated a lot of supplies, enriching your shelter. Survival points +10. You upheld your humanity as a human being, knowing you are not a mad beast. You have people you care about, people you want to protect, and you want to survive and return to Earth. Survival points +25. Scanning hosts' living environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today you earned 53 survival points. Final settlement. Survival points +365. Remaining survival points 433. Phew, I can't believe there are so many. This is a direct windfall. Seeing the settlement points, Sumo sat up abruptly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Every day was like squeezing toothpaste, just over 100 points, and suddenly a windfall of 400 points made Sumo feel as if he were dreaming. Live streaming in front of 1 billion people, getting 200 points just for them to remember my name, is the system encouraging me to show off more? Sumo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the largest item in the income. Is this good? This is great. Compared to the extremely dangerous life and death battles with people, just a live stream could bring such high returns. It was simply too cost-effective. Phew, since I have survival points now, I'll upgrade the generator today. He got dressed and stood up. After pouring today's share of ethereal water into the tank and filling a wooden cup to the brim, Sumo began to rinse his mouth. Guliolu. He spat the rinsed water onto the edge of the vegetable cultivation base, then scooped out 1.5 liters of ethereal water to water the vegetable patch. Today's care work was complete. With a sacred feeling, Sumo quickly walked to the inner side where the generator was placed, looking at the damaged fuel tank beneath the generator, concentrating his thoughts. Diesel generator, damaged, efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour, fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. Full load 82L/H, upgrade, repair, 130, expand capacity, 50, increase conversion efficiency, 300, change material, for 20, change energy supply. Method to biomass, 4450. I choose to repair. Love is a green light. As the words fell, a green light spread out from his body, embodying Sumo's deep affection for the generator. Caressing the machine cover, Sumo's eyes were filled with deep emotion. What man wouldn't like such a wild machine? Gradually, the generator's fuel tank, which had a gaping hole, began to undergo slight deformation under the caress of the green light. Tiny silver dots appeared out of thin air beside the fuel tank, adhering to the damaged area under the green light's influence. A fist-sized gap quickly sealed up, and after 3 to 5 seconds, the green light vanished. The generator's fuel tank was fully repaired, looking brand new. Diesel generator, standard, efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour, fuel consumption 230 grams per kilowatt hour, full load 82L/H. Sumo carefully leaned over the generator, memorizing every little tip and the simple method to start it. The fuel consumption at full load was terrifying. Within less than 3 hours of full load, the current diesel reserve could be depleted. Originally, Sumo was worried that once it was turned on, he wouldn't be able to control the output power. After learning to operate it, he discovered that the diesel generator not only had a clutch but also, surprisingly, a throttle. A complete control system was fully integrated into the generator's program. As long as the power output was manually set, the output intensity could be controlled, which was extremely convenient. After a round of learning and operation, Sumo opened the fuel tank and began pouring in diesel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Watching the operation gauge above the fuel tank light up, indicating stable power output, Sumo quickly turned off the machine and said excitedly, "Now, if there are any weapons or devices that need power, we can boldly upgrade. Not just electric spears, but electric crossbows as well." After obtaining the design plans and planning the interior of the shelter, as long as there was a set of batteries, the wires could be distributed to each room. Once light bulbs were found, torches could be retired at night. Sitting back on the stool, Sumo's heart was still restless. For modern humans, electricity had long become an indispensable part of life, even without electrical devices. As long as there was a generator, the future goal was very clear: find electrical equipment. Build a super shelter centered around electricity. With his emotions surging, Sumo suppressed his excitement, took out some cookies, crushed a portion of Oreos and soaked them in water. As the aroma of the cookie crumbs blended with the essence of the ethereal water, Oreo, who was howling at the door, was immediately attracted over, lying on the ground and licking the food bowl frantically. Watching Oreo eat so heartily, Sumo also felt quite appetizing, took out a piece of cookie, poured a cup of ethereal water, and finished his breakfast. While the rain outside had not yet stopped, Sumo decided to start his daily exercise and teach. Oreo some training coordination. Gradually, as the time approached noon, the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse rapidly. A streak of golden sunlight appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating every dark corner. As the time struck, the system panel suddenly began broadcasting messages across the entire map as if it were malfunctioning. Record: the first disaster has ended. Total death toll by the end of this disaster: 145,547,893. People record: the novice disaster has ended. The panel announcement will officially cease. Please observe the panel function prompts in a timely manner. Record: novice period has ended. The first version update has been automatically initiated. Record: update complete. Record: the first disaster score record has been completed, and rewards have been distributed according to the shelter's disaster resistance attributes and performance. Record: trading system updated. Each time a trading demand arises, a certain amount of disaster resistance points must be paid as a handling fee based on the weight of the items. Record: secret realm trading open. The day before each disaster, the secret realm will automatically open, and members of the same regional channel can enter the secret realm to exchange resources. Forces prohibited in trading realms, absolutely safe. Record: item bar function mode updated. The first payment of 100 disaster resistance points can exchange for 1 cubic meter of storage space, and subsequent point requirements will double each time. Record: private message function updated. The first time adding friends, both parties need to pay 1 point. Once added successfully, they can chat freely. Record: manufacturing system updated. The following items have been deleted: torches, wooden doors, wooden boxes, grass raincoats, and disaster points will fluctuate up or down according to the difficulty of item manufacturing. Record: detection of casualty rates exceeding the predicted line, automatically adjusting disaster warning time 15 days. Record: detection of casualty rates exceeding the predicted line, beginning to deploy crowds 51:17. Deployment must be completed no later than before the end of the second disaster. Record: major regional channels will be reorganized. After each disaster, channels with fewer than 1,000 people will automatically merge. All prompts will sound 3 times in succession before the game panel officially opens. Wow! In an instant, all the surviving humans rushed into the chat channel, flooding the global and regional channels in a moment. No way? I can understand adding restrictions to all items, but why cut the crafting function? Now even making a wooden spear costs 1 disaster point, and I've only been given 13 points total? The apocalypse has come. This damn game is definitely up to no good. It's just a way to make us die. Overthrow the game's rule. This world should be governed by the people. Hooray! Now trading requires points. A 4 kilograms item costs a 3-point transaction fee. Why don't you just go rob it? Generous reward: my mom has been deployed to XX location. Is there a brother nearby? Please take care of her, she has no points. We can't private message. We're doomed, there's no storage space. My meat will rot in a few days. Looking for kind-hearted people to huddle together for warmth. My location is probably at XX, those nearby feel free to private message me. Sitting in the shelter, which was already overflowing with items from the inventory, Sumo's face darkened as he read through the shelter upgrade announcements one by one. This change undoubtedly pushed the somewhat gamified survival world a significant step towards reality. The crafting system was cut. A torch that could burn for 12 hours made from 1 piece of wood and 2 plant fibers disappeared. Other similar crafting options that allowed for the creation of bug items with just materials vanished, leaving only some necessary tools and weapons that could only be crafted with points. Trading requires points, inventory requires points, crafting requires points, private messaging requires points, everything requires points. In all the update announcements, the phrase disaster points appeared repeatedly. Everyone thought the days when a penny could thwart a hero were gone forever, but they didn't expect it to return in such a ridiculous manner. Opening the system interface, in a very conspicuous spot in the lower right corner, Sumo saw his points, 632 points. Fortunately, I upgraded the shelter early and got a ranking. This first place gave me a full 400 points. What a steal! After assessing the costs of all the items, Sumo finally relaxed the tension he had been holding. Since he took the first step ahead of everyone else, and being alone allowed him to enjoy all the disaster points, he appeared incredibly wealthy in the eyes of others. Before any further major changes, Sumo could still make use of the crafting and trading systems. As for the others, the end of the novice period forced many who were still hiding in the shelter to face the harsh reality. It was time to step out of the shelter and explore the wilderness. For Sumo, the most fatal aspect of all the changes was the significant reduction in storage space. Previously, there was no concept of spatial cubes for storage. No matter how large the item stored in the inventory, it counted as 1 unit. Take the stone and iron resources he had in hand, they could all be accumulated into 1 inventory slot, which was quite convenient. Now, after the changes, at the very least, storing items could no longer be as reckless as before, where dozens of units of resources could be thrown in at once. After clicking the space icon in the item bar, Sumo focused his thoughts. Pay 100 disaster points to unlock storage space. It was as if he were purchasing an item bar expansion scroll in some dungeon game. Silently, Sumo's vision seemed to penetrate through space, arriving in a small area measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height. Record, your disaster points -100, your storage space current. Volume, 1 cubic meter. After unlocking the storage space, the specific usage method remained unchanged. As long as he concentrated his thoughts on an item for 1 second, he could absorb unclaimed items into it. The absorbed items could also reappear in Sumo's hands or at a designated spot within 50 centimeters in just 1 second. After switching to the trading channel and trying it out, Sumo dismissed the idea of continuing to sell water. The current trading system charged by weight, with the starting price for the first 3 kilograms of items being 2 points, and each additional kilogram costing 1 point. This meant that relying on the trading system to hoard resources on a large scale had become a pipe dream. The ultimate goal of the game panel was to facilitate resource exchange between each regional channel, allowing for resource trading to be brought into the trading secret realm. Indeed, this is not a simple survival game. Fortunately, my sister is 16 and my parents are 54, so I don't have to worry about this disaster being released just yet. Otherwise, with the current exploration progress, I would have to risk my life. After observing the chat in the world and regional channels for a while, a sense of urgency washed over Sumo again. Exiting to the upper right corner of the game panel, a number 15 and a snowflake icon reappeared in the disaster display area. When Sumo focused his thoughts on the days, a line of prompts popped up. Countdown to the next disaster event. 15 days, disaster event, blizzard, -20 degrees, lasting 72 hours. Damn, -20 degrees, is this game crazy? The black text on the panel clearly would not change in the slightest due to Sumo's anger. Just after the acid rain, and now suddenly a blizzard. How can ordinary people survive? Sumo suppressed his anger, his face flushed. If the first acid rain disaster was a challenge for underground shelters, then this blizzard was a super test for above-ground shelters. Once the temperature dropped and the ground froze, going out to explore, obtaining food, and most importantly, the need for heating would become a major problem for above-ground shelters. 72 hours. Sumo's teeth ground together. The current underground shelter was a full 140 square meters, and the corresponding temperature would definitely be much lower than other underground shelters. If he couldn't find suitable heating facilities within half a month, it would be dire. Thinking of this, Sumo anxiously closed the game panel and began to consider how to respond to the disaster coming in 15 days. The disasters in the survival game were too frequent. If a disaster occurred once a month, within a year, Sumo was confident he could completely return to the electrical age, relying on survival points. However, now with the second disaster coming in just 15 days, it completely disrupted his development plan. I'll go out to scavenge tomorrow. No, today. I must find heating facilities as soon as possible. With disaster looming, Sumo no longer had the thought of waiting for the rain to dry before setting out. Spending another 200 points, he upgraded the storage space to 2 cubic meters and began moving the cluttered items on the ground. First, he transported all the stones and iron blocks to the innermost corner of the shelter. Then, using 8 units of wood, he crafted a hideous-looking storage cabinet and placed all the food resources inside. At this point, only some miscellaneous items remained on the ground. Hey, isn't this the complete shelter core? Picking up the glowing turtle shell from the ground, Sumo rubbed his forehead. There were too many things to do every day, and he hadn't had time to integrate this core last night as his attention was drawn to the generator. Looking at it now, it seemed just right. The shelter was already large enough, and the supplies couldn't fill it up. If it continued to expand, the temperature inside the shelter would inevitably drop further. At that time, it would be like a mute eating bitter herbs with no way to express the suffering. Carefully storing the turtle shell in his storage space and organizing all the clutter into a corner, Sumo began to prepare the items he needed for today's exploration of the ruins. With disasters looming, exploring the outside world was urgent. The vast wasteland world. Not only were there unknown underground ruins, but also the nearby mountainous terrain and water landscapes, and Sumo was still completely in the dark. Take a bottle of mineral water, and another bottle of ghost energy water. All 50 crossbow bolts must be taken, the wooden spear should be taken, and the wolf fawn club, let's take that too. Bring some materials, just in case they are needed for emergencies. Sumo packed items, one by one. Exploring outside was no child's play. He had to be properly equipped, which was the best respect for the apocalypse. After gathering everything, Sumo opened the shelter's main door. It was just noon. A blazing sun descended from the heavens like a deity, radiating its magnificent power. However, the time was too short. The rainwater on the ground hadn't evaporated, leaving puddles everywhere. I wonder if the mutated beasts can survive in this environment. Sumo's expression changed. His mind began to recall the black dog he encountered in the ruins of Liangfeng town. If the mutated creatures in the wasteland really turned out like that, it would be no less than an impending extreme cold disaster for humanity. Either the mutated beasts, like humans, would die upon contact with rainwater, or Sumo hoped it was the former. After checking the surrounding environment and confirming there were no abnormalities, Sumo turned back into the shelter, took out plant fibers, and began to weave a raincoat. For Oreo, there was a lot of standing water on the ground, and any skin contact could be lethal. When exploring outside, he had to rely on Oreo's scouting and early warning abilities. It didn't take long. After using 10 survival points to replicate the process in the wardrobe, a brand new dog raincoat was produced. Stuck in the shelter for 2 days without going out, Oreo was overjoyed to see his new outfit bouncing around happily. After putting on the raincoat, he dashed out of the shelter and began sniffing around excitedly. Seeing this, Sumo closed the shelter's main door, double-checked that he had everything, and turned back to the second passage, climbing up the tunnel. The current design of the shelter's main door was still quite foolish. It could only be opened and closed from the inside, not from the outside. Fortunately, there was a second passage, otherwise, if someone stole from home while he was away, it would be disastrous. Climbing out of the second passage of the shelter and opening the stone door covered with a layer of dirt, Sumo arrived behind the hill. Under the blazing sun, the acid rain lake shimmered with sparkling waves. After glancing around and checking that there were no abnormalities at the place where he buried the bodies last night, he closed the small door and covered it with dirt, then turned back towards the main entrance. The straight-line distance from the underground ruins to the shelter was 3.5 kilometers. Without considering detours, he could reach it in half an hour. Taking advantage of the daylight, I must explore quickly and return before sunset. Sumo quickened his pace. Although the ground was uneven, the nearby terrain was relatively familiar, making it easy to walk. Oreo kept a distance of 200 meters from Sumo, patrolling for mutated creatures. Woof woof woof. After walking over 700 meters, the previously calm Oreo suddenly barked, tightening Sumo's heart. Is there a monster? Woof. With Oreo's affirmative answer, Sumo no longer hesitated and directly activated the monster encyclopedia scanning function for the first time today. Detected 331 meters from the player. There are 6 unicorn sand wolves, danger level 48. Please proceed with caution. Today's attempts. February 3rd. Sumo was stunned. 6 unicorn sand wolves, altogether? Opening the monster encyclopedia, Sumo quickly skimmed through and immediately understood the characteristics of this animal. The most commonly sold mutated beast food in the trading market was this type of sand wolf. As a pack animal, their combat power was not high. Typically, a normal adult male with a weapon could easily defeat 2 sand wolves. Moreover, the return rate from sand wolves was extremely high, not only providing meat but also sand wolf skins, sand wolf blood, and possibly treasure chests. Licking his lips, Sumo suppressed his thoughts and with a flick of his mind, he took out the crossbow from his storage backpack. The agile Oreo immediately displayed extremely professional combat qualities upon encountering the enemy. Lowering his body, sniffing the air, and occasionally moving his ears to listen, the duo moved at a slow pace. Before long, Sumo, treading carefully, spotted a group of unicorn sand wolves hiding under a large rock 100 meters away. So these animals also have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. With his excellent vision, Sumo quickly noticed that 4 of the sand wolves were lying on the ground, resting. The remaining 2 were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Upon seeing Sumo in the distance, the sand wolves froze for a moment before starting to panic and howl. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced through the throat of one of the howling sandwolves, taking its life. As he quickly reloaded, Sumo carefully observed the remaining 5 sandwolves. At this moment, after being attacked, all the sandwolves stood up and began to roar in Sumo's direction. They tried to appear intimidating, relying on their numbers to bluff. Unfortunately, the sandwolves clearly understood the power of acid rain. The wet ground made them hesitant to charge forward, leaving them to rage impotently in place. Good opportunity. With the crossbow loaded, Sumo aimed slightly and shot again, taking down another sandwolf. The remaining 4 sandwolves immediately began to panic and howl, with one even preparing to flee. However, when it touched the still damp ground with its paw, it recoiled as if it had touched fire. Watching the sandwolf's performance, Sumo raised his eyebrows. The first time using the crossbow was with full map visibility, and the second time the enemy couldn't move at all. This luck is just too good. He couldn't decide whether to praise the sandwolves for being clever or scold them for being foolish. They had no idea why the figure in the distance could shoot arrow after arrow, and under Oreo's looming threat, all the sandwolves could do was stand still as targets. Die. Without breaking a sweat, Sumo easily harvested a nest of sandwolves with just 6 crossbow bolts. From a distance, the 6 sandwolves dropped 2 treasure chests, 1 wooden and 1 iron. Even if this trip couldn't lead to the underground ruins, it had already yielded rewards. Approaching, he first retrieved all the crossbow bolts stuck in the sandwolves, then stored all the sandwolves in his storage space. Oreo wagged his head and came to Sumo's feet, proudly showcasing his achievements. Sumo patted Oreo's head and laughed. All this meat will be yours once we process it back home. Don't worry, I won't take any. Woof woof woof. Oreo immediately became incredibly excited, rubbing his head against Sumo's palm. Record, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Record, you have obtained 1 Fanta soda. Record, you have obtained 1 Master Kong pickled cabbage noodles. As the light from the wooden treasure chest faded, a bottle of soda and a bucket of instant noodles were left behind. Ah! Seeing the instant noodles on the ground, Sumo immediately felt his mouth watering, his taste buds awakening as if he had already absorbed the rich broth of the noodles. Reluctantly, he stored the 2 items in his storage space and he looked at the iron treasure chest with anticipation. Record, you have opened the iron treasure chest. Record, you have obtained a workbench blueprint *1. Record, you have obtained a simple tool pliers *1. Record, you have obtained a beaker *1. A series of resource acquisition notifications popped up. On the ground, a blue blueprint, a pair of iron pliers about the length of a forearm, and a glass beaker appeared. The workbench blueprint is of no use at this stage, but I might as well learn it first. After picking up the blueprint and crumpling it to learn, Sumo grabbed the 2 items and tossed them into the storage space. What a pity, I should have made a ranged weapon earlier. But I was just lucky today, otherwise, these 6 sandwolves moving quickly would be quite a headache. As Sumo sighed, he straightened up and set off again. The entire confrontation between 1 person, 1 dog, and 6 wolves, including the collection of loot, took no more than 10 minutes. With the advantage of timing, location, and manpower, Sumo felt confident as he looked ahead at the road. After resuming his journey, he compared the map along the way. This time, Sumo walked 2 kilometers without spotting any mutated beasts. It's possible that Huang Biao and the others cleared out all the mutated beasts along the way when they came over. This pack of sand dogs is just unlucky. They probably ran here to avoid the rain and ended up getting caught by me. As he walked, Sumo, who had been tense, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. In the distance, he could already see the terrain markers indicated on the map. Stopping in his tracks, Sumo began to survey his surroundings. Following the path he had taken, he crouched down and felt a distinct undulation beneath him. If I'm not mistaken, I should be in a basin. From 3 kilometers away, looking back at the path he had come, the distance had already become blurry, with parts of the horizon disappearing from view. Looking west, he could clearly feel the terrain rising. After carefully surveying the area, Sumo found the location of the ruins. Is this where the prehistoric ruins are located? It was a terrain similar to that of the shelter. The underground ruins were also raised into a small hill, and due to the terrain, there were no proper drainage facilities around the hill, resulting in large areas of accumulated water. Of course, if it weren't for the map's markings and the existence of the ruins, choosing this place as the foundation for a shelter and clearing the water with pipes would also be an excellent location for building a shelter. Woof woof woof. Oreo returned from a distance, seeking his owner's opinion. Due to more than a day of heavy rain, the water near the ruins was quite deep and even. With a raincoat, Oreo found it difficult to wade through. Seeing Oreo's fearful expression, Sumo said without hesitation, "We must explore this shelter. It's the only treasure spot we know of nearby. You wait here for me and I'll go over to check it out." Woof. Oreo wagged his tail, not wanting to part from his owner. Bending down, Sumo rubbed Oreo's head and comforted him. "Don't worry, keep watch for me outside. The acid rain inside is terrifying, just one touch. Ah, your fur would be gone." Oreo, who was eager to try, was suddenly startled by Sumo, his eyes revealing a mix of fear, grievance, and reluctance, and he could only obediently squat in place, wagging his soft, fluffy tail. Standing up, Sumo took a deep breath, pulled out a raincoat from his storage space, and began to put it on. The fluid raincoat did not hinder normal movement at all. After checking for any damage or leaks, Sumo started to wade forward, taking 1 step at a time. At this moment, there were about 200 meters left to the hill. The water level had already submerged his feet. To be cautious, Sumo decided to take a detour, moving around to the back of the hill, attempting to approach from a direction less prone to water accumulation to scout the area. The soil of the plain was already loose, and after being soaked by the rain, it had turned into a muddy mess. With every step, Sumo found it extremely difficult to walk. Sometimes, he would even sink a little over half a leg into the mud, straining to pull himself out. Wading through the water, he walked for about 20 minutes, covering roughly 150 meters. As the terrain rose, the soil began to harden, and the standing water gradually disappeared. However, the scattered footprints on the ground tightened Sumo's heart. These footprints looked very fresh, still clearly visible in shape despite the heavy rain. Among them were prints with 2 toes branching out, as well as a whole series of feline tracks. Occasionally, a few strands of hair could be seen in the gaps of the mud. Squatting down, Sumo carefully picked up the hair from the ground and examined it closely. It does look like feline fur. This flexibility is definitely not from an ordinary animal. With a sense of unease, Sumo opened the game panel and pressed the monster encyclopedia. For the second time today, no mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempts 1/3 strange. Logically speaking, felines should have a very strong territorial instinct. If they came here, it doesn't make sense that this isn't their territory. Felines mark the boundaries of their territory with claw marks and urine, also to inform other animals of their passage to avoid unexpected encounters and conflicts. After looking around, Suemo shook his head, finding no nearby markers. Is this blood? Touching the side of the hill, Suemo suddenly discovered a pool of blood that had already seeped into the ground. Lowering his head, he sniffed the scent on the ground. Aside from the foul smell of the mud after the rain, he could detect a hint of blood. Moreover, there was still a lot of fur near the bloodstain, and a place that had been struck. What is this? Damn, was this hit by a grenade? The further he walked along the side of the hill, the more animal traces he found. After circling to the left, Suemo was astonished to discover a patch of charred marks on the ground. The grass next to the marks was still lush and green, yet the center of the marks was barren. This struck area was extremely unusual. Based on the diameter of the explosion center, it was only about 50 centimeters. Furthermore, the ground had not been blown up, which was very unreasonable for explosives used in pinpoint detonations or hand-thrown grenades. A sense of foreboding crept into Sumo's heart. He quickly walked back to the center of the hill, following the highest point until he reached the end, where he found several more impact marks. And at the very front, there was a large, dark hole. Has someone already been here? Taking out a flashlight from his storage space, Suemo shone the light into the hole. Descending from the hole to the ground was about 4 meters high, similar to the height of the shelter, and the architecture here gave Suemo a sense of familiarity. Why do I feel such a strong sense of familiarity? Are you sure this isn't a human shelter? If this were an RPG game, countless question marks would be floating above Sumo's head. Should he go down to explore? A bold idea sprang up in Sumo's mind, quickly growing wild. Everything here was too strange: the inexplicable feline fur, several pinpoint small explosions, and the design structure resembling a human shelter all wrapped this underground relic in a layer of mystery. Opening the storage space and searching for a moment, Suemo decided to use the most primitive method, weaving hemp rope. Over 4 meters high, it was easy to jump down but difficult to climb back up. Taking out 2 units of plant fibers, Suemo sat at the hole and began to weave the hemp rope. Seriously. After repeatedly twisting several strands of tough plant fibers together and working downwards, in less than 20 minutes, Sumo had woven a grass rope about 3 meters long. He took out 2 units of iron blocks, placed one on the ground, and tied one end of the hemp rope to the iron block, completing a simple up and down device. At that moment, Suemo was incredibly grateful that he had participated in the DIY craft club in college. Otherwise, this simple task would have been quite challenging for an ordinary person. Once everything was tidied up, Suemo tried throwing small stones around to ensure there were no traps before beginning his first descent into the ruins. He had read plenty of novels about toon raiding, but putting it into practice was quite difficult. Clumsily biting down on the flashlight, Suemo grabbed the rope and began to slide down. The rough texture of the plant fibers greatly increased the friction during the descent, and each time he slid down, Suemo had to exert considerable effort to hold on. When he was about a meter from the ground, Suemo relaxed his grip and his body naturally dropped to the ground. After holding his breath for a long time, once he caught his breath, Suemo immediately began to gasp for air. But when he raised his head and used the flashlight to look ahead, his heart skipped a beat. A person, times, a skeleton, square root. Although he had just dealt with 5 thugs last night, at this moment, looking at the skull lying on the ground and staring at him sideways, a chill ran down his spine. The skull on the ground neither let out a puff of ghostly fire from its eye sockets like in novels, nor did it stand up and shout defiantly, "Dare you, saint of combat, to dismount and fight me?" It just lay there, tilting, with hollow eyes surveying him, asking himself, although everyone had already realized that this world was vastly different from what they had known before. After the crossover, seeing a skeleton scattered on the ground still inevitably evoked a wave of fear. After all, humans always have a natural fear of the supernatural. Suemo looked at the scene before him, his mind racing. He cautiously moved his feet, trying to avoid the skull's line of sight. Bang! Suemo carefully stepped left, but unexpectedly, he stepped on an object on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Looking down, he felt a chill run down his spine. My bad, brother, I didn't mean to disturb you." A section of a white bony arm had broken into 2 pieces under Sumo's foot, with a crack forming in the middle. Using the light, Suemo looked around and found that not only this bony arm but bones were scattered everywhere on the ground. I don't know who this brother was, but he was too unfortunate. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground with only its head intact, Suemo smiled wryly while stepping aside from the broken bones. The floor of the ruins resembled a concrete structure, and on the ground he could see quite a few scattered cat fur. After thinking for a moment, Suemo took out the last unused torch from his inventory and decided to light it. In the pitch-black ruins, the flashlight's beam was truly terrifying. Just like in toon raiding, if there were background music, it could easily turn into a horror movie. When the bright flames appeared in the ruins, Suemo finally had time to carefully examine the surroundings. The The room of the ruins was not large. Standing near the entrance, Suemo could vaguely see what was inside. Focusing his attention, Suemo regrettably discovered that for some unknown reason, the identification function of the game panel and the survival system had been sealed. It was more appropriate to call it an underground shelter than a ruin. Designate my shelter as shelter number 1, and for now, let's refer to the underground ruins here as shelter number 2. Opening the usual dead person's private message, Soma began to document what he saw and heard, searching for previously added dead friends. Memory can deceive, but words cannot. After recording his observations, perhaps upon returning to the shelter and analyzing them in detail, he could uncover the flaws. Reaching the entrance, the first exploration record began to appear in the chat box. Doomsday Calendar, January 6, first entry into shelter number 2. The door of shelter number 2, based on simple touch and sound, is preliminarily judged to be made of unknown materials, either iron or steel. The tactile feel is similar to the alloy doors of the civilized era. Sturdiness yet to be tested, no signs of water leakage. The walls are made of an unknown material. Based on observation, it is initially suspected to be either reinforced concrete or an unknown type of building stone, with great strength. Observing the top hole, the wall thickness is about 25 centimeters. The floor has mysterious patterns, varying in number and shape, without forming any meaningful symmetrical design, and no information transmission is detected. Currently, it has no specific reference value. Important note, needs investigation. There are dozens of unknown feline hairs, picked up, and a humanoid skeleton. Currently cannot determine if it is human, pending examination. Scattered tables surround the area, and there are overturned vessels on the ground. No paper records are available, and the game panel cannot be used to check attributes, reason unknown. Combining previous signs, it is highly likely that an unknown entity, important note, explosion, hair, has explored this place first, and most valuable items have already been moved or destroyed. At the innermost part of the shelter, there is an abandoned deep well resembling a ghostly energy well. Upon first smelling it, it emits a strange fragrance, a bit intoxicating, and after inhaling, my mood became pleasant. Smelling again to judge, there is a scent of blueberry jam. Smelling again to judge, there is a delightful aroma reminiscent of being under spring heather. Soma, oh Soma, how can you be so indulgent? Have you forgotten why you came here? Smelling again to judge, entire section crossed out. Attempting to manually raise and lower the abandoned well, discovered the method was incorrect and the device is now jammed, reason unknown. In a corner of the shelter, I found a straight ladder leading down, with a small amount of feline hair fallen on the ladder, caught on the edge, collected. Going down the ladder 14 steps, I discovered the second floor of shelter number 2, important note, and found what appears to be a vehicle from a civilized society. Holding a torch, distractedly recording while reminiscing about the well's scent, Soma froze. As Soma's thoughts faded, the game panel began to slowly disappear from view. However, none of this captured Soma's attention, because, on the underground second floor, Soma immediately spotted the vehicle placed in the center. Isn't this the bouncy vehicle from PUBG? The vehicle frame reinforced with a triangular roll cage had a smaller engine than a generator, but the craftsmanship was noticeably finer. A single-seat design, still the incredibly luxurious four-sided ventilated convertible, with no glass restrictions, allowing the driver to fully experience the touch of nature while driving. Overall, aside from a few bends on the frame due to external impacts and the tires being flat, its shape was clearly that of a bouncy vehicle. Human civilization? Soma did not know. If this place hadn't been looted, perhaps through the details inside, he could have known the owner's identity. However, the current state of disarray had long since destroyed any possibility of leaving behind the owner's identity, even the surroundings of the second floor. Is this character a vehicle? Looking at the left wall, a hieroglyph resembling a car caught Sumo's attention, and he instinctively glanced at the only bouncing vehicle on the second floor. Turning to the right, an arrow-shaped sign pointed directly at the center of the bouncing car. The meaning was clear. Does the owner of the ruins want to convey some message through this vehicle? Suemo furrowed his brows, trying to think if he had missed anything since he came down from the foggy ruins of Liangfang town to the traces left behind in the underground ruins that seemed to belong to his kind. While others played violent push games, he was the only one engaged in a mental puzzle game. A thought struck Suemo, and he began to connect and analyze all the details he had discovered after entering the ruins. Time passed second by second. One hypothesis after another was dismissed, and all clues pointed to one place. Shaking his head, Suemo quickly walked to the side of the bouncing vehicle's fuel tank, deciding to verify his hypothesis based on these indications. Unfortunately, after opening the fuel tank lid and taking a look, it was as expected. The fuel inside had completely evaporated. The diesel in the shelter could be used in this dual-fuel vehicle, but due to the small storage space, he hadn't brought any when he left. I wonder if there's any diesel or gasoline in here. If the bouncing vehicle were intact and operational, there would be nowhere in this vast world he couldn't go. Holding a torch, Suemo was about to crouch down carefully to search for a diesel barrel. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Woof 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 woof. Woof. First, Oreo's signature barking echoed, followed by two strange barks that sounded almost like humans imitating dogs. Oh no! It's Oreo's warning signal, humans are coming outside. In an instant, Suemo quickly extinguished the torch, drew out the already strung crossbow, and dashed towards the first floor. Without the bright light of the torch or the white beam of a flashlight, the entire second shelter was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a little light shining through a large hole on the first floor. Outside, Oreo's frantic barking continued, but the other two barks had changed in tone. For some reason, from those two barks, Suemo sensed a human emotion, mockery, or disdain. Step by step, he treaded carefully on the stairs, moving forward in the dark. He walked steadily, the human fear in his eyes rapidly fading, replaced by a calm, beastly instinct. Focusing his mind, the game panel appeared, and he selected the scanning function. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempts 0/3. Having exhausted his last chance without being able to scan the creatures outside, Sumo's tension increased. Crouching at the corner between the first and second floors, he rested the crossbow on the railing at the stairway, quietly aiming at the spot where the large hole led down. A woo woo woof. Hearing Oreo's panicked and aggrieved voice outside, along with another extremely disdainful bark, Suemo bit his lip tightly. Oreo, run! Don't let them in! Suemo silently roared in his heart, hoping that Oreo would be smart enough to escape quickly. If there was only one enemy, Suemo would have the confidence to charge out and confront them head-on. However, when facing unknown creatures, once the number exceeded one, humans could only rely on their different intelligence compared to beasts to prevail. Suddenly, a high-pitched bark from Oreo rang out, followed by two short barks, and then another high-pitched bark. Hearing this sound, a hint of joy appeared on Sumo's otherwise calm face. This was the first letter he had taught Oreo during the 2 days they couldn't go outside the shelter. According to Morse code, it represented the first letter of run, P. It indicated that there was a strong enemy outside, suggesting a need to maneuver. Sure enough, after Oreo emitted that tone, two cheerful barks sounded from outside. Along the gaping hole, Sumo fixed his gaze on the entrance. Two sets of footsteps landed on the ground, the soft thud of their steps faintly reaching the opening, and after bouncing off the walls, Sumo heard them clearly. Lighter than my footsteps, not very heavy. I initially suspect they are bipedal animals. It didn't matter that he didn't understand the art of discerning sounds. Through careful listening and comparison, Sumo felt reassured. The footsteps were crisp and sequential, completely inconsistent with the characteristics of canines, resembling humans instead. The lightness of the sound indicated that the other party was not a heavyweight animal and wouldn't possess that kind of crushing power and speed. 1 second. 2 seconds. As the sounds grew closer, the two unknown creatures finally approached the entrance. Woof, howl, woof, hiss, woof, whimper, woof, drip, woof, breath, woof, woof, puff, woof, hiss, woo woo, woof. The two iron blocks and a rope clearly caught the attention of the unknown creatures, and a series of inexplicable, headache-inducing sounds filtered through the opening. He couldn't understand their words. Sumo could only concentrate, carefully analyzing the emotional shifts in the voices of the two creatures. Fortunately, the tone of the second creature is very certain, although the first one seems a bit doubtful. I don't know what it said. It was overshadowed. Sumo's heart hung in the air, fearing that the two monsters would lie in wait at the entrance or call more monsters to employ a swarm tactic. Two silly dogs, oh no, two humans clearly had low intelligence. Even bolder, they had already grabbed the rope Sumo had prepared, and were hanging down. In the bright part of the hole, a black leg covered in fur appeared in Sumo's line of sight. At the foot, it was wrapped in a boot made of an unknown material. So slender, they look like two bamboo pole monsters. Their combat power shouldn't be too strong. Gripping the back of the crossbow, fingers on the trigger, Sumo stared intently at the shadow about to descend. Another half leg dropped, and a figure dressed in primitive animal skin skirts appeared. Before Sumo could continue observing, the monster suddenly dropped down, its entire body coming into view. Holy crap! Thanks to the brightness of the cave, Sumo clearly saw the monster's full appearance. The inner horror almost compelled him to exclaim, "Is this a dog-headed man?" The sliding monster's upper body had scaly skin, the color gradually shifting from dark brown in the lower half to black in the upper half. The head, if not examined closely, resembled an abstract dog head with two light-colored small horns, bright eyes, and a tail as straight as a rat's. Coupled with the previous sounds from the monsters, Sumo almost instantly concluded that these two creatures were the legendary dog-headed men familiar to everyone in the game. Woof, hiss. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to act, Sumo calmly watched as the dog-headed man who had just slid down called out for his companions. A long spear was thrown down, caught by the first dog-headed man, followed by another wooden stick that was placed on the ground by the dog-headed man. Immediately after, the second dog-headed man began to slide down the rope. Perhaps due to a different breed, the second dog-headed man had blood-red patterns mixed in with its legs climbing from the ankle up to the side of its face. In terms of the choice of animal skin skirts, the second dog-headed man seemed to be a bit more refined, giving off a faint noble aura. Once both had landed, the first dog-headed man kicked the skull of a pitiful old brother inward, clearing a path for the noble dog-headed man. After everything was done, the noble dog-headed man dusted off the debris from his body, picked up his wooden stick, and began to survey the surroundings. At the same time, Soma completely shifted his gaze away, gently lowering his head, allowing the skirt of the stairs to block the view of the goblin. It was hard to see the dark places from the light, but Soma didn't dare to take the risk. This world is too crazy. What kind of creature is a goblin? If there were biologists here at this moment, they would be ecstatic, shouting that they had discovered a new intelligent species. But to clarify the habits of this new creature, without extensive experimentation, they would be grasping at straws. Fortunately, the two goblins seemed completely unconcerned about whether anyone was inside, directly starting to rummage through shelter number 2. Should I kill the first goblin or the noble goblin? After a moment of hesitation, Soma decided to deal with the spear-wielding goblin first. In this environment, the crossbow could only shoot once, leaving no chance for a second draw. Therefore, the first monster to be dealt with must be the one posing the greatest threat. Among the two, Soma chose the most identifiable one, the first goblin, who appeared to be holding a weapon. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the first goblin rummaging under the table. Soma's finger rested on the trigger. He gently adjusted the angle of the crossbow, moving as slowly and carefully as possible, ensuring that no sound of metal scraping against metal escaped. The two adorable goblins showed no reaction at all, still clumsily communicating and searching for something. They were trying to find some sufficiently valuable treasure. Whoosh! A piercing sound suddenly echoed in the dark shelter. Immediately, a spray of blood erupted from the neck of the first goblin. The acid rain-coated crossbow bolt almost sealed its throat with blood. Without skin protection, it quickly corroded the first goblin's fragile blood vessels. The next moment, the only sound in the shelter was the gurgling of blood being coughed up. After a careful assessment, confirming that the first goblin was no longer combat capable, Soma took 2 steps up the stairs to enter the first floor. He forcefully threw the crossbow in his hand towards the noble goblin to disrupt its line of sight. Focusing his mind, he summoned a wooden spear and charged forward. You dog, watch me pierce you. Soma unleashed all his strength, shouting fiercely as he charged. The thunderous roar echoed back and forth in shelter number 1, like a muffled thunderclap, making people's eardrums ache. The other goblin was also startled by this sound, momentarily losing its focus and nearly stumbling. However, Soma's charging speed was still too slow. The darkness in the shelter and the obstacles underfoot made him hesitant to charge recklessly. This also gave the noble goblin a chance to catch its breath. A spark began to gather in the goblin's hand, and before Soma could reach it, it had already formed into a small fireball. Damn! What is that? At that moment, even if the noble goblin suddenly pulled out a grenade from its pocket and shouted, "Fire!" Soma wouldn't be as terrified as he was now. Hand-rolled nuclear bomb? No. Hand-rolled grenade? Fire release? Great fireball? Magic? The countless cultural influences from movies, novels, and anime on Earth had not prepared Soma to face the magical actions of the creature before him with a calm mind. Watching the noble goblin point its staff, Soma disregarded what was on the ground and rolled over lazily, trying to hide behind the nearby table. The fireball flew quickly. As Soma rolled on the ground, he felt a scorching sensation. Without needing to look, he knew that his raincoat had been burned through with a large hole, and the ceramic armor he wore underneath was also damaged. Fortunately, with the defense of the 2 pieces of armor, he managed to withstand the shockwave of the fireball's impact, avoiding direct harm to his skin. The fireball struck the railing behind him, shattering it into 2 pieces. According to kinetic damage calculations, although this shot's damage isn't a large area of effect, in terms of single-point power, it is completely comparable to a mini-explosive pack. Without much thought, as soon as the explosion ended, Sumo immediately began a second charge. 1 surge of energy leads to a decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. Sumo didn't know if the dog-headed man could continuously cast fireballs, but he knew that if this skill had a cooldown, the dog-headed man was doomed. Without a cooldown, he himself was doomed. With such a choice, what was there to hesitate about? Just watch me do it. After charging out, aided by the light, Sumo caught a glimpse of the noble dog-headed man's panicked expression, even seeing him reach for the spear of the first dog-headed man. Is this it? Is this it? Sign. Sumo began the second wave of sonic attacks, combined with a dash. The echoes not only made Sumo's eardrums ache but also flashed pain across the dog-headed man's face. In the next moment, the sharp wooden spear pierced into the noble dog-headed man's chest, the tremendous force nearly penetrating his frail body. Using his waist strength, Sumo's veins bulged as a massive force transferred through the wooden spear, lifting the dog-headed man up. A grand spin. The noble dog-headed man was flung through the air in a perfect arc, then smashed onto the cold ground by Sumo, clearly not surviving this. After pulling the wooden spear out a couple of times and finding it stuck, fearing the noble dog-headed man would rise and shout to revive the glory of the dog-headed race. Suemo directly summoned Huang Biao's wolf tooth club from his storage space, stepped forward, and began to give the noble dog-headed man a massage. With all his might. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40, 80, 40. Unable to count how many times he struck, Suemo finally sat down, panting, after completely relaxing the noble dog-headed man's muscles and bones. A flash of silver light appeared where the noble dog-headed man had died, dropping a silver treasure chest. Another silver treasure chest, this wave, not a loss. The frenzied explosion brought a short period of exhaustion. From his forearm to his upper arm, then to his whole arm, waist, and thighs, Suemo felt every part of his body was sore. However, compared to the fatigue he felt when he first encountered the black dog in the ruins, only 3 to 5 minutes had passed, and he felt the pain significantly decrease. This wasteland world is getting more and more fantastical, even fireball casting. Dog-headed sorcerers have appeared, ridiculous. Sitting on the ground, seeing the railings that had been blown apart, Suemo couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. With such power, let alone protective gear, even a thin steel plate in front of him might not withstand such explosive force. Focusing his mind, he summoned the game panel, and before he could take out the ethereal water from his storage space, 3 game prompts flooded in. Record: you have defeated the owner of the underground ruins, dog-headed man Dolendel Fumador Andis. Record: you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you have gained full ownership rights to the underground ruins. So this underground shelter has an owner? How is the order of arrival determined? Rubbing the back of his head, Suemo took out a mineral water bottle filled with ethereal water from his storage space and gulped down half the bottle in one go. With the ethereal water down his throat, the exhaustion and the burning sensation on his back finally eased significantly. Struggling to support his body, Suemo concentrated and looked around the second shelter once more. This time, unlike before, new prompts emerged. Record: detected that you have become the new master of the underground ruins. Record: you can identify the attributes of all items using disaster points. A little starlight rose from around the shelter, floating over each large item. Whenever Sumo focused his attention on an item, a line of prompts would pop up. Record: would you like to spend 1 point to identify this item? No, don't identify. Shaking his head, Sumo quickly closed the game panel, canceling the identification. Each identification required 1 point. This unscrupulous merchant wasn't playing fair. Besides, he still had the identification of the survival system available for free. Focusing. Again, Sumo called upon the survival system, looking at the largest table which would sustain the most damage at the entrance. A phantom message appeared in mid-air. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, severely damaged. Description: a small thermal weapon manufacturing machine with functions including cutting, casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, and laser forming, controlled by a computer. One-time forming, quality assurance. Currently lacking a laser probe, central control computer, and with extensive damage to the circuit board. Efficiency: ultra micro/micro small 360s/720s/1440s/upgrade path. 1. Repair the machine, upgrade the processing method, change the machine material, increase machine efficiency, requires survival points, 6,820. Upgrade path 2. Repair the machine, change the processing mode. Upgrade to a medium thermal weapon manufacturing machine, efficiency and quality improved, requires survival points, 35,240. Evaluation: the machine's precision is insufficient, a high monk's blessing is needed. Young man, what you lack is a devout heart. Can it process thermal weapons in one go? Or is it for mass production? Looking at the machine's attributes in surprise, Sumo's knowledge base was refreshed. Once again, choose to change the upgrade method. He silently chanted, and the attributes on the panel changed. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, severely damaged, efficiency, ultra micro/micro small. 360s/720s/1440s/upgrade, repair 3380, upgrade 960, efficiency 350, material 1210. So expensive? Looking at the terrifying numbers, Sumo clicked his tongue, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although he had mentally prepared for the high cost of repairing this thing, seeing the numbers still gave him a dizzying sensation. When he turned his gaze to other places, Sumo fully recognized what the wealth gap meant. Oil well, damaged, level 3 alloy shelter door, malfunctioning, simple electromagnetic cookware, completely damaged, composite lithium battery, damaged, tungsten bulb, damaged. All sorts of items, both large and small, almost every little thing on the ground had its use, but they were all in a damaged state. At this moment, if someone could see Sumo's eyes through the darkness, they would surely find them filled with brilliance. I've struck it rich. Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness flooding his brain, a rapid secretion of dopamine that even dulled his pain. Oh, right, there's that bouncy car. Just thinking about the bouncy car downstairs, if it wasn't severely damaged and could be driven out, Sumo felt a surge of energy throughout his body. He quickly walked to the spot where the noble dog-headed man had dropped the treasure chest, first opening the second silver chest he had seen since arriving in this world. The mutated chameleon was tricky for ordinary people, but compared To this dog-headed man, it was clearly a minor challenge. Fortunately, there was finally a reward. A flash of light, and 2 prompt sounds rang out. Record: you have obtained a resource encyclopedia, beginner. *1, record: you have obtained a sharp watermelon knife. *1, an encyclopedia? This thing is quite valuable. Just having a monster encyclopedia brought a significant sense of security and the first bucket of gold. Soma was exceptionally delighted and quickly searched his storage space with his mind, finding a hardbound book similar to the monster encyclopedia he had bought earlier in a corner. After crushing and using the resource encyclopedia, he opened the newly appeared resource scanning function. In a moment, Soma understood how to use the resource encyclopedia. Like the monster encyclopedia, the resource encyclopedia also had 3 scanning opportunities each day. Centered around the user, it automatically detected the resources within a 1-kilometer radius and then fed the information back to the interface. Currently, the beginner resources included common materials such as ordinary stone, wood, iron ore, copper ore, etc., as well as some less common resources like natural gas, sulfur, gold ore, silver ore, salt ore, nitrate ore, and oil. Overall, it provided excellent assistance for resource development in the early stages. Nodding slightly, Soma closed the page and pulled out another item he had obtained, a large machete. To take a look. Unfortunately, aside from being a bit sharp, the machete had no special attributes and could only be regarded as an ordinary tool. Just the resource encyclopedia alone is worth it. After all, I can use it 3 times a day, which is a great deal. Holding the machete in his right hand, Soma quickly sliced open the chest of the noble goblin, pulling out the stuck wooden spear tip. Although these goblins were named after humans, their internal body structure was vastly different from that of humans, aside from their upright posture. Moreover, during the mutation process, it seemed that the goblins had also lost their innate abilities, such as super sense of smell and mobility. In their place were mysterious magic and enhanced combat capabilities when using tools. Wait, I only have the authority because I killed these 2 goblins, which means before I arrived, they must have fought some kind of feline creature and won, gaining the authority. Plus, they were digging around on the ground when they first arrived. Could it be that the missing laser probe from the machine was taken back to their camp? Countless clues connected, including the feline fur on the ground and the impact marks on the hills outside the shelter. All of them told the story of a fierce battle that had erupted here before. Oh no! They encountered something here. The goblins gained authority, which means the other side must have failed and someone died, but now there are no bodies. Surely their companions have been here. If they find out that this damned noble goblin is missing, it will be trouble. In an instant, Soma had never felt his mind working so well. But at the same time, a strong sense of unease surged within him. Safety -1000. I can't stay here for long. Even if I have fuel for this bouncy car, it won't move on water below. Staying here to guard this so-called treasure is just waiting to die. Realizing this, Soma immediately extinguished the idea of exploring the bouncy attributes below. The goblin race didn't see this bouncy car as a treasure and wouldn't use it. In their eyes, it was probably just a larger pile of garbage. Quickly pulling out 4 units of wood from his storage space, he opened the manufacturing panel and, with a painful expenditure of some points, crafted a wooden barrel. Walking over to the noble goblin that had been smashed into pieces, Soma exerted his strength, tossing the noble goblin into the barrel, then turned around to lift the first goblin and placed it in the barrel as well. After storing the entire barrel in his storage space, Soma surveyed the surroundings. Although he felt reluctant, he could only temporarily give up the idea of claiming everything for himself. After finding some small items to take with him, Suemo arrived at the hole and was about to climb up when he noticed the bloodstains on the ground, which sparked a new idea. The dog-headed creatures' scent tracking ability has degraded, and with my improved ceramic armor masking my scent, perhaps I can use this to locate their nest and seize the laser probe back. This way, I can save several hundred survival points. He took out the cat fur he had collected earlier, carefully spreading it on the ground, and also dipped a few strands in the blood. Looking at the perfect crime scene he had set up, Suemo nodded and returned to the hole, leaping up to grab the grass rope hanging in the air. After forcing his exhausted arm to muster some strength, Suemo struggled to climb up to the hole outside shelter number 2, returning to the small hill he had come from. Awao in the distance, Oreo, who was wandering outside in the puddles, saw Suemo climb out and excitedly howled. After putting away the iron block and grass rope, and hastily tidying up the ground, Suemo placed a few strands of fur at the footprints left by the dog-headed creatures. The only flaw now is my footprints, but there's nothing I can do about that. I can't make it seamless. If anyone dares to chase after me, I was just worried about not having a delivery at my doorstep. In my territory, I'll take them all down. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Suemo confidently retraced his steps, quickly making his way back. In just over 10 minutes, he returned to the spot where he had first donned his raincoat. The poor Oreo trotted up to Suemo, whining pitifully. A glance revealed the source of his amusement. The originally black and white Oreo now had a large patch of fur burned off at his rear, leaving only his pink little bottom exposed. What used to be a fluffy tail was now bare, making it quite pitiful. After whining a couple of times, Oreo scampered a few steps and began digging at a charred spot, indicating that this was the thing that had caused him to end up like this. You silly dog, you were smart for once. Next time you encounter such a monster, just run. But your brave master has already taken care of those two fools, so consider it revenge for you. Squatting down, he took out the remaining ghostly water and fed it all to Oreo. Watching Oreo bounce around happily, Suemo felt relieved. In this apocalyptic world, the bond between a man and his dog was crucial. Without Oreo's warning today, he might have faced a fireball to the face. I need to upgrade my weapons and equipment quickly. My combat power is too weak. Facing such enemies up close is too risky. I must ensure absolute safety. Under the blazing sun, shelter number 2 lay like a giant beast crawling in the water. At the iron door on the first floor, Sumo's gaze seemed to penetrate the iron plate, catching sight of the bouncing vehicle inside. I won't have to wait long. I'll drive you out soon, and then there will be nowhere I can't go. With that, Sumo's eyes held no more lingering attachment as he resolutely turned and stepped onto the long road back to the base. This time, it was time for the electric weapons to make their early debut. After killing 2 magical creatures that seemed to have walked out of a fantasy world, the mutated beings that once terrified Suemo now appeared much more endearing on his way back to the shelter. Casting fireballs, it's outrageous. If all those creatures described in fantasy novels start appearing one by one, humanity's survival will be in jeopardy. The power of the fireball wasn't great. As long as humans wielded a Gatling gun and had some cover, even if dozens or hundreds came at once, it would be difficult to breach the metal defenses. But aside from that, if other beings like the mythical dragons appeared, I hope not, or humanity will forever be reduced to rats in the ground. The more Suemo pondered the future of humanity, the more he felt the outlook was bleak. Shaking his head, he forcibly pushed all worries from his mind. As he saw the shelter appearing at the horizon's end, a long-lost sense of safety washed over him. A golden nest or a silver nest, nothing beats having your own doghouse. In just 6 short days, Suemo had completely claimed this territory as his own. Oreo, who had been trailing with his tail down, perked up as they got closer to the shelter. After carefully scanning the area around the shelter for any signs of strangers, Suemo made his way behind the hill, opened the back door of the shelter, and slipped inside. Crouching through the long tunnel, the view ahead opened up, and both man and dog returned to the shelter once more. Sunlight quietly filtered through the ventilation shaft, creating a dazzling beam of light. In the beam, tiny specks of dust could be seen dancing in the air. The vegetable cultivation medium placed in the center of the base, although still lacking green sprouts, emanated a rich earthy aroma that brought vitality to the base. This is my shelter. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to step over my body first. The thought of the shelter being breached and ravaged by that pack of dog-headed beasts made Suemo's fists clench. Sitting at the table, with the sunlight streaming in, Suemo took out the crossbow from his space and placed it on the table. After a few days, he had gathered enough survival points in a generator. Upgrading the electric automatic weapon was now urgent. The crossbow, which could only shoot 1 bolt at a time, was somewhat useful for hunting, but it was too limiting in a direct confrontation. Especially against monsters with magical powers, it was simply inadequate. Focusing his mind, he silently chanted the system, and Suemo fixed his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, normal, description. A long-range combat tool, slow to load, high initial speed, with considerable lethality, an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. Firing speed, 140 meters per second range, 80 m, maximum lethality, 165 m, effective. Lethality, 330 m. Furthest lethality, upgrade option 1, upgrade crossbow materials, enhance crossbow poundage, reduce cocking pressure, requires survival points, 180, upgrade option 2, upgrade crossbow materials. Add electric cocking device, change shooting mode, increase automatic firing burst mode, requires survival points, 400. The second upgrade option requires 400 survival points. After upgrading the generator, I currently only have a balance of 303 points. I should see if I can find some items to reduce the requirement. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo concentrated his thoughts, and the requirements for upgrade. Option 1 appeared. Discarding some parts he had never even heard of, Suemo focused on 2 major items in the requirements, a 500W motor and a lithium battery or lead-acid battery. Goodness, this 500W motor must weigh at least 5 or 6 kilograms, and adding a large battery would push the crossbow's weight to around 20 kilograms. Moreover, considering the severe metal fatigue, if the firing rate is increased, it would break down in no time. After a brief mental calculation, Suemo recognized the advantages and disadvantages of the electric crossbow. The lethality provided by the 500W motor was definitely sufficient. Even accounting for losses along the way, it could still deliver at least 200 joules of kinetic energy. However, such a frantic output power would inevitably compromise accuracy. The battery and motor would have to be placed at the rear, shifting the entire weapon's center of gravity backward, making it difficult to aim properly. Forget it, overthinking won't yield a good solution. Let's tackle the immediate problem. First, memorizing all the rough parameters, Suemo opened the trading market and began searching for goods. After adding transaction fees, the current trading market was no longer as bustling as it had been a few days ago. Hundreds of thousands of pages of goods had dwindled to just 7 or 8 pages in a single day. Not many people are wealthy enough to, like Sumo now, use points to pay for delivery fees to purchase items. After flipping through all the pages and finding nothing, Sumo could only helplessly turn to the World Channel. Sumo, looking to buy a 500W motor, size and weight are not limited, as well as composite lithium batteries or lead-acid batteries. Sumo, I'm opening a purchase request and will cover the delivery fees. If anyone has items to sell, hurry up and trade. After surviving the first disaster, everyone's daily communication horns turned into two. When Sumo's first message appeared in the World Channel, it didn't attract everyone's attention, but when the second one followed, it instantly ignited the World Channel. Damn, hold me tight, God. Immortal touches my head, tying my hair for longevity. No more talk, I'm saving this luck to open boxes. Congratulations, you've opened a claw knife, battle damaged. Quality. Sorry, wrong set. Motor, lithium battery. Has God already entered the electrical age? I'm still holding a torch? Oh, I don't even have a torch anymore, so it's fine. I have a lithium battery installed on my phone. Does God want it? The delivery fee isn't cheap. Truly a wealthy person without humanity. Our Huaxia is truly amazing. Foreign Sumo can't do it, but our Huaxia Sumo can. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the World Channel just to catch a glimpse of Sumo's messages. Seeing the excitement rise, Sumo was also pleased and directly posted the purchase information in the trading channel. Before long, after spending 800 milliliters of ghost energy water and 11 disaster points, he successfully received a quaintly shaped motor that seemed to have been dismantled from an electric vehicle, weighing a full 12 kilograms. As for the lithium batteries, after some selection, Sumo spent another 600 milliliters of ghost energy water and 40 disaster points to buy 2 sets of batteries, which were a 20Ah 12.8V ternary lithium battery to be installed on the electric crossbow, a 400Ah 12.8V standard lithium iron phosphate battery to be used for the early daily electricity consumption of the shelter. As a standard 12-volt battery, the 400Ah can store about 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is completely sufficient for the initial usage requirements of the shelter. After sending off the crossbow, battery, and motor, this time, when Sumo looked again, the survival point requirements had changed. Hunting compound crossbow, normal, upgrade option 1, upgrade crossbow materials, enhance crossbow draw weight, reduce draw pressure. Requires survival points, 180. Upgrade option 2, upgrade crossbow materials, add electric draw device, change design mode, increase automatic shooting burst mode, requires survival points, 220. The two main large items only reduced by 180 points. Could this upgrade actually change material properties? Without hesitation, Sumo directly chose to upgrade. With a flash of light, after deducting 220 survival points, a green light scattered out, and in less than a second the 3 items fused into a pool of bluish liquid. As the frequency of the green light scattered more frequently, the liquid began to solidify, gradually transforming into a new form. Please see this chapter's description. The hefty 10 kilograms motor vanished, and the large lithium battery also transformed into an unknown shape, a device resembling an airbag, formed beneath the original hand support. Most importantly, the freshly minted electric crossbow surprisingly came with a luxurious scope, truly making one eager to hunt. Looking at the formidable weapon before him, Sumo, who was originally worried about a possible attack from the dog-headed people, suddenly had a green number pop up above his head. Safety plus 10,000. Goodness, this thing optimized by the system is just too bizarre. If we could reverse engineer how to optimize batteries and motors from this, it would be a tremendous leap forward for human scientific development. Picking up the crossbow and placing it on the table, Soma looked at the upgraded electric crossbow with curiosity. The issue of batteries had not been well resolved until everyone crossed into the Wasteland. Although major manufacturers were frantically adding cells to batteries, trying to increase charging speeds, the capacity of batteries still followed the principle that the larger the size, the greater the weight, and correspondingly, the larger the capacity. No one was willing to invest large amounts of money to research how to achieve greater capacity in a smaller volume. Of course, even if technology were restored to its peak, it would likely take decades to develop effects as terrifying as those from the current system modifications. The overall color scheme of the crossbow still chose a low-key wood color combined with black. The weight had also increased from the previous 4 kilograms to about 9 kilograms. It felt heavy, providing a strong sense of security. Fortunately, the system came with a charging cable, otherwise, I would have to find a way to get a USB charging plug in the trading channel. Picking up the cable from the ground and surveying it, Soma couldn't help but smile wryly. The included 120W fast charger was more than sufficient for the 2W milliamp battery. This wave of 220 survival points was a huge profit for now. After examining the structure of the crossbow, Soma had a preliminary understanding of how to use this electric crossbow. Before use, one must first press the switch on the Electric device, after 3 seconds of normal power supply, it will automatically initiate a self-check function. At this point, the stringing device will start working, automatically pushing the first crossbow bolt from the magazine into position. Simultaneously, the trigger safety valve will automatically drop, allowing for normal shooting to commence. The working principle of the electric stringing device is also quite simple. It simulates the human stringing method, with the force provided by the motor lifting the crossbow bolt from the magazine to achieve the stringing purpose. Sure enough, it's out of power. It seems the intention of sending me the charger is to make me charge it. After pressing the switch a couple of times, Soma complained, but couldn't hide the joy on his face. Currently, the base had engines and diesel. What it lacked the least was power. Once the design plans for the Huaxia shelter were in place, he could try to install wires and set up the few broken light bulbs he had picked up today to test their effectiveness. After releasing the air and connecting the starting motor, the generator emitted a roaring vibration along with the power on the dashboard. Oreo, still lying on the ground mourning the loss of his fluffy tail, was suddenly startled. He glared at the generator from the ground. Don't worry, this is a good thing. If anyone comes into the base in the future, we must protect this. After soothing Oreo a bit, Soma turned and went to the storage area, retrieving the power strip he had taken when he found the television. When the power strip was connected to the generator and the indicator light turned red, at that moment, Soma's eyes even welled up with tears from excitement. A great advancement of civilization. I never expected that I, Soma, would one day be ahead of billions of people. Thank you to the ancestors of the Su family for their blessings. The realization of electricity not only represented progress in daily necessities and entertainment but also symbolized strength and was synonymous with safety. He quickly brought over 2 power sources, first connecting the large 400 amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery with the dedicated charging cable. After a while, confirming that the output was fine, Soma then connected the electric crossbow to the power. In the not-so-bright shelter, 2 red charging lights blinked, accompanied by the humming roar of the generator. In these days of the apocalypse, there had not been a moment of such peace. Listening to the familiar noise, Suemo closed his eyes and lay on the bed, quietly feeling it, gradually drifting into sleep. In the dream, images seemed to appear before his pitch-black eyes. The scorching summer. An evening with a power outage. The elderly sat at the chess stand at the door, fiercely battling, while children, freed from homework for the first time in a while, joyfully ran around the alley, with their toys, laughter echoing. The adults also paused their busy work, sitting at the door to cool off, occasionally glancing at their children, shouting, "Hey, slow down, don't fall." On the roadside, a fast food vendor took the opportunity to roll out his generator, preparing plate after plate of fragrant stir-fried dishes to attract customers. A stack of cold dishes, paired with spinach noodles, a mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of garlic, sticky and fragrant, crispy and refreshing, with both fatty and lean steamed pork. The scent of watermelon, the stench of the sewer. Woof woof woof. And Oreo's barking. "You little rascal, I was just starting to fantasize, and before I could even get emotional, you interrupted me. You really know how to steal the show, meme.jpg. Suemo helplessly opened his eyes, looking at Oreo, who was on high alert, and immediately wiped the smile off his face. Is someone coming? Woof. Damn, that was fast. What a bunch of dog noses. Watching Oreo start to tremble all over, the black and white eyes tinged with a hint of red, Suemo quickly leaped to the generator's side. Normally, when a generator loses power, it requires a shutdown step. First, turn off the air switch, cut off the power supply, reduce the diesel engine from high speed to low speed, let the machine idle for 3 to 5 minutes, then turn off the ignition switch. This is better for machine maintenance. But now, there was clearly no time for Suemo to prepare. The enemy was already attacking. The generator had no running time marked, so Suemo could only compare the previous fuel level of the diesel generator with the current fuel level and calculate the power consumption. 1 hour and 44 minutes. This was a rough estimate. 2 hours of charging time might not be enough for a 20 amp-hour, 20,000 milliamp, electric crossbow, but it would definitely be sufficient for a skirmish. He cut off the air switch and turned the ignition switch all the way down, and the rumbling diesel generator stopped working. The shelter went from noisy to silent, even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Quickly walking to the stone door, Suemo pressed his ear against it, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Sure enough, a series of barks different from ordinary canines, with a low, emotional growl, came continuously. Damn, these dog-headed people are indeed not stupid. They can find this place. It seems that if we don't get rid of them today, we'll never have peace. The enemy had reached the door, and unlike the previous bandits, this time there was no live broadcast to help scout the terrain. But Sumo's gaze fell on a pitch-black box placed in the corner of the storage room. That was the big butt television brought back from the ruins. This space-consuming television had been sitting in the storage area since it was brought back from the ruins, gathering dust in the corner after the storage area was updated. After many twists and turns, it was finally time for it to serve its purpose. With the lithium iron phosphate battery, the base had enough power to meet the demands of the big butt television. He quickly walked to the storage area, retrieved it, and brought it to the generator's side, and with a thought, Sumo positioned the big but television neatly next to the battery. As he focused his gaze, a line of illusory text appeared next to the big-bottomed television. 32-inch color TV, excellent, description, a technological product from an unknown era primarily composed of 5 parts, power circuit, public channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system with a frame rate of 25 frames per second and 625 lines per frame. Special ability, after being powered on in the shelter, it can monitor the area within 1,000 meters with the ability to zoom in and out and change perspectives. Upgrade option 1, modify the material of the TV to increase clarity, enhance sound, and establish an independent personal cinema requiring survival points 1550. Upgrade option 2, modify the TV's material to increase clarity, enhance the range of special abilities, and possibly add a second entry, limited technology, requiring survival points 6,520. Evaluation, in front of this TV, she. There is no privacy, righteous indignation. Ignoring the exorbitant survival points needed for the TV upgrade, and confirming there was no damage, Sumo took a deep breath, forcing down the emotional turmoil within. Quickly connecting the TV and battery power, Sumo's heart gradually cooled, his mind racing with thoughts. Having crossed into the Wasteland world, he just wanted to be a good person, striving to live here, raising chickens, playing with dogs, growing vegetables, and doing his best to manage a thriving shelter, waiting for his family to come so they could live a stable life in the Wasteland together. But the more he tried to distance himself from it all, the more he was plagued by so many oblivious things that always sought to disrupt his life, wanting him dead. I'm just an ordinary person, a 5-star good citizen who received a complete education from my country. Even if I learned to be decisive like the protagonist in a novel, if a real enemy comes, I would still panic. But you all don't want me to live. I can only ask you to die. Crash. The big-bottomed TV automatically turned on after being powered, looking like it hadn't been shut down properly last time. Beep 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 with no signal coming in, the screen displayed constantly flickering black and white stripes. After a brief exploration of the buttons below, Sumo found the AC1 channel, symbolizing the special ability. After pressing the switch key, a wave of illusory energy burst forth rapidly from the back of the TV, even causing vibrations in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. The big-bottomed TV began to shake violently, and seeing it was about to jump up, Sumo quickly pressed it down to prevent a larger amplitude. Feeling the vibrations from the big-bottomed TV, Sumo's heart hung in the air, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he might tear himself apart. Fortunately, after about 10 seconds, the shaking finally began to subside, and the frequency of the big-bottomed TV's movements changed from a storm of 7 or 8 shakes per second to a gentle drizzle of 2 or 3 shakes per second. The chaotic black and white striped image also began to change. A streak of sunset gradually appeared on the screen, followed by an increasing number of displayed images. Pits left by acid rain after a downpour, several scraggly bushes that Sumo had chopped down, and the dog-headed people searching beside the bushes. Oh no, this thing doesn't have a remote control, and I can't change the perspective, it's too limited. Sumo tried to use the buttons below to control the screen's rotation, but after frantically pressing, there was no response at all. I need to go get a remote control from the trading area. Damn, this thing is so unreliable. Trading? Suddenly recalling something, Sumo hurriedly ran to the storage room and pulled out a flat object. Attached to the back of the flat object were 3 red, yellow, and blue adapter cables. It was the mechanical controller that Shinku had sent him during their previous trade. Shinku, oh Shinku, you've really helped me out a lot. Surprised, he grabbed the controller and plugged it into the port of the big screen TV. With a jolt of the image, Sumo pressed a button on the controller, and sure enough, the screen began to move. It was like playing a remote sensing game. Anywhere within a kilometer radius of the shelter was under the watchful eye of the big screen TV. He zoomed in on the dog-headed warriors near the thicket, magnifying the view. Sumo could even see bits of meat still stuck between a warrior dog-headed man's teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are a total of 4 dog-headed warriors with spears. The ones with clubs must be dog-headed sorcerers, only 2 of them. It seems the sorcerers hold a decent status among the dog-headed race. The 2 sorcerers, each accompanied by 2 dog-headed warriors, were carefully searching the ground. Through their expressions, Sumo realized that his shelter had been exposed. But for some reason, these dog-headed men chose not to launch a direct attack. Instead, they ran into the thicket looking for something. Are they crazy? After confirming that these fools were indeed searching for something, Sumo quickly began to don his armor. The raincoat had been burned through with a large hole, and after spending 10 survival points to repair it, he finished putting on 2 layers of armor. He picked up the electric crossbow from the ground, adjusted the switch, loaded 5 acid rain bolts, and headed towards passage 2 with the crossbow in hand. Oreo quickly followed suit. Stupid dog-headed men, although they've evolved human-like behaviors, their speed is even slower than that of a fast-running adult. At this distance, they are doomed. After opening the back door of the shelter and letting Oreo out, Sumo began to devise a tactical plan. The thicket was located in a flat area with no cover, and since it wasn't getting dark yet, it was unlikely to set up an ambush. So, Oreo, wait for a moment to flank them from the side. Yes, approach from the left, use your barking to attract their attention, run fast, don't give them a chance to hit you. Try to create distance and give me a chance to get close to them. If I'm in danger, don't come to save me. They run slowly, we can maneuver and fight slowly. Do you understand? Seeing Sumo's serious expression, Oreo's demeanor became focused. Woof! The understanding Oreo let out a low bark, scratching the ground to signal that he was ready. Alright, prepare to charge. You go over there first, and I'll follow. Remember to keep your distance, don't give them a chance to hit you, and be careful of those two with clubs, they can throw fireballs like the one that burned you today. After hearing this, Oreo hesitated no longer and immediately darted out. On the earth of a yellowish hue, the black and white Oreo sprinted away. Before countless small puddles could react, the one who stepped on them had already dashed several meters away. As a medium-sized dog, the husky was compact and sturdy, with excellent endurance. When the husky donned a harness and dragged lightweight cargo, starting its most primitive work task at a moderate speed over long distances, its exceptional abilities were most evident. Its body proportions and shape reflected a basic balance of strength, speed, and endurance. Seeing Oreo dash out a full 100 meters without slowing down, Sumo nodded, stowed the electric crossbow in the storage space, bent down, and began to jog up the hill. This time, all the dog-headed men must stay behind. The distance from the thicket to the shelter's high ground was not far. Based on Sumo's foot speed, it was at most the length of a university track, around 400 meters. Of course, if it were a skirmish, this distance could already be deadly. In the cold weapon era, cavalry completing the formation, quick march, slow jog, accelerated run to the final sprint would cover about this distance. The farther you go, the more likely you are to be intercepted and suffer casualties from the local archers. If you get too close, you might not have built up enough momentum before facing the enemy. The 4 warrior kobolds were still clumsily rummaging around on the ground, while the 2 sorcerer kobolds, with their keen senses, quickly spotted Oreo, who was sprinting like a streak of lightning. Woof, hiss, woof, gurgle, gurgle, woof. In an instant, the sorcerer kobolds commanded the warrior kobolds to quickly form a line, keeping a wary eye on the running Oreo. Good. Well done, keep watching for a bit, don't pay attention to me. Oreo perfectly completed its task, shouting while running. The husky's ample stamina made it an exceptionally perfect bait for this kind of mission. Bowing low, Sumo quickly jogged across the yellow earth. The distance continued to close. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters, until he estimated that he was about 120 meters away from the kobolds at the back. Sumo suddenly dropped to the ground, simultaneously switching out a brand new and used electric crossbow from his space. He turned on the power switch. After waiting 3 seconds for the self-check to complete, the moment the green light lit up, Sumo lowered his gaze onto the scope, using it to look at the few kobolds still admiring Oreo's run. The first arrow, without a doubt, the sorcerer kobold. He gently pressed the preheat button on the trigger, which also served as the safety key for the electric crossbow. A sharp electric sound crackled through the air as the 20 amp-hour lithium battery began to release energy, transferring it to the motor. The motor worked, and the string was pulled back to full load, completing the process in less than a second. Goodbye, Sumo softly uttered, then pulled the trigger. With monsters, there's no room for negotiation. Upon seeing each other, it's either you die or I live. The electric crossbow had no significant difference in power compared to a mechanical one, it simply omitted the stringing step through the motor and string puller to achieve a rapid-fire effect. Yet even so, a shadow flashed by, and in the scope, the sorcerer kobold on the left was instantly decapitated. The tremendous impact struck the sorcerer kobold's forehead, sending the entire body flying back about half a meter, collapsing to the ground. Before the remaining kobolds could panic, another shadow flashed by. The crossbow bolt struck the chest of a nearby warrior kobold. This arrow was originally meant to hit another sorcerer kobold's head, but due to the warrior kobold's startled turn, it was blocked. With this buffer, the remaining kobolds quickly huddled together, tightly surrounding their noble sorcerer kobold in the center. Ha, so you think you can hide like this? Stealing a police car to run a taxi, looking for death. Under the scope, Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to pull the trigger. The sound of the string being drawn, accompanied by the whistling wind across the plains, was like a melody played by the Grim Reaper. Each arrow could take a monster's life. Like a dimensional strike, all the kobolds wielding spears could not see where the attack was coming from, and in the next second, a comrade would fall. In less than half a minute, Oreo hadn't even completed a second round to attract attention, and the kobold squad in the thicket was left with only the last sorcerer kobold. Woof woof woo woo woo. Seeing the death of its companion, the once defiant sorcerer kobold suddenly knelt on the ground, pressing its entire head against the earth. Oh, Sumo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the kobold's performance. With such powerful magical abilities, the sorcerer kobold was actually surrendering? At this moment, Sumo even felt a sense of, it fell down just like that, and I haven't even exerted myself. It seems that magic can't compete with my technological weapons. Soma chuckled as he touched the electric crossbow in his hands, lying on the ground and continuing to aim. Among this batch of goblins, perhaps leaving this sorcerer goblin alive for the time being was a good choice. However, before that, he pressed the cocking device, opened the magazine, and reloaded 5 ordinary crossbow bolts that were not coated with acid rain. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and the goblin, still crawling on the ground, was suddenly propelled backward by the bolt. A pitch-black crossbow bolt was embedded in his skinny arm. The purplish-red blood mixed with the sorcerer. Goblin screams echoed across the wasteland, accompanied only by the howling wind to comfort him, and whoosh! Another crossbow bolt. 2 bolts firmly pinned the sorcerer goblin to the ground, the tips embedded in the earth while the tails still trembled. Putting away the crossbow and switching to a wooden spear, Soma stood up and walked towards the sorcerer goblin. Oreo, who was still circling around, stopped in his tracks after realizing the situation was settled, remaining about 30 meters away from the sorcerer goblin, and began to bark. Woof-a-woof-woof? Seeing that the sorcerer goblin did not respond, Oreo, excited, quietly moved forward 10 meters and barked again. Woof! This time, seeing that the sorcerer goblin truly could not resist, Oreo immediately revved up his 4-wheel drive engine and, with unmatched momentum, kicked the pinned sorcerer goblin on the head. He also picked up the wooden stick used for casting spells with his mouth. This round of beating a drowning dog left Oreo quite satisfied, while Soma, coming from a distance, could only laugh and cry at the same time. This little guy doesn't say it, but he actually harbors such resentment. No wonder, his fur has been burned off. With a smile, Soma walked leisurely. This came from a correct understanding of his own strength, as well as the strong sense of security provided by the electric crossbow. Under such a weapon that could cause effective damage from hundreds of meters away, what were the goblin's fireballs? At best, they were just grenades that couldn't be thrown far. The sorcerer goblin, pinned down by the crossbow bolts and then headbutt by Oreo, was now lying on the ground, somewhat delirious. From a distance, upon seeing Soma approaching with a spear, he despairingly closed his eyes. Woof! A low moan escaped his lips. At this moment, Soma's image in his heart had been infinitely elevated. This man, resembling the Grim Reaper, possessed the ability to destroy them from the shadows. How could a weak goblin possibly be a match for such a demon? The sorcerer goblin even recalled what his deceased goblin father had said: if one day you encounter a legendary human warrior, remember, don't rush in immediately, they are terrifying. A fleeting memory flashed through the sorcerer goblin's mind. The rampant slaughter of human villages a few days ago would ultimately have to be paid back, right? He knew this was the last memory before his death. However, suddenly a stream of clear water was injected into his parched, blood-seeping throat. With the infusion of the clear water, the wound on his arm that was gushing blood stopped bleeding, and the burning sensation in his chest gradually faded. He curiously opened his eyes. What a fist the size of a fireball! With this thought, he happily fainted. It seems this sorcerer goblin's brain is a bit off. He's already pinned to the ground, and yet he's grinning like an idiot, Soma said as he took out some ethereal water to keep the goblin alive, and seeing him still smiling, Soma simply punched him to make him understand the situation better. Oreo, come over. And keep an eye on this one, don't let him wake up. Upon receiving the order, Oreo was quite excited. On the black and white dog face, happiness radiated. Perhaps in his world, guarding this kind of kindred spirit that had disfigured him was more comforting than enjoying a grand feast. 5 dog-headed men, and 3 wooden boxes and 1 copper box dropped. Killing these things seems to be quite profitable. As time passed, after the dog-headed men were shot dead and deemed completely dead by the game panel, treasure chests dropped. For some reason, the first dog-headed sorcerer that was shot this time did not drop a silver box, only a copper box. With a hint of regret, Soma gathered all the boxes together and began to open them. Record: you have obtained Waha mineral water 500 ml *2. Record: you have obtained chili water 30 ml *1. Record: you have obtained vegetable oil 5L *1. Record: you have obtained a bag of Sichuan pepper seeds. Record: you have obtained a skateboard. I actually got vegetable oil. What a good item. After putting the other 4 items into the storage space, Soma took out the vegetable oil packaged in a golden dragonfish. Under the sunlight, the vegetable oil was dyed with a pure golden glow. Once my vegetables grow, maybe I can cook something. Then I'll make some noodles. No, today I'll make a bowl of beef oil splash noodles. Who can resist that? Just thinking about the wonderful taste of oil splash noodles made Soma feel as if he had eaten a plum, with countless sour juices gushing out. His stomach, which wasn't hungry before, now began to rumble. In a great mood, Soma looked at the dog-headed men lying haphazardly on the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Dog-headed men, truly my treasure. Taking out the shovel from his storage space, Soma found a relatively secluded spot and began to dig a pit. Although this simple burial wouldn't serve much purpose, in hopes of delaying the dog-headed men's line of sight, Soma decided to bury these dog-headed men who somewhat resembled humans. With the experience of the first burial, Soma's movements were much more skilled this time. In just a few strokes, he dug out a pit larger than before. After tossing all the deceased dog-headed men into the pit one by one, Soma opened his storage space again and placed the wooden barrels containing 2 dog-headed men from the ruins into the large pit, starting the burial. Soma was like a diligent farmer, tirelessly cultivating the barren land. Drops of sweat slid down from his forehead, falling into the deep pit and mixing with the soil. In the apocalypse, not only are human lives as cheap as grass, but these monsters must also follow the law of the jungle. After everything was done, Soma took out the grass rope he had used to explore the ruins today, walked in front of the sorcerer dog-headed man, and began to bind him. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The 3-meter long grass rope wrapped around 5 times from top to bottom, almost turning the sorcerer dog-headed man into a rice dumpling. Soma nodded in satisfaction. Oreo beside him also quickly nodded in agreement. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of 1 person and 1 dog stretched infinitely, as if they had become the only protagonists in this small world. Hiss, so thirsty, so painful, why can't I feel my arm? At all? A chaotic feeling surged from Mondi's mind as he struggled to lift his eyelids, which felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, to look ahead. It was dark but very clean. This was his first impression of the place he was in. This stone cave not only lacked the foul smell of the dog-headed men's castle but also had a natural fragrance of earth and sunlight mixed together. Mondi struggled to turn his head and look towards the only source of light. What is glowing? Why is the light so soft? An object no bigger than a fist emitted light in the pitch-black cave, illuminating a corner, along with illuminating the man who resembled the Grim Reaper. In Mondi's view, the man tenderly picked up a small white bag from one place and scooped out a bowl of white powdery substance with a basin. Grabbing a handful of water, the man began to perform actions on a wooden board. After a while, the man, satisfied, picked up a long strip of white object and dropped it into a pot of boiling water. A fragrant aroma immediately wafted from the pot. He wants to recruit me, huh? I've heard that humans use food and women to entice captives. It seems that Mondi, will also have a day to enjoy such treatment. He cares about these things. It looks like he can't bear to eat them, trying to use this to win me over. Should I eat directly, or pretend to be loyal for a while and eat when he begs me? A smile crept onto Mondi's face as he seemed to envision the man tempting him to surrender. However, how could the poor dog-headed man understand the delicacies of humans? As the man poured a little something from a small bottle, a sizzling sound erupted, and a spicy, fragrant sensation immediately filled the cave. What kind of divine food is this? Despite the dog's mouth leaking a bit for some reason, a long drool still dripped from the corner of Mondi's mouth. A stimulating aroma entered his mouth, traveled to his stomach, and finally reached his entire brain center. An inexplicable feeling of joy washed over him, as if every cell was breathing. Mondi was sure that he had never seen such delicacies, even during the annual clan festival. The man finally finished all his work, and as he divided the food in the pot into 2 bowls, 1 bowl was poured into a lowly dog clan's basin still crawling on the ground. The other bowl was poured into a small basin, and Mondi's smile was almost uncontrollable. He envied and was jealous that this lowly dog clan could enjoy such delicacies. Well, he was very much looking forward to the next moment when this Grim Reaper of a man would come to beg him to eat the food and personally recruit him as a vanguard general. However, what a fist the size of a fireball. Goodness, this dog-headed man must have a few screws loose. I didn't expect to have captured a fool. This is a huge loss. Just as he finished making beef oil splash noodles, out of the corner of his eye, Sumo saw the awakened dog-headed sorcerer sitting on the ground, grinning foolishly. Although he was already tied up several times, tightly, the dog-headed man seemed oblivious, opening his dog mouth and laughing heartily. This expression, Sumo, not holding back, gave him another punch to let this guy rest well. If only I had some garlic and a bit of scallions. Watching the dog-headed man faint again on the ground, Sumo clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to his bowl of noodles. Eating noodles without garlic loses half the flavor. The bowl had spicy oil, dried beef, and dehydrated vegetables, but lacked the garlic that the old Shanxi people love, making it taste a bit lacking. Slightly regretful, Sumo quickly began to dig into the noodles in his bowl. In his peripheral vision, Oreo had already finished his portion. If Sumo hadn't finished by then, Oreo would start whining and acting cute to get more. He wolfed down the noodles in a hurry and then downed a large cup of ethereal energy water to fill the gaps. Sumo was satisfied. Oreo was also satisfied. The man and the dog slumped in place, enjoying the hard-earned moment of peace after the feast. However, in the dark corner, on the slightly aggrieved and terrified dog face, a tear quietly slid down the corner of the dog-headed sorcerer's eye. This diesel engine is good, but it's a bit loud, and starting it at night is a bit troublesome. Looking at the rumbling diesel engine charging the battery, Sumo felt a slight headache. After spending 2 survival points to repair a light bulb picked up from shelter number 2, the base finally had stable lighting. The electric crossbow was now plugged into the power output of the diesel engine. Generally, a generator consumes 210 to 240 grams of fuel to generate 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, which is about 0.25 to 0.28 liters. Considering
The issues of transmission efficiency, the actual consumption is around 0.3 liters.
Based on the base's oil storage capacity and the losses during conversion, 200 liters of diesel can produce approximately
600 kilowatt-hours of electricity. That should be enough for now.
Nodding, he pulled the wire connected to the light bulb in front of the dog-headed man and called for Oreo.
For some reason, Oreo had become
increasingly inactive lately, eating well and playing for a while each day before lying next to the vegetable culture medium, staring blankly at the small opening that let in light.
A small head, a big confusion. I'll wake him up later, you can be the translator, is that okay?
Woof.
Oreo tilted his head in a human-like questioning manner.
I mean, you help me convey what I say to this dog-headed man, and then,
when he answers, you tell me what he said.
After a simple explanation, Oreo nodded at the dog head, revealing a hint of his signature mischievous smile, indicating he was fully capable of handling the task. Oh, if you had said it was an interrogation, we could have wrapped this up sooner. Seeing that Oreo understood, Soma helped the dog-headed man sit on a stool, using a wooden stick to pierce through the hemp rope, binding him, standing him up completely. Hey, wake up! Soma reached out and slapped the dog-headed man's cheek twice, but it seemed that the previous punch had been too heavy, as the dog-headed man showed no
reaction. Without showing any signs, Soma gave Oreo a knowing glance, and Oreo understood immediately, leaping to the dog-headed man's feet and opening his mouth wide to bite down.
Ah! A woof!
A sound like a
wolf's howl erupted in the cave, and the dog-headed man, who had been pretending to be dazed, was suddenly startled and nearly fell to his knees.
I say, this dog creature really has a problem. He hasn't even been bitten yet, and he's already reacting? Watching the dog-headed man's performance, Soma became even more curious about this race. How could there be such a low-class and bizarre race? Can such beings even handcraft nuclear bombs, or rather, handcraft grenades?
Seeing the indignation on the dog-headed man's face, Soma smiled slightly.
Oreo, ask him if he submits.
Receiving the command, Oreo grinned mischievously and began to communicate in his dog language. Woof woof, arg woof woof, woof. The dog-headed man made a human-like expression, and both Soma and Oreo immediately understood the meaning of that expression, contempt. The dog-headed man looked down on Oreo, a fellow crawling creature of the same race. Well, you old dog, your temper seems quite stubborn. No more talk, I have a complete criminal code from Huaxia for you to choose from. Come on. Not talking, huh? Seeing the dog-headed man raise his head defiantly, Soma was not polite and stepped forward, delivering a punch to the dog-headed man's stomach. Thud buzz. For some reason, Soma felt that his strength had increased. Within 0.1 seconds after his fist hit the dog-headed man, tears streamed down his face, and he began to wail.
Do you submit or not? Not seeing any response
from the dog-headed man, Soma delivered another punch. Whoa whoa, woof woof, whoa whoa. After being hit twice in a row, the dog-headed man finally realized what it meant to be outmatched. If he weren't still tied up,
he would probably be kneeling and bowing his head in the next second.
Meanwhile, Oreo also lifted his chin, although he still had to look up at the dog-headed man. That air of disdain was rising.
You dare to glare? One punch.
Indeed, the farmer's 3 punches are a bit sweet. After this hit, the dog-headed man no longer dared to show any signs of resistance, wailing while nodding repeatedly to indicate his
submission. However, Soma was not polite and delivered another punch. I'm sorry, I don't like Nongfu Spring, I prefer Ibo.
Woof woof.
Oreo, who was lying nearby, couldn't help but laugh breathlessly at
Sumo's words as he looked at the dazed dog-headed man.
Oreo, translate for him, what does TMD surprise mean?
Seeing the dog-headed man's pained expression, with his face all scrunched up, Suemo finally swallowed
his anger hard.
Although this dog-headed man looked honest, deep down he not only looked down on Oreo but also had a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at him. If the usual courtesy doesn't work, then it can only be respect first, then burial. Fortunately, after 4 punches, the dog-headed man became much more obedient.
Ask him why he came here. Is it specifically to find me?
Woof 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 woof. Woof woo woo woof hiss woof. Watching Oreo and the dog-headed man engage in a strenuous exchange, as if one was speaking a dialect and the other Mandarin, Suemo could only facepalm and wait on the side.
A simple sentence took Oreo a full 4 to 5 minutes to communicate. Woof, you say he didn't come to find me?
Seeing Oreo shake his head and the dog-headed man's face still pretending, Suemo started to
feel a headache.
Ask him what he's sneaking around looking for in our thicket. Suemo initially thought the dog-headed man had followed a trail here, but it seemed that wasn't the case.
Looks like I was too cautious.
Perhaps, the dog-headed man has sent out several teams to search for something, and this small team just happened to run into me? After thinking for a moment, Suemo chose to wait for Oreo to relay
the results.
This time, the conversation took even longer, about 10 minutes, and Oreo was so dry-mouthed from barking that he finally got the news.
Woof, woof. Seeing that Suemo couldn't understand,
Oreo simply ran over to the pile of junk and rummaged through it, finally bringing out a wooden stick. It was clearly a tool used by the dog-headed man for casting spells.
Is there a problem with this wooden stick? But the system can't scan its attributes at all?
Picking up the stick and placing it under the light bulb, Suemo began to examine it closely.
He had already checked the magic wand that the dog-headed man seemed to use for casting spells back in shelter number 2. After all, who doesn't have a desire to be a magician? Unfortunately, this magic wand not only had no attributes but also lacked the ability to shoot fireballs with a wave. Now, reminded by Oreo, Suemo looked closely again and suddenly noticed something unusual. At the top of the stick there was a small opening, as if sealed with wood, which looked nothing like something that could grow naturally. Bringing the stick close to his nose, Suemo fanned the air with his hand, gathering the scent emitted by the stick. This smell! A familiar memory swirled in his mind. Exploring the stick, Suemo found something resembling a button just below the center of the stick. Gently pressing it, the small sealed opening at the top of the stick opened, and the scent that wafted out was even stronger. This is gunpowder? Upon opening the small hole that contained the scent, the smell that wafted out was so strong that Suemo almost immediately identified the component. Gunpowder! Or more accurately, black powder. Carefully pouring the black granules from the stick onto the table, an extremely pungent sulfur smell filled the air. The dog-headed man actually needs black powder to release his so-called fireball technique? Suddenly receiving this news, Suemo felt a bit incredulous. Previously, in shelter number 2, the sorcerer dog-headed man had first waved his wooden stick before releasing his fireball technique. Suemo had thought it was a casting motion or a property of the stick. He never imagined that the dog-headed man had to respect science even when releasing a fireball. So, what the dog-headed people are looking for is black gunpowder? Hearing Sumo's murmurs, Oreo quickly nodded beside him, indicating that Suemo was absolutely right. The dog-headed man tied up at the table seemed to have resigned himself when he saw Suemo pour out the black gunpowder, continuing to chatter away. Ignoring the exchange between Oreo and the dog-headed man, Suemo opened the game panel, selected resource scanning, and checked the materials for black gunpowder preparation. Record, a small sulfur mine detected 465 meters southeast of the player's current location. Record, today's attempts 2/3 sure enough, what they came looking for today is this natural sulfur mine. Sumo's face showed no joy or sorrow, his thoughts gradually drifting far away. The modern process of extracting sulfur has undergone countless innovations, even separating sulfides from petroleum through steps like reduced pressure distillation, catalytic cracking, hydrogenation cracking, and delayed coking to produce sulfur-laden wastewater, which is then treated to recover sulfur. In ancient times, without this technology, people had 2 ways to prepare sulfur. First, they would find a way to mine natural sulfur mines, like those near the shelter. Second, they would smelt iron sulfide to extract the sulfur within. The dog-headed man's ability to identify sulfur mines proved that they had already touched the edges of science. It was very likely that they knew these substances could be mixed in certain proportions to create enhanced gunpowder, which, when catalyzed by magic, would increase the power of fireballs. Woof! During Sumo's contemplation, Oreo had also finished his conversation with the dog-headed man and returned. Oreo pointed again at the black gunpowder Suemo had poured out, then pointed into the distance, and finally pointed at the dog-headed man. Are you saying he is willing to take us to the place where the dog-headed people mine? Oreo nodded. I have a sulfur mine here, but to prepare gunpowder, I also need enough potassium nitrate, which is a main component of saltpeter. The dog-headed people might have already discovered a large-scale saltpeter mine. Should we go or not? Suemo pondered. Black gunpowder was definitely an indispensable component for making firearms ammunition. If he could eventually repair that small firearm machine tool, the raw materials for ammunition would also be a significant gap. Looking at the still chattering dog-headed man, Suemo decisively walked up to him and delivered a stunning punch. We definitely have to go. Not to mention anything else, just the treasure chests dropped by the dog-headed people would be a considerable gain. Moreover, we need to investigate their lair, otherwise, lingering around the periphery is like a ticking time bomb. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo made his decision. By now, the sky outside had darkened. After checking the situation around the shelter, Suemo walked over. He double-checked the ropes on the dog-headed man, dragged him to a corner of the cave, and instructed Oreo to keep an eye on him at night before returning to his small bed. In the apocalypse, once it got dark, one basically had to stay inside the shelter. He pulled the light bulb closer and turned it off, listening to the rumble of the generator as Suemo gradually drifted into sleep. Doomsday Calendar. January 7, you repaired a generator, increasing the level of technological civilization, survival points +10, you discovered an underground ruin, +5, while exploring the underground ruin, you encountered an enemy and decisively defeated them, survival points +10, you created your first electric weapon, significantly boosting your combat power, survival points +5, you effortlessly killed 5 goblins, reaping great rewards, survival points +5, you captured your first prisoner, survival points +5, scanning host's living environment, survival point assessment in progress, today you gained 62 survival points. Final tally, survival points +102 remaining survival points, 175. The morning not only brought good news from the system, but also a message from Shinku that was flashing in the private chat on the game panel. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Suemo glanced at the obedient goblin in the corner, disciplined by Oreo, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was the first time a stranger had spent the night in the shelter, and this person was a goblin. He had hardly slept soundly all night, fearing that this goblin might be a wolf in sheep's clothing, ready to set the shelter ablaze. Opening Shinku's message in the chat panel, Suemo focused his attention. Shinku, Suemo, my uncle has finished your design drawing. Here's the trade link, just take a picture of it when you wake up. If there's anything you don't understand about the design, feel free to ask me anytime. At the bottom of the message was a trade item visible only to the two of them. After paying 2 disaster points, a flash of light appeared, and the design drawing materialized in the storage space. Leaning against the headboard, Suemo opened the private message meant for recording his diary and began to write with his thoughts. Today is Doomsday Calendar January 7th, the 7th day since I arrived in the Wasteland, which counts as a week. If the civilized world were still ongoing, it should be December 29th, just 2 days away from New Year's Day. Sigh, it seems like my sister's birthday this time is during the minor New Year? It looks like we won't be able to celebrate it, and I wonder if mom and dad will give her a birthday celebration somewhere else. Currently, the supplies in the base are still sufficient, enough for me and Oreo to eat for half a month. However, the flour was consumed a bit too much yesterday. It seems I can only make oil-splashed noodles for 2 meals, and I'll save those for when the family comes. The ethereal water has almost reached 20 liters. This stuff has an expensive delivery fee in the trading system. To open up more storage space, I'll hold on to the points for now, and not trade. The captured goblin is very obedient. I plan to deal with the sulfur mine near the shelter today and try to extract a bit. If I can follow him to find the saltpeter mine, perhaps I can make black powder, which would greatly enhance safety. By the way, today in the vegetable cultivation base, wow, the garlic seeds seem to have sprouted, and the cabbage too. I see a bit of green peeking out from the black soil. It's truly a memorable day. Instinctively lifting his head, Suemo caught sight of a small green sprout emerging from the cultivation base bathed in sunlight. This green surprise felt like a gift from heaven, instantly chasing away Sumo's morning drowsiness. After getting dressed, he quickly walked to the cultivation base, crouching down to examine it closely. Where he had pressed the garlic seeds, a tiny sharp green sprout had already emerged. In the city, very few people use garlic seeds to grow garlic. Everyone buries garlic cloves in the soil, which not only grows quickly but also requires little care. Therefore, it was Sumo's first time seeing garlic seeds sprout like this. On the other side, the growth of the cabbage was even more delightful, with a small green stem and 2 leaves, about the size of a fingernail. It looked like a miniature cabbage, tender and white. This growth, it looks like it won't take a month to grow a batch of cabbage. It has shortened the time by almost half. The green plants, like hope, thrive in the culture medium, in the shelter, under the sunlight, flourishing. Carrying the hope of Soma, they have sprouted. This little bit of green seems like a cleanser, washing away the gloom hanging over Soma's heart. Hope, as long as one has hope, how could I possibly not hold on in this apocalypse? He scooped out a basin of ethereal water, carefully and gently watering all the vegetable plots. Under the caress of the ethereal water, Soma couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt that the stalks of the cabbage shimmered like jade, and the garlic sprouts were as lush as emeralds. Arriving at the food storage area, Soma thought for a moment and took out a little more than half a portion of cookies. First, he prepared 2 servings of cookie dough, and after finishing 1 portion each with Oreo, he took the remaining cookies and approached the ailing goblin. On the arms pierced by 2 crossbow bolts, the wounds now showed signs of decay. Although yesterday's ethereal water had stopped the bleeding, the dosage was too small, and inflammation had begun. The frail and pitiful goblin opened his eyes, saw Soma, and then closed them again in despair, a look of resignation on his face. Stop playing dead. Get up, drink some water. Eat something, you can't die today. He took the food bowl used for the Oreo, crushed the cookies, and after pouring in a small amount of ethereal water, Soma placed it in front of the goblin. The goblin, who had been resigned, perked up at the smell of the crispy cookies and the faint sweetness of the ethereal water. The will to survive made him open his eyes. Woof woof, woo, woo, so fragrant. The taste of the ethereal water awakened the goblin's survival instinct, but the food bowl on the ground trampled on his dignity. Should he, like Oreo, lie on the ground and lick the bowl to eat? Or should he maintain his half-human dignity, preferring to stand and die rather than kneel and live? However, before Soma could test him, the goblin's speed was frighteningly fast. In almost no time to think, he was already hunched over the food bowl, devouring it ravenously. Oreo, nearby, wore a personified expression of disdain, looking down on him. Woof! It was unclear what Oreo said, but the goblin was deaf to it, licking the bowl even faster. After the ethereal water went down, the visibly inflamed and festering wounds on the goblin's arms began to heal, at least preventing further decay. It seems the goblin's constitution isn't as good as imagined. I guess in a day or 2, everyone will discover this half-human creature. Nodding, Soma suppressed the thought of sending out news about the goblin. The current situation was still unclear, and he hadn't figured out where the goblin's lair was. If it was just near the base, it would be easy for people to guess that the shelter was nearby. In this apocalypse, once someone grasped the location of the base, it would be too dangerous. He walked slowly to the rumbling generator, which had been working all night and was now a bit warm, with the cooling fan beside the metal cover whirring. He glanced at the fuel level. Since it was running at the lowest power, it had used about 2 to 3 liters of diesel overnight. The 400 amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery was fully charged, and the indicator light of the electric crossbow had changed from red to green. Strictly following the requirements, after shutting down the diesel generator, Soma began to use the storage space to pile all the clutter in the middle of the area. A flash of light, and the design drawing sent by Shinku appeared in his hands. He brought it to the table, pulled over a light bulb, and spread the entire design drawing in the base, examining it carefully. The design was not complicated, nor was it the kind of dimensional drawing that only someone who had studied engineering or worked in engineering could understand. There are a total of 2 sheets of paper. One is an overview of the shelter designed by Shinitian. The other is densely packed with the orientation of each room and some minor details proposed by Sumo. However, focusing his attention, Sumo fixed his gaze on the design drawing, and sure enough, the attributes of the design were laid bare before the system. Underground shelter design blueprint, exquisite, description, a building plan designed by the quasi-senior architect Shinitian, whose design is exquisite and ingeniously crafted, perfectly utilizing all available space. However, it should have been at a perfect level, but due to the designer's excessive pursuit of spatial extremity, it fell 1 level. Upgrade Direction 1, reconstruct the design blueprint, formalize modifications to space usage, significantly improve applicability, and greatly enhance disaster resistance, requiring survival points, 225. Upgrade Direction 2, modify the design blueprint to rectify its flaws, retain the design concept, and better adapt to the current needs of the shelter, requiring survival points, 45. Evaluation, following its design, placing just a small grenade in the right position will turn your shelter into ruins in an instant. Indeed, even Shinitian cannot achieve 100% perfection. After all, there are many factors to consider. If pursuing spatial extremity, this is what I would call it. But what does the system's evaluation mean? Sitting at the table, Sumo stared blankly at the system's evaluation, unable to grasp what the system was hinting at for a long time. The more apocalyptic and desolate it became, the more one would think, and an inexplicable feeling made Sumo feel very uneasy. Shaking his head, he pushed this feeling aside. This world, it seems that there are only a few people you can trust, and perhaps as time goes on, with the worsening of disasters, even this group will. His gaze wandered, and Sumo seemed to see a dark hand above the shelter, descending invisibly. The shelter, which appeared exceptionally sturdy, would collapse under the weight of a small grenade, turning into a heap of ruins. Among the ruins, there was Sumo himself, his sister, his parents. I must accelerate the development of the shelter. Fortunately, I should still be ahead of everyone. The more he thought about the potential tragedies that could occur in the future, the tighter Sumo's fists clenched. This humanity is terrifying. Its momentum is even more fearsome than that of our doghead kings. The cracking sound of joints startled the doghead man, who was munching on biscuits nearby, causing him to stop his actions, not daring to make a sound. Continuing to carefully examine the basic structure on the design drawing, Sumo analyzed where the problems might lie as best as he could, then laid the 2 design drawings flat. Shaking his head, he cast aside all the chaotic thoughts. I choose Upgrade Direction 2. Sumo said in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, a green light radiated from his body, illuminating the paper. The black ink on the white paper seemed to come alive, beginning to dance and leap across the page, like lively ink. Sprites. After dancing for 3 to 5 seconds, constrained by the green light, the ink became obedient, starting to form a design blueprint that appeared similar to the previous one but was significantly different. Upon closer inspection, even though Sumo did not understand what had changed, the lines on the new design blueprint were much smoother than before. It seems the system's great power is something that even a senior architect like Shinitian cannot compare to. With a flash of brilliance, the attributes of the new design blueprint appeared before Sumo's eyes. Underground shelter design blueprint, perfect description. A design blueprint that has reached the perfect level, featuring 8 facilities. When constructed according to the blueprint's description, it can achieve intermediate earthquake resistance, intermediate protection, low-level insulation, and high-level expandability. Facilities: 1. 3-section shelter entrance and exit passage. 2. Crop cultivation room, back door. 3. Master bedroom, secondary bedroom, guest bedroom. 4. Mini research center. 5. Warehouse, living supplies warehouse, weapons and equipment warehouse, miscellaneous warehouse. 6. Mini command and operations center. 7. Energy distribution room. 8. Living room evaluation. Dog-headed man, if I become an architect, I want to make the shelter round. Why? So that this terrifying demon king can never corner me again. Asterisk, the new design plan has divided the shelter into 8 sections, adding 1 more operations center than the design by Shinitian. It seems the system understands me best. Suemo showed surprise, carefully examining the several areas outlined in the design plan.
Although the current operations center only has a television for monitoring, I will definitely add more powerful items later, and when the time comes, I will expand the shelter according to this plan. After scrutinizing it twice and confirming there were no additional items to add, Sumo opened the game panel. Personal shelter level, LV1 description, a shelter made entirely of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with good safety features, and outstanding effectiveness in moisture isolation and warmth retention. Space, 140 ceiling height 4.2 m, completeness 100% facilities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable, cultivation base, ethereal well water extractor, dining table. Current available permissions, restructure shelter layout, automatically generate partition walls, one time, please adjust with caution, clicking into the restructure shelter layout, the page flickered and he returned to the interface he had seen before. After finding the points function at the bottom corner, Sumo clicked in. At this moment, the top function for restructuring points was the import design plan. The price was not high, only 15 points. But for those living in a communal shelter, it was no less than a fortune. After spending 300 points to upgrade storage space and using a scattered 54 points, Sumo found he still had 278 points, which was more than enough to cover the costs of transforming the base. After deducting 15 points, the design plan in his hand seemed to turn into flowing light, shattering with a loud crash in the base. Subsequently, on the game panel, the design blueprint loaded successfully, displaying all the plan structures and specific details. Trying out the preload function, Sumo discovered he could directly move items to designated locations after planning, and began to operate. First, he buried the wires into the stone slabs. To complete this task, he could only rely on the game panel or the system. After a short while, once all the items were categorized and placed, Sumo activated the transformation function. With a nervous heart, Sumo took another deep look around the still flat base, feeling no lingering attachment. Out with the old, in with the new. A series of slight tremors emanated from the ground, as if an invisible pair of hands were caressing the foundation. The dog-headed man still lying on the ground looked around in terror, seemingly unable to understand why such a sturdy base would shake so violently. Then, an even more worldview-shattering scene occurred. The stone steps at the entrance of the shelter seemed to melt away, transforming into a pool of fiery red liquid that then vanished into the shelter. The shelter's main door opened automatically, bright sunlight streaming in. In the next moment, the entire shelter began to sink spontaneously, revealing a stone passageway connecting the door and the shelter. The deep sunlight could no longer pierce through the stone passage, but at the same time, the base became even safer. Inside the base, the originally central light passage began to shift, gradually moving to the upper right corner of the base. The culture medium, placed in the center, seemed to have divine assistance, slowly floating up from the ground and moving towards the light in the upper right corner. A stone partition naturally rose from the ground, standing firm between the roof and the floor of the shelter, becoming more stable over time. Miscellaneous items began to float towards their designated places as walls rose one after another. In an instant, the once well-lit, flat shelter turned pitch black. However, as new walls emerged, the structure of the shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally spacious shelter was now planned to have about 25 square meters, designated as the entrance living room. The living room was furnished with the wooden table and chairs crafted earlier, along with the tea set scavenged from the ruins. Using the light, Soma made his way to the wall beside the living room, and as he pressed a button, the bulb hanging from the ceiling emitted a bright glow, dispelling all darkness. In the corner of the living room was the spot where the dog-headed people were, along with Oreo lying nearby, keeping watch. At this moment of upheaval, Oreo was curiously tense, but without Soma's command, could only stay put, panting heavily. Taking out a flashlight from the storage space, Soma stepped towards the other rooms. In the plan, behind the living room partition was Soma's bedroom, which also served as the main bedroom of the entire shelter. Although the flat shelter appeared large, the layout was actually quite compact. In the bedroom, Soma only left space for a bed and a nightstand. The other two bedrooms were only large enough for beds for now, with plans to expand them as needed. In the future, the warehouse was located on the right side upon entering, and going through the doorless frame led to the area for storing weapons and equipment. Further in was the area for living supplies, and, finally, the space for miscellaneous items. The three-way design not only saved space but also made it extremely convenient to access items without having to run around searching. On the left side upon entering was the micro-operations center and the energy center. Spanning between the bedroom and the crop cultivation room was the micro-research center. For the structural diagram, please refer to this chapter. After walking back and forth twice, Soma became familiar with the current layout of the base. Compared to the previous flat shelter, this new layout, while reducing the visible area significantly, enhanced the base's insulation in a certain sense. Within the limited space, the heating efficiency was certainly much higher than that of the previous flat shelter. Opening the large door at the innermost part of the current shelter, Soma felt a wave of surprise. The slope tunnel was similar to the back door, about 10 meters long, and within these 10 meters, there was another large door in addition to the outer stone door. Together, With the innermost door of the shelter, it formed a 3-segment design. This design not only ensured that if enemies could breach the outer door, there would still be room to maneuver, but also allowed for ambushes and traps to be set between the 2 doors, effectively annihilating any invading enemies. It even allowed for firing ports to be set up, unleashing full firepower once enemies entered. If the previous base's safety was rated at 5, this time, it's directly at 50.
Soma exclaimed in amazement.
The permissions that came with this shelter upgrade were extremely useful. The previous shelter was a stone shelter, and this upgrade meant that all partitions and fittings were made of stone, saving a lot of trouble. Holding the flashlight, Soma found the damaged tungsten bulbs he had brought back from the ruins. He had repaired one before, and now there were still 3 left, and these bulbs came with their own switches, making them very convenient. After spending 6 survival points, he repaired the 3 bulbs one by one. First, a convenient setup for nighttime activities was installed in the bedroom, and the second was placed above the living supplies warehouse for easy access when searching for items.
The last one was installed in the Micro Research Center.
This would be the place where the base's technology tree would take off in the future. Once they got through this disaster, a significant amount of time would be spent figuring out how to ascend the base's technology tree. By the way, I still have a workbench that I haven't built yet, and now I finally have a place to put it. Clicking on the manufacturing page and scrolling down, Sumo found
the icon for the workbench. Why is this workbench sky blue? Is there a significance to the color? With this question in mind, Sumo looked at the materials required for production.
Workbench, wood, 0/12, beaker 0/1, simple tool clamp 0/1, simple work module 0/1, simple experiment module 0/1, simple welder 0/1, simple cutter 0/1, iron block 0/12, glass 0/2, circuit board 0/4, wire 0/2. The materials needed for production were quite complex. Aside from these simple modules, there was a large pile of materials that seemed out of place for a workbench. Currently, I have stock of wood and iron blocks among the required materials. Luckily I saved quite a bit before, otherwise, this thing is heavy and cumbersome, and the delivery fee would be outrageous. Rubbing his chin, which already had a stubble of greenish hair, Sumo began to recall the materials still available at the base. There were still 2 units of glass left in the shelter. The last time he made the lighting passage, only a small amount of glass was used, and after trying to put it in, he found it completely met the production requirements. As for the beaker and tool clamp, those were dropped along with the workbench, so he didn't need to look for them anymore. For the remaining circuit boards, he went to the storage room, and after searching for a while, he found some damaged circuit boards salvaged from shelter number 2. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he had just grabbed a few that looked somewhat intact, but there were as many as 5. Spending 8 survival points, Sumazuri chose to repair 4 slightly damaged circuit boards. There was still a large surplus of wire after laying out the shelter, which was originally meant for expansion, and now it came in handy.
So now what's missing should be the work module, experiment module, welder, and cutter. After thinking for a moment about these
for major items, Sumo decided to search the world channel. Rather than waiting for luck in the trading secret realm before the disaster, it was better to spend some points on delivery fees to get them back early and enhance combat power.
This was not the time for early enjoyment or late discounts.
Once most people found the design blueprint for the workbench, these modular items would inevitably increase in price.
Excuse me, I'm looking to collect these 4 items: simple work module, experiment module, welder, and cutter. What's the cost?
As soon as he finished speaking, the previously calm world channel seemed
to have been hit by an atomic bomb, suddenly exploding.
To fit personal use of the world channel, the game functionally omitted most information, making it increasingly difficult for everyone to communicate
and gather in the world channel.
After all, billions of rapid information streams are simply not something the human brain can read. Even so, in Sumo's view, the chat box was still rapidly scrolling.
I'm in the
Wasteland, just got off the plane, PhD, earning $1 million a month, asking if God is recruiting lab members. I'm very capable. Shut your mouth upstairs, I'm going to say a number, and you get in the car.
Immediately. 5 seconds, develop a spacecraft and come to the underground base.
No first cup of milk tea in autumn. Can God send this little girl a cup of autumn's ghost energy water? I can do it. I have a simple work module, just 10L of ghost energy water, and I'll trade with you.
Soma, the lion opens its mouth wide, and all sorts of other things roll away. Don't force me to take you down. After a week traversing the wasteland, Soma's temperament had significantly improved.
The harsh words he once dared not speak on Earth now flowed freely from his lips. At the same time, Soma chose to become a shameless price dog. In the market transactions, he was in an absolute buyer's market. Many people might have these items, but the current situation was that only Soma had the capital to collect them, able to afford the high
delivery fees of the game.
Under the pressure of threats, the private requests coming from the trading market quickly diminished in variety. After filtering through, all items were arranged by price from high to low. Hey, there's someone selling a fine work module for only 300 milliliters of ghost energy water. I'll buy it. A simple welder for just 50 milliliters?
If I don't buy it, I'm definitely not Chinese. A fine experimental module plus a 2 kilograms baguette only costs me 180 milliliters? Wow, so many people are rushing in. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? Looking at the increasingly outrageous trade requests flooding in through the trading panel, Soma was completely stunned. When did prices become so cheap? When everyone couldn't see each other's quotes, these people were really pushing their limits, crazily lowering their prices for a sip of Ghost Energy water. After spending only 940 milliliters of Ghost Energy water in 24 disaster points as delivery fees, Soma received the following pile of items: 1 fine work module, 1 fine experimental module, 1 simple welder, 1 simple cutter, 35 screws, 1 variable frequency soft light desk lamp, 2 rechargeable walkie-talkies with a 3 km range, 1 electric blanket, 1 roll of transparent tape, and 1 5x zoom telescope, 2 kilograms baguette, 1 box of red apple drink, 1 bag of spicy chips, and 1 bag of drunken peanuts. Exchanging less than a small basin of water for a huge pile of items, even with Soma's strong composure, he felt his heart racing. So, this is what it feels like to be a black market trader. It's a pity I didn't do business in my last life. I wasted my talent. A tiny fraction of those who came to trade in the world chat knew that Soma had entered the Electric Society, so the additional items thrown in were all currently very rare electrical objects. For those who found it difficult to develop electricity or were resource-strapped, these items were less valuable than scrap metal. But for Soma, these items were simply exhilarating. Outside, it was minus 20 degrees. I plug in the electric blanket and dive into the covers. How could that not be delightful? As for the food, they were all things that would easily make one thirsty or could serve as weapons like the baguette. However, for Soma, these were not problems at all. He categorized and stored everything neatly. A wave of pleasant satisfaction crashing over him like a tide. With an excited heart, he gathered all the items he needed to manufacture. I feel like my luck is extraordinarily good. This is the first time I've seen the design for the workbench. These people don't know its value, which allows me to acquire it so easily. With a sigh of admiration, Soma initiated the manufacturing process. In silence, a workbench, roughly the size of a large desk on Earth, appeared in the dark, unoccupied space. With a thought, there was a loud rumble as the heavy workbench was placed against the wall of the research center. The seemingly ordinary workbench materials brought Soma immense shock upon their arrival. Originally, there was only one beaker, but after integrating with the workbench materials, it directly spawned a complete set of large glassware, distillation, extraction, separation, refining, cutting, welding. After fiddling with the glass equipment, a wave of unfamiliar information was transmitted in an instant. Closing his eyes and spending 3 to 5 seconds, Sumo absorbed this information and immediately gained an understanding of how to use the workbench. Crouching down, with a slight effort, Sumo easily pulled up a workarm about half his height from beneath the workbench. The workarm was interspersed with a complex-looking array of electrical wires, and after trying to manipulate it a couple of times, Sumo returned to the power room to cut the power. He then lowered his head and connected the workbench's wiring to the main line of the shelter. After turning on the workbench's power, a nauseating buzzing sound filled the air. The heavy workbench began self-checking, and once the workarm was powered, it started to wobble before finally securing itself to the edge of the workbench. Moving a stool in front of the workbench, Sumo focused his thoughts, internally calling the system to check the specific attributes of the workbench. Workbench, excellent. Description: when players use the workbench, efficiency increases by 10%, attention increases by 10%, and success rate increases by 10%. Special ability: when crafting items using the workbench, the item grade will automatically adjust based on the player's crafting skill and the workbench's grade, maximum 1 grade higher than the workbench grade, minimum 1 grade lower than the workbench grade. Upgrade Path 1, Upgrade. The 3 basic enhancement attributes of the workbench: restore the integrity of the workbench's tools and reduce power consumption during use, requires survival points 525. Upgrade Path 2, Upgrade the workbench's grade by 1. Improve the workbench's operation method and enhance the quality of materials used, requires survival points 720. Upgrade Path 3, Upgrade the workbench's grade by 1, upgrade the workbench's special ability by 1. With a chance to add a second special attribute, technology side, to the workbench, requires survival points 6,550. Evaluation: workbench, times, handcrafted nuclear bomb, square root, is it in this river? In the Ganges. 3. Upgrade. Options were actually provided. It seems the workbench is the most promising upgrade item in the entire base. Carefully examining the pros and cons of the 3 upgrade options, Sumo's mind sparked with ideas. Originally, the workbench should have been of ordinary grade, but after I added 2 excellent item components, it directly reached the excellent grade. If the items crafted directly from the game panel are considered ungraded, then anything made on the workbench at least has a grade, which is excellent quality. I wonder if it will add special abilities. If I can use the system to elevate the workbench's attributes to perfection, perhaps I could casually craft a shovel that would at least be of perfect grade. Realizing this, Sumo felt a surge of joy and quickly fetched 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of iron.
Among all the items, the iron axe seemed the easiest to craft. All he needed to do was saw off a piece from the iron block and then hammer it into a sheet to attach to a wooden stick, creating a qualified iron axe. Walking to the shelter's energy room, Sumo first connected the generator, ensuring stable output before switching the shelter's power supply to the generator. The cutting and welding of the mechanical arm would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of energy, and relying on a 400 amp-hour lithium-ion battery would not suffice. After scanning the monster encyclopedia and checking the television for enemies within a kilometer of the shelter, Sumo felt relieved and began putting on his raincoat, approaching the workbench. The workbench, made entirely of wood and iron blocks, looked incredibly heavy. Moving to the left side, Sumo pressed the self-check button to start the workbench. The indicator light, glowing red, began to flash, and after 3 seconds, it turned a pleasing green. The mechanical arm fixed to the edge of the workbench began its self-check sequence. After a few seconds of shaking, the arm gradually unfolded, revealing an opening for a person to insert their arm. Sitting in position, Soma attempted to extend his right arm inside. Snap! The mechanical arm emitted a crisp sound, seemingly detecting the pressure sensor at work, and began to close in, perfectly enveloping Soma's entire right arm. As he tried to move the arm encased in steel, Soma felt only smoothness and strength. The electric motor significantly reduced the weight of the mechanical arm, making it feel as if there was no pressure from it at all. Examining the turbine and welder on his arm, along with a device that looked like it had been burned, Soma raised his hand towards the wall, shaking his head and sighing. "Sorry, I am Iron Man." Feeling the lines of steel and the various tools on it, a surge of pride welled up in Soma's heart. The human body is too fragile. I hope I can hold on until the day I can forge a Gundam armor. The future direction of personal combat power must inevitably develop towards mechs. And that day, in the wasteland of the apocalypse, will not be far off. Putting away his fantasies, Soma took advantage of the storage space to move 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of wood onto the tabletop. He tried to press the button for the cutting machine on the left with his left hand, and a crackling sound immediately followed. The saw wheel on his right hand began to rotate slowly, and after pressing the button again, the speed of the saw wheel increased, only to return to a low speed after pressing the third gear. After a few attempts, Soma switched to low speed and extended the saw wheel towards the iron block. Crackle! Blinding sparks flew and hit the visor of his raincoat, the dazzling light causing Soma's eyes to sting painfully. This was his first time operating such a cutting machine, and without any experience, Soma felt tears welling up in his eyes, as if he were about to cry. "This is tough. I forgot that you need to wear a mask when cutting. I must get some sunglasses." Removing the mechanical arm, he wiped the tears from his eyes and went to the storage room, pulling out the cola he had previously been reluctant to drink. He brought the cola to Oreo, who was still holding his post, and after feeding Oreo a few sips, Soma downed the rest of the cola in one go. After carefully peeling off the label from the cola bottle and setting it aside, Soma took out the machete he had found in the ruins and began to work on the cola bottle. Under the sharp blade, the resistance of the plastic was almost negligible. With a little force, Soma cut off the bottle's neck, completely splitting the cola bottle in half. Carefully using the tip of the knife, he drew 2 eye-shaped forms on the cola bottle, picked it up, and pulled it apart. 2 makeshift lenses made from the cola bottle were freshly created. He grabbed some tape and affixed the 2 lenses to the eye area of the raincoat. Then Soma focused and called out to the system, and the attributes of the raincoat popped up. Powerful raincoat description: an all-in-one raincoat with strong waterproof capabilities, possessing slight protective and thermal insulation abilities. Upgrade direction: material 20, windproof 30, UV protection 10 to 8, thermal insulation 15. Introduction: boys must wear their raincoats properly to protect themselves. Upgrade UV protection. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 survival points were deducted, and the attached lenses began to dissolve, gradually merging with the visor. After putting on the raincoat again, Soma sat down at the workbench and continued the work he had not finished earlier. The strong light and sparks emitted by the cutting machine lost their power beneath the improved visor. The excellent workbench provided a formidable boost to the attributes when crafting items. The seemingly solid iron block in front of the slow-speed cutter was cut through as easily as slicing a scallion, offering almost no resistance. After carefully dividing 1 unit of iron into 5 small pieces and placing the other 4 on the ground, Sumo began to try heating the iron sheet. Suddenly, a high-temperature arc shot out from the electric arc welder in his right hand, splattering onto the iron block, which visibly began to change color, turning a bright red. Quickly cutting off the arc welder's switch, a hammer popped out, and Sumo swung his arm to strike the glowing iron block. With mechanical assistance, he hammered for a full minute before stopping his work. At this point, the iron block had taken on the initial shape of an iron axe head. Although it couldn't compare to the system's molded creations, it was no small feat for someone handling it for the first time. Fortunately, the manufacturing tools on the workbench are quite effective for processing materials, otherwise, I'd have to wait for the arc welder to heat the iron block. After pressing the jet button to quickly cool the iron axe, Sumo moved the iron sheet aside, brought over some wood, and began to saw and polish it with the cutter. Before long, a smooth axe handle was born.
After trying to make the lower edge of the iron sheath the same size as the top of the wood, he secured the wooden handle in the workbench's slot and applied a bit of force with the mechanical arm. A brand new iron axe was freshly made. Next, Sumo turned the cutter sideways and used the blade to complete the polishing work, successfully sharpening the iron axe. Making an iron axe isn't that hard, after all. I really am something. Removing the mechanical arm and releasing the slot, Sumo picked up the iron axe that was still emitting the smell of raw iron. The smooth axe handle, though not as exquisite as those crafted in the game panel, was of a diameter and length that Sumo found comfortable. The axe head, being his first creation, had uneven thickness on both sides, with the left side slightly higher, but the cold gleam of the blade would leave no one doubting its power. Focusing his attention, Sumo called upon the system and looked at the attributes of the crafted axe, instantly dumbfounded. Iron axe, excellent. Description: an iron axe crafted by the conscientious artisan Sumo, made with solid materials. Although the workmanship is rough, for some inexplicable reason, it has been upgraded to excellent quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness plus 1 2. When chopping trees, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Sharpness plus 3. Evaluation: this. Could it be the legendary falling cherry divine axe? That's all. It actually has dual attributes? And it's a dual attribute that I crafted myself. Staring blankly at the axe in his hand, Sumo couldn't help but take out the axe he had previously made in the game panel for comparison. The handmade axe looked extremely rough, nowhere near the quality of the mass-produced axe from the game. However, when Sumo brought the two axe blades close together, he noticed something unusual. The blade crafted in the game panel, while appearing cold and sharp, had no hint of the extraordinary. The handmade axe blade occasionally shimmered with a glimmer, seeming almost divinely inspired. Taking out the leftover wood scraps from making the axe handle, Sumo began to chop at the wooden board with the axe. The axe produced by the game panel offered noticeable resistance when chopping, and only after Sumo exerted more force did he manage to create a notch. However, the handmade axe sliced through the wood as easily as cutting tofu, the cold gleam flashing as it cleanly severed a corner of the wood. Damn, with this thing, I could chop down 50 trees in a day. Unable to contain his shock, Sumo let out a curse, still unable to comprehend why the handmade axe he casually crafted was so powerful. It seems that handcrafting is the true romance for men. The manufacturing from the game panel will ultimately be obsolete. Moreover, the most important thing about handcrafting is no points required. After trying out the workbench, the game panel that previously required 1 point to manufacture suddenly became unbearably foul. Whoever can enter the electrical age first, whoever has a better workbench, and whoever has higher handcrafting skills can obtain better equipment. Similarly, for some level 8 mechanics, the workbench is like a tiger gaining wings. It's an extremely fair setup. There are no chaotic blueprints that suddenly create epic artifacts. If you want good equipment, you must study the blueprints carefully and then craft it yourself. Walking to the water barrel, after scooping a cup of ethereal water down his throat, Sumo's excited mood finally calmed down a bit. Excellent quality equipment is so powerful. If I can craft something of fine quality, it would probably be even more terrifying. Understanding the purpose of the workbench, Sumo quickly returned to it and got into the zone. Next, he planned to create a series of simple tools to replace all the ordinary quality items made from the previous game panel. Among all the items, Sumo first chose an iron shovel, which was easier to craft than other tools. Sizzle sizzle. Wearing a raincoat, Sumo instantly transformed into a craftsman, sitting at the workbench with intense focus. Sparks from the cutter shot forward, accompanied by a harsh noise, as the iron block was kneaded into irregular small squares. Once the cutting was complete, after a brief pause, Sumo took the irregular small squares to the center and began to forge and hammer them. Under the immense power of the mechanical arm, the square gradually changed shape, and the familiar shovel head began to take form under the powerful strikes of the working arm. Compared to last time, Sumo was now quite adept, hammering the thickness of the shovel head more evenly. After finishing the shovel head, he set it aside to cool. Taking out 2 units of wood, this time Sumo made 10 pieces to replace the various lengths of wooden sticks as spares. He placed a slightly longer stick into the slot, pressed the cooled shovel head down, and the handmade iron shovel was freshly made. Summoning the system, he checked the attributes and smiled happily upon seeing them. Iron shovel, fine. Description: an iron shovel crafted by the conscientious craftsman Sumo, made with solid materials and average workmanship, but for some unknown reason, it has been upgraded to fine quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness plus 1 2. Labor saving plus 1 3. When digging soil, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Soil resistance greatly reduced. 20s. Evaluation: your special talent for digging graves has granted you luck while crafting this iron shovel. I'll make another iron pickaxe and then try digging the sulfur mine at the entrance. By then, I can handcraft an AK-47. Just thinking about it makes me feel exhilarated. Suppressing his excitement, after about half an hour, Sumo crafted another iron pickaxe. Unfortunately, just as the system described, unless luck exploded, most items produced with an excellent workbench would be of excellent quality. This iron pickaxe was also of excellent quality and did not trigger a critical hit. at the workbench to reach fine quality. After making 3 tools, Sumo turned off the workbench power and went to the energy room to check the consumption. Not bad. It only consumed about 7 degrees of electricity. This energy consumption is still acceptable. Perhaps I can find time to try making some high-quality crossbow bolts. Following the requirements, he turned off the engine to rest, switched to battery power, and returned to the shelter's living room to drink a large cup of ethereal water, starting to put on his gear. Oreo hurried over, signaling that he wanted to go out too. Lowering his body, Sumo smiled and patted Oreo's head, gently saying, "Good boy. Watch this person, I'm going outside to dig some stones, not going far, and I'll be back soon." Hearing that Sumo wasn't going out to play, Oreo pouted his doggy lips, wagging his hairless little tail, and lay back down, looking quite aggrieved. Looking at Oreo's appearance and then glancing at the dog-headed man in the corner who seemed to be asleep, Sumo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Huskies were supposed to be very energetic dogs, but recently Oreo's behavior had been quite unusual, often lying down to rest after eating, and Sumo had no idea what was going on. Shaking his head and casting these thoughts aside, Sumo made his way to the command center, turning on the television to scout the nearby situation. After more than a day of acid rain, life was beginning to revive. What was a terrifying poison for humans was, for plants, an extremely precious nectar. The once yellowed grass was now starting to turn green. In the thicket where the dog-headed man's squad was buried, after a thorough observation, no footprints were found. However, after turning around, Sumo noticed 2 chicken-like creatures, leisurely drinking from the acid rain lake that had formed nearby. What is this? The acid rain doesn't corrode them? Zooming in, Sumo stared in astonishment at the 2 wasteland chickens happily sipping water from the acid rain lake, looking quite content. With dirt-yellow feathers resembling the wasteland, a small red crest adorned their heads, and slightly larger wings revealed their tender pink flesh underneath. They had brown beaks and black eyes. Aside from their claws being a bit larger than those of chickens on Earth, the rest of their features were basically the same as those of rural hens. Summoning the game panel, he clicked on the Monster Encyclopedia's scanning section, and with a thought, he used his first opportunity of the day. Detected 114 meters from the player. Existence of wasteland chickens *2, danger level 12. Please handle with caution today's usage 2/3 wasteland chickens. Opening the encyclopedia, Sumo quickly found the attributes of this wasteland creature. Wasteland chicken, a wasteland creature with extremely weak aggressive tendencies, possessing a strong digestive ability, capable of resisting the toxicity of food below intermediate level, and having decent mobility. Once it establishes its nest, it will not easily change unless faced with strong external forces or natural enemies, often settling near water sources. Weakness, extremely afraid of high-pitched sounds. When encountering high-pitched sounds, it will crawl on the ground and be unable to move. Danger level 12. Well, aren't you just here to deliver eggs to me? After confirming that the 2 wasteland chickens had settled near the acid rain lake, Sumo excitedly turned off the television and headed straight for the back door to meet his new neighbors. How can neighbors be so distant? My shelter is warm in winter and cool in summer. Living in the wild can't compare to coming inside. Along the low corridor, stooping slightly, Sumo quickly walked to the end, pushed open the small stone door, and squeezed out. The 2 wasteland chickens in the distance also noticed this unexpected guest. It must be said that they had a bit of courage, merely clucking and remaining still. "Hi, you guys. I'm your neighbor, Sumo." Slowing his pace, Sumo gradually approached the 2 wasteland chickens. Moving very slowly, the wasteland chickens showed no signs of agitation. Unless absolutely necessary, Sumo didn't want to use a warm approach to invite his new neighbors to come into the shelter for a happy life. However, Sumo still underestimated his own charm. When he was about 30 meters away from the wasteland chickens, with a sudden rustle, the 2 wasteland chickens, as if they had discovered treasure, quickly started running. Their target was not the distance, but Sumo. Their large feet gave the wasteland chickens a speed no less than that of a young human running, and in just 3 to 5 seconds, they reached Sumo's feet. The 2 adorable little chickens sat in a row, their eyes fixed intently on Sumo. "Ha! Has my charm transcended species? This is too immersive." Touching his face, Sumo looked completely bewildered. However, when Sumo took another look, he found that the 2 wild-feathered chickens were not looking at his face, but rather at a small water stain on his raincoat. Is it the ghost energy water that attracted them? With a hint of doubt, Sumo pulled out a bottle of ghost energy water from his storage space. He slightly twisted the cap open. As the scent of the ghost energy water wafted out, the desire in the eyes of the 2 wild-feathered chickens became more apparent, their expressions resembling a personified plea that tugged at his heartstrings. After thinking for a moment, Sumo took out a small wooden board. He bent down and poured a little water from the bottle onto the board, and the 2 wild-feathered chickens hurried over, pecking eagerly at it. The sweet taste of the ghost energy water brought a hint of happiness to the faces of the 2 wild-feathered chickens. He poured some, and they drank some. After pouring a bit more, the 2 wild-feathered chickens lowered their heads and pecked a few times. After drinking about 100 milliliters, the 2 wild-feathered chickens finally lifted their heads, signaling that they were full. Their appetite isn't that big, but why do they look at me so strangely? After tightening the cap and putting the ghost energy water bottle back into storage, Sumo looked at the wild feathered chickens again, and suddenly noticed a hint of trust? Why trust? Sumo tried taking a couple of steps, and the 2 wild feathered chickens followed suit. He then tried running a few steps, and they ran along with him. It was as if, like in an RPG game, the 2 wild feathered chickens had been programmed to follow him automatically after drinking the ghost energy water. Sumo walked a large circle around the sand dune and returned to the front door. The 2 wild feathered chickens also arrived at the front door without deviation. It seemed they had already decided on Sumo and were not afraid of any harm he might intend. Didn't I say I wouldn't change my nest? Are you sure this isn't just a clingy little bug that forgets its home when it sees someone? Looking at the followers behind him, Sumo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After retracing his steps back to the shelter's back door, as Sumo walked in, the 2 wild feathered chickens followed him inside. Inside, Oreo, upon catching the unfamiliar scent, immediately rushed to the back door barking wildly. However, when it saw the 2 new companions join, an uncontrollable joy appeared on its human-like dog face. No way, the wild feathered chicken shouldn't be ruined by Oreo, right? Oreo's gaze was extremely mischievous, making Sumo recall the famous scenes from his past life where dogs of all sizes teased chickens. Lowering his head, Sumo pretended to tease Oreo, making it roll over and act cute on the ground. While petting Oreo, Sumo feigned checking for fleas on its belly. In reality, his eyes quickly darted around, assessing Oreo's underside. Oreo is a girl, that puts my mind at ease. Oreo is actually a girl? 2 thoughts appeared in Sumo's mind one after the other. No wonder Oreo has looked so gloomy. These days, I heard, girls seem to have those few days every month. Yeah, that's right. Having found the reason for Oreo's dejection, Sumo felt much better and quickly urged Oreo to sit aside so as not to scare the new neighbors. You, with the slightly redder hair, with that shape, I'll call you Big Spark. You, with the lighter hair, I'll call you Little Spark. After naming the taller and shorter, red and light-colored wild feathered chickens, Sumo took out an extra small basin, filled it with ghost energy water, and placed it in the nearly 50 square meter crop breeding room. The moment the 2 wild feathered chickens saw the basin of ghost energy water, their eyes lit up. As Sumo set it in the corner, Big Spark and Little Spark quickly ran over and lay down nearby, looking as if they were ready to defend their territory at all costs. They've really fixed up their nest. They're quite easy to fool. Looking at Oreo's bright eyes, Sumo had no choice but to pick Oreo up and carry him outside the breeding room. I warn you, Oreo, you can play with Little Spark and Big Spark, but you must not bully them. They are the new members of our base. Oreo, cradled in Sumo's arms, felt incredibly shy. For the first time enjoying Sumo's embrace, he buried his dog head in Sumo's chest, rubbing against him continuously, making soft, whimpering sounds. Then I'll take that as your silent agreement. Keep an eye on the house, I still need to go out and mine coal to support you. After placing Oreo back in the corner where the dog-headed man lay down, Sumo straightened his clothes. To survive in the wasteland, one not only needs sufficient strength but sometimes a bit of luck as well. Like the acid rain lake that was accidentally created by the drainage ditch, which was initially thought to be a hindrance to the base's development. Yet, it inadvertently brought 2 wild feathered chickens. With the addition of 2 new companions to the originally 1 person and 1 dog shelter, Sumo felt even more confident about the impending disaster. There are still 13 days left, no need to panic. As long as no monsters come to attack, I'm already 70% sure I can get through this disaster. But that isn't enough. I must secure the top rank in the global shelter standings and earn more disaster points to maintain my leading position. After silently pondering this several times, Sumo's expression became even more composed and determined. He pushed open the front door of the shelter. For the first time, Sumo arrived in the reconstructed front corridor. Currently, the shelter had not evolved to the point of being able to build the corridor into a city wall prototype, but in the design, shooting holes had already been reserved. With the upgrade of the stone shelter, even the outgoing corridor was automatically upgraded to stone by the game panel. Touching the finger-sized shooting holes in the stone wall, Sumo felt a surge of emotions. Such a structure, if done by a single person without the convenience of game upgrades and only relying on sheer strength, would absolutely be impossible to construct. This is the crystallization of civilization produced by the combination of many human efforts. As a supportive game for individuals, survival games provide enough convenience for lone wolf players. After pushing open the second layer of the door and then the outermost door, a rush of fresh air surged in due to the tunnel effect. After observing the depth of the corridor, Sumo deduced the subsidence of the base from this renovation. If my previous underground base was merely built beneath the surface, then this time it has sunk a full 5 meters below the surface. Adding the height of the layers, the ground of the shelter should be about 10 meters underground. After estimating a bit, Sumo closed the door and walked towards the thicket. The schedule was tight, not a second could be wasted. It was time to mine the nearby sulfur mine. According to historical records, this natural ore, sulfur, was referred to as brimstone as early as biblical times after being discovered.
In ancient Egyptian and Greek records, sulfur was used for medicine and fumigation.
Early mining involved miners in volcanic regions, such as Sicily, and even in the 20th century, sulfur could still be found on salt domes.
Generally, sulfur mines appear either in volcanic areas or salt hill regions. This terrain doesn't seem like a place that could produce sulfur mines at all.
Is it just a randomly buried resource point, or was there volcanic activity here before it was deployed?
Carefully digging through the soil, Sumo found small pieces of sulfur that resembled gravel. This kind of thing, if not closely examined, or if one didn't know there were minerals here, would never be thought of as sulfur, it would just be regarded as colored pebbles. Along the terrain, Sumo measured the distribution range of the scattered sulfur mines with his footsteps, finding traces of it within nearly 100 meters. After circling around, he found a small slope without trees and slightly elevated, took out his finely crafted shovel, and began to dig.
Wow, can this finely crafted shovel be so much stronger than an ordinary one?
A flash of light glimmered on the iron shovel, and surprisingly, the first scoop triggered a critical hit, significantly reducing the resistance of the soil for 20 seconds.
With one scoop, it was almost like digging through tofu. Sumo effortlessly pulled out a shovel full of dirt.
As he removed the soil, Sumo scraped a bit more, confirming the presence of sulfur fragments inside, and began to dig
with confidence.
Digging a pit is also a technical task. If one simply digs down, the surrounding structure might collapse, potentially burying a person beneath.
Sumo had witnessed someone in his hometown's countryside digging a
cellar, only to have the surrounding soil collapse before reaching 2 meters deep. By the time the neighbors discovered it, the person was already buried, suffocated by the dirt in a pit less than 2 meters deep.
Therefore, Sumo chose the safest step-by-step digging method, sacrificing some efficiency for safety.
Under the blazing sun, each scoop of dirt was piled to the side with Sumo's movements.
Although crafting the iron shovel took nearly half a day, Sumo felt it was well worth it.
The efficiency boost from the iron shovel was terrifying, especially the critical hit, which was unreasonable and could stack indefinitely over time. This meant that as long as he kept digging, he could continuously trigger this effect.
For someone without mechanical tools, having this iron shovel could almost serve as a mini excavator.
But there are no sulfur gases spewing out from underground. How did the
sulfur mines form?
After digging about a meter deep, the shovel gradually encountered resistance, and a clinking sound echoed as the shovel head struck the ground. Crouching down, Sumo brushed his hand over the surface of the soil and immediately discovered yellow sulfur ore. The surface of the sulfur ore had tiny pores, indicating that sulfur gas was escaping. Retrieving the shovel into his storage space, Sumo took out an excellent quality iron pickaxe. Iron pickaxe, excellent. Description: a pickaxe crafted by the conscientious artisan Sumo, made with solid materials and rough workmanship, but for some unknown reason, it has been upgraded to excellent quality.
Special effects: 1. Sharpness plus 1 2.
When mining ore, there is a small probability of triggering a critical hit for ores with a strength below 5. Evaluation: unfortunately, it is not that enviable golden pickaxe.
After taking out a
water bottle filled with ethereal energy water and taking a few big gulps to restore his stamina, Sumo picked up the iron pickaxe and struck the yellow ore on the ground with force. A refreshing sound rang out. The relatively hard yellow sulfur ore on the ground instantly shattered into scattered small pieces. Lowering his head, Sumo silently commanded his storage space to absorb, and all the ore fragments on the ground were immediately collected into his storage space.
Oh wow, this efficiency is really high. It looks like mining for an hour should be enough for me to use for a long time. After assessing the quantity of sulfur fragments he had collected, Sumo had a plan in mind.
Triggering the shatter effect, a single critical hit could yield about 20 kilograms of sulfur ore.
Without a large demand for firearms ammunition or gunpowder, digging around half a ton would be completely sufficient. Clang!
Clang clang, the great sun rising in the east slowly began to descend to the west as time passed.
Every 5 minutes of digging, Sumo had to lift his head and climb out of the pit to survey the surroundings for signs of mutated creatures. Gradually, the great sun finally reached the horizon. A ray of sunset light fell, casting a sulfur hue over the vast land. Alright, let's dig this much for now. We'll come back to dig more when we need it.
There's no place to store too much of this stuff. Raising his head, Sumo glanced at the sky and stopped his work. At this moment, the 2 cubic meters of storage space was nearly filled with sulfur ore, according to the purification efficiency, there wouldn't be a shortage of sulfur for a long time. Climbing out of the pit, he brushed the dirt off his raincoat and began to refill the excavated soil. Sulfur without a source would dissipate, and burying it in soil could extend the preservation time of the sulfur ore. The small hill he had dug out had turned into flat ground after being covered up. After marking the spot, Sumo turned and headed back to the shelter. Compared to the heat outside, the shelter felt more like a cool cellar after sinking down. Once he entered the entrance tunnel, most of the heat was blocked, and the temperature only rose again after he got inside the shelter. When will these days without a shower come to an end? Standing in the equipment room, he took off his raincoat and looked at his yellowed undershirt, his expression troubled. The thought of washing clothes with ghost energy water was something he couldn't bring himself to do just yet. The innate tendency of the Huaxia people to hoard was deeply embedded in their genes. Even though he had already hoarded about 20 liters of ghost energy water, he only dared to use a cloth to dab a bit of water on his face in the mornings. What the hell, this world has dumped billions of earthlings at once, yet not a single one has landed near a water source. I can only wait until the blizzard comes before I can stockpile regular water. Smacking his lips, he downed the remaining ghost energy water in the mineral water bottle, and the burning sensation in his throat eased considerably. It was a strange survival world. This was a fact that everyone had discovered over the past few days. These mutated creatures seemed to have descended from the sky just like humans, and due to the lack of water sources, many of them had already begun to die of thirst. In the wild, except for a few animals that could survive on acid rain, most mutated creatures could only kill each other, living off blood. No freshwater sources had been found anywhere. It was as if the world had deleted the setting for water sources, or to put it bluntly, there was simply no option for water sources added. For humans to get water, aside from opening treasure chests, they could only find ways to rely on some scientific methods, such as putting a plastic bag over a tender branch with dense leaves, where the transpiration from the leaves would produce condensation, or digging a small pit in relatively damp ground, placing a water collector in the center of the pit's bottom, and suspending a plastic film over the pit in an arc shape. The sunlight would raise the temperature of the moist soil and air inside the pit, evaporating and generating water vapor, which would condense into droplets upon contact with the plastic film and slide down into the container. Both methods could barely mix enough water to sustain life. The collection methods had been shared by most people and gradually became widespread. However, due to delivery costs, some people couldn't trade even if they had excess water. I don't know why, but even if I make a second water well device, the system can't upgrade it. Just like the raincoat that couldn't be upgraded because it wasn't placed in the wardrobe, the water well was the same. Shaking his head and pushing the strange thoughts aside, Suemo began to examine the gains from this outing. The storage room for miscellaneous items had already accumulated a small portion of supplies. Once Suemo had transferred all the sulfur ore out, the miscellaneous storage room finally felt filled. A faint stench emanated from the surface of the ore. Touching the powdery yellow substance on the ore, Sumo lowered his head, picked up a smaller piece, and approached the workbench. The process of purifying sulfur ore was extremely simple. All that is needed is to place the currently acceptable purity sulfur monomer mineral into a distillation flask and heat it. When the temperature reaches around 200 degrees Celsius, use a filter to remove the unmelted impurities, ensuring purity. After filtering, continue heating the remaining substance, stirring during the heating process to allow the remaining impurities to evaporate and filter out. Once the temperature reaches 400 degrees, sulfur gas will begin to evaporate. Collect this evaporated sulfur gas, and after cooling and solidifying, you will obtain relatively pure sulfur. In ancient times, the reason gunpowder, a great weapon, was not developed early on was due to the difficulty of extracting pure sulfur. However, at the current workstation, extraction is not a problem at all. Returning to the energy room, I connect the generator for power, approach the workstation, and press the self-check button. The red and green indicator lights flash until they turn green after the self-check is complete. Soma, equipped with a mechanical arm, begins the purification process. The workstation is already fitted with complete purification tools. Using the mechanical arm, I crush the sulfur ore into a powder, bringing over the purification vessel and pouring until it reaches 2/3 full, at which point Soma begins to operate as required. Purification is something that can be easily accomplished with just the basics from high school chemistry lab classes. The experimental module has a high-quality electric heating nozzle, providing excellent heating efficiency. Before long, the temperature requirement for initial filtering is reached. After shaking it a bit and filtering through the mesh, Soma begins to heat again. This time, the impurities filtered out have significantly decreased, making it easy to filter again. As the temperature rises to 400 degrees, wisps of yellow gas begin to waft away. Opening the valve, the yellow gas flows through the conduit into the adjacent condenser. As time passes, more and more yellow crystalline powder begins to form, sliding down through the condenser into a nearby beaker for collection. The workstation is equipped with vessels that enhance experimental efficiency and heating speed. After completing the entire process, Soma estimates the diesel generator's fuel consumption and figures it should have taken less than 20 minutes. Sulfur, excellent. Description: high-purity sulfur crystals distilled by the artisan Soma with a rigorous process following scientific principles have been inexplicably upgraded to an excellent grade. Special ability: burns more completely. When added to certain items, it has greater power. Looking at the beaker containing about 300 g of sulfur, Soma claps his hands in satisfaction. Sulfur is somewhat delicate, being a flammable material that must be stored in a cool place. Taking out a small wooden cup, he transfers all the purified sulfur into it and covers it with a lid. Aiming for a storage spot, Soma ultimately decides to place it in the currently unoccupied guest room. After a day of hard work, the harvest is plentiful. Now, the large shelter finally has some liveliness, with Oreos, dog-headed people
and 2 small fires spark wild feather chickens. Hey, speaking of these 2 little ones, why haven't they come out? Curiously walking to the crop cultivation room, Soma finds the small fire sparks in the corner. The 2 chicks look very tired, lying obediently on the soil of the culture medium, leaning against each other. A few newly sprouted bok choy are being squashed by the 2 wild feather chickens, struggling to survive. These 2 little guys really know how to pick a sleeping spot, huh? They ran out to sleep in the sunlight and almost crushed my vegetables. Soma stares for a while, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Grabbing the tuft of flames on the heads of the 2 little ones, he places them on the ground. Hey, what's this? Under the spot where the 2 wild feather chickens are lying, Soma discovers a small, crystal-like strip. There weren't many strips, about 7 or 8, evenly scattered in the culture medium. Focusing his attention, Soma called out to the system and looked over. Huanyu chicken droppings description: a natural fertilizer excreted by the wasteland creature Huanyu chicken after consuming a water source rich in vitality, characterized by its odorless and fragrant nature. Function: catalyzes plants, ensures plant vitality, and significantly increases plant survival rates. Evaluation: with Jean Ku. La, wheat yields 1,800 per mu. 1 bag is equivalent to 2 bags. What a good thing. I thought they were just 2 egg-laying chickens, but it turns out they are also natural fertilizer. But it seems like these 2 little guys are quite tired from the excretion. Watching the small sparks being dragged on the ground, still lying there looking as if they were about to die, Soma curiously poked at the little spark. In response, he received a weak goo goo goo. Maybe they're hungry? Speaking of which, these wasteland creatures are really strange. Although Oreo looks like a husky, it eats everything. I wonder what these 2 Huanyu chickens usually eat. Walking to the inner side, he glanced at the remaining ghostly water in the basin, nodded, and stepped over to the storage area for living supplies. After being a miner for half a day, Soma decided to make a good meal in the evening. The sand wolves, left over from the previous hunt, were now piled in a corner of the storage space, and when he took them out, a bloody smell hit him. Finding a relatively fat sand wolf, he cut off a few larger pieces of meat and put the rest back before heading to the stove. Sand wolf meat is low in fat and quite tough, so Soma chose a rather unhealthy method of cooking: deep frying. After cleaning the bloodstains off the sand wolf meat, he cut all the meat into even slices, rubbed them with salt, sprinkled them with crushed black pepper, and pressed them to marinate. He poured a bit of flour over the sand wolf meat, then opened the previous spicy slices, evenly spreading the spicy oil inside over the flour, and finally covered it with a bowl. While it was marinating, he turned on the stove, cleaned it up, and heated the oil. When the oil reached about 70% heat, he added the sand wolf meat. The combination of vegetable oil and sand wolf meat instantly created a sizzling sound, along with a rich, greasy aroma wafting through the air. Once the sand wolf meat was fried to a golden brown on both sides, Soma quickly removed the firewood and scooped out all the fried meat patties. Without a heat source, the vegetable oil in the pot began to cool down. After waiting for the oil to cool completely, Soma picked up the golden dragon fish oil barrel and poured most of the oil into it, leaving just a bit at the bottom. He then took out about a pound of biscuits and tossed them into the remaining oil to stir fry. The already crispy biscuits, under the stimulation of the vegetable oil, released a peculiar fragrance. In the wasteland of the apocalypse, being able to eat such unhealthy greasy food was truly a hard-earned happiness. After finishing the meal, Soma turned around, ready to call the little guys to eat, but was astonished to find that the 2 Huanyu chickens, which had been playing dead, were now sitting in a row in front of the stove. Well, you 3 little guys are this hungry, huh? Under the soft light, the small and large sparks stared eagerly at the fried oil residue biscuits in Soma's hand. As for Oreo, it had already drooled all over the ground, holding its food bowl, its gaze following the bowl of fried meat patties in Soma's hand. Ha, ha, woo, ah woo. Seeing that Soma had no intention of giving it food, Oreo anxiously spun around on the ground, looking extremely aggrieved. Be good, everyone gets a share. Gesturing for Oreo to put down its food bowl, Soma poured in a little less than half of the biscuits and added 2 pieces of meat patties. He scooped out a small portion of biscuits, crushed them in a bowl, and placed them in front of the small and large sparks. A delicious and sweet dinner was ready, and at Soma's command, they happily began their meal. The aroma of fried oil and biscuits clashed in his mouth, and the originally tough sand wolf meat became incredibly tender under frying, almost making him want to swallow his tongue. After taking a big bite of the meat pie and a sip of the ethereal water, Sumo felt completely revitalized. I feel like I've forgotten something, but never mind, I'll think about it after I finish eating. Shaking his head and pushing the strange thought aside, Sumo refocused his attention on the sumptuous dinner tonight he was going to eat his fill, to accomplish something he had been longing for over the past 2 days. The nights in the wasteland always exuded a unique beauty. In this world, so different from Earth's environment, there were not only the sun and the moon but also stars. Under such a night scene, it was hard to imagine that a snowstorm was looming just over 10 days away. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Sumo rarely donned his gear and took Oreo with him outside the shelter. As more information was revealed by the dog-headed sorcerer, the sense of urgency weighing on Sumo grew heavier.
According to the sorcerer, all the dog-headed people were also dropped into this world at the same time as humans. However, unlike the forced deployment of humans, the dog-headed race responded to a call and descended voluntarily. Moreover, the most crucial point was that all the dog-headed people arrived with a substantial amount of supplies, enough for them to establish a foothold in the wasteland. The two-man team encountered earlier in the ruins, as well as the six-man team met later, were all resource scouts sent by the dog-headed tribe. They were responsible for scouting resources and reporting back to their tribe. Unfortunately, both teams that came along this route encountered Sumo exploring the location of the dog-headed camp and finding where they were mining saltpeter needed to be prioritized. Especially since, according to the sorcerer's description, the estimated distance between the two locations exceeded 60 kilometers. This team had walked nearly a whole day to reach the vicinity of Sumo's shelter. Such a distance, measured by human stamina, was impossible to cover in a single-day round trip. Therefore, all hopes rested on the bouncing vehicle inside shelter number 2. With this vehicle, Sumo was confident that he could make a round trip of 60 kilometers, or even 100 kilometers, in one day. After securing the shelter's main door, Sumo turned and left. The sky was filled with brilliant stars, casting a gentle glow. So beautiful. But how many humans can enjoy such a starry sky? Rubbing the electric crossbow in his hand that emitted a cold light, Sumo looked up at the twinkling stars and a full moon hanging at the edge of the sky. Tonight, I'll explore the ruins. If I can fix the bouncing vehicle and get it running, I'll head to the saltpeter mine tomorrow. Tightening his raincoat and ceramic armor, Sumo resolutely moved forward after closing the door. Oreo immediately entered combat mode following the two-person cover marching method that Sumo had taught, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters for vigilance. The once fearsome knights of the wasteland had become significantly less threatening under Sumo's current combat power. With the electric crossbow and Oreo scouting, unless faced with an exceptionally powerful wasteland creature, ordinary beings would be turned into sieves from 100 meters away. As he walked, the starlight illuminated his path. Sumo's attention was highly focused, walking for 15 minutes and then stopping to rest for 5 minutes to recover his stamina. The husky's strong endurance ensured that Oreo could continuously patrol nearby, providing Sumo with a safe resting environment. The 3.5 kilometers of road was not long. After walking for nearly an hour, Sumo spotted shelter number 2 lying flat on the ground from a distance. It seems that as time passes, the mutated beasts will become fewer and fewer. The disasters that humanity may face then will be even more terrifying. Throughout the journey, he hadn't encountered a single mutated beast. Not only did it not ease Sumo's mind, but it also made him increasingly worried. Even the powerful wasteland creatures could not withstand such frequent disasters. Those who survived were undoubtedly the strong among the monsters. By that time, as the wasteland creatures dwindled, humanity would lose the crucial path of hunting to obtain treasure chests and replenish supplies. Farming? Sumo shook his head. In just over 10 days, they would face extreme weather with blizzards plunging temperatures to -20 degrees. What kind of crops could survive in such extreme conditions? Woof! Oreo cautiously explored the area ahead and signaled that there were no enemies. After a day of sun exposure, the standing water near shelter number 2 had significantly decreased, allowing Oreo, dressed in a raincoat, to wade through it. Moreover, at the entrance of the bouncy garage, due to the terrain, the ground had become dry and hard, completely suitable for driving. Signaling Oreo to stay on the flank, Sumo checked his electric crossbow again, ensuring it was ready to fire at any moment before cautiously moving forward. With the light of the full moon shining down, the road conditions were clear even without a flashlight. Last time, it took over 20 minutes to traverse the muddy path, but this time, Sumo reached the breach made by the goblin in less than 5 minutes. He took out a flashlight from his storage space, turned it on, and first looked at the crime scene he had prepared earlier. At the goblin's footprints, the few strands of feline hair he had deliberately stuck were still firmly attached. The patterns left by the footprints showed no signs of being stepped on again. Peering into the ruins, the interior furnishings compared to his memory showed no differences. Even around the area where the goblin had sprayed its black blood, there were no signs of biological activity. Huff, huff, Oreo, after finishing his patrol, approached the pit and curiously looked inside. No signs of enemies? Hearing Sumo's question, Oreo nodded, indicating that he had found nothing in the vicinity. Good, continue patrolling the area. If anyone shows up, alert me immediately. Through the raincoat, Sumo patted Oreo's goblin head, signaling him to stand guard nearby, and took out the hemp rope he had prepared in the shelter. The previous rope was used to bind the goblin sorcerer, while this one was specifically prepared by Sumo before coming out. Moreover, this rope was different from the last. It was a climbing rope crafted by Sumo at the workbench. Hook rope, excellent. Description: a climbing rope woven by the novice Sumo, consisting of a hook and rope, featuring good stability, making it an indispensable tool for home play and outdoor adventures. Function: rope length 4.8 m, with a tough characteristic, it will not break under a load of no more than 300 kilograms. Evaluation: it seems to be a novice tool from some survival novel at sea. Taking out an iron nail, Suemo firmly secured the hook to the ground, tugged on it a few times to confirm it was secure, then turned around and descended directly.
With the experience from the first descent, this time it went incredibly smoothly. In just 3 to 5 seconds, Suemo slid down the smooth rope to the floor surface of shelter number 2. The moment he landed, Suemo immediately took out his electric crossbow and began to stand guard.
I remember the angle of this bone should be around 35 degrees, it matches perfectly. This iron nail was specifically placed here, and it hasn't been stepped on. The footprints on the ground are already covered with a layer of dust, and no signs of biological activity have been found for now. Holding the flashlight in his left hand, Suemo quickly scanned the traces left behind, while his right index finger remained on the trigger,
ensuring he could fire at any moment.
Fortunately, it's only 60 kilometers away. With the goblin's strength, it would take some effort to get here.
After confirming safety with a glance around, Suemo put away the crossbow and felt relieved.
The head of the pitiful old brother still lay silently on the ground, watching Suemo enter without a sound. Avoiding the dried bloodstains on the floor, Suemo approached the railing that had been smashed by the sorcerer's dog-headed man. The railing, about 10 centimeters in diameter, was now broken into pieces, lying haphazardly on the stairs leading down to the basement. What power, so brutal! Carefully picking up a piece of the broken
railing, Suemo felt a chill run down his back.
A solid iron rod had been smashed in half. If it hit a person, it would probably create a large hole in an instant. He kicked aside the broken iron rods on the ground and slowly descended the stairs. The orange bouncy car he had been thinking about reappeared in Sumo's sight.
Praise the machinery.
He hurried to the bouncy car, stroking the gleaming metallic roll cage, feeling a surge of emotions. It had only been 2 days since he last saw it, yet the car seemed to itch in his mind, haunting his dreams.
In a wasteland without roads, the small vehicle with some off-road capability was far easier to drive than a sedan. Fewer mechanical parts meant easier maintenance.
A simpler structure meant easier repairs. Sumo's hands moved from the hood to the engine, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. He forced himself to focus and concentrated on the bouncy car he had missed last time.
A blue light screen appeared beside the car, revealing its attributes.
Small rear-drive off-road desert racer, excellent, damaged, description, a desert racer manufactured by the quasi-intermediate craftsman Manga, featuring good off-road capabilities and strong power, with an elegant overall design and solid materials, making it one of the excellent vehicles for travel in the wasteland.
Damage, the vehicle
body has been impacted, with multiple dents, the battery slightly depleted, and a few parts of the engine damaged, possessing high repair value. Horsepower, 212 torque, 400 Newton-meters fuel consumption, 14 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers. May vary based on terrain. Upgrade option 1, repair the racer, enhance the 2 basic attributes of the racer, increase its protection, raise the chassis height, and improve off-road capability, requiring survival points. 1750, upgrade option 2, reconstruct the racer, change the structure of the racer, increase the overall attribute values, add weapon slots, and improve the navigation system, providing stronger combat capabilities, requiring
survival points 4,800.
Introduction, please repair it and turn on its radio, you will make a significant discovery. The system's evaluation is so serious for the first time, could there really be some earth-shattering
secret in the racer?
Sumo's gaze deepened as he used the flashlight to see a small black box located beneath the steering wheel of the racer. Next to the play button, there was a section painted black that had a piece the size
of a fingernail abruptly removed.
Usually, if there were no prompts, no one would think this was a reminder. But now, with the system's evaluation in mind, looking again made Sumo's heart race.
I definitely can't afford 1750
points. Even if I survive this disaster, I probably won't be able to save that much, so I can only look for another way. With a thought, a detailed upgrade option popped up.
Small rear-drive off-road desert racer, excellent.
Description, a desert racer manufactured by the quasi-intermediate craftsman Manga. Upgrade direction, repair 410, improved horsepower 200, improved torque 200, reduced fuel consumption 150, added protective glass
270.
Hiss, even the detailed repair requires 410 points, but I only have 159 points right now. This is tough.
Survival points are too few.
After all, time is too tight. Otherwise, if I had a few more days with the fixed
daily increase, I could probably gather this number. But now,
I can only try to put in materials to lower the demand.
After checking the required materials, since it's a large category of overall repair, the system didn't provide specific requirements, so Suemo had to take them out one by one to try. First, he put in iron blocks, and after placing 3 units, the survival points required for repair decreased by 18 points. After placing 1
more unit, there was no further change. He took out 1 unit of wood, but there was no change at all. He took out 35 screws, 10 of which were shiny, reducing the demand by 10 points.
He took out a bottle of Ghost Energy water,
a pack of spicy chips he hadn't dared to eat yet, a sand wolf still losing blood, a pink bear mask. Wait a minute. Why is this still in the storage space?
Throw it away. One item after another was taken out and put back by Suemo. until he took out a damaged circuit board. The survival points required for repair dropped again by 44 points, leaving a gap of 189 points. This is tough. If it really doesn't work, I can only explore tomorrow. Frowning, Suemo took out one item after another, hoping for luck, but even after taking everything out, there was still no reduction. Huh, what's this? A small object in the corner of the storage space floated out under his mental control. Holding it in his hand, Suemo examined it closely. However, a flash of light appeared, and the required survival points actually plummeted by 210 points. This is the excellent quality rotor I collected before? Seeing the survival point requirement drop drastically, Suemo was both surprised and delighted. He had almost forgotten when he collected this little thing, but it didn't affect its usefulness at this moment. It seems the damage in the engine requires a rotor for repair. This is really luck. Coming to shelter number 2 late at night, the harvest was indeed gratifying. Excitedly, he placed the rotor on the ground, summoned the upgrade panel, and with a thought, locked all the materials, while the survival point requirement dropped to 128 points. The current 159 points were completely enough. Heaven rewards the diligent. The ability to repair this bouncy car relies entirely on my own efforts to collect items, and now it finally pays off. Thinking about the bouncy car about to be reborn, Suemo could hardly contain his excitement and shouted, "System, repair it for me." As soon as the words fell, a delightful green light began to radiate, heading towards the materials and the car body on the ground. The small silver rotor started to dance on the ground, the circuit board began to melt, and the iron blocks started to change color. The green light, like super radiation, forcibly attached a subordinate relationship to several completely unrelated items. Crash! Crash! The sound surged in the garage of shelter number 2 like a tide. The originally bent roll cage began to make cracking sounds, visibly straightening out. The engine, coated with waterproof paint, slowly trembled as if an invisible hand was fiddling with the bearings inside. The damaged battery also began to rumble softly. Everything was getting back on track. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light retracted. All anomalies disappeared, and Suemo began to examine the repaired bouncy car under the light. This time, from the chassis to the engine, there were no defects whatsoever, and under the system's repair, even the small dents and scratches on the front hood had completely vanished. Even if it was placed in a 4S shop, it could still be described as brand new from the factory. After feeling around for a bit, Sumo found the location of the engine oil tank. He twisted open the oil tank cap, confirming with the flashlight that there were no residual impurities inside. With a thought, the storage space automatically opened and a barrel of diesel flew out. Originally, the 100 kilogram barrel of diesel had about 50 kilograms left after filling the generator halfway. He unscrewed the cap of the diesel barrel, exerted force with his upper arm, grabbed the handles with both hands, took a deep breath for 2 seconds, and lifted the barrel, placing it over the engine oil tank opening. Glug! Glug! The oil in the tank surged out, flowing entirely into the tank. It seems my training is paying off. My strength has indeed increased quite a bit. Grabbing the roughly 50 kilograms diesel barrel with both hands, Sumo only felt a bit of strain. Unlike before when he couldn't lift it at all. The veins on his biceps bulged, blood pumping powerfully, transmitting strength to his hands. The bouncing oil tank seemed bottomless. In a moment, after pouring in 50 L of diesel, it still hadn't reached 2/3 full, and there was still quite a distance to go before it was full. This storage capacity completely surpassed that of a small car and could even be compared to some mid-sized vehicles. After putting the empty barrel back into the storage space, he carefully replaced the oil tank cap. Sumo moved to the front of the bouncing car and leaned in to sit down. I wonder where Maku got this leather seat. It's really comfortable. After pulling the mechanical lever to adjust the seat to a comfortable position, Sumo clicked his tongue in amazement. It looked like some kind of leather made the bucket-shaped seat perfectly, wrapping around the sides of a person's hips, providing excellent support. The roll cage around his body was firmly secured, giving a strong sense of safety. He pressed the ignition switch on the bouncing car. Beep beep beep. Put. After a dull sound, the engine successfully ignited, starting to supply power to the battery. Without trying to control the bouncing car, Sumo decisively pressed the play button on the radio. He was very curious about the secret mentioned by the system. The drained battery, after being converted by the engine, sent power to the radio ahead, producing a series of sounds before stabilizing. The next moment, a clear coughing sound emerged. Cough cough. Is that a human voice? Although he had already guessed Maku's identity, hearing the cough from the radio made Sumo feel a bit excited. This was a fellow human. The coughing did not ease after a couple of light coughs. Instead, as time passed, it became more intense. Sumo even worried that the brother recording this voice might cough out his lungs. Fortunately, after more than 10 seconds, it seemed something was coughed out and the coughing gradually disappeared, turning into a murmur. Can you hear me? Hello? I am Maku, okay. Starting the recording. Earthling? No. Huaxia person? Hearing the opening line, Sumo was taken aback, a look of shock appearing on his otherwise calm face. Was he needing a Fellow countryman in another world? Or a fellow countryman from his own nation?
With these two questions in mind, before Sumo could continue to ponder, Maku's intermittent voice came through the radio again. The fact that you can start and repair this vehicle means you must also be an Earthling or a high-level civilization.
Heh, I guess high-level. Civilizations wouldn't look down on the junk Maku made.
I think you must have many questions right now, but I still want to introduce myself.
Hello, my hometown is from a distant universe, located on the third planet from the sun in the solar system, Earth. My country is Huaxia. My name is Maku. To know you like this, I am very happy and
comforted that there are successors who can inherit my legacy and continue on. Magu's voice was somewhat muffled, as if he had a lump stuck in his throat, making it easy to sense his poor condition through his voice.
Hello, I am Sumo. I am also a Huaxia person from Earth. Nice to meet you. Steeling himself, Sumo silently spoke this sentence in his heart.
This was not the second time he had encountered an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Long ago, in Liangfang town, he had seen structures and objects identical to those on Earth. He never expected that the underground ruins near the base would coincidentally be a legacy left by Huaxia people from Earth. Today is the 433rd day of the apocalypse, and it is also the 19th disaster I am about to face. Oh no, this is unbelievable. Can you imagine that outside this shelter, the temperature is a scorching 55 degrees? My water is almost gone, and I don't have enough disaster points to buy more water. It seems that I, Imagu, will ultimately remain in this world. Perhaps since the expeditionary force arrived in this world in 99, we have been destined to experience death. It was just a matter of time.
I am unwilling. Magu's voice fluctuated, sometimes calm, sometimes frantic.
After listening for a while, Sumo fell silent. If what Magu said was true, facing such high temperatures outside without sufficient resources would surely lead to a breakdown
in mental state. And to face death so calmly, Sumo could not do it, and neither could Magu. After a while, Magu's hysteria finally calmed down.
Like the gasping of a fan, it made one worry whether he would collapse at any moment.
If you can come to my base, then I must be dead. Everything in this shelter belongs to you, and you can even directly merge your core with this shelter, making it your base in the future, provided that you won't mind that a waste of space once died here. I have forcibly shut down the oil well. It will be difficult to reopen it later. It depends on your skill and expertise. By the way, look straight ahead. Under the fourth floor's hidden compartment from the past to the present, I left a diary. If you can return to Earth, to Huaxia, please help me bring it to my family. I beg you. Magu's words sped up, not even giving Sumo time to think further, as if something was chasing him from behind. Bang, tick 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 tick. The chaotic sound rang out again, signaling that Magu's last words had been exchanged. Sumo did not get up. He pressed the radio again, listening carefully to everything once more, recording all the information into the dead man's private message before finally shutting it off and getting up to leave the bouncy vehicle. With the light on, following the markings on the floor tiles, Sumo indeed discovered something unusual under the fourth tile. A small corner slightly raised. If a shovel or stone axe were wedged there, it could easily pry up the tile. Sumo's mind stirred, and he took out a high-quality shovel from his storage space, aimed at the gap, and dug in. With a bit of force from his arm, the tile was uprooted, revealing an unlocked iron box underneath. Retrieving the iron shovel, he first called upon the system to scan for any issues, and after confirming there were none, Sumo bent down and picked up the iron box. The contents of the iron box were straightforward, containing only a yellow diary. On the cover of the diary, a line of text was neatly written. Magu, squad leader of the 22nd Army of the 1999 Expeditionary Force. Blowing off the dust from the diary, Sumo returned to the front of the bouncy vehicle and began to flip through Magu's diary by the light of his flashlight. The date on the first page was long ago, and Sumo saw the words February 5, 1999. Today is February 5, 1999. The World United Defense Office detected a signal from deep space. Unlike the natural demise of a star, this signal is periodic. Some idiot at NASA headquarters received this signal but, in a moment of madness, replied to it before reporting it, claiming that his intuition and training as a researcher told him the signal's origin was friendly. That said, just 6 hours after the signal was replied to, the Earth's near-Earth orbit defense platform sent back an alert claiming an unidentified object had traversed space and reached near-Earth. Everyone thought it was a joke because nothing could bypass the frontline base on Europa. Even debris from a launcher in space would be destroyed when approaching Europa at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Yet, it happened just like that. At this point, the handwriting became chaotic and an entire sheet of paper was torn off, disappearing without a trace. Today is February 18, 1999, the 6th day of the Doomsday Calendar, and the first disaster has arrived. There's a strange game that has been guiding everyone on what to do, but fortunately, there's a place for passing messages, which it calls World Chat. What heavy snow! Luckily, I was wearing a thick cotton coat when I got here. At this moment, I am immensely grateful to my company commander, how wise he is. Today is March 6, 1999, the 22nd day of the doomsday calendar, and the second disaster has arrived. This damn weather is so strange. There's still thick snow on the ground, yet outside it has turned into a blazing 30 degrees and the snow is starting to melt. Many people are celebrating the warming weather and the revival of life, but reason tells me that a disaster could strike at any moment. A crazy flood. Thankfully, I chose to set up my shelter in high ground. Even if the flood comes, it will only submerge the inside of the shelter. Fortunately, I moved my supplies up in advance. I should be able to hold on. Today is September 21st, 1999, Earth. Time feels so distant, and many people only remember today as the 199th day of the doomsday calendar. By the way, I've made a small thermal weapon machine. It's a good thing. With the weapons I've crafted, I've exchanged for a lot of resources and I'm living much better than others. I even traded for a bottle of what they call foreign cola. Wow. Drinking this in one go feels so blissful. Today is January 1st, 2000, the 301st day of the doomsday calendar. The millennium has arrived. Happy holidays to my dearest. Man. This time for the century crossover, Manga can't go back to accompany you, so you must be happy all by yourself. This world is so vast, much larger than our Earth, and, of course, with such size, everyone can't gather together to celebrate. However, on this festive occasion, I must wish for my survival in this wasteland, and I also wish the remaining 73 million Earthlings could return to their hometowns. Today is May 10, 2000. Also the 432nd day of the doomsday calendar, and the 19th disaster has arrived. I'm sorry, man, but I might not survive this disaster. The temperature outside is still rising. According to this damned game, the temperature has to reach 60 degrees and stay there for 24 hours before it ends. Damn it, this cursed game, why doesn't he come and try what 60 degrees feels like? My water is about to run out, I'm so thirsty, and I feel like I'm sick, my whole body is trembling. Who can come and save me? Today is also the 433rd day of the apocalypse calendar. I just recorded my last words. Out of the billions of people who came from Earth, there are still 2.2 million left. At least I, Magu, can be considered among the top, not counting the loss of my old ma family. I heard them say that the dead will have their memories erased and return to our home planet Earth, forgetting everything here and continuing to live. Ha. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts, but I'm so thirsty I can't even cry. The person who wove this lie is so great, but unfortunately he doesn't know that I'd rather use this opportunity to see you one more time. My mind has started to become chaotic. I understand, I really am going to die, but the fear I feel is gradually diminishing. I think I can accept the glaring word death now. But suddenly I have a question I haven't figured out yet. When exactly did I die? Probably when I left you at 20. I was already dead then. After writing about the 433rd day of the apocalypse calendar, Magu's handwriting abruptly stopped. The thin little diary seemed very important to him. After using up dozens of pages, he patched it up with various papers and tape. From the quality of the paper, it can be seen that between the 200th and 340th days of the apocalypse calendar, Magu's living standards were at their peak. However, after the disaster on the 344th day, Magu's shelter development curve began to decline gradually, forming a straight downward line. In the 19 clearly recorded disasters, Sumo did not find neuroacid rain, nor did he find blizzards. There were only some simple disasters quantified by numbers. Super snowfall for 72 hours, great flood for 72 hours, temperature 30 degrees, 72 hours, beast riot, 72 hours, temperature minus 30 degrees, 72 hours, meteorite impact, 30 pieces, plant plague 48 hours, temperature 60 degrees, 24 hours. It's unclear whether it's a problem with Magu's records or if the two games are not the same version. In the records, there are no beginner protection disasters, nor are there clearly described disasters. One can only see the vibrant lives behind the simple words. Magu has speculated more than once in his diary about the reasons humanity accepts the baptism of disasters, but with each guess he would overturn his previous speculation. From the initial alien wars to the pranks of higher dimensional civilizations, from brain innovat to fantasy cultivation, Magu's limited imagination was pushed to the extreme. However, the truth is cruel. In the end, he couldn't hold on and become the one who knows the secret. Magu's decline began when he extensively planted improved crops but had no good means to prevent plant plagues. This was his biggest mistake, and it turned his previous accumulation into a joke, forcing him to helplessly sell off his previous foundation to exchange for survival supplies. From the ruins of mass graves, he successfully used his means to mix in until the end, obtained the blueprints for the hot weapon workbench, and kept a low profile until he made the workbench before starting to act high profile. Starting out by reselling small hot weapons, he was somewhat of a character, but unfortunately, he couldn't maintain his family business. Alas, what a pity. Sumo looked at the many unwilling words in Magu's diary with a hint of regret. As one of the last 1% of survivors, Magu was also a person of adventure, but one can only say that luck may not have been enough for him to hold on until the end. With oil wells and a high-level shelter spanning 2 full floors, Magu, as a small character, has quite a legendary aura.
However, at this moment, Sumo is not sighing or feeling disheartened about the future.
It took Magu over
400 days to manage the shelter to its current state, yet Sumo has achieved nearly the same starting point in just a week.
Moreover, I have a system. By the time I reach 400 days, the strength of my shelter might exceed his by at least 100 times. I might even upgrade to a ghost energy shelter in the end. After putting
Magu's notebook into his storage space, Sumo felt a weight lift from his heart, with no trace of fear about the future. Only the weak fear the road ahead, hesitating and seeking death. The strong, however, will forge ahead. Feeling the gate in front of the underground chamber, Sumo pulled on it twice to confirm it was damaged, then awakened the system. To check the attributes. Level 1 alloy shelter vault door, normal, faulty. Description: a vault door made from a mix of various alloys, currently difficult to pull due to
long-term lack of maintenance at the hinges.
Upgrade options: repair 20, dismantle for 50, upgrade material 1100, change to electric 750.
It seems it's just because of lack
of maintenance, the hinges are probably stuck.
But it only costs 20 points, I can definitely afford that. Without hesitation, Sumo chose to repair it. 20 survival points were
deducted from his 31 points, and green light scattered out.
After hearing 2 heavy clicks, Sumo tried pulling the hinge plate next to the vault again, and sure enough, the first
layer of the vault door began to rise slowly. With each mechanical turn of the hinge plate, the vault door lifted about 10 centimeters round and round until it had risen about 2/3.
Sumo exerted force and pulled the hinge plate down, locking it in place. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes to ensure the alloy door wouldn't suddenly fall, Sumo returned to the bouncing car with peace of mind. Finally going to drive this thing out.
I'm afraid no one in the world would expect that in just a week, I, Sumo, have gained a tool to
travel freely.
Sitting in the bouncing car and looking at the open vault door ahead, a strong urge to show off surged in Sumo's heart, almost unbearable.
In such a short time,
getting a car but having no one to share it with felt like wealth not returning home, like wearing fine clothes at night. Opening the private messages, Sumo repeatedly sent dozens of messages saying, I have a car now, before closing the panel, satisfied as he fastened his seatbelt. Pressing the ignition button again, 2 plumes of black smoke erupted
from the exhaust. Boom 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 boom.
The sound of the engine working powerfully reached Sumo's eardrums without soundproofing, creating a resonance. The gear shift of the Desert Racer was located in the center, with only 2 gears, forward and backward. Stepping on the brake, he gripped the chicken leg-shaped gear shift, pushed it hard, and with a
grunt, successfully engaged the gear. Gradually, Sumo eased off the pressure on the brake with his left foot.
The disappearance of the brake caused the car body to start trembling slowly, and once the brake was fully released, it began to move forward. At this moment, Sumo could no longer tolerate the slow speed. He pressed his right foot directly on the
accelerator, and a low roar came from the engine. In the next moment,
the bouncing car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, violently launching from its spot.
In just a second, a yellow-brown shadow flashed past the vault.
The deep roar of horsepower echoed continuously between heaven and earth.
20, 40,
60, on the ruined roads of the Wasteland, Sumo accelerated to a terrifying 60 miles per hour in one breath. Without the obstruction of a windshield, the roaring wind sliced against the raincoat's visor like a knife. Howling fiercely. From his vantage point on the hill, Oreo spotted a yellow shadow flash by and couldn't contain his excitement, letting out a howl that resembled a wolf's cry. Under the moonlight, Sumo drove with increasing vigor. The powerful horsepower brought a violent push against his back, and the howling wind made adrenaline surge uncontrollably.
However, reason reminded Sumo, diesel, there isn't much left.
After 4 or 5 minutes, having taken a large detour, Sumo returned to the garage entrance in the bouncy car. Oreo was anxiously pacing at the garage door, and upon seeing Sumo return, he was overjoyed, leaping up and biting down hard on the car's roll cage.
It was as if he was questioning, is it you bad guy, who took my master away?
Sumo laughed heartily, quickly getting out of the car to pat Oreo's head, only stopping when the little guy calmed down. Right now, my shelter has no parking space. When disaster strikes, I still have to park in shelter number 2, but I can retrieve the manufacturing station from there before the
disaster hits.
Stepping back into the shelter, Sumo lowered the winch of the garage and closed the garage door.
He then returned to the first floor. Taking out the wooden box he
had prepared in the base, Sumo carefully picked up Maka's skull and placed the large bones he could collect from the ground into it.
Brother Maku, thank you for your car.
There's
not much I can do, but I will gather your remains. If I can survive and return to Earth, I will definitely bring your diary with me.
After bowing 3 times in gratitude to the wooden box, Sumo stored it in his storage space and climbed up the rope. Finding the highest point of the hill, he took out a shovel and quickly dug a large hole, placing the
box containing Maku's remains inside and starting to bury it.
Under the moonlight, as shovelfuls of dirt gradually covered the remains box, Sumo sighed softly, a friend, you need
not be lonely. Here at this highest point, look up at this starry sky and gaze down upon this land. Sooner or later, humanity will take control of this wasteland. One day, humanity's fate will return to their own hands. The battle had already reached a fever pitch. Brothers, please help with the reading. Those who often read on Dian during the new book period should know that the ability to advance in recommendation rankings relies on reader engagement. This means that after a new chapter is updated, the more people who read it within 24 hours, the more recommendation resources the editors will allocate. Now, with only 3 days left, the reading engagement on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday will determine the fate of this book. I ask my brothers to lend me a hand. As a new author, I will strive to update diligently. After the book is launched, I will definitely increase the updates to thank everyone for their support during the new book period. It is highly recommended to listen to the vocal part of Hotel California while reading this chapter. Under the vast moonlight, Sumo looked up. It seemed as if he could see the gray clouds at the horizon outlining Maka's smiling face, this true man who never turned into a coward in the end. The deceased have passed, and the living continue. Holding Maku's notebook, Sumo felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders increase. However, this was not the time for lamentation. Oreo was now howling below, clearly curious about the bouncy car. After tidying up the traces on the ground, Sumo walked briskly down the hill. The bouncy car's seat was a single-seat cockpit, but behind the engine, Mako had also added a small cabin, likely used for transporting small amounts of cargo. At this moment, the spot was just right for Oreo to sit. Picking up Oreo and placing him in the back seat, he then pulled out the seatbelt to secure Oreo. Don't move around too much, or you'll fall and become a disabled dog, he teased Oreo, watching as Oreo sat obediently like a well-behaved little spark. Smiling, Sumo returned to the front. Leaning into the cockpit, he fastened his seatbelt and expertly pressed the ignition button. The bouncy car roared to life again, starting to hum. Oreo in the back seat was clearly startled, but with Sumo's reminder, he didn't react impulsively. After confirming everything was fine, Sumo shifted the gear into drive and released the brake. The bouncy car began to move slowly. Woof, woo-woo, woo. Oreo curiously looked at his feet, seemingly confused as to why he wasn't moving, and then started to advance. However, the next second, as Sumo pressed the accelerator, a gust of wind rushed into Oreo's open mouth, making him emit a woo-woo sound. Whoa. Feeling the roaring wind again, Sumo excitedly shouted. The powerful engine's roar was comparable to that of a luxurious V8 sports car on Earth. Birds flying overhead were startled and scattered in all directions. Excitedly, he clicked on the radio, pressed play, and a sound akin to a bass cannon began to resonate across the wasteland. On a dark desert highway, cool wind and my hair warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. A classic song that Magu had no idea where he had collected it from. Hotel California echoed melodiously across the land, accompanied by Oreo's woo-woo sounds. Approaching a speed of 40 miles per hour, by the time the song finished playing, they had already returned to the front of the shelter. At this speed, we can explore the Niter mine where the dog-headed people are tomorrow. He gently set Oreo down on the ground, who looked both terrified and with a face that suggested he wanted another round. Sumo began preparing a garage for the bouncy car. The location was precisely the gap that had been dug out by Huang Biao and his group earlier. These people really did me a huge favor. As long as I build a ramp and lay some boards on top, it will be a temporary garage. Sumo chuckled as he took out a shovel and started working on the previous project. With the support of high-quality materials, the construction speed was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, Soma had dug out a simple slope, the end of which met the surface of a stone wall. Although this makeshift garage was rudimentary, it was sufficient to guard against mutated beasts. As for humans, under the cover of night, Soma doubted anyone else had the guts to roam the wasteland like he did. Moreover, even if there were, under the vigilance of Oreo and the current overwhelming military power, they would merely be delivering packages. Back at the base, Soma quickly fashioned a few long wooden planks and laid them over the slope, completing the construction of the makeshift garage. After surveying the area to ensure everything was in order, Soma returned to the bouncing vehicle. He reignited the engine, executed a perfect reverse into the garage, and lowered the wooden planks in front, creating a wooden box-like cover over the vehicle. Very good. He patted off the dust from his clothes, nodded in satisfaction, and returned to the base. My progress is too fast. By the time my sister arrives, she probably won't expect her brother to be this capable. After taking a big gulp of ethereal water and checking that the shelter's main door was securely closed, Soma contentedly made his way to where the goblin was lying. It seems like I forgot to feed him dinner. He patted his head, suddenly recalling the oversight during dinner time. However, thanks to the ethereal water biscuits he had given in the morning, the goblin sorcerer's wounds had not worsened. He merely looked close to death from hunger. After searching around, Soma took out a small amount of biscuits, mixed in a bit of ethereal water, and placed it in front of the goblin. The goblin sorcerer couldn't die before Soma found the location of the Niter mine in the goblin camp. Watching the goblin devour the food, Soma nodded and returned to the center of the base.
The nights in the wasteland had no sense of time, everyone could only judge
the hours by the position of the moon. It should be just before midnight now. What a pity, in this wasteland world, who can still have a nightlife. After adjusting his now
yellowing clothes, Soma changed out of them with a hint of disdain, then poured himself a small cup of water and went to rinse his mouth in front of the culture medium. Though little sparks had already entered a state of sleep upon seeing Soma, they merely lifted their heads symbolically before collapsing back down.
Life is getting better. I have a lamp and an electric blanket. My shelter is finally improving.
After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the supply warehouse to grab the lamp and electric blanket he had traded for during
the day.
In the master bedroom, he spread out the electric blanket and plugged in the lamp, then comfortably lay down on the small bed.
At this rate, it won't be long before I can make complete gunpowder or even an upgraded version of explosive packs. By then, Soma thought happily.
As long as he could make explosive packs, it would be effortless to blow the goblin camp to smithereens. When that time came, the treasure chests dropped by the goblins would definitely yield an unimaginable haul of terrifying supplies. He even imagined if he could get silver or even gold-level treasure chests, opening them to find ethereal items.
Soma couldn't help but feel excited, wanting to shout out loud. This goblin is just too tempting. I need to chat for a bit to calm down, or I won't be able to sleep tonight.
The soft glow of the variable frequency lamp filled the bedroom with warmth. If one ignored the reality of the wasteland, it felt more like a cozy primitive style inn. After settling into a comfortable position, Soma slightly focused his attention.
The illusory game panel popped up in an instant.
Concentrating his thoughts, he selected the world chat channel, and messages began to slowly flood the screen.
By this time,
in the evening, most people had already exhausted their speaking opportunities during the day, and the remaining messages filtered through the system were not coming in quickly. After taking a look, Soma noticed that someone had already brought up the news about Half-Life creatures, and he nodded, switching to the regional channel.
Half-Life creatures
had descended into this world alongside humans, and according to the timeline, many people should have encountered these strange beings by now.
However, in the world messages, no
one had specifically described the characteristics of these creatures, only stating to be cautious. Having survived the first disaster, the regional channel had not seen much of a decrease in numbers. Over the course of 2 days, it had only dropped from 1,000 to 982 people. It seemed that 18 unfortunate souls had likely encountered danger or other reasons and had perished. Due to the lack of speaking restrictions, dozens of people in the regional channel were chatting idly, much like a group chat.
Feiji, I'm so hungry.
Brothers, lying on the floor of this drafty wooden house, I feel cold all over.
When will this life come to an end?
Liang Jian, brother upstairs, you're doing better than me.
I had a pack of instant noodles today, and now I'm running to the bathroom all night. I feel like I'm about to disappear.
Liang Jian, is there any old expert here who knows?
Can what comes out from diarrhea be eaten? My food reserves are really low.
Nawanching,
Liang Jian, didn't you say your shelter was pretty good? How did you end up in such a state? Are you at the point of eating shit?
Liang Jian,
what the hell?
I've seen that this shelter is about to be completely depleted in a few days.
Before, it was mutated.
Beasts chasing after people, now it's people chasing after mutated beasts. It's ridiculous.
Liang Jian, I'm just holding on, waiting for the trading secret realm to open, so I can find Soma and exchange some things. Kai Junfeng, what's up? Do you have something good?
Liang Jian, hee, that's a secret.
Anyway, let's all hold on. Luckily, we still have Soma in our channel.
I've heard that some of the other trash channels have lost almost half their people, and there's no one impressive to give everyone confidence.
Du fu. Here's a tip for everyone, the bark from the bushes and trees is actually edible.
I had a bit today, and it tasted pretty good.
If you're really starving, go ahead and eat it. It's much better than eating dirt. Emma Devon, by the way, Mr. Soma should be able to guarantee he's full now, right?
Boo-hoo,
I'm so envious. Lily Harlan, I'll hold on for 2
more days until my food runs out, then I'll go find a shelter to join in the world chat. Sai Jidong, you silly upstairs, don't get caught in fishing law enforcement.
Lily Harlan, huh? What's fishing law enforcement?
Looking at the regional channel, with a few comments revolving around his name and the communication difficulties caused by cultural differences, Soma smiled helplessly and closed the chat panel. If these people knew he was eating fried meat pies, crispy fried biscuits, and drinking ethereal water, while sleeping on a soft big bed with gentle variable light at the headboard, and even the captured goblin was eating ethereal water biscuits, they would probably be envious to the
point of madness.
I can't take it anymore, time to sleep. I need to get up early tomorrow to explore the camp. The thought of the pile of tasks awaiting him tomorrow gradually
made Soma feel drowsy.
He raised his hand to turn off the soft variable bedside lamp, and the shelter fell into tranquility.
Apocalypse calendar January 8th. The vegetables you planted
unexpectedly sprouted, and the little story behind it is heartwarming. Survival points plus 10, you restructured the design of the shelter, significantly enhancing its disaster resistance. Survival points plus 200, you crafted the first high potential productivity tool in the shelter, a workbench. Survival points plus 10, you manually created an excellent level Tool for the first time, survival points plus 10, you manually created a fine level tool for the first time, survival points plus 50, you manually created an excellent level. Material for the first time, survival points plus 10, the number of members in your shelter has increased, and you feel very happy, filled with hope for the future, survival points. Plus 10, you have acquired the first excellent vehicle in the Wasteland, survival points plus 200, scanning the host's living environment, survival point assessment, today gained 88 survival points. Final settlement, survival points plus 588 remaining survival points 599. Phew, so refreshing. My goodness, I just got nearly 600 points at once. Going out to cause trouble is indeed the right way to unlock the system. Looking at the prompt that the system sent at 8 in the morning, Sumo was exceptionally surprised. Last night before going to bed, he was still worried about having only 11 survival points left. Unexpectedly, as soon as morning came, the system sent so many points, greatly alleviating the pressure of survival points. Opening the private messages from the dead in the game panel, Sumo's thoughts raced, and lines of characters began to record. Today is the 8th day since I arrived in the Wasteland. My progress is fast. Who would have thought that I have already become part of the vehicle-owning crowd in the apocalypse? Ha 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 ha. No, Sumo, you need to stay calm. How can you get so carried away with just this little reward? Stay composed. Today's task is to scout the location of the goblin camp for mining saltpeter. If there's time, it would be best to find out where their camp is located. Attention! This time, it might be a tough battle. I must not let my guard down. All equipment must be upgraded as much as possible. Ensure your safety. Before 7 p.m., just as the sun sets, I must return to the shelter. Remember, do not spend the night outdoors. I am ready. Satisfied, he closed the private message page. Using his waist strength, Sumo performed a carp leap and stood steadily on the bed. In just a week since arriving in the Wasteland, he felt that his physical fitness had improved by more than one level. The occupational ailments he once had completely disappeared, replaced by a strong and powerful body. All my discomforts have healed under the unlimited supply of ethereal water, and my strength is at least 1.5 times greater than when I first arrived. Clenching his fists, he watched the veins bulging on his arms, blood seemingly flowing wildly, and Sumo felt an unprecedented strength. The human body is a treasure. If a normal person's strength is 5, someone who regularly exercises might be 6. The transition from 5 to 10 can be very painful and difficult, requiring a lot of effort to achieve. But recovering from 2 to 5, or even further to 6, can happen at an exceptionally fast pace with sufficient nutrition and exercise. Ethereal water may be the best decision I've made so far. Sumo sighed slightly, got up, and poured all the ethereal water he collected yesterday into the tank for storage, then scooped out a little to brush his teeth in front of the cultivation base. The little sparks had long woken up, chirping and running around the base. Oreo, however, was dutifully curled up in a ball, lying in the corner of the living room, staring intently at the goblin sorcerer. The morning in the shelter was no longer desolate, it had a touch of a rural homestead feel. The food in the base seems a bit monotonous at the moment, and without any vitamin supplements, eating these things every day is becoming a bit unbearable, Sumo thought to himself. As he finished rinsing his mouth, washing his face, and watering the plants, he entered the warehouse and rummaged through the pile of survival supplies. Fresh fruits and vegetables, even for him, were luxuries in the Wasteland. The lack of vitamin intake meant that humans would develop a series of ailments that even the ethereal water could hardly resolve. It was manageable for a week, but if there was still no intake after 2 or 3 weeks, he feared that besides body aches, there would also be irritability and other mental issues. However, the biscuits are almost gone. I've only eaten them for a few days, and I'm already tired of them. Bending down, he pulled out the remaining biscuit bag and walked out of the supply room. Obtaining fresh vegetables and fruits wasn't difficult, it just required a lot of unboxing, and there would always be boxes that contained these items. With the scarcity of mutated creatures, the target could only be the dog-headed tribe. Still, the familiar biscuit mush, he made 4 portions, ensuring everyone in the base had a share. After finishing breakfast, he packed the remaining biscuit mush into a mineral water bottle, tightened the cap, and returned it to the storage space before heading to the workbench. Since he was going to scout the dog-headed camp, his equipment definitely needed a thorough upgrade. The electric crossbow for ranged weapons was sufficient for now and didn't need upgrading. The wooden spear for melee combat, the protective ceramic armor, and the external heat-insulating raincoat all needed upgrades. With a thought, the familiar spear appeared on the workbench. Calling up the system, Sumo focused his gaze. Wooden spear, description, a brand new wooden spear, with a delicate overall texture. Its grain like a drifting swan, solid as iron, with considerable lethality. Upgrade option 1, evolve the material into a refined iron spear, enhancing material rigidity. Enhancing material flexibility, increasing weapon sharpness, requires survival points 55. Upgrade option 2, evolve the material into a refined iron spear, enhancing material
Rigidity, enhancing material flexibility, adding an electric device, increasing attack speed, requires survival points, 80. The electric spear used to be a fortune for me, but now, it's just a small matter. Looking at the price indicated by the system, Suemo smiled and briskly walked to the supply room to fetch iron blocks. After placing 3 units of iron blocks, the requirement for upgrade option 2 dropped to 65 points and remained unchanged. With a thought, 65 points were directly deducted. Green, give me green. Money is no object today. With a wave of his hand, Sumo looked at the green light as if it were a diligent worker starting to hammer and shape the spear. A sound like metal clashing echoed from the void. The originally beautifully patterned wooden spear began to tremble, and tiny wood shavings naturally fell off, revealing a stunning silver layer. Beneath, the wood shavings that fell from the air did not disappear. Instead, they gathered together, forming a long strip-like device. The device was about 3 centimeters high and 12 centimeters long, and with the constraint of the green light, it snapped onto the bottom of the wooden spear and spiraled upward. The spear tip also transformed from its original wooden groove into a matte silver-black color. Watching the green light retract, a new iron spear fell onto the table, and Suemo quickly picked it up, holding it in his hand. Refined iron electric spear, excellent. Description: entirely made of special iron material, it has extremely high toughness and rigidity, with a blood groove in the spearhead, and considerable lethality. Special ability: the electric device can slightly increase attack speed and enhance lethality. Evaluation: eat spear. The original wooden spear was very light, weighing only about 3 kilograms, which had become somewhat unwieldy for Suemo, who had gained significant strength. Now, after the upgrade, the refined iron electric spear weighed around 10 kilograms, making it incredibly easy to handle. After trying to poke it a couple of times, Sumo pressed the electric button at the back and, sure enough, no power. This system really doesn't give any discounts. I have to pay for this little electricity. He plugged the refined iron electric spear into the charging line connected to the power strip and placed the raincoat, which had the highest usage rate at the moment, on the table. Although it was called a raincoat, it actually had many uses. These days, whether Sumo was working in the shelter or hunting outside, he basically wore the raincoat. It had good ventilation, and even under the blazing sun, he felt no stuffiness. Instead, it blocked the harmful direct sunlight. Always neglecting my personal combat power isn't a good thing. It's time to upgrade to a more powerful ability. Powerful raincoat description: a raincoat that has undergone multiple upgrades, currently possessing strong rain protection, red ultraviolet protection, and slight thermal insulation capabilities. Upgrade Direction 1, enhance the raincoat material, add insulation materials, improve wearing comfort, and increase wind resistance, requires survival points, 85. Upgrade Direction 2, enhance the raincoat material, add optical materials, improve wearing concealment, and slightly enhance wind and thermal insulation capabilities, requires survival points, 120. 2 directions. The first is clearly aimed at improving disaster resistance, while the second is evolving towards combat gear. Thud, thud. Sumo tapped the table with one hand, contemplating the 2 options presented by the system. Previously, when upgrading the raincoat, the system had suggested an electric upgrade direction, but this time it surprisingly removed the electric upgrade option and shifted to the stealth direction. Given the current needs, both upgrade directions could provide significant help in daily life. However, if it involved future upgrade directions, it could become complicated. When disaster strikes, the primary factor is definitely preparing to survive, otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Realizing this, Sumo stopped hesitating and blurted out, I choose the upgrade direction. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, 120 survival points were deducted. This time, the light radiating from his body was no longer the usual green glow, but rather a red beam that seemed to emit heat. The light struck the raincoat directly, and dazzling sparkles began to appear on it. Visibly, the previously loose material of the raincoat started to become more refined, and in terms of color, it began to match the color of the workbench. What a magical function! Just by placing it on the table, it can achieve a certain degree of optical invisibility. Optical combat suit, excellent. Description: a high-performance combat suit with waterproof, red ultraviolet protection, and slight wind resistance and thermal insulation effects. Special ability: optical invisibility. At certain angles, the negative refractive index metamaterials, along with the optical structures designed based on these materials, can bend light, achieving optical invisibility. Evaluation: if you can keep upgrading. If you might just open the door to a new world. Picking up the upgraded optical combat suit, Sumo examined it closely and noticed a clue. If viewed directly from the front, it appeared normal, but when the optical combat suit was moved to a 45-degree angle from the line of sight, it exhibited a certain degree of optical invisibility. He had never seen such an effect on Earth. This was the first time he was witnessing it. Trying it on, Sumo moved his arms and legs, feeling a completely different sensation than before. The previous raincoat, although it fit snugly, still had a certain distance, making it somewhat inconvenient during large movements. Now, the upgraded optical combat suit felt like a film, completely adhering to his skin.
If one deliberately avoids feeling, there can even be a sensation akin to wearing a 0.01 raincoat in battle, giving rise to an almost naked feeling. The mask, originally made of plastic, has now upgraded to a more advanced soft rubber, enhancing both breathability and protection. In order to quickly familiarize himself with the combat suit, Suemo simply kept it on and took out the ceramic plate armor that was to be upgraded, placing it on the table for study. Hunter ceramic plate armor. Description: exquisite material, neat stitching, considerable defense, unique scent of concealment, grass that can mask the hunter's body odor. Upgrade option 1, change the armor shape to half-body light armor, slightly enhance the material, retain the body odor masking feature, increase protection, requires survival points. 105, upgrade option 2, change the armor shape to lower body light armor, slightly enhance the material, reduce armor weight, increase protection, requires survival points. 130. Upgrade option 3, change the armor shape to full body light armor, slightly enhance the material, add an electric assist device, increase protection, requires survival points. 180. Among the 3 options given, Suemo hardly hesitated and chose upgrade option 3. Electricity is the primary productive force. No matter what kind of device is used to burn the boiler and convert power in the future, the cheapest and most convenient resource will always be electricity. With the electric device, to the eyes of the technologically ignorant outsiders, he would also be a human using magic. Without the electric device, even if the weapons were upgraded to slice through steel and the armor became exceptionally sturdy, he would still only be a slightly stronger melee warrior. In a post-apocalyptic world, charging and relying on personal strength is fraught with risk, and Suemo clearly understood the weight of that decision. Attempting to use the existing materials, after adding 2 units of iron blocks, the upgrade cost dropped to 165 and remained unchanged. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the impulse to save survival points, Suemo calmly chose option 3, the ceramic plate armor, which had accompanied Suemo through life and death, completed its mission. In the next moment, under the terrifying power of the green light, it melted into a pool of gray-black liquid. The green light resembled a pair of invisible hands, beginning to shape the liquid out of thin air. What was once a pool of liquid gradually began to solidify, slowly adjusting details according to Sumo's body shape. 3 to 5 seconds later, the green light dissipated. Bang! The unassisted armor fell onto the workbench with a dull thud. A full set of armor not only included upper and lower body pieces but also came with a pair of shoes and a rather silly-looking helmet. As for the helmet, even if I wear it now, if someone shoots me in the head, I'm still dead. After feeling the complex patterns on the helmet and checking that the electric device was not on it, Suemo returned it to the equipment storage. The large helmet would expand the optical combat suit, akin to blowing up a school to build an amusement park, acting against the wind. The upper and lower body armor isn't heavy, and wearing it won't affect movement. Weighing around 10 kilograms, the light armor not only provides a certain level of protection but also ensures that dodging speed won't be affected during combat. After weighing the 2 pieces of light armor, Suemo nodded. In that case, the electric device should be hidden in the shoes. Picking up the light armor shoes placed on the table, Suemo looked inside them against the light. 2 elongated devices extended from the shoe's upper part, from front to back, reaching the shoe's heel, and he couldn't tell where the battery was located. The shoes showed no visible signs of the battery's position from the outside. After searching, Suemo found the charging port at the heel of the shoe and the sensor-based activation button at the toe. The inability to automatically detect danger and activate the sensors might be the biggest drawback of the electric device, but it doesn't matter much. Activating it just requires a tap of the toe on the ground, which is quite convenient. Holding the shoes to the ground and connecting the charger to the power source, Sumo began preparing the final item. Special crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts made by the game were sufficient to deal with ordinary dog-headed people, but entering enemy territory this time, it was inevitable that he might encounter stronger foes. To ensure lethality, Sumo planned to create a batch of crossbow bolts that were completely different from the ordinary ones. Returning to the energy room, he connected the generator to the power supply and approached the workbench, flipping the switch. He took out a unit of iron and placed it on the table, then began to meditate with his eyes closed. About 10 minutes later, Sumo opened his eyes, his focus heightened, and looked at the materials before him. The mechanical arm at the workbench sensed his approach and automatically began to wrap around, merging into one. Switching his left hand to high-speed cutting mode, Sumo, like a master butcher, evenly divided the iron block into 10 small pieces, each 18 centimeters long. The crossbow bolts produced by the game panel were of a standard length of 25 centimeters, balancing lethality and arrow speed. However, in achieving uniformity, they actually lost their unique characteristics. This time, Sumo took a different approach, starting with the length of the crossbow bolts and making significant improvements. Imitating the style of the system's crossbow bolts, Sumo focused entirely on cutting and polishing, ensuring that the width near the arrowhead was as consistent as possible with that near the tail. With the mechanical arm, the stability allowed Sumo to greatly relax the precision requirements for his arms. Sparks flew out, striking the stone wall. Sumo worked diligently, and his efficiency was remarkable.
Each crossbow bolt took about 3 minutes to make, which he set aside to cool. By the time all 10 were completed, Sumo's back was already soaked with sweat. This task, requiring intense concentration, meant that even a slight mistake could result in a crossbow bolt being completely ruined and needing to be remade. Fortunately, with the excellent workbench providing a focus bonus, none of the 10 crossbow bolts failed. He examined the 10 bolts, secured by clips, with the arrowheads pointing upward. Even though a burnt iron smell wafted through the shelter, Sumo was completely oblivious. The sense of accomplishment from crafting something so detailed for the first time was immensely satisfying. Focusing his attention, Sumo looked at the attributes of the crossbow bolts, and his inner joy soared to new heights. High-speed crossbow bolt, fine *3 excellent *7. Description: a special crossbow bolt crafted by the entry-level manufacturer Sumo, with average crafting techniques, but for some inexplicable reason, the quality has improved. Special abilities: fine, high-speed flight, silent excellent, high-speed flight evaluation from entry-level to near entry-level. This is a qualitative leap. Hooray! I can actually be considered an entry-level manufacturer now. It seems the bonuses from the excellent workbench are indeed not to be underestimated. The powerful attributes of the crossbow bolts lived up to their quality enhancement. During the crafting process, the all-around bonuses from the workbench, though seemingly only 10% and unremarkable, provided significant help to one's concentration. Of the 10 crossbow bolts, 3 were of fine quality and 7 were excellent. The powerful attribute enhancements, though not yet tested, gave Sumo a feeling deep down. The crossbow bolts he crafted were far superior to those produced by the game panel. Standing up, he shook his somewhat stiff neck from side to side. With a wave of his hand, Sumo neatly stored all the crossbow bolts in his storage space. Turning to look at the charging area, he saw the crossbow, spear, and battle boots laid out on the ground. A powerful feeling rose within Sumo's heart. With these few pieces of equipment, even if 10 goblins came at him, he would dare to face them head-on. Even though the goblin camp was a den of dragons and tigers, he was determined to go. Patiently waiting for the equipment to charge, time flew by. Before he knew it, noon had arrived, and all 3 pieces of equipment were fully charged, the green lights glowing. Taking out the baguette he had exchanged earlier, Sumo poured all 2 kilograms into the pot, simmering it into bread soup. He poured 1/5 of the amount into the food bowl for the day's meal. He scooped out about half of the remaining soup and poured it into Oreo's food bowl. After waiting for it to cool slightly, Sumo lifted the remaining bread soup and drank it all in one go. After eating and drinking his fill, he rested and restored his spirit to its best state. Entering the weapons equipment room, Sumo began to don his gear piece by piece. First was the innermost layer, the light armor. The style of the light armor was somewhat similar to the bright silver leaf-shaped armor worn during the Red Turban Army uprising. He started putting on the armor from the chest and back piece. With the central hole opened, Sumo held the armor with both hands and pulled it over his head like putting on a sweater. The chest and back armor, crafted from special steel, fit the contours of the human body better, and due to advanced technology, it weighed no more than wearing a down jacket in winter. The lower armor was a split skirt armor, hooked onto the upper armor and secured with a waist belt to ensure it wouldn't fall off during movement. Once he had donned both the upper and lower armor, he picked up the final piece, the shoulder guard, and put it on his shoulders and upper arms, securing it properly. See this chapter for the wearing effect. The size and design of the shoes were tailored specifically to Sumo's feet. Slipping them on felt even more comfortable than ordinary sports shoes. Armor emboldens a man. Originally a bit thin from lack of exercise, once Sumo donned this layer of armor, he felt a surge of power. He even wished for a goblin warrior to come over so he could have a good fight. Lifting his foot, he tapped his toes against the ground in succession, producing a series of popping sounds. Then Sumo tried taking a few steps. It seems like walking doesn't have any boost? The electric shoes didn't seem to respond to his movements. Curious, Sumo decided to try running. In the next moment, a powerful boost surged from his heels. In an instant, Sumo felt as if someone had pushed him from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. So fast. Who can withstand this speed? After running a few laps, the more he stepped, the stronger the joy on Sumo's face became. Oreo, still licking from his food bowl on the ground, was startled, staring wide-eyed at Sumo running around the base. The boost from the electric shoes was not just an ordinary running enhancement. Even when he tried to maneuver, Sumo found there was a significant boost. Snap! He tapped his toes against the ground again, took 2 steps, and the acceleration effect disappeared. Out with the old, in with the new. If I had this gear back in the ruins, the goblins wouldn't have had time to launch fireballs at me. The light armor had already given Sumo enough surprises. He was even more eager for the fine iron electric spear. However, before that, Sumo put on the optical combat suit over the light armor. With the armor on, the originally well-fitted optical combat suit was suddenly stretched out a bit, but the excellent material still maintained its strong flexibility. The close-fitting combat suit tightened again over the armor, fulfilling its purpose. Picking up the charged fine iron electric spear, he turned on the electric switch. After a buzzing sound, the electric spear returned to calm. He tried to thrust it forward, and at the same time, an inexplicable force
appeared, making the thrust faster. When swinging, another shear force emerged, allowing the electric spear to move sideways more quickly. Turning off the power supply, the additional force vanished. Soma looked at the newly crafted equipment with delight, feeling a surge of confidence within him. He tossed the iron electric spear and the electric crossbow into his storage space, then went to the corner and grabbed the goblin. The still sleeping goblin was suddenly jolted awake, and upon realizing it was Soma, it fell back into despair. After 2 days of Soma showing no intention of recruiting him, the goblin had completely abandoned its previous fantasies and began to face reality. Woof! Woof! Oreo, who was nearby, barked excitedly when he saw Soma grab the goblin. Let's go! You tell him to guide us, and if he points us in the wrong direction, today will be his last. Soma lifted the frail goblin in his hand and stepped toward the entrance of the shelter. Hearing they were going out to play, Oreo barked repeatedly to communicate with the goblin, and after receiving confirmation from the latter, Oreo barked twice to signal that the communication was complete. With everything ready, Soma opened the shelter's large door, took a quick look at the facilities inside, then closed the door firmly and stepped through the entrance passage to the outside world. Without disaster, the daytime in the wasteland was always filled with blazing sun and swirling yellow sand. Occasionally, 1 or 2 vultures flew overhead, creating a cacophony of screeches. Throwing the goblin onto the ground, Soma returned to the shelter's entrance, propped the door shut at an angle with a bar, then turned back outside and yanked the shelter's door closed. A dull thud echoed as Soma pushed the door again, and the inner bar had already fallen, securely blocking any external force. After several attempts to open it from the outside failed, Soma nodded and walked to the garage door. He removed the outer wooden board, revealing a simple garage where the bouncy car sat quietly, awaiting Soma's inspection. Stepping inside, he sat in the driver's seat and started the bouncy car, skillfully driving it to the front of the shelter. Woof! The goblin, lying on the ground, looked at the moving bouncy car with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why this metal box could move. Oreo, seeing the goblin's country bumpkin expression, couldn't hide his disdain. Oreo, today you'll have to endure being in my arms. After helping the goblin into the back seat and securing it with a seatbelt, Soma bent down and hugged Oreo, then turned back to the front seat of the bouncy car. Hearing Soma's words, Oreo was more than willing. He buried his head between Soma's combat suit, shyly lying still. After confirming that everything was ready, Soma shifted the gear into drive, lingeringly glancing back at the shelter that loomed like a giant beast. Let's go! Destination, Goblin Niter Mine. In the next moment, Soma shouted, clearing his lingering thoughts, and pressed down on the accelerator. The bouncy car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. On the desolate wasteland, a deep rumble accompanied by a fierce dust storm surged westward. Speed, 45. Speed, 62. Speed, 23. The road to the Goblin Niter Mine was rough, with bumpy stones preventing the speed from picking up. After nearly 40 to 50 minutes, Soma had barely covered 30 kilometers. The goblin behind him clearly had never seen such a fast-moving contraption, lost in thought and unaware of what it was contemplating. As the car slowed down, the goblin quickly resumed, pointing the way. It seems the goblin camp in the Niter Mine are to the west. Following the direction indicated by the goblin, the car continued forward, traveling over 20 kilometers before crossing a high ridge that obstructed the view. Noticing the goblin's gestures, Soma instinctively looked up in the direction the goblin was pointing. His pupils suddenly constricted. On the distant land, there lay a stretch of ice crystals as smooth as silk spread across the small hills, extending for miles. At this moment, with about 10 kilometers left to the Niter Mine, Sumo could clearly see this vast expanse of what seemed to be a naturally formed niter vein. Not to mention, when he got closer, standing beneath the vein, the overwhelming and shocking sight was even more terrifying. Such a massive niter mine? How on earth did it form? Sumo exclaimed in surprise, quickly getting out of the vehicle and taking out a 5x magnification telescope from his storage space to examine the niter mine. With the aid of the telescope, the full picture of the niter mine became clear. With the mine in hand, there was no need to panic. The reason why Gustav II, known as the Lion of the North, was able to lead the Protestant Union to repeatedly defeat the Catholic League was due to the firearms in his hands and the niter mines back in Sweden. However, most European countries did not produce niter, and its source had always been a significant issue. In peacetime, it was manageable, but once war broke out and trade routes were cut off, it became a major problem. King Charles I of England was troubled by the issue of gunpowder while waging war against domestic and foreign opposition forces. To this end, the dignified King of England had to turn his gaze to the foul-smelling, filthy places, latrines. The king specifically appointed officials to dig up the topsoil, niter soil, from toilets and stables within his realm. To ensure gunpowder production, he even ordered that no stone or wooden planks be laid on the floors of toilets and stables nationwide to avoid hindering the collection of niter soil. Tanners, who were major users of niter, found themselves out of work. At that time, every esteemed clergyman in the churches was assigned an honorable task to encourage the citizens attending services to collectively urinate, turning what was once an embarrassing and filthy act into a contribution to the nation. The church benches were particularly emphasized as people could not conveniently leave their seats during worship, but human nature has its needs, so the benches suffered greatly, allowing people to scrape high-quality niter soil from them. The English at that time believed that women's urine contained especially high levels of niter. They even shouted the slogan, "Please contribute your share for your husband fighting on the front lines." But now, Suemo looked at the enormous niter mine before him and simply could not imagine what kind of reason could give rise to such a massive vein. If you told me that a towering monster came here to relieve itself, creating such a large-scale niter mine, I would believe it. However, the goblins must value the niter mine greatly, as there are at least 100 goblins here building a camp. Ha! What is this? Humans! With the help of the telescope, Suemo clearly saw a bipedal creature completely different from the goblins. 10 kilometers was still too far. The image presented by the 5x telescope cast a shadow over Sumo's heart. Returning to the bouncing vehicle, he pulled up Oreo, who was still sniffing around on the ground, and restarted the engine. This time, he would take the risk to advance to a distance of 5 kilometers. The vehicle's speed was not fast, but after about 10 minutes, he successfully reached the position he had envisioned. This time, even without the telescope, Suemo could clearly see a large area in the distance that looked like houses made of wood. Moreover, beside these houses, he also saw structures built from the core of a safe house. Getting out of the vehicle again and taking out the telescope, upon seeing the scene through the lens, Sumo's fists clenched. On the sprawling mountains, dozens of people were laboriously mining. However, these people were not goblins. They were humans. Scattered around the mine were goblin warriors, and Suemo began to count in his mind, roughly estimating. At this moment, there were no less than 200 dog-headed warrior figures in sight. And the most terrifying part was that in the center of the camp, there were at least 50 dog-headed sorcerers sitting around for amusement. This was just what could be observed at present. It was feared that, including those not seen, this dog-headed niter mine camp had well over 300 of them. 300 dog-headed creatures monitoring dozens of humans mining? Through the telescope, Suemo felt a sudden realization. I thought everyone near the place I deployed was taken care of by Huang Biao, but it seems the remaining people have all been captured by the dog-headed creatures to mine here. Fortunately, my shelter is a full 60 kilometers away from here, otherwise, I would have to face these monsters in the first 2 days. I wondered why the Huaxia shelter was so secretive about matters concerning foreign civilizations. Perhaps in other places, countless humans have long been enslaved by these monsters. But were these people's conversations restricted? Otherwise, why haven't I seen any news of this kind on the World Channel? While observing, Suemo speculated inwardly. With so many dog-headed creatures, let alone his current gear, unless they brought him a Gatling gun today along with unlimited ammunition supply, he could only attempt to attack the base and rescue some humans. With his current equipment, capturing this base before having gunpowder would definitely not be a simple task. I didn't expect this niter mine to be so tricky. There are probably many more of these monsters in the dog-headed camp than here. At least 1,000 dog-headed creatures. Just thinking about having such enthusiastic neighbors nearby, who would invite you to their home to mine once encountered, made Sumo's sense of security plummet. Safety minus 10,000. No, I must investigate the situation. At the dog-headed camp. If there are more of them than I expected, that would be terrible. Turning back to the bouncing vehicle, Sumo's expression was serious, and Oreo quickly jumped up beside him. Oreo, let him guide us. We are going to their camp. As soon as he finished speaking, Oreo began communicating with the dog-headed creature. Moments later, the bouncing vehicle sped away towards the northern direction of the niter mine. The terrain near the niter mine was all stepped high slopes. Although the speed was not high, measuring the distance by vehicle speed, the niter mine and the dog-headed camp were not far apart. Hearing the dog-headed creature indicate they were almost there, Suemo parked the vehicle in the shadow of some bushes, pulled the dog-headed creature down from the seat, and walked forward holding it. After walking about 500 or 600 meters, and climbing over another high slope, Suemo finally caught sight of the dog-headed camp. Can this be called a dog-headed camp? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a castle? Standing atop the high slope, Suemo surveyed the massive structure before him, his eyes filled with shock. If the niter mine was a miracle of nature, then the dog-headed castle before him was an unparalleled architectural marvel. The castle, by visual estimation, had a diameter exceeding 500 meters. It featured circular towers, small windows, semicircular arches, low round roofs, and doorframes that jutted out layer by layer, creating a stunning appearance. In style, it extensively used columns and various shaped arches to achieve a solid, balanced, and saturated aesthetic effect. The small windows contrasted sharply with the vast interior space, making the castle's interior dimly lit and deeply profound, giving a sense of mysterious darkness. At the four corners of the castle, there were 4 pointed high towers, and through the telescope, Suemo saw dog-headed creatures patrolling inside the towers. Looking further down, besides the sorcerers and warriors, Sumo's keen eyes spotted a dog-headed creature dressed in a white robe. The third type of dog-headed man. I wonder what characteristics this type has. This dog-headed man's posture wasn't particularly upright, but as he walked along the city wall, 4 or 5 sorcerer
Dog-headed men followed him with great respect, obediently trailing behind. The distance along the city wall wasn't long. The white-robed dog-headed man spoke as he walked, his steps never faltering. Gradually, a group of people disappeared at the end of the wall. But before Suemo could continue observing, a small door at the base of the dog-headed man castle suddenly opened, and a team of dog-headed men emerged, heading directly towards Suemo. Oh no! Have they discovered me? The front of the castle had only one city gate. Since it was a double opening gate, it appeared exceptionally heavy, and next to the main gate, there was a simple small door for entry and exit. The small door swung open, and a small team of dog-headed men stepped out. Unlike the exploration team, this squad consisted of 12 dog-headed men, with 6 warriors in the front, 3 sorcerers in the middle, and 3 warriors at the rear. Through his binoculars, Suemo observed the determination in the eyes of the dog-headed man squad. They were coming in this direction. However, the marching speed of the dog-headed man squad was not fast. It didn't seem like they were chasing anything, but rather like they were heading somewhere to carry out a task. Is this group going to the saltpeter mine? He speculated, noting that there was still nearly 1,000 meters between them. Turning around, he summoned a fine iron electric spear from his storage space and, without a word, swiftly thrust it into the nearby captive dog-headed man. Although this spear lacked electric assistance, under Sumo's now terrifying strength, it still firmly pierced the dog-headed captive's skull. As the red and white was about to spill onto the ground, Suemo thought quickly and stored the body in a burial barrel he had prepared in his storage space. In the world of martial arts, one must be ruthless when the time calls for it. Since the captive dog-headed man's mission was already complete, there was no need for further conversation. Sending him back to the embrace of the dog-headed man's ancestral god was the greatest mercy he could offer. This group can't be killed just yet. I'll follow behind them and see what they're up to. The 12-member dog-headed man squad would have posed a tricky problem if they were hidden in the dog-headed man saltpeter mine camp or guarding the dog-headed man castle. But out in the wild, Suemo was 100% confident he could annihilate all the dog-headed men in one go. After observing a bit more, he saw that the dog-headed man squad was still heading in the same direction about 500 meters away. Suppressing his thoughts, Suemo hunched over and quickly retreated along the flank. Oreo beside him immediately understood Sumo's intent and followed him as they ran across the wilderness. One man and one dog, free of worries, came and went without a trace. Lying on the grass not far away, Suemo coldly watched as the dog-headed man squad passed by him, completely unaware of his presence. The dog-headed man squad was marching in a very loose formation. 2 dog-headed sorcerers walked in the middle of the group, whispering to each other, laughing heartily one moment and howling at the sky the next, clearly enjoying themselves. Oreo, you go around to the front and see if there are any dog-headed men waiting ahead. If there are, come back and tell me in time. I'll follow behind them, Suemo instructed, extending his hands to pat Oreo's round dog head through his combat suit. Understanding human speech, Oreo nodded, let out a low howl, and suddenly darted forward. Compared to the slow-moving dog-headed men, Oreo's speed was astonishing as he quickly caught up with the dog-headed man squad and circled around to their front in just 5 or 6 breaths. Good. Standing up, Suemo quickly approached the high slope, confirming once more that there was no second team in the dog-headed man castle before jogging to catch up. From the Niter mine camp to the Kobold castle, the distance between the two places is not far when measured by the bouncing vehicle. However, relying on human stamina, it took over an hour for Sumo to follow the Kobold team back to the front of the Niter mine camp. In the distance, less than 500 meters away, was the temporary defensive camp set up by the Kobolds. Several massive wooden spikes were sharpened and laid horizontally at the entrance of the camp. The fence surrounding the camp also had wooden spikes that would make anyone with a fear of tight spaces dizzy just by looking at them. There were 2 reconnaissance towers, about 10 meters high, erected on either side of the camp, responsible for surveying the surrounding terrain. This arrangement not only did not confuse Sumo but instead evoked a sense of familiarity. If I couldn't see these kobolds, I might really think this was a shelter camp established by humans. With a self-deprecating smile, Sumo took out his binoculars to look at the Niter mine. From the first observation of these miners to the back and forth, about 2 hours had passed. Yet the people on the mine were still being exploited, diligently mining under the scorching sun. This time, being closer allowed Sumo to see the pain and numbness on the miners' faces more clearly through the binoculars. Standing on the hillside, he could see the entire mine, where more than 50 miners were visible. At this moment, lying around the camp, he could only see one side of the mine. Currently visible in the field of view, there are 12 yellow-skinned people, 17 black people, and 6 white people. Why are these 2 not mining? A look of surprise crossed Sumo's face as he peered through the binoculars. In his view, everyone else was working hard, sweat streaming down their faces, washing away the dirt and forming clear visible marks. But around these miners, there were 2 individuals holding wooden spears, walking back and forth, looking nothing like miners. He took off the binoculars and rubbed his eyes, which had become sore from prolonged focus. After a moment of relief, Sumo looked again. This time, he could clearly see the skin colors of the 2 individuals. One yellow, one white. Are they the overseers? Where there are people, there
Our classes, even if they have become slaves to the kobolds, the emergence of these so-called overseers is entirely normal.
However, the next moment, as he moved the binoculars, Sumo's anger flared up.
In the large house at the center of the camp, he could clearly see a man with a somewhat islander appearance sitting in front of the kobolds, chatting and laughing. The 3 kobold sorcerers who had come from the castle were now sitting in front of the man, making
gestures, seemingly discussing something.
Damn it, this guy is eating better than I am, living more comfortably, who knows how much blood and sweat he has exploited. While others were mining and sweating, the man in the house was sitting in front of a grill, carelessly flipping the meat, occasionally sprinkling what seemed to be seasoning on it. Even though he couldn't smell the aroma of the seasoning sizzling on the meat, Sumo could still conjure a bit of it from his
memories of Earth. Time passed second by second.
Sumo kept watching as the man grilled the meat, cut it up, and served it into the kobolds' bowls, after which everyone ate together and then walked out of the wooden house to chat. In the center of the camp. Throughout this process, even Oreo felt a bit anxious, but Sumo's heart remained undisturbed.
Damn.
I said this person looks so familiar. Through the binoculars, he could see the man's ugly face, betraying humanity and becoming a traitor to mankind. At the same time, it triggered a small fragment of memory in Sumo's mind.
If I remember correctly, this dog is called Mayeta Kento. After the first version update, I think I saw this person's comments in the world chat panel.
Bit by bit, memories began to surface as Soma worked hard to dig them out. This person seemed to be talking about finding kind-hearted people to huddle together for warmth, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a classic case of entrapment. In the already dangerous Wasteland world, the profession of human traitor suddenly emerged. At that moment, Soma felt the malicious intent exposed in the game chat panel, manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Perhaps in the early days, the chat panel was a powerful tool for communication among everyone. But as time went on, it became increasingly difficult to discern the character of each person speaking in the chat panel, whether their intentions were good or malicious. By that time, personal credibility would collapse and no one would trust unfamiliar others. Aside from the official established shelters, privately built shelters would be filled with intrigue and backstabbing.
The remaining lone wolves would have to endure solitude in the apocalypse. I'm afraid that Magu has survived 19 disasters alone and is unwilling to seek companions, which is a true reflection of the collapse of trust between people.
The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Mayeta Kento, whose mouth was still smeared with grease, and Soma felt a chilling killing intent in his heart.
This person must not be spared.
The negotiations between the two parties in the center of the camp were still continuing in a clumsy manner.
Without a professional translator like Oreo, neither Mayeta Kento nor the goblins could accurately
understand each other's meanings. They could only rely on some of the most primitive gestures for the simplest communication. After observing, Soma slowly began to grasp the meaning of their communication.
Mayeta Kento was likely
strategizing with the goblins, his gestures resembling helicopter blades, almost ready to take off from his head. The foolish goblins struggled to comprehend the meaning, only barking in frustration after failing to understand the numerous gestures. After about half an hour, even Soma grew tired of watching, and the two parties finally finished their exchange. Mayeta Kento waved his hand, calling out to a few lackeys, and a small cart was pushed out from a warehouse a bit further away.
Is this the nitrate that has already been collected?
The nitrate, slightly tinged with dirt, was so pure that even through binoculars, Soma could sense its high quality, compared to manure, nitrate and urine. This nitrate mine was an essential resource point for arms dealers starting out.
The goblins treated Mayeta Kento relatively equally.
The two lackeys, however, were not so fortunate.
From a distance, several goblins could be seen shouting at the lackeys, their faces full of arrogance, but the lackeys could only endure it, not daring to show anger.
A person who has fallen this low has completely lost their dignity, living day by day just to survive. Slightly calming the killing intent in his heart, Soma began to slowly rise and withdraw. He already had a plan in mind for the next scene.
The goblin team that had just come over was most likely responsible for transporting this batch of already mined nitrate back to the castle.
It seems the goblin leader isn't a fool. He knows that such explosive weapons can't be in the outside camp, or else it would allow the goblins in the camp to become self-reliant, losing their hierarchy. What a pity, what a pity. This batch of goblins is probably here to deliver the nitrate mine to me, Soma. With a cold laugh, as he had already distanced himself enough, Soma stood up decisively and headed back down
the path the goblins had come from without looking back.
Only children make choices.
I want them all.
This time, the nitrate mine belongs to me, and the goblins' lives must belong to me too. Be a bit quicker, or if Lord Doug gets angry, I can't guarantee your lives, Kenji Mayeta said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he watched the goblin squad transport a cart full of nitrate away.
With the game's built-in racial translation, any human could easily
understand what the others were saying. Yes, Lord Mayeta. The two lackeys quickly straightened their legs and bowed deeply to Kenji Mayeta at a 90-degree angle. Ha! Seeing the expressions of the two beside him, a satisfied smile appeared on Kenji Mayeta's face as he continued. Ayu, how's it going with the recruitment I asked you to do in the game panel? Any progress lately? Upon hearing this, Ayu, who stood on the left, instantly trembled and, gritting his teeth, replied, Lord Mayeda, the nearby fish have almost all been caught, and with those two idiots leaking information the day before yesterday, many people are already on guard.
Baka. Hearing Ayu's words, a flash of brutality crossed Kenji Maeda's face as he kicked Ayu hard in the chest. How many times have I told you? Here, you can't call them idiots, you must call them lords. Are you a pig? Can't you understand human speech? If there's a next time, I'll send you to hell to meet those two from the day before yesterday.
Ayu, knocked to the ground and in pain, nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but he tightly pursed his lips, not daring to cry out in pain. Seeing Ayu like this, Kenji Maeda nodded and said to another person, Marshall, come in with me. After saying that, Kenji Maeda turned and walked directly toward a room at the back, and the person called Marshall showed a hint of numbness on his face as he followed. Inside the pitch-black room, only a small window the size of a human head let in a sliver of light.
Standing in the darkness, Marshall couldn't see what expression Kenji Maeda had while sitting at the table. After a while, I asked you to keep it secret. How's that going? It's done.
I didn't dare to hide too much. I only took small amounts while the mages were sleeping, and I've gathered about
a kilogram. Good. The almost uncontrollable joy of Kenji Maeda echoed in the dark room. How's it going with the investigation of the Soma base location? Upon hearing Kenji Maeda's words, Marshall's voice almost broke. Lord
Maeda, last time I deliberately sent most of the goblins heading toward the Soma shelter away, leaving only 2 exploration teams. It's been over a day now, and there's been no news, I'm afraid.
The brothers really don't
dare to go. That Soma is ruthless, killing like cutting grass, and the shelter is so secure that we can't do anything if we go. Hearing Marshall's words, Kenji Maeda first showed a pained expression, then a smirk that suggested he was
in control.
This smile was particularly chilling. Even though the sun was blazing outside and the weather was hot, Marshall felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
Nonsense, do you think the things I asked you to hide are for show?
I've already received news that as long as you can place it in the right position, it will be easy to break open his so-called solid shell. By then, don't say it's made of stone, even if it's reinforced concrete. If you can do as I say, that so-called number 1 shelter will just be a fancier grave. At that time, go in and get his shelter core. With such a secret in my hands, does a mere goblin even deserve to speak loudly to me? Hearing Kenji Maeda say that others shouldn't call goblins idiots while he himself had no qualms about it, he continued unabated. Such casual insults instinctively brought a trace of disdain to Marshall's face, but in the next
moment, his expression froze. By the way, Marshall, how's the investigation in the goblin castle going?
Kenji Maeda laughed recklessly as he stood up from the table, moved through the light, and sat on the small bed inside, looking
out the window. Goblins do not understand human language. Kenji Maeda had enough capital and confidence that even discussing matters here would not lead to any goblin overhearing and reporting. We've been to the goblin castle 3
times, but each time we could only reach the 3rd floor, we couldn't get into the 4th or 5th. I suspect they store gunpowder here, or perhaps there are some unspeakable secrets here. After saying this, Marshall respectfully
took out a rolled-up yellow paper from his pocket and handed it over with respect.
4th floor, 5th floor, it seems there are great secrets in this goblin castle. Looking at the complete map of the first 3 floors of the goblin castle and the points where supplies were stored, Kenji Maeda nodded, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Marshall, you're quite good.
Next time you go to serve the goblins, remember to be clever and find a chance to see what the 4th and 5th floors are really like. But remember, before we uncover the secrets of sumo, we must be cautious and not let anything slip.
Right.
We mustn't let those stupid goblins know anything about sumo.
I'll find a way to deal with the 2 missing exploration teams, and when we take down the goblin castle, you'll be my trusted general. In this new world, you and I will establish a new order, and then beauty, wealth, safety will be within our grasp. As Kenji Maeda's words fell, he laughed recklessly through the light and tucked the map into his pocket, seemingly already beginning to fantasize about the good days to come.
In the darkness, Marshall's expression changed rapidly, from indignation to impulsiveness, from impulsiveness to calmness.
By the time he transitioned from calmness to a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile, he clenched his already hardened fist.
Marshall added in
a somewhat obedient tone, yes, Lord Maeda, I will not disappoint your trust.
The new world will definitely be ours. Undeniably.
In the era of civilization, the college entrance examination in Huaxia was extremely torturous.
But if one knew the answers beforehand and then took the exam, that feeling of having everything under control would absolutely make one faint with joy. Are they here?
Woof. Lying on a slightly elevated slope, he patted Oreo, who had
rushed over and was still panting heavily. Seeing Oreo nod obediently, Sumo couldn't help but suppress his rapidly beating heart.
About 60 meters ahead in Sumo's line of sight, a patch of scorched yellow earth was covered with scattered weeds, seemingly without any issues. However, as the goblins approached in the distance without changing their course, a smile crept onto Sumo's lips. These creatures called goblins, even if they evolve into humans, they still follow their old habits in certain ways.
The path the goblins took to come and the path they took to return.
By carefully observing the footprints, one could clearly see that these chaotic prints were actually following a fixed line. Even after many passes, the weeds had slowly been trampled down, almost evolving into a path. Rushing from the Niter camp upon seeing that this group of beasts had not changed their route after so many times, Sumo had a sudden idea. He quickly dug a trap right in the middle of the ambush path. This trap, given the goblins' pitifully light weight, would definitely not collapse under their feet, but as long as a cart loaded with niter passed over, it would definitely fall in instantly. At that point, the goblins would have to find a way to pull the cart back up. Of course, while thinking, he ended up in the underworld. Don't change, yes, just go up like this, very good. Boom! As Suemo muttered softly, 4 dog-headed men pulled from the front, and 2 pushed from the back. Just as they passed the trap, the cart suddenly fell down with a crash. One of the dog-headed men pushing from behind exerted too much force, causing himself to fall in as well, letting out a painful yelp. Woof woof woof, woof woo woo. As the sorcerer dog-headed man shouted, all the warrior dog-headed men immediately formed a circle, protecting the 3 noble sorcerers in the middle. All the dog-headed men were extremely vigilant, watching in all directions. The sorcerer dog-headed man even raised his staff, ready to cast a spell at any moment. However, 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. A gust of wind blew, sending a leaf against the face of the outermost dog-headed man. Even the wind seemed to mock them as they engaged in a battle of wits with the air. After a while, realizing they were scaring themselves, the dog-headed man squad quickly disbanded their formation and began to laugh and bark. Woof woof woo woo. The warrior dog-headed men started brainstorming ways to pull the cart of saltpeter back up, while the sorcerer dog-headed men sat under a nearby bush to cool off. All the dog-headed men took turns approaching the big pit, working energetically. A cool breeze blew by, and one sorcerer dog-headed man couldn't stand it anymore, personally stepping forward to direct everyone. The remaining 2 sorcerer dog-headed men sat under the bush. In such a harmonious and safe environment, all the dog-headed men relaxed their vigilance. The sorcerer dog-headed man on the left side under the bush put down his staff and chatted idly with another dog-headed sorcerer beside him. Unfortunately, after 4 or 5 seconds, noticing that the person next to him hadn't responded for a long time, the left dog-headed man curiously turned his head. In his line of sight, a minute ago there was a perfectly fine person, but now an arrow was lodged in his neck. At this moment, the left dog-headed man's eyes widened in terror, and he hurriedly tried to stand up and scream. However, the next second, another identical black arrow pierced through the center of his neck, dark blood oozing from the gaping hole created by the arrow. Truly a high-quality silent crossbow bolt. This feeling, I'm afraid even a sniper rifle can't achieve. The mysterious deaths of the 2 dog-headed sorcerers did not affect the subsequent slaughter. After firing the remaining crossbow bolts, Suemo replaced them with ordinary bolts, aiming at the last dog-headed sorcerer, and gently squeezed the trigger. A spray of blood suddenly shot across the narrow path. The final danger. Zwa! After the 3 sorcerer dog-headed men were dealt with, the dog-headed man squad not only lost their commanding backbone but also their long-range combat capability. All the poor warrior dog-headed men could do was form a circle, continuously howling as they were shot down one by Suemo. The 12-man squad. After firing all 5 bolts from the crossbow, only 4 dog-headed men remained in an instant. At this point, they were on the brink of collapse. Without showing any emotion, Suemo waved into the air again, 5 crossbow bolts appearing in his hand, and the next moment he loaded them into the crossbow. 3, 2, 1. When it came to the last one, the warrior dog-headed man suddenly imitated the previously surrendered sorcerer dog-headed man, dropping to the ground and kneeling in submission. Another surrender? It seems that as long as there are too many casualties, the fighting spirit of the dog-headed men will vanish. Lying on the ground, after confirming that only one dog-headed man remained, Suemo focused his thoughts, turned off the power of the electric crossbow, and retracted it into his storage space. The next moment, a fine iron electric spear appeared out of thin air, held in Sumo's hand. Oreo, help me hold the line. With a low growl, Suemo stood up from the ground. At that moment, the dog-headed man lying on the ground instantly noticed Suemo, and the fear in his eyes faded significantly. Even in Sumo's gaze, the warrior dog-headed man stood back up, gripping his spear tightly and staring intently. What's wrong? Do you want to fight me? Come on, come over and give it a try. Clad in light armor, holding an electric spear, and wearing combat gear, Suemo looked like a seasoned warrior. In contrast, the dog-headed warrior appeared primitive, his equipment lagging far behind. Step by step, with a devilish stride, Suemo moved forward. As the distance closed, it became clear that the dog-headed warrior's grip on the spear was starting to twist. His eyes reflected a determination to face death. Good. Come over and spar with me. Seeing that the distance between them was now less than 20 meters, Suemo shouted and charged forward with his electric spear in hand. The dog-headed warrior, seeing this, also rushed forward. The seemingly frail dog-headed man transformed his thrust into a smash just as they were about to clash. Bang!
The next moment, a dull sound echoed through the air, causing a resonance.
Block with your arms and strike with your legs.
Suemo firmly positioned the electric spear horizontally, using sheer strength to block the blow.
With a swift kick, he sent the dazed dog-headed man flying back more than 3 meters.
That felt good.
Your strength isn't nearly enough to crush me. A glint of eagerness sparkled in Sumo's eyes as he kicked the dog-headed warrior's
spear away, signaling him to fight again.
Provoked by Sumo's taunt, the dog-headed warrior, feeling a surge of anger, scrambled back to his feet and lunged with his spear. The sound of metal clashing rang out.
With the intention of honing his close combat skills, Suemo focused solely on defense. Load and slash, side strike in horse stance, horizontal kick and whip.
It seemed the dog-headed warrior had the upper hand, continuously attacking, but Suemo defended flawlessly, not allowing a single drop to leak through. After 3 to 5 minutes of fighting, as the dog-headed warrior made another thrust that Suemo dodged, he transformed his spear into a whip, causing the dog-headed man to
stumble. With his weapon dropping to the ground, the dog-headed warrior simply lay down. No more fighting. Ha! Is that it? Is that all?
Feeling the power still surging through his arms and seeing the dog-headed man gasping for
breath on the ground, Suemo looked at Oreo beside him in surprise.
Oreo, who had been tense at first but was now nearly asleep, also looked at Suemo in astonishment.
Ha! Am I really that strong already?
Seeing the dog-headed warrior's
despondent expression, a smile crept onto Sumo's face. He casually sat down beside him. Oreo, translate for him. Just tell him to rest up before we fight again. No rush, we have plenty of time today. Upon hearing Sumo's
words, Oreo, who had been lying down, lazily walked over.
He began to communicate in his fluent dialect. The dog-headed man clearly did not expect Suemo to disregard martial ethics and bring a translator along for a fight. Suddenly, hearing Sumo's friendly request, the dog-headed man was taken aback.
When he looked at Suemo, his eyes reflected a visible fear. The next second, the dog-headed man, still lying on the ground, quickly tried to escape the battlefield,
using both hands and feet. However, bang bang, 2 muffled sounds mixed with a buzzing electric current.
Behind the dog-headed man, a shadow flashed by. The humming electric spear struck like lightning, and by the time he realized it, it had already pierced through the dog-headed man's chest. I said I would wait for you to fight, but since you want to run, I can only send you off. With that, he pulled out the electric spear, turned off the power behind him, and wiped the blood from the spearhead on the dog-headed man's body. Soma sighed as he stepped toward the pit to check the rich spoils of this battle. On the grass, black blood gushed out from the chest of the dog-headed man. In his dying moments, he seemed to transcend the racial barrier, understanding the words still echoing in the air, military boxing.
How terrifying.
In terms of individual strength, the dog-headed warrior might not even be able to defeat
a normal adult wielding a weapon. The anthropomorphism, instead of making the sorcerer dog-headed man stronger, actually weakened their lethality. Losing the agility of being on all fours without deadly teeth to bite, the frail dog-headed man had neither strength nor speed, and could only take the hits. As he stepped up to the pit, the dog-headed man waiting for rescue looked at Soma in confusion, as if asking, "Huh? Where are my teammates? You just sold me out?" Unfortunately, Soma did not give this already broken dog-headed man time to think. He swiftly drew his crossbow and shot an arrow straight into the dog-headed man's forehead. Snap! A small team of 12 completely wiped out. The two sides had only been fighting for about 10 minutes. Not counting the close-quarters combat with the dog-headed warriors, Soma easily eliminated this isolated squad with just 11 crossbow bolts. The gap brought by equipment and combat ideology cannot simply be bridged by numbers. After putting away the crossbow and confirming there were no other people nearby, he took out a hook and rope, drove it into the ground, and pulled the rope to jump into the pit. A cart of saltpeter or might be impossible for the dog-headed men to retrieve, but it was exceptionally easy for Soma. First, he took out the corpse barrel from his storage space to free up some room. Then, placing his hand on the saltpeter cart, he concentrated, and the saltpeter began to slowly disappear, all absorbed into his storage space. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the cart's saltpeter was completely gone, replaced by a storage space that was now filled to the brim. With a strong pull, Soma easily climbed out of the pit using the rope and began to clean up the battlefield. First, the crossbow bolts had to be recovered. 2 finely crafted crossbow bolts were rare treasures. Just the silent attribute alone could provide a surprising advantage in such ambush battles. Carefully, he took out a watermelon knife and cut the throat of the dog-headed sorcerer, fishing out 2 short and sturdy crossbow bolts from the blood. Looking at the blood on the bolts, Soma frowned and set them aside to drain. The remaining crossbow bolts on the other dog-headed men were easier to handle. He simply stepped on the dog-headed man's body and pulled hard to extract them. After retrieving a slightly deformed bolt and tossing it into the pit, the remaining 8 bolts were all still usable. Not bad. Spent 1 crossbow bolt, gained, let me count, 3 copper boxes, 1 iron box, 1 wooden box. It seems that as my strength continues to rise, or perhaps due to the passage of time, it's becoming increasingly difficult for the dog-headed sorcerers to drop silver quality boxes? Soma shook his head, pondering the reasons while gathering all the boxes together. If it were the former, it would be acceptable. If it were the latter, it would be painful. As time passed, boxes that were originally silver turned into wooden ones. Who could stand that? Isn't this just a roundabout way of forcing people to hurry up and kill monsters? Manhwa Tang is me, M. Paratrooper number 1, Lu Ben. I would be willing to trade 10 years of a dog-headed man's life for one lucky roll. Whispering. A few opening slogans. Sumo's hand first reached for the crappiest wooden box among all the qualities. Good things need to be cushioned, those who understand know. With a clang, the wooden box opened at Sumo's touch, transforming into a beam of white light, followed by the game's notification sound. Record. You have opened a wooden treasure chest. Record. You have obtained a bull power strip. 5M, *1 a power strip? Not bad, quite useful, Sumo said, looking at the power strip that fell to the ground after the wooden treasure chest disappeared, scratching the back of his head with a hint of satisfaction on his face. As long as nothing plastic came out of the wooden treasure chest, it was all profit. Setting the power strip aside, he picked up the iron box to continue opening chests. A flash of light, and the game notification sounded. Record. Congratulations, you have opened an iron treasure chest. Record. You have obtained Manhwa brand sweetened fruit cocktail canned, 388G, *1 record. You have obtained Manhwa brand sweetened yellow peach canned, 408G, *1 goodness, I can't believe it, I got 2 big jars of canned fruit at once. I'm rich. Seeing the jars that had fallen to the ground due to the storage space being full, Sumo hurriedly picked them up with a pained expression. These 2 jars were quite heavy, and to get them from an iron treasure chest was simply a stroke of luck. Sealed cans were a rare luxury in the apocalypse. Regardless of their taste, just the fact that they could provide a large amount of vitamins needed by the human body made them the best food reward available. Looking at the clutter piled up in his storage space, Sumo could only reluctantly take out a unit of iron blocks and place the cans inside. 2 cubic meters of space is still too little. I can't do without these iron blocks. What a troublesome trade-off. Sitting on the iron block, Sumo continued to open chests. This time, with 3 copper treasure chests, he chose to open them all at once. Record. Congratulations, you have opened copper treasure chests *3. Record. Congratulations, you have obtained Wuchang fragrant rice 15 kilograms, *1 record. Congratulations, you have obtained Fulling pickled vegetables 250G, *3 record. Congratulations, you have obtained resource duplication voucher. Wood level, *3 record. Congratulations, you have obtained storage space expansion voucher, 0.2 cubic meters, bound, *1 resource duplication voucher. Storage space expansion voucher. Seeing the copper treasure chests disappear, the notifications on the game panel, and the 4 floating bills of shiny paper in the storage space, Sumo was suddenly overjoyed. I said that expanding once would cost 100 disaster points and it will increase each time. By the time it reaches 10 square meters, it will require 102,400 survival points. This means I can get first place in disaster points every time. After going through a dozen disasters, it would be hard to gather enough, let alone for others. Now it seems, even ordinary people can get such expansion vouchers from treasure chests. Taking a deep breath, Sumo directly crushed the expansion voucher. Accompanied by the twinkling starlight of the expansion voucher, the dark storage space silently expanded by 0.2 cubic meters, reaching 2.2 cubic meters. As for this resource duplication voucher, picking up one of the vouchers, Sumo examined the detailed description on it. Like the treasure chest levels, resource duplication vouchers are currently divided into 5 levels: wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold. The 3 resource duplication vouchers obtained from the copper treasure chest can all be used to duplicate resources equivalently. For example, if Sumo obtained 15 kilograms of rice from the treasure chest, he could spend 1 duplication voucher to make another portion appear right next to it. However, if the resource item obtained from the treasure chest had already been unsealed, such as opening the 15 kilograms of rice and adding it to his own 15 kilograms, the duplication voucher could not be used on it. Having grasped this rule, Sumo thought for a moment and put away the 3 duplication vouchers. Copying food, it's too wasteful, and besides, my shelter has better items to replicate. Thinking of the many objects in the shelter, Sumo grinned and absorbed all the items scattered on the ground into his storage space. Standing up, he surveyed the dead, dog-headed men lying around in disarray. Summoning a shovel, Sumo began to scoop up all the dog-headed men and push them into the pit in the center. Although this simple burial wouldn't prevent subsequent dog-headed men from tracking him down, it was more than enough for now. After spending about half an hour burying all the dog-headed men and cleaning up the scene, Sumo quickened his pace towards the observation point of the dog-headed men's castle. A whole team has died. I want to see if these dog-headed men will come out one by one like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa. The rules of the Wasteland: be ruthless to yourself, be ruthless to monsters, and as for your own people, those who are good to me, I will naturally repay. Those who treat me poorly, those who wish to harm me, must be repaid tenfold or 100-fold. Lying on a grassy hillside, Sumo leisurely recorded the 2.0 version of the survival rules in the Dead Man's Private Message. Currently, there are 3 main types of messages: one for keeping a diary, one for recording survival rules, and the last one for tracking resource acquisition.
My strength has been tested. I should have no problem facing 3 dog-headed warrior at this point, especially since I have armor and enough margin for error. In some situations that require a bit more aggression, perhaps I should be bolder and more daring.
Muttering to himself, Sumo noted down 2 more points.
People always change, even the most conscientious and good-hearted individuals, after witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, gradually lose their humanity and become mere animals fighting
to survive. Sumo didn't want to become that kind of person. Quite literally.
At least after seeing that Oreo could hold on for over 400 days while still maintaining his original heart.
The inner competitive spirit drove Sumo to have a bit more principle about the future.
Beside him, Oreo also enjoyed a long-awaited sunbath, something he hadn't had in days. But,
my little Oreo, what's wrong with you? Just came out and you're already tired. Looking so listless.
Glancing at the still-closed gates of the dog-headed men's castle, Sumo simply rolled over and lay on Oreo's belly, playfully tugging at it. Feeling Sumo's touch, Oreo let out a weak bark, closed his doggy eyes, and continued to enjoy the blissful moment in the sun. If it weren't for the fact that Sumo had seen Oreo in good shape just a few hours ago and that he hadn't eaten anything strange during this time, he might have thought Oreo was on the verge of collapse. Alright, you sleep. There's nothing much to do today, I'll just guard this place.
If they come out, it's like receiving a delivery. If they don't, it's no loss. Seeing that Oreo didn't want to pay him
any mind, Sumo turned his head, propped his hands under it, and gazed at the azure sky of the wasteland, lying quietly. It seems like it's been a long time since I've had such a peaceful and leisurely life.
Actually, if it weren't
for the endless disasters, living here could be quite interesting. At least,
I'd become stronger.
Lost in thought, a faint smile appeared on Sumo's lips.
A person's confidence and charm come entirely from their perspective and strength.
In his past life, while mingling in a small office in the Magic City, although he didn't experience the melodrama of being bossed around or being beaten and framed by colleagues, at least, in life, he couldn't achieve
economic freedom or freedom of thought.
Every day, returning to his small 120 square meter room in the Magic City, staring at the pale yellow ceiling, Sumo often thought that if the apocalypse came one day, he wouldn't have to think
so much.
Unfortunately, when a few small asteroids were actually flying towards Earth, not only was Sumo flustered, but even those at the top of the world were in a panic. In just 3 months, large-scale shelters had been built,
one after another on Earth.
The wartime state of the national machinery was terrifyingly abnormal, and everyone had become a controlled cog, so until the moment of fleeing, Sumo couldn't even grab a ticket home.
Especially whenever he heard his parents worrying over the phone, Sumo would pretend to be confident and comfort them. Mom and Dad, what are you afraid of? It's just an asteroid coming, not aliens invading.
The Earth is so big, how could it possibly
be smashed through?
At this point, Dad would always adopt the tone of an old engineer who knows everything, scolding him, "You young lad, what do you know?" Back when I worked in the detonation team, I attended a lecture by a great academician who talked about the relationship between kinetic energy and power. "Don't try to make me happy, your mom and sister are well taken care of. Just take care of yourself, and your mom and I will be at ease."
As expected, Mom would chime in, "Remember to bring more clothes."
The shelter said they would provide food and water, but not your personal items. Sometimes, his sister would mischievously say, "Bro, don't worry about us, it's us who are worried about
you, an old homebody. In this environment, let's just prepare for not seeing each other for over a decade, okay?
When the time comes, you can bring back a sister-in-law, but don't bring back a nephew. I'm not ready to be an
aunt yet."
Thinking of the 2 elders' repeated reminders, Sumo looked up at the sky, as if he could see a hint of a mischievous smile hidden in his father's seriousness and his mother's ever-happy yet worried gaze.
"Dad, Mom, it will be all right.
Whether it's me, us, or the people of Earth, as long as we want to live, there will always be a way." Licking his dry lips, Sumo waved at the air, took out the cookie paste he had made in the morning, and shared it
with Oreo to finish.
Aside from food, the supply of ethereal water had a fixed daily income of over 7 liters. Although he couldn't achieve freedom with food, at least the ethereal water was generously supplied.
He took out the ethereal
water, drank about 300 milliliters, then turned around, pried open Oreo's mouth, and poured the remaining water into it, retrieving the water bottle with a flick of his hand. Turning back, he looked again at the still motionless Goblin Tower,
and Sumo got up and moved forward.
This hillside was about 500 meters from the castle. According to common sense, the distance that the goblins on the watchtower could observe and confirm should be around 200 to 300 meters.
Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that the goblins in the watchtower had evolved some extraordinary vision or similar abilities.
Therefore, Sumo decided to take advantage of the time before the sunset to measure the monitoring
range of the goblin watchtower. Signaling Oreo to continue lying down, Sumo crouched and jogged forward. Estimating by the position of the sun in the sky, it should be around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The nights in the wasteland come relatively late, with the sunset around 7:30.
At this moment, the sunlight was not too intense. So, until he was about 400 meters close to the watchtower, Sumo switched from jogging to crawling, slowly moving forward.
On the ground,
the weight of the armor and combat suit was hardly felt while running, but lying on the ground felt somewhat heavy. After crawling another 100 meters, when he reached about 300 meters, Suemo looked up. At this point, the goblin on the nearest southeast corner of the watchtower seemed to be staring intently in this direction, but in reality, it didn't know where to focus its gaze. Keep crawling. Anyway, these goblins can't run faster than me, they can't do anything to me. Under the armor, Suemo smiled slightly and continued to move forward at a turtle's pace. 280 m, 250 m, 230 m, 150 m. The resolution of the naked eye is about 0.0003 radians, and at around 150 meters, the resolution can be expanded to about 4 centimeters. At such a close distance, with Sumo's increasingly better eyesight, he could even vaguely see the expression of the dog-headed man at the watchtower. Without the aid of a telescope. Is that bastard napping? Is he trying to outsmart me in the air? Summoning a telescope from his storage space, he positioned it in front of his eyes. This time, not only could he see the expression on the dog-headed man's face, but he could also clearly discern whether his pupils were large or small, and whether the black spots on his lips were distributed on the left or right. At this moment, the dog-headed man's pupils were dilated, and his ciliary muscles were relaxed, clearly showing how much he was using the high school student's envy secret technique, sleeping with eyes open. Good old dog, you really have something. After observing for another 5 or 6 minutes, carefully examining the castle for any other vulnerabilities and details like the specifications of the gate, Sumo's mind shifted, retracting the telescope and replacing it with a cold, mechanical crossbow. He pressed the switch button and waited for the crossbow to complete its self-check. Suemo slowly changed from a prone position to kneeling on one leg, and as he adjusted his posture, the crossbow naturally aimed itself. Watching the dog-headed man at the watchtower still showing no reaction, a smile crept onto Sumo's lips. Good dog, keep sleeping. The trigger was pulled. A black arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing the dog-headed man's fragile skull. Blood sprayed high into the air, splattering against the azure sky. At the same time, an alarm rang out in the dog-headed man's castle, and immediately, barking erupted. The massive castle echoed with terrifying sounds, and at first glance, it seemed there were at least 1,000 dog-headed men. With so many dog-headed men, even with an automatic rifle, it wouldn't be easy to handle them. Run! Putting away the crossbow, Suemo stopped any pretense and sprinted backward. The death of the dog-headed man was like a drop of water hitting a hot oil pot, causing an explosive reaction in the dog-headed man's castle. Woo woo woo! Death triggered the monitoring mechanism, and waves of alarms echoed across the fields. Hundreds of dogs howled. The cries shook the heavens. Thousands of dogs mourned. Their wails pierced the clouds. Running through the overgrown wilderness, Suemo looked back and was even more surprised. At this moment, the main gate of the dog-headed man's castle had been completely open, and he could see over 100 dog-headed men pouring out through the small door. Upon seeing Suemo running in the distance, all the dog-headed men immediately shifted their targets and began to run after him with powerful strides. Holy crap! Did I poke a hornet's nest? Suemo cursed, quickening his pace even more. At this moment, Suemo was incredibly grateful for upgrading his shoes. A surge of powerful energy extended from the toe to the heel of his shoes, increasing the potential energy of each step, making it easier and faster to take the next stride. With each powered step hitting the ground, he could clearly see one small pit after another. Suemo had never felt he could run this fast. The dog-headed men also didn't expect Suemo to run this fast. Oreo, still sleeping on the hillside, was awakened by the roaring sounds, and sleepily looked ahead. In the next moment, a hint of human-like surprise and confusion appeared on Oreo's distinctly black and white face. Was standing on the hillside, Oreo elongated his howling tone as if to say, "Holy crap, Suemo is way too fierce." In Oreo's view, on both sides, it was like a race, with the leading dog-headed man about 400 meters away from Sumo. But this was far from the exaggeration of the scene before him. Behind the leading dog-headed man, there was a long line of over 50 meters of pursuers. Countless dog-headed men continued to rush out from the small gate, zeroing in on Sumo's position, heads down and chasing after him. "Oreo, you silly dog. Run!" Seeing Oreo still standing proudly on the hillside, Sumo shouted breathlessly from a distance. In the next moment, the target of the countless dog-headed army changed to two. One person, one dog. 500 dog-headed men. Sometimes advancing through the pits, sometimes using both hands and feet on the slopes. Unlike the dog-headed men of the exploration team, the dog-headed warriors in the castle clearly had much better stamina. The distance between the two sides was constantly closing. 380 m, 350 m, 300 m. Woof ha woof ha. The few dog-headed men running at the front had already pulled a cruel smile on their faces. It seemed that in a minute or two, they would catch up to this detestable invader, bringing him back to the castle with a stone spear to torture him. However, woof, 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 in their sight, the invaders suddenly sat on a metal shell. The next second, the metal shell erupted with a cloud of black smoke, rapidly increasing the distance between the two sides at a terrifying speed. This speed, even at their peak, the dog-headed men could only look on in despair, let alone the dog-headed army that had already run about a kilometer in pursuit. Watching the distance between the two sides grow larger, the dog-headed squad stopped. On their faces, a look of bewilderment appeared. You look at me, I look at you, he looks at him. It seemed they couldn't understand why the thing under this invader could run so far without any beastly propulsion. On the slope, more and more dog-headed men stood up, watching the metal shell on the wilderness recede like a yellow dust storm. Silence was the silence of all the dog-headed men standing on the hillside. Roaring was Sumo and Oreo's roar as they galloped through the wild. Oh ho! Ha 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 ha! If you fools think you can chase me, don't you see how fast my steed is under me? With a stomp on the gas pedal, feeling the fierce wind hitting him, Sumo cheered joyfully. In just 2 or 3 minutes, humans could use mechanical power to showcase a unique magic before these so-called fantasy creatures. Diesel is the blood, the engine is the heart, the wheels are the legs. Power is wind speed technique. As he went down the slope, Sumo had already pushed the car speed to 65 miles per hour. The rolling yellow dust, before realizing who had kicked it up, had already seen a swift shadow dart out. Facing the sunset hanging in the sky, Sumo reached a safe spot and stopped the car. Oreo was still standing in the back seat, his flowing fur naturally spreading back in the wind, exuding an indescribable grace. Turning his head, he looked at the densely packed dog-headed men on the ridge. A surge of pride rose in Sumo's heart. He raised his middle finger and shouted loudly at all the dog-headed men. Looking in this direction, you dog things, one day, I will chase you down. By then, I'll let you know what it means to be a spirited human. His high-pitched voice resonated through the air, carrying far away. Whether it was because Sumo had stopped or because they heard his words, the dog-headed men on the ridge began to bark. There was a momentum that seemed to shout, "Come over here." After glancing back a couple of times, Sumo bent down to get back in the vehicle, not looking back as he continued forward. It wasn't until the hill where the dog-headed people had shrunk to the size of ants in his view that Sumo turned the vehicle around and headed east. This trip had already yielded enough information, and his storage space was packed full. He had completely achieved the gains he aimed for before setting out. Driving the bumpy vehicle at about 40 miles per hour, Sumo successfully returned to shelter No. 2 before sunset. Upon arriving here, he was only 3 to 5 minutes away from his own shelter. Oreo, sensing they were back on familiar ground, began to softly howl. Especially as they got closer to his little nest, Oreo became increasingly excited, his voice changing pitch several times. In this apocalyptic wasteland, having such a sturdy shelter is truly wonderful. Parking the vehicle in front of the shelter's gate and looking at the exceptionally solid stone walls, Sumo couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion inside. What of castles? Under natural disasters, they are but ants. On the contrary, the underground shelter, as it went deeper, was much safer than any castle. Just next time I go out, I should wear a helmet. The sound of those clattering stones is giving me a headache, Sumo chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, then shook his head upon seeing Oreo covered in gray-white spots from the small stones. On the roads of the wasteland, although he could avoid most obstacles, it was inevitable that the bumpy vehicle, which was almost lying on the ground and had no glass, was still somewhat uncomfortable. After putting Oreo down and parking the vehicle back in the garage, Sumo went to the back door of the base. I need to find a way to make a big lock tomorrow, otherwise, I have to come to the back door every time I go in and out, and it doesn't even have a lock, which is a bit dangerous. Lifting the heavy stone slab and placing Oreo inside, Sumo took another look around before squatting down to enter, closing the stone slab behind him. Goo goo goo, the little sparks heard the noise and quickly darted out, sitting in a row at the back door. Upon seeing Sumo, they puffed out their little chests and circled around him. All right, I'm back. Are you hungry? Seeing a few small crystals appear on the culture medium, Sumo understood the little sparks' behavior. Goodness, were they here to claim credit? Rubbing the little spark's head, he held both chicks in his arms and walked into the living room to turn on the lights. The dim shelter suddenly brightened. It felt like returning to his room after a long day of work in the era of Earth. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of security washed over him. There's sulfur, there's saltpeter, and 12 days left. Dog-headed beasts, just you wait. Little ones, don't rush. Let me first tally up today's harvest. After playing with the clingy little sparks for a while, he set the 2 chicks down and called Oreo over to join in the fun. Sumo stepped into the supply room and began to pull things out. First, there were large blocks of saltpeter that had already filled the storage space. These saltpeter had a very high purity and could be crushed directly for use without any secondary processing. Any war merchant who saw them would exclaim that fate was on their side. Looking at the storeroom already filled with sulfur, Sumo could only place the saltpeter in the guest bedroom for now. The smell of saltpeter was not as strong as that of sulfur, especially this natural saltpeter mine, which only emitted a faint bitter scent, making it hard to distinguish any other odors. These saltpeter must weigh at least 300 to 500 pounds combined. I won't even need to go for a second haul in the short term. After stacking all the saltpeter together, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. This kind of squirrel, the joy of hoarding supplies is simply unimaginable. Just a little charcoal, mixed in proportion, can create the perfect propellant, black powder. As for food, this 15 kilograms bag of rice really solves the urgent need.
And these 2 cans, if we eat them sparingly, we can last a month without any problem. Taking out the survival supplies he had gathered, Sumo picked up the bag of rice and walked towards the stove. These days, it was either bread soup or biscuit paste. At first, it was fine for a meal or two, but eating too much could really make one sick. At the sight of the rice, Sumo's stomach immediately began to churn, making gurgling sounds, and sour saliva started to fill his mouth. An average person consumes about 200 grams of rice per meal, which is a little over a pound of rice can last about 3 days. Of course, for Sumo, who was now ravenous and rapidly gaining strength, he needed at least 300 grams or even 400 grams to feel full. Strange, is my luck really this good? A copper treasure chest can yield enough rice for a person to eat for over a month. Logically, everyone shouldn't be lacking food at this stage. As he drew out a bit of ethereal water, Sumo rinsed the rice while his mind wandered, pondering the issue. Based on this drop rate, if luck were to be a bit better, opening 2 bags of rice would make it possible to save some and last 2 to 3 months without issue. But clearly, there were still too many people lacking food. Some even reduced to eating tree bark and dirt. The real samples are too few to judge. It might just be that I'm lucky and keep finding good things. Putting this currently unsolvable problem aside, he poured the rinsed rice into the already heated earthen pot and sat quietly in front of the stove, waiting. No rice cooker? No problem. Using the most primitive earthen pot and steaming method, the rice would taste even better with the aroma of firewood. First, he cooked the rice in the pot until the hard core was almost soft, then placed a wooden lid over the waterline in the pot, spreading the rice on top of the lid and covering it with the pot lid. After about 10 minutes, as the increasingly fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted from the pot, Sumo could no longer hold back his smile. In the civilized era of Earth, what was a bowl of rice? At a buffet, even if you wanted 10 bowls or 20 bowls, they would let you eat as much as you wanted. But in the uncertain apocalypse of Wasteland, smelling such a scent, even Sumo, who faced hundreds of dog-headed people without changing his expression, felt tears welling up. The sticky, mouth-watering aroma that made one's scalp tingle grew heavier with the steam. Oreo, still playing with the little sparks, was stunned by the smell. The originally handsome Oreo suddenly became dazed, staring intently at the swirling white steam rising around the earthen pot. The 2 chickens had a poor sense of smell, but after a brief moment of reaction, they also caught the scent of the rice. Poor wasteland creatures, where had they ever smelled such delicacies? The food map ingrained in Oreo and the little Sparks genes had no trace of the words rice. In front of the earthen pot, even Oreo sat down like the little Sparks, eyes bright with anticipation for Sumo's feeding. However, this was still below the 3 little ones' taste tolerance limit. As Sumo moved the steaming pot of rice to the side to cool and prepared another pot with oil to heat up, a rich aroma of grease joined in. When he opened a pack of fulling pickled vegetables, pouring the 250g pack into the earthen pot, a strong mix of sour, sweet, and spicy flavors burst forth, overpowering the rice's aroma. After 3 to 5 seconds, Sumo picked up the wooden lid beside him, poured all the rice into it, and began to stir-fry. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Sumo's movements went up, the little one's eyes immediately followed suit, darting eagerly. Soma's movements went down, and the 3 little ones immediately lowered their heads, even their entire bodies almost lying flat on the ground. From start to finish, the 4 people in the shelter were affected by the pot. Finally, when all the rice had absorbed the juice from the pickled vegetables, a delicious aroma wafted out that would make others in the post-apocalyptic world faint. All right, time to eat. The moment the words were spoken, Oreo's little hind legs quickly rubbed and slipped on the ground, activating all 4 wheels. In a flash, it dashed over and brought its food bowl right in front of Soma. The 2 little Sparks mimicked Oreo, nodding repeatedly, signaling Soma to just put it on the ground. They would definitely finish it all. Seeing the 3 little ones looking so greedy, Soma didn't keep them waiting. First, he scooped 3 big spoonfuls for Oreo, then a small spoonful for the 2 little Sparks, pouring the rest into his own bowl. In the next moment, the shelter was filled with the sounds of ravenous eating. Occasionally, a cough would erupt from eating too quickly. Close to a pound of rice, Soma finished it all by himself, along with 300 to 400 milliliters of energy water. Was this really about surviving in the wasteland? This kind of life was just missing 3 big capital letters of gourmet literature stuck on Soma's head. Pouring all the leftover crispy rice from the pot into Oreo's bowl, Soma got up and returned to the supply room. This time, he brought out canned peaches. Easily twisting open the can, he picked out a piece of fruit flesh with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, a wonderfully fragrant fruit aroma bursting forth. Biting into the peach flesh, a few drops of peach juice quickly oozed out from the split flesh, filling his mouth with fragrance. Enjoying the piece of fruit, Soma looked at the 3 little ones with eager eyes and once again took out a piece to share with Oreo, biting off half to give to the 2 little Sparks, swallowing the remaining half himself. Regretting the leftover peaches, Soma simply turned his head, tightened the can lid, and put it back in the supply room. At this stage, canned food was a strategic resource. Eating it was not enjoyment, but rather a luxury. A piece of fruit each day could maintain sufficient vitamin supply. With these 2 cans, he estimated they could last at least a month without any issues. At this moment, Soma truly understood the feeling of having food in hand and not being anxious in heart. So today's task is to try to purify some saltpeter that would be considered an overachievement. With a full belly, it was time to work, and Soma didn't rest, directly moving a small piece of saltpeter ore to the workbench. The purity is decent, but if I can refine it a bit more, perhaps the material produced will be even stronger when it reaches excellent quality. Returning to the energy room to connect the generator's power, he turned on the workbench's power, and after waiting for the self-check to complete, Soma put on the iron arm. The refining of saltpeter ore was quite simple. It just needed to be crushed and then heated in water, waiting for it to boil before starting the fine filtration. After reluctantly adding the energy water, Soma began to prepare the solution. Taking out a spare wooden basin, he used a hammer in his right hand to crush the off-white saltpeter ore piece by piece, then slowly grinding it into fine powder. He brought over the experimental table, slowly sliding the saltpeter powder into the energy water along the pipe arm until 2/3 was added, then closed the wall opening and began heating. As the flame from the resistance spray lamp flared up, the temperature inside the distillation tube began to rise rapidly. Controlling the temperature, he maintained it at 80 degrees, then stopped heating and began filtering out the insoluble impurities. Shaking the remaining filtrate, he placed it in the center of the workbench, patiently waiting for the filtrate to cool down. He waited until the temperature returned to 20 degrees, then filtered out the substances again, and a little bit of pure white powder crystals began to form in the beaker. In the next moment, Sumo eagerly called the system to look at the saltpeter powder. He was instantly stunned. Sanjian's feelings. After typing the 4 characters of the title, Sanjin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did you think it was updated? Ha ha ha, you've been tricked. Alright, don't hit me yet, let's be serious. I'm talking about something very serious here. If all goes well, this book will be recommended by Sanjiang at 2 p.m. today. I want to thank all the new and old readers who support me here. Honestly, being sent to Sanjiang is all thanks to you, my lords. Especially the recommendation votes, collections, and follow-ups from Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You all really crushed the neighboring book. Amazing. Voice crack. Without your support, your comments, your rewards, and your recommendations, how could a newcomer like me even sit in Sanjiang? Hands on hips. Speaking of which, I must thank 2 editors from our big Chishu group. The first is my editor, Lu Ming, a super warm guy who has never stopped recommending Sanjin, and every time I go to ask about the data, Lu always patiently explains it to me. Love it. The second is the editor who guides me in writing. YY, a serious middle-aged person, specializes in curing flops. The theme and writing style of this new book were actually taught to us by Y in the group through repeated lessons, which is why everyone can see so many similar books in the early stages. Covers face. Of course, after a few tens of thousands of words, everyone usually lets loose and writes their own things. Now that the thanks are done, let's talk about this book. Although Sanjin is a 2-update beast, but everyone can see from the updates during the new book period that each chapter is basically around 2,500 words and sometimes even reaches 3,000. But during the new book period, writing more doesn't get recommendations or subscriptions. Newbies still need to eat, right? After it goes live on April 1st. After it goes live on April 1st. After it goes live on April 1st. Important things are said 3 times. At that time, I will post a standard launch statement, including the rules for additional updates, the original intention of writing the book, and future developments, all of which will be mentioned in the launch statement. Thank you for your support. Bang bang bang. Bowing now. Saltpeter, fine. Description: high-purity saltpeter refined by the entry-level craftsman Sumo, with a wide range of uses, including the manufacture of matches, fireworks, black powder, glass, and food preservatives. For some unknown reason, its grade has been upgraded to fine quality. Special abilities: produce nitric acid, concentration 95%, produce gunpowder, energy plus 50%, produce explosives, energy plus 50%. Evaluation: many uses, wide range, quick effect. Is it hanging? Solemnly. The attribute page popped up by the system was the first time the special abilities of saltpeter flooded the screen. There were more than 30 lines of various uses, all receiving certain enhancements. But this was not what surprised Sumo the most. So mixing the ghost energy water with these things can produce so many changes? Sumo, astonished, fiddled with the saltpeter in the beaker, still unable to figure out how this substance possessed so many characteristics. However, if what the system says is really that powerful, my technology tree is going to skyrocket. With his gaze fixed on the saltpeter powder, Sumo's thoughts had already drifted to the oil well in shelter number 2. Originally, after refining saltpeter and sulfur, mixing it with charcoal would allow the creation of the famous black powder, directly entering the era of firearms. But now, a sudden term popped into Sumo's mind: picric acid. Known as the famous yellow explosive TNP, it is also referred to as picric acid explosive. Its composition is trinitrophenol, which is often confused with Nobel's safety explosive, TNT. In 1771, the Englishman Peter Wolf synthesized a dye. He mixed concentrated sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and phenol, possibly refined from coal tar or indigo, as people at the time were unaware of phenol, to obtain a crystalline powder with a strong bitter taste and a bright yellow appearance. Thus it was named bitter acid. At that time, people simply used bitter acid to dye clothes and make paints. In the dye industry, the name trinitrophenol was often referred to as yellow, and for a whole century, people used bitter acid to dye fabrics without ever considering how to make it explode. In 1871, a worker at a dye shop in Paris encountered a problem. A can of yellow dye seemed to be rusted shut and could not be opened no matter what. In desperation, the workers decided to use the simplest and most brute force method to open the can, smashing it. They even brought in a blacksmith with an 80-pound hammer. With all his might, the blacksmith swung down. Unexpectedly, the can exploded with a loud bang, and the entire dye shop was thrown into chaos, leaving a group of colorful survivors groaning amidst the ruins. After extensive investigation, people ruled out the possibility of unknown explosives being hidden in the can and pinpointed the issue to the bitter acid can. Suddenly, it dawned on them, the yellow dye was detonated by the hammer. This incident caused a sensation in society, and people began to worry about yellow. However, the French military saw a glimmer of hope. This was clearly a gift from heaven in the form of the best military weapon. Yellow had proven its safety through long-term use and could be easily produced on a large scale. Subsequently, the Frenchman Eugene Turpin pioneered the bitter acid pressing method for artillery shells, also giving it the name melinite. This term may be unfamiliar to many, but everyone is well acquainted with the 1897 model 75mm field gun, famously known as Le Yunlong's Italian cannon. Now, with saltpeter available to produce nitric acid and sulfur and saltpeter reacting to generate sulfuric acid plus a bit of oil to extract toluene. If it really works, my bomb technology tree might just leap over black powder and nitro cotton directly into the era of yellow explosives. Thinking of the explosive configurations his father had been mumbling about before he came, Sumo instantly became excited. Black powder, after all, is merely a propellant. Making it into a powder bag can only complete the explosion combustion processes. Bitter acid is different. Once the shock wave from the chemical reaction is detonated, an explosive reaction occurs at the detonation point, generating a large amount of high temperature, high pressure, and high-speed airflow, which triggers the shockwave and the explosive. The shockwave strongly compresses the adjacent thin layers of explosive, causing a reaction that produces a large volume of gas and heat, completing the explosion detonation wave process. If enough bitter acid could be accumulated to make a bomb and thrown into the goblin castle, under the detonation wave, just one back and forth would let the goblins know what divine justice feels like. Tomorrow, I will try to repair the oil well. At the workbench, Sumo stood up and sat down repeatedly, his heart stirred and unable to calm down. He poured the purified 500 g of saltpeter powder into a wooden container, placed it in the guest bedroom, and then returned to the workbench once more. I know the formula for purifying yellow explosives, and I've learned how to prepare nitric acid and sulfuric acid in high school. These are not problems. The key lies in extracting toluene from oil and the process of mixing it to generate picric acid. Back in the day, Nobel made explosives and accidentally killed his brother. Although picric acid isn't as difficult as nitroglycerin, it can explode when exposed to high temperatures, friction, or impact. Moreover, it can react with iron, forming metal salts of picric acid like mercuric fulminate, which poses a risk of explosive accidents. Perhaps I can obtain the preparation method for picric acid through trading intelligence and then upgrade through the system to find a better and safer method. With this thought in mind, Suemo stopped hesitating and directly called up the game panel to look for contacts. Scanning through the entire friends list, Suemo finally focused on the line marked with Shinku's name. Concentrating, he opened the chat panel. Suemo, hello Shinku, do you have time to chat? I want to make a trade. After sending the message, Sumo continued to sit at the workbench, waiting quietly. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds later, Shinku's video popped up. Upon connecting the video, a crackling sound was heard, and Shinku's slightly tired pretty face appeared on the screen. Wow, Mr. Suemo, your shelter has developed so quickly. It doesn't look like a wasteland at all. It resembles the brick house back in my hometown. Bright lights, clean and tidy partitions. In the distance, small Sparks and Oreo were still playing on the ground. Looking at himself, he saw a dilapidated wooden house, lit by a homemade smoky torch, with darkness outside the window. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew in, bringing the black smoke into the room, causing a fit of coughing. Oh, it's just luck that I've made some progress. Compared to you guys, it's nothing. Suemo waved his hand, quickly ending the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. I want to make a trade with you. You know about yellow explosives, right? That's picric acid. I think someone over there should know the formula and preparation method? Yes, that's not a problem. If it weren't for the lack of raw materials, we would have already made it. Do you have raw materials nearby? Shinku replied without much thought. After all, this stuff isn't too difficult. Compared to TNT, black powder, or cloud explosives, yellow explosives are relatively easy as long as there are raw materials. But the problem is the lack of raw materials. The reason ancient Huaxia couldn't develop explosives was precisely because oil was hard to extract. Not every place has oil. As a top-tier strategic resource, it was clear that Shinku's shelter hadn't explored for it. Ahem, as for the raw materials, I got them from a treasure chest.
I just happen to have some stored and want to make some explosives for self-defense, Sumo said without changing his expression, lying through his teeth. However, there was no need to explain too much, it was just a trade, so he left it at that. Shinka nodded. So what will be the trade items this time? Still the ghost energy water? No, this time I'm trading intelligence with you. Information about otherworldly creatures. Sumo smiled confidently and waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't make that decision. I need to consult with the higher-ups, Shinka said with a troubled expression. After getting Sumo's consent, he hung up the call. After a while, when the call was reconnected, two stern-looking middle-aged men were sitting across from him, with 4 recorders behind them, all looking nervously at the camera. Hello, Soma, we have accepted your deal. Just provide us with information about the otherworldly creatures, whether or not we already know it, and we will give you the complete formula and preparation method afterward. Nodding, Soma was not afraid of the other party backing out and straightforwardly began to slowly recount the information about the warrior kobolds, the sorcerer kobolds, and the still unclear white-robed kobolds. During this process, Soma omitted some details of the battles, only describing the spellcasting methods of the sorcerer kobolds, the combat strength of the warrior kobolds, and the information about the supplies the kobolds brought when they descended. The 4 recorders were writing furiously, and Soma could observe from the video the shock on their faces as more and more information flowed out. Even the serious middle-aged man sitting on the left repeatedly asked several details during the process. All right, Soma. Thank you for your contribution to humanity. Your information is very useful, and this information will gradually be disseminated by the Huaxia shelter. You have no objections to that, right? No. After speaking, the few of them hurriedly stood up, and Shinka sat back down. While the other side was preparing the bitter acid, the two also began to chat casually. By the way, Shinko, who was that person sitting on the right? He felt a bit strange. After shifting topics a few times, Soma turned the conversation to his earlier confusion. The man on the left was decisive and sat upright, while the man on the right initially had some composure but slouched within a few minutes. The biggest doubt is, when I was talking about the kobold information, although he looked shocked, his micro-expression seemed to indicate he already knew. Oh, you mean President Ing? Ing Tianlong is the president of the Civil Self-Rescue Association. Their family is quite large, and when they came over, more than 20 people were gathered together. They are currently the main force of our tundra shelter, Shinka said with a silly smile, not hiding anything. Tundra? Yes, that's the name of our shelter. Of course, if we can still achieve disaster resistance first next time, we will still use the name Huaxia. This title can only be used by the first shelter. At other times, we refer to ourselves as Tundra. I see. Having received the information he wanted, Soma quickly shifted the topic to some aspects of daily life. Before long, Shinka's trade request popped up. Looking at the complete flowchart for yellow explosives in the trade items, Soma smiled under the light. With a flash, 2 sheets of paper filled with text appeared on the desk. This is something. Good thing I didn't recklessly follow the methods taught in high school. Chemistry to prepare this stuff, or I would have been blown up without knowing what happened. Soma thought, still feeling a bit apprehensive as he examined the neatly written and smoothly flowing preparation flowchart for the bitter acid. Indeed, the 404 master is impressive. This thing has so many twists and turns. Focusing his attention, he called up the system, and a phantom attribute chart appeared next to the bitter acid flowchart. Yellow explosive. Manufacturing process description. This is a clear flowchart with a rigorous process, highly scientific in theory for explosive manufacturing. Strictly following the flowchart will yield a powerful yellow explosive. Evaluation, foolproof. Manufacturing method, anyone with hands can do it. This time there won't be any problems. It seems the last time the system was just messing around. Rubbing his head, Soma smiled. In the process of making explosives, any oversight could lead to the direct consequence of a collapsed building and loss of life. Tomorrow I'll go fix the oil well, and in a couple of days. Thinking of the large number of kobolds rushing out of the kobold castle, only to be blown into the air by the explosive packs, Soma immediately got excited. He stood up and carefully placed the flowchart into his storage space. The ghost energy water in the future seems like it can't be traded casually anymore. Even if I trade it, I have to make sure it can't be collected by others, otherwise, it would be a betrayal. Standing in front of the tank storing the ghost energy water, Sumo gritted his teeth and poured out a small basin of it. Painfully, he took off his close-fitting clothes and placed them in the basin to wash. Before his eyes, the clear ghost energy water quickly became murky, and after 3 to 5 minutes, it had completely turned a muddy color. I haven't gone a week without washing clothes on Earth, and it wasn't this exaggerated. The wind and sand on this plane are just too much. After wringing out the water from his clothes, Sumo glanced at the 3 little ones staring in this direction and pretended nothing had happened, pouring the washed water along the edge of the culture medium. Destroying evidence, times, watering the culture medium, square root. The murky ghost energy water is undrinkable, but the culture medium had no issues, absorbing it all without a problem. After some thought, Sumo decided to take out tomorrow's share to wash the outer clothes, which would also conveniently water the vegetables. He poured out a bit more water, brushed
His teeth washed his face, and then comfortably lay down on the small bed. From the Earth before the disaster to this wasteland, and now having survived for 8 days, humanity's strong adaptability had completely adjusted to the rules and routines of the wasteland. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. For the tundra shelter, there was currently no stable fire source or electricity, so ordinary people could only lie in bed waiting for the next day after sunset. Unlike the smokeless torches created by the system before, the man-made torches, due to the presence of animal fat, produced thick black smoke that was definitely not a good lighting tool at night. As for more advanced lighting, at this stage, using resources for that would still be very wasteful. 8 days, maybe I was too fast, making others seem so slow. From nothing to something, other shelters have developed quite quickly. I hope this disaster doesn't claim too many lives. Thinking of this, Suemo seemed to realize something, his gaze drifting to the stone ceiling. Unfortunately, the simple yet atmospheric stone patterns could not provide Suemo with an answer. Under the warm light, by the bedside, apart from the occasional soft sounds of sparks, the shelter was exceptionally quiet. After a while, Suemo silently opened the world chat and typed a message in the chat box. Suemo, to all the surviving humans. Please be cautious of privately established shelters, beware of entrapment, and be wary of alien slaves. At the moment he was about to send it, just as his thoughts were about to touch the send button, Suemo deleted the message, closed his eyes, and slowly drifted into sleep. The big cities do not believe in tears, and the apocalypse certainly does not either. Ever since he saw many humans silently mining at the dog-headed people's nitrate camp and then failed to see any such news on the World Channel, at that moment, Suemo was actually unwilling to admit this fact. In the cruel wasteland, countless resource points similar to the dog-headed people's nitrate camp surely existed. Among them, there must be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more humans enslaved than what he saw today. Setting aside a small portion who still longed to return to the official shelter, most humans actually did not wish to go back. Although they were enslaved by monsters, at least they didn't have to worry about food and drink every day. As long as they had some strength, they could survive in the apocalypse. Compared to those who starved to death in the wilderness, wasn't that a kind of luck? Should he speak out? Suemo didn't know, at least for now, no one would tell him. The moon set and the sun rose. Before 8 o'clock, Suemo naturally woke up and could no longer fall asleep. This sleep left Suemo feeling very uneasy. A sense of guilt from his conscience caused him to repeat the same nightmare all night long. In his dream, Soma stood by the cliff, watching one human after another leap off the edge. With smiles on their faces, he saw countless children imitating these humans, gradually forgetting that they were not rootless duckweed. Sitting on the edge of his bed, soft sunlight had already spilled into the shelter. Clenching his fists, Soma once again opened the world chat channel and resolutely clicked send on the message he hadn't sent last night. In the calm world chat, it was as if a bomb had been dropped. Players who had been discussing how to better deal with the mutated beast suddenly erupted. Damn, front row, hold me tight, Soma. This wave is for the early birds. Soma, look at me, we're in the same channel, let's get familiar. When the secret realm opens, I have good stuff to trade with you. Fishing law enforcement? Someone contacted me yesterday to go to his shelter. Damn, thank goodness Soma reminded me. Everyone should try to find nearby official shelters, private ones are not very reliable. I have a brother who went to a private shelter. At first he tricked me into going, but the next day he was dead. Mind your own business, if they want to go, that's their choice. What does it have to do with you? Soma? Exactly, my shelter is just fine. Why don't you let everyone stay there instead of spreading rumors? Don't believe it, my shelter is at XX location. As long as you have some strength, all are welcome. Soma is probably just a name dropper, just because he got lucky last time and took first place, now he's acting all high and mighty? I'll see you in the next blizzard. Hope it freezes your ass. I'm the one doing fishing law enforcement, I'm right here. Come at me, hee hee, let's see how long your arms can reach to control us. The speed of the messages, which was still manageable at first, grew faster and faster. Initially, many people were thanking him for the reminder, but after 3 to 5 minutes, it turned into a screen full of curses. Especially after seeing Soma not respond, these people became even more arrogant, hurling crude insults one after another. They were intent on making Soma the villain, inciting everyone to denounce him. Soma, with a cold face, looked at the screen filled with unbearable language and once again used his last small horn to speak. Soma, from today onwards, if I see any private shelter harboring human traitors enslaving humanity, regardless of good or evil, I, Soma, will kill them. Soma, if you have the guts, come to my shelter. Well said, Soma. Next time you come here, I'll treat you to tea. You bastard Soma, what are you? Impressive. Lord Soma, don't hold it against me. I was just talking big, it doesn't count. Can't even speak properly? I see, so this way from Soma is for everyone's good, then it's all good. Whoever is cursing is opposing me. Watching the chat channel that had just been lively with curses suddenly fall silent as if someone had choked it, all stopped. Some of the loudest wallflowers closed their mouths. With a cold chuckle, Soma closed the world chat. In life, what one seeks is clarity of thought. I, Soma, can accept any darkness I cannot see, but as long as I see it, you must die. In the apocalypse, there are no rules, the fist is the rule. If my thoughts are not clear, you will pay the price. After silently recording these 3 lines in the private messages responsible for the apocalypse rules, Soma got dressed and brushed his teeth. As a good person in a certain sense, Soma could easily cast aside things he couldn't see. But for the darkness he could see, he ensured his own safety first. The light that belongs to Soma will eventually pierce through the darkness of the apocalypse, illuminating all the hearts stained black by ink. Ever since the 3 little ones became familiar with each other, they have been sleeping together every night. Seeing Soma up so early, Oreo raised his dog head slightly, acknowledged him, and continued to snore away. Next to Oreo, the little Sparks huddled together, resting their chicken head on Oreo's soft belly, enjoying their time lying there. After moving around a bit, washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Soma took off his coat and pants, put them in the water to wash, and hung them in the sunlight at the ventilated window to dry. Turning his head, Soma poured the murky ghostly energy water into the culture medium and sat down on the stone bench, bare-chested. The morning wasteland still had a bit of a chilling feel. However, sitting in the shelter 5 meters underground, Soma felt quite cool. He waited until 8 o'clock, then focused his attention on the system prompt for January 9th. Apocalypse calendar January 9th. You have acquired your first weapon with a combat power exceeding 5 points, survival points plus 10. You have acquired your first armor with a combat power exceeding 10 points, survival points plus 25. You effortlessly killed a squad of goblins, survival points plus 10. Your melee ability and melee awareness have significantly enhanced, survival points plus 50. You have successfully attracted the hatred of 1862 goblins for the first time. Survival points plus 350. You have crafted high-quality materials for the first time, survival points plus 50. Congratulations, Soma. In the trial of humanity between darkness and light, you chose to stand between the two. Finding the path that suits you best, successfully breaking through the trial of humanity. Because you stand in the darkness, you yearn even more for the light. Survival points plus 1,500. Scanning host's survival environment, survival point assessment in progress. Today you have gained 90 survival points. Final settlement, survival points plus 2085. Remaining survival points 2334. Detected that survival points have exceeded 1000. The apocalypse survival system officially enters an update, updating 1%, 5.0%, 20.0%, 100%. The apocalypse survival system has been updated to unlock the second function, automatically gaining 1 extraction opportunity, wishing the host to live longer and become stronger in the apocalypse. Line after line of text passed through Soma's vision, watching one bonus after another. When he saw the substantial reward of 1,500 survival points, Soma clenched his fist, his expression more resolute. Ha! 2,300 points, enough for my strength to completely turn around. It won't be long before you, Kenji Maeda, goblins. Throwing all distractions behind him, Soma focused his attention and summoned the illusory apocalypse survival system panel. Since the first time the system appeared, Soma had never actively opened it again. Previously, the panel only had one passive upgrade. Now, after the system update, a new function had been added after the upgrade, creation. Creation? Sounds like a very familiar function. I just don't know what this system has to do with the Wind Spirit Moonshadow. Thinking of the most powerful sect in every game on Earth, the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect. Soma smiled and clicked in to start checking the function. After a moment of trying, Soma understood the system's new ability. Creation, as the name suggests, as long as you have enough survival points, you can create anything you have seen in your memory. Of course, even things you have never seen, imagined out of thin air, can be realized directly after inputting the requirements and investing enough survival points. System, give me a Type 99 main battle tank. Soma recalled the Type 99 he had seen before and spoke out loud. At this stage, as long as he could get a tank, he could easily push through not just the nitroglycerin camp, but even the goblin castle. Insufficient survival points. Type 99 main battle tank requires survival points, 1,210,000. Damn, is it that expensive? Soma scratched the back of his head and lowered his request, trying to say, how about a Type 09 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle? Insufficient survival points. Type 09 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle requires survival points, 990,000. Dongfeng 41? Insufficient survival points. Dongfeng 41 requires survival points, 120 million. Good grief, don't give me these ridiculous options. You might as well get me 2 beef buns and a lamb soup. Survival points sufficient. Meat bun plus lamb soup requires survival points 145. Do you want to create it? No, don't create it. Seeing the prompt pop up from the system, Soma quickly denied it and cancelled the creation request. It seems I can only wait until later when I can earn tens of thousands of survival points every day before I can try using this creation function. Although the creation function was powerful, it required 145 points for a single breakfast, which was definitely not feasible or affordable at the moment. However, it would be great for emergencies. Standing up, Soma was about to close the system when he caught a glimpse of the number 1 in the lower right corner. Alright, it seems the system upgraded and gave a free creation chance, but I wonder what good stuff I can draw. After the previous times being too expensive, Soma didn't hold much hope for drawing valuable items.
According to the system's nature, it definitely wouldn't give him anything invincible at this stage. The screen flickered, and as he touched to draw, a series of cards
suddenly appeared.
Aircraft carrier, star destroyer, water drop, two-dimensional foil, force lightsaber, lightning storm, controllable nuclear fusion power plant, room temperature superconductor material. Countless cards filled with super weapons and materials that could break through technological limits were vividly depicted. Soma focused on the star destroyer card, and behind it he saw the
probability of drawing this time. 0, goodness, you dog of a system, if you could just give me a 1 after countless zeros in the decimal, that would be comforting. Is it really this real? After flipping through a few more times and seeing that all the high-tech weapons were 0, even the ordinary nuclear power plant was 0, Soma simply stopped browsing and confirmed the draw with his mind. Countless illusory cards quickly flashed in Soma's mind. Unlike before when he was drawing in the game, this time Soma casually pointed to one of the countless cards. With such a small chance, anything he drew would be a gain, even if it was just a lamb soup or a cold noodle with spicy soup that would still be delicious. Adjusting his mindset, he watched as the illusory card slowly revealed its graceful form. Soma took his time, his thoughts transforming into an illusory hand, slowly flipping open the lower left corner of the card to look up. Concrete. Pavement? A small part of the image leaking from the lower left corner was familiar to Soma. It was the concrete pavement from Earth. Following his instincts, he peeled back a bit more, and a black tire appeared before him. There's really something. Damn it, Heaven, you're not playing tricks on me, are you? Looking at the enormous tire on the concrete pavement depicted on the card, Soma stood up excitedly and directly peeled off the entire card. On the black-gray card, against a pitch-black background, there was a concrete road marked with a yellow line, where a camouflaged large truck was obediently parked. The truck was unremarkable, not particularly heavy, and although it had 5 tires on one side, it was not beyond Soma's expectations. However, in Soma's view, there was a combination of letters and numbers on the truck that was all too familiar to a Chinese person. DF-17. Damn, they actually gave me a Dongfeng Express truck? Aren't they afraid of 404? Bro? Standing in the shelter, Soma stared at the image on the card. He was shocked, completely taken aback, especially as he examined the details of the delivery truck. Soma felt his legs trembling, as if he had lost all his bones, about to collapse to the ground. Waves of dizziness kept washing over him. What is a delivery truck? What is Express 17? The DF-17 boasts hypersonic speed, maneuvering and gliding at the edge of the atmosphere, flying in a straight line without following a parabolic trajectory. It descends vertically right above the target. Such a super weapon is no less than a flying sword that can take a person's head from 1,000 miles away in a fantasy. As a non-obsessive military fan, Soma had envied the USB-2 bombers over a decade ago. He never dreamed that so soon, while the US didn't even have hypersonic missiles, he would get his hands on one. The colorful camouflage, combined with that enormous missile head, made Soma feel dizzy just from seeing the image. With this big killer, no matter what kind of dog-headed person it is, even if the entire dragon comes out today, it could be taken down in minutes. After so many draws on Earth, all the bad luck, I didn't expect my luck to get better day by day in the Wasteland. Soma, filled with excitement, wished he could encounter some powerful creature right now, pull out the Dongfeng missile, and fire it off. As the card was completely revealed, the other cards gradually faded away in the creation system. The lottery page disappeared and returned to the functional interface. However, this time, there was an additional card stored in the creation function, and its attributes appeared as Soma looked at it. Experience use DF-17 ballistic missile vehicle, rare. Description: the missile vehicle carries a tactical hypersonic wave-riding near-space ballistic missile, equipped with a hypersonic warhead capable of precise strikes against medium to short-range targets in all weather without reliance, and with strong penetration. Special ability: baby, please turn around. After activation, it will grant 10 seconds of map opening ability, allowing any place the host has stepped on to be loaded into the map for manual guided targeting strikes. Speed: no power. High-speed flight 12,359 km per hour, 10 Mach. Atmospheric glide 24,758 km per hour, 20 Mach. Operational range 2,800 km. Accuracy 1.86 m. Evaluation: one of the favorite weapons of the river crab. Divine beast, please use with caution. After glancing at the experience use above the card, a message came through upon mental contact. So it's just a one-time use, huh? I thought after launching it, I could keep the missile vehicle. Soma smacked his lips, unwilling to accept it. Not to mention that big killer above, just the missile vehicle in the current environment is an invincible existence. The powerful drive from the 10 tires, with just a slight modification, could be considered a walking bug-making machine. But one shouldn't be too greedy with this weapon. If anything dares to provoke me within 2,500 kilometers, they'll know what it means to be baptized. The colorful camouflage base card brought immense confidence. What ghostly creatures, what fantastical dragons dare to take a hit from my DF? With this killer weapon, Soma suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur in the apocalypse. Forcefully closing the system interface, Sumo made an effort not to recall the creation panel, gradually calming his mindset. He walked to the supply room, took out the remaining large loaf of bread that hadn't been finished, and chopped off enough for several people to eat, placing it into the pot. Adding a few scoops of ethereal water, he waited as the fire burned beneath the pot, the water temperature gradually rising. Opening the private message for his diary, he sat on a stone bench and began to output his thoughts. Today is the 9th day since I arrived in the Wasteland. Alright, I admit, I've been a bit carried away. But my progress is quick. Soon I'll have yellow explosives, and I also got a very powerful killing tool. Let's keep that a secret for now. It's time to activate the oil well at shelter number 2. I'm looking forward to whether the high-quality oil well will have some strange functions, but that's not a problem. I've already got the complete extraction process. It just takes a bit of effort. Every time I go out, I worry about the back door of the shelter not being locked, and someone sneaking in would be bad. Fortunately, today I've had some gains. So it's time to upgrade the gate. By the way, the good stuff in shelter number 2 should also be moved back, otherwise, it feels a bit unsafe just leaving it there. Gurgle, gurgle. Watching the water in the pot begin to boil, Sumo closed the diary message and prepared today's meal. It was very simple, yet quite abundant. Floating in the bread soup were nuts, raisins, and crushed peanuts. The soup was rich and sweet. He took the food bowls for Oreo and Little Spark, poured in roughly equal amounts, and poured the remainder into his own bowl, completing a simple breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Sumo went to the weapon room and began to put on his gear. The outer clothes were still damp, so he could only make do with a raincoat underneath, along with draping the armor over himself. Opening the inner door of the shelter, he walked along the corridor to the outermost gate, his mind focused. Shelter stone door description: a door made of solid stone. Once the bolt is lowered, it is indestructible and exceptionally safe. Upgrade option 1, upgrade the material of the stone door, change the shape of the door, add a new type of lock, enhance safety and practicality, requires survival points, 220. Upgrade option 2, change the size of the door, enhance the material of the door, add operable shooting holes, enhance extensibility, combat ready, requires survival points, 240. The price isn't too high, but the current material of the shelter's door is completely sufficient. There's no need to spend on this. Shaking his head, Sumo concentrated and called for another modification method. Shelter stone door description: a door made of solid stone. Once the bolt is lowered, it is indestructible and exceptionally safe. Upgrade material: 180, shape 60, size 35 to 600, independent function 20 to 600. Iron wheel lock 70. Good. This is the mechanical combination lock I want, highly practical and not prone to issues. Sumo clapped inside, his face full of satisfaction. Compared to the apocalypse, especially for such a door, the older mechanical designs are more practical. In contrast, flashy options like the fingerprint locks and key locks provided by the system are not very reliable. This kind of mechanical combination lock is much more trustworthy. Returning to the supply room, Sumo began to take iron blocks. Thanks to previous acquisitions, there were still dozens of units of iron blocks, piled together like a wall of iron. Back at the door, after placing down 4 units of iron blocks, the price of the wheel lock dropped to 35 and no longer changed. He silently chanted for the upgrade. A green light shot out, and the iron blocks on the ground immediately floated into the air, transforming into a pool of fiery red molten iron. Under the absorption of the green light, the molten iron adhered to the surface of the stone, leaving no trace of human intervention, as if the handle had naturally grown on the rock. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light retracted. The design of the new shelter door lock was complete. The initial password is 7 zeros. Then let's change it to 7355600. Such a complex password would be hard to crack manually without at least half a day's effort. This type of combination lock would be difficult for even a professional locksmith to decipher in a short time. After setting the password, Sumo pushed back the bolt and opened the shelter door. Stepping outside, the sun of the wasteland had not yet fully heated the morning air. A chill accompanied the wind, stirring up dust across the plains. After surveying the area and finding no abnormalities, Sumo confidently closed the door and began to test the locking mechanism. First, he closed it. By simply adjusting the dial to the correct password, he could turn the wheel until the bolt clicked into place. When the wheel could no longer turn, it meant the door was successfully locked. He scrambled the combination lock, and the wheel wouldn't turn. Once all the passwords were set correctly, he could reverse the wheel to unlock the bolt. Good. This is much more reassuring. At least I won't have to hassle with the back door anymore. After admiring his handiwork and confirming there were no issues, Sumo made his way to the back door. He had his own plans for this back door. Summoning the system and aiming at the back door, as Sumo finished speaking, 5 survival points were deducted. The back door, which could have been opened, was sealed off completely, merging seamlessly with the ground, leaving no trace of a gap. This back door, if I need to use it, will definitely be during a crisis. At that time, spending an extra 5 points to open it will be worth it. For now, I'll keep it locked as a trump card. Nodding, he opened the front door and returned to the shelter, starting to gather the items he needed to take with him. It was time to harvest the wealth from shelter number 2. With the bouncy car, the distance to shelter number 2 was practically negligible. After some consideration, Suemo left most of the items in the storage space and took along some repair materials that might come in handy. Oreo, I'm heading to shelter number 2, do you want to come along? As soon as Suemo finished speaking, Oreo, who had been playing with the little sparks, scampered over, sitting obediently with his eyes darting around. Don't worry, I'll drive. Woof woof woo. Upon hearing the word drive, Oreo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Barking eagerly, he could hardly wait to hop into the bouncy car for a joyride. Suemo laughed heartily, and after confirming everything was packed, he picked up Oreo and opened the door to head outside. The two little sparks behind him cast a resentful glance at Suemo as he left, reluctantly returning to their territory, quietly waiting for the two to come back home. What a strong wind and sand today. It seems a snowstorm is really on the way. Once the wind picked up on the plains, it was relentless. Just a little while ago, while fixing the door, it was a gentle breeze, but now, less than half an hour later, it had turned into a howling north wind. Gusts of sand were whipped up, striking against the armor with a rustling sound. After setting Oreo down, Suemo brought out the bouncy car from the makeshift garage, and Oreo skillfully jumped onto the vehicle, tugging at the seatbelt with his mouth to secure himself. Not bad, very safety conscious. Watching Oreo, Suemo smiled as he slid into the car, fastening the helmet that came with the armor, starting the vehicle, and driving off. In 3 to 5 minutes, shelter number 2 was already in sight. Parking the car behind the hillside, Suemo turned to get out, setting Oreo down and drawing his weapon to stand guard. After Oreo finished patrolling and signaled that there were no issues nearby, Sumo finally felt at ease to retract his weapon and took out the grappling rope to head towards the hole. Shaking the grappling hook, Sumo, like a seasoned hunter, skillfully secured the hook into the ground. After tugging on the rope to ensure it was secure, he slid down into the shelter. Just like last time, the second shelter was still littered with broken glass and splintered wood. Passing by a damaged small-scale thermal weapon manufacturing station, Sumo touched it briefly before stepping towards the oil well at the far end, beginning to assess it. Compared to traditional oil exploration equipment, this well was clearly much more advanced. Its design was immediately recognizable as not being made through conventional means. It resembled something crafted directly from game blueprints. Tugging on the steel cable inside the well, Sumo made a preliminary judgment about the malfunction. When Maka stopped the well, it was likely that he had violently damaged the transmission device below, causing the gears to malfunction and preventing operation. Such a repair shouldn't be too difficult. Quietly invoking the system, the attributes of the well popped up. Mini oil well, excellent. Damaged, description, a scientific well device with multiple functional modules including oil extraction, refining, purification, and separation. Due to insufficient modules during construction, it currently only has the oil extraction module. Additionally, because of illegal stopping by external force, the well's built-in diesel engine is damaged, and a small portion of internal parts are harmed, leading to abnormal gas pressure in the well. Efficiency 30L/24H. Upgrade option 1, repair the oil well, restore normal operation, add purification. Module, storage module, requires survival points, 920. Upgrade option 2, repair the oil well, restore normal operation, add refining module, purification and separation module, purification. Module, storage module, requires survival points, 1580. Evaluation, woo. I dedicate oil to my motherland. So Maka's oil well didn't come loaded with all the modules either. If it only hasn't oil extraction module, it must have been obtained to be sold as a resource in the trading secret realm? Placing his hand on the edge of the well, Sumo leaned in to look down, but it was bottomless. Just like the ethereal water well at the base, the operation of this oil well was clearly not based on conventional understanding. As for the various strange modules, they were easier to comprehend. They likely belonged to the kind that couldn't be judged by common sense. Which option should I choose? The moment Sumo saw the description of the well, he abandoned the idea of repairing it individually. Simply having oil was of no use. It required a significant amount of time and effort, and even a complete supporting factory to refine the needed products. Through atmospheric distillation in industry, one can extract oil gas, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel. Through vacuum distillation, lubricating oil, paraffin, and relatively large molecular weight alkanes like pentane, as well as aromatic hydrocarbons like benzene and toluene can be extracted. Through catalytic and cracking processes, light oil and gaseous alkenes such as ethylene, propylene, butylene, and butadiene can be obtained. All of these require unlocking the corresponding technology tree, but now, with just a simple module assembly, this entire series of troublesome tasks could be completed, making it incredibly convenient. After pondering for a moment, Sumo calculated the survival points needed for producing a single module and returned directly to the initial interface. After laying out all the materials he could gather on the ground, Sumo softly said, I choose upgrade option 2. After offsetting with some strange materials, he only spent
1440 survival points, and a strange sky blue light enveloped the entire well.
Sumo lowered his head, horrified to discover that the space beneath his feet seemed to have vanished, leaving
him standing in a void of darkness. It was as if entering a three-dimensional perspective. Everything began to change. In the midst of the darkness, only the oil well constructed from the azure light remained, extending deep into the earth. The speed at which the blue grid expanded was so rapid that from Soma's viewpoint it was difficult to see the bottom at a glance. 300 meters? Or 500 meters? Under Soma's gaze, the transparent blue grid began to evolve into one square module after another. On the flat ground, 5 equally sized water tank devices appeared, with streams of blue cyclones swirling within the tanks, eventually snapping onto the tops of the tanks with a pop. The opening, which was originally about 50 centimeters in diameter, began to slowly expand to 1.5 meters long under the illumination of the blue light. Strips of blue light, resembling serpents, naturally extended from the opening, biting onto the tail of the tank, forming a connection. In an instant, the deep, seemingly endless blue grid began to rise rapidly. After 3 to 5 breaths, when Soma looked again, it had already returned to the original appearance of shelter number 2, as if everything just now had been an illusion. What on earth is this system? This is too science fiction, right? Soma wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just a glance into the abyss for less than 10 seconds felt like riding a 100-meter roller coaster, stirring his emotions back and forth. The previously damaged oil well now looked completely renewed. The well rim, originally made of stone, had all been replaced with gray-black iron edges that gleamed with a metallic luster. The well, which had previously contained only one oil barrel, was now completely filled with 5 thick rubber hoses. Looking out along the more than 1 meter long rubber hoses, 5 water tanks measuring only 50 by 50 by 50 were placed on the ground, with the ends connected to the rubber hoses. How much can such a small box store? Bending down, Soma was about to open the tank to see its exact size when, as his gaze focused, a black space resembling a storage area suddenly appeared before him. The water tank is just a physical manifestation. In fact, the interior is a storage space? Seeing the 10 cubic meters marked in the upper right corner, Soma was astonished. Such a small box could actually hold 10 cubic meters, even larger than the storage space he carried with him. Trying to move the box a couple of times, he found it was fixed in place, and Soma could only helplessly give up on carrying one as personal storage. It seems these modules indeed have extraordinary features. Standing up, after once again calling up the oil well data, a satisfied smile appeared on Soma's face. Micro oil well, excellent. Description: a scientific well device with multiple functional modules including oil extraction, refining, purifying, and separating. All functions are currently operational. Efficiency: crude oil 100L/24H, diesel 45L/24H, gasoline 22L/24H, toluene 1.5 kg/24H. Only 2 types of products can be selected for production every 24 hours. Indeed, after adding modules, the oil well can directly refine toluene and diesel. Bending down, Soma tried to forcefully twist the starting wheel beside the oil well. Until he reached the end of the twist, the well's handle began to vibrate. After a series of tremors, the well gradually returned to calm. The 5 large water pipes began to operate, making gurgling sounds. The buzzing of the diesel engine mixed in, causing a headache. Next to the well, a display screen about the size of a palm popped up, automatically, showing simple information. Items that the well could produce and their production efficiency were listed. All he needed to do was check the boxes and press the confirm button. And within the next 24 hours, the oil well could continuously produce. Trying it out, Suemo chose diesel and toluene, 2 items urgently needed at the moment. Bang! After making the selection, the display returned to being wrapped in steel. The sound of clanging began to echo wildly in the well pit, and the movement of the diesel engine resonated from the wellhead. Oh no! This thing is too loud. If it were completely enclosed, it would be fine, but now there's a hole, and the sound will definitely spread out, attracting the attention of interested parties. Sitting on the storage box of the well, Suemo tried several methods, including covering the top of the well, but the sound remained unaffected. After walking to the door, the sound weakened, but it still came through clearly. After pondering for a moment, a thought surged up. Looks like I have no choice to incorporate this second shelter into my territory. With a thought, a glimmering turtle shell appeared in Sumo's hand, the complete safe house core that had dropped when he killed the Eye-Man earlier. The damaged safe house core could be directly fused into the shelter, increasing its area. However, the complete core could be used to directly create a new shelter, instantly generating it underground or above ground. I originally wanted to keep this as a trump card, but it seems it's time to use it. Slowly rubbing the head of the turtle shell, an illusory prompt emerged. Record detecting that the current ownership of this shelter belongs to player Suemo. Record, permission check passed. Record, do you wish to use the complete safe house core to reforge the current shelter's ownership and bind it to the game panel? 3 prompts followed in quick succession, and after confirming there were no issues, Suemo gently agreed, and the turtle shell in his hand began to change color and melt.
The water formed. From the turtle shell fell to the ground, and a series of sounds began to gradually echo within the shelter. It was like flowing water gently caressing, yet also like the tide crashing against the beach. Like a storm howling in the sky, yet also like towering waves in the deep sea. Closing his eyes, Suemo seemed to feel himself on a lonely boat in the vast ocean. Below the surface, sharks lurked, and reefs proliferated. In the sea of consciousness, it felt as if an invisible light was calling to the traveler. Waves of elegant singing resonated above the sea, soothing the traveler's deep-seated fear of the ocean. Opening his eyes, all illusions vanished. What a magical sound! It seems I've heard a similar sound before. Suemo scratched his head and continued to wait while sitting on the water tank. Previously, when upgrading the bouncy shelter, such sounds had emerged. Now, as he placed the safe house core for fusion, this sound re-emerged, even crisper and louder than before. And it produced such an incredible effect. Taking advantage of the fusion, Suemo closed his eyes again, returning to the vast ocean, enjoying the gentle caress of the song. Compared to directly placing and instantly generating a shelter, this fusion was much slower. After waiting for the sound to echo back and forth for about half an hour, the game panel's prompt sound finally rang out again. Record detecting that player Suemo has bound 2 shelters. Please set the main and secondary order of the shelters. Record, please set the order carefully. Once successfully set, it cannot be changed, and the functions will differ from before. Main and secondary shelters? The prompt that popped up was not the attributes of the current shelter but rather a setting prompt for the main and secondary shelters on the game panel. Suemo tried to skip this prompt, but the game panel was quite cunning, with no option to close it. The prompt locked the game panel, seemingly preventing any further steps without going through this option. After trying 4 or 5 times, Suemo gave up on the idea of exploiting a bug and could only proceed with the selection as instructed by the game panel. Should I set my shelter as the main shelter, or should I set this shelter as the main shelter? What functional differences would there be? Is it that the secondary shelter can't continue to upgrade? That doesn't make sense. Sitting on the water tank and looking at the still malfunctioning alloy door, Suemo fell into deep thought. If we really have to distinguish between primary and secondary, we must comprehensively consider the development issues of both shelters. Shelter number 1, in terms of safety, is definitely superior to shelter number 2. As a standard underground shelter, number 1 has already sunk 5 meters underground, with only one large door exposed to the outside. But number 2 is different. Although it is also an underground shelter, its layout is entirely different. It is surrounded by a small hill, and after exiting the second floor door, one must walk a short downhill path to reach the surface. Strictly speaking, number 2 resembles an above-ground shelter more, and it can expand horizontally as it develops. I can take back the thermal weapon manufacturing station from shelter number 2, and I can also take these small items, but the only valuable thing is probably the oil well. This thing definitely can't be moved, and for a long time to come, I will have to rely on this energy output. Only one oil well? Standing up, Suemo suddenly realized. As he looked towards the well behind him, he focused his thoughts and decisively chose to set shelter number 1 as the main shelter. With only one oil well and no other advantages, why choose number 2? With the survival system, it wouldn't take long for shelter number 1 to develop into something stronger and safer than number 2. There was absolutely no need to forsake the essential for the trivial. After Suemo confirmed his choice, the game panel's glow faded, and the dialogue box disappeared. A new interface popped up. Record, congratulations to player Suemo for successfully merging and absorbing the second shelter. Record, congratulations to player Suemo for achieving second level 5 shelter, automatically gaining 1 lottery chance. Record, detected that the subsidiary shelter possesses extraordinary attributes, which the main shelter automatically derives. Record, detected that the level gap between the main and subsidiary shelters is too large. The subsidiary shelter gains 1 sacrificial adjustment per mission. Record, the subsidiary shelter will permanently lock its level, unable to continue merging core upgrades, and the extraordinary attributes will be permanently locked, unable to gain further extraordinary blessings. Record, detected that player Suemo possesses more than 1 shelter. The game panel will automatically open a prompt. Record, when other players damage or attack the main or subsidiary shelters, player Suemo will automatically receive durability prompts. Once it reaches 0, the game panel's shelter attributes will be automatically erased. A flurry of 7 prompts surged forth with the interface, like a tide. Starting from the first prompt and continuing to the last, an uncontrollable smile spread across Sumo's face. This move was definitely the right one. Lottery chance retained, all prompts read. As the words fell, all the prompt banners disappeared, and a brand new interface appeared in Sumo's view. Unlike the main shelter, which symbolizes hope with its faint green, the subsidiary shelter's interface was a deep and potential-filled sky blue. This blue was not a glaring fluorescent blue, but rather like seawater, flowing across the attribute interface. Ripples responded slowly to Sumo's mental touch. A small box popped up, indicating that Suemo should name it, always calling it Shelter 1 in Shelter
2 isn't pleasant, I might as well change my shelter's name now, imitating the tundra shelter.
As for number 1,
From now on, it shall be called the underground shelter, simple and memorable.
with its own characteristics. Number 2. Soma carefully examined the environment of shelter number 2, then stared at the background that still hadn't displayed its attributes, and a spark of inspiration emerged. Shelter number 2 shall be called Deep Sea Shelter. For some reason, after Soma settled on this name, the game attribute panel trembled as if it were happy to have this name. In the next moment, a complete attribute box popped up, and Soma was taken aback.
Deep Sea Shelter, Sub, Level, LV5, Locked, Cannot be upgraded, Description, an underground shelter.
Entirely cast from cement concrete, possessing excellent structural rigidity.
The alloy-crafted shelter door is exceptionally sturdy, featuring a 2-story structure with strong functionality. Space, 220*2, ceiling height 4.2 m, integrity, 89%, detected minor damage, facilities, small-scale thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, level 3 alloy shelter door, oil well. Extraordinary ability, extraordinary attribute, water resistance, LV1, extraordinary source. This shelter has received blessings from the merfolk of the fantastical deep sea world for unknown reasons, granting it a slight water resistance ability. Before encountering water damage that is not fully contained, it automatically possesses a water exemption membrane, isolating
external water sources from entering the shelter.
Available permissions, sacrifice. By offering 22 damaged shelter cores, you can transfer any layer of the current shelter to automatically attach to the main shelter, with the area changing along with the main shelter, not exceeding 220.
Extraordinary ability, water resistance, sacrifice. The 3 major items seem to
shine with golden light, instantly capturing Soma's attention. No wonder when I first arrived at this shelter, even though there was a big hole above, not a single drop of water was inside.
Remembering the scene from his first visit to the deep sea shelter, Soma suddenly realized only such an incredibly unscientific ability could create the scene he witnessed back then. The blessing of the deep sea merfolk. It seems I still know too little about this world. Perhaps more fantastical creatures will appear in the future. Rubbing the damaged thermal weapon machine before
him, a glimmer flashed in Soma's eyes. Although the extraordinary attribute of the deep sea shelter is now locked, it has transferred and derived to the underground shelter.
This means that the
underground shelter's extraordinary water resistance ability can still continue to upgrade. In that case, if I can continue to merge these shelters with fantastical attributes, who knows? One day the underground shelter's extraordinary abilities might have dozens.
Even if I master this blessing method by then.
Shaking his head, Soma chuckled and stopped his train of thought.
He turned to look at the last attribute, sacrifice.
Simply merging damaged shelter cores can only increase 1 layer of area.
I wonder what method Magu used to achieve a second layer. It
requires 22 damaged shelter cores, and I can directly sacrifice the underground layer to form a second layer in the underground shelter. This function is quite practical, but unfortunately, I
need to gather 22 of them. I don't know how long that will take.
If only a few couriers would come to deliver packages. Sigh, the dog-headed people have scared off all the fools around. I can only wait until I can attack the nitrate camp to make plans.
Smacking his lips, Soma found himself missing Huangbiao and his group.
Previously, following the map given by Huangbiao, as he walked through the places they had killed, the shelters marked on the map had long turned into ruins. He didn't even know who had gotten there first.
Since I already have this shelter, I
might as well repair this gap in the door.
Stepping up to the entrance of the second floor of the shelter,
as Suemo concentrated his thoughts, the attributes of the door naturally emerged.
Level
3 alloy shelter door, excellent, malfunction, description, an alloy door cast from a blend of 3 complex alloys capable of withstanding immense impacts with extremely stable physical
properties.
Currently, the opening and closing hinge is broken, but it has some repair value. Upgrade options, repair, 45, upgrade material, 1820, change shape, 450, install mechanical dial.
Lock, 80.
Evaluation, mummy, open sesame.
Just a broken hinge? How is this door supposed to open?
With questions in mind, Suemo directly grabbed the rope at the large opening and climbed up, reaching the front of the deep sea shelter's second floor for the first time along the dirt slope. Inside, the door still appeared metallic, looking quite unremarkable from the outside. Trying to scratch the coating on the door with his fingernail, Suemo nodded in satisfaction after finding no signs of it coming off.
The yellow-brown door, hidden among the hills, looked, at first glance, as if it were non-existent. If it weren't for the terrain prompting a closer inspection from the outside, it was just an ordinary hill. On either side of the door, Suemo began to explore. As expected, he found a spot on the vertical beam to the right that could be pressed down. With a firm push, the cover popped up, revealing a small combination lock inside. It seems that Magu and I are indeed kindred spirits, both opting for a combination lock instead of a key lock. Lowering himself, Suemo saw the numerical design of the combination lock. There were a total of 8 digits, also designed for a dial input. 8 digits, this password is quite obvious. With a smile on his face, Suemo began to turn the numbers on the dial. 1999021
The 8 digits were entered in sequence, and after pressing the mechanical button beside it, with a thud, the outer shell of the combination lot popped out.
It revealed a hinge plate that could be automatically pulled out from the back.
Trying to tug on the rope, Sumo stumbled back with a jolt, nearly falling to the ground. The hinge plate was also pulled
out, lying completely on the ground.
So this is how the lock opens. It's a pity I don't know why this hinge broke, causing the hinge plate to lose its structural integrity.
Understanding how
it worked, Sumo hesitated no longer. After trying to pull out an iron block and finding it ineffective, he directly chose to pay 45 points.
The hinge plate on the ground transformed into
a swirl of green light, returning to the opening. The alloy door emitted a series of buzzing sounds, accompanied by intense vibrations, before settling back into calm.
This time, Sumo tried
to pull out the hinge plate again, and the alloy door began to rise in sync. The door, which had endured countless glories in the past, once again fulfilled its purpose.
In Sumo's hands, the second floor of the deep-sea shelter was once again bathed in light.
Pulling the door to the first locking point, about halfway up, the hinge plate jammed as Sumo exerted force.
This thing
really requires strength. Magu must have had some adventure that increased his power, otherwise moving the hinge plate between the first and second floors would be a huge problem.
Facing the midday sunlight, Sumo stepped into the deep-sea shelter.
The dust inside the shelter seemed to have not anticipated seeing sunlight again, dancing and celebrating in the rays.
He raised his
hand towards the void, and a digging shovel appeared in Sumo's grasp. The second floor was not only filled with dust but also had many objects rendered completely unrecognizable due to the
destruction by the dog-headed people,
especially the wooden debris which was piled high on the ground. First, he went to the stairs, picking up all the broken iron rods and neatly stacking them
in the corner.
Then Sumo began to seriously clean up the trash on the ground. He organized all the useful items and placed them in the corner, while the useless ones were shoveled directly to the door, ready to be taken out later to dig a hole and bury them all. Oreo, who had patrolled around, lazily returned and lay on a small hill, occasionally glancing back at the hard-working
Sumo. It was quiet and peaceful. As the days drew closer to the impending snowstorm, the plains began to show signs of cooling down.
Oreo, who had been lethargic due to the high temperatures, increasingly enjoyed staying outside, basking in the sun. Estimating that he had worked until around noon, Sumo finally cleared all the trash from the first and second floors.
After casually
finding a spot on the hillside, he skillfully dug a large enough hole to dispose of the trash. After dumping all the garbage in and covering it up, Sumo, like Oreo, sat on the small hill in front of the second floor of the deep-sea shelter.
By the way, did Magu choose this terrain because he likes to sit here and gaze into the distance?
Taking out some energy water, he gulped down a couple of sips and then poured the rest for Oreo. Gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance, Sumo sighed.
The vast, desolate plains stretched endlessly.
The weeds and shrubs, which had turned green after the acid rain, began to wilt and yellow again under the relentless sun. The scene before him was tragically desolate, evoking a sense of science fiction.
Sumo, feeling
inspired, opened the game panel and chose to use the lottery chance he had obtained earlier. A colorful roulette appeared, and under the blazing sun, the brightness of the wheel was so high that it seemed almost tangible.
I remember last time it was 5, and this time it's 6?
Looking closely, the wheel was divided into 6 sections: pets, blueprints, tools, items, resources,
and extraordinary blessings. It seems that because I obtained the extraordinary shelter, the rewards have been enhanced? The extraordinary blessing has appeared directly? Stretching out
his hands, Sumo casually swiped across the wheel, not caring at all about what he might win.
No thank you for your patronage, I'm just that carefree.
The pointer of the wheel began to spin rapidly, and as time passed, it slowly came to a stop. Watching the pointer glide over the extraordinary blessing section, Sumo held a mindset of what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my
fate, feeling no disappointment at all.
The pointer finally landed on the resources section, and a prompt slowly popped up. Record: congratulations to player Sumo for obtaining strong disaster resistance seed pack *1.
Seed pack? Seems like a high-tech version, not bad.
In the pitch-black storage space, a seed pack weighing about 25 kilograms, roughly the size of a fertilizer bag, suddenly appeared, quite a substantial amount. Taking out the seeds, the attributes of the game panel naturally popped up. Strong disaster resistance wheat seeds. Description: cultivated by advanced planters carrying natural energy. These seeds have certain resistance to cold, heat, pests, and other powerful disaster resistance capabilities. Yield: 1,050 pounds per acre. Wow,
this is really good.
With such strong disaster resistance and a yield of over 1,000 pounds per acre, that's excellent.
Seeing such powerful attributes, Sumo quickly put the wheat seeds back to avoid any unnecessary damage.
With 25 kilograms of seeds, based on the seeding quantity needed per acre, it could plant about 1.5 acres. By then, it could yield 1,400 pounds,
ground into flour.
Using a stone mill, there would at least be 800 or 900 pounds, enough for one person to eat for about a year. After lying in the sun for a while, Sumo got up and returned to the skylight of the shelter.
Now the only remaining task is to patch up this big hole in the ceiling. The spot that had been repeatedly bombarded by the dog-headed people with fireballs still had rebar standing outside. He took out a unit of stone and then a unit of iron, noticing that the survival points had dropped to 25. Soma simply decided to invest all the survival points into repairs. The stone and iron on the ground transformed into a flowing stream, adhering to the large opening. Slowly, the steel bars began to extend, and concrete appeared out of thin air, healing the gaping hole until it was gradually restored to its original state. It's a pity that Magu's materials are limited. The thickness of the slabs isn't sufficient, and compared to my stone shelter, it's far inferior. But with such heavy and thick stones, it's unrealistic to craft them by hand. With a chuckle, Soma approached the oil well, ready to check the harvest after nearly half a day's work. At this moment, the diesel had accumulated to about 6.5 L, appearing almost solid in the square storage space, completely still. In another box, the collected toluene was around 500 G, a colorless and clear liquid. After a moment's thought, Soma took out the previously emptied mineral water bottle and poured the toluene into it. This amount of toluene was enough to make some bitter acid, but for the subsequent mass production of explosives, he would still need to gather more slowly. As for the diesel, Soma planned to take out the empty oil barrel from before and pour all of it into the barrel. The bouncing diesel was already running low, and this new diesel would just fit perfectly. Stepping out of the shelter, Oreo was still lying on the ground, fast asleep. Shaking his head, Soma was about to go around to refuel bouncing when he turned his head casually and his expression quickly turned serious. Oreo, get up and get to work. Oreo, still lying on the ground, was startled and quickly jumped up, barking a few times upon seeing something in the distance. In Soma's line of sight, what had been a sunny distance suddenly revealed a patch of black mist that seemed to touch the sky. The black mist enveloped a large area as if filled with malevolent spirits, or perhaps it was a harbinger of destruction. Compared to the mist from before, this time the fog seemed to carry a sense of malice. It's colored deeper and more terrifying. If calculated by distance, it was just under a kilometer north of the underground shelter. Mist was not unfamiliar to Soma. The first time he entered a ruin, it was through the mist. A ruin, suddenly appearing at such a time. There's no pattern to its emergence at all. Soma pondered in his mind as he approached the shelter's entrance, directly pulling the hinge to close the door. After pushing the hinge back inside, he pressed down all the lids in order and quickly walked towards bouncing. There were good things in the ruins. Moreover, they were finished products, the kind that could be converted into productivity or combat power as soon as they were taken out. Compared to the underground ruins of Magu, it was clear that there were more valuable items in the mist ruins. But at the same time, the mist ruins were fraught with danger. Once inside, the game panel's functions and the system would be temporarily disabled, losing their effectiveness. It was as if an independent set of rules operated within the mist ruins, treating even advanced systems as ordinary items. Only after taking them out into the outside world could one see the special functions of the items. As for whether to go or not, Soma didn't even consider it. The dangers and rewards coexisted in the ruins, but compared to the rewards, these dangers were nothing at all. Moreover, looking at the mineral water bottle filled with toluene lying in the storage space, Soma felt a surge of confidence. At this moment, Oreo had already taken his place, using his mouth to secure the seatbelt. As Soma put on his helmet and fastened his seatbelt, with a rumble, bouncing erupted with powerful energy and sped away. From the bird's-eye view of the fields, Soma looked like a fearless warrior, driving the vehicle straight into the black mist. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. When the distance to the ruins was only 400 m, Suemo stopped the car and strained to look at the scene in the mist. Unfortunately, just like last time, the darkness and the fog was thick, and standing outside, it was impossible to see what was inside. After driving around the ruins for a while and finding no end in sight, Suemo decisively returned to the base. He parked the bouncing in the garage, came to the front door, and quickly turned the combination lock. With a click, the bolt retracted. He let Oreo in, closed the door, and hurried to the energy room, switching the power supply from the battery to the diesel engine. Arriving at the workbench, he turned on the self-check switch. While the self-check was running, Suemo gathered all the materials needed to prepare picric acid. To manufacture picric acid, phenol disulfonic acid was essential. Therefore, using toluene to produce phenol was the key. With Sumo's high school lab skills, he quickly completed a series of actions and obtained a small amount of sulfuric acid and phenol. Setting the prepared phenol aside, Suemo continued to produce a large quantity of sulfuric and nitric acid. After preparing some more sulfuric acid and passing phenol through it, he easily obtained phenol disulfonic acid. He then took the nitric acid and processed the phenol disulfonic acid, resulting in trinitrophenol, famously known as picric acid. Looking at the bright yellow powder before him, Suemo shrugged his slightly sore shoulders. This entire preparation process was extremely simple, and with the efficiency and focus of the workbench, he estimated that it took him less than 2 hours to complete the production. The seemingly unremarkable picric acid before him had a terrifying power. The power of black powder is only 1/10 that of ammonium nitrate explosives, and the
power of ammonium nitrate explosives is only 1/10 that of picric acid, meaning that 1 pound of picric acid is equivalent to 10 pounds of ammonium nitrate and also equivalent to
100 pounds of black powder.
Picric acid is even more powerful than TNT. In modern explosives, the strength of civilian TNT ranges from 8 to 13, while picric acid is around 116.
Although this
is just a comparison of strength, the power of high explosives is definitely not something black powder can compare to. Even without 100 times the power, it still has 80 to 90 times
the power.
In fact, the C4 explosives used by special forces in the 21st century are not much more powerful than picric acid. After carefully placing all the picric acid in a small wooden cup and putting it in a hard-to-reach place, Suemo took out a piece of iron and began to make the final step, the crossbow bolts that would hold the picric acid.
To fight against those spine-broken
monsters in the ruins, simply using crossbow bolts would be useless. Even if they were shot in the head, those beasts could continue to attack fearlessly. But if picric acid were filled in the arrowheads, only a small amount of a few dozen grams would unleash terrifying power upon friction, vibration, or impact. Not to mention monsters, even iron sheets could be blasted open and shattered. After downing a large cup of ethereal water, Suemo donned his mechanical arm and quickly began making crossbow bolts.
As they were intended for close combat, the crossbow bolts
didn't need to be polished meticulously. As long as they could maintain stable firing within 20 m, they were considered excellent.
After another half hour, Suemo completed the preparation of 10 crossbow bolts.
He carefully filled the grooves of the arrowheads with picric acid, then secured them with tape and small pieces cut from a plastic bottle, and the explosive crossbow bolts were
completed. Reflecting on the past 10 years,
the author's home was in a small town at the foot of a mountain, where his father ran a tofu shop, barely making a living.
When I first learned to drive, my father would let me drive to deliver tofu to customers. We had an old 86 at home, and every day I would drive up and down the mountain to make deliveries. At first, my speed was not only slow, but every time I delivered, the tofu would be broken. Each time I returned, my father would hit me. It was really a beating. My whole body was covered in marks from being hit. Just like that, I was beaten from middle school all the way to high school, and it gradually lessened a lot. After high school, I developed a passion for writing and tried my hand at crafting some very formal pieces, submitting them to various newspapers and magazines, hoping to earn some. When my father heard about it, he gave me a beating, thinking I was not being serious. However, he didn't know that by then my driving skills had greatly improved, and I could drive around the mountain in just 15 minutes. And not a single piece of tofu was broken. In my senior year of high school, I met a girl from the same school. She was beautiful and had a lovely voice. Every day she would praise my writing, so I secretly saved money to buy her gifts. Over time, our relationship grew closer, and I saved up 6 months' worth off to buy 99 roses. Then I confessed to her with deep feelings, "Xiaoshu, be my girlfriend." She shook her head and told me that we were still young in high school, and if we ended up at the same university, she would agree. At that time, I was full of motivation, feeling invigorated every day as if I had been injected with adrenaline. Until, one rainy day, I was driving the tofu shop's car and saw her get into that middle-aged man's Benz. Tears blurred my vision. But what hurt me the most was, did she really not mean it when she praised my writing? Did she think writing novels was a dead end? I didn't chase after her. I knew, no matter how fast an 86 is, it couldn't catch up to Xiaoshu sitting in a Benz. Alright, the above is purely the author's roar. I'm not Takumi Fujiwara, and of course, the feeling of not being recognized after writing for so many years is truly terrible. I started trying to submit works back in high school, and the most I ever earned was 300 yuan. At that time, I took my buddies out for barbecue and even spent an extra 150 on drinks. Facepalm. This time, as I approached graduation from university, I wanted to try writing a novel again to fulfill the dream of my youth. Thus, this shelter was born. Speaking of the original intention behind writing this theme, it was due to my love for games. Based on my fervent passion for farming simulation games, from the Fallout series, Civilization series, and Three Kingdoms series to smaller games like 7 Days to Die, Don't Starve, Ark, Stardew Valley, and even the latest Dyson Sphere, I bought them all as soon as they were released. Farming. My favorite. Farming in a disaster. Even more perfect. One night, after suddenly coming across this theme, I decided to write a post-apocalyptic farming novel that I had in mind. As for the most controversial point in this book so far, it's the issue of family. When it comes to parents and family, before starting the book, many people advised me not to attempt this. After all, family is a constant pain. At the starting point, if you write it well, no one praises you, and if you write it poorly, a whole line of people will queue up to scold you, so why bother? Writing about family will increase the difficulty of writing. You must know that, right? If you write about an orphan, it's easier and those readers won't care. Isn't that a better way to make money? It's originally an apocalyptic story. Adding family elements makes it thankless and laborious, so just don't write it. In fact, after writing the first 3 chapters, I kept deleting and adding the family aspect, and even until the internal submission, I resolutely chose to add it. Writing a book is like having a child. Sumo is like my longtime close friend, and I'm helping him write his own legendary autobiography. To be fair, every time I immerse myself in Sumo's perspective, I feel that in the Wasteland, having such a powerful shelter is meaningless if I can't even protect my own family, if I am powerless to help my parents and sister. What is the point of such a shelter? Did I protect my own short lifespan of just a few decades, or did I protect a fragile shell? Or did I protect the future of humanity? Even one day, even if Sumo stands at the pinnacle of the world with his own child by his side, looking down from afar, the child asks, "Where are my grandparents?" How heart-wrenching it must be for Sumo at that moment. Therefore, I added more. And I promise, I will do my utmost to write well, to portray the personal colors of Su dad, Su mom, and Su's sister. Explanation complete. Now onto the routine segment of Crying Poor. Many people will say the author has no costs, but I actually want to say, sitting in front of the computer day after day typing on the keyboard, lying in bed at night brainstorming plots leading to sleepless nights, the pain in my cervical spine and shoulders, these are all invisible costs that are more painful than physical labor. This pain is especially severe when I hit a writer's block. Here, I want to ask for subscriptions, especially for the first subscription. The first subscription of a book is crucial to its life cycle. Of course, I know that not mentioning updates and asking for subscriptions is simply being shameless. After midnight tonight, it will be available, with 5 chapters presented. In the future, I guarantee quality, with around 3,000 words for 2 updates as a minimum. The editor's estimate for this book is about 2,000 to 2,500 first subscriptions, which, considering 30,000 collections, is actually quite poor. So, as long as it exceeds 2,500 first subscriptions, for every additional 100 subscriptions, I will add 1 more update. No upper limit. If it reaches 3,000 first subscriptions, that will be 5 more updates. As for monthly votes, if it exceeds 1,000 votes in that month, for every 500 votes beyond that, I will add 1 more update. No upper limit. Everyone, feel free to throw your votes at me. For rewards, this will also lead to additional updates to ensure the quality of the writing and avoid blindly adding updates that ruin the plot or unnecessary padding. The Alliance leader gets 2 extra updates. Silver members get 10 extra updates. Gold members get 50 extra updates. This is just a dream, not very practical. The top 10 fans with a value greater than the helmsman get 1 extra update. The top 20 greater than the helmsman get 1 extra update. And so on. As long as the results meet the standards, I guarantee that the updates will satisfy everyone. Wow. Finally, a shout out to the friends in the author group who discussed starting this book. And the big shots in the group. A wave. Tang Tangs, sign into the immortal martial world, build a fortune divine dynasty Shuang Mei's global arrival, survival on a deserted island Shanhe's global natural disasters survival, starting with SSS level rewards Bajwashan's global island survival, 100,000 times critical hit after typing these book titles. I realized that it really feels like a studio now. Ha ha ha. If anyone is interested in these titles, feel free to check them out. The 81 trials just corresponds to the 81 chapters before this book goes live. I humbly ask all readers to help me break through the disaster and achieve success. Please support the legitimate subscription. Please support the author. Thank you. Explosive crossbow bolt, excellent. Description: a crossbow bolt crafted by the entry-level artisan Sumo, which, after adding bitter acid explosives to the groove of the arrowhead, possesses the ability for a small-scale explosion. Due to the materials of the arrow shaft and arrowhead, it cannot be recovered after use. For some unknown reason, the quality of the crossbow bolt has been upgraded to excellent. Explosion range, 10 explosion speed, 7.35 km per second explosion power, 105% TNT equivalent, intensity 103% TNT equivalent, evaluation, shocking. A certain artisan has developed a melee crossbow bolt. After calculations, I found myself within the explosion range, 10 I didn't expect that just filling in this little bit would result in such an exaggerated explosion range. After carefully storing all the explosive crossbow bolts in the storage space, Suemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bitter acid reacts with metal to produce bitter acid salt. Only when placed in storage will it enter a state of stillness. Otherwise, if this thing is left out for too long, the moment it is taken out, it will explode. Arriving at the stove, Suemo boiled some hot water, preparing to make a nourishing dumpling soup. Dumpling soup is easy to make and filling, though it might lack in flavor, but right now, there's no time to worry about that. After hastily finishing lunch with Oreo, he opened the shelter's door and confirmed once again that the misty ruin showed no signs of dissipating. He plugged in all the battery equipment to charge, watching the charging indicator light up. Suemo returned to his small bed, took a sip of the ethereal water, and began to rest his eyes. Nearly 3 hours of high-intensity experimental operations had been quite a test for both his physical and mental stamina. Although he had the ethereal water to replenish his energy, Suemo still felt a hint of mental fatigue. After a few days, he was no longer the same person. Even if the monsters in the ruins had no scent and Oreo couldn't detect them, Sumo was confident that he could easily slay the same monsters he encountered last time. He slept for a good 40 to 50 minutes before waking up slowly. Since coming to the Wasteland, my sleep quality has improved day by day. After 3 hours of intense work, I only need such a short rest to fully recover. Supporting himself on the edge of the bed, Sumo sat up slowly, the fatigue and drowsiness in his eyes swept away with the rest. He picked up the cup of ethereal water from the bedside table and finished the remaining water before heading to the tank where the ethereal water was stored. Last time, he entered the ruins without bringing any ethereal water and suffered a setback. This time, he definitely had to be fully prepared. After filling 3 large bottles with ethereal water, Sumo approached the growth medium, took off the hanging clothes, and began to dress. Oreo hurried over, signaling that he was ready. Alright, today we must explore what's inside. It's going to be a tough battle. Are you prepared? Woof. Oreo pawed the ground, standing upright to show he was ready. Back in the weapon equipment room, Sumo first helped Oreo put on the raincoat he had made earlier, then began to don his armor. This time, he would face the enemy head-on, so Sumo decided to wear the optical combat suit underneath to protect his skin from direct contact with harmful substances. The armor would serve as a shield for combat against mutated monsters. Once fully equipped, he picked up the fully charged fine iron electric spear, tested the power switch to confirm it was working, and set it aside. He took out 5 high-quality explosive crossbow bolts, carefully loaded them into the electric crossbows magazine, pressed the self-check button, and after confirming everything was fine, he placed it in the storage space. The electric spear could be activated in less than a second, but the electric crossbow required a full 3 seconds. This delay was a major disadvantage in close combat, so he pre-activated it and stored it away, ready to be drawn and fired immediately when needed. With the entire set of equipment donned, Sumo clenched his fists, feeling the surge of his biceps and strong forearms, and resolutely opened the front door. Stepping into the corridor, he entered the password. The large door opened. The distant ruins were still shrouded in black mist, looking eerie and terrifying. It was close enough that Sumo pressed down the thought of taking the bouncing car over, gripping the electric spear and leading Oreo, stepping steadily toward the ruins. On the yellow earth, the wind and sand rose. Small dust storms rushed into the black mist, disappearing from sight. On the desolate land, a man and a dog moved forward with determination. If paired with the background music of interstellar travel, it would evoke a uniquely tragic beauty. The closer they got, the heavier the oppressive feeling from the black mist became. After walking about 20 meters, the mist quickly dispersed, like an invisible maw eager to swallow Sumo whole. Is this the wall I dug down? Sumo remained composed, slowly moving to around 10 meters, and this time, the scene inside was already faintly visible. The gap in the earthen wall he had previously broken through seemed right before his eyes, and looking to the side, it was the place he had entered last time. Liangfang Town, here we go again. No one in the World Chat channel had ever entered the same ruin twice in a row. Now seeing Liangfang Town appear, Sumo was unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Should he just pull out a Dongfeng missile and fire a shot inside to test it? The moment this strange thought crossed his mind, Sumo quickly shook his head, casting aside this dangerous idea. Quick deliveries are nice, but the aftermath is tough. After receiving a rare quality delivery, Liangfang Town would likely be flattened, and even if he could scavenge some trash, it wouldn't be worth the exploration. Forget it, just charge in. I wouldn't even flinch at 2 of the monsters from last time. Lowering his head to pat Oreo, Sumo decisively stood up and walked into the gaping maw of the black mist. In the next moment, the overwhelming sea of black mist suddenly vanished between heaven and earth, as if nothing had ever appeared. The lonely yellow sand lost its target and could only continue to surge forward. Record, you have entered the ruin. Record, game panel functions are sealed. Please use them after exiting the ruin. The game prompt sounded just as Sumo stepped in, and the mist around him began to dissipate, revealing a distance slightly larger than last time. This time, it was a full 6 or 7 meters. Moreover, as Sumo moved in, it continued to dissipate rapidly. Still that familiar smell, like burnt coal, and also like the stench of rotting flesh. No wonder Oreo's sense of smell has greatly diminished. After sniffing the nearby scents a couple of times, Sumo frowned and moved forward. The small courtyard wall that had been split open earlier showed no signs of repair or disturbance. Several larger clumps of earth still lay undisturbed on the ground. Are these footprints of other creatures? As his vision improved, Sumo was able to observe more details. On the side of the broken earth clumps, he could clearly see a 3-clawed footprint. This footprint is actually bigger than my palm. What kind of creature is this? He tried to measure it with his hands, muttering to himself. This strange footprint was at least the size of 2 palms, clearly belonging to a creature of considerable weight. But therein lay the problem. The fragile earth clumps bore the weight of such a heavy creature without showing any signs of breaking. Such a large footprint? And such a light weight? 2 entirely different attributes appearing on the same creature made Sumo immediately raise his guard. Crossing over the gap and stepping into
The courtyard, the mist cleared away, and the view opened up as if he had returned to his own territory.
3 doors that Suemo had violently broken through stood wide open, with the split iron chains lying crookedly on the ground.
Approaching the door of the inner room, Suemo crouched down, took out his flashlight, and shone the light on the ground to observe the traces of dust. Fortunately, it seems this broken wall attracted other creatures. There are no signs inside the house, so they probably didn't come for treasure.
I just wonder if there are still humans in the ruins. Exiting the courtyard, Suemo focused his thoughts and summoned the road-clearing iron axe.
In rural areas, courtyards are usually not too far apart and less than 10 meters beyond the broken courtyard wall. There was another courtyard. With a few swift movements, Suemo wielded the iron axe, breaking open a gap with more skill than last time.
Summoning back the iron axe and
calling forth the fine iron electric spear into his hand, Suemo cautiously stood at the gap, peering inside.
This family looks a bit richer than the last one, with 4 rooms, and it seems like there's a small house dedicated to breeding.
All the doors are locked, but this kind of lock won't stump me.
It seems there are no signs of monsters lurking around. After analyzing,
Suemo carefully and slowly stepped over the gap and walked inside, sticking close to the earthen wall, and when he reached the middle of the courtyard, there was still no reaction.
Just as Suemo let out a sigh of relief, a sudden muffled sound erupted. Boom! A human-sized bulge appeared on the iron door of the small breeding house. Oh no! There's something inside. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The increasingly heavy impact sounds echoed in the air, and the iron door had already begun to visibly deform, revealing a small gap.
Seeing such a tremendous force, Suemo no longer hesitated,
and quickly drew out his crossbow, aiming at the iron door that had not fully burst open. What the hell is this thing? Such strong impact, and it can explode so quickly in a short time. Oreo, standing beside him, was already baring his teeth, but he hesitated to rush in and investigate since the enemy was hidden.
Moo!
A low, rumbling moo resonated through the air, reaching
Sumo's eardrum.
In the next second, the iron door shattered with one final impact, exploding into pieces like snowflakes scattering everywhere.
Whoosh! Without even looking at what was rushing out from inside, Suemo pulled the trigger without hesitation.
The bitter explosive crossbow bolt shot in like a hummingbird, piercing into the gaping hole.
Boom! Not knowing what object it
hit, a sound even louder than before erupted, and clouds of dust were blown up from the ground, scattering everywhere. The blinding flames instantly ignited the interior of the breeding room, and from the firelight, a shadow rushed out.
The target was Suemo, standing by the earthen wall.
At that moment, aided by the firelight, Suemo finally saw the monster inside the breeding room. It was a creature similar to a yellow cow on Earth, with 2 broken horns protruding from its ears. Blood sprayed from the cow's horns, but it did not affect its lethality at all.
Facing the charging monster cow, Suemo shot another arrow while rolling away to a distance.
The explosive crossbow bolt made contact with the monster cow, and while rolling, Suemo couldn't care less about
the situation behind him. The shockwave from the explosion felt like invisible hands pushing him forward.
Falling to the ground, Suemo quickly turned to look back, and his scalp tingled. This arrow should have hit the monster cow's head. The head, which had already lost its horns, was now blown off halfway by the explosive crossbow bolt. Black, lava-like brain matter rolled out from the blasted half of its head. The monster cow's 4 legs stood like pillars. Although its head was blown off, its legs remained embedded in the ground, motionless. This gruesome sight made
Suemo feel a wave of nausea. However, the monster cow could not affect Sumo's speed in pulling the trigger.
Another explosive crossbow bolt was fired. This time, it obediently drilled into the remaining half of the monster cow's head under the scope. A shockwave surged, and Suemo quickly shifted his gaze, cutting back after the explosion.
The intense bitter explosive blast
obliterated the entire head of the monster cow, clearly leaving it unable to survive.
What a powerful creature! If I had encountered this beast last time, I probably wouldn't have made it back alive.
Suemo, both shocked and amazed, drew out 3 more explosive crossbow bolts and loaded them into the magazine. The fire caused by the bitter explosive was still raging fiercely inside
the breeding room.
Thick black smoke billowed out through the broken door, rising into the sky like a signal fire, forming a clear signal. I must hurry to scavenge, otherwise, if the fire spreads, these houses will all be burned down. Standing up, Soma stored the crossbow in his storage space and quickly walked towards the nearest room. He took out the axe and smashed the seemingly safe wooden door to pieces, kicking open the broken door, revealing the scene inside. Another television? Compared to the bulky TV in the shelter, this one was much more high-end. It was clearly a new model LCD TV. The small table by the window, though not large and showing obvious signs of having been rummaged through, still had many small items collecting dust on its surface. The bedding in this place was also better than the previous one, with no signs of mold whatsoever. As expected, rewards and risks are proportional. A smile that couldn't be suppressed appeared on Soma's face as he began to gather his spoils. He carefully removed the screws from the wall-mounted TV and placed it on the table. He lifted all the bedding from the bed and rolled up all the miscellaneous items from the table and pockets into the bedding. With one hand holding the bedding and the other the TV, Soma boldly walked out the door, placing everything on the
ground. There were still 3 rooms left, and the fire was growing larger. Without wasting any time, just as Soma was about to chop open the second wooden door, Oreo's urgent voice rang out. Instinctively, Soma summoned the fine iron spear, gripping it tightly as he looked in Oreo's direction. Upon seeing it, Soma's heart sank. A lion? Or a Tibetan mastiff? The exploded fur seemed to drape around the creature's neck like a wreath. If it weren't for its terrifying face, it could almost be mistaken for a blooming sunflower. Dude, I said I just came to put out the fire. Do you believe me? Without showing any signs of panic, Soma took 2 steps back, quietly moving closer to the earthen wall. The large monster stood at the broken gap, silently watching Soma. Unlike these mindless monsters, this one seemed to retain a hint of intelligence, tilting its head as it scrutinized Soma. Oreo had already nimbly climbed up the wall, barking furiously at the creature, slightly faster than Soma's movements. You are human, are you here to take me away? Soma, now standing under the earthen wall, suddenly heard the monster speak, sending chills down his spine. The voice was as grating as metal scraping against metal, especially the stuttering at the beginning, resembling the mumblings of a hungry ghost from hell. Yes, I'm here to take you away, let's go together. Soma attempted to respond, while remaining vigilant and ready to escape at any moment. Even if the monster spoke, Soma wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it drove over today. Ever since entering this ruin, everything had felt strange. The unreasonable attributes of items, the black dog that could still fight after having its spine broken, the pain-immune giant bull, and the Tibetan mastiff that looked like it was cosplaying as Dark Simba. After hearing Soma's words, the Tibetan mastiff seemed to pause in thought, carefully examining Soma as if contemplating something. However, in the next moment, the light in the mastiff's eyes diminished, and a hint of ferocity seemed to surge forth like water. You abandoned, all should die. Damn it. After saying this, the Tibetan mastiff completely lost its sanity, charging towards Soma through the gap, its target unmistakably him. Oreo, run. Don't go back. Don't come this way. In the next moment, Soma retracted the fine iron electric spear in his hand, shouting as he leaped onto the earthen wall, climbing outward. With the acceleration from his electric-powered shoes, the earthen wall posed no problem at all. With just a couple of pushes, Soma climbed out. Turning around, he saw that the LCD TV in the middle of the courtyard had been trampled to pieces by the Tibetan mastiff, shards of glass scattered everywhere. Damn, my TV, you old hag. Without caring about the pain, Soma quickly jumped down the wall and rushed inside. I must create some distance, otherwise, my crossbow bolts will be useless. As for close combat, who can fight that thing? With a thought, Soma didn't care about what would happen next. He directly kicked off the wall a couple of times and climbed over to the next courtyard's wall. The Tibetan mastiff behind him had already chased after him like an arrow, and just as Soma climbed the wall, it crashed into it. However, the seemingly fragile earthen wall did not collapse. Instead, it bounced the mastiff back. Ha! Woof! Perched on the wall, Soma was surprised to see the mastiff rebound off the wall that looked far from sturdy, landing awkwardly. Before Soma could react further, the mastiff charged again, but it was met with another rebound. This time, Soma saw it clearly. An invisible membrane of light enveloped the wall, and when the mastiff pounced on it, the membrane quickly hardened, turning into a light barrier. At the top of the light barrier, 2 lines of text were neatly written. Zhang Xiefeng, keep your dog on a leash. My kid is still small, don't scare him. Okay, I'll definitely keep it on a leash next time. With each impact from the mastiff, the 2 lines of elegant Chinese characters would glow, keeping it outside the wall. It seemed to realize it had no way to deal with Soma and stopped moving, its eyes filled with fierce light. Squatting on the ground. Not moving anymore. Good for you, old thing. I just exploited a bug and I'm afraid of you? Seeing the mastiff in distress, Soma laughed heartily from atop the wall and pulled out the electric crossbow from his storage space. Moving carefully along the wall, Soma tried to increase the distance from the mastiff. Unfortunately, the beast was quite clever, always staying within 4 meters of Soma. Whenever Soma moved, the mastiff moved too, never allowing him to shoot within the explosive crossbow's range. Alright, you think you can exploit my weaknesses? Firing 5 explosive crossbow bolts, Soma switched to 5 regular crossbow bolts produced by the game panel and aimed to shoot. Whoosh! The all-steel crossbow bolt shot out. Even if it wasn't a high-speed bolt, at such a short distance, the initial speed of a regular bolt was still impressive. The mastiff below was unexpectedly hit by a bolt, yelping in pain. Too bad this beast is really quick, otherwise, I could have shot its eye just now. In the instant the crossbow bolt arrived, the mastiff instinctively turned its head, causing the bolt to hit another part of its body. Quickly reloading the crossbow, Soma aimed at the mastiff again and shot another bolt. This time, the bolt hit the mastiff squarely in the face, causing a spray of black blood. Awoof, human, you shall die. After taking 2 bolts, the mastiff learned its lesson and quickly retreated. Standing far away at the corner of the wall, glancing at Soma before disappearing. Fog began to obscure his vision, and in the thick mist, Soma could no longer see where the mastiff was, so he reluctantly switched back to explosive crossbow bolts. I definitely can't go back to the old courtyard. That beast is probably still guarding me. If I go out, I'll be ambushed. What a hassle. Perched on the wall, Soma surveyed the new courtyard. Compared to the previous luxurious courtyard, this one was not much different. For houses, a chicken coop, but the chickens had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the lonely fence standing on the ground. Gesturing for Oreo to go down and scout the situation, Soma continued to sit on the wall, one hand holding the electric crossbow aimed at the courtyard below. With his other hand, he touched the texture of the earthen wall, broke off a small piece of dirt, examined it, and came to a conclusion. It seems the courtyard walls are protective. If the walls are damaged, the monsters can rush in. Previously, the two courtyards were attacked by monsters only after the earthen walls were destroyed. The Tibetan mastiffs could also rush in through the broken gaps to attack. As long as this earthen wall remains intact, the Tibetan mastiffs cannot break in. What a miraculous power! If only I could have such an ability. Seeing Oreo's signal that everything was fine, Soma sighed slightly and jumped down from the earthen wall. Without the threat of monsters, stepping into the intact courtyard, Soma felt a sense of unreality. This feeling intensified, especially after enthusiastically opening the door to the outermost room. What came into view were 3 large bags of flour stacked neatly in the corner, their colorful packaging indicating they were produced by a large factory. Tianqi Province, Xiangping City, Hualien County Grain Workshop. One bag is 25 kilograms, which is 50 pounds. Where is Tianqi Province? I've never heard of it before. The neatly printed text was understandable to Soma, but when put together, it became a knowledge-blind spot. There is a JX province in Huaxia, and Soma had visited its capital city, Nanchang, during the Earth Era, where he had tasted the unique 3 Cups chicken. As for Tianqi Province, it was completely unfamiliar. It seems my previous guess was wrong. This place is definitely not the Earth I know. I wonder which parallel world this is. Soma grabbed a bag of flour and slung it over his shoulder, mumbling to himself. 50 pounds of flour isn't heavy, and with the convenience of storage space, Soma quickly piled it in the middle of the courtyard. Back inside the house, Soma looked at the table again. Several overturned condiment bottles were on the table. The vinegar had completely dried up, but the salt was fine, pure white. The chili oil had solidified on the tabletop and was definitely unusable. After rummaging around, Soma found a bunch of condiments in a cardboard box under the table. Wow, this family is quite the gourmet. They prepared plenty of condiments, which is a bargain for me. 3 bags of 250g fine salt, enough for one person to last over a year without any problem. 2 bags of 500g coarse salt, seemingly for pickling vegetables. 1 bag of Lu Shao's spicy 12 flavor seasoning, 60g. 1 bag of Mama Le chicken essence, 40g. 2 unopened bottles of oyster sauce, 1 200 milliliters, 1 unopened bottle of dark soy sauce, 300 milliliters, and 1 bottle of sesame oil, 40 milliliters. All the condiments were sealed tightly, with almost no evaporation of the seasonings inside. As Soma picked up the box, it made a crisp sound when he bumped it. Placing the box in the middle of the courtyard, Soma returned to the house and decided to go all out, directly taking the cutting board from the table along with the kitchen knife, rolling pin, dough press, cooking spoon, spatula, several stainless steel bowls, a large water jar, a few plates for meals, big bowls, and 2 iron pots for cooking. The kitchen, which had been a bit cramped, suddenly became spacious under Soma's plundering. After thinking for a moment, Soma stood on the table and unscrewed the light bulb from the kitchen, lifting the table to the middle of the courtyard as well. As a true scavenger, one must pick up everything that can be considered trash. If it's cheap, it should be taken. Missing even a single item would feel like a huge loss in retrospect. With a joyful heart, Soma opened the second treasure trove door. This should be a side bedroom. What a pity, this family didn't spare the expense to install a TV in the side room, and the quality of the bedding is poor. Looking at the severely moldy bedding in front of him, and recalling the brand new bedding he had just given up, Soma felt a pang of heartache. Fortunately, after rummaging a bit, he found quite a few useful odds and ends in the pocket of the cabinet by the window. A pair of scissors, a nail clipper, a small mirror, 4 unused notebooks, and 3 gel pens. A small desk lamp that can be charged via USB, and an old mobile phone that looks like it has been retired for many years. Pushing down the back cover of the old phone, Sumo picked up the battery to take a look, then put it back. The battery is still fine. This old phone is of good quality. Maybe it can still be used after we go out. With a smile, Sumo exerted some force and removed a desk pouch, stuffing all the usable odds and ends inside. He climbed onto the table and, following the same method, took down the light bulb and brought everything to the courtyard. What a pity, this family seems to be in decent financial condition, yet there aren't many good things inside. It seems they don't live here often. The items from the 2 rooms piled on the ground were a decent haul compared to the first time he entered, but thinking about the LCD TV that had been smashed to bits by the Tibetan Mastiff made Sumo grit his teeth in frustration. Looking at the last 2 unexplored rooms, Sumo stepped into the side room, leaving the main room for last. Sigh, this family is really poor, no wonder they don't have any mutated creatures guarding it. Sumo waved his hand to fan away the dust that had been kicked up by the violent door breaking, peering inside to assess the layout. The bedding still showed signs of mold, just like before, and the table was in disarray. Some cosmetics had their lids removed, exposed to the air, and had long since dried up. After rummaging through the table, Sumo, disappointed, took down the light bulb from the ceiling and gathered a pile of temporarily useless junk, placing it in the center of the courtyard. Only one room left, I hope. It brings me some hope. With an incredibly devout heart, Sumo raised his hands and swung the axe down hard, striking the door lock. Creak! The wooden door couldn't withstand the force of the axe and shattered into several pieces. Stepping back 2 paces, Sumo put away the axe and kicked the door with all his might. Half of the wooden door flew open under the force of his kick, while the other half, with its lonely key lock, trembled slowly in the air. The dust inside was swept up by the incoming airflow, fleeing wildly in the air. Covering his mouth and nose, Sumo stood at the doorway until the musty smell inside dissipated and the dust settled before stepping inside. Holy crap, is that an air conditioner? The first thing Sumo saw upon entering was a cabinet air conditioner placed in the corner. He could still vaguely see a brand logo, Tiana Air Conditioning. Turning his head, Sumo felt so happy he could almost faint. It truly was a case of when the mountains and rivers seem to block the way, a village appears in the dark willows and bright flowers. In front of the bed on the right side of the room stood a television. Not just any television, but the same kind of LCD TV that had been smashed by the Tibetan Mastiff. Moreover, this LCD TV was estimated to be at least 40 inches, much larger than the previous one. Sumo hurried over to the TV, gently caressing the LCD screen. The last bulky TV had been a great help, and this obviously more advanced TV would definitely have even stronger functions. He removed the power strip, unscrewed the screws holding the TV in place, and took down the entire large screen. With a bit of effort, he lifted the TV and placed it in the center of the courtyard. What had started as a meager hall suddenly became something grand. I need to take this air conditioner too. Turning back to the main house, Sumo exerted some force, grabbed the eaves, and climbed up to stand on the tiles. The air conditioning unit was mounted firmly on the edge of the roof. Trying to twist the fixed screws and iron bars, he found that without a specialized screwdriver, it was exceptionally sturdy. After thinking for a moment, Sumo simply took out his iron axe and, with a couple of whacks, chopped off all the iron bars, bringing the air conditioning unit into his storage space before jumping down from the roof. He dusted himself off and returned to the main house, carrying the air conditioner back and placing it in the middle of the yard. After circling 3 or 4 times and confirming that the fellow villagers had taken everything, Sumo began to figure out how to pack all these items together. It was impossible to take them out directly. He could only learn from Manhwa, holding these items and patiently waiting for the time to end, automatically exiting the ruins. With so many things, how am I going to get them out? Looking at the clutter surrounding him, Sumo felt both a headache and happiness. There was less than 1 square meter of space left in his storage, barely enough to fit an air conditioner and a TV. So he had to put everything in one space. This way, the ruins would likely determine that this space belonged to him, allowing him to take it out safely. Right, I can tie several bed sheets together to make a net bag and put everything inside. Without hesitation, he stood up and took out the moldy bed sheets from several rooms, laying them on the ground to start tying knots. The square bed sheets gradually transformed into a huge flat surface. After laying all the items inside, Sumo lifted the 4 corners of the flat sheet, turning it into a pocket. After securing the pocket and expelling the excess air, Sumo simply sat on top, patiently waiting for the time to end. If it weren't for this Tibetan Mastiff, I don't know how much I could have taken out this time. What a pity. Next time, I must let this beast know who's boss when I have all my gear. Just thinking about the Tibetan Mastiff squatting outside made Sumo grit his teeth in anger, while Oreo beside him remained calm and composed. Lying peacefully on the packed pocket, Oreo seemed completely unconcerned about any enemies bursting in. Sumo tried to open the game panel to chat and pass the time. Unfortunately, the game panel was completely locked, all functions grayed out, with not a hint of response. He attempted to call the system, looking around, but there were no prompts at all. What on earth is this place? It can even block the system's power, how strange. But the strangest thing is, there isn't a single book. After 2 explorations, he had searched through countless rooms, finding plenty of other junk, but not a single book. Not even a children's primer or a primary school textbook. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Shaking his head and keeping these questions in mind, Sumo began to quietly wait for the time to end. The fire in the nearby house raged fiercely, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Due to the distance, it couldn't reach him for now, and Sumo didn't pay much attention to it. This time entering the ruins was quite fruitful. Aside from being chased by the Tibetan Mastiff and feeling a bit flustered, he was very satisfied with both the junk and the few large items. Taking advantage of the extra time, Sumo began to plan the development of the base in his mind. 2 hours is neither long nor short, and before he could see any results from his planning, he suddenly felt dazed. When Sumo focused his eyes again, he was astonished to find that he had returned to the wasteland. Gentle sunlight poured down from the horizon, and a refreshing breeze blew through, seeping into the vents of his combat suit, making Sumo shiver involuntarily. It's so cold. It was about 15 degrees when I went in. How does it feel like it's only 5 or 6 degrees now? He looked up at the position of the sun. This time the time difference is even more exaggerated than last time. It must be past 6 in the morning. He had entered around 6 in the afternoon and now it was already 6 o'clock. Calculating the time ratio, this time spent 2 hours in the ruins, which had turned into a full 12 hours outside. A six-fold time difference. However, looking at the items that had been teleported out, all covered by the bedsheet beneath him, Soma's lips curled into a slight smile. He untied the knot on the bedsheet, forcing himself not to look at the attributes of these items. After signaling Oreo to keep watch, he quickly headed towards the base. The wasteland outside was always fraught with danger, and Soma did not want to witness another scene of a Tibetan mastiff smashing a television. Upon returning to the entrance of the ruins, he walked around the hill to ensure no one was following him. Soma quickly manipulated the combination lock on the door and opened the heavy stone gate. As he stepped into the shelter, the two little sparks excitedly flew into his arms the moment he entered. "You two little guys must be starving. Wait for me to move the stuff back first and then I'll cook for us." Seeing the two weak little ones lying on the ground, Soma hurriedly comforted the tearful little sparks. Turning to the warehouse, he cleared out the clutter from his storage space, then returned to the basement and brought out the bouncing car. With the moving ability of the storage space, it only took 4 trips to bring all the items from the ruins back. The pitch-black television was placed on the living room floor, and the pristine white air conditioner emitted a faint glow. Even the old phone seemed to have been rejuvenated, shining like jade. After closing the heavy door and sitting down in the living room, Soma could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. He focused and called upon the system. Looking at these large items, 42-inch LCD TV, excellent. Description: a technological product from an unknown era, made from a substance that lies between solid and liquid, featuring an organic compound with a regular molecular arrangement. When heated, it presents a transparent liquid state, and when cooled, it appears as a crystalline, opaque solid. Special abilities: replay. Once activated, you can choose the camera angle within 100 m of the television to capture complete segments. Error correction: while watching recorded videos, you can set the error correction direction, which will indicate the wrong direction and provide correction suggestions. Excellent. 15%. Evaluation: in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. Goodness, the functionality of this item might be even more practical than that of the big screen TV. Stroking the LCD panel, Soma was filled with excitement. These two functions might not seem as intuitive as those of the big screen TV, but Soma immediately thought of their usefulness. Error correction: this function was simply a divine skill. When creating items at the workbench, Soma often had to rely on his instincts and the cultural influences from Earth due to the lack of tutorials. To produce items of excellent quality, it required a high-quality workbench as a foundation. But now it was different. With the replay and error correction functions of the television, after one production, Soma could spend time observing the mistakes and shortcomings made during the creation process. At first, the effects might not be significant, but as time went on, the benefits brought by this item would only increase. Having this treasure is like having a good teacher and friend. How delightful. He took a cloth and meticulously wiped away all the dust from the television, cleaning every dusty spot inside and out. Looking at the nearly brand new panel, Soma let out a long sigh of relief and turned his attention to the air conditioner. Tianer 3-piece fighting variable frequency air conditioner, excellent. Description: an air conditioning device that can artificially adjust and control parameters such as temperature, humidity, and airflow within a building or structure. It mainly includes a cooling unit, water pump, fan, and piping system. The terminal device is responsible for utilizing the supplied hot and cold air to specifically process the air state, ensuring that the air parameters of the target environment meet certain requirements. Special ability: full power, increase power consumption for stronger heating/cooling/dehumidifying/air exchange. The greater the power consumption, the higher the chance of damage. All-weather combat outdoor unit. The Tianer air conditioner has a combative outdoor unit that thrives in harsh environments, stimulating its fighting spirit and producing special effects. Specific effects can be felt during use. Evaluation: amazing. A certain country has made large purchases of Tianer air conditioners, and the reason is that after overclocking, their power is comparable to that of a small bomb. Hiss produced by ruins: truly extraordinary. If I had to say that without air conditioning, my chance of being the first in disaster relief was 70%, then now, 99%. Letting out a long breath, Sumo's gaze towards the air conditioner's outdoor unit changed. The working principle of the air conditioner's heating function is very simple. First, the gas refrigerant is compressed by the compressor, becoming high-temperature, high-pressure gas, which enters the indoor unit's heat exchanger, condensing and releasing heat to become liquid, while heating the indoor air to raise the indoor temperature. The liquid refrigerant is depressurized by a throttling device and enters the outdoor unit's heat exchanger, evaporating and absorbing heat to become gas. At the same time, the gas refrigerant absorbs heat from the outdoor air and re-enters the compressor to start the next cycle. The simple heating
principle makes the air conditioner not very effective in harsh environments. But now, with the special ability, Sumo is very much looking forward to the combative outdoor unit's super combat power when the blizzard arrives. A big harvest. If I can take down that Tibetan Mastiff next time, in the vast Liangfang town, I might just get rich. Just thinking about the town inside. The archway made Sumo's heart race uncontrollably. This technological weapon with useful magical powers is simply terrifying. As for the last elderly machine with special abilities, Sumo is even more expectant. Genoa phone, excellent, description, simple appearance, small and pleasing to the eye, comfortable to hold, easy to use, and durable. Genoa phone, after smartphones took over the market, gradually lost competitiveness and became a new favorite in the elderly phone sector. Special ability, signal search, automatically searches for navigation species. Within 50 kilometers of the phone signal source, currently storing species information, humans, dog-headed people. Evaluation, although grandparents can't use smartphones, they always want to find you as soon as they pick up the phone. A pretty practical function, it's quite useful for searching for other shelter camps. After giving the evaluation, Sumo took the phone to the power strip, found a USB charging cable, and started charging the elderly phone. He tried to check the other miscellaneous items he brought, but unfortunately he couldn't find anything with special abilities. Woof, woo, goo 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 goo. On the other side, Oreo looked at the crops in the breeding room, where the small sparks appeared listless, anxiously calling out. Stepping into the breeding room, Sumo immediately saw the small sparks lying on the ground and the water basin in front of them. I remember filling their water before I left. How could they drink it all so quickly? The tomatoes have actually sprouted. But why do these tender sprouts look a bit listless, just like the small sparks? Seeing the tender sprouts growing significantly on the culture medium, Sumo hurried to the ethereal water tank, scooped out a few ladles of water, first adding it to the small sparks, then watering the culture medium. The ethereal water, emitting a hint of blue, immediately transformed the slightly yellowing tender sprouts into a vibrant green as soon as it entered the culture medium, like dew. After fiddling with it a couple of times to ensure everything was fine, Sumo returned to the ethereal water well to collect yesterday's accumulation. However, as the water started to flow, Sumo's expression began to change dramatically. The bucket that can hold 15 liters of water is now completely full, and with a slight shake, quite a bit of water spills into the well. Did it really store 15 liters of water? Overnight? Damn it, the time spent in the ruins might not be 6 times, nor just one night, but rather it has exceeded a whole day. Today, it's probably already the 11th or even the 12th of the doomsday calendar. The plants on the culture medium are growing, and the state of the small sparks, damn, how did I not realize that the time span in this ruin would be so terrifying? After pouring all the water into the tank, Soma quickly focused his attention and called out to the system while sitting on a stone bench. Bang bang! The illusory second board popped up, and when checking today's survival point harvest as usual, 3 new pieces of information indeed appeared. Doomsday Calendar January 10th, Doomsday Calendar January 11th, Doomsday Calendar January 12th. The time hasn't even passed 8 o'clock. If calculated this way, the current date is Doomsday Calendar 13. This time entering the ruins, the time ratio actually exceeded a full 40 times. 2 hours inside equated to a whopping 80 hours outside. Turning off the system, he opened the chat panel. He went straight to the regional channel and looked at the number of survivors, which was 812. Before entering the ruins yesterday, Soma clearly remembered that the number of people in the regional channel was as high as 890. 70 people died overnight? Shaking his head, Soma tried to ask in the regional channel, Soma, does anyone remember what date it is on the Earth calendar today? As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet regional channel suddenly became lively. Liang Jian, oh, Soma must be too busy and forgot. Today is January 4th on the Earth calendar. In 10 days, it will be our Xianyan in Huaxia. Kai Junfeng. Liang Jian, don't talk nonsense. The 15th is Xianyan, there are still 11 days left. Speaking of which, it's been 13 days in the Wasteland, and I've gotten used to the time here. Liang Jian. Nonsense, Soma is definitely one of us northerners. We celebrate Xianyan on the 23rd of the 12th month. Watching the chat channel start to argue over whether Xianyan is celebrated on the 23rd or the 24th of the 12th month, Soma silently closed the chat panel. It really has been almost 80 hours, which is even more exaggerated than the last time 7 hours. Is it because I destroyed things inside the ruins, or because I took too much at once? Sitting on the bench, Soma quickly thought about what he had done in the ruins. If according to the useless information given by phone Manhwa earlier, combined with the information collected during this time, no one had ever encountered such a terrifying time difference. Of course, those who spoke about the ruins in the World Channel did not dare to walk around recklessly or destroy things without restraint. Trying, Soma opened the friend panel and began searching for someone who could provide information. Scanning through, he locked onto 2 people among all his friends, Li Xiufei and Shen Pingan. The former was the one who fought monsters to obtain the culture medium, while the latter had obtained the monster encyclopedia right from the start and later provided materials for crossbows.
Both of these individuals should have considerable combat power and would definitely not overlook the ruins. Soma, do you have any information about entering the ruins? Let's exchange some insights. He sent the same message to both of them and, looking at the private message panel that had not yet received a reply, Soma could only wait quietly. There must be others like me who dare to go out and explore, but they haven't shared their information. If we calculate, based on the degree of destruction in the ruins, then that would be terrible. Thinking about the neighboring courtyard that had been ablaze before he left, Soma suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If we were to talk about destruction, throwing in a package back then and retrieving the junk inside would probably have resulted in a world of difference, where everything has changed, and people are no longer the same. It might even be possible to fast forward to 400 or 500 days into the apocalypse. At that time, although the survival points could accumulate significantly according to the current pace, the early advantages would all vanish. Even within a couple of hundred days, the shelter could be destroyed by disasters, and the daily survival environment assessment might even lead to the loss of survival points. Impulse is the devil. Although I got quite a few good things this time has become pressing. There are only 8 days left until the blizzard disaster strikes. Silently calculating the schedule in his mind, a wave of tension washed over him again. The issue with the dog-headed man's castle had not been resolved. The humans in the Niter mine camp were still suffering under enslavement, and there was no sign of nearby human settlements. Moreover, the damaged safe house core needed for upgrading the shelter had not yet materialized. 8 days, I won't sleep. I'll go collect the toluene and diesel from the deep-sea shelter right away and find a way to mass-produce bitter acid bombs. I must quickly eliminate the combat power of the dog-headed man camp and find the nearby shelter where humans are gathering. With this thought, Sumo's inner anxiety calmed down a bit, and he silently reviewed the gains from the past 3 days. Apocalypse Calendar January 10. You have acquired your first high-quality sustainable resource oil well, survival. Points plus 100. You have successfully crafted a weapon with a lethality exceeding 100. Survival points plus 100. You own a second shelter, increasing safety. Survival points plus 200. Scanning. Host's survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today gained 122 survival points. Final settlement. Survival points plus 522 remaining survival points. 1346. Apocalypse Calendar January 11. Scanning host's survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today gained 122 survival points. Final settlement. Survival points plus 122 remaining survival points. 1468. Apocalypse Calendar January 12. Scanning host's survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today gained 122 survival points. Final settlement. Survival points plus 122 remaining survival points. 1590. The survival points have returned to 1500, but it's a pity that if I had been active outside these 3 days, this number would only be higher, but one cannot be greedy. After all, glancing at the various items placed in the living room, including the LCD TV and air conditioner, Suemo slowly exhaled a breath of mixed air and began to boil water for cooking. With 3 bags of flour, the survival pressure eased significantly, and it was back to the familiar hearty dumpling soup before Suemo even finished cooking. Ding dong. The sound of a private message came. Hearing the sound of the private message, Suemo raised his hand to grab the pot lid, placing it on the pot to cover the steaming heat. Sitting on the stone bench, as the game panel unfolded, it was Li Xiufeng's message that came through first. Li Xiufeng, Su God, have you been to the ruins multiple times? I've only been twice, didn't get much, it was quite tough. Suemo, I've also been twice, want to exchange some intel? How much do you know about it? Both were eager to exchange information, so they naturally wouldn't hold back. After some pleasantries, once the conversation opened up, Li Xiufeng straightforwardly initiated a video call, and Suemo answered without hesitation. In the camera, Li Xiufeng appeared with a scarred face. Judging solely by appearance, Brother Feng's face could definitely stop a child from crying, and if you added that sinister smile, Suemo felt a bit creeped out. Behind him was a small wooden house, neatly surrounded by a complete circle of fencing. The distance was too great for Suemo to see the weapons on the fence clearly, but some sharp points smeared with blood stood out in a blood-red hue. Brother Fengzi was also quite strong. At the very least, he was much stronger than an ordinary person. Sumo's heart suddenly surged with confidence, but he didn't expect that Brother Fengzi on the other side of the camera was even more shocked. Damn! I thought my progress was fast enough, but I didn't expect that Sumo's shelter has air conditioning and LCD TVs set up. He's even cooking on a ground stove? Is this guy here to survive in the apocalypse? Moreover, Sumo's combat power isn't weak either. With my spider sense, even from this distance, I can feel the terrifying strength he possesses. In a place unseen by the camera, Brother Fengzi's hair stood on end, a natural reaction like a spider encountering a formidable enemy. The two were quietly sizing each other up, and after a few seconds, Suemo cleared his throat, breaking the strange silence. Ahem, this. Brother Fengzi, may I ask where the ruins you entered are?
Hearing Sumo's words, Brother Fingzi, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly replied, No, Su God, just call me Xiaofeng.
Calling me brother is too much for me.
Scratching his head, Brother Fingzi looked a bit embarrassed. Actually, I've only been in twice. The first time, I didn't explore much before time was up,
so I came back out. The second time, I did gain a bit.
After saying that, Brother Fingzi paused and Sumo immediately understood. I've also been in twice.
The first time, I did manage to
grab a few things, but the second time was quite a hassle, hard to explain.
You also encountered a time difference?
Before Sumo could continue, Brother Fingzi directly blurted out the
question Sumo was most eager to know. Could it be that you also?
Before Sumo could finish his sentence, both of them burst into laughter.
Separated by the screen, they couldn't threaten
each other, and since they were both powerful individuals whose growth in the wasteland far exceeded others, their conversation carried a hint of friendliness, and it didn't take long for them to figure out their common ground. So, what you're saying is that the more we damage or take from the original things in the ruins during our activities, the greater the time difference flow
we create?
Sumo implied, and Brother Fingzi nodded in agreement. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, I think it should be understood as the greater the changes we cause to the ruins during our activities, the more we interfere with the time flow, leading to a time difference that could be several times or even dozens of times.
So, when faced with an unavoidable disaster, we can enter the ruins and cause destruction to achieve avoiding disaster.
As Sumo's words fell, both of their faces showed a shock of discovering the truth. If the flow rate of the ruins was indeed as the two analyzed, as long as they judged the degree of destruction correctly, they could control the time flow, allowing them to safely pass through disasters while inside the ruins. Of course, while this operation ensured safety, there were also intangible losses. For instance, they would definitely miss out on live broadcast rewards, and they couldn't care less about whether the shelter would face threats during disasters. But compared to life, when encountering an unstoppable disaster, they could completely hide inside the ruins.
Su God, listening to
you is better than reading 10 years of books, ha. Brother Fingzi laughed heartily, and the scar on his face stretched with his smile, looking as fierce as a centipede.
In the video,
compared to those pretty boys with heavenly looks, Sumo felt that Brother Fingzi's appearance might allow him to survive a bit longer in the apocalypse.
Likewise, if there's any information to share in the future, feel free to bring it up.
We can help each other out and survive well in this apocalypse. They exchanged pleasantries before decisively hanging up the video call.
It's
a pity that if someone like Li Xiaofeng had a good character, he would be a great choice as a neighbor or teammate in this world.
Shaking his head in regret, Sumo looked at Chen Ping'an, who
still hadn't responded, stood up, turned off the game panel, and continued cooking. In the wasteland, in such an environment, the stronger individuals pay more attention to their reputation
and image.
For those of the same level, or even stronger than themselves, the keyword is trust.
In contrast, those unknown small characters are often incredibly ruthless, smiling on the surface while secretly plotting how to eliminate you.
Oreo, come eat, bring the little sparks.
Watching the lumpy soup bubbling in the pot, Sumo called out after extinguishing the firewood.
In just a few seconds, the weak little sparks were brought out by Oreo, one in each side of his mouth, and placed in front of the stove.
3 days without food, and you didn't think to go to the supply room for some rice?
Taking out a bowl retrieved from the ruins, Sumo scooped a bowl of lumpy soup, squatted down to gently pat the little sparks on the head, and placed the bowl
in front of them.
Sensing the aroma of food, the little sparks finally came to life, ignoring the steaming soup, and began to chirp and peck at it.
Dividing the remaining large pot into 2
portions, one was placed in Oreo's bowl, while the other was poured directly into a clean basin. Taking out some pickled vegetables, he sprinkled a bit on the lumpy soup, and the fragrance
wafted out immediately.
This meal was incredibly satisfying for both the person and the little sparks. After finishing the meal and letting the food settle, as soon as 8 o'clock struck, the
survival points for January 13th arrived.
Doomsday Calendar January 13. While exploring the ruins, you killed a strong enemy with comparable combat power, survival points plus 50, you gained a lot in the ruins, significantly enriching your resources, survival points plus 25, scanning host survival environment, survival point assessment in progress. Today you gain 202 survival
points.
Final tally, survival points plus 277 remaining survival points, 1792. I only brought back an air conditioner and an LCD TV, and it surprisingly increased the assessment by nearly
80 points. Over a week, that's equivalent to an extra 500. Sumo was overjoyed looking at the numbers from the system prompt. Compared to the survival points earned from daily tasks, this accumulation of points that consistently grows is of utmost importance.
It seems that while 200 points may not compare to some major items, as the base develops better, it's possible that in 100 or 200 days, the daily fixed income of survival points could reach several hundred, even over 1,000. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't removed his gear yet, Sumo decided to head out again with Oreo, driving the bouncy vehicle towards the deep-sea shelter. After 3 days of accumulating diesel and toluene, it was time to extract some. Following the tire Tracks on the ground, Suemo skillfully arrived at the front of the deep-sea shelter. While letting Oreo patrol, Suemo parked the vehicle behind a hillside. In the future, I could research how to create a tunnel underground so we could safely access the deep-sea shelter directly to gather oil resources, he thought, keeping vigilant with his crossbow aimed ahead. As an important resource point, whether in the early or mid to late stages, the significance will gradually increase as the scale of the oil wells upgrades and production expands. At that time, a safe method must be devised to protect this place, turning it into a resource point. After seeing Oreo signal that there was no danger, Soma retracted his crossbow and approached the door on the second floor, repeating the process to open the large door. Standing at the entrance, he waited until the stuffy air inside had cleared a bit before walking straight in, arriving at the oil well. Focusing his mind, the stored data popped up. Diesel, 153 L. Toluene, 5.1 kilograms. 150 liters of diesel and 5 kilograms of toluene. The upgraded oil well is indeed powerful. By the way, if Magu had so many auxiliary modules and resources back in the day, he could have lived an extra 100 or 200 days for sure. Looking at the terrifying haul, Soma couldn't help but click his tongue. 5 kilograms of toluene, based on the previous manufacturing efficiency, could at least be used to create dozens of kilograms of bitter acid bombs. As a well-known explosive, it would be a piece of cake to break new ground. If he could find the load-bearing columns of the Doghead Castle and concentrate these explosives to detonate them, it was likely that the seemingly indestructible castle would turn into a pile of ruins in just a few moments. Ha ha ha, what am I thinking? I'm not an architect. He shook his head, the joy of collecting things making. Soma smiled contentedly. What could be more enjoyable than farming and watching your supplies grow? With a gesture towards the void, an oil barrel appeared in Soma's hand, and he touched the diesel in the oil well storage box, beginning to draw it with his mind. The oil barrel only had the 6.5 L he had gathered before leaving the deep sea shelter. Gurgle, gurgle. The invisible diesel poured out from the air, slowly filling the barrel. The 100 L diesel barrel was filled in an instant, and as Soma's mind shifted, the transfer stopped. Storing the barrel in his storage space, Soma stepped out the door and walked to the bouncy car, lifting the cap off the fuel tank. After days of running around, there was only about 20 L of diesel left in the bouncy car, basically just the bottom of the tank. With a gesture towards the air, the oil barrel appeared on the ground, and he twisted the cap off. Soma tried to grab the oil barrel, his biceps surging with power. As the strength in his hands increased, the veins between his biceps and triceps bulged, and even the veins on his forearms were clearly visible. Lift. With his feet firmly planted, Soma exerted all his waist strength, his face reddening, although his body felt unsteady and on the verge of toppling. After a moment of struggle, once his center of gravity stabilized, he gripped the barrel handles tightly and mustered his strength, slowly lifting the barrel off the ground. The barrel, weighing over 160 pounds, was actually lifted directly by Soma. Aiming the spout at the fuel tank opening and tilting it slightly, the pale yellow diesel slowly emerged from the barrel, trickling into the bouncy car's tank. With the robust blood being injected, the bouncy car seemed to rejoice, making creaking sounds. It wasn't until the bouncy car's tank was full that Soma set down the barrel. Looking at it, the barrel that originally held 100 L now had only about 40 L left. Wow, my strength is really increasing. I can lift something over 160 pounds now, and this is definitely not just the effect of the ghost energy water. After putting down the barrel, his arms, engorged with blood, were noticeably thicker. Raising his arm, Soma curiously examined it back and forth, unable to comprehend the reason for his increasing strength. Could it be that in the ruins, killing monsters grants a strength bonus? Or does the faster flow of time increase my strength? The effect of the ghost energy water was very limited. At least Oreo, who drank it daily, showed no obvious changes. Instead, after entering the ruins twice, he could feel a direct enhancement of his strength. I need to find a way to measure my strength limit and compare it periodically. Next time I exit the ruins, I'll know the reason. Soma lifted the oil barrel again and stored it back in his storage space before turning around to close the large door of the second floor of the deep sea shelter. As the time for the blizzard drew closer, the weather outside grew increasingly cold. It was already around 10 in the morning, and he could still see frost when he exhaled. Oreo, we're going home, stop playing. The cold liberated the husky's nature, and Oreo became more and more lively. Hearing Soma's words, Oreo, who was frolicking in the wilderness, made a sharp turn and quickly bounced back. He hopped onto the bouncy car, and once Oreo got in and fastened his seatbelt, Soma pressed the gas pedal and sped away. With oil in hand, he felt no panic. Back at the base, Soma opened the diesel generator's fuel tank and filled it with the remaining diesel. He started the generator and connected the shelter's power output to it. Soma went to the living room and connected the newly acquired LCD television to the power strip. He took the mechanical controller plugged into the bulky television and installed it, flicking the switch. With a soft crackle of electricity, the LCD television automatically lit up, and three options appeared on the screen: record replay, image correction, normal mode.
Soma tried to switch to normal mode first, but upon entering, like the LCD televisions on Earth, it displayed a static screen due to no signal. Returning to the last three options, he selected record replay again. With a crackle, Soma's face appeared on the screen. Oh, can this thing also be used as a mirror? Soma curiously waved his hand, and the image of Soma on the screen waved back. Looking around, Soma couldn't find anything like a camera, so he tried to adjust the angle, and the lens began to move. It passed through the thick stone walls and suddenly jumped to the outside. Just like the bulky television, the LCD also had monitoring capabilities. However, this monitoring could only last up to a range of 100 meters. Pulling the lens back, Soma switched the view to the crop cultivation room, where the little sparks, having eaten their fill, regained their energy and began to play hide and seek around the culture medium. Oreo lay on the ground, scratching his ears and pawing at the dry yellow grass leaves stuck to him. Trying to press the record button below, just like recording a video on a phone, a message popped up: pause. 0.01/infinite, stop. After starting the recording, the view couldn't be switched, and he could only rotate within a limited angle. After circling from front to back and from left to right for about a minute, Soma figured out how to record. Switching back to the three main options, he clicked on image correction this time. The previously recorded video appeared in the section, and Soma curiously clicked on it. Like playing a video, the screen began to move, but Soma, sitting in front of the screen, had his mouth shaped into an O. What the hell, this function is too bizarre. Oreo. Calling out loudly, Oreo tilted his head and trotted over with a light step, lying down in front of Soma. The next second, Oreo also noticed that he appeared on the screen, curiously barking, unsure of what was happening. After replaying the video, Soma picked up Oreo and began to slide his hand in a strange direction on Oreo's body. Woof woof woof. Accompanied by the varying pressure of Soma's hand, a strange sensation arose, and Oreo, cradled in his arms, let out a comfortable groan. Strands of grass and small creatures tangled in his fur began to fall to the ground with Soma's movements. Some of the knotted fur, which had been difficult to untangle, also started to become smooth. Strands of mixed fur fell from Oreo, swirling in the air before finally dropping to the ground. Brushing the fur without professional techniques and combing should have been a very painful task. However, at this moment, Oreo was blissfully dazed, drooling, with its tongue hanging out, nearly fainting. Alright, there's no water to give you a bath now, but when it snows, we'll have plenty of water. After a while of grooming, I set Oreo aside and cleaned up all the fur on the ground. Looking at the two clumps of fur the size of fists, Sumo was momentarily lost in thought. The first stroke from top to bottom. Hands in a claw shape, scrape hard until the floating grass falls off. The second stroke. The LCD TV screen continued to play the same thing over and over again, with detailed text explanations and arrows for guidance. Turning to look at the collapsed Oreo on the ground and then back at the hints on the screen, Sumo's eyes gradually brightened. With such a good thing, why worry that my crafting skills can improve? The powerful error correction function and the tips provided seemed more professional to Sumo than a master craftsman who had immersed themselves in this field for years. The combination of images and text, along with the ability to watch repeatedly, made Sumo think that if he couldn't learn anything in this situation, he should really find a block of tofu to smash his head against. So this 15% description of high quality doesn't mean there's a 15% chance of finding and correcting errors, but rather that it can improve by 15% on the original level. 15% might not have an immediate effect for ordinary people, but for those who are already at the peak in their field, or an 8th level machinist, this is a super artifact. If Dad were here, with this treasure, hiss. Thinking about the LCD TV upgrading to even more terrifying levels, with even more powerful error correction capabilities, Sumo suddenly became agitated. Switching the camera, he pointed it at the workbench, took a big gulp of ethereal water to regain his energy, and put on the mechanical arm to start working. He began with the simplest task of making an iron axe. Taking out an iron block, he placed it on the workbench, and following the previous sequence, in about 10 minutes, the iron axe was freshly made. Unfortunately, this iron axe was still at a beginner level, only reaching an excellent level due to the attribute quality bonus of the workbench. The two accompanying special abilities were also just ordinary sharpness bonuses, with nothing remarkable about them. Removing the mechanical arm and putting the workbench in standby mode, Sumo stepped back into the living room, sat on a stone bench, and began replaying the crafting process from earlier. A full 12-minute video, after a slight stutter, began to play slowly. The screen focused on the front of the workbench, where Sumo sat down and started to wear the work arm. Did I make a mistake from the very beginning? Sumo curiously examined his figure on the screen, and as the figure in the video sat down, another blurred figure sat down beside him, and the screen began to split. Red threads rose from the ground, connecting to the top of his head, then spreading down from there, covering his limbs. Compared to Sumo's posture, the phantom figure beside him exuded a completely different energy. Lines of text began to appear in both frames, and Sumo focused his gaze. Muttering, forging, virtual neck strength, head upright, body posture correct, spirit uplifted, neck straight and relaxed, looking around without losing focus, stiffness and droopiness are
Flaws: practice neck skills to be light and agile. Just a few simple sentences conveyed the essence of relaxation and tension, and at that moment, both figures in the video began to examine the iron block in front of them, searching for cutting lines. Due to the misalignment of his head and neck, Sumo was astonished to discover that from a third-person perspective, his initial cutting had already gone terribly wrong. The figure on the right was cutting with perfect precision and levelness, while his own stance had an arc of about 10 degrees, not cutting straight down. The elbow should be loose and avoid stiffness. Bending, stretching, and rotating are all suitable. Keep the elbow straight like a steel rod, and the movements of the elbow should be flexible and varied. The back should be straight and not bent like a bow. The upper body should stand upright, with the chest and back supporting each other, and strength should be generated from the spine, flowing through the governing vessel. During the forging and hammering, the figure on the left wavered with each strike due to the elbow's position, causing the point of impact to shift unpredictably, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. The figure on the right, however, was very consistent. Although his strength seemed minimal, he managed to strike near the same point each time. As the process of creation slowly progressed, the gap between the two stone axes displayed on the table grew wider. The axe face made by Sumo was visibly uneven, still rough. Despite the forging and hammering, the one on the right, while not exquisite, had a significantly better overall shape. Is my skill so far behind that of a beginner craftsman? When it comes to making such large items, I can't even call myself a novice. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sumo replayed the production process in the living room. This time, he focused all his attention on the teaching figure, intently watching the changes in its movements. Sometimes the hammer would dance, sometimes it would cut and grind simultaneously. Thanks to the compulsory education of the Earth Era and his father's earnest teachings during his childhood, Sumo approached this craft with great seriousness. The 12-minute video finished playing, and Sumo's eyes remained glued to the screen. He replayed it again, completely unaware, as he immersed himself in the simple act of creation. The figure in the video moved, and the figure Sumo imagined in his mind mirrored those actions. With every strike, every drop, every cut, and every movement, Sumo ensured he memorized everything completely. After watching it 2-3 times, he replayed it 6 times in total before he had to rub his sore eyes and stop the playback. After a while, when the video played again, Sumo's gaze shifted. No longer fixated on the right, he returned to the left. The left side, which had seemed flawless before, now appeared riddled with flaws in Sumo's eyes. After watching it once, without taking a break, Sumo sat directly at the workbench. With a flick of his right hand, the mechanical arm naturally attached itself, and as the iron block was placed on the table, Sumo began to immerse himself in the creation process. This time, if an outsider could witness Sumo's 2 attempts at crafting, they would surely gasp in astonishment. A person's silhouette can reflect their mental state well. After sitting down, Sumo's back was relaxed and straight, without the previous curvature, tilt, rigidity, or stiffness. His neck was relaxed, muscles soft, and his head naturally tilted slightly upward, as if balancing a full bowl of water on top. The mechanical arm's cutting gear descended, making contact with the iron block, slowly dropping and sending sparks flying, surging forward against the stone wall. With this cut, Sumo felt completely satisfied and at ease. There was no sense of stagnation as before. Clang! The cut-off piece of iron shaped like an axe fell onto the workbench, and he pushed the remaining part aside. Sumo began the second step of heating and forging. Under high temperatures, the iron block started to turn red, gradually reaching a workable state. Bang! A hammer fell. Before the sound dissipated, a flurry of hammer strikes rained down from the air, landing fiercely on the surface of the iron block. With each forceful strike, Sumo's back remained relaxed and upright. As if there were a force pulling him upward, his elbows heavy and loose, not stiff, not rigid, and bending and stretching freely. The hammer's shadow struck again and again, sparking bright flashes. Although it couldn't match the precision of the figures in the videos, under Soma's deliberate control, it was a world apart from before. With each successive strike, Soma's confidence soared, and he set the forged hammerhead aside to cool. With a thought, he made a feint in the air, and a bottle of ethereal energy water appeared in his hand. He poured it into his mouth and forcefully sprayed it onto the glowing red axe head, causing bursts of white vapor to scatter as the high temperature met the water. He took out the axe handle he had made earlier, pressed the axe head onto it, and once the joint was bonded, Soma focused his attention on the axe's attributes. Iron axe, excellent, description, an iron axe crafted by the novice artisan Soma. The materials are solid, and while the workmanship is rough, it has its merits, achieving excellent quality. Special abilities: 1. Sharpness plus 2-2. When chopping trees with a hardness not exceeding 5, there is a chance to deal a critical hit, i.e., break, evaluation, let loose. I know you want to shout who's next while wielding it. Excellent quality. I actually managed to create something of excellent quality with my own abilities. Picking up the iron axe, Soma examined every strike mark on the axe head closely. From top to bottom, he looked at it 3 times, still feeling joy. From novice to entry level, it truly is a qualitative leap. He took out a unit of wood and gently chopped down. With a clang, the wood snapped in response. It was as if he had sliced through the surface of water. There was no significant resistance throughout the process. With such a productive tool, let alone axes produced on an assembly line on Earth, even electric saws wouldn't achieve such efficiency. Indeed, other species have physical or fantastical advantages, but humans, the advantage of humans is always their wise and imaginative brains, along with their skilled hands that create well-crafted tools. What fireball techniques, technology, that's the strongest weapon. He set the iron axe aside and returned to the living room. Sure enough, new images appeared on the television, and based on what he had just seen, there was an even more standardized crafting method. After a quick glance, Soma abandoned the idea of continuing to learn and experiment. One must not be greedy for achievements. He hadn't fully grasped the previous teachings, and rashly learning new techniques could easily lead to overreaching, with an unstable foundation making it difficult to progress in the end. He rewound the footage to the very beginning, sat on a stone bench, and took a moment to gather his thoughts before starting the recording. This time, what needed to be made was not a tool, but bitter acid. Although the bitter acid I hastily produced last time was upgraded to excellent quality due to the workbench, it had no attribute bonuses, which must have been due to my steps in preparation methods. However, even so, its power was considerable. What I need now is stability. I must find a good way to safely detonate it. Studying the manufacturing flowchart for bitter acid obtained from the tundra shelter, Soma furrowed his brow, contemplating how to prepare the bomb. The reason bitter acid was phased out was that it was difficult to detonate. It exploded at the slightest touch. Any violent impact would cause the bitter acid to detonate immediately, lacking any penetrating strike capability. Moreover, if you used too much, you would be within the explosion range yourself. If you used too little, it wouldn't have enough lethality. Of course, the optimal solution would be to make landmines, then lure the enemy in to use the mines to kill. What a pity, to make landmines, my hand-rolling skills are simply insufficient, and the raw materials aren't great either. It seems I'll have to resort to the most primitive explosives to deal with the current situation. Having clarified his thoughts, the next task was left with just one: massively prepare the raw materials for bitter acid. Just like in farming games where you need to frantically craft weapons and ammunition before fighting monsters, Soma patiently completed each step at the workbench. From the preparation of sulfuric acid and nitric acid to phenol disulfonic acid. For every step, Soma repeatedly watched the instructional footage on the television, striving to achieve perfection. With the final infusion of the prepared nitric acid into the phenol disulfonic acid completing the nitration reaction, the fresh bitter acid was produced. This time, Soma took another look and finally revealed a satisfied expression. Bitter acid explosive, trinitrophenol, excellent. Description: a powerful explosive manufactured by the novice artisan. Soma, it is poorly soluble in carbon tetrachloride, slightly soluble in carbon disulfide, soluble in hot water, ethanol, and ether, and easily soluble in organic solvents like acetone and benzene. Due to the strict adherence to scientific principles during its preparation, it has achieved an excellent rating. Attributes: melting point 121.8 degrees Celsius, boiling point 300 degrees Celsius, explosive. Special ability: stability. The scientific and rational process of preparation enhanced the stability of the explosive. It will never explode below 300 degrees. Evaluation: if the ignition is good, everyone is happy. If the ignition is bad, the whole village suffers. Although the requirement of 300 degrees for an explosion has made explosive crossbows a thing of the past, it is actually the most suitable for making explosive packs. Looking at the nearly 1 kilogram of bitter acid explosive in front of him, Soma gently took a small basin and filled it with all the bitter acid crystals. For the next half day, sitting at the workbench, Soma tirelessly repeated this tedious process. Every time he felt like giving up, seeing the growing pile of yellow crystals in the corner would invigorate him. 5 kilograms of toluene, combined with all the nitrate he had previously seized, resulted in a total of 30 kilograms of bitter acid. Converted, that amounts to a whopping 60 pounds of explosives. Soma planned to make 3 10-pound packs, 5 3-pound packs, and 15 1-pound packs. The former would be used to destroy enemy structures, while the latter would serve as weapons for targeted use. In everyday movies, you often see explosive packs bundled like quilts. These explosive packs are called group charges, made from bulk powdered explosives spread between cloth or paper, wrapped up like a package, and then tied with ropes in both horizontal and vertical directions. Soma cut the moldy sheets he had used for packing into pieces and tore off some notebook paper he had brought from the ruins. He proportionally placed the bitter acid into the package, wrapped it in cloth, and finally secured it with transparent tape, completing the simple bitter acid explosive pack. In the center of the explosive pack, Soma also placed black powder to ignite the explosive pack and secured it. At this point, everything was ready, just missing the final ignition fuse. There are many types of fuses, including trigger fuses, proximity fuses, time fuses, command fuses, and multi-choice fuses, among others. The manufacturing process for fuses is quite complex, and it requires a lot of materials, but I have a system. Just thinking about the system made Soma feel exhilarated, and he laughed. heartily focusing his thoughts to summon the system interface. Selecting the creation interface, Soma softly said, "System, create the simplest trigger fuse, the cheapest kind."
Detection of creation demand, landmine trigger fuse found, survival points required, 90 points landmine trigger fuse? What is that? Seeing the system's prompt, Soma curiously clicked on the landmine trigger fuse card. The card neatly displayed a description: the oldest landmine trigger fuse, its ignition power comes from the gravity of falling stones, and the triggering mechanism consists of an iron pin, a rotating steel, iron, wheel, falling stones, flint, and a pulling rope. When setting up, tie one end of the rope to the falling stone and the other to the steel, iron, wheel, and configure the rope as a tripwire. Then place the falling stone at a height. When a person or livestock trips the rope, the stone will fall from above, causing the steel wheel to rotate and create friction with the flint, igniting the fuse of the explosive. 1560? Is this a 16th century trigger mechanism? Smacking his lips and thinking carefully, Sumo ultimately abandoned this ancient triggering device. Although this device was cheap, its practicality was very low, especially with a success rate of only 60%, making it extremely unstable. Search for the cheapest trigger mechanism after the 19th century. Creation demand detected, mechanical percussion fuse retrieved, creation points required, 99 points, great. This is exactly what I need. Hearing that the price of the percussion fuse was even lower than a bowl of lamb palma and 2 meat buns, Sumo's eyes sparkled, and he unhesitatingly exchanged for 5 percussion fuses. With 495 survival points deducted, a green light radiated out, beginning to sketch and draw on the workbench in front of him. Like a 3D printer, the green framework structure gradually began to take shape, and after 3 to 5 seconds, 5 disc-shaped devices slowly formed. From this angle, Sumo could clearly see the generation process of each component inside and understand the principle and method of triggering. Unfortunately, before Sumo could carefully examine and memorize it, there was a loud bang, and the 5 discs fell onto the workbench with a muffled thud. Opening the card. For the mechanical trigger fuse, Sumo studied it for a while and memorized the complete usage method. This type of trigger fuse only needs to have the safety pulled and placed on the explosive package. Any foot traffic passing over it will trigger the detonator below, igniting the bitter explosive package. At that time, all the pursuing enemies would clearly taste the power of scientific magic. 1 pound of explosives isn't enough? I'll give you 10 pounds. What fireball technique, what human wave advantage, all will become a joke under the firepower phobia of the Huaxia people. System, how many survival points does a 10-minute fuse require? Creation demand detected, time fuse, length 10 minutes, retrieved, creation points required, 20 points, so cheap. Flipping through the card introduction, Sumo was astonished to find that the time fuse only required 2 points per minute, and each additional minute would increase the requirement by 2 points. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and directly exchanged for 3 10-minute fuses, 5 5-minute fuses, and 15 3-minute fuses. A total of 200 survival points were spent. The items that appeared this time were very simple, resembling thin strings. Once ignited, they would slowly begin to burn, and when the time was up, they would ignite the black powder. In the middle of the explosive package. Boom! Turning his head to look at the darkening sky outside, Sumo made a boom shape with his mouth. It won't be long now. Tomorrow morning. Let the dog-headed people know what art truly is. Doomsday Calendar January 14. You have obtained information that is very important to you. Survival points +5. You have manufactured a powerful weapon for the first time, but it is not fully completed. Survival points +50. Milestone, your electricity consumption has exceeded 100 degrees. Survival points +100. Milestone, your diesel usage has exceeded 100 L. Survival points +100. Milestone, you have successfully survived until the end of the second week of the Doomsday Wasteland. Survival points +20. Scanning. Host survival environment, survival point assessment in progress. Today you have gained 202 survival points. Final settlement, survival points +877 remaining survival points, 1974 you. 2 little guys are really clingy. When I have time, I'll make you a cozy nest. Sitting at the head of the bed, Suemo stroked the little sparks lying on the bed while checking today's system. Survival point gains. Yesterday, nearly 700 points were spent, but unexpectedly, today nearly 900 points were added, not only without a decrease but rather an accumulation of more survival points. The temperature is dropping so fast, it feels like the temperature in the shelter is only around 5 or 6 degrees. Lifting the blanket, a cold wind rushed in, taking away the scant warmth that had been maintained throughout the night. The little sparks had been chirping all night due to the cold, so Suemo simply brought both little creatures onto the bed. The second disaster was clearly not as easy to get through as the acid rain novice disaster. The continuous 72 hours of -20-degree blizzard weather was just the most delicious part of this disaster dish. But when it came to the gradual drop in temperature beforehand, that was the greatest threat to the wasteland humans. Over the course of a week, the nighttime temperature had already dropped to -8 or 9 degrees. The underground shelter, due to its geographical advantages, could still retain some heat. Unlike some wooden house shelters above ground, where the cold wind Rushed in at night, it was truly deadly. The cold limited the ability to go out and search, and the already scarce supplies would become even tighter. Until the blizzard arrived, relying on these supplies to survive for over 72 hours, one would also have to face the subsequent melting of snow that could last for more than 10 days. An absolute survival test. In this situation, humans can only huddle together to survive. Suemo rinsed his mouth while looking at everyone's comments on the world chat panel. It was clear that almost everyone's situation was not good. Even some large shelters with 200 or 300 people seemed to be struggling. The surrounding trees were being endlessly cut down. To obtain more wood, one had to go further away. These people didn't have 100 disaster points to luxuriously open storage space, so after cutting wood, they had to carry it back. The back and forth journey consumed a lot of physical strength, and when compared to the price of food, for some, it simply wasn't worth it. Galila spitting out all the mouthwash onto the side of the culture medium, Suemo pondered and closed the chat panel. Trading is definitely necessary. These people have quite a few good things in their hands. It seems I need to stock up on some food and find a way to bring it in to exchange for something valuable. Digging through the food storage area, Sumo's mind became active. As long as today's few explosives could work well, they would surely blow the goblin camp upside down. By then, a pile of treasure chests would definitely yield a lot of food, and taking the food into exchange for the currently scarce supplies would mean both sides got what they wanted, simply a blood profit. Thinking of this, Suemo suddenly became excited, directly preparing 2 bowls of flour and boiling a pot of noodles. To go out and work, one must have some oil in their belly to avoid hunger. Placing some chili on the noodles, pouring hot oil over it, and adding some dehydrated vegetables on top, the taste was incredibly solid. After eating a bowl of noodles, a large cup of ethereal water was downed, followed by a couple of bites of canned peaches. Sitting on the stone bench, Suemo had more aspirations for future life. When he first arrived in the Wasteland, Suemo only dared to think about surviving one day at a time. Now, Suemo thought not only about surviving but also about living with quality, living with hope. Once this disaster passes, I should also reach out to the nearby shelter. Isolating myself isn't a solution. Calling Oreo, who was enjoying the meal, to prepare for departure. Standing in the supply room, this time, Suemo put down all the miscellaneous items and organized the explosives he had prepared last night according to their weight and type. 3 bottles of ghost energy water, 2 bowls of oil splashed noodles cooked too much, a telescope, a lighter, a helmet. After checking all the supplies one by one and putting on the gear, Soma used the Big But TV to scout the area for dangers. After confirming there was none, he picked up Oreo and strode confidently out the door. He entered the password, and the lock retracted. As soon as he pushed open the door, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, causing Soma to shiver. It's so cold, it must be around 0 degrees out here now, right? Stepping outside, gusts of wind and sand swirled around, and he could even see frost forming on the grass below. Woofawawoo Oreo, however, was not afraid of the cold and seemed unusually excited, standing on a small hill and howling at the distance. After opening the garage door and starting the engine, Soma waited for it to warm up before climbing in and driving out. Oreo, let's go, stop howling. In a 10-mile radius, I'm the only man here, so don't think too much, he called out, watching as Oreo obediently ran down to sit in the back seat and buckle up. Soma smiled knowingly and released the brake. Slowly, the wheels began to roll forward, and as Soma pressed the gas, they shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The desert racer crafted by Maku, aside from its somewhat similar appearance to the vehicle in PUBG, had superior attributes in every other aspect. Even the chassis of this car was significantly higher than that of small sedans. Clearly, Maka had made a comprehensive assessment of the wilderness terrain before finally creating such a powerful off-road vehicle. Driving on the rough wasteland, the good chassis isolated most of the vibrations. After about 50 kilometers, Soma stopped the car at the usual spot, preparing to climb the high slope for a look. However, when the noise of the vehicle ceased, Soma heard a faint commotion coming from ahead. Using both hands and feet, he quickly climbed up the slope and took out his telescope to look at the nitrate mine camp. What he saw left him utterly astonished. In just 4 or 5 days, the scale of the nitrate mine camp had more than doubled. This doubling did not refer to the number of buildings in the camp, but rather to the fortifications for combat defense, which had increased by a full measure. Previously, there were 2 watchtowers, and now there were 6, 2 on the sides and 4 in front. In front of the camp, there lay a weapon once used in ancient Earth to counter rangers, the caltrip. Moreover, within a 3-meter radius of the camp, there were densely scattered wooden spikes that made one's scalp tingle just to look at. Soma had no doubt about the power of these spikes. Anyone who charged in would only have one fate: to be skewered and turned into a kebab. As his gaze shifted, Soma couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "God, what kind of monster is this?" On several of the spikes, he saw skewers of meat that had not yet been collected. Vicious blood mixed with chunks of flesh continued to drip from the spikes, as if a brutal contact battle had just occurred here not long ago. Several goblin warriors, armed with spears, walked among the spikes, occasionally using their spears to deliver a finishing blow to 1 or 2 monsters. On Each watchtower, Soma saw groups of 6 goblin sorcerers crowded together, looking down below. After putting down the telescope and taking a moment to rest, Soma refocused his gaze on the skewered monsters. These creatures seem to be half human. They should be the feline creatures I saw before. Are they cat people or lion people? All the monsters had their backs turned to this direction, and from such a distance, Soma couldn't see them very clearly. Adjusting the telescope as Soma looked towards the back, he was astonished to discover that there were actually 3 catapults set up in the goblin camp. Goodness, that bastard Mayeta Kento has developed such a weapon for the dog-headed people. No wonder the enemy can't break through. Scanning the ground, he indeed saw many shattered boulders, and beside the fragments, the earth was stained a blood-red color, looking quite terrifying. The catapult was quite large. Moreover, dozens of humans were hurriedly maintaining it, also moving some sizable stones to one side. In the center of the camp, he could vaguely see the figures of Mayeta Kento and the dog-headed people, as well as several treasure chests that had been opened but had not yet disappeared. No wonder that scoundrel is developing so quickly. It turns out he relies on the dog-headed people as laborers to deal with enemies of an unknown species. Perhaps the dog-headed people don't get rewards for killing the enemy, but if humans do it, there will be treasure chest rewards. A system bug. This guy has exploited it. No, the dog-headed people are actually profiting too. Their strength will also increase. Damn traitor. Lying on the hillside, Sumo licked his somewhat peeling lips, a murderous intent rising within him. The better Mayeta Kento developed, the worse the news was for the neighbors. I can't delay. If that traitor opens firearms from the treasure chests, my only ranged advantage will be gone, and I'll be passive. Standing up, Sumo slid down the hillside. The distance was still too far, and he wasn't very familiar with the layout of the camp. Directly attacking would be foolish unless he could seize those catapults and deliver all the explosives inside. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream. However, Sumo did not lose hope. Since both sides were engaged in battle, he had no need to take risks. Perhaps to turn the tide of this war, all he needed to do was add a little fire. Sumo's gaze grew sharper, and his mind began to race. Continuing along the rough road, the speed was slow, only 20 miles per hour, and he drove for about 20 to 30 kilometers. Along the way, Sumo stopped and started circling the hillside, occasionally getting out to move based on the traces on the ground. Oreo, can you smell them? He held a tuft of golden fur in front of Oreo's nose. After Oreo sniffed it, he barked twice, pointing towards the front right. This direction. The unknown creatures were to the south of the nitrate camp, while the dog-headed people's castle was to the north, with the camp in between serving as a buffer zone for both sides. Upon reaching the plain, the vehicle sped up, and after about 20 to 30 minutes, at the end of his line of sight, the lair of the unknown creatures fighting the dog-headed people appeared. He parked the bouncing vehicle in a recessed area to hide it, then quickly walked to a higher spot and took out his binoculars to observe. Not far away, about 2 kilometers or so, a sparse group of monsters sat on the ground, looking dejected as if they had suffered a defeat. Taking out the binoculars, this time Sumo was seeing clearly. So it's the lion people. Smoke was rising from the houses in the camp, faintly visible in the sky. Overall, the lion people's tribe resembled a well-organized small village. Compared to the ostentatious appearance of the dog-headed people's castle, the lion people looked much poorer. Rows of wooden houses were neatly scattered across the wasteland, and at the edges of the wooden houses were neatly stacked giant logs. The number of logs was enormous, each with a diameter exceeding 80 centimeters, stacked neatly in 3 directions of the village, leaving only the front open for passage. 1, 2, 30. Sumo assessed the number of lion people in the village. The number of lion people seemed far fewer than the dog-headed people. In such a large camp, a rough count showed there were only about 1,000. Especially in the center of the tribe, there was a large group of wounded soldiers sitting there. Counting the injured and the intact lion warriors, along with those in the lion tribe, it's uncertain if their fighting strength even reaches 500. On the other hand, the dog-headed people number at least 1 or 2,000. Just within the castle, making the disparity in strength obvious. Have the lions gone mad? You can't just rely on your physical body to storm into someone else's castle like an ant shaking a tree. After sweeping through the lion's lax defenses, Suemo clicked his tongue, unsure how to evaluate the lion's reckless actions. If you could use fireball spells to take down this gunpowder camp, that would be understandable. But the problem now is, what advantage does a lion that can only use wind spells have in winning this battle? Is it really just because of racial friction? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop thinking. Suemo put down his binoculars and checked his gear once more to ensure everything was in order before slowly moving forward. Due to the giant trees blocking his view and the absence of watchtowers among the lions, after a slight detour, Suemo successfully approached within less than a kilometer of the lion camp. Moving any closer would risk being discovered by the lions. The lion camp seems to have far more vulnerabilities than the dog-headed people's. Lying on the ground, surveying the dozens of pounds of explosives in his storage space, Suemo quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. With the current amount of explosives, it might be difficult to deal with the dog-headed people, but it would definitely be enough to blow up these lions. Even if he couldn't kill all the lions, Sumo was confident he could disrupt their formation amidst the chaos. The potential rewards would surely be gratifying. No, having these lions can still balance out the currently powerful dog-headed people, otherwise, I would have to face Qin Tianjianren directly. Let's see if these lions can cooperate for a while. At the very least, I need to find a way to disrupt the dog-headed people's development speed. Lowering his head, Sumo swiftly moved forward. He stopped after walking about 500 meters, continuing to observe carefully. This time, he saw much more. In the center of the lion camp, there were about 100 injured soldiers and over 200 healthy warriors. After surveying the area, Sumo's keen eyes spotted the only elderly lion wearing a robe among all the lions, and there are even human captives caught by these damned lions. As expected, after arriving in the wasteland, all other races are enemies. These beasts. On one side of the camp, tied to a giant tree, were a dozen humans. Using his binoculars, Sumo felt a chill run down his spine, his anger boiling. All the captives were bound to the wood, with key parts of their flesh already missing, and the blood flowing down had stained the wood behind them and the ground beneath. The distance was too far for Sumo to see the expressions on their faces clearly, but just by imagining it, he could guess the pain of having their flesh brutally cut away while being tied up. As for the bowls of meat being brought out to feed the injured and warriors, Sumo dared not think about where that meat came from. Damn it! The human race's innate development speed is too slow. Only after producing a large number of basic tools can they hope to compete with these fantastical races. In this survival competition among all beings, the human race started off in last place. The dog-headed people are beasts, but at least Sumo saw humans cooperating with them. As for these lions, they all deserve to die. Calming the impulse to blow up the lion camp, Sumo continued to observe coldly. Male and female lions were easy to distinguish. Those with flower garlands around their necks were male lions, while the bald ones were female lions. As for the elder lion, Sumo focused on it for a moment. It seems this lion camp's leader is her. She looks like a female lion. The female lion stood in the circle formed by the injured and warriors, shouting loudly, seemingly rallying their morale. As the meat was served, the lioness swung her staff, and all the lion men cheered and began to eat. What was originally a harmonious scene now appeared to Soma like a hell on earth. A group of uncivilized beasts treated all other races as mere food. Even if these creatures had evolved into human forms with a slight increase in intelligence, they were still beasts. Wait, intelligence? Watching the lioness still speaking in the center, a bold idea surged in Soma's mind. The lions suffered a defeat against the goblins. They probably know that it was human help that allowed the goblins to hold the camp. If I also show some strength and express my willingness to help them, could it be? Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Let the entire situation return to a balance. The suddenly complicated situation sparked Soma's thoughts. Compared to the danger of going out, having these two ticking time bombs near the shelter meant he had to be cautious even while sleeping at night, wary of these beasts attacking. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside their own bed. Unless the lions and goblins fought together, Soma, who was relatively weak, could take advantage of the chaos. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this plan was feasible. Standing up, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, signaled to Oreo and the others to stay put and not go out. Then Soma clicked the electric switch on his feet twice and cautiously moved forward. After walking about 300 meters, the lion camp across indeed noticed Soma's presence and began to roar loudly. From a distance, Soma held the moldy bedsheet left over from yesterday, shaking it in his hand to convey a friendly gesture. The lions across seemed to understand, not rushing to attack but instead threateningly roaring, signaling Soma not to advance further. Testing the distance again, he moved to 100 meters, and after confirming that the lions had no long-range attack capabilities or inclination to attack, Soma felt relieved and stopped moving forward. With 100 meters between them, Soma waved the flowery bedsheet in his hand, while the lions raised their spears and roared, creating a strange balance. With over 200 healthy warrior lions in the camp, no one dared to rush out. Seeing this scene, Soma felt a surge of joy. I bet right, these lions indeed have intelligence just like the goblins, and I can definitely try to communicate. The lions in the distance noticed that Soma had stopped and seemed to realize something. In Soma's view, all the lions almost simultaneously turned their heads, directing their gaze towards the lioness standing in the center of the camp. The elder lioness's eyes lacked a hint of the wild ferocity of a beast but instead held a touch of human-like wisdom. Watching Soma still shaking the bedsheet, the elder lioness nodded and whispered something to the lions beside her, which immediately sparked a flurry of intense barking. However, the elder was indeed the elder. Her long-standing authority granted her enough influence within the tribe, and within a few minutes she waved her staff, and a magical little whirlwind appeared at her feet. As she stepped out of the village, the elder lioness moved with incredible speed, but in Soma's line of sight he could roughly gauge her speed. With electric assistance, my speed is about 10 seconds per 100 meters. This lioness is slightly slower than me, so I can approach. The distance between them grew closer, and Soma also lowered the bedsheet in his hand, his mind shifting as he retracted it. Soma could see that after revealing this ability, the lioness's eyes showed a hint of caution but also a glimmer of delight. As the distance between them shrank to 15 meters, they both instinctively took a step back. Soma retreated, and the lioness halted her running pace. Awo, hello. Fearing the other might not understand, Soma made a friendly handshake gesture which startled the lioness back 2 steps. Am I that terrifying? Looking at the female lioness, Soma shyly scratched his head. However, Soma was completely unaware that in the eyes of the lioness, both his armor and combat suit were symbols of strength. The more refined the equipment, the greater the implied combat power. Similarly, this was also the reason why the lions were willing to come over to negotiate instead of hunting as usual. Having just suffered a defeat, their tribe's living strength could not withstand a second blow. To them, Soma could only be a friend, not an enemy. Awo, I'm here to help you. I'm not with them. After some exchanges, Soma felt the difficulty of communication between races. At the same time, the gestures he had observed for half an hour between Kenji Maeda and the dog-headed people were now coming in handy. After some stumbles, the lioness finally understood Soma's purpose for coming. Although there was still a hint of wariness in the lioness's eyes, there was also a glimmer of joy. The reason the lions couldn't defeat the dog-headed people was clearly understood by them. Human assistance. Whether it was barbed spikes, horse traps, or catapults, the camp's layout, these were all the crystallization of human wisdom. At this moment, Soma's intention to help the lions was like a timely gift in the snow, almost bringing tears to the lioness's eyes. After confirming that communication was going smoothly, Soma made a gesture, and Oreo cautiously ran over from behind. At this, the lioness, who had just relaxed her guard, immediately swung her staff wildly and retreated without looking back. The lions in the village also felt threatened, ready to charge out for a big showdown. Oreo, quickly tell them your identity and let them know I'm here to discuss cooperation. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Soma shouted urgently. Oreo, who was rushing over, nodded immediately and howled at the sky. In the powerful howl, Oreo's goodwill was mixed in, causing the fleeing lioness to stop and curiously turn her head. Woof, speaking in a fluent dialect, Oreo quickly explained. The lioness on the opposite side seemed surprised that Oreo was just an ordinary little translator and turned curiously. Woo. Soma could not interject in the conversation between the two and could only helplessly stand by and watch. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the lioness seemed to receive some important news, her face filled with joy as she shouted back. The lions standing on the hillside, after a moment of stunned silence, began to cheer. Watching the enthusiastic lioness approach, Soma felt a strong sense of insecurity rise within him as she came closer, even as she had not stopped until she was 15 meters away. Out of the corner of his eye, Soma saw Oreo nodding. Although he received Oreo's affirmation, the approaching foreign race still made Soma feel uneasy. He clenched his fists forcibly, suppressing the urge to summon his electric spear. As the lioness walked over, Soma extended his hand in a gesture to shake hands, and the lioness paused for a moment before placing her furry little hand in his. Under the sunlight, Soma revealed a slight smile. Unfortunately, the lioness did not notice the coldness in Soma's eyes, nor the faint hint of murderous intent. Having gained the lions' false friendship, both sides temporarily reached a cooperation, and the subsequent developments went incredibly smoothly. With Oreo's translation, Soma spoke a sentence, Oreo translated, and the lions followed suit. The previous scene of stopping a female and tormenting her was no more. Language had always been the greatest barrier to communication between different races. Compared to the alliance between Maeda Kentaro and the goblins, Sumo believed that his alliance with the lions was far more solid. Oreo, tell them I have a weapon that can help them successfully invade the goblin camp. But why are you looking at me? Just translate that but for me. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Oreo rolled his eyes and began to translate with a howl. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, the lioness couldn't contain her overwhelming joy, especially when she heard the middle part, letting out a couple of excited howls. But as soon as she heard Oreo's but, her expression immediately shifted to one of confusion. The main reason I'm helping you deal with the goblins is that those humans offended me. The goblins are actually relatives of my Oreo, and helping you against them weighs heavily on my conscience. Especially when I dream at night thinking about Oreo in this wasteland, with fewer and fewer brothers and sisters having to live alone in the future, unable to even find a mate. Just thinking about it breaks my heart. At this point, Sumo changed his tone. So, if you want to deal with them, you need to pay more. At this moment, Oreo understood Sumo's meaning, and a mischievous smile appeared on the anthropomorphic dog's face as he began to translate excitedly. After a moment of surprise, the lioness quickly grasped Sumo's intent and nodded repeatedly. Turning her head, the lioness let out a couple of roars towards the direction of the camp. Upon hearing the command, the lion warriors hesitated for a moment before quickly retreating. Moments later, a large object was brought out. From a distance, Sumo was stunned. 6 lion warriors, each responsible for a different part, struggled to carry a machine with paddles. Sumo was no stranger to this thing. It was the power source used on yachts or ships, an inboard and outboard engine. This thing was not small, especially with the heavy paddles attached. Its weight had increased significantly. I can't believe these seemingly poor lions have such a good item. By the way, what do they intend to do with this? Are they planning to use it to turn the paddles and kill people? Ha-chi, ha-chi. The not-so-strong lions struggled immensely, walking until they were 20 meters away from the two. At the lioness's command, the 6 of them set the object down and returned. Clapping her hands, the lioness looked at Sumo with a proud expression. With this good item, Sumo didn't deliberately make things difficult. He walked over, waved at the inboard and outboard engine, and stored it in his storage space. At that moment, in the storage space, aside from weapons and 2 bowls of oil-soaked noodles, there were only stacks of explosives left. After adjusting the position slightly, the inboard and outboard engine fit perfectly inside. Seeing Sumo's action, the lioness's smile grew even wider, and she became increasingly satisfied with this powerful ally. Oreo, tell her that I'm very satisfied with this item, so now I can give her a free demonstration of our weapon's power. Calling out to Oreo, Sumo watched as the two translated, and seeing the lioness nodding repeatedly, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He took out a 1 kilogram explosive from the storage space, removed the tape from it, and set aside half, which was 250 G, then took out a 2-minute fuse. Quickly, he inserted the fuse into the black powder, dug a small pit in the ground, and placed the explosive inside. Wait a moment, tell her to light it and retreat quickly. This thing is extremely powerful, and if you retreat slowly, it could be deadly. Sumo warned seriously, watching the lioness's tense expression. He then bent down, pulled out a lighter, and ignited the fuse. Sizzle, sizzle. After the timed fuse was lit, it began to burn in small segments. With a loud shout, the 3 quickly retreated. As he ran forward, Sumo suddenly felt a lightness beneath his feet. Looking down, he was astonished to find 2 small whirlwinds swirling around his ankles. Like a special effect, the whirlwinds danced around him, providing a boost with each stride. Is this magic? What a marvelous power! Turning his head, he saw the lioness looking at him with kindness, stirring a slight excitement within him. This power appeared and vanished without a trace. Compared to the traceable fireball spell of the dog-headed people, this wind-like phenomenon was even more extraordinary. Boom! Before Sumo could further appreciate the wind beneath his feet, a tremendous force surged from behind, knocking him over. Countless fragments of stone erupted from the ground like rain, pelting everyone on the head. The lioness clearly hadn't anticipated such power. She turned around, her face frozen in shock. In the place where the bitter acid bomb had been set, yellow clouds rose and dispersed into the sky. A deep pit, about 2 to 3 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground, still filled with thick, lingering smoke from the explosion. Ow, ow, ow. Sitting on the ground, the lioness's eyes reflected an uncontrollable panic and astonishment. The terrifying power, akin to divine retribution, seemed to her no less formidable than a boulder dropped from a catapult. In fact, it felt even more overwhelming. Oreo told him that the artifact I want to give them is something 4 or 5 times more terrifying than this, but to unleash its full power, we need fearless warriors. Following Sumo's instructions, Oreo began to convey the message, speaking slowly and with strict wording to ensure precision. Sumo could sense that Oreo emphasized the words 4 or 5 times and fearless warriors. With such clear communication, the lioness, not being foolish, immediately understood and displayed a serious expression. Standing up, she extended her hand, and the two shook hands, expressing goodwill. In the next moment, raising her head, the lioness let out a loud call to the sky, and the lion warriors who had been slumped on the ground instantly stood up, ready to assemble. The 3 of them walked back toward the camp, arriving at the now fully gathered lion tribe. What incredible resilience! Compared to the dog-headed people, these battered lion warriors are terrifyingly strong, even after being beaten down like this. They can still rally their spirits, Sumo thought to himself, impressed by the orderly formation before him. He also held the lioness in higher regard. During the ensuing performance, Sumo remained silent, quietly observing as the lion tribe began to stir and then settle down again. Eventually, a lion warrior, noticeably stronger than the others, stepped forward, raising his spear and howling at the sky. At the same time, the lioness turned her gaze toward him and nodded. Is it him? But it's not surprising. Only such a powerful warrior can unleash the full potential of the explosives. Watching the lion warrior approach, Sumo signaled Oreo to fetch a length of rope from the lion camp while he took out 3 3-pound explosives from his storage space, along with the remaining half-pound, and wrapped them together with tape. Picking up the rope, he gestured for the lion to spread his arms, securely tying the explosives to him, and pulled out a 2-minute fuse, inserting it inside. The fuse trailed down the lion warrior's leather armor, resting at his neck. Oreo, tell him that if he charges to the camp entrance and ignites this fuse, he can take those dog-headed people's defenses straight to hell. With a solemn pat on the lion warrior's shoulder, Sumo cast a respectful glance. Brother, I respect you for being a tough guy. The honor of the animal tribe drove the lion warrior not to fear death. Instead, he raised his head and howled to the heavens. After thinking for a moment, Sumo
handed over his lighter, solemnly placing it in the hands of the lion warrior while also teaching him how to use it.
With this powerful tool at their disposal, the morale of the lion tribe
soared to unprecedented heights, and the 300 to 400 strong team marched forward with great momentum.
Accompanied by Sumo, the group headed towards the kobold camp. Along the way, the
lionesses enchanted all the lions with the wind speed spell, significantly increasing their marching speed. In less than 2 hours, they covered the several dozen kilometers and reached the
nearest hillside. Roar! Roar! The lioness called out anxiously, and after receiving repeated assurances from Sumo, she let out a loud shout.
Over 100 injured soldiers rushed to the front,
while 300 intact lion warriors quietly lay in wait.
Among the injured warriors, a lion warrior carrying a bomb bag kept his head down, blending in seamlessly.
Even though he could
have moved faster, he restrained his pace, mingling with the crowd as the lion tribe charged forward.
It must succeed, more.
The lion warrior silently encouraged himself, estimating the distance, and pulled out the lighter, pressing it down. The flame that sprang forth ignited the fuse that had been tightly held in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. The fuse began to burn down along his neck, igniting his fur and leaving burn marks on his skin. This sharp pain clearly did not diminish the strength within the lion warrior named Moer.
Lowering his body, he looked at the less
than 100 meters distance ahead, and as more injured lions fell victim to the spells from the kobold sentries, tears glimmered in Moer's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward, crossing the ranks. At this moment, the kobolds also noticed the unusual behavior of this lion warrior. With strong muscles, powerful thighs, flowing mane, and that resolute beastly face.
Lions, charge! Lions, never die! Lions, glory is mine! Shouting 3 times in succession, Moer charged forward like a fool in the eyes of the kobolds and the humans behind.
Everyone watched Moer's trajectory, seemingly puzzled as to how he could charge in despite the tall gate blocking the way. The next moment, as the distance closed, Moer yanked off his beast skin coat and tossed it aside, revealing the glaring bomb bag underneath. The bomb bag, wrapped in a floral bedsheet and taped together, looked comically absurd. The kobold sorcerers standing behind the gate and in the watchtowers burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Kenji Maeda, who was supervising from the rear, turned curiously to look towards the gate.
Oh no, it's a bomb bag, get the hell down.
Seeing the extremely familiar shape of the bomb bag and the ferocity on Moer's face, Kenji Maeda felt his scalp tingle and quickly crawled backward while shouting.
The kobolds in the watchtower
and at the gate were left bewildered, watching as all the humans quickly fled and ducked down, looking utterly confused.
However, boom! A massive explosion erupted at the camp entrance. The tremendous shockwave was felt even by Sumo, who was 500 meters away.
A yellow mushroom cloud rose from the ground, gradually ascending into the sky. Debris flew everywhere, the ground was blown up, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. Once visibility cleared slightly, everyone looked on in shock to find the proud gate of the kobold camp had vanished, replaced by a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter. All 4 front watchtowers had disappeared, and the kobolds at the entrance were also nowhere to be seen. In the entire camp, only a handful of kobolds remained standing in the back. Roar, 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 roar. The lioness stood up and shouted, and the 300 lion warriors charged forward. After giving Sumo a meaningful glance, the lioness quickly followed suit. Lying in the trench, Sumo quietly took out an old mobile phone from his storage space. Looking at the search list, he noticed the newly appeared lion men after humans and goblins, and a strange smile crept onto his face. He bent down and quickly scurried back along the trench. The lionman's wind fury skill had not yet cooled down, and although the whirlwind was much smaller, there was still a boost while running. With the dual accumulation of electric assistance and magic, Sumo's movement speed was unusually fast. Standing on the high slope, he took one last look at the chaotic camp below and the humans who had already run far away, then resolutely turned to leave. War is brutal, especially tribal wars. Sumo couldn't be sure if, after dealing with these goblins, the lion men would turn their attention to him, the one who had provided timely help. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Compared to the lion men, I am just one person, and aside from explosives, in terms of combat, I am currently no match for such fearless enemies. I can only win amidst chaos. I need to make this situation completely chaotic. Only then will I have a chance to benefit. The more unfamiliar enemies there were, the less security Sumo felt inside. The seemingly cooperative lion men were merely those he could provide benefits to. Once they discovered the secret of the explosives, Sumo would have no way to counter them when the time came. It would be foolish for an ordinary person to approach a group of bandits with a knife to negotiate. There are at least 1,000 living forces in the goblin castle. This wave of lion men seems reckless, but they haven't actually won the battle, they have only captured the outpost. When the goblins counterattack, that will be the true nightmare for the lion men. Taking advantage of this time, while running, Sumo operated the phone in his hand. Like the old mobile phones in Huaxia, this one named Genoa had little difference in interface. In just a few moments, Sumo found the place to switch network settings. Excluding the 3 networks of Isan, Diantong, and Liandong, he could freely select from the remaining networks in the settings.
At this moment, the network symbolizing the Lionman was flashing, with a chibi Lionman avatar behind it. Without hesitation, Sumo switched the network, and after a few seconds of lag, the main interface of the phone began to change. What an amazing thing! It directly shows me the map within 50 kilometers. Slowing his pace, Sumo carefully examined the several small dots in the middle of the screen. The green dot symbolizing his position was at the bottom, while the red dots were above and below. The larger dot represented the Lionmen who had just charged, and as he tried to turn the angle, Sumo quickly determined the positions of the remaining Lionmen. They were exactly along the southeast direction of the camp, about 50 kilometers away from here. It seems that some of the Lion tribe stayed behind to guard the camp, but that's fine, at least it confirms their location. Following the path the Lionmen had taken, Sumo drank 2 sips of ghost energy water to recover his stamina and turned back with Oreo. At this moment, the Lionmen's camp was weak, making it a good time to sneak in. For a race that could regroup morale after suffering heavy losses, Sumo was more worried than with the goblins. Once the Lionmen dealt with the goblins, these swift and fearless neighbors would be even more troublesome. Without the burden of injured Lionmen, Sumo returned to the village in just over an hour. Lying on the ground, Sumo slowly moved his body, inching closer to the back of the Lion tribe. Generally speaking, with the open defensive mode in front, most people would neglect the defense at the back, and the Lion tribe was no exception. Half an hour had passed when Sumo moved to the giant tree at the back, a position that was now incredibly close to the interior of the Lion tribe. Through the gaps in the giant tree, Sumo could even see a few lions in the village playing and frolicking. No more waiting, I need to blow this up and grab the stuff and run. After carefully observing that there were no strong warriors in the lion camp, Sumo decisively pulled out a 10-pound explosive pack and began to install the fuse. This time, to ensure safety, Sumo chose a 10-minute fuse. But just as the fuse was inserted and Sumo was about to signal Oreo to place it, a sudden gust of wind began to rage. What the hell? What is this? Looking up, Sumo was horrified to discover that a crack had suddenly opened 5 meters above the ground in the center of the lion camp. From this crack, a fierce wind blew out, sweeping forward. All the lions waiting in the camp began to cheer and jump at the sight of the crack. A spatial rift? This is ridiculous. Does this thing just appear randomly? Seeing the countless wormholes that Earth scientists had explored without providing a data model suddenly appearing before him, Sumo felt his scientific worldview collapsing. If there were scientists studying this here, they would probably go crazy right now. Sumo muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the ever-widening crack. Originally about 5 meters wide, the crack had now expanded to around 7 meters, and as it widened, it began to gradually touch the wasteland ground. All the lions formed a large circle around the crack, holding hands and cheering as they spun around. In Sumo's view, just as the crack reached the ground, it stopped expanding at a height of 10 meters. Gradually, the opening widened and a furry hand reached out. Accompanying the hand's emergence, 9 lions carried a giant log out, with still damp meat hanging from it. Wow! At this sight, all the lions went wild. Unable to contain themselves, the scene turned chaotic, with enthusiastic lions rushing forward, some replacing the lions carrying the log, while others took the meat from the log and moved it aside. Teams of lions orderly carried things out, and just as 11 teams, totaling 99 lions, had exited, the spatial rift quickly collapsed and shrank. The fierce wind on the plain also began to slow down, and in the expectant gazes of all the lions, a wooden sculpture fell out of the spatial rift, emitting a greenish glow. Treasure! This is a treasure! Glancing down at the restless Oreo, Sumo felt a surge of murderous intent, his gaze fixed intensely on the wooden sculpture held by the lion in the center. There was no one in the lion camp to take charge, so after the sculpture fell, chaos ensued. All the lions, as if seeing their ancestors, knelt and bowed, the sounds of their heads knocking on the ground echoing continuously. Taking out his binoculars, Sumo focused on the lion holding the wooden sculpture. In its hands, the wooden sculpture still emitted a shimmering green light, so bright that even in broad daylight, its extraordinary glow was clearly visible. The lion-shaped wooden sculpture was lifelike, from bottom to top. The robe, engraved with intricate patterns, exuded a unique beauty. However, there were no facial features on the head of the wooden sculpture. The lion's face was a blank slate. At first glance, it seemed incredibly unbelievable, yet this faceless lion sculpture made many lions worship it in reverence. The ritual continued. The lion sculpture was quickly passed from left to right, and every lion that received the sculpture was exceptionally delighted, bowing repeatedly. Sumo patiently waited until the last lion finished passing it, handing it to the powerful lion in the center, marking the end of the ceremony. The lion teams that had gathered together suddenly scattered. Under the previous lion's leadership, they began to orderly move towards their designated posts. Come on, keep coming in my direction, hurry up. Stuck in the gap of the giant log, watching the lion warriors head towards the back, Soma's heart raced a little faster. Without strict discipline, the lion warriors didn't know how to handle the sculpture, so they could only open the door of the large house at the back of the camp and walk inside. After
3 to 5 seconds, the lion warriors came out again and there was no trace of the sculpture in their hands. This is my chance. I must get this thing before the lioness returns, otherwise, once my bomb goes off, this thing might get blown to pieces. Seeing the lion warriors gradually walk away, Soma could no longer contain the restlessness in his heart and waved his hand in the air. An ancient-looking but powerful iron shovel appeared in Soma's hand. It was the only finely crafted iron shovel he had made among all his tools. Feeling the back of the large house, Soma steeled his heart and began to dig into the ground in front of the wood. With sharp, labor-saving, and high-level characteristics that reduce resistance after a critical hit, Soma was sweating profusely from digging. Gradually, a deep pit large enough for a person to pass through formed beneath the giant log. Along the pit, Soma dug frantically, each shovel full of dirt flying under his immense strength. Using the last bit of space in his storage, Soma packed the dug-up soil inside and telekinetically tossed it aside. In less than 10 minutes, Soma had forcibly dug out a passage that could go directly from beneath the giant log to the back of the house. Great! This house is right next to the giant log, perfectly blocking the line of sight and creating a natural opportunity for me. Slowly digging through, seeing that there were no lions on either side, Soma could no longer contain his joy and bent down to touch the back of the house. Oreo, is anyone there? Soma whispered gently. Seeing Oreo cautiously shake his head, Soma took a deep breath and pulled out the iron axe he had made earlier from his space. It was also the iron axe that marked Soma's official entry into the fray. With a cutting effect, after making a few slow chopping motions, the next second, the axe tip suddenly sank in, and a piece of wood was gouged out. Afraid of causing too much damage and leading to the collapse of the house, Soma carefully dug out a passage that a person could crawl through. Through the passage, he could see the internal layout. The outside of the wooden house looked unremarkable, but inside it had a somewhat luxurious feel. On the right side of the house, various species' heads were hanging in different sizes, and in the middle, Soma even saw several human skulls. They even don't spare children, damn alien monsters. Seeing the child's skull in the upper right corner, Soma's hand clenched tightly. Like the dog-headed people, these lions were clearly not good beings. They were only willing to cooperate out of fear of Soma's strength. Below the trophy heads was a wooden bed covered with straw, without a blanket, just scattered straw. In front of the wooden bed was a huge wooden table, on which lay scattered pieces of parchment. In the middle of the wooden house, there was also a small table with bloody meat in front and several cups whose contents were unknown. I didn't see the wooden sculpture. It must have been placed on the table in the middle by the lion warriors. Due to the angle, he couldn't see much, signaling Oreo to stay alert. Soma crouched down, exerted his hands, and slid into the house. Record, player Soma has entered the core shelter of the Lion Man race. You have the following 3 options to choose from. Record, first, choose to destroy the Lion Man shelter, obtain the damaged safe house core, and steal a bit of Lion Man divinity. Record, second, steal the Lion Man statue, abandon the destruction of the shelter, and once exposed, you will be permanently hunted by the Lion Man tribe. Record, third, kill the owner of the Lion Man shelter, place the complete safe house core, merge with the Lion Man shelter, and obtain the extraordinary Lion Man shelter. The abrupt game panel notification sound suddenly erupted as Soma crawled into the wooden house. Soma, still lying on the ground, was startled. Focusing silently, the game panel appeared. Looking at the 3 options, Soma decisively closed the panel and stood in the room, surveying his surroundings. The previous Lion Man wooden sculpture was prominently placed on the small table in the center. Crouching down and avoiding the window, Soma slowly moved closer, beginning to concentrate on examining the attributes of the Lion Man statue. Lion God, fine, sacrificial statue, description, after the Lion Man army won a tribal battle with over 300 participants, they gained a second chance to open a portal. In the selection of resources, the Lion Man elders chose to exchange the cost of 300 lives for the ancestral god, Lion God aspect to gain combat, life, disaster resistance, and comprehensive enhancement. It is currently in a sacrificial state and has not yet been activated for use. Special abilities, 1. Sacrifice. After obtaining the statue, for every 100 foreign enemies sacrificed, you will gain 1 point of Lion Man divinity. 2. Strength. After activating the statue, for every point of divinity consumed, you will gain a fixed strength enhancement attribute, lasting 24 hours. 3. The Gale Protection. Shelters with the Lion God statue will receive a fixed LV1. Extraordinary Lion God Blessing. Evaluation, encountering another world, fully enjoying magic. 3 abilities, Lion God Blessing. So this is how the extraordinary characteristics of Magu's shelter are obtained. Looking at the 3 attributes, Soma couldn't help but exclaim. The seemingly mystical Lion Man statue did not disappoint. The 3 attributes, aside from the first one, were extremely useful. Just thinking about the shelter soon having a second blessing made Soma unable to contain his excitement, and he quickly took the wooden sculpture and stored it in his storage space. As for the game panel's warning about being hunted by the Lion Men if discovered, Soma didn't take it to heart at all. As long as they were foreign races, they would always be enemies unless there was absolute strength to suppress them. According to the system's description, it seems that the lionman's combat is indeed different from that of humans.
Humans have a
chance to obtain treasure chest rewards as long as they defeat foreign races, while foreign races can open rifts and summon their kin after winning tribal wars.
The strengths and weaknesses of the two races are still unknown,
but if we don't find a way to deal with the lion men and the dog-headed people, it will definitely become a disaster as their numbers grow.
Walking to the
table, Soma took down all the parchment, looking at the strange writings and drawings on them, and stuffed them all into the gaps of his storage space. After rummaging through the storage cabinet, under the table and the cardboard box under the bed, Soma once again saw something he had previously coveted, a staff in the hands of a female lion man.
The dog-headed people use gunpowder
to enhance their fireball spells. I wonder how this lionman's staff is used. Focusing his attention, Soma tried to call the system to check its attributes, but just like the dog-headed people's staff, there was no response.
With no other choice, Soma tucked it under his arm and crouched back.
He had already collected all the valuable items in the lion man shelter. The only thing left of value was the house itself. With a thought, a 1-pound explosive package appeared in Soma's hand. After placing it in the center of the room, he attached a 2-minute fuse.
Gripping the
fuse, Soma quickly retreated until he crawled out of the wooden cabin in the hole in the giant tree. Finally feeling at ease, he called upon the system, spending 5 survival points to create a lighter and ignited the fuse. Sizzle, sizzle. The fuse began to burn rapidly, segments of the detonator moving like a death waltz, gradually making their way through the hole beneath the giant
tree towards the cabin. With 2 thuds, the electric shoes activated. Carrying Oreo, Soma ran wildly backward without any pretense.
In the wilderness, a gentle breeze stirred, and as the 2
minutes elapsed, the lion people's shelter erupted into a blazing fireball.
Record. Congratulations to player Soma for destroying the core shelter of the lion race, earning 500 disaster
points.
Record. Congratulations to player Soma for destroying the core shelter of the lion race, earning 1 lion deity. Feeling the vibrations from the shockwave behind him and the
notifications on the game panel, Soma could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. The swirling yellow sand, led by the Wasteland's fierce winds, declared war on every creature walking on the desolate earth.
Turning his head, Soma stood on high ground, his gaze drifting to the chaotic lion camp below. The sudden explosion of the core shelter sent the previously
orderly lion camp into disarray.
A pound of bitter acid explosive wasn't particularly powerful and couldn't level the shelter.
But the bitter acid was deadly not for its explosion, but for the
intense burning that followed and the toxic smoke released during combustion.
Comrades, one day I, Soma, will avenge you.
I won't let a single one of these lions escape.
Observing the panicked lions standing in front of the lion shelter and the humans who met a tragic end on the giant tree, Soma's inner turmoil finally calmed down significantly. The bitter acid bomb made from purified saltpeter with ghostly energy was evidently terrifyingly powerful. A few reckless lions, impulsively rushing into the fire, attempted to rescue the lion god statue that had just been placed inside,
but after inhaling a large breath of yellow gas,
bang,
they fell to the ground, lying straight like a green onion.
Even Soma, who was observing with binoculars, couldn't help but
laugh. There can be no trust in battles within a race, let alone cooperation with those from other races who don't speak the same language.
Unless one day my strength can completely suppress.
Otherwise, to maintain balance, the lion tribe cannot be resolved so quickly. I still need them to hold back the dog-headed people until I can create bitter acid bombs weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds. Not focusing on the chaos behind him, Soma adjusted his mindset and took a long detour towards the bouncing direction.
This trip had already yielded a bountiful harvest.
Before the snowstorm disaster arrived, he had enough resources to get through.
It's a pity one can't spend their whole life in a hole. Looking at the lively lion camp, Soma felt a new anticipation for the future. To build a truly integrated above-ground and underground shelter, a real safe haven against natural disasters, he needed more resources. Too little, the early resources aren't enough, and the mid to late stages will probably be even more difficult. Until he could solve the food cycle, these monster leeks couldn't be harvested all at once, otherwise he would fall into a predicament of lacking supplies. As for breaking through the dog-headed people's saltpeter camp, preventing Kenji Maeda from developing properly, adjusting the balance between the dog-headed people
and the lions, he also obtained the most important lion statue from the lion shelter. His hard power had significantly increased.
I, Soma, have always
been fair and just. Since the lion camp has suffered heavy losses, the dog-headed people cannot be exempt either.
Thinking this, after Oreo settled down,
Sumo deliberately avoided the path he had taken and followed a curve towards the knoll camp.
Hastily and in a rush. Why is life always like this? Is my ideal to spend my life like this?
Humming a cheerful little tune, Sumo found the yellow earth on the road amusing, thinking about the internal and external engines in the space and the lion men statues, and seeing the occasional mutated creature startled into fleeing by a bounce, Sumo couldn't be
bothered to chase after them.
Knolls, lion men, my treasures. While driving with one hand, Sumo comfortably took out his old phone to adjust his targets. Among the knolls and humans, after some thought, Sumo set it to humans. Sure enough, at the western end, a relatively large red dot appeared, clearly
marking a human gathering place.
on the map. There were several smaller red dots, sparse and scattered across the map. Damn, so the phone's battery decreases
as the population disperses?
Watching the battery drop from 64% in the upper right corner to 42% in the blink of an eye, Sumo quickly switched off
the human search signal and set it to nulls instead.
On the map, to the north, a blood-red giant dot lay across the map. It was obvious that it was the
Null Fortress.
Outside the fortress, the area was quite clean, with only a few scattered small dots in various directions.
Probably cleared out by the lion men?
Sumo glanced at the direction of the Null nitrate mine camp, but there was no indication on the map.
Switching to the lion men signal, a ribbon-like long strip appeared on the map.
The strip was extremely dispersed, and at the front of the group he could see about 10 small dots moving rapidly
towards the lion men camp. Crack! The old phone's battery ran out and shut down automatically.
Sigh, these shared power bank companies really should come
to the Wasteland to expand their market.
I didn't expect to feel anxious about phone battery here too. Frustrated, he put the phone back in storage.
And facing the direction of the Null Fortress, Sumo pressed down on the accelerator.
Oreo, hanging on his back, felt the speed increase and couldn't help but howl, his dog face brimming with excitement.
This was a husky who loved to ride in cars.
Similarly, when Sumo stopped the car, Oreo looked reluctant,
his expression urging Sumo to take another round.
Alright, time to get to work. When we head home later, I'll take you for a few more spins.
Rubbing Oreo's soft dog head, Sumo unbuckled the seatbelt and let Oreo down, then drove the bouncy car into the bushes. The Null Fortress was right in front of him.
Having lost the nitrate camp, it seemed the Null Fortress hadn't received the news yet, as it remained quiet and peaceful.
The Nulls on the four watchtowers, dressed in heavy animal skin robes, lounged in the sun.
If Sumo hadn't seen the nitrate camp turned into ruins by his bitter acid bombs, he might have thought the Nulls on both sides were not of the same clan. After a while, just as Sumo was getting bored lying on the high ground, there
was finally some movement in the fortress.
A small team of about a dozen humans stealthily navigated around the pits towards the fortress, calling out
as they ran.
On the stretcher they carried, there was a Null sorcerer who looked as if he couldn't be more dead.
The Nulls on the watchtower spotted the human team immediately and began barking loudly.
A small door beside the heavy city gate opened, and a small group of Nulls rushed out, seeing the Null
on the stretcher and letting out a mournful howl.
Then, the human team was welcomed inside, and calm returned to the front of the fortress.
Maeda Kento. This old dog actually managed to survive. What a stroke of luck.
I wonder how the other humans are faring, Soma thought, a chill rising within him, as he caressed the electric crossbow emitting a cold gleam beside him.
The power of the outsiders isn't unusable, but Maeda Kento has clearly taken a wrong turn, actively choosing to become a servant in this subordinate relationship. If I were to follow his example and become a partner to the lion people, even if we start off as equals, as I help the lions win more and more battles and their numbers grow, the balance will inevitably be broken one day. From the moment these people entered the dog-headed people's castle, in Soma's heart, they had already been stripped of their status as earthlings. Aside from the fact that their heads weren't dog heads, they were no different from the dog-headed people. Haha, if you want to take back your niter mine camp, you first have to ask me, Soma, if I agree.
Standing up, Soma picked up his weapon, called out to Oreo, and quickly headed towards the exit
of the dog-headed people's city.
Before long, seeing the dense and orderly footprints on the ground, Soma stopped and began to measure his attack plan.
The placement of landmines is quite particular. If installed too far forward, it won't hit many people and will instead alert the enemy. If placed too obscurely, there's the risk that the enemy won't pass through that area, rendering it ineffective.
What did Dad always say? Landmines must be placed in areas that won't be traversed, using other things to force the enemy to step on them to create effective lethality.
While reminiscing, Soma formulated a placement plan based on the terrain.
He had already made up his mind to set down a bomb weighing up to 10 pounds and to place 3 at once for maximum
damage. The best position. After glancing at the terrain, Soma had a rough idea in mind. Submunition chain mines. To create maximum damage, the 30-pound bomb needs to be placed in a location that the dog-headed people would absolutely not walk through.
But this place also can't be too obscure. It must ensure that after the dog-headed people's formation is disrupted, they will definitely step on it. The damage from the landmine used to disrupt the formation can't be too exaggerated. It shouldn't cause significant losses to the dog-headed people right from the start, or this bunch of fools might vary.
Well, run back along the path they came from. 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters. Soma walked until he reached a position 30 meters from the
dog-headed footprints, where he placed the 30-pound bomb and set up the mechanical detonation device.
After pulling the safety valve, Soma carefully and quickly left the bomb site.
Arriving at the footprints, he walked straight ahead for nearly 100 meters before starting to dig a pit in the middle of the road, where he placed the second bomb.
It wasn't very powerful, only 1 pound. Once again pulling the safety valve, after hearing a loud bang, Soma hastily covered his own footprints on the ground and left in a hurry. This time, Soma didn't stop until he had walked 2 kilometers away. Surveying
the nearby terrain, he found a high slope, climbed up using both hands and feet, and took out his binoculars to start observing. Losing sight of where the 2 landmines were buried, Soma could only guess a vague direction. Focusing on the direction of the dog-headed people's castle, seeing the still closed city gates, Soma could only wait patiently, placing his hopes on luck. You have to come out. The lions have already killed your kin. How can you just sit there? The lions have turned against you. Come on, dog-headed people, get it together. The Niter mine camp is so important. Take it back and restore the glory of my dog-headed people. Oreo lay lazily beside him, listening to Soma's mutterings, a look of human-like helplessness appearing on his dog face. Oh my foolish master, when will I grow up to share your burdens? How delightful it is to take a ride. Tomorrow we'll eat. Before Oreo's daydream could continue, suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Before Oreo could turn over, a slightly excited voice came from Soma, who was lying nearby. It's here. Boom. Crackle. Accompanied by a loud noise, the gates of the Doghead Castle began to slowly open, wider than the last time they were chased. It even reached the point of being fully opened. From the gates of the Doghead, a well-equipped squad of Doghead warriors emerged. Each squad consisted of 6 members, 5 warriors and 1 sorcerer. 1 squad, 2 squads, 3 squads, 12 squads, 20 squads, 40 squads, 60 squads. Lying on the high ground, Soma counted silently, and as the numbers grew larger, his heartbeat quickened. He took out a bottle of ghostly energy water, trembling as he brought it to his lips and drank it all. Watching a robed doghead step out to address the troops, who were about to advance, Soma slammed his fist into the sand beside him. Good. This is the momentum we need. Just march forward and go enjoy the dessert prepared for you in this squad. There were no humans, only well-equipped dogheads. And judging by their momentum and formation, this 360-strong phalanx was definitely on par with the Lionman's formation compared to the dogheads in the nitrate camp. With high morale and a well-structured formation, Soma couldn't help but worry that this doghead squad wouldn't fall into chaos after taking the first explosion. Lion God, you must bless me this time. Let these dogheads march forward. I'm avenging the lion men here. The closer the squad got to the location of the landmines, the more nervous Soma became. Once the more than 300 members of the squad were hit, the treasure chests would no longer be counted in single or double digits. It would be hundreds or even 200 chests. With so many chests, Soma didn't even dare to think about what good things might come out. The Doghead squad marched with unwavering steps, their eyes filled with killing intent, moving forward relentlessly. Following the path they had previously trampled, the Doghead army had marched over 500 meters without changing course, sealing their fate on a path of death. 1 step, 2 steps, when the leading Doghead felt something underfoot, and curiously moved his foot aside. Boom! Crash! A tremendous explosion erupted, instantly engulfing more than 30 Dogheads in flames, a toxic sourness rising from the ground, transforming into a yellow cloud that shot up into the sky. In an instant, the once orderly Doghead formation fell into chaos. The well-structured formation that Soma had worried about never materialized. The panic brought by the explosion overwhelmed every weak heart of the Dogheads. With the first sorcerer Doghead leading the way in retreat, the remaining Dogheads naturally wouldn't resist stubbornly. Not knowing where the enemy was, the Dogheads could only instinctively run to the sides. To the left were layered high and low slopes, and to the right was a flat area overgrown with weeds, their instincts driving them to run right. Seeing everything unfold as planned, Soma lowered his binoculars and pressed Oreo's curious head down, covering his ears. In less than 3 seconds, a yellow cloud 4 to 5 times larger than the one at the Doghead camp entrance erupted from the ground. It formed a mushroom cloud with a diameter of over 5 meters in the air. The thunderous roar sounded like the wrath of the thunder god, shaking the very ground and sending chills down people's spines. Clouds of earth were blasted into the air, reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters due to the explosion of 30 pounds of toxic sourness falling like a rain of dirt. Lying on the ground, even from 2 kilometers away, Soma could feel the earth tremble beneath him, as if a miniature earthquake had occurred. Now's the time. With a sharp click of his electric shoes, signaling Oreo to stay put, Sumo dashed forward, even leaping down some low slopes. Amidst the stumbling, before anyone dared to investigate the Doghead castle, Sumo reached the explosion site. The yellow flames seemed to have sprung from hell itself, burning fiercely on the ground. The dismembered bodies of the Dogheads were scattered everywhere, and a thick, putrid smell of blood assaulted the nostrils. Puffs of yellow smoke clung to some of the still living Dogheads, siphoning off their last essence of life. Hiss, is it really only 30 pounds? The power is this terrifying? Upon witnessing the hellish scene before him, a wave of nausea surged within Sumo, making him want to vomit. If it weren't for the countless treasure chests visible through the smoke, he would have fled the scene immediately. After waiting 4 or 5 seconds for his emotions to settle, he looked at the still pervasive yellow smoke in the disaster area and quickly summoned the system, glancing at his combat suit. Upgrading poison resistance requires 65? Done. Without any hesitation, as soon as Sumo's words fell, a green light radiated out, striking his mask. 3 to 5 seconds later, the green light retracted, and when he breathed again, the stench
of blood and yellow smoke could no longer penetrate the mask. 1, 2, 5.
As soon as he entered the thick smoke, Sumo's eyes caught sight of no less than 20 copper treasure chests with wooden chests scattered all around.
Wow, this wave is really a windfall. Opening his storage space,
Sumo instinctively wanted to stash the chests inside, but the storage space was already crammed full with internal and external machines.
There was no room for even a moderately sized chest. Open?
Lying on the ground, Sumo chose to open a copper chest, and with a whoosh, a 20 kilograms bag of flour jumped out,
landing on the ground.
Wow, this is bigger than the chest. Opening it directly is too troublesome. Looking at the bag of flour on the ground, Sumo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly accessed the game panel, staring at the 500 disaster points he had just earned, feeling the pinch as he spent 400 to upgrade a cubic space. With the points deducted, a cubic space suddenly opened up in his previous storage area. Using his mind to pick it up, he tossed
the bag of flour inside and then sprinted towards the bouncing vehicle.
Right now, relying on the storage space to collect these chests was absolutely unrealistic. The only option was to upgrade the bouncing car. The parking spot was not far, just 2 kilometers in the direction of the explosion.
Running
wildly, Sumo reached the bouncing car in less than 5 minutes, panting heavily. Focusing his mind, the attributes of the bouncing car appeared.
Small
rear-drive off-road desert racer, excellent. Description: a desert racer crafted by the semi-intermediate engineer Manga. It boasts excellent off-road capabilities and powerful performance, with a beautiful overall design and solid materials, making it one of the best vehicles for wasteland travel. Horsepower, 212 torque, 400 Nm fuel consumption, 14 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers, may vary based on terrain. Upgrade Path 1, Battle Vehicle. Direction: change the design, comprehensively upgrade vehicle materials, enhance vehicle protection, open weapon slots, increase vehicle horsepower and torque, add bumpers, requires survival points. 2095, Upgrade Path 2, Vehicle Direction, change the design, comprehensively reconstruct the racers. Structure: upgrade vehicle materials, add off-road tires, increase storage space, enhance horsepower and torque, requires survival points. 1890, seeing the 2 upgrade paths, Sumo didn't think twice and directly chose the second upgrade path, extending the vehicle towards the vehicle direction. For the first
time spending such a huge amount of survival points, Soma's heart was bleeding.
But as soon as he thought of the dozens or even hundreds of treasure
chests from the explosion, he resolutely chose to spend.
Survival points are earned to be spent as long as they are invested in the right direction. There's
absolutely no such thing as waste.
A blue light began to emanate from Soma's body, targeting the bouncy car in the bushes, and in an instant, it was
completely enveloped.
Just like the previous upgrade of the oil rig, the magical feeling reappeared.
Between heaven and earth, everything faded away.
The ground beneath his feet began to turn to nothingness, and the surrounding environment disappeared, leaving only Soma, the bouncy car, and the blue
reconstruction light in the entire world.
The light did not cut into the bouncy car but flashed directly, molding the car into blue clay.
The grid began to reconstruct, like 3D printing, forming the shape of the vehicle with light.
The blue clay started to fill the light grid, and when it was halfway filled,
more clay appeared in the void and joined in. Zzz.
A sound like electric welding rang out, and with a bang, the transformed vehicle fell to the ground. Looking at the exaggerated vehicle shape and camouflage paint, Soma couldn't care about being shocked. He directly hopped on and looked at the storage
space in the back. Nice, I guessed right.
This modified car should have added modules, directly giving it 5 cubic meters of storage space.
Adding the 1 cubic meter of storage space, that's 6 cubic meters.
It can hold nearly 100 treasure chests.
Soma didn't have time to examine the new
vehicle closely. After stepping onto the side skirt, he quickly twisted the key to start it.
Zila, vroom vroom vroom.
A series of exhaust sounds surged
out, accompanied by the powerful engine of the new vehicle.
The upgraded gear shift still retained the simplest operation method, just adding a climbing
gear next to the forward and reverse.
Without the intention to try the climbing gear, Soma directly shifted to the forward gear, pressed the accelerator
hard, and the vehicle lunged forward like a fierce beast, roaring into action. So strong.
After adding a small bumper and windshield, this is a vehicle.
This is a monster. Driving through the low bushes, the weeds on the road couldn't block Soma in the slightest. The super off-road capability brought by the half-person high tires was like adding wings to a tiger. The route that took 5 minutes to run before, this time with Soma driving, he nearly crashed through in less than a minute.
He drove the car to the side without yellow fire and quickly jumped out. Coming to the back of the car, he opened the
trunk, focused, and stuffed the inboard and outboard engines along with miscellaneous items inside, ensuring the storage space was cleared before Soma began to quickly run off to collect in the distance.
Looking around, amidst the smoke, there were treasure chests everywhere, flickering with a peculiar
sheen.
Prioritize collecting high-level treasure chests.
Glancing at the various colored chests at his feet, Soma made up his mind and quickened his
pace.
Running down the path, Soma ignored the wooden and iron chests on the ground and first stuffed the copper chests inside. 1, 2, 7, 10. The previously rare copper chests. In less than a minute, Soma picked up as many as 10. Surrounding the explosion, Soma flitted around the edge of the pit like a happy butterfly. After a full circle, the 3 cubic meters of storage space was now completely filled with treasure chests. Each treasure chest was about 50 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 25 centimeters high, occupying a space of 37,500 cubic centimeters. 3 cubic meters is 3 million cubic centimeters. Just enough to hold 80 treasure chests. Copper chests, this time I got a total of 45, and iron chests 35. And after transferring these chests into the car, I can still collect around 70 more chests. Simply a windfall. Thinking of this, Suemo took off running, heading straight to the back of the vehicle to start moving the treasure chests inside. The internal and external machinery, along with miscellaneous items and a bag of flour, occupied more than 2 cubic meters of space. After transferring 70 treasure chests, even the passenger space inside the vehicle was completely filled. However, at the same time, the storage space on the game panel had emptied out. Following the same path back, this time Suemo was no longer picky, taking whatever he could find. Iron chests were fine, wooden chests were good too. When the storage space was full, he saw an iron chest on the ground and tossed out a wooden chest to make room. Back and forth, another 5 minutes passed, and seeing the city gate in the distance already wide open, Suemo didn't bother to be selective anymore and started opening treasure chests as he encountered them. Canned peaches? Good stuff, but too bad I can't take it. A bag of eggplant seeds? A sickle for cutting grass? A figure of Maid Noel? A mold of a famous item? What is this? Throw it away. Opening the treasure chests on the ground numbly, seeing more and more good items fall to the ground without anyone collecting them, even Suemo, who had already harvested over 100 chests, felt a twinge of regret. In the final moments, after opening most of the chests he hadn't had time to take, Suemo returned to the front of the vehicle, pulled out the remaining explosives, and piled them into the unlit explosion pit. He took out a 10-minute fuse, inserted it, and bent down to light it. The fuse, like the wail of death, began to make popping sounds, the yellow flame retardant segments burning through, and the countdown from 10 minutes began. Turning back to the vehicle, after glancing at the storage space, Suemo no longer lingered, shifted into the climbing gear, and pressed the accelerator to charge up the slope. As he charged forward, the chassis began to rise slowly, powerful energy continuously pumped from the engine to the wheels. For small hills, Suemo simply rolled over them, clearing the way and quickly returning to the spot he had previously crouched in. Oreo, where are you? Get in the car and let's go. Seeing that Oreo was nowhere to be found, Suemo quickly got out of the car and shouted. Suddenly, a black and white shadow flashed out from the bushes and pounced into Sumo's arms. Looking at the drastically changed vehicle, Oreo was full of confusion. And Suemo didn't bother to explain, placing Oreo in the back seat. Returning to the driver's seat, this time Suemo didn't climb the slope but drove straight towards the plains. About 4 or 5 minutes later, hearing a loud rumble behind him, Sumo's tense body finally relaxed as he drove the vehicle up to a high ground. Getting out, Suemo took out his binoculars, watching the explosive vapor rising and the faint sounds of screams in his ears. The tension he had felt all along finally eased significantly. This time, the dog-headed people have been severely injured by me. Next, to recover these losses, either the dog-headed people or the lion people must initiate a war. Only through a frenzied battle, achieving victory in the tribal war, can the portal be open to make up for these losses. But now I've provoked both the lion people and the dog-headed people. No matter, I'm alone, they need to think about whether it's worth it to deal with me. Glancing into the distance, Suemo lowered his head again to examine the traces left along the way. Unlike the bouncing vehicle, this upgraded vehicle left clear and distinct tire tracks on the ground. Especially on some small hills, large areas were flattened, and the grass stems along the way were crushed by the grooves of the wheels. Wow, this nearly 2,000-point vehicle is indeed extraordinary. Suemo smacked his lips, turning his head to take a good look at the upgraded vehicle for the first time. The three-color camouflage of white, gray, and yellow was painted in a vibrant mix on the vehicle body, with several seemingly exceptionally sturdy iron railings added to it. Compared to before, the chassis of this vehicle has been raised again. As Soma approached, he gestured and was shocked to find that the new vehicle's chassis was even above his thighs, a full 50 centimeters off the ground. See the picture in this chapter. Such a weapon is a gas guzzler on Earth. If the suspension isn't done well, it feels like sitting in a boat, swaying and making one dizzy with every movement. But on the ruined roads of the apocalypse, it is a steel monster that everyone envies. As he walked around to the front of the vehicle, Soma was surprised to find Oreo lying on the hood, rubbing his head against the windshield. The new vehicle's front hood was no longer long and slender like the previous one. Oreo couldn't even lie down vertically. In terms of balance, it remained a rear-wheel drive, placing all the weight and engine towards the middle and rear of the body to ensure strong explosive power and momentum. Although this vehicle couldn't
be used for ramming. It was better for discovering road conditions ahead and making judgments while on the move. As for the tires, instead of choosing HT or MT tires, they opted for all-terrain tires, known as ET tires. The design of ET tires offers compatibility compared to road tires, with a more rugged tread pattern and slightly larger spacing between the tread blocks. The downside of this design is reduced performance on the road and increased noise, but it is more durable and offers better traction on unpaved surfaces than HT tires, making it a tire that balances off-road and road performance. It's already much better than the bouncy car. I probably won't be upgrading for a long time. How about I give it a name? On Earth, cars are regarded as a man's second wife. Soma had never understood this saying before, but now, the more he walked around the vehicle, the more joy filled his heart. With this color, power, and climbing ability, from now on, I'll call you Earth Tiger. An extremely domineering name, paired with a chassis that stands half a meter high, this new vehicle is more than capable in this wasteland. Sitting inside the car, Soma began to examine the interior. The exterior of the vehicle was made of steel, without a hint of extravagance, and the interior was just as he expected. The interior completely sacrificed comfort, except for the leather covering brought over from the previous bouncy car on the main seat. The passenger seat was just a metal plate, with nothing else. As for the back, the seats had been removed and replaced with a treasure chest that emitted a faint glow, twinkling enticingly. It seems the system understands me. This time, it cut out everything that could be cut, and none of the electronic devices are present. Touching the mechanical-looking central control, Soma couldn't help but laugh. Aside from the radio that had been moved over intact, it lacked all the features found in high-end vehicles. On Earth, there was no driving computer, no electronic assistance, just pure mechanical operation. Similarly, driving this monster was truly ferocious. After fumbling with the vehicle's controls for a while, Soma found the button marked with a fuel tank symbol on the simple central console. He pressed the button gently. Bang! The vehicle made a sound, and Soma got out again to the right side of the vehicle, where he indeed saw a slightly raised metal plate under a camouflage paint. Wow, this fuel tank is no small thing. It must hold at least a little over 100 liters. Focusing his attention, the attributes of the new vehicle appeared before Soma's eyes. Earth Tiger, small off-road modified desert racer, excellent. Description, upgraded from an ordinary rear-wheel drive off-road desert racer. It features a sturdy shell, powerful performance, and a certain amount of storage space, boasting strong functionality, especially raised chassis, and widened and thickened off-roaded tires, ensuring that even after a flat tire, it can still travel over 100 kilometers, making it an excellent vehicle for traversing the wasteland. Horsepower, 280 horsepower. Torque, 425 Newton-meters. Fuel consumption, 19 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers. This may vary depending on terrain and gear. Evaluation, great progress. The meat bun has turned into an iron bun. 19 liters of fuel consumption per 100 kilometers isn't a big deal. If I didn't have the oil well, I might be worried, but now, the higher the fuel consumption, the more it reflects the power. Closing the fuel tank cover, Suemo felt a surge of confidence. The diesel well is a good thing. When the opportunity arises and I have enough cores, I must find a way to sacrifice the well. Otherwise, if it's left in the deep-sea shelter and gets destroyed or occupied by the enemy, it would be a huge loss. Looking at the large area of bushes that had already caught fire in the distance, along with the towering flames, Suemo pondered. The previous plan was to establish a passage between the two locations, so if the main shelter was in danger, they could escape through the passage. This would avoid putting all the eggs in one basket, only to have them all smashed at once. In this way, even if the main shelter fell and the ethereal water well was lost, they could still rely on the oil well to stabilize and wait for a chance to rise again. But now it seemed that concentrating all forces to develop a single shelter base was the right path. Spreading energy and survival points too thin might lead to a situation where, during a major disaster, none would be strong enough, and that would be a joke. With so many treasure chests, whatever I open will definitely be enough for me to exchange for what I need in the secret realm. Calling Oreo, who was still licking the car window, Suemo started the engine again and drove towards a direction completely different from the underground shelter. With such obvious tire tracks, if he went straight back to the base, he would definitely be tracked down by the dog-headed people following the trail. Therefore, the best direction right now is the lion. If I were to go to the war era, I would definitely be a master at playing both overt and covert strategies. Just thinking about the lion and glancing at the quiet lion god statue in the trunk, Suemo couldn't help but break into a smile. He even imagined the furious dog-headed people suffering heavy losses from the explosions, madly following the tire tracks, only to encounter the lion camp halfway. The brutes would choose to charge head-on. The smarter ones would choose to use their strength against them. Only those who can truly see through human hearts and interests in the apocalypse, like Suemo now, would unite what can be united and strike against everything that can be struck. All the alien races that actively come to this disaster-ridden world must have their needs, but unfortunately, the language barrier makes it hard to understand what they need or what their purpose is.
I can only take it one step at a time. Unable to grasp the situation of others, Suemo could only infer from his surroundings.
The number of fantasy creatures released at one time is limited. They
Won't be like humans, releasing billions at once.
Therefore, for these creatures to develop, grow, and achieve their goals in this world, the only way is
to constantly win clan wars. This is the fundamental difference in interests between humans and fantasy races. For humanity to thrive in the wasteland, they must attempt to hunt these creatures and obtain treasure chests.
But this rule also applies to the alien races. Humans are also a race, and after
slaughtering 300 humans, fantasy creatures can still summon rifts for transportation.
This leads to a situation where, upon meeting, humans want to kill creatures for treasure chests, while creatures want to kill humans to open rifts and expand their clans. The interests of both parties are at odds, and under constant disasters and deaths, there is naturally no possibility of continuous honest cooperation. Eventually, there will be a battle. After this wave, I need to lie low for a while before I figure out the opponent's trump cards. Being too active is very dangerous. Hiding in a sturdy shelter,
passively facing various dangers is not Sumo's character.
Taking the initiative, treating the shelter as a fallback, a solid support when danger approaches. He knows when to endure and when to act without hesitation. Only by doing so can he maximize his survival points, matching the strength of those larger shelters and always maintaining an advantage.
On the way to the lion tribe, Sumo's thoughts drifted far away.
On the plains, with the windshield
and high chassis, the speed of the Earth Tiger unknowingly increased,
maintaining an average speed of 50 to 60 miles per hour in less than an hour.
The lion camp appeared on the horizon. Stopping the car, unbuckling his seatbelt, and pulling out the binoculars from the trunk, Suemo leaned out to gaze at the lion village.
The main safe house, burned to a bitter crisp, had now turned into a ruin. Aside from the foundation still standing, the
surroundings had long been charred, looking nothing like a house. A dark mass of lions surrounded the half-burned safe house, seemingly holding some kind of ceremony.
The living strength of the lions is preserved. If they want to rely on speed, the dog-headed people definitely can't keep up. But this village
probably won't hold out.
Returning to his seat and fastening his seatbelt, Suemo confidently started the car and drove straight toward the lion village. After reaching 300 meters, seeing that the lions had no reaction, Suemo curiously honked the horn twice.
Beep, beep. The long honk interrupted
the prayer rhythm of the lions in front of the safe house, and hundreds of gazes turned toward Suemo in the car.
"Hello, how are you?" Waving his hand. At such a close distance, Suemo could already see the shock and anger on the lioness's face.
"Oreo, tell them that since they dare to slaughter humans at will, we will eventually take care of all of them. This is just an appetizer. By the way, tell him you are the vanguard general of the dog-headed people.
And I am also cooperating with the dog-headed people."
Sitting in the passenger seat, Oreo, hearing Sumo's words, revealed a sly smile of triumph on his
dog face.
Leaning out, Oreo shouted loudly at the lions outside, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. He fully embodied the sassy attitude of the sorcerer dog-headed people, mocking Oreo as an inferior race. At this moment, even without getting close, Suemo could feel the almost overflowing killing
intent from the lion village upon hearing Oreo's dialect.
"Well, you've attracted quite the hatred. No need to rush, let's let the bullets fly for a
few seconds."
Watching the lion warriors charging out of the village, Suemo felt no urgency at all, his foot on the gas, hand resting on the window,
quietly enjoying the evening breeze.
Through the car window, Suemo could see the central lioness seemingly going mad, casting a wind spell as she charged
out.
The sight of hundreds of lions charging was extremely spectacular. Too bad there was no camera, otherwise, Suemo would have wanted to capture this
classic moment.
It wasn't until the first lion charged within 100 meters that Sumo's right foot slammed down, a roar of exhaust exploding across the
wilderness.
In the next second, a plume of black smoke rose, and the wheels began to spin rapidly. The powerful grip of the tires propelled the vehicle's speed upward, and aiming for the side of the charging lions, Suemo gripped the steering wheel tightly and charged forward.
All the lions, seeing Suemo move, could only helplessly run behind the car.
The Earth Tiger maintained a speed just fast enough for the lions to chase but not catch up.
Suemo waited
until the lion behind him had left tracks from the wheels, and after covering 300 to 500 meters by stepping on the ground, he extended his
hand and waved goodbye with one hand, then suddenly pressed down on the accelerator. 40, 60, 80.
The speed of the Earth Tiger increased rapidly, and more lions could only helplessly stop their pursuit, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, fire blazing in their eyes.
The lioness,
squeezed in the back now that the line had stopped, moved to the front. Watching the vehicle that was almost out of sight, she felt a sense of helplessness that she had never experienced even when facing a dog-headed creature, but now, in front of Suemo, this feeling magnified several times. After a while, the lioness waved her hand, and the lions began to return to the village. On the ground, only the paw prints of the lions remained, and it was impossible to see even a trace of the wheel marks. Driving around the lion camp, Suemo continued forward until the sun set on the horizon, finally stopping the vehicle.
Assessing the surroundings, Somo couldn't quite determine how far he had driven.
The sky had darkened, and tentatively turning on the headlights, he saw 2 beams of light suddenly illuminate the front, causing Oreo, sitting in the passenger seat, to perk up. The little dog head was filled with big questions. Woof! Without the restraint of a seatbelt, Oreo's head was almost pressed against the glass, barking wildly at the beams of light scattering
into the distance. Ha! It's your first time in a luxury car, and you're not used to it yet. Previously, when sitting in the bouncy car, Oreo always stood with his head held high, maintaining his wind-blown pose. Now in the new car, Oreo quietly stayed in the passenger seat, seemingly confused as to why. The strong wind that had been used for show was gone. In the future, I'll modify a sunroof seat for you, and then you can stick your head out to mock the ones across from us. After adjusting the direction, Somo shifted gears and hit the road again.
On the gravel road, small stones crackled against the
car door, making a crisp sound.
The more intense it got, the more refreshing Somo felt inside. When he drove the bouncy car before, such long distance treks would leave him covered in gray-white marks from the stones, sometimes even resulting in bruises. But now, with the windows closed, not even a speck of dust could blow into the car, let alone small stones. Adjusting the direction all the way until the moon climbed the horizon and rose into the sky,
Somo finally found a hint of familiarity.
Since he had been going back and forth, he had never taken this road coming back from the north.
The distant
light shone on the nearly dried-up acid rain lake, and Oreo began to bark excitedly in the passenger seat. Seeing the familiar little hill, Somo felt a surge of excitement. Rolling down the window and inhaling the scent of peace of mind, the feeling of coming home washed over him.
Dancing on the tip of a knife is definitely not something I can do.
It's better to focus on developing my shelter, taking it slow and steady. That's the way to go.
After
patrolling around the hill to ensure there was no danger, Somo was already famished by the time he reached the main gate.
The previous small underground garage was no longer accessible for the Earth Tiger.
He decisively parked the car right at the entrance, took 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles from the trunk into the storage space, and got out to start turning the combination lock to open the gate.
Bang! The heavy sound of the lock retracting was so
pleasant to hear. After pushing open the gate and letting Oreo in, Somo glanced at the Earth Tiger and closed the gate. Tomorrow, I'll park the Earth Tiger in the deep sea shelter, otherwise, it would be troublesome if the dog-headed creatures or lions found it. Without the core of a safe house to build new shelter modules, temporarily setting up a complete underground garage near the shelter was still quite difficult, and it had to be done slowly.
Following
the corridor, as they entered the interior of the shelter, Oreo had already jumped up to turn on the lights inside. The little sparks also chirped as they came out, flitting around the shelter.
Hey, Oreo, come eat.
At this late hour, Sumo was too lazy to cook, so he simply took out the still-warm
oil-splashed noodles and poured them into Oreo's food bowl.
He added a scoop of rice to the bowls of the little sparks, and after giving all 3 a dose
of ethereal water, Sumo took out his own portion and began to eat.
The preservation ability of the storage space, while it couldn't guarantee that what went in would come out in the same state, was still much slower than the outside world. At this moment, although the oil-splashed noodles were a bit cool, the noodles had a refreshing taste and did not clump together.
After slurping down dinner, Sumo noticed the 3 little ones were still eating, so he stood up to continue working.
First, he moved all the treasure chests from the storage space into the shelter, setting them down, and after opening the big door, Sumo began to play the role of a mover again, watching the storage space in the trunk gradually empty while the treasure chests in the base
increased. Sumo's pace quickened.
By the time the last treasure chest was moved out and the big door was closed, Sumo simply turned off the lights in the
shelter. The shelter did not plunge into darkness, instead, it became even brighter under the glow of the hundreds of treasure chests. The chests piled up to form a wall, radiating various different lights, and under Sumo's gaze, the glow seemed to breathe, flickering in and out. The shimmering blue light of the copper chests, the heavy dark glow of the iron chests, and the faint yellow light of the wooden chests all shone together. Lying on the ground, with his head resting on Oreo's soft belly, Sumo emptied his mind.
At this moment, looking at this wall of treasure chests, a tremendous sense of achievement
and satisfaction surged over him like a tide.
Lying in front of this wall, Sumo felt that the joy of the wealthy was indeed so simple and unadorned. With so many treasure chests, the things I can open would be more than enough to support a shelter for hundreds of people, and now, they all belong to
me alone.
Picking up the ethereal water cup beside him, Sumo savored it slowly, gradually becoming intoxicated.
After finishing dinner, the little sparks in the breeding room also curiously flapped out. Seeing the wall now glowing, the 2 chickens became restless. Curiously, they approached Oreo, and
the little sparks mimicked Sumo, lying down and resting their heads on either side of him.
1 person and 3 little ones lay there, staring blankly at the wall. After a long while, Sumo's snoring gradually began.
Oreo, cooperating, did not move, gazing tenderly at Sumo resting in his arms.
The little sparks tucked their feathers in, quietly staying beside Sumo.
The twinkling treasure chest wall slowly radiated its light, gradually sinking with Sumo's breathing.
In the peaceful shelter, drowsiness settled in.
No one disturbed them, allowing Sumo to forget all the worries weighing on his heart. Even lying on the hard stone slab, he slept extremely soundly. It felt as if he had returned to the Earth era, back to his home, having enjoyed a big meal cooked by Mom Sumo and sipped a few good wines requested by Dad Sumo at the dinner table. Listening to his little sister chatter at the table, with Dad and Mom Sumo occasionally laughing and scolding. In this wasteland apocalypse, Sumo felt very at ease. The tension from days of continuous work and the mental exhaustion slowly dissipated with this sleep. When Sumo opened his eyes again, it was already around 6 or 7 in the morning. A slight cold breeze blew out from the breeding room, and the treasure chest wall, combined with the sunlight streaming in, made the shelter exceptionally bright. Lowering his head, Suemo was astonished to see the little and big sparks spreading their wings, tightly covering his body like an eagle. The smaller one protected his chest and belly, while the larger one shielded his thighs and calves. The 2 chickens, which usually clucked in the cold at night, were now motionless, obediently lying on him, firmly locking in Sumo's body heat. Woof woof woo woo. Oreo, sensing that Suemo had woken up, stretched out his dog head, his big tongue licking Sumo's face affectionately. Slowly standing up and placing the little and big sparks aside, Suemo patted Oreo's head, his eyes filled with emotion. At that moment, Suemo silently elevated the importance of Oreo and the little and big sparks to the level of family in his heart. It was also at that moment that Suemo suddenly realized he no longer felt so lonely. I really am a lucky person. Even in this apocalyptic wasteland, there are those who love me, who care for me. Oh wait, it's just a dog and 2 chickens. He chuckled, stretched lazily, and made his way to the command center, starting to turn on the television to check the situation nearby. Without stepping outside, he could have a comprehensive view within a kilometer, so convenient and safe. After a brief shake, the image began to appear. Goodness, isn't there a snowstorm coming in a few days? Why is there snow already? Looking at the layer of white frost on the ground and the snowflakes gradually falling from the sky, Suemo felt a jolt in his heart. At the same time, a piece of information that had been overlooked suddenly surfaced in Sumo's mind. Could it be that the disaster is actually just the snowstorm, and the temperature mentioned later refers to the temperature when the snowstorm arrives? As for the previous temperature and snowfall, they would slowly start to show signs until the disaster peaks? Connecting the mechanical controller, he pulled the lens up and looked down. Indeed, a layer of white frost had formed on the ground, and the nearly depleted acid rain lake was beginning to freeze. At the end of the kilometer, there were no signs of any creatures. In this weather, from this moment on, the survival challenge has begun. Everyone will face not just the 3 days of the snowstorm. There are still 8 days. If we don't gather enough survival supplies, we will die. This is a forced competition for all races to fight and kill. Shaking his head, Suemo turned off the television, put on his combat suit, and walked to the end of the corridor to open the door. Hissed the howling north wind blew through, carrying snowflakes wildly. Fortunately, the combat suit had a slight windproof effect, and Suemo, wearing a hoodie, could still withstand the cold. Approaching the ground tiger, he noticed that the car window was already covered with a layer of ice shards. Suemo reached out and knocked, barely clearing the driver's seat. Taking out the key, he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Without air conditioning, the temperature inside the car was even colder than outside, and before the engine warmed up, Suemo was already shivering all over. In this weather, it's no longer suitable for going out to fight. Luckily, I harvested a wave before the big drop in temperature. Otherwise, even with my encouragement, the lion people might not venture out to raid the dog-headed people's camp. Not knowing how much power the upgraded battery had, Suemo waited for the engine to warm up and charge for a while. After confirming that the battery wouldn't run out, he turned off the key, quickly got out of the car, closed the door, and returned to the warm shelter. After eating, I'll hide the car in the deep-sea shelter. I won't be going out these days, it's too cold. After closing the outer stone door, blocking the cold wind from rushing in, the corridor finally stopped being bone-chilling. Continuing down, after closing the second door, Suemo could clearly feel the temperature in the shelter rising. Until he walked through the entrance door and pushed it open, a wave of warmth rushed over him. Compared to the outside temperature of -7 or 8 degrees, the 4 or 5 degrees inside the shelter felt like a true luxury. Looking at the 3 little ones still sound asleep, Suemo stepped over to the ventilation duct in the breeding room and looked up for a moment. A cold wind whooshed down from the duct, and the temperature in the breeding room was noticeably lower than in the other rooms, even lower than in the living room. However, despite the dropping temperature, the plants in the culture medium showed no signs of frost damage. This culture medium is simply miraculous. At this temperature, it can still firmly absorb sunlight, lock in internal humidity and temperature, providing the best growth environment for each seedling. Suemo marveled as he touched the tomato seedlings that had already grown over a dozen large leaves, as well as the cabbage seedlings that had covered a large area. With the nourishment from the small and large sparks, given this growth rate, the cabbages in the culture medium wouldn't need to be transplanted at all. The ample sunlight and nutrients were more than enough for them to thrive.
In about 10 days, I should be able to pick a few cabbages to taste. These garlics will probably take another 20 days. He fiddled with the garlic seedlings that had been pushed aside by the cabbages, tearing off a few particularly in the way and unsightly cabbage leaves, and happily took them out of the breeding room. The cabbages in the middle hadn't grown yet, and the outer leaves were still fresh. Chopped and sautéed with oil, they would have a unique flavor. The north wind howled outside, mixed with drifting snow, and unable to go out, Suemo took his time to head to the supply room and started steaming some rice. These treasure chests have no place to put them for now, so I'll just leave them here. When the trading secret realm opens, or when there's a place to store them, I'll open them all at once. He surveyed the wall of treasure chests, sitting comfortably on a stone bench to admire them. The base no longer lacked urgently needed supplies, and there was no need to open chests immediately. If something fresh came out and there was no place to store it, it would be a waste. There were only a few days left until the trading secret realm opened, so it was perfectly fine to wait until then to open a large number of chests. Moreover, this naturally glowing wall could also serve as a lamp at night. While the rice was steaming in the pot, Suemo picked up a cup of water to rinse his mouth and wash his face, then scooped out some water to finish watering the culture medium just as the rice was perfectly cooked. He moved the pot of steamed rice aside, poured a little oil into the pan to heat it, chopped the cabbage leaves, and sautéed them for a bit, adding some seasoning, resulting in a fragrant plate of fresh green stir-fry. In this weather, with this flavor, and the warmth rising from the earth pot, Suemo felt like he could fly with joy. He called the 3 little ones to wake up, mixed the rice into the stir-fry, stirred it a few times, and after getting enough for the 3 little ones, he poured the rest into his own bowl. A simple breakfast left Suemo immensely satisfied. After coming to the wasteland, the first fresh vegetable leaves tasted naturally enhanced by 200%, so delicious it made one want to bite their tongue. After finishing the meal and washing the pot, Suemo didn't want to stay in the living room for even a second in this weather. He directly moved a few glowing wooden boxes to the bedroom and plugged in the electric blanket. The small and large sparks followed the rising warmth and quietly lay in the 2 corners of the small bed, feeling the warmth of the electric blanket beneath them, their comfortable little eyes squinting shut. Seeing no one to play with, Oreo also ran over, jumping up and down on the bed causing a ruckus. Calm down, we'll go out later. It's too cold now, you'll freeze your little dog head off. Hearing the word cold, Oreo disdainfully shook his head, strutting over to the breeding room and then swaggering back, indicating that he wasn't afraid at all. This proud little look made Suemo chuckle. He got up and forcibly hugged Oreo, pulling back the blanket and lying down. Ah, so comfortable. In this weather, without hot water to soak my feet, having a warm blanket is just so nice. The Husky's cold resistance made Oreo more active in this weather, while humans found their hands and feet stiff and their movements cumbersome. Outdoor activities required a lot of energy. Lying in bed, before the system's harvest at 8 o'clock arrived, Sumo decided to check the chat panel first. Focusing his mind, a blue display screen appeared right in the center of his vision. After selecting the World Chat channel, a ripple flashed by, and streams of messages began to scroll quickly across the screen. As Sumo concentrated his gaze, the scrolling slowed down, eventually reaching a speed acceptable to the human eye and then stopping. Goodness, it's really freaking cold. Is there any good brother in the basin? Choosing the mountains this time was truly a classic example. I'm freezing to death. I'm right in the basin. The snow has turned into rain already. Hee, I've collected half a basin since this morning, boiled it to try, and it's drinkable. The water issue has finally been resolved, but do you have enough firewood over there? I wore a sweater when I came, and it's so cold. Let's take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, gather more plant fibers and pile yourself in the middle. Don't go out. This damn weather is going to last for more than 10 days, and after the disaster, the snow won't just disappear immediately. If you don't gather more supplies now, are you planning to go out only after it snows? That's true, makes some sense. Unfortunately, going out to work now wastes too much food. The surrounding mutated creatures are almost all killed by us. Hey, I heard that a couple of days ago, 3 shelters with over 1,000 people teamed up to fight a centaur group of over 200, and they actually won. I wonder how many supplies those 200 centaurs dropped. I'm envious. What are you envious of? Do you know how many people died? Over 500. We 5 struggled against 1 and almost didn't make it. These beasts are really something. As Sumo browsed through more information, the chat panel seemed to remember personal preferences. While browsing, it would deliberately pop up prompts asking whether to block similar messages when players showed psychological fluctuations. For instance, there were still some people in the World Chat channel crying poor, and even some acting like beggars, asking others for food and supplies. These people didn't seem to know what kind of thoughts they were holding. Clearly capable of using their hands and feet, they chose not to go out and find solutions, instead squatting in the shelter doing useless work, attempting to deceive some kind-hearted passerby players into giving them something. After looking at them, Sumo made a slightly disgusted expression, and immediately a prompt popped up. After he mentally selected yes, such begging messages instantly disappeared, all blocked out by the game panel. As for the remaining advertisement messages, Sumo took a keen interest in examining them one by one.
Deadfire Sea Shelter. Recruiting seasoned second-dimensional players, requiring high body fat, at least 22% and above, able to endure hardship and not afraid of fatigue.
Male players.
Once hired, we guarantee at least 300 g of food and 200 milliliters of clean water daily.
Excellent treatment. If you need to join near XX location, contact me quickly. Phasar Association, recruiting players with combat awareness.
We don't require your physique or height as long as your combat power
is up to par.
After joining the shelter, we will guarantee half a gene of food per day, including at least 100 g of meat.
Specific location XX, you can pay. Attention within 200 miles. Tats Temple, recruiting players with life skills.
As long as you have a specialty and can produce a large number of
basic items, you can join us.
We have enough combat power to ensure your safety and sufficient food to help you get through this cold winter.
As long
as you are willing to work long hours, we await your arrival at XX location.
Flying Tiger Shelter, currently located at XX position, we have already scouted
a group of about 150 Minotaurs nearby.
Are there any other large shelters at this location that can cooperate to launch an attack?
We can distribute the spoils according to contributions afterward. If we take them down, our supplies for the winter will be completely sufficient.
Every advertisement released by the shelters is quite interesting.
After observing for a while, Suemo suddenly realized that Phasar was indeed one of the 3 shelters discussed by the casual players in the World Channel. The other 2 shelters that cooperated with them suffered heavy losses after this battle, with one of them left with fewer than 40 people. Fortunately, the 3 shelters decided to merge directly, and the loot from the 200 centaurs, including chests and harvested meat, would be more than enough for them to survive this cold winter. More and more fantasy races are eyeing humans. But at the same time, some powerful shelters can also turn around and eliminate smaller races that haven't developed yet.
In the Wasteland, it seems that only continuous slaughter can ensure survival. After flipping through a few pages, Suemo quickly gained a clear understanding of the current situation of humanity. The Western shelters, due to their initial recruitment of only elites, were able to strike first against these fantasy races, annihilating them before they could develop. In contrast, the Eastern shelters, with their uneven strength and large numbers, found themselves at a disadvantage against these fantasy races, lagging far behind the West, and their current situation was precarious. At this rate, it seems that these large Eastern shelters will have a hard time surviving this blizzard. Without the ability to incite a large-scale racial war, relying on logging and hunting mutated creatures, how could they possibly hold on? Lying in bed, Suemo noticed that most of the people crying for help had names associated with Huaxia, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The game's deployment was utterly irregular. In some places, dozens of people could be dropped together based on family ties. In other places, like Suemo, there was only one person left alone. Fortunately, my Su family has only one heir per generation, and over the years in the big city, I haven't had many familiar relatives to drag me down. Otherwise, it would really be difficult. In the apocalyptic wasteland, Suemo couldn't guarantee that he would remain calm or cold-blooded when he saw his relatives calling for help. After witnessing the plight of his fellow Huaxia compatriots, Suemo could only watch, unable to make any contributions.
An individual's strength is insignificant in the face of hundreds of millions.
And in just over 10 days, even Huaxia's infrastructure couldn't establish a complete supply chain. Moreover, with the critical point restriction added to the trading system, large-scale exchanges could only wait until the trading secret realm opened. Therefore, under the current circumstances, one could either hold on until the trading secret realm opened and exchange supplies for more precious items, or, besides war, there is only war. Only by exchanging lives can one survive. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, one can only wait to die. In just over 10 days, several shelters had shared their experiences from large-scale racial assaults. After absorbing a wave of shared experiences from other shelters, Suemo opened his private message to record his diary, silently noting down 2 points: lionmen, dogmen. After this disaster ends, we must find a way to quickly attack them. We cannot sit idly by as they continue to develop. Currently detected a small human shelter 110 kilometers west of the base. If necessary, we can contact them. Identity exposure issue. After jotting this down, Suemo turned to open the regional channel. Previously, after emerging from the ruins, there were still 812 people in the regional channel, and after 2 days, this number had not changed much, now standing at 799. The previously active Liang Jian and a few others were still lively in the regional channel at this time. Due to today's weather, there were quite a few people in the regional channel, and everyone was freely discussing how to efficiently avoid disasters. Zhao Jiong, you see this snow, if it's going to fall, it should fall heavily, or not at all. This little bit is freezing cold and we can't do anything, making people anxious. Liang Jian, I was thinking of building a snow house for warmth, but it seems this snow won't allow for that. Sun Xian, if any of you chose the wooden cabin as your shelter, you can follow my lead. Just pry open the floorboards in the middle of the room, dig a pit, hide in it, and cover it with some weeds. You wouldn't believe it, it's quite warm aside from being a bit damp. Before the blizzard hits, I plan to make a few wooden boards to set up this pit, and when the blizzard comes, I can just lie there for 3 days. Emma Devon, it's been 2 days since Mr. Sumo last spoke. I hope nothing happened. As lone wolf players, we can only wait for the trading secret realm to open and find Mr. Sumo to exchange some food supplies to get through this winter. Kai Junfoam, hey, I say, you foreigner, can anything happen to God Sumo? You can rest assured, even if you're gone, he'll still be around. Nawinching, exactly, I'm not even hoping for anything good to trade anymore. I just want to get in and exchange some food with the big shots. I'm really running out of options here. Compared to the World Channel, the regional channel had much less hostility, with everyone harmoniously discussing how to survive in this wasteland. Of course, in these chat messages, it rarely took more than 3 lines before a topic related to sumo was mentioned, followed by another round of intense discussion. As the natural disasters eliminated the first wave of people, the remaining humans have developed the basic ability to survive in the wasteland. At least before the trading secret realm opens, this number shouldn't change too much. I hope we can trade well when the time comes. Seeing many people expressing that they had good items to trade, Sumo was also intrigued and made a statement in the regional channel. Sumo, I have a considerable amount of food and tools. If anyone wants to trade, bring something valuable when the secret realm opens. Wow! The regional channel, which had been slowly scrolling, suddenly exploded after Sumo's words. Countless lurkers stood up, claiming they had many valuable items, just hoping to exchange for some food or something. Many also inquired if they could join the shelter, even if it meant working like a horse, just to get something to eat and survive. After watching for a while, Sumo didn't speak again, and quietly exited the regional channel. All he wanted to do was give these people the confidence to keep going. There was no need for more words. He believed these people could hold on with their faith. After reading all this, the time gradually reached 8 o'clock. The system's notification sound would never be late, and after Sumo silently recited, it popped up quietly. Doomsday Calendar, January 15. You woke up early, had a satisfying meal, and felt your energy completely restored. Survival points +5. You scouted the enemy camp layout and made corresponding countermeasures. Survival points +5. You achieved surface cooperation with other races for the first time. Survival points +50. The weapon you crafted has a single kill power exceeding 100 when used by outsiders, but since it wasn't your own doing, the reward decreased. Survival points +100. You ambushed the Lionman's camp, obtaining rare items while destroying their core shelter. Survival points +200. You laid in wait for the attacking goblins, achieving a single kill power exceeding 200. Survival points +500. You upgraded your vehicle, naming it Earth Tiger, which will become your powerful tool in the wasteland. Survival points +200. You obtained a large number of treasure chests, enriching your accumulation. Survival points +30. Milestone. The total number of other race creatures you have killed reaches 200. Survival points +100. Milestone. The total number of other race creatures you have killed reaches 300. Survival points +200. Milestone. The number of other race creatures you killed in a single instance reaches 200. Survival points +200. Scanning host survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today gained 191 survival points. Final settlement. Survival points +1,781. Remaining survival points 1,800. Can the survival points given by this environment decrease? Seeing the survival points rise from double digits back to 4 digits, Soma felt a slight surprise in his heart. But among all the bonuses, Soma keenly observed the fixed income at the bottom. The previous survival points were all earned through daily tasks, belonging to uncertain survival points. A disaster could strike, and if he couldn't go out for days, all these gains would be for nothing. Only the last item, based on the survival environment assessment, would be the main channel for future acquisition. Could it be that the system judges my current survival environment has worsened? It's not as comfortable as before? Lying on the warm bed, Soma reached out to feel the temperature in the shelter, confirming his suspicions. As the outside temperature dropped lower, even though the shelter was underground, the temperature remained between 0 and 3 or 4 degrees. Wearing thin sneakers, if he sat in the living room for a while, his feet would become stiff and hard, like stones, numb to the touch. As for the above-ground shelters, like wooden houses, the temperature must have already dropped below 0, making the survival environment even worse. After carefully assessing today's income, Soma confirmed his judgment. Right, how could I forget about the lion god statue I brought back yesterday? He touched his head and suddenly remembered the good item still in his storage space. With a thought, the lion god statue, which had been worshipped repeatedly by the lion men, suddenly appeared in Soma's hand. The lion god statue still emitted its own azure light. Beneath its featureless face, there should have been stiff wreath-like fur, but this piece of wood was carved so skillfully that the wooden strands felt like real hair to the touch, leaving one in awe. Woof woo woo goo 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 goo. As Soma sat up and carefully examined the lion god statue, the 3
Little ones beside him were startled by the statue's subtle pressure and all began to squawk, especially Oreo, who looked intently at the lion god statue, his eyes bursting with brilliance. The little sparks were also chirping continuously, their heads bobbing back and forth. Soma was no stranger to this behavior from the three little ones. It was indeed how they acted when they saw delicious food. Do you all want to eat this lion statue? No way, it's made of wood. Before Sumo's words had even settled, Oreo beside him nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with desire, drooling like a dog. Goodness, you can't just eat this thing. Let me study this statue first. Pressing down on Oreo's dog head and the chicken head of the small sparks, Sumo reluctantly spent a bit of disaster points. Using the identification function of the game panel for the first time, unlike the system identification, this time the information that popped up was more abundant and complete. The game panel even thoughtfully included usage instructions and the recycling price. Wooden lionfolk heritage sacrificial statue, excellent. Description: a wooden statue personally prayed over and infused with the power of the lion god by the high priest Kimuma of the lionfolk's supreme heritage temple. Due to the material, the statue cannot bear even a trace of the lion god's divine power, hence the face of the statue is concealed to ensure it does not shatter. Restrictions: only prayers from the lionfolk can awaken the divine power within the sacrificial statue. Other races must abandon their racial identity and voluntarily join the lionfolk under the witness of a sacrifice to use it. Functions: divine power, absorb, conduct a ritual, sacrificing over 100 foreign beings at once to absorb their life force. Converting a bit of divine essence into lionfolk divinity, pseudo divine power, bestow, consume a bit of the divinity stored within the statue to grant a temporary power boost to a selected being, lasting 24 hours. Divine powered blessing, in the core shelter, shattering the lion statue will permanently add a level 1 extraordinary lion god blessing to the shelter. Evolutionary food, a wooden sculpture infused with the lion god's power, possessing an irresistible deadly allure to wasteland creatures. Consuming this divine sculpture gives a certain chance for wasteland creatures to absorb divinity, enhancing their strength and physique, with a certain chance to awaken the power hidden in their bloodline. Chance, 0.0000001%. Recycling value, high, 300. Disaster points, would you like to recycle? After Suemo slowly finished examining all the functions, the recycling prompt from the game panel eagerly popped up, as if it desperately needed this item. I choose no. Suemo shook his head without hesitation, his thoughts transforming into a large hand that gently tapped on the no option. With a flash of light, the option disappeared, leaving only the attribute panel hanging beside the sculpture. Just 300 disaster points for me, who already has a workbench. It doesn't mean much. The next upgrade for storage space will require 800 points, and this 300 points is just a drop in the bucket. It's better to use the sculpture to enhance the shelter's disaster resistance. Suemo was very clear about the trade-off regarding the sculpture. However, at the same time, the usage method that popped up on the game panel began to give Suemo a headache. To use the functions of this extraordinary statue, such as the first item, absorb, and the second item, bestow, one must first abandon their earthling identity and join the lion folk. Moreover, it required the witness of a sacrifice, meaning one had to join the lion folk under the gaze of a lioness. Such harsh conditions. Suemo didn't even think twice before dismissing them outright. Previously, Suemo had played a clever scheme, leading the trail to the lionfolk territory. When the dog-headed people found out, even if the lionfolk explained it wasn't them, the dog-headed people would still believe it wasn't the lionfolk. But so what? A clever scheme is clever precisely because it calculates openly against you and you have no way to counter it. The heavily damaged dog-headed people, facing the lionfolk who were not as strong, could only resort to violence to recover their losses, annihilating the lionfolk. Only then could they hope to regain what they had lost. Naturally, the lionfolk would not sit idly by, and a fierce battle was bound to ensue between the two. At that time, the lion, whose fate was uncertain, would only slowly decline in exile, leading to the extinction of its clan. Joining the lions at this moment was equivalent to joining. Those who understand, understand. It seems that the function of this sculpture has diminished too. Soma smiled as he looked up at the three pairs of fiery eyes beside him, then glanced at the sculpture in his hand, and without hesitation, he twisted off the head of the wooden sculpture. Instantly, several streams of azure light surged from the severed neck of the lion sculpture, illuminating the shelter. The opening was only about 4 centimeters in diameter, but as more and more azure light was released, the previous radiance did not fade. Gradually, the azure light grew stronger, and just as it was about to condense into a tangible form, an ethereal lion appeared in the shelter. The lion's gaze was somewhat dazed, blankly surveying the surrounding shelter facilities, then sizing up Soma, who was sitting on the bed, and the three little ones who were almost drooling. Incomprehensible incantations flowed from the lion's mouth, sounding like murmurs or praises, with blue specks spilling from the lion and falling onto the floor, the ceiling, and the walls of the shelter. As the incantation progressed, suddenly, Soma noticed that the previously dazed lion's face suddenly gained a hint of spirit, and its eyes seemed to emit a divine light. The incantations from the lion's mouth grew faster, like the great compassion mantra,
making one's head throb with pain. The light that was originally condensing began to slowly deform. In the next moment, the lion shattered with a loud crash, and a heavy blue torrent began to wash over the entire shelter, intricate runes being etched onto the walls of the shelter. Such extraordinary scenes, even special effects, could not create a shock as profound as what was before them. 3 to 5 seconds later, as the blue light faded, the runes gradually concealed themselves, and the entire shelter returned to calm once more. Soma looked around. The shelter seemed to have gained something, yet it also seemed unchanged. A pleasant notification sound appeared in the shelter as the strange phenomena disappeared. Record: congratulations to player Soma for the main shelter, underground shelter, receiving the LV1 Lion Blessing record. For detailed information, please enter the game panel to check. The shelter attributes. 2 notification sounds rang out in succession, confirming that the extraordinary scene just now was not an illusion, but had indeed occurred. The statue that had once radiated light now concealed all its brilliance, becoming a lifeless object that emitted an allure to the 3 little ones. Soma broke off the 2 arms of the statue and tossed one to each of the little sparks. He handed the remaining items to Oreo. Whoosh! The little sparks pecked at the arms like crazy, while Oreo gulped down the rest without even chewing. Then, the bodies of the little sparks visibly began to grow larger, and the previously dull chicken wings emitted a flicker of azure light. They stopped only after their size increased by about 1/3. Woof! Boo! Watching the changes in the 2 little ones, Soma clicked his tongue in amazement, while Oreo looked on in shock. Turning his head, Soma examined the unchanged Oreo and was also taken aback. Hey, why haven't you changed at all? Those 2 have changed after eating just a little, and you're completely still. Hurry, change for me. He pinched Oreo's dog head, and looking at Oreo's fierce expression, Soma burst into laughter. The transformation probability of the statue is too low. The little sparks couldn't awaken any bloodline, and as for Oreo, there was no reaction at all. It seems it's still because the statue's level is too low to stimulate the bloodline within Oreo. After thinking for a moment, Soma was not overly concerned. Awakening was certainly a blessing, but not awakening was also fine. In the future, when he obtained a higher level statue, there would surely be a day of awakening. Then let me see what the blessing of the lion people really is. It's my first time using such a magical creation, and I'm quite curious. Focusing his thoughts, Soma summoned the game panel and directly clicked on the attributes of the underground shelter. Underground shelter, main, level. LV1 description: a shelter entirely made of stone, exceptionally sturdy, with good safety features, and has unique advantages in moisture isolation and warmth retention. Space: 140, height of 4.2 meters, integrity 100%, facilities: iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, ethereal well water, extractor, dining table. Extraordinary abilities: extraordinary attribute, water resistance, LV1, growth potential, half star, extraordinary source. Shared from the sub-shelter, deep sea shelter, blessed by the merfolk, possessing a faint water resistance ability. Before encountering water hazards that are not fully enclosed, it automatically has a water exemption membrane, isolating external water sources from entering the shelter. Extraordinary attribute: Gale, LV1, growth potential, 1.5 stars, extraordinary source, blessed by the wooden lion people's ancestral sacrificial statue, possessing a faint wind control ability. Within the shelter, it can be adjusted according to the player's subjective will regarding wind. Specific usage methods are left for exploration. Wind. Looking at the explanation on the shelter's attribute panel in surprise, Soma curiously opened his hands towards the ceiling of the shelter and shouted, "All winds, heed my command, blow towards Oreo's dog head, now." Whoosh, 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 goo 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 woof, woo woo woo. Oreo, sitting at the edge of the bed, rolled his eyes and let out a couple of annoyed barks, seemingly not understanding why Soma was there acting like a shaman, making sound effects with his mouth. Just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Don't look at me like that. Seeing the strange looks from the little sparks, Soma quickly cleared his throat and changed his tone. Ahem, today's winds are even boisterous, we should perk up. Having gained a wave of survival points and inherited the blessing of the lion god, Soma simply turned off the electric blanket, put on his shoes, and got out of bed. Without the heat source, he rushed into the living room. A gust of cold wind hit him, making Soma sneeze repeatedly. If only all the cold winds could flow slowly. He rubbed his palms together, murmuring to himself. However, the next second, the winds that had been swirling chaotically in the shelter seemed to receive a command, and their flow immediately slowed down. Instantly, the cold, shivering Soma felt a hint of warmth, as if the shelter became warm right after the wind stopped. So this is how the wind control ability is used? Soma curiously extended his hand and waved it in front of his face. The breeze that would normally be created by waving his hand was significantly reduced in speed under the wind control ability. By the time it reached Soma's face, it felt almost like a tickle, barely noticeable. Wow, this ability is quite overpowered. Then, if only the wind could blow quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed as if a tornado appeared in the living room of the shelter. This time, it was no longer Soma making sound effects with his mouth. The wind speed in the base visibly increased as if a giant fan was blowing, the wind whooshing back and forth. Stop, stop, stop. If only the wind speed could return to normal. Soma, feeling chilly from the gusts, quickly called out to halt the wind flow. The powerful wind generated by this extraordinary force could almost reach level 6 or 7, and it appeared out of nowhere, remarkably strange. Just 4 or 5 seconds of blowing could lower the temperature in the underground shelter by about 1 degree, simply terrifying. What a miraculous, extraordinary power. Although I can't touch it or control it, this feeling is really familiar. It's like using voice-controlled smart furniture. Reaching this conclusion, Suemo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This wind control ability was like having a giant central air conditioning system installed in the base. As soon as he spoke, it could start blowing or stop blowing. As for the one controlling it, apart from speaking, it was completely unlike in movies where one could self-perceive extraordinary powers. Well, this power is only at level 1 right now, so I can't be too greedy. Maybe if I find some lion people to fleece later, I can level this up. Just thinking about the lion people who might be running around being chased by dog-headed people made Suemo chuckle. He stepped under the ventilation duct, watching the air slowly flowing down the pipe, and Suemo tried saying, "It would be great if there was more wind coming down from the ventilation duct." As soon as he finished speaking, his words were like a bamboo pole, suddenly poking a wasp's nest. The air that was originally flowing slowly inside seemed to be summoned, rushing wildly through the narrow pipe and flooding into the shelter. The wind speed was so fast that it even created a wailing sound similar to a ghost's cry. The wind that surged in was stronger than that of a range hood, and standing in the wind's path, Suemo felt as if he were in an ice cellar. The cold air mixed with fine water vapor hit his face. Suemo, who had still felt a bit drowsy, immediately declared he was wide awake. It would be great if there was no wind coming down from the ventilation duct. Just like before, the exaggerated wind that had been flowing suddenly stopped, as if a barrier had been closed, with not a single breeze leaking in. The magical control experience made Suemo playful. After trying various methods for over an hour, Suemo finally grasped the general usage of this wind control ability. The current functions were quite simple, and Suemo opened his diary to start recording. Distance limitation: the wind control ability can currently only be used inside the shelter, extending to the door at most. It has no effect outside the door. Wind speed: the current maximum wind speed is about 12 to 13 meters per second, roughly between level 6 and level 7 winds. It's unrealistic to form enough lethality, and the minimum wind speed cannot be detected at present. Usage method: it would be great if the wind speed could XX. Usage environment: range hood can specifically control the direction of the wind and increase or decrease the local wind force. Hairdryer, air conditioner, ventilation machine, dryer, blower, vacuum cleaner. Practical value is currently pending long-term observation, temporarily unknown. After clapping his hands and meticulously recording all the tests, Suemo focused his thoughts and closed the game panel. Overall, this extraordinary ability was still quite useful in the current weather, especially after reducing the wind speed. There was a noticeable rise in temperature inside the shelter. As for other effects, they would need to be slowly explored in the future to find the best application combinations. After moving his body a bit and waiting to warm up, Suemo went to the equipment room, took out the combat suit he would wear outside, and placed it on the work desk. The system can't directly upgrade the clothes and shoes I'm wearing right now. If I want to gain warmth, I can only work on this combat suit. It was too cold, with the current hoodie, sweatpants, and sneakers. Going out for just 10 minutes in sub-zero temperatures would freeze a person stiff. In case of danger, even if he upgraded then, a stiff body wouldn't be able to exert much combat power, so it was better to upgrade and modify it now. Focusing his thoughts, the attributes of the combat suit appeared before Sumo's eyes. Optical combat suit. Excellent. Description: a combat suit with excellent performance featuring waterproof, poison-proof, anti-infrared, and slightly wind-resistant and thermal insulation properties. Special ability: optical invisibility. At certain angles, the negative refractive index metamaterials and the optical structures designed based on these materials can bend light, achieving optical invisibility. Upgrade Direction 1, Combat Direction: enhance the material of the combat suit by adding high-strength nylon, improving its resistance to slashing and stabbing, increasing comfort, raising material density, and enhancing wind resistance, requiring survival points 420. Upgrade Direction 2, Stealth Direction: upgrade the material of the combat suit, significantly increase material density, greatly enhance wind resistance, add a waterproof coating to block water molecules, keep it dry, and increase pockets for storage space, requiring survival points 1800. Upgrade Direction 3, All-Terrain Adaptation Direction: upgrade the material of the combat suit. Comprehensively enhance the fabric methods of the combat suit, adopt more advanced textile technology, slightly improve wearing experience, moderately enhance wind and waterproof properties, and add an electric heating/cooling device, requiring survival points 740.
Indeed, as the number of upgrades increases, the upgrade directions become better. It's very likely that in the future there will be 4 or 5 directions, and just like the last upgrade, it even provided an overall direction. The system is getting smarter and smarter. After brushing off a layer of dust from the combat suit, he watched the gentle breeze carry the dust to the corners and gazed at the 3 directions provided by the system. Sumo fell into deep thought. The first option was definitely not to be chosen. Adding a combat direction to the combat suit was unnecessary. In close combat, it was best to avoid it in the early stages, and in the mid to late stages, it was even better to avoid close combat altogether. After all, close combat meant exposure and risk, having to face enemies lurking in the shadows, and one careless move could lead to a fall. As for the second and third directions, the specific difference was that the second focused more on functionality. According to the system's previous hints, Sumo knew without thinking that the added storage space would definitely be similar to the storage space in the Earth Tiger, relying on mental commands to retrieve items. Although this space might not be as large as the Earth Tigers, having 1 or 2 cubic meters would provide very tangible help. The third direction, on the other hand, strengthened adaptability, especially the electric heating device, which made Sumo envious. In this weather, with just a press, the clothes could warm up, which could be a lifesaver at critical moments. Which one to choose? Storage space or electric heating? After assessing his survival points balance and finding that both upgrade options were feasible, Sumo's thoughts became clear. Storage space, with my current 3 cubic meters and the Earth Tiger's 5 cubic meters, if it weren't for the excess treasure chests before, it would definitely be enough. However, heating is something I must have right now, so there's no need to hesitate. After trying to add some existing items from the base and finding that they couldn't be reduced, Sumo stopped thinking and declared aloud, I choose upgrade direction 3. As soon as the words fell, a green light slowly overflowed from within him, as if transforming into a pair of nimble hands. The originally neatly woven combat suit was almost instantly disassembled into floating green threads in the air. The hands made of green light began to swirl in the air. Under the summons of the hands, all the threads acted like soldiers, each performing their tasks according to orders. What a magical method! This upgrade feels much more real than conjuring materials out of thin air. This upgrade process was extremely slow. Leaning over the work desk, Sumo quietly watched as the combat suit slowly took shape under the manipulation. The new textile method completely overthrew the fabric techniques of the Earth era, as if it had opened a door to a new world for a modern person's learning ability. So, when weaving is taken to the extreme, ensuring that every single thread is in the right position, connecting them all together, allowing each thread to relate to the others. This method of fabric weaving is simply giving clothes a soul. As the green hands trembled, the threads at the collar swayed, and the bottom threads followed suit. The combat suit seemed to transform into a living entity, no longer a lifeless object. In Soma's eyes, as the process neared its end, even when the green hands stopped shaking, the combat suit moved on its own, as if it were radiating its own joy. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green hands retracted, and the new all-terrain adaptive optical combat suit was complete. The green light slowly shrank back into Soma's body, and the brand new combat suit floating in the air lost its power source, falling onto the workbench with a thud. Immediately, Soma picked up the combat suit, curiously examining the surface material. You can't see a trace of weaving at all. It seems completely natural, or rather, as if it had grown from the ground. Touching the neatly crafted exterior of the combat suit for the first time, Soma chose to try it on instead of directly checking its attributes. The new combat suit was not light. Feeling around, Soma found a palm-sized device at the waist. Peeking inside the collar, it was indeed a simple heating device. The principle of this device was very straightforward. It had a built-in battery, a small fan, and an efficient, safe heating rod. Pressing the power button, you could select the desired setting. For example, if you activated the heating rod and fan would work, bringing a warm breeze inside the suit and quickly raising body temperature. This technology was already a very cheap and common civilian facility on Earth. A small solar heater operated on this principle. However, no one dared to apply this to clothing, and it was unclear how the system adjusted its operation to ensure safe use. Overall, wearing it feels about 2 kilograms heavier than before. The current combat suit is roughly 6.5 pounds, and without wearing armor, it's not heavy at all. After putting it on, Soma smacked his lips and tried moving around extensively. The new combat suit, like the previous one, not only didn't feel restrictive but also provided a sense of security. Trying to move quickly a few times, the temperature inside the suit rose rapidly. Tightening the collar, he sat on a stone bench, and it was only after more than 10 minutes that Soma felt the warmth inside the suit gradually decrease. The insulation is quite good, at least. It's much better than my sweatshirt, and this warmth isn't stifling. My body still feels very dry and comfortable. After taking off the combat suit, he found a charging cable, connected it to the power strip, and began to examine its attributes. All-terrain optical combat suit, excellent. Description: A combat suit that can adapt to harsh low and high temperature environments, featuring moderate waterproofing, moderate poison resistance, low ultraviolet protection, moderate wind resistance, and low insulation properties. The new textile method grants it some special abilities which are more pronounced in certain environments. Special abilities: optical invisibility at certain angles, the negative refractive index metamaterials, along with the optical structures designed based on this material, can bend light, achieving optical invisibility. Terrain adaptation: when encountering harsh terrain or weather, it will automatically adapt to the current environmental conditions to a certain extent, slightly enhancing the suit's corresponding characteristics. Evaluation: this time, you stand in a harsh environment, unsure whether to revere the King of Hell or the Jade Emperor. Excellent. The system actually upgraded to high-quality equipment. Shocked, Soma stared at the exquisite emblem on the combat suit and the two special attributes that had been unlocked. He was astonished. The difference between excellent and exquisite was something Soma had already deeply experienced through the items he had brought out from the ruins. For items, the gap between exquisite and excellent was like heaven and earth. Excellent represented that an item was outstanding in a certain attribute, at least compared to other attributes, making it easy to capture that point. But exquisite was different, it represented an all-around enhancement of the item. At first glance, there were no standout points, but in reality, every aspect was balanced, making it a leader among its peers. Even upgrading from a bouncing to a ground tiger had cost a full 1800 survival points, yet it couldn't break this limitation to reach the exquisite level. Now, with just over 700 points, he could elevate an item to exquisite level. A feeling akin to winning the lottery lingered in Soma's heart. It must be this magical fabric method that changed the grade of the combat suit. It seems there's still much I don't know about the classification of grades. I just wonder how powerful the subsequent perfect, rare, or even epic, legendary equipment really is. Just thinking about how strong exquisite was now, and considering the dozens of attributes that legendary equipment might possess, Soma felt a wave of dizziness. By then, with the power of the equipment, humanity might possess strength comparable to that of gods and demons. I must work hard. With my rate of development, I can definitely hope to see that day come. By then, forget about the lion people of this world. I'll directly invade their realm and slay whatever ridiculous lion god to bless my shelter. With a chuckle, Soma tucked away all his unrealistic fantasies and began to organize the things he needed to take out later. Today's tasks were few. In his plan, Soma intended to park the ground tiger at the deep sea shelter to avoid the limelight. With no urgent matters, he basically wouldn't step out of the door. As for dealing with the impending blizzard disaster, with air conditioning and electric blankets, it was hardly a problem. However, the decrease in survival points provided by the system today served as a wake-up call for Soma. The system is indirectly urging me not only to survive but to live better, to live with quality. Only then will I be rewarded with more survival points. Therefore, it's also very necessary to renovate the underground base or build some structures above ground. For the daily fixed rewards, Soma looked at the materials in the supply warehouse and decided to brainstorm and create something to renovate. While the equipment was charging, Soma returned to the living room and practiced the old exercises his father had taught him, sweating profusely. The simple military boxing not only had combat effectiveness but also had the wonderful effect of enhancing physical fitness once each movement was performed correctly. After doing push-ups and burpees, the wind speed in the shelter decreased, and as Soma's heat dissipated, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, there was a refreshing sensation. After practicing for a full hour, Soma finally stopped. Sitting on a stone bench, he scooped half a ladle of ethereal water from the tank and gulped it down, quickly restoring his stamina. 2 days have passed, and my strength hasn't shown any obvious changes. It seems to be related to the ruins. Without any measuring tools for strength, Soma could only use the most primitive method. He judged his strength by lifting objects, and it wasn't until he lifted a 180-pound iron block that he truly felt the limit of his strength. The lifting limit of my strength is 90 kilograms, which is still far behind the strongmen and boxers on Earth, but compared to before I crossed over, I'm definitely much stronger. Soma touched the swollen muscles on his arm and smiled knowingly, taking off his hoodie and holding it in his hands. The howling wind blew through, as if it were a hairdryer, and in less than a minute, by the time Soma put it back on, the hoodie had become very refreshing. The battery of the all-terrain combat suit charging nearby looked small, but its capacity was astonishing. It had been charging for almost 3 hours and still wasn't full. The other electric gear had already lit up with green lights. Checking the sky and the time, Soma no longer waited, unplugged the charger, and began to put on his gear one by one, preparing to head out. I'll just put the armor in storage for now. I'll wear it when needed. It's too cumbersome in this weather. After fiddling with the heavy chainmail for a moment, Soma hesitated for 3 seconds but ultimately chose to wear only the combat suit. In the freezing cold, most creatures would choose to huddle up, and wearing armor was indeed unnecessary. Entering the combat room, he turned on the television and observed for a while, confirming that there were no signs of creatures within a kilometer.
After that, Soma switched it off and shouted inside, "Oreo, I'm ready. Should we head out? Let's go to the deep sea shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, Oreo, who had been playing with the little sparks in the bedroom, tumbled out in a hurry. The speed. Soma couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Woof, woof, woo. Oreo barked loudly, signaling that he was ready. Seeing Oreo like this, Soma smiled and pushed the door open, stepping outside. As soon as he entered the corridor, he could clearly feel the temperature drop, and it became even more pronounced as he passed through the second door. How strange. It's clearly daytime, but why does it feel colder than at night? Taking advantage of the door not being opened yet, Soma pressed the electric heating switch on his waist, gently twisting it down, and the heating device roared to life. After waiting for about 10 seconds, when the first gust of warm air appeared inside the combat suit, bringing warmth, Soma felt so comfortable he almost moaned. 735-5600. He turned the iron combination dial on the stone door, and with a click, as the lock tongue made a crisp sound, Soma began to slowly push the large door open. Suddenly, as the door revealed a small gap, the howling wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in with a crackling sound, charging straight down the corridor. The wider the door opened, the louder the whistling wind became. Agile Oreo lowered his head and quickly squeezed through the opening, darting outside. Once the door was wide enough for a person to pass, Soma swiftly stepped out, straining to close the large door and snap the lock tongue back into place. Turning around, Soma gazed into the distance. Compared to the images seen on the television, witnessing this world turning to ice and snow with his own eyes was even more shocking. The vast, boundless plain was completely covered in heavy snow. Everywhere he looked had turned white, even the previously withered yellow grass was now buried beneath the snowflakes. Reaching out, Soma tried to catch a few snowflakes and was astonished to find that the snowflakes could indeed be described as feather-like snow. So fast. In just 1 or 2 hours, the snowfall has intensified so much. Could it be because after 8 o'clock the disaster is already within 7 days? Soma looked up at the sky, but unfortunately, it was filled with falling snowflakes, and the sun was obscured by dark clouds, unable to emit its fierce light. Since the early morning until now, the snowfall hadn't lasted long. It had only just covered the ground. There's an old saying, snow isn't cold, but melting snow is cold. With the warmth continuously coming from the combat suit, Soma didn't feel particularly cold. Walking up to the Earth Tiger, Suemo reached out and brushed off the layer of snow that had accumulated on the windshield. Good thing I upgraded to the bouncy ride. Otherwise driving a convertible in this weather would freeze me into a fool in just a few minutes. The Earth Tiger, a purely mechanical device, even had its wipers stripped down, so in this weather, Suemo had to take matters into his own hands, clearing the ice debris from the glass. Once he finished cleaning the glass, he opened the car door, climbed inside, and started the engine to warm it up. Hey, where's Oreo? Noticing that Oreo didn't leap into the car as usual, Suemo curiously poked his head out to look around. On a small hill near the shelter, Suemo saw Oreo standing proudly, lifting his head to gaze into the distance. From this angle, he could only see Oreo's back. Wow, looking quite handsome. Has his IQ awakened? Watching the harmonious and beautiful scene of heaven and earth, Sumo's impression of Oreo instantly elevated. He even felt a strange illusion. It was as if Oreo held dominion over the ice and snow in this vast expanse. For other creatures, this heavy snow was a disaster, but for Oreo, it felt like a welcoming embrace. Oreo, stop staring, let's go. Suemo cupped his hands into a horn shape and shouted up the hill. Upon hearing Sumo's call, Oreo turned around with a quick motion and ran down the hill, whimpering. For some reason, in that fleeting moment when Oreo turned, Suemo seemed to see a glowing white snowflake mark appear on Oreo's head. What was that? Am I seeing things? When Oreo reached him, Suemo bent down and curiously brushed his hand over Oreo's head. Unfortunately, the fleeting mark he had seen earlier seemed to have vanished, as if it were just a trick of the light. The snowflake-like mark did not appear. It must be the lighting. It seems the snowy weather really affects visibility. Shaking his head, he lifted Oreo into the passenger seat, buckled his own seatbelt, and after waiting a few seconds, Suemo slowly shifted into drive. Pressing the gas pedal, the Earth Tiger glided gently forward. The road was slippery in the snow, and even with all-terrain tires, Suemo dared not drive too fast, maintaining a speed of about 20 miles per hour as he leisurely moved ahead. Outside, the heavy snow fell, with no buildings or obstacles in sight, and he drove calmly across the plains. If it weren't for the lack of air conditioning in the car, Suemo would have loved to take a few laps and soak in the charm of this wasteland. Oreo, it seems like you've completely regained your IQ upon encountering snow. You're acting all aloof now, Suemo said, turning his head to curiously observe Oreo, who sat elegantly in the passenger seat. A few snowflakes still clung to his soft black and white fur, sparkling as they melted. In his dark little eyes, there was a hint of elegant wisdom. If Suemo hadn't been used to seeing Oreo frolic and play, he might not have recognized him in this dignified demeanor. Hearing Sumo's words, Oreo merely whimpered, perked up his ears, and seemed to be listening intently. Is something going on? Seeing Oreo's demeanor, Suemo instantly became alert. However, Oreo just shook his head and continued to listen. This made Sumo, who had been feeling a bit frivolous about the wilderness, straighten his posture, focus ahead, grip the steering wheel tightly, and start assessing the road conditions ahead. The distance between the two shelters wasn't far, even at a speed of 20 miles per hour. Within a few minutes, the small hill of the deep-sea shelter appeared in the distance. Without getting out of the car, Sumo cautiously took a wide turn, attempting to circle around from behind the deep-sea shelter. It wasn't until Oreo continued to shake his head that Sumo unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed the door open to get out. As he walked along, the tire tracks on the ground were slowly being covered by the heavy snow. He took out the electric crossbow, pressed the start button, and after waiting for 3 to 5 seconds for the self-check to emit a beep, Sumo cautiously moved forward. Compared to the underground shelter, the deep-sea shelter had accumulated a thick layer of snow at the entrance of the second floor due to the terrain. Stepping on it even produced a soft crunching sound as the snow was compressed to the side. He activated the mechanism next to the second floor door, entered the password, and the hinge plate popped out, retracting the weapon. Sumo struggled to pull open the entrance door. It had been 2 days since he last came, and the deep-sea shelter still looked the same. Upon opening the door, the rumbling sound of the oil well echoed out. After surveying the items on the ground and the traces covered in dust, Sumo felt a sense of certainty. He walked over to the oil well, his gaze steady, and his consciousness sank into the storage space of the well. Diesel, 103L. Toluene, 4.2 kilograms. With the Earth Tiger not needing to go out these past few days, I can accumulate some diesel reserves. It would be great to use it for power generation later, he thought, pulling out an oil barrel that still had 20L left, filling it up, and then taking out a small water tank to store all the toluene. After putting both items into the storage space, Sumo stepped down the stairs. In the dimly lit deep-sea shelter, there was no natural light. He took out a flashlight and fumbled for the hinge plate on the first floor, fully opening the basement door. A gentle breeze mixed with snowflakes drifted into the basement, and a miraculous scene occurred. Upon touching the boundary of the door, it was as if an invisible membrane blocked the snowflakes from entering, allowing only a few wisps of wind to blow in, brushing against Sumo's face. Sumo tried to reach out his hand to catch some snowflakes, but after bringing them in, the membrane showed no reaction whatsoever. What a fascinating ability. Too bad the underground shelter's corridor can't enjoy this enhancement. Stepping out of the basement door, on the first floor, he moved to the back of the hill. With little effort, Sumo successfully maneuvered the Earth Tiger into the basement. Looking at the Earth Tiger sitting in the center, Sumo clapped his hands in satisfaction and lowered the basement door again. The snow hadn't intensified yet, but it was already difficult for the Earth Tiger to continue rampaging across the wasteland. It would have to stay here until after the disaster, until the ice and snow melted, making long-distance travel impossible. Returning to the second floor, after confirming that the oil well was operating normally and that there were no issues with other items, Sumo stepped out the door. As he turned the steering wheel and was about to close the door, Oreo, who had been crouching on top in vigilance, suddenly jumped down, barking in a low tone. "Is there danger?" Hearing Sumo's words, Oreo shook his head and then made a rather human-like awkward expression. Looking at this, Sumo couldn't quite determine what the problem was. At the end of the vast, snowy expanse, there were no signs of any living creatures. Sumo chose not to hide. As the door closed and he pushed the hinge plate, he agilely leaped onto the hill of the deep-sea shelter. Standing here, the view was much broader. Thanks to his combat suit, even when Sumo lay on the ground, he felt no chill, almost as if he were sitting in an air-conditioned room. He took out the binoculars from his storage space and first looked towards the underground shelter. I don't see anything unusual. The path he had taken was now covered by a layer of white snow. The tire marks a couple of 100 meters away were almost unrecognizable as traces of wheels if one didn't know better. Further out, due to the lighting, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. Apart from the howling wind, the world was eerily silent. Turning his head, this time when Sumo looked at Oreo, he also opened Oreo's panel. Pet name, Oreo, status, growth stage, personality fixed, biological description, a gentle wasteland creature, a variant husky inheriting multiple bloodlines, growing stronger with age. Ability 1, high-speed movement. Its muscle structure ensures a certain level of explosiveness. When activated, its speed doubles for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Ability 2, Sixth Sense. Its biological structure grants it powerful perception. When activated, it can briefly predict upcoming dangers, with a cooldown of 1 day. Ability 3, at the bottom of the panel's skill bar, the Sixth Sense is now clearly in cooldown. However, at this moment, Soma's attention was not focused on the Sixth Sense. Having not opened Oreo's panel for a long time, Soma was astonished to find that Oreo had not only transitioned from the juvenile stage to the growth stage but also gained a new skill in addition to the 2 basic skills. What do 3 question marks mean? Does it need to be tried out, or do I need to unlock it? As he patted the majestic Oreo standing in the snowstorm, a hint of joy welled up in Soma's heart.
With the increase in strength, Oreo had gradually transformed from a combat partner into a scout and translator. Soma could keenly sense that every time in battle, Oreo wanted to help but felt helpless. Seeing the additional skill in Oreo's status bar, Soma felt more hopeful about Oreo's future combat capabilities. After continuing to scan the surroundings for a while and finding nothing unusual, Soma simply lay down in the snow. The snowflakes naturally fell onto his mask, quickly melting into water due to the mask's warmth and slowly dripping down the sides. I haven't seen such a snowy scene in over a decade, have I? Soma carefully recalled the years spent in Magic City, as if after that snowfall in 2008, it had become increasingly difficult to see any leisurely snowflakes in this fast-paced city. Lying on the ground, undisturbed by anyone, Oreo stood high, carefully listening and scouting. In this simple life, Soma inexplicably felt that it was quite beautiful. Taking advantage of the free time, Suemo casually opened his diary and began to inventory the supplies based on the initial records, comparing them with the recent consumption data to study the remaining resources at the base. First, iron blocks. These are consumed quite quickly. There are only 22 units left. If we continue at this rate, we urgently need to replenish. Wood, there are still 15 units left. This isn't urgent, we can trade it if possible. If not, we can drive out to gather more. With the storage space in the 5 cubic meters of the Earth Tiger, we can easily bring back dozens of units at once. As for food, there's one unopened can of yellow peaches, one can that's already half-eaten, 11 kilograms of rice, and quite a bit of flour, 150 pounds unopened, and 11 pounds opened, which is about 80 kilograms of flour. There's also a pack of 250 g of fulling pickled vegetables, 400 g of beef jerky, 5 boxes of pure milk, 1 box of sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles, 1 bottle of Pepsi, 1 bottle of Fanta, 2 bags of Lay's potato chips, 1 box of red apples, and a pack of drunken peanuts. As for seasonings, there's plenty. The most important salt is just over a kilogram, along with several bags of chili oil, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and light soy sauce. In terms of treasure chests, there are currently 45 copper chests, 64 iron chests, and 41 wooden chests, totaling 150 chests. For other materials, there are 6 units of plant fibers, 2 units of copper blocks, 80 kilograms of sulfur ore, and the nitrate ore has been used up. Blueprints. There is currently one designed for an energy bicycle. After hastily recording these existing supplies, Suemo used his mind to create 3 spaces, pushed the records up, and began to note the trading needs after entering the secret realm. There are no signs of iron ore near the shelter. As a necessary resource, we must buy a large quantity to stock up when we enter the trading secret realm this time, ideally a few hundred to 1,000 units, so we won't be in a tight spot. Later, if there's steel, we can also try to collect it. At that time, we can combine it with concrete to make building materials, completely upgrading the shelter to a reinforced concrete structure like the deep-sea shelter. As for food, there's no need to rush. According to the growth level of the culture medium, if it's just me, I definitely won't have to worry about food and drink. However, if we encounter food supplies that can be stored long-term, we can exchange some perishable food for them as reserve supplies. Salt. We need to keep collecting it. There are no salt-producing areas near the shelter, nor is there seawater to boil for salt. This is cheap in the early stages, so it's best to gather enough to last several years, even a decade. By then, the shelter will definitely have developed blueprints, the main items for exchange this time in the secret realm. These are very precious. As long as we can produce them and combine them with various magical modules, we can immediately restore technological productivity and directly establish a product line to keep the shelter ahead of everyone else. Various advanced modules. No matter what they're installed on, as long as someone sells them, I'll buy them. In the end, they will all convert into productivity and won't go to waste. After a long time without calculating supplies and needs, Suemo faintly touched upon the future trend of technological development. The previous method of building large energy power stations and transmitting energy to various production lines to establish basic production lines is no longer feasible. Moreover, the most critical factor is that time does not allow it. At the very least, under frequent natural disasters, the disaster resistance of such production lines is too poor. Even an ordinary earthquake could turn dozens or even hundreds of days of effort to ashes. Therefore, to establish a production line within 100 days and ensure its robustness, it must rely on the various blueprints produced by the game. After building the corresponding factory using the design blueprints, continue to add modules to improve production efficiency. Starting with the simplest power generation facilities, once humanity can survive these worst days, they will successfully enter the electrical age. By then, technology will begin to explode, and various factories will rise from the ground. In just a few days of development, fantastical creatures like dog-headed men and lion men will no longer be a match for humanity, and their fate will be to be slowly overwhelmed by cannon, fire and gunshots. As for whether the human collective can hold out until that time, Magu left too little information, and I don't know if they managed to establish a complete production line in the shelter during those 400 days, capable of being self-sufficient. From a corner of the
space, he pulled out Magu's diary. Under the snowy sky, Soma held it with one hand while slowly flipping through it with the other. In the era Magu came from, keeping a diary was quite a popular and fashionable habit, but unfortunately, Magu's cultural level didn't seem very high, with many corrections and misspellings. Every sentence that might contain other meanings, Soma repeated aloud, savoring it over and over. Unfortunately, after flipping through the diary again, Soma could only draw one conclusion: high emotional intelligence, straightforward speech, low emotional intelligence, all meaningless. Drivel. After the last super snowfall ended, there was immediately a flood that submerged his base. This is quite a good reference. I must start preparing for waterproofing soon, or else with the depth of my base, it will definitely be flooded. Retrieving the notebook, Soma pulled out a simple map he had hand-drawn based on the exploration of the terrain. This map was much more refined than the pictographic map drawn by Huang Biao and his group. Soma not only marked large landmark buildings within an 80-kilometer radius centered on the underground shelter but also annotated the terrain, estimating based on the current terrain, about 10 kilometers east of the underground shelter should be the core of this small basin. If possible, it would be best to find something to raise the terrain next to my base a bit. That way, even if a flood comes, it can ensure daily travel. Taking out a pen, Soma neatly drew a large circle on the map, temporarily setting the development plan for the area around the shelter. However, before Soma could refine the drawing, according to scale, the ever-vigilant Oreo finally noticed something and growled twice. Putting everything back into the storage space, Soma quickly entered a combat state, and a telescope appeared in his hand with a flicker. Raising the telescope, Soma looked in the direction Oreo was watching. In the snowy scene, a sneaky little team made up of small dots suddenly appeared. 1, 2, 4. As the small team on the horizon slowly came into focus, Soma finally caught a glimpse of the enemy's tracks. 6. They seemed to be human? Hey, isn't that the lackey who was following Kenji Maeda before? Why did he come here? At the end of the horizon, through the wind and snow, a team of 6 moved forward with determined steps, struggling step by step. It was very cold. Literally. Trying to pull down his mask, Soma felt the temperature outside, the cold wind rushing in made him shiver instantly, goosebumps rising all over. Without thick clothing, walking in the wild in this weather, the wind would quickly carry away the body's heat, and the perceived temperature would only drop further. Without supplies, just thinking about these people walking over 100 miles to get here made Soma feel a surge of admiration. Wow, in such cold weather, they still come to deliver a package, truly dedicated. Lowering his mask, Soma licked the snowflakes stuck to his lips, and a murderous intent began to rise. Now, whether it's the development of the base or sacrificing the first layer of the deep sea shelter to the underground refuge, a core safe house is urgently needed. However, to obtain this, one can only kill other humans who have also crossed over from Earth. Killing civilians or defenseless humans is something Suemo cannot bring himself to do, nor does he disdain to do so. But when it comes to these traitors and lackeys, Suemo has no mercy at all. Oreo, is the danger coming from this group of people? With a hand on Oreo's head, one person and one dog lay on a high slope, observing a group of 6 slowly approaching from a distance. Upon hearing Sumo's words, a hint of confusion appeared in Oreo's eyes, and he slowly shook his head. Clearly, this group coming from afar was not the threatening enemy sensed by his sixth sense. Not? Seeing Oreo's reaction, Suemo pondered. It seems this performance is just a small act. There should be a bigger show yet to come. Originally, the small team posed no threat in Sumo's eyes, but after receiving Oreo's confirmation, he nodded, feeling a weight in his heart. Waiting for prey is a hunter's instinct. The 6 people in the snow moved slowly, but as time passed, their heavy footsteps made their goal clear, the underground refuge. Lying on the high slope, Suemo coldly watched as the group passed within 300 meters of his position. As they got closer, the image in the binoculars became clearer. The 2 leading individuals wore small cotton jackets that looked like they had come from who knows where, layered over several pairs of pants. Such ill-fitting clothes naturally appeared a bit bulky. However, compared to the 4 behind them, these 2 were much better equipped. In fact, the short man behind the left side Yellow Jacket was still wearing a thin autumn shirt covered with rough plant fibers. Every gust of cold wind made the short man shiver uncontrollably, sneezing repeatedly. Gradually, as the group passed the location of the deep-sea shelter, Suemo could clearly see the joy on the faces of the 2 leaders. At the same time, it seemed they said something that suddenly quickened the pace of the entire team. In the Yellow Jacket's hands, various weapons began to appear. Upon closer inspection, Suemo couldn't help but smile. The weapons pulled out were familiar to him. They were the wooden spears he had used to kill a chameleon just over 10 days ago. For wooden spears, along with a shovel and a steel knife, made the 6 look quite imposing, and combined with their clothing, they had a bit of a gangster vibe. With such shoddy equipment and a disorganized formation, Suemo almost couldn't resist the urge to rush in and wipe them out. These delivery guys, even if there were 6, or even 10 or 20, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Currently, his storage
Space was filled with 7 bitter explosive crossbow bolts. As long as he aimed at where these people were standing and gently pulled the trigger, the tremendous impact from the explosion could instantly turn them to ashes. However, I should still wait a bit longer to see what the big meal behind them really is. Watching the group of 6 gradually quicken their pace and disappear from view, Sumo shifted to a more comfortable position and continued to lie in wait. He was completely at ease about whether these people could breach the underground refuge. First, compared to when Huangbiao and his group attacked, the underground refuge had now sunk 5 meters deep. Second, the thick stone walls, due to this sinking, now had a minimum thickness of 5 to 6 meters in the weakest areas, not to mention the 8 to 9 meters thick walls near the passage. Their solidity was beyond imagination. Thirdly, with the mobility brought by the Earth Tiger and the durability hints provided by the system, Soma could return immediately if any anomalies occurred. Considering these 3 points, Soma felt completely at ease with the group of lackeys. It's a pity I didn't bring my old phone that was still charging when I came out, otherwise, I could have used it to check for nearby human traces. Just stopping by to park, Soma hadn't expected to encounter a courier, so he could only continue to lie in wait. During the waiting time, Soma opened the attributes panel of the shelter, keeping a close eye on the durability displayed while vigilantly watching the direction from which the lackeys were approaching. Sure enough, within half an hour, another group of people appeared at the same spot. Soma, who was starting to feel a bit numb from waiting, quickly brushed off the accumulated snow on his body, turned on the heating switch at his waist, and let his body warm up quickly. The warm air from the heating rod and fan worked wonders. In less than 10 seconds, his somewhat stiff legs quickly relaxed, ready to unleash their full power at any moment. Taking out his binoculars, Soma swiftly adjusted the focus and looked towards the hurried figures approaching. Very good. Excellent. Unable to see the faces of the figures clearly, Soma roughly counted the number of people in this small team and felt a surge of joy. The distance between the two teams was about 5 kilometers, and compared to the ragged group from before, this team was clearly much better equipped. A total of 8 people, looking well equipped, each wearing a thick cotton coat. I wonder if they brought them or stole them from others. The previous 6-person group had stumbled along, but this team was different. They cleverly followed the footprints of the earlier group, quickly making their way forward, easily avoiding all the obstacles along the way. At this speed, in less than 10 minutes, this group would catch up to the pace of the previous one. Oh, this group is familiar too, aren't they? The overseers? Compared to the earlier scrap collecting team, this group was precisely the few overseers Soma had specifically noted while surveying the camp. Another familiar place. Another familiar expression. The 2 people in the front row glanced at the hill of the deep sea shelter, and their faces lit up with joy as they began to draw their weapons, spears, knives, and even a homemade crossbow. Luckily, I used the strategy of driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf, interrupting their development. Otherwise, in just a few days, I would have to face a group of villains who are even better developed than I am. In the cold weather, Soma was sweating on his forehead while lying in the snow. Looking at the binoculars view, although the crossbow was rudimentary, it was clearly capable of firing bolts, and Soma felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't gone too far in the ruins before. Otherwise, by the time he came out, the people in the dog-headed camp would have likely developed organized ranged weapons. Oreo, is this group them? Soma gently touched Oreo's 2 cute little ears and whispered the question. However, Oreo thought for a moment and shook his head again. Not yet? Damn, could there be more people behind? Seeing Oreo's reaction, Soma was taken aback. Including the previous 6 and the current 8, there were already 14 people appearing. If there were more behind, that would be quite unreasonable. Could it be that Kenji Maeda is behind? Looking at the game panel, which still showed 100% durability, Soma forcibly suppressed his unease and continued to lie in wait. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. While it would be satisfying to go up and eliminate this group, it could also mean missing out on the bigger catch coming later. The best course of action was to wait. Soma's choice was naturally to wait. Time passed quickly, second by second, as thick dark clouds obscured the sun's rays above. The snowflakes grew larger, and the previously gentle breeze began to turn wild. There were no buildings, nor any towering trees to withstand the raging storm. Even before the blizzard arrived, Sumo's heart gradually grew colder. This kind of weather would persist for another 7 days before the final feast arrived. If the wind and snow in other places were as severe as here, humanity's survival environment would be precarious. No, before this group arrived, the wind and snow here weren't this intense. It seems that the more people come, the stronger the wind and snow become. Lying on the ground, bored and lost in thought, Sumo suddenly grasped a blind spot he had previously overlooked. He took out a drawn map from his storage space and spread it out on the snow. Sumo focused his gaze. Using the distance between the underground shelter and the deep-sea shelter as a radius, he drew a circle. Within the 7-kilometer diameter circle, when Sumo was alone. Although there was wind, it was a gentle breeze. Although there was snow, it was light snow.
However, as soon as these 14 people entered the 7-kilometer circle, the wind and snow suddenly intensified. This change, while not very conspicuous, was keenly noticed by Sumo, who had been observing from above the hill. There was indeed a change, and it was significant. No way, if the more people in the shelter, the greater the disaster, then. I get it now. I was wondering why Mago didn't group up. It's very likely they discovered this issue too, so, slapping his forehead, goosebumps instantly rose on Sumo's skin. He pulled out Mago's notebook from earlier and quickly flipped through it. In the 142 days of diary entries, one seemingly trivial self-talk caught Sumo's attention. Man, your brother Mago is quite impressive, but unfortunately, there are too few monsters refreshing near my shelter. Not satisfying. Not satisfying at all. Before this day's entry, Sumo gently flipped back, and the diary clearly detailed the disaster. Beast riot. During the beast riot, Mago faced little pressure because he was alone, which is why he said things like not satisfying. But if we infer from the current situation, the monsters encountered by large shelters must be exponentially increasing. Seeing that the wind and snow had already dampened one corner of Mago's notebook, Sumo quickly stowed it back into his storage space. Hypothesis: the more people there are, the greater the disaster. Now, with Sumo included, there were only 15 people, yet the intensity of the wind and snow could be felt so distinctly. It was likely that large shelters, with dozens or hundreds of people, would face even harsher conditions. Trying to open the world chat panel, sure enough, Sumo saw a small portion of comments that further confirmed his inner suspicions. The snow here is really strange, it keeps getting heavier. At first, I was happy that I wouldn't have to worry about water sources anymore, but now it seems after a night of this, I won't even need to go out tomorrow. Not here, the snow is quite light. And there's a strange thing. I just went out with my brother to collect wood, and when we returned, guess what? I found that the snow near the shelter was actually less than the snow outside. Fortunately, the snow here in our shelter is quite heavy too. The captain just came over to gather a bunch of people to build a snow house. I hope the snow doesn't stop, otherwise, working outside in this weather would be a waste of effort, and that would be terrible. No one noticed that the increasing or decreasing number of people gradually affected the severity of the disaster. Only a small number of people found it strange. No, I must verify this information. It is crucial for the future development of the shelter. If the current speculation holds true, forming a shelter with 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people would become mere talk. At that time, with so many people gathered together, the disasters they would face would likely be geometrically amplified. Even an ordinary level 1 earthquake can escalate to a level 9 or even 10 due to the sheer number of people involved. Opening the private message panel, Suemo found Shinku. This time, Suemo directly chose to make a voice call. Beep 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 beep, the urgent ringing echoed in his ears, and before Suemo could marvel at the wonders of the game panel, Shinko on the other end had already answered the call. Hello, Su God, what's up? Although Shinko deliberately raised her tone to sound a bit cheerful, Suemo still caught the fatigue in her voice. Is everything okay at the tundra shelter today? It's fine. Just that the snow is a bit heavy, but everyone is really excited right now, all clamoring to boil snow for some warm water. These past few days, no one has had much to drink, so seeing the snow has everyone thrilled. Speaking of this, Suemo could finally sense a hint of joy from Shinko, as if they had encountered a refreshing rain after a long drought. Everyone regarded this snowfall as a blessing from the gods to humanity. However, it was completely understandable, as apart from Suemo, who had a steady supply of drinking water every day, for others, even in large shelters, water was an incredibly scarce resource. Suddenly becoming abundant, it was natural for everyone to feel happy and overlook the deadly issue of the disaster's severity. Well, I have a little guess, you can go verify it. Based on my judgment, the intensity of the wind and snow, or rather the degree of this disaster, is likely to change with the number of people or factors related to the number of people. The greater the variable, the stronger the wind and snow, and vice versa. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Shinko fell silent for a moment. Then, all Suemo could hear from the microphone was the heavy sound of footsteps crunching in the snow. After about half a minute, when a voice finally came through on the other end, it had turned into a deep male voice. Hello, Suemo, I'm the one who was responsible for discussing the trade with you last time. You should remember me, right? This voice was not unfamiliar to Suemo. It was the man who had come with a recorder when Shinko was unsure last time. Without any pretense, Suemo simply pointed out the phenomenon of increased wind and snow due to the presence of people entering the shelter, cleverly turning it into intelligence from informants combined with conclusions drawn from discussions with acquaintances. 9 truths in 1 falsehood. It naturally sounded flawless. After a brief conversation, the man on the other end hurriedly left to verify the authenticity of this information. And Shinko picked up the call again, starting to chat casually. With nothing pressing, Suemo was glad to have someone to talk to. The two chatted about the snowy landscapes of the north and south, then moved on to the differences in winter habits, and from hot pot to warm pot, until Suemo was so hungry that he finally spotted a few small dots on the horizon.
Wait, Shinko, if you verify the information and it checks out, just send me a message. I
have something going on here.
Okay. Quickly hanging up the phone, Suemo shifted his body a bit, which had become stiff from lying down for too long, and picked up the binoculars to look. This time, the creatures that appeared were not unfamiliar to Suemo at all. It was the team of dog-headed people. And it was a squad of 18 dog-headed people. Among this squad, there were as many as 8 sorcerer dog-headed people facing the enemy directly. Even Suemo, without relying on his crossbow, would find it difficult to cope. Not to mention the 14 poorly equipped lackeys in the underground shelter at that moment. What a dramatic annual emotional play. First 6 people, then 8, and now directly 18 dog-headed people have come along. Is my underground shelter now turning into a glowing underground treasure? Has everyone been attracted here? Beneath the mask, Sumo's expression turned cold, his eyes revealing an unmistakable killing intent. For humans, Soma still harbored a trace of emotion, but for creatures like the dog-headed men, any encounter meant merciless slaughter. Compared to the lion men, the danger posed by the dog-headed men was far greater in Soma's heart. It wasn't because they had learned to wield gunpowder, that great weapon of destruction, nor because they arrived with vast supplies, or even because they had built a magnificent castle from nothing in just a few days. It was their intelligence. The dog-headed men were much smarter than the lion men, whether in defense or offense, or in the various small details they exhibited. Since they are here, there's no need for them to leave. Let them all stay. Drawing his crossbow, Soma's hand gripped the handle tightly beneath his combat suit, replacing the ordinary bolts in the crossbow. A flash of light appeared. 5 crudely designed, comically absurd bitter-sour explosive bolts materialized in Soma's hands. One by one, Soma carefully pressed them into the magazine. Oreo, is the danger coming from these dog-headed men? Pressing the self-check button and listening to the sound of the motor working, Soma asked calmly. In the next moment, Oreo first nodded, then shook his head. Facing the distance, Oreo raised his dog head and then crouched down, signaling Soma to continue. Waiting. Are there more? The 18 dog-headed men are not the ultimate source of danger. This grand play is truly becoming more and more exciting. Beneath the mask, Soma couldn't help but chuckle at these people. He had initially thought it was just a group of fools, but it had escalated. And even without needing to imagine, Soma could guess the love and hate entangled within. The path, not yet covered by the wind and snow, was once again trodden by the dog-headed men. The dense footprints became a guiding light. The dog-headed squad showed no hesitation, instantly splitting into 2 teams. As they passed the hill of the deep-sea shelter, sneaking along both sides. All of this was clearly observed by Soma, who lay on the high slope with only his eyes visible. What a clumsy performance. If I were in the shelter watching on TV, it would surely be quite a different experience. 3 groups had already passed, each with a clearly different purpose. Each group thought they were the last unsuspecting prey, but unfortunately, when 2 figures appeared at the end of his line of sight again, Soma knew, this time, he was the only unsuspecting prey left. Oreo, still lying on the ground, had begun to suppress a low growl. In the snowy weather, the target was obvious. Clearly, these last 2 were the greatest threat. Compared to the previous 14 and the 18 dog-headed men, the equipment of these 2 could no longer be described as merely excellent. It wasn't until the 2 approached within 300 meters that, amidst the blizzard, Soma clearly saw their faces. The one on the left wore a luxurious combat suit that seemed to have come from nowhere, glaringly new military boots, and when he turned, warm-looking polar thermal pants peeked out from beneath the combat suit. Soma was not unfamiliar with the face that turned towards him. It was none other than Maeda Kento, whom he had been thinking about for a long time. The landmark of the deep-sea shelter, the footprints on the ground did not surprise Maeda Kento. Instead, he was smiling and saying something to the tall figure beside him. The tall figure on the right was very cooperative, gesturing into the void, and 2 black objects appeared in his hands. To think they have guns? No wonder these 2 posed the greatest threat in Oreo's perception. Through the binoculars, Soma couldn't clearly see what kind of guns they were, but he could vaguely discern that they were 2 handguns from their shape. The 2 skillfully removed the magazines and reloaded them. Maeda Kento even picked up a handgun and pretended to aim at a distance. This action drew a burst of laughter from the tall figure beside him. In such a harmonious atmosphere, the 2 checked their gear once more before swiftly moving forward. It seems that the grand show we've been preparing for a long time is finally about to begin. On the snow-covered hill, Soma, almost buried under the snow, slowly stood up after watching the figures of the 2 walk away. With a slight shake, a flurry of snowflakes fell off, revealing the all-terrain optical combat suit underneath. From a certain angle, combined with the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, Soma's figure appeared even more mysterious. After pressing the heating switch at his waist and waiting until every part of his body regained sensation, Soma crouched down and slid down the hill. Behind him, Oreo mimicked him, lying on the slope and slowly sliding down. 1 person and 1 dog made their way cautiously in the direction that Kenji Maeda had left. Boss, it's too cold, isn't it? I feel like the wind and snow are worse now than when we arrived. A short man dressed in a thermal shirt and wrapped in a plant fiber poncho sneezed while complaining.
Unfamiliar with the
terrain around the shelter, the group stumbled along, often slipping due to the pits and accumulated snow on the ground.
The man in the yellow cotton jacket,
referred to as the boss, looked up at the sky after hearing the complaint, then glanced at the other timid members who were intimidated by the short
man's words, and immediately snapped back. Isn't it normal for the wind and snow to fluctuate? Do you expect it to keep falling at a constant rate? Do you think you're some kind of thunder god or lightning goddess from Huaxia?
Boss, our thunder god and lightning goddess don't care about snow. A big-headed man who had cut his pants and put the two legs over his arms chimed in. Undoubtedly, as soon as he said that, he received a sharp rebuke from
the boss. I see you all are just scared of Soma. I think we're all human. He doesn't have magic, so what's there to be nervous about? When the time
comes, just as I said, blow his shelter to pieces. Once we get in, everyone will have meat to eat and soup to drink. Anyone who hesitates now, I recognize you as brothers, but my steel knife doesn't care about brotherhood. Marshall, wearing the yellow cotton jacket, spat fiercely on his steel knife. While glaring at the others, his face filled with an indescribable ferocity. Scared by his intimidation, the remaining 5 became much more obedient and continued to trudge forward. The weather was cold, and the hearts were even colder. As for blowing up Soma's shelter, not only were these people feeling uncertain, but even Marshall's mind was a tangled mess. Everyone knew that Soma was a ruthless killer, taking out 5 fellow humans without batting an eye, not a word spoken. To attack such a fierce person with just the tools they had in hand was nothing short of sending themselves to their deaths. Even Soma himself was unaware that, through everyone's word of mouth, he had already gained a notorious reputation. Whatever you do, don't be at home, don't be at home, don't be at home. Marshall kept repeating in his mind, looking at the underground shelter's hill that was now in sight, his legs trembling slightly. When the group of 6 reached 50 meters from the underground shelter, the first person's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, causing the others to also lose their composure and collapse into the snow. Gripping his steel knife, Marshall wiped his forehead, only to find beads of sweat forming despite the freezing weather. The stone door of the underground shelter loomed like a monstrous beast, lying on the ground, as if black mist was seeping out from within, making anyone who glanced at it feel a sense of dread. What are you afraid of? I have reliable information that Soma isn't in his shelter today, so let's go. Shouting out in a moment of insecurity, Marshall tightened his grip on the steel knife and pretended to swagger forward. The 5 behind him exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. After a while, when they saw Marshall had reached the stone wall of the shelter without any reaction, they excitedly got up, each one rushing forward as if afraid of falling behind. Big Head, Baboon, you two go to the back and find Soma's back door for me. Simmons, you keep an eye on his front door. Gibson, you go look for his ventilation ducts. Monkey, you go from the left, I'll go from the right, and find the spot I told you about earlier. After confirming that Soma really didn't seem to be in the shelter, Marshall became excited. Standing in front of the underground shelter, passionately shouting commands. With a single order, the 6 began to perform their duties and moved quickly. Unfortunately, not long after, the 2 searching nearby and the 2 responsible for finding the back door were dumbfounded. Boss, it seems this shelter is different from what we saw in the live broadcast? Boss, the back door is gone? Hearing his subordinates say this, Marshall was also a bit confused. Shaking his head as he came to the back and pretended to take out a design drawing, looking down at the ground. That's right, it's right here? Looking at the marked point on the map and estimating based on the distance of the landmarks, Marshall panicked. Boss, it seems his shelter isn't as we thought. We didn't find the point you mentioned? Monkey also chimed in. Standing in the snowstorm, the 6 refugees dressed like gangsters looked at each other. In the end, everyone once again turned their gaze to Marshall, who looked uncomfortable all over. Soma is also human, just like us, with 2 hands and 2 feet, just luckier. If he stood in front of me, I'd slice him in half, and you just ask him if he dares to come. Why are you looking at me? Dig. I don't believe it, such a big exit, and it just disappears? Facing the crowd's gaze, Marshall angrily took out 5 shovels from his storage space and threw them on the ground. His eyes flashed with fierce light, implying that the 5 would face his wrath if they didn't dig. Seeing Marshall so fierce, the 5 had no choice but to timidly pick up the shovels and head to the places Marshall had arranged. Snowflakes fell, strong winds blew, and the 6 dug at the marked spot, sweating profusely. Unfortunately, the 6 didn't know that underground, next to Acid Rain Lake, a group of people with the same thoughts as theirs were quietly watching them. Brother Chow, why do you think Marshall and his group went out in the middle of the night before dawn? They've already walked over 100 miles, what are they up to? Zhang Ran, are you afraid Brother Chow will trick you? If it weren't for that old dog Chen Tian Jianran giving Brother Chow a task to monitor Marshall, we might have been kept in the dark until Marshall got the benefits. True, but that old dog Chen Tian Jianran also didn't expect that we brothers would sneak over to catch the yellow sparrow. Stepping on the footprints left on the ground, the man called Brother Chow had a slight smile on his face, listening to the flattery of his 2 subordinates without responding. This demeanor only increased the admiration of the few behind him, making Brother Chow's figure seem even taller.
Being woken up in the middle of the night was originally
an unpleasant thing, but upon learning that Marshall had sneaked out of the goblin castle with his men, these people couldn't sleep.
in this kind of
Weather, despite the extreme stench of the goblin castle, it was the safest place compared to the dangers outside.
going out, no profit, no early rise.
Marshall must have caught some clue or found something good to keep for himself. With this thought, the group of 8 also followed out of the city gate,
hurriedly following the footprints.
This walk lasted over 100 miles, going from dark to dawn, and in this weather, they stopped at least 10 times along the way before finally reaching here. Brothers, it seems that Marshall's destination is just ahead. These footprints are already quite clear.
After
walking another kilometer and a half, looking at the scattered footprints on the ground, Brother Chow waved his hand and pulled out several large pieces
of white cloth.
Everyone took the white cloth and immediately spread out according to their previous plan, maintaining a distance of 5 meters between
each person.
The brightly dressed group draped the white cloth over themselves and then dove into the snow, instantly concealed by the swirling wind and
snow.
From a distance, it wasn't long before the 8 of them finally arrived at the underground shelter following the footprints. At this moment, even Brother Chow felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. It was not for any other reason, but because they had discovered exactly where this place was.
Damn, isn't this Sushin's shelter? We've been right next to him all along?
How did Marshall find this place?
Attacking Sushin? Is Marshall looking to get himself killed?
The internal shock brought the 8 of them together, all wearing expressions of uncontrollable astonishment.
Even Brother Chow,
in the cold weather, felt his face flush and his heart race. This was Sumo's shelter. In the eyes of all Huaxia people, Sumo had now become a symbol, inspiring others to strive to survive. Especially according to various estimates from other channels, as long as they could join Sumo's shelter, they could easily survive not just this winter but even 2 or 3 more.
Everyone, calm down.
If Marshall and his ragtag group dare to attack Sumo's shelter, they must have received some concrete information. It's very possible that Sumo is not even in the shelter right now, or something unexpected has happened. Brother Chow's words were reasonable, and the other 7 nodded in agreement, looking as if they were hanging on his every word. After all, Sumo is one of us Huaxia people. If he is alive, we should seek him out and find a way to join his shelter. If he is dead, how could Marshall's group possibly
deserve to inherit Sumo's legacy?
Now, let's split up and move towards the nearby points.
Remember, we must not be discovered by them.
Hearing Brother Chow's words, the remaining 7 nodded, their eyes filled with an indescribable fervor and excitement. With a gesture from Brother Chow, everyone dispersed again, heading towards the surroundings of the underground shelter.
From a god's eye view, these people suddenly formed a pocket shape surrounding
the 6 individuals laboring hard on the mountain top. The wind continued to blow.
The snow kept falling. You stand on the bridge looking at the scenery. The person looking at the scenery on the bridge is looking at you.
Captain Harper, our target is the humans ahead. Why don't we catch up and deal
with them sooner?
A large group of dog-headed people walked through the snow. Compared to the 14 exhausted individuals ahead, the 18 dog-headed people were still in decent shape. Our orders are to monitor their actions and find out their intentions, not to kill them.
Kulin, I'm warning you. Again, do not question the captain's orders, otherwise, I have the right to hand you over to the priest for punishment.
Hearing Harper's words, Kulin shrank his dog head back, putting on an obedient appearance. Within the dog-headed people's group, the hierarchy was clear. Dog-headed warriors were the lowest-level workers forced to silently do their tasks without any interruptions or rough disobedience behaviors. This strict hierarchy was very effective for the dog-headed people, who, despite having intelligence, had not reached the level of human intelligence. With the leadership of the dog-headed sorcerers, a small team could basically follow orders without question. Of course, dog-headed sorcerers were also divided into ranks, and during each outing, they would act according to the division of responsibilities among the captains. When out in the field, the captain had 100% conviction, authority over the subordinates, but as for punishment, it could only be carried out by the priest.
Human flesh isn't tasty, but their blood is quite delicious.
Once we catch their females, we'll make them give birth every day for us to feast on their blood. The dog-headed man beside Harper bared his teeth, and the words he spoke would send chills down the spine of any human who heard them.
However, none of the dog-headed men voiced any objections to
the cruelty. Instead, they all nodded in agreement. The cold did not dampen their bloodlust. Similarly, the wind would not erase the chaotic footprints
left on the ground.
With a command from Harper, all the dog-headed men split into 2 groups, forming a larger pocket that surrounded everyone from before.
Strange, why does it feel like Maeda Kenjin isn't in a hurry at all, walking so leisurely?
With footprints to guide him and familiarity with the nearby terrain, Soma moved lightly and agilely across the snow, effortlessly leaping over one small pit after another.
Thanks to the binoculars, even from
a distance behind Maeda Kenjin and the tall man, Soma could adjust his position at any time based on the images in the binoculars. As for Oreo,
Soma glanced down and couldn't help but laugh. Oreo was already a mix of black and white, and now, covered in a layer of snow armor, he had transformed into the good brother from the 3 silly sled dogs, the Samoyed. If it weren't for Oreo's still delicate dog face being visible, in this weather, with a separation of 20 to 30 meters, it would be hard for Soma to spot where Oreo had burrowed. Seeing that Mayeta Kenjin wasn't rushing ahead and seemed to be waiting for something, Soma decided not to hurry either, leisurely trailing behind. The distance between the deep-sea shelter and the underground shelter was 3.5 kilometers, or about 7 miles. Following the two, Soma walked for a full hour before reaching a spot less than a kilometer from the shelter. Noticing that Mayeta Kenjin and the tall man had sat down, Soma followed suit without hesitation. Without the harsh sunlight, in the long snowstorm, Soma had a definite home field advantage. Focusing his mind, he glanced at the ample food in his storage space. Soma was not only unhurried but even had the leisure to examine the size of the footprints on the ground. The dog-headed men's footprints were quite obvious, imprinted in the snow, and Soma tried to measure them, estimating they were only about the size of a palm. In contrast, the human footprints looked much larger, with the smallest being just over size 40. It's a pity, with human combat power, if they were a bit more cautious in an ambush, bringing the distance within 10 steps. These dog-headed men wouldn't pose any threat to humans at all. Not to mention the power of the dog-headed sorcerers, just these warriors alone, an adult human could easily take on too. The dog-headed men's thin legs and small feet, according to biological characteristics, had far less explosive power than humans. The wide soles of human feet provided grip, the heavy thigh muscles offered strength, and the powerful calf muscles, combined with the rotational force of the bones, made a significant difference. If a fight broke out without weapons, a dog-headed warrior would be left searching for his teeth after a single encounter. As for upper body strength, that goes without saying. The maximum weight of a dog-headed man is only about 50 kilograms, a weight that anyone with a bit of courage wouldn't fear. It's a pity that such trashy creatures still have people rushing to be their lackeys, to be traitors. I don't know what they hope to gain. Shaking his head in regret, Soma's eyes were filled with emotion. In any era, there will always be these strange beings known as guides. Even now, Marshall, the overseer, and even the dog-headed men, these three groups were still kept in the dark by Mayeta Kenjin, playing the role of laborers. Meanwhile, Oreo, after scouting around, returned cautiously and lay down beside Soma. Looking at Oreo's silly and cute appearance, Suemo instinctively raised his hand. Just as he was about to reach out, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. Boom, boom. Two muffled sounds came one after the other. Although this noise was not as terrifying as the previous detonation of 30 pounds of reinforced bitter acid bomb, it was still enough to be alarming in the currently quiet plain. The loud noise seemed to momentarily freeze even the wind and snow. From a distance, thick smoke was being whipped up by the wind above the underground shelter, drifting away into the distance. Before Suemo could react, faint shouts of battle and explosions seemed to come from near the shelter. Instinctively, Suemo quickly opened the shelter's attribute panel, his heart racing. On the durability panel, the value of the underground shelter did not disappoint, still holding strong at 95%. Damn, that startled me. I really thought those people had blown the underground shelter down. The green 95% was so pleasing at that moment, and Suemo, who had been tense, let out a long breath, feeling his whole body relax. Since these people couldn't break into the underground shelter, their fate could only be one. Picking up the binoculars, he saw that Kenji Mayeta and the tall guy had quickly stood up and rushed out, so Suemo immediately brushed the snow off his pants and followed. The rumbling sounded like a signal flare exploding above the underground shelter. Group after group of people moved in response, and before Marshall and the others could check if the explosion had opened a weak point, they were shocked to discover 8 humans had suddenly emerged from the original snowy ground. These 8 people were not strangers. They were the foremen who had previously worked together at the nitrate camp. What guts? Chow Guy, do you want to die? You dare to go against my marshal's plan. Smoke filled the air. Gunpowder was not the same as explosives. There was no shockwave, only deflagration. And everyone could not see the appearance of the pit. Marshall thought he had opened a gap, and Chow Guy also believed that Marshall had opened a gap. Without much conversation, the two groups fell into a fierce battle. Sliding across the snow, Marshall rolled on the ground with his steel knife, dodging a crossbow shot from the side. This roll not only kept Marshall safe but also quickly brought him closer to the crossbowman. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. And without hesitation, Marshall thrust the steel knife at the crossbowman, a thrust and a pull. In an instant, the sharp steel knife sent blood spraying everywhere, causing the only intimidating homemade crossbow to fall to the ground. On the other side, Chow Guy and his group were not idle either. By the time Marshall looked over, his 5-man team, except for Big Head who was still holding on, had already been hacked to the point of being unrecognizable, lying on the ground twitching. The choking smoke continued, and with more inadequately burned gunpowder igniting again, it released even more smoke, completely obscuring that entire area. The large hole dug by Marshall's group was emitting smoke, and at first glance, it really looked like the shelter had been blown open. Big Head, I'm coming to save you. Hold on. Marshall shouted, his words filled with brotherhood, but his actions did not slow down at all. He grabbed the crossbow and continued shouting, but without looking back, he ran off into the distance. He showed no reluctance for the brothers behind him who were still being surrounded and hacked at. Marshall, you won't get away with this. Big Head's eyes were about to burst with rage at this scene. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he saw Marshall, who was running happily, suddenly blown apart by a fireball that came from an unknown direction, leaving half of his body gone. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the scent of burning flesh filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel nauseous. The 7 men, along with the one who had been chopping, quickly turned their vigilance to the surroundings. In their line of sight, 8 sorcerer goblins and 10 warrior goblins marched out, full of bravado. All the sorcerer goblins raised their staffs, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Even the warrior goblins wore a hint of arrogance in their gazes, including the large-headed man in the center who was still barely alive. The odds were 18 to 8, a disparity that was enough to embolden the goblins. The encirclement tightened, an invisible pressure weighing down on the 7 men in the center. They kept shrinking inward until their backs pressed against one another, only to realize in a panic that there was no way out. What do we do, Brother Chow? Do we fight or not against these beasts? They had reached a dead end where the truth was laid bare. The 7 were not fools, they knew the goblins were also eyeing the Soma treasure in the pit. In this battle, only one side could survive. On that small hill, from the explosion of gunpowder to the goblins surrounding them, only 2 minutes had passed. Watching the tense 7 in the middle, all the sorcerer goblins wore a malicious grin, their steps drawing closer. 20 paces, 15 paces. The distance continued to close, and the 7 men, back to back, could even see the glint of the goblin warriors' spear tips, the staffs in the hands of the sorcerer goblins, and the fingers resting on the spellcasting buttons. We can't wait any longer. If we do, we'll be passive. If we don't confront these beasts today, it's a dead end for us anyway. Zhang Ran's hand trembled around the steel knife, even though he shouted slogans of fearlessness. The pallor of his face revealed it was merely a facade. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the others around him did not fall into the expected silence. Instead, they began to shout, their fighting spirit rising. Let's do it. Why not? I've had enough of living like this. If it weren't for the fear of my old mother teleporting here and missing her unfilial son, I would have charged in and chopped these beasts the first time I encountered them. Well said. They bully us every day. We humans will never bow to such beasts. I've long been tired of this foolish life, being a traitor to my kind. It's not something a human should do. Better to die in this Soma shelter. Even if I die, the core of my shelter won't fall into others' hands. At least I can return to my roots on our Chinese soil. It's a pity I won't see the day we create guns and cannons to push these beasts back. Head lost is just a scar. 18 years later, I'll still be a good man. No one expected that the people around them still had such blood in them after all. This time, with 3 men becoming fierce, they exchanged words, and in doing so, they lost their fear of death, the ferocity belonging to higher animals, surging violently within them. As the goblins' encirclement closed in again, until they were within 10 paces, Chow Gai shouted loudly, and everyone brandished their steel knives, stepping forward to attack. In that moment, the goblins were caught off guard by the humans' resistance, momentarily stunned. It was this brief hesitation that the 7 seized as an opportunity. Their knives swung wide, and 3 sorcerers who couldn't cast their spells in time were struck down on their shoulders, collapsing to the ground in an instant. The others were undeterred, using their waist strength to slash horizontally, and, for spear-wielding warriors, were brutally decapitated. The numbers on both sides instantly shifted to 11 to 7. The gap narrowed, instantly giving the 7 a glimmer of hope, and a chaotic battle erupted. The goblins' fireballs flew wildly, and the steel knives of the humans showed no mercy. As they closed in, the fireballs from the goblin sorcerers were not as terrifying as imagined. As long as they watched the spellcasting movements closely, it was easy to predict and dodge. Embracing the idea of fighting to the death, the 7 fighters followed a life-for-life strategy, and the remaining 11 dog-headed men simply couldn't withstand the ferocious and irritable humans. Without the long-range advantage of the sorcerer dog-headed man, it was as if an adult was beating a child. They only paid the price of 5 lives, and all 18 dog-headed men were annihilated. Looking at the treasure chest on the ground, the surviving duo, Chow Gai and Zhang Ran, gasped for breath, their overexertion leaving them somewhat weak. Brother Chow, we survived. We don't have to die. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ran, with a face full of joy from surviving a disaster, looked at the nearby snow that had been completely stained red with blood and couldn't stop laughing heartily. Chow Gai, kneeling beside him, also wore a face of wild joy, but just as he was about to turn his head to speak, a crisp sound erupted. In his line of sight, a bloodstain and a small hole shaped like a chrysanthemum suddenly appeared on Zhang Ran's forehead, who was still laughing. The violent impact almost instantly sent Zhang Ran crashing to the snow. Watching the smile on Zhang Ran's face fade and the convulsions of intense pain that followed death, Chow Gai was terrified, rolling and crawling, shouting, Soma, we are good people. We came to seek refuge with you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll be your servant. We are Huaxia people, we are compatriots, don't kill me. I'm very capable, I can work for you 24 hours a day, I don't want to die. Don't kill me. At that moment, Chao Gai had completely lost his previous demeanor as the big brother, resembling a dying man's last struggle. After tensing up again from exhaustion, he hadn't taken 2 steps before he collapsed back to the ground, closing his eyes in pain. Contrary to his expectations of gunfire, a round of applause suddenly erupted behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing the applause from behind, Chao Gai turned to look and was instantly stunned. Makoto Kenjin? Why are you here? In his view, Makoto Kenjin's old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum as he walked over, clapping his hands. The tall man beside Makoto Kenjin was still holding the handgun that had just shot Zhang Ran. Chao Gai-kun, why can't it be me? After patting the tall man's shoulder and glancing at the large hole where the smoke had not yet cleared, Makoto Kenjin laughed recklessly, extremely arrogant. This kind of laughter made listeners feel uneasy, and combined with that smug expression, he was the very embodiment of a small man who has succeeded. Do you know why I had you monitor Marshal? Can you guess how this group of dog-headed men knew your whereabouts? Makoto Kenjin's applause continued unabated. The clapping sound seemed to strike against Chao Gai's chest, making him feel anxious. Old dog, so you were already prepared. You want it all? Can your appetite handle that? In an instant, Chao Gai understood all of Makoto Kenjin's arrangements and smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, you Huaxia people are so foolish, including your so-called god Soma. In this apocalyptic wasteland, aside from trusting yourself, everyone else is an enemy. It's a pity he has treasures but doesn't understand such a simple truth. Come on, guess what shape he's been crushed into under the collapsed shelter after all this time. Following the direction Makoto Kenjin pointed, Chao Gai turned to look. Sure enough, a massive pit that had been dug was now collapsing downwards due to the explosion. Although the smoke obscured how much had collapsed, based on Makoto Kenjin's words, Chao Gai quickly imagined the ensuing scene. Don't think anyone will save you, Chao Gai-kun. Don't be so naive in your next life. After saying this, Makoto Kenjin exchanged a glance with the tall man beside him, who understood the cue, and shot at Chao Gai on the ground. Bright red blood oozed from Chao Gai's head, filled with unwillingness, as he fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. In the next moment, almost simultaneously, Maeda Kento and the tall man both took 3 steps back, creating distance. The tall man, with a tense expression, aimed his pistol at Maeda Kento, but Maeda Kento showed no reaction. Although he drew his gun, it was aimed at the ground. Sanmo-kun, what are you trying to do? This treasure can be shared between us, enjoying the riches and ruling the new world, isn't that good? Maeda Kento chuckled sinisterly, his gaze at the tall man laced with mockery. True to his reputation as a scoundrel, seeing the tall man on guard, he even spread his arms wide, indicating he meant no harm at all. This made Sanmu, still on guard, feel a hint of confusion, as if he was starting to believe Maeda Kento's deceitful words. However, after a moment of thought, a trace of malice returned to Sanmu's eyes as he pressed his finger on the trigger and suddenly pulled it towards Maeda Kento's forehead. Unfortunately, after pulling the trigger, there was a crisp sound. But that sound did not come from the gun in his hand, it came from Maeda Kento's hand across from him. A bullet crashed into Sanmu's chest, striking his heart in an instant. In Maeda Kento's view, Sanmu knelt on the ground unwillingly, still trying to pull the trigger, but all he got in return was the sound of the firing pin clicking against an empty chamber. I guess you're very confused right now, wondering why the gun you checked multiple times before leaving the castle is malfunctioning. What a pity, Sanmu-kun, do you know? In this era, those who lag behind, who fall behind in information, can only be eliminated. Maeda Kento's tone was indescribably desolate, but as long as one could see his face, that desolation would immediately turn into arrogance. Watching Sanmu's face twisted in pain, Maeda Kento continued to ramble. In this apocalypse, don't trust anyone, not even family, not even brothers. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. What a pity, you still don't understand. After finishing his words, a cruel smile appeared on Maeda Kento's face as he raised his gun and fired another shot at Sanmu's head. This shot shattered his skull, blood splattering everywhere. Looking around, seeing the dead piled high in the snowy ground, Maeda Kento nodded in satisfaction, and turned to walk towards the large pit that had exploded. By this time, after some delay, the smoke had begun to dissipate. My Soma treasure, where are you? Hurry and let me take your adventure, let me, Maeda Kento, live in your place with light, butterfly-like steps. Maeda Kento danced like a black butterfly, weaving through the flowers. He leaped gracefully to the edge of the pit, eager to check the blasted opening, wanting to quickly dive in and claim the treasure. However, the scene in the pit was not what he had imagined. The stone was shattered, collapsing everywhere. Beneath the dirt, although the stone wall had been blasted open, the opening was only half a meter in diameter. Moreover, through the outer layer, one could clearly see that the inner layer remained exceptionally solid, showing no signs of collapsing. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, striking hard against the back of his hand, sinking 3 points into the flesh. His palm throbbed with pain, his grip vanished, and the gun he had tightly held fell to the ground. At the same time, a voice echoed beside him. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Excuse me, are you looking for me? The voice, as if rising from hell, carried no emotion and no change in tone. Maeda Kento was certain that in his life, even while watching those famous horror films from the island nation, he had never felt as terrified as he did now. Whoosh! Without waiting for his response, another sound of something slicing through the air came again. Another black arrow found its mark, viciously embedding itself into the palm of Kenji Maeda's other hand. Blood, shredded flesh, the sting, the convulsions. They say the fingers are connected to the heart, but the pain of almost being pierced through the palm made Kenji Maeda howl in agony. Looking at the handgun that had fallen at his feet, Kenji Maeda suddenly bent down to pick it up. However, a shadow swept past and kicked him hard in the chest. The immense force caused Kenji Maeda to stagger, and with the snow beneath his feet, he slipped and fell to the ground. The handgun that had originally been at his feet was kicked into a pit due to his flailing legs. Ah, my hand! After a brief surge of adrenaline dulled the pain, as he fell to the ground. The arrow shaft dug in deeper, causing Kenji Maeda to scream in distress. Unfortunately, before he could look down to assess the wound, a pulling force came from behind his neck, effortlessly lifting him up with great strength. As a human, to rely on other races and exploit your own kind is treachery. Slap. Coming to the wasteland, disregarding the lives of others and harming your own kind is inhuman. Slap. Scheming against friends and family for your own benefit, without regard for morality, is unjust. Slap. 3 crisp slaps landed directly on Kenji Maeda's detestable old face. The tremendous force made him see stars, the world spinning around him. Before Kenji Maeda could say anything further, another unreasonable slap struck his face. This one was even heavier, knocking out half of his blood-stained teeth. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Kenji Maeda's mouth. The pain in his hands, the burning sensation on his face, and the dizziness all combined as he flipped over. A bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped him. Without opening his eyes, Kenji Maeda's hazy consciousness sharpened, and in the next moment he realized he was being pressed into the snow and rubbed violently. The person gripping his neck showed no mercy. The immense force on his head made it heavy as it twisted back and forth on the ground. The dry yellow grass and crushed stones, under this friction, made his already swollen face hurt even more. Let me die, please, let me die. Gripped like a chick, the absolute pressure of strength left Kenji Maeda with no will to resist. At this moment he only wished for this devil to swiftly end his suffering. In the next second, he was flipped over, and a face gradually came into focus. It's you, Sumo. As if he had seen a ghost, Kenji Maeda's face displayed uncontrollable astonishment and shock. It's me, what's wrong? Are you shocked? Are you confused? You don't know why my shelter didn't collapse, and you don't know why I'm here? Don't you know everything? Looking at Kenji Maeda's old face, Sumo delivered another hard slap to the other side of his face where there were still teeth. The enhanced strength, mixed with anger, nearly knocked Kenji Maeda's head askew. Watching this old dog faint, Sumo's eyes burned with fury as he unhesitatingly took out a bottle of ethereal water from his storage space. Unscrewing the cap, he poured half a bottle into Kenji Maeda's blood-stained mouth. The healing effect was immediate compared to waking up in the snow earlier. This time, after 3 to 5 seconds, Kenji Maeda slowly opened his eyes again. Now, tell me, what else do you know? Slap. Come on, you allied with the dog-headed people, bringing your kind to serve them as dogs. What did you gain? Slap. Come on. You had designs on me, you old dog. Don't you have any self-awareness? Slap. The relentless slaps landed on Maeda Kenjin's face one after another, each time knocking him unconscious. Soma would use ethereal water to stimulate him back to consciousness. It wasn't until Maeda Kenjin was jolted awake for the 3rd time that he mumbled in a hurry, "It's Ayu. Ayu told me that if you place explosives here in your shelter, it can be blown open, and then we can take your treasure." Fear was etched all over Maeda Kenjin's face, terrified that if he spoke too slowly he would receive another slap. However, another slap came down. Did I ask you to speak? Who do you think you are, a beast that isn't even human? Even through the visor of the optical combat suit, Soma could smell the thick, rancid stench of blood nearby. The severed limbs of humans, the tragic state of the dog-headed people, the entire underground shelter seemed to have turned into a hellish battlefield. Following behind, witnessing such dramatic changes, even Soma didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns. After being yanked by the hand, Maeda Kenjin was only slightly dazed this time. He no longer begged for mercy. Instead, he began to mumble intermittently. Suwa. Soma, I always thought I was the wolf in this apocalypse, biting anyone I see, wanting to tear off a piece of flesh from whoever I encounter. But when I met someone as scheming as you, Maeda Kenjin, don't feel wrong for losing. As he spoke, Maeda Kenjin's already swollen face, devoid of human features, struggled to form a pitiful smile. Hearing Maeda Kenjin say this about himself, Soma was left dumbfounded, which gave Maeda Kenjin the chance to continue. You deliberately leaked the blueprints of your shelter, leaving this loophole, just to ensnare us, your neighbors in one fell swoop. Such a huge trap. We were blinded by our own interests and didn't notice. I hate it so much. I wish I had seen through your tricks sooner. I guess the person who helped the lion tribe blow up the camp before was you, right? The one who ambushed the dog-headed people halfway was also you, right? The one who nearly led to the extermination of the lion tribe was also you, right? As Maeda Kenjin's speech grew faster, his thoughts became clearer. Held in Soma's grip like a dead dog, he continued, I hate it. I hate that the first time you attacked the dog-headed exploration team, I helped you cover it up. The second time, you robbed the dog-headed team, and I led the pursuing dog-headed people in another direction. The third time, I knew for sure that place wasn't your camp, yet I still took them to fight the lions. If I had done just one of those three things right, the one standing here today wouldn't be you. Ha ha ha. Maeda Kenjin seemed to have discovered the truth of the matter, laughing miserably, large amounts of blood froth spilling from the corners of his mouth, actually spitting blood out of anger. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Maeda Kenjin say things he couldn't understand, Soma declared he wouldn't take the blame, issuing a triple denial. Oreo, who had been nearby, ran over, and upon hearing Maeda Kenjin's words and seeing Soma's bewildered face, was left dumbfounded. The next moment, Oreo's face twitched, barking excitedly, tears of laughter almost spilling from his black and white face. Finding a relatively clean patch of snow, Oreo rolled around vigorously, venting his inner joy. Being mocked by a dog, Maeda Kenjin naturally recognized Oreo's extraordinary nature, but he didn't care. After spitting out a mouthful of blood froth, he continued, You have such a vicious heart, Soma. How many people in this world have been deceived by your performance in conversations? How many have been kept in the dark by you? I wouldn't even do it as a ghost. Seeing that Maeda Kento was starting to act foolish again, Soma didn't waste any time and slapped him directly to help him wake up. What kind of international joke are you playing here, you old rascal? Did you understand everything that happened? Hearing Soma's words, Maeda Kento instinctively wanted to retort, but he was stunned by Soma's next sentence. There are indeed loopholes in the shelter, but unfortunately, I just happened to see them and just happened to fix them. He. By the way, an hour before you all arrived, I was still in the shelter picking some cabbage and finished cooking a bowl of rice. Isn't it a coincidence? I just stepped out when I saw you all coming, and I had no choice but to follow behind you, and then you all inexplicably started killing each other. And then, you were jumping around here like a performer, and I was puzzled about how you could be like this? Oh, right. He slapped his forehead as if Soma remembered something in Maeda Kento's line of sight. Fortunately, you helped me cover for that exploration team the first time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to make the explosives later, and naturally, I wouldn't have been able to blow up your camp or the goblin squad. Maybe you would have really succeeded. Maeda Kento, thank you. Thank you for helping me cover my tracks, for diverting hatred, and for bringing me things. Thanks, I will live well with your things, so you don't have to worry. Before Soma could finish his words, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. And when he looked again, Maeda Kento was already spitting out blood in large mouthfuls. The blood sprayed out like a faucet being turned on, and Maeda Kento was actually killed by Soma out of anger. Kento's mentality is actually this poor? He got so worked up that he ended up like this? Still revealing the truth, Soma looked at Maeda Kento's miserable state, scratched his head, and couldn't understand why Maeda Kento was so angry for a while. Compared to those who were blown up or hacked to death, dying of anger was indeed a unique way for Maeda Kento. Pulling out the steel knife from the ground, Soma went back and forth to finish the job on Maeda Kento's chest, then casually tossed it aside like garbage. This kind of human traitor, not to mention humans, is even lower than goblins. Soma found it dirty just holding it. It really is the number of people that affects the severity of the snowstorm. After these people died, I could clearly feel the snowstorm had lessened a lot. He reached out and caught a falling snowflake. Compared to before, he could clearly see that the snowflakes had shrunk significantly and their density had greatly decreased. Turning his head, no longer studying the relationship between the snowstorm and the number of people, looking at the glaring blood red in front of him, Soma checked one by one to see if there were any survivors. After a round of inspection, although Soma didn't want to admit the result of total annihilation, the fact was as such. In this kind of weather, if injured and not receiving timely treatment and care, it wouldn't take 1 or 2 minutes for the cold to erode the injured person's will. As long as they couldn't withstand the cold, once they fell asleep, it would mean they would long rest here. 7 Huaxia people, although they acted as lackeys and overseers, helping Maeda Kento exploit other humans. But at this moment, after dealing with Maeda Kento, Soma's resentment towards human traitors had diminished significantly. When a person dies, it's like a light going out, and all thoughts turn to ashes. Aside from Maeda Kento and the likes of Marshall who truly deserved to die, the others ultimately hadn't made any principled mistakes. They were just trying to survive, to live better than others, and for a moment, they were blinded to the goodness in their hearts. Forget it, since you are from Huaxia, I, Sumo, will let you return to your roots today. Sleep well on this wasteland. With a thought, an ancient-looking iron shovel, gleaming with a high-quality shine, appeared in Sumo's hand. He slowly walked down the slope, this time going quite far. After walking about 300 meters, he chose a spot thick with weeds and began to dig a pit with the shovel. There were Too many dead on the slope, especially the dog-headed people, so it took Sumo over an hour to finish digging the pit. 1 meter deep and 8 meters long. Turning back, Sumo started to carry the bodies one by one. First, he placed the dog-headed people's bodies at the bottom. This time, 18 dog-headed people yielded 2 copper treasure chests, 2 iron treasure chests, and 3 wooden treasure chests, a much lower drop rate than before. During the process, Sumo took a perverse pleasure in stripping Kenji Maeda naked and also took the core of the safe house beneath him. He stuffed the naked Kenji Maeda at the very bottom of the burial pit, then brought over the dog-headed people's bodies, pressing 3 dog-headed faces against his own. After that, he layered them one by one until the bodies of the dog-headed people completely covered Kenji Maeda. Then he laid them flat. Even in death, I want you to see your dog-headed father, reflecting here on why you chose to be a traitor. Clapping his hands and looking at Kenji Maeda's miserable state, Sumo finally vented the anger that had been buried in his heart for days. He couldn't see or didn't want to see the traitors elsewhere. But since Kenji Maeda dared to show his face and provoke humanity's bottom line as a good young man of the new era, Sumo naturally couldn't let him continue to disgust people nearby. He walked slowly back to the top of the hill. This time, for the other deceased, including Marshall, Sumo chose not to continue this kind of torment. Their clothes were already stained with large patches of blood. Even if they were washed clean and worn, Sumo felt uneasy. He took off the cotton coat that was still somewhat presentable and not heavily damaged, setting it aside. After confirming that there were no valuable items on the deceased, he placed the cores of their safe houses into his storage space and began to carry the bodies one by one. This was a big project that could only be done slowly. By the time all the bodies were in the large pit and the bloodstained snow on the hill was cleaned up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Even though Sumo had followed along and dealt with Kenji Maeda without breaking a sweat, after this exercise he was already drenched in sweat under his combat suit. Goodness, I need to think of a way to clean up in other places in the future. Otherwise, this area around the shelter will turn into a burial pit. Shovelful by shovelful, dirt fell from above, gradually burying all the people in the pit. Pulling down his mask, he took out some ethereal water, took a sip to rinse his mouth, and then spat it into the pit before placing the last shovelful of dirt on top. Thus began the second large-scale encounter for the shelter, starting with Huangbiao and his 5 companions. A total of 16 humans perished. A total of 18 dog-headed people were killed. A total of 34 lives. After thinking for a moment, Sumo chose to take out a unit of wood, pulled out a stone axe, and chopped a vertical strip, then polished it slightly on the blade. After pondering for 3 seconds, with his left hand pressing a plaque and his right hand holding the axe, Sumo began to carve on the wooden plaque. Good people die young, friends and family mourn together. Bad people die suddenly, the world rejoices. The horizontal inscription read, people are doing, heaven is watching. After finishing the wooden plaque, he inserted it into the ground and collected all the tools. Finally, after glancing at the place where over 30 people were buried, Sumo retracted all his feelings and walked away towards the base without looking back. The snow continued to fall from the sky, occasionally dusting the wooden plaque and the dirt mound. Gradually, in this place, apart from Sumo, no one knew that such a brutal battle, intricately linked like a palace, intrigue drama, had once erupted here. Oreo, who had been quietly lying on the ground in vigilance, saw that Sumo had finally finished his tasks and hurried over affectionately, whimpering and acting cute. Alright, I know you're hungry. Today, I'll make you something delicious. Having been busy until after 5 in the afternoon, Sumo also felt his stomach rumbling, his body drenched in sweat. However, looking at the core of the safe house, which had already piled up into a mess in the storage space, Sumo smiled. Oreo, who was picked up and held tightly in Sumo's arms, also smiled. Turning the combination lock, he opened the door and stepped into the entrance corridor, pushing the bolt in with his other hand and scrambling the code. Instantly, a wave of reassurance washed over him. A sturdy shelter, in the apocalypse, was a symbol of safety. Entering here and closing the door, in Sumo's heart, even if the outside world was flooded or engulfed in flames, it would be hard to affect him inside the shelter. Just with the black powder I made, they think they can blow open my shelter? Dream on. The further he walked down the stone passage, the more confident Sumo felt. Thinking about how a group of people wanted to use black powder as a bomb to blow open the shelter made Sumo unable to help but laugh. Standing at the entrance, he swung Oreo a few times after shaking off the snow, then let Oreo into the house. Sumo directly stood in the entrance corridor and began to take off his combat uniform. At this moment, his sweatshirt and pants were completely soaked with sweat, a strong smell of sweat wafting through the air. Hee, I can take a shower tonight, and all these clothes can be washed too. He took off the sweatshirt and pants, holding them in his hands, and walked into the shelter wearing only his underwear. With a casual wave, the wind naturally picked up speed. The sweatshirt and jeans in his hands began to flutter rapidly, and in less than a minute, when Sumo put them on again, they were refreshingly clean. I really should catch that old dog Maeda Kento and bring him into the shelter to show off my magic. Otherwise, It would be a bit lonely. Controlling the wind to continue drying the moisture in his optical combat suit, Suemo connected it to the power strip to continue charging. Since upgrading to all-terrain adaptability, the optical combat suit had fully proven its worth in today's battle. With dozens of snowy days ahead, it would become the current artifact. Seeing Suemo return home, the little sparks, frightened by the explosive high-pitched sound, rushed out in a flurry. Although the two little ones had grown to a size that could not be compared to before, their fear of high-pitched sounds remained unchanged. The two chicks clucked around Suemo, seemingly expressing their distress from being scared today. Oreo also ran over to join the fun, whimpering, not knowing what it was discussing with the little sparks. Alright, I'll go cook for you. Don't cling to me for now. After patting the heads of the little sparks, Suemo stepped into the supply room to get food. Today's battle had been long, and Sumo was starving after working until now. He directly took out all 400 g of beef stored in the pantry, and after thinking for a moment, he went to the breeding room and reluctantly plucked off 2 troublesome and unsightly cabbage leaves. He scooped out about a pound of rice, and in less than half an hour, as he lifted the pot lid, the aroma of beef fried rice wafted up. Distributing the rice evenly into the bowls of the little sparks and Oreo, Sumo's mouth was watering. In a frenzy of eating, he even finished the crispy bits stuck to the bottom of the pot, leaving nothing behind. He took a big gulp of ethereal water to wash it down. Looking at the shimmering treasure chest wall, Soma smiled knowingly and focused on opening the storage space. This time's harvest will probably lead to explosive growth for my shelter. In a familiar position, he lay down skillfully. Oreo cooperatively sent his body over, serving as a pillow for Soma's head. The small sparks also found a comfortable spot and quickly nestled beside Soma. With the glow of the treasure chest wall in front, Soma surveyed the various shelter cores in the storage space, his face already beaming with joy. If a shelter wants to grow, a lone wolf player can gauge the difficulty just by looking at the Magoo. After a full 400 days of development, the thickness of the deep-sea shelter's walls hadn't even reached 1 meter. Although it had evolved into a reinforced concrete structure, it couldn't compare in overall safety and reliability to the current stone shelter. In terms of other facilities, aside from a few large items, Soma couldn't even find a decent bed, let alone any entertainment facilities for enjoyment. In contrast, the current underground shelter boasted stone walls 7 to 8 meters thick, 2 televisions, a warm little bed, and even air conditioning. If it weren't for people like Mayeta Kento coming to seek their own demise, perhaps my development speed would have slowed down, but now, with a thought, Soma directly took out all the shelter cores and piled them on the ground. The ancient-looking cores, shimmering with various lights, made it impossible for anyone to look away. Record detected that the player possesses a complete shelter core, meeting absorption conditions. Would you like to absorb? The game panel's prompt, though late, slowly appeared. Dismissing the prompt, Soma sat up and began to examine the shelter cores before him. A total of 16 people had dropped 3 complete shelter cores and 13 damaged shelter cores. Strange, why can some shelter cores be absorbed directly while others are still locked? Dividing the complete and damaged ones to either side, Soma first picked up the largest and most luxurious-looking core. Compared to others' turtle shells, this one, although damaged, was more than twice the size and was engraved with more mysterious and complex patterns. Holding this turtle shell, Soma even had a vague feeling that all the other turtle shells seemed to be connected to this one by an invisible line. This feeling was odd. Clearly, they were all the same type of item, but this one clearly held a higher status. It's as if this turtle shell governs the others? The strange sensation made Soma's head ache. Without the game's panel prompt, he could only explore this phenomenon, which didn't belong to the realm of science, on his own. Touching the cracks on the turtle shell, Soma attempted to summon the game panel and select absorption. However, the next second, a prompt appeared. Record: the current damaged core is connected to a shelter that has not yet been destroyed and cannot be fused or absorbed. Record: you may first check the items within the core after destroying the corresponding shelter. Fusion and absorption will grant you ownership of the corresponding items. As expected, although I obtained the shelter cores by killing these people, I can't absorb them for now, because their shelters are still intact. Looks like I need to pay a visit to the nitrate camp and find a way to take down Mayeta Kento's shelter. It's just right to look for Ing Xiong. Those who plotted against me must pay a price. Thinking of Mayeta Kento's last words before his death and recalling the Self-Rescue Association President Ing Tianlong in the tundra shelter, a vague logical chain began to form in Soma's mind. The first time I went to the Huaxia shelter to commission the design plans, during Shin Tian's design process, there should have been someone from Ing Tianlong's self-rescue group who was also a participant. The subsequent developments should have been when Ing Xiong discovered the situation around his shelter, and during the communication, Ing Tianlong conveyed this information. Unfortunately, Ing Xiong is a fool. He didn't know why he believed the nonsense of Mayeta Kenjin and leaked this information. I don't know how many people were involved in this process, as the 2 locations made it impossible to investigate deeply. If Shin Tian was also a participant, then the information revealed behind the scenes is enough to provoke deep thought. Don't panic, it's getting late today. Traveling long distances in this weather might lead to unexpected incidents. We'll go to the nitrate camp to find people first thing tomorrow morning. I still don't believe it. Their shelter is right there. How could they possibly run away? Suppressing the murderous intent towards these bastards, Soma took a big gulp of water to calm his mood. After a while, casting aside these distractions, Soma began to examine the items in Maeda Kenjin's core. It didn't matter if he didn't look. As he focused his gaze, he was stunned by the luxurious collection inside. It wasn't because the core had a large storage space, nor was it due to the preciousness of the items inside. Rather, the white safety house cores were piled up like a small mountain in this core's storage space. There were at least 30 damaged cores, stuffed in the corner like garbage. Moreover, there were 7 complete safety house cores placed separately in another location. Combined, these cores could instantly create a terrifying little base. Goodness, this old dog must have harmed countless people to obtain so many cores. But it's not surprising, judging by his performance today. He probably intended to snatch my treasure and then rely on these cores to establish his own faction? What a pity, they all fell into my hands. Gently stroking the turtle shell's head, Soma's mood improved significantly as the coldness on his face diminished due to being schemed against. All he needed was to head to the nitrate camp tomorrow and set it ablaze. Previously, he was worried about not having cores to relocate the deep-sea shelters well and to build a garage, but now it seemed completely sufficient. Let me see, Maeda Kenjin's storage space should be 1.5 cubic meters, and there are quite a few other supplies inside. There's a bottle of mineral water, 5 pounds of compressed biscuits, 2 pounds of beef, a bottle of liquor, 2 boxes of cold medicine, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bag of rice. Compared to the size of the storage space, Maeda Kenjin was much inferior, but he had utilized the space to the fullest. The emergency items placed in the core were mostly unopened, sealed intact in the corner. Moreover, Maeda Kenjin's thinking was very clear. What he stored in his core space were mostly small items that were urgently needed, especially items like compressed biscuits and some medicines, which were completely sufficient for an individual to handle most emergencies in the apocalypse. Compared to Maeda Kenjin's extreme storage method for survival, at least my shelter can grow vegetables, providing a continuous supply of fresh produce. Furthermore, there are natural anti-inflammatory items like Yonnan water, so I won't have to trade a large amount of resources for medicines over minor ailments. These are all reasons why I have developed so quickly. By examining the resource reserves of others and the operational styles in the wasteland of the apocalypse, Soma often reflected on his own advantages and shortcomings. Once the main shelter was determined, it meant a temporary inability to move, so he had to maximize his advantages to compensate for the disadvantage of not being able to venture out for exploration. However, once my wings are fully developed, I still need to find ways to expand my exploration range and unearth more underground treasures to enhance my strength, which is one reason. More importantly, I need to look for the methods that previous individuals encountered after crossing into this realm to deal with disasters, as well as more details to uncover the true reasons for their crossing. With this in mind, Soma decisively opened the game panel and noted down the future development trends of the shelter in the private message diary. Each battle brings different gains and insights. Recording these gains and insights to review and ponder during leisure time is an essential skill for a lone wolf to survive in the apocalypse. At the same time, the reserves of Kenji Maeda also served as a wake-up call for Soma. Even if the core of the safe house cannot be traded on the trading channel, other large powers are likely to have similar reserves. If I encounter them later, I can choose to exchange resources, which would greatly accelerate the development speed of my shelter. For now, food supplies are not in short supply, but I still need to stock up significantly and produce some long-lasting food as soon as possible to avoid facing unresistible natural disasters later. With the diary interface closed, Soma continued to examine the remaining items. Excluding the core and supplies, most of what was left were Kenji Maeda's personal odds and ends. A hardbound notebook with a ballpoint pen stuck in it, and a colorful feather of unknown origin. A dagger that looked very sharp, with traces of blood that hadn't been cleaned from the blood groove. A shovel, 2 unused game torches, and a severely worn iron axe. There was a half-used bullet box that Soma vaguely counted, estimating there were about 14 bullets left inside. 2 maps, 1 large and 1 small, whose contents were unknown, and since they couldn't be taken out, Soma couldn't see what was drawn on them. Not many items, but all are extremely needed. Compared to Huang Biao and his group, Kenji Maeda is quite a competent enemy. Putting down Kenji Maeda's core, Soma waved his hand casually and opened the storage space. In a corner where weapons and equipment were placed, 2 shiny black handguns lay obediently inside. Having seen so many of Kenji Maeda's storage spaces, switching back to my own feels quite a bit larger. Soma felt a bit emotional, and with a thought he grabbed the handguns from the corner. The 2 handguns looked identical, likely from the same source. Familiar yet strange, these guns seemed to be mass-produced. Probably obtained from a treasure chest?
Switching the safety on both guns to safety on, Soma picked up the one on the left and examined it closely.
The handgun held by Kenji Maeda and the tall man was not one of the existing firearms on Earth.
This handgun, from its appearance, resembled the Makarov pistol. On Earth, the infamous officer's pistol. It looked lightweight and felt not heavy to the touch. However, strangely, the Makarov pistol is known for being a compact self-defense handgun, equipped with 9mm bullets and a capacity of 8 rounds. This handgun had a slightly longer barrel, and from the side, its streamlined design seemed to align more with the aesthetics of the Chinese, appearing more aggressive. Pressing the magazine release, Soma pulled it down with a bit of force, and the magazine came out. This was Kenji Maeda's gun, with a total capacity of 12 rounds, currently having fired 1 round, leaving 11 bullets. The other tall man's gun had an empty magazine, not a single bullet inside. Ejecting a bullet, the brass 9mm bullet glimmered under the light of the treasure chest, radiating an alluring sheen. Another shot was fired, and Suemo held a bullet in each hand, feeling the polished marks on both. After a moment, Suemo felt reassured. The fire caps beneath the bullets on both sides had identical curves and trajectories, and the perfect patterns polished into the casings were remarkably consistent under the light. It seems this really is a handgun and bullets obtained from a treasure chest. Such perfect craftsmanship is something even assembly lines and machine tools can't achieve. It must be a product of the game. The handgun wasn't frightening. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland environment, it was, in some ways, even less useful than an electric crossbow. Moreover, this compact handgun was more of a short-range deterrent weapon than a true mid to long-range lethal weapon. The technological chain of firearms only revealed its most terrifying fangs when it reached automatic rifles, machine guns, or even sniper rifles. Focusing his attention, Suemo examined the handgun in his hand and a phantom attribute panel popped up. K1 automatic. Handgun description: with minimal recoil and considerable power, it is the ultimate weapon for close combat defense within 20 m. Data, caliber, 9 by 18 mm. PM/PMM magazine capacity, 8 rds/12 rds muzzle velocity, 315 or 430 meters per second effective range, 75 m rifling, 4 grooves, right twist evaluation. It is said that during battles to eliminate illegal armed groups using this handgun, bandits extensively used it but could not harm soldiers wearing bulletproof vests at all. So it really is just a change in appearance. The power is still so limited? Looking at the K1 automatic handgun, which had similar data lethality to the Makarov, Suemo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Compared to that legendary gun, the K1's biggest change was the lengthened barrel, which slightly increased its effective range. However, when it came to power, this gun, even if it hit someone from over 50 m away, would not have an immediate lethal effect unless it struck a few critical areas. He inserted the magazine, took out a piece of wood, switched the safety to off, and without much aiming, Suemo pulled the trigger. Boom! The thunderous bang startled Oreo, who was lying on the ground, and sparks flew wildly. Although the handgun's sound wasn't high-pitched, in the underground space the reverberation made it slightly piercing. After turning off the safety, Suemo picked up the wood and carefully examined the shooting hole. Well, not bad. Even though I haven't shot in a long time, the shooting fundamentals my dad taught me are still there. Compared to crossbows, Suemo was much more skilled with firearms. Not only because he was a military enthusiast but also because his dad had taught him daily, nagging in his ear, slowly cultivating his skills with a model gun. As he grew up, whenever he had time, Suemo would spend his monthly allowance of only 10 to 20,000 yuan at the shooting range to relax. Now, in this apocalypse, although this gun wasn't the familiar Beretta M92FS, Sumo's solid shooting foundation still ensured he could hit his target at close range. A handgun is best used for deterrence. If we compare, my crossbow can completely outclass it in every aspect. I just hope that when I save enough survival points to repair the hot weapon machine tools, I can manufacture something practical, not just these flashy but useless items. Without the means, Suemo couldn't maintain the two handguns. He could only store them back in his storage space to delay the natural wear from long-term placement. He tried the remaining shelter cores. 3 complete cores could be placed down immediately to extract the resources inside. As for the damaged cores, aside from the one belonging to Kenji Maeda, 7 out of the 12 can be immediately fused, while 5 still need to destroy the corresponding shelters before they can be used. The weakening after the first disaster update was too severe. Among so many damaged cores, only 3 people have open storage space and it's only 1 cubic meter. The first activation requires 100 disaster points. I don't know about others, but based on these cores in hand, Soma can roughly guess the difficulty of obtaining 100 points. As the acid rain of the novice disaster, it has weakened most of the damage. As long as one can gather enough suitable supplies in the early stages and ensure the shelter remains intact, they can basically earn 100 points to activate it. Unfortunately, most people have poor adaptability or bad luck, getting stuck before reaching 100 points and unable to gather enough.
After surviving the next disaster, those who are still alive should all have points to open a cubic meter of storage space. Among the only 2 cores with storage space, Soma couldn't open them and found nothing valuable, mostly just some broken tools and simple food and water. The only pleasant surprise was that in one core, unlike the previous bloodied ones, there were 3 brand new cotton jackets and 2 heavy cotton pants. In the upper right corner of the jackets, he could faintly see a logo named the South Face. After comparing the styles, Soma was astonished to find that these clothes seemed to have come from a treasure chest, identical in style. Along with the 6 pieces he had previously taken off, ignoring the color, they looked extremely neat, like school uniforms. With these 3 new ones, I don't need to wash the bloodied ones anymore. I'll find an opportunity to trade them away. Anything I can exchange for supplies is worth it. Inside the storage space, the blood-stained cotton jacket was neatly tied with a rope by Soma and placed in the corner. Since it was stained with blood, Soma initially planned to wash it and wear it in rotation, but now that he had new ones, he naturally didn't need to be so frugal. After tidying up all the spoils and organizing them, Soma stretched lazily and began to put on his combat uniform. All done. Now I can get some snow turn it into water for daily use, for washing up, doing laundry, or taking a shower. Since crossing into this world, he hadn't bathed for half a month. If it weren't for the daily busyness, Soma would have been disgusted with himself. Oreo, lying on the ground, saw Soma putting on his clothes and thought he was going out to play, excitedly tossing small sparks and running over, barking. It's already late at night. Where do you think I'm going to play? I'll get some water back and give you a bath. Upon hearing Soma's words, Oreo immediately turned his head, pretended not to hear, and ran back with a tilted neck, slipping and falling along the way. This sight made the small sparks giggle uncontrollably. Oreo is too much like a human. He even has shy emotions. It seems there are many wonders in the wasteland waiting for me to explore. Shaking his head and dismissing some strange thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, Soma quickly turned on the television to check the surrounding situation. The bestiary scan showed no creatures every day, but this was just the basic bestiary. No fantasy creatures like dog-headed men or lion men had been scanned. Therefore, the good habit of using the television to scout the area before going out must be maintained. The environment near my shelter is poor, and it's a low-lying area. I guess not many creatures like to come here. After so many days, only a chameleon has come to me. The sky outside had already darkened, and he didn't know what technology the television used, but the image was perfectly illuminated. After checking around and finding no traces, Soma confidently turned off the television, opened the front door, and walked out. Turning the combination dial, with a creak the locked tongue retracted, slowly pushing open the heavy door, a biting chill seeped in. It was night again, and the temperature began to drop sharply. Removing his mask, Sumo felt the air. It was at least -10 degrees, not much different from when the disaster struck. Fortunately, the wind speed at night has finally decreased. If this trend continues, the wind should die down by midnight. That's good. Those who chose to take refuge on the ground won't have to endure too much. Without the wind, the snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky. Under the moonlight, the entire land was pristine white, looking like a beautiful painting, exceptionally picturesque. If it weren't for the survival pressure, such a beautiful scene could easily command thousands for a night in a guest house, with plenty of people waving cash wanting to stay. So beautiful. On a night like this, if my sister were here, we could build a snowman and have some fun. Thinking of how his sister often complained about the snow and wanted to make a snowman, Sumo smiled to himself and stepped onto the hillside to survey the land. A few hours ago, the snow on the hillside had been stained red with blood, but Sumo had cleared it away and buried it in a pit. The blasted gap currently had no extra materials in the base for repairs, so it had to be left for now. About 3 hours had passed, and a thin layer of snow had fallen on the hillside, gently covering it like silver gauze. Within a 7-mile radius, Sumo was the only one present. The snowflakes had become smaller, but after a day of accumulation, there were still quite a few thick layers piled up in the distance. Without the massive emissions pollution from factories of the civilized era, and without the fumes from car exhaust, Sumo marveled as he scooped up a handful of snow. This snow is as white as dough, even whiter than dough under the light. With this purity, I could eat it directly. Slowly, he crushed some snowflakes in his palm, watching them turn into water droplets, and Sumo confidently took out a large water tank to start filling it. This tank was brought out from the ruins, not small in size, and was usually kept in the supply room for storing perishable food. Now, it was perfect for holding snowmelt. In every spot, Sumo only took the purest snowflakes from the top, and when he saw the snowflakes below that were mixed with dirt, he would move to another place. After collecting for a full half hour, he finally filled the tank to the brim. He returned the tank to his storage space and took out a large bucket to continue collecting. After so many days of scarcity, suddenly having an endless water source, Sumo planned to indulge tonight. Only after collecting enough for his needs did Sumo step back into the shelter and close the door. Standing at the entrance, he shook off the snow from his clothes, and the 3 little ones were already waiting at the door to greet him.
With so much water, one person could never use it all, so Sumo planned to give the three little ones a nice
bath too. It seems like there isn't much wood left.
I'll find a chance to chop some down tomorrow or the day after.
Glancing at the remaining wood in
the supply room, Sumo casually noted down the daily task of collecting wood in his journal. This stuff was everywhere on the plains. Without considering
environmental protection, it was practically inexhaustible.
After gathering quite a bit of wood, he placed it in the material area of the workbench, then turned back to the energy room, connecting the diesel generator for direct power supply. With everything ready, Sumo donned the mechanical arm and began crafting the simplest yet most practical item, a bath barrel. This item was completely easy to make. Just flatten the wooden boards, sand them down, and nail them together. The only key point to pay attention to was that the wood inside must not have any splinters, and the joints must be fine, ensuring no large gaps for water to seep through. After spending more than 10 minutes, a large and a small, along with 2 mini bathing tubs, were completed.
At the same time, an attribute panel that surprised Sumo popped up.
Bathing tub, excellent. Description: a bathing tub crafted with passion by the entry-level artisan Sumo.
With a heartwarming backstory.
Special ability: insulation. The rate at which the water temperature in the bathing tub decreases is slowed to a certain
extent, providing insulation.
Evaluation: please change your bad habit of urinating while showering.
To think that even the bathing tub I crafted at the
workbench could come with special abilities. I can't wait for the legendary bathing tubs in the future.
With a hum, Sumo pretended not to see the evaluation
behind him and dignifiedly carried the bathing tubs back to the living room. Taking out the large vat and bucket filled with snow water, Sumo began to
light a fire to heat the water.
With the ability to control the wind, it was like having a natural blower. The flames beneath the iron stove roared, producing
a hissing sound.
One stove wasn't enough, so Sumo set up 2 and operated them simultaneously,
pouring the first pot of hot water into the snow water.
It didn't take long for all the snow water to melt. Repeating this process, he alternated between controlling the blower and the range hood to suck away the smoke in the room, while also pouring water into a side container to keep warm.
Sumo was busy, his forehead glistening with sweat.
The rising steam had already filled the shelter, and the perceived temperature was rapidly increasing.
I need to prepare another vat of snow water for next time. Taking advantage
of the water heating process, Sumo went out again, running back and forth, and finally managed to collect another vat before the water was done heating. Looking at the bathing tub now filled with comfortably hot water, and after storing the boiling hot water bucket into his storage space, Sumo's eyes
sparkled with excitement.
At that moment, Sumo promised this was the fastest he had ever undressed in his life, without exception.
It had only been half
a month since his last bath, but standing in front of the steaming water bucket, he felt happier than if he had received a handgun. He swiftly removed his hoodie and jeans, took off his travel shoes, and after checking the water temperature with his hand to ensure it was fine, Sumo stepped directly into the tub. The shock from the hot water seemed to shatter the shackles on his body, a feeling of bliss that almost made Sumo faint. This was a joy that those who love showers could never experience. In the water, Sumo felt as if he had transformed into a mermaid. Closing his eyes, it was as if he was swimming
in the ocean.
The clogged pores from days of neglect opened wide at the call of the hot water, all crying out in delight.
In less than a few seconds, Sumo's fair skin took on a hint of rosy color. Oreo, hurry up and get in, or the water will cool down. Watching Sumo enjoy himself so much, Oreo, who was lying
beside the bathing tub, and the 2 little sparks had their eyes wide open. However, seeing the steam rising, the 3 little ones were timid, none daring to take the brave first step. Hearing Sumo's urging, Oreo, being much larger than the little sparks, felt extremely shy. She awkwardly walked over to the small tub and tentatively tested the water temperature with her front paw. Woof! The water Sumo prepared was not too hot for the 3 little ones. It
was at a very comfortable temperature. With that, Oreo let down her guard and leaped into the tub, yelping in delight. The 2 little sparks also lay down
in the small tub, soaking in the special bathing tub that Sumo had crafted just for them. Instantly, the shelter was filled with the comfortable moans of 1 large and 3 small creatures. The creatures of the wasteland cannot be judged by the standards of Earth creatures. Here, both Oreo and the little sparks possess basic intelligence. Judging by age, Oreo's intelligence would be equivalent to that of a 15 to 18-year-old. Both Little Spark and Big Spark have an intelligence level between 8 to 10 years old, but a high IQ does not mean they can understand language, emotions, or communication
like humans do. However, over these days, Sumo has surprisingly discovered that the mental state of the 3 little ones is rapidly transforming. This is especially evident in Little Spark and Big Spark, whose eyes have shifted from chaos when they first arrived at the shelter to a clear and lively brightness, now reflecting their growth. It would be great if Little Spark and Big Spark could turn into phoenixes in the future, then I could bask in their glory. 2. Regarding the 2 chickens that only produce crystal fertilizer and no eggs, Sumo has come to terms with it over these days. In the wasteland, after developing feelings, Sumo no longer intends to treat the 2 little ones as food.
More often than not, in Sumo's heart, Little Spark and Big Spark have become indispensable companions in this post-apocalyptic world. With these companions and these attachments, every time Sumo returns to the shelter, he feels a sense of security. It's wonderful, my strength is growing rapidly now, and it won't be long before I can take good care of my family. The only downside of the shelter right now is the lack of sufficient food accumulation and sustainable food sources. It's very likely that I will have to spend my whole life in this area, so I must maintain food diversity. After half a month, having gone through the initial hardships of not even having water to drink and food being uncertain from one day to the next, life has now made significant progress. There is a continuous supply of ethereal water for daily drinking, and oil wells are constantly bursting forth with sustainable resources. There are crossbows capable of taking a person's head from 100 meters away and invincible handguns effective within 50 meters. At the very least, in terms of protecting himself, Sumo has gained enough voice in the wasteland. Lying in the hot water barrel, Sumo's thoughts drift further and further away, and some things he was very fixated on when he first arrived in the wasteland slowly dissipate with the soaking of the hot water. Based on the current trend, the future disaster cycles will become increasingly long. In Magu's diary, from the snowfall to the next disaster, there is a full month and a half, which is 45 days of development time. Given the current situation, after this blizzard passes, the time should not be too far off, otherwise, aside from those like me who have a system, no one else should be able to survive. From the first disaster until now, time has been very tight. In just half a month, even with these mysterious modular technologies, humanity has not had enough time to develop a basic scientific chain. Only after successfully surviving this disaster will there be slightly more time to complete the first round of development. Of course, this disaster is also the strongest survival test. It is very likely that half of humanity will die directly in this disaster. 4. The specific situation, I still need to take the time to check out the human gathering place more than 100 kilometers away from the shelter, and then make a judgment. If they are enemies, if they are bad people, then I will eliminate them without hesitation. If they are a normal shelter, then we can establish trade, or even bring them in to work for me. The hot water not only helps the blood circulate quickly but also secretes dopamine that makes people happy, accelerating mental activity. Soaking in the barrel, Sumo's thoughts become increasingly clear. Currently, the enemies that can directly threaten him near the shelter, aside from the elimination of Kenji Maeda, are the goblins, the people in the nitrate camp, and the lion men. Based on the bits of information Kenji Maeda revealed, Sumo knows that the situation for the lion men is not good. At the very least, their camp must have fallen, chased down by the furious goblins, and it is likely that it has been reduced to rubble. The goblins, this time, have also suffered significant injuries due to the disaster. They should be unable to bounce back in the short term. Tomorrow morning, I'll go clean up the mixed breeds at the nitrate camp and grab some nitrate back with me. I'll prepare a large amount of bitter acid to deal with the cobalt problem as soon as possible. With such a formidable enemy nearby, Soma couldn't allow it to continue developing. As long as he could produce enough bitter acid, even if he couldn't find a load-bearing column with a sufficient quantity, he could flatten the cobalt castle in no time. Once the enemy was gone, he could farm in peace and slowly develop in this post-apocalyptic world. Utilizing the advantages of ghost energy water and the well, he could trade for a large number of items to upgrade the shelter, always staying ahead of the disaster. After sacrificing the second floor of the deep-sea shelter, the underground shelter will also have a second floor. At that time, I definitely need to expand the first floor to 220 square meters to ensure maximum profit. But does the layout of the shelter need to be changed again? Observing the familiar structure of the shelter, Soma pondered whether to alter the internal layout. It was only through design that he would know what worked and what didn't. Over the past few days, living in the bedroom, Soma had discovered some flaws in the previous design. First, the energy room was too close to the master bedroom. Once the diesel engine was running, the noise was too loud, making it hard to sleep at night. Second, the escape door was placed in the breeding room. If enemies broke in, the weapon room was at the entrance, and the escape distance was too long, making it easy to get caught. There was no buffer against enemies, and if he wanted to upgrade to 220 square meters, he definitely needed to consider creating a large buffer zone to ensure internal safety. As for the small details, the bedroom lacked a simple weapon cabinet, the base had no kitchen, and there was no bathroom. These issues also needed to be addressed in this renovation. Not being a student of architecture and lacking relevant experience, Soma was the first to dismiss the idea of troubling Shinitian. I hope a big shot can slap a perfect design plan in my face and tell me, is this it? Just this? Crazy hint. With his hands clasped together, Soma devoutly gazed at the treasure chest wall, lost in thought. Professional matters definitely required professionals. With so many cores, I can find a way to create a parking basement and a cold storage for food, directly linking them with the game panel, which would save me the materials and survival points needed for the upgrades.
For the several modules urgently needed in the shelter, Soma could only set them aside until he opened the core of Maeda Kenjin's shelter. Only after burning down these villains' shelter tomorrow could he make plans. Half an hour passed and Oreo had already been soaked into a daze. Oreo's dog head hung over the edge of the soaking tub, its tongue limply drooping down, eyes glazed over, in a state of bliss. The little Sparks had turned into a drenched chicken, comfortably lying in the water bucket. If I had this skill on Earth, I could sell these pure natural thermos buckets and make a fortune. It hardly required adding much hot water to maintain a temperature. At first, Soma had the mind to browse the world chat panel for some information. But later, he simply lay back in the tub and took a nap. This nap wasn't long, only about half an hour, but after waking up, the fatigue from the day had significantly diminished. If it weren't for the sound of a private message, Soma might have slept until the water cooled down. Who sent a private message at this late hour? Groggily, Soma opened his eyes and summoned the game panel. Seeing Shinka's message on the private message panel, he added half a bucket of hot water and instantly felt more alert. Shinku, hello, Su-God. Your information came in very timely today. We have also found the cause of the disaster through various clues. Shinku, at first, regarding the issue of population, after a series of urgent and thorough tests, we found that it should not be significantly related to the number of people. The size of the population does not affect the severity of the disaster. Of course, currently, there are only 7 shelters that have responded, which is the result based on the sample data. Shinku, however, during the process, we did discover a variable that can influence the severity of the disaster. When the variable increases, the disaster expands simultaneously. When the variable decreases, the disaster shrinks correspondingly. After these 3 messages, Shinku surprisingly did not clarify what this variable was, instead choosing to keep it a mystery. After thinking for a moment, Suemo tentatively asked, Suemo, the number of core safe houses? As soon as the message was sent, Shinku's response came through. Almost instantly. The speed was as if she had already typed it out and was just waiting to send it. Shinku, as expected of Su-God, you guessed it. From a macro perspective, although there are countless shelters in every area, there will always be a hierarchy. High-level shelters will suppress low-level shelters, forming a subordinate relationship. In this context, whenever a low-level shelter that does not belong to the player is added, or when someone carrying the core of a shelter enters the area, it will correspondingly trigger changes in the severity of the disaster. Seemingly afraid that her words were not direct enough, Shinku directly made a video call according to common sense. Suemo didn't think much of it and, following his previous habit, directly answered the video call. After a harsh buzzing sound indicating the connection, the image began to come through clearly. However, as soon as Shinku looked up at the screen, a hint of blush appeared on her face. In the video, Suemo was lazily lying on the edge of a bathtub, with steam gathering above the rim, as if some strange force was binding the heat, causing it to concentrate inside the tub. His body, enhanced and repaired by the ethereal water, was fair and well-defined. His broad shoulders paired with robust but not exaggerated chest muscles were faintly visible in the mist, and his messy hair, wet and untrimmed for over 10 days, along with a hint of stubble, made his face look exceptionally delicate, especially with a carefree expression that seemed to embody the essence of a warlord's son from the Republic of China era in this apocalyptic world. After a while of seeing Sumo's dazed expression, Shinku laughed, her crescent-shaped eyes charming. Ahem, let's get back to business. I understood what you just said, so how does the large shelter handle this issue? Suemo furrowed his brows, brushed his hair back, and cleared his throat. Regarding what Shinku had just mentioned, Suemo immediately thought of more things. At the same time, he recalled Kenji Maeda's turtle shell and the tall handgun that was out of bullets, just waiting for Shinku to state that conclusion. To confirm his thoughts. On the other side of the screen, Shinku hugged her legs, resting her chin on her knees, looking at the notebook in front of her, and began to speak. Yes, now that we know this issue, the shelter is indeed facing a significant problem. Currently, the cores are mainly divided into 2 types. One is the one that has not been placed down yet, which is the complete safe house core. This is easy to handle. All that is needed is for the holder of the high-level core to bring it and place it down. This way, it is considered the second shelter of the high-level core owner. There are many such shelters, and they will not affect the severity of the disaster, nor will they impact the player's game panel functions. All functions? Suemo glanced at the functions above his game panel, hinting at something. Yes, including chat, storage space, manufacturing, and a series of panel functions. Those who have placed them down cannot have any viewing permissions. This brings me to my second point. 80% of those who join our Tundra shelter have left or destroyed the shelter after placing down the core, retaining only the damaged safe house core within them. In other words, as long as they are within the range of a high-level core shelter, they will amplify the severity of disasters. The more people there are, the higher the amplification, which is what you, Sushin, referred to as variables. To express herself clearly, Shinku spoke 3 long paragraphs in one breath, and after finishing, she took a deep breath. Watching Suemo in the video deep in thought, Shinku did not interrupt, just quietly gazing at Suemo in the camera, her big eyes blinking. There must be a solution, right? I guess you've already found it. Understanding the implication of Shinku's words, Suemo asked straightforwardly. Yes, we have found a method. What's the price? Hearing Sumo's question, Shinku shook her head as expected and continued. This is a message from the commander, and he said that as long as you, Suemo, are willing, any news will be shared with us first, and our information will also be open to you. We will share resources without any concealment of intelligence. Seemingly afraid that Suemo would refuse this favor, Shinku cleverly continued, actually, this method is not very mature. Right now, there is a lot of protest within the shelter. The reason is that to avoid this disaster change, the people below need to mark their damaged cores with the imprint of the high-level core holders. However, after marking, if a high-level core holder wants to check the subordinate core, they do not need to obtain consent, they can directly view it through their own core. For people in the apocalypse, this is essentially giving up their privacy rights. Even if our credibility guarantees that we won't peek or take anything, many below still disagree. Does this mean that all panel functions can be freely accessed and viewed? Yes, everything, including chat, including storage space. The higher-ups can take items from the lower-level space without needing the lower level's consent. Hearing Shinku's words, Suemo did not continue to press for more questions but instead asked a question that seemed very basic. To Shinku, can the core still be summoned? Isn't it supposed to explode only upon death after being placed down? No, to obtain the physical core, it needs to be in your own shelter, but the illusory marked core can be seen as long as you are within 50 kilometers of the shelter and silently recite to collect the core. One must admit that the information exchange was indeed fruitful. After receiving this piece of news, Suemo had no more doubts. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the video call. So I can see my shelter core just by silently reciting to collect it? Looking at the safe house core of Kenji Maeda in the storage space, Suemo suddenly became curious about what his own core looked like. The next moment, as Suemo silently recited, in his heart, in his field of vision, a turtle larger than a human head suddenly appeared and transformed into a physical form, dropping down. Boom! Clouds of dust were kicked up by the turtle, dancing in the air. Holy crap, is this my core? The ordinary safe house core was smaller than a palm, looking very mini and cute, resembling a keychain. Kenji Maeda's safe house core was about the size of a palm, already resembling a mature little turtle kept in a fish tank. But at that moment, as Suemo looked at the underground shelter core falling from the sky, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Holy crap, so, my safe house is this impressive? The turtle shell lying on the ground, although the cracks on it had not diminished, had become quite majestic with its body, now measuring about 50 centimeters in length. Especially within the fissures of the shell, one could occasionally see one or two beams of light bursting forth like special effects. Soma could see this light very clearly. The weaker one was a sky blue, and with the emergence of the light, one could faintly hear the sound of waves, along with a mysterious and unusual sound scattering out. The stronger one was a cyan, which was different from the normal cyan, as it had a hint of earthy yellow mixed in, rampaging across the turtle's back like a tornado destroying a parking lot, forcing the sky blue to flee in all directions. These two types of light should correspond to the two extraordinary blessings that the shelter currently possesses. However, the blessing of the lion seems rather unfriendly, chasing after the blessing of the mermaid everywhere. Trying to silently retract the core, in the blink of an eye, the giant turtle that was still lying on the ground suddenly transformed into a transparent phantom, gradually disappearing within the shelter. This disappearing sight inexplicably sparked a bold idea in Soma's mind. At this moment, Soma, who had been leisurely sitting in the tub, could no longer sit still. He stepped out of the bath, summoning the wind to carry away the moisture from his body. After getting dressed, Soma silently recited the core collection again, and the giant turtle fell heavily from a familiar place. If the shelter's core is a physical object and I can see the extraordinary blessings on it, then logically, my upgrade system should be able to. Focusing his thoughts, he aimed at the giant turtle, and sure enough, an illusory attribute interface popped up. Description: a divine object possessing two extraordinary powers, capable of deriving a series of incredible functions through the divine object. There seems to be a close connection between the divine object and the host. Suggested upgrade priority: high. Water, mermaid's water, a branch under the water blessing offered by ordinary mermaids of low strength, with excellent upgrade potential. Upgrade direction: 1. Enhance blessing level, strengthen blessing ability, expand blessing range, requires survival points 480. Upgrade direction 2. Improve blessing quality, transform into mermaid priest blessing, enhance blessing potential, requires survival points 2200. Wind, lion's wind, a branch under the wind blessing, derived from the broken wooden lion tribe's ancestral sacrificial statue, with excellent upgrade potential. Upgrade direction 1. Enhance blessing level, strengthen blessing ability, expand blessing range, requires survival points 800. Upgrade Direction 2, Improve Blessing Quality, Transform into Lion. Priest Blessing, slightly enhance blessing attributes, enhance blessing potential, requires survival points 3100.
Evaluation, an extremely miraculous item. Please be sure to keep it safe or disaster may
befall you. I can't believe it can really be upgraded and that it can be upgraded like this.
Soma stared in shock at the prompts displayed on the attribute panel, along with the 2 upgrade directions
provided. Upgrade Direction 1 essentially strengthens the attribute ability, equivalent to raising a LV1 blessing to LV2, while also providing some bonus enhancements. But Upgrade Direction 2 is something
else entirely. It can directly change the quality of the blessing, even reaching the level of reversion, which is terrifying.
So, as long as I have enough survival points, I could even revert all the way to the highest level, which is also the most basic wind attribute.
Stroking the cracks on the giant turtle, feeling the 2 extraordinary powers light slipping through his palms, if it weren't for the current
lack of survival points for Upgrade Direction 2, Soma would have boldly attempted an upgrade to see the effects. Silently reciting the core collection, watching the giant turtle slowly disappear, Soma had a new goal for the future. Earn more survival points. This was a far greater goal than just collecting things.
As long as there are enough survival points, the shelter can stay far ahead of everyone else.
Even if Jesus were to come, he wouldn't be able to stop it.
I need to keep myself active every day. I can't just lie around in the base. This is the only way to speed up the collection of survival points. Opening the private messages in the records of the apocalypse, Suemo solemnly noted this down. Turning back, he used the storage space to lift the bathtub to the corner, then fished out the little sparks and the sleeping Oreo. The power of wind began to surge, aside from the lack of hot air. Within a minute, there was not a trace of water left on the 3 little ones.
Clean and plump. Oreo's fur, which had been
covered in dust for days, became incredibly pure. Black was black, white was white, without a hint of mixed color. A few strands of red stained the wings of the little sparks, shimmering beautifully as they shook. After soothing the 3 little ones to sleep and checking the area around the shelter for dangers again, Suemo returned to his small bed, looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow.
Compared to the anxiety
of just arriving in the apocalypse, the shelter's development had finally gotten on the right track.
Every day, there were countless tasks waiting for Suemo to tackle. Lying in bed, he plugged in the electric
blanket and set it to low, the resistance wire slowly heating up, warming the soft little bed. Emptying his mind, the relaxation from the bath was comparable to an expensive massage. Before long, Sumo's breathing
gradually calmed down.
His gaze drifted outside the bedroom. The world outside the shelter would not stop moving forward just because Suemo was asleep.
Time would not slow down because of sleep.
Beneath the snow, even a large shelter with hundreds of people had to face a major issue: energy. In the world on Earth, very few ordinary people would think about the issue of energy. When the electricity runs out, you just pay the bill and it comes back. When the water runs out, you pay the water bill and the water flows again. When hungry, you order takeout. When thirsty, you buy a drink. When the car runs out of gas, you find a gas station, and in a few minutes, it's full again. In a hurried society, who would carefully consider where their electricity comes from, where their water comes from, where their oil and
diesel come from?
Now, after crossing into the wasteland, from the leadership to the common people, the energy issue was laid bare before everyone. In the cold wind of -10 degrees at night, each piece of firewood could only bring a meager amount of heat, while also depleting the already scarce reserves. A large shelter with 200 to 300 people, calculated at 10 people per room, would need 10 units
of firewood to keep warm for one night.
It seems that if shared, each person only needs 1 unit, but when looking at the total consumption of the shelter, it becomes quite staggering. A shelter for 300 people would consume 300 units of wood in one night. If the daytime hours cannot make up for this consumption of 300 units, the stock in the shelter would decrease. Once the stock cannot keep up with the consumption, a vicious cycle would ensue. Cold at night, no energy during the day, more food consumed, less harvest, colder at night, freezing to death. Raising his gaze, he looked over the wasteland, where wooden houses were continuously decreasing, replaced by makeshift earth huts. In the cold winter, more and more people had given up living in wooden houses. Instead, they chose to follow tutorials from the World Channel and built slightly warmer earth huts. All the survivors tightly embraced each other in the cold night, sharing warmth. At the same time, there were quite a number of people who had completely fallen asleep in this night, sleeping soundlessly, leaving without a trace. Aside from the shelter standing in the wasteland, which still proved they had once been in this world, there was no other sign left. Flying swiftly across the wasteland, if one had a god's eye view, they would surely be amazed to discover, in some places, the winds were calm and even the snow had stopped, while in others, fierce gales raged, accompanied by heavy snowfall. Beneath the plain, the sign of the tundra shelter swayed back and forth in the cold wind. Through the sign, one could see the flickering flames of the large house inside. Youngie, make a decision quickly. If this blizzard continues for another day, it will be an unbearable loss for us. The man called Youngie, upon hearing the words of those around him, wore a conflicted expression, seemingly deep in thought, then sighed heavily without speaking. Seeing this, the man grew more anxious. If you don't make a decision today, we'll have to endure another day.
Do you know how much material loss we'll suffer in this weather over just one day? Moreover, when the day comes that you can no longer bear the consequences of the disaster, and you still choose this path, what need do? We have to bear the losses now? Lu Yongyi, if you don't cut the knot, you'll only suffer more chaos. If you won't decide, I will. The man slammed the table, stating what he believed to be the truth, instantly waking Lu Yongyi from his reverie. But soon, Lu Yongyi sighed again and said, Shou Xingho, have you forgotten our recruitment slogan? Absolute democracy, absolute freedom. Now you want to do this again. Who will believe in our previous reputation and credit? Credibility takes a long time to build, but it can be destroyed in an instant. Xiao Xingho understood this principle, yet seeing his old friend in such a state, he too felt disheartened. Consolidating the core of the shelter into one person's hands sounds simple, but it is difficult to execute. Once someone else's mark is stamped on it, every word and action, even storage space, will be under surveillance. In the current situation, it is nothing but blatant exploitation. The commoners below are fine, as long as they can survive, they don't mind being watched. After all, in the era of Earth, having their privacy stolen by major apps is nothing new. The problem lies with the stronger faction. As long as these people are unwilling, they can never maintain a unified pace. Ying Tianlong. If it comes to that, for the sake of everyone's survival, I am willing to be the sinner. Seeing his old friend in turmoil, Xiao Xingho's expression hardened, as if he had made an important decision. As the moon set and the sun rose, rays of sunlight streamed in from the breeding room, illuminating most of the shelter in conjunction with the treasure chest wall. Sitting at the head of the bed, Suemo quietly awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock. Doomsday Calendar January 16. You lie before the treasure chest wall you have harvested, sleeping soundly, feeling your whole body relax. Survival points plus 10. Your shelter has received the fantastic blessing of the lion, gaining the power of the wind. Survival points plus 50. You have acquired your first piece of fine-grade armor, increasing your chances of survival in the cold winter. Survival points plus 60. Your pet Oreo has detected a potential threat, allowing you to avoid a wave of danger. Survival points plus 10. You have continuously scouted 4 waves of enemy tracks and devised a meticulous defense plan. Survival points plus 30. You killed an enemy, fulfilling your declaration in the Wasteland, and you feel your thoughts have become clear. Survival points plus 500. You harvested a batch of supplies, but not completely. Survival points plus 30. Scanning host's survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today gained 232 survival points. Final tally. Survival points plus 922. Remaining survival points. 1982. The harvest was not bad. Yesterday I thought I would be a couch potato for a day, but I didn't expect to gain so many survival points. Soma surveyed the 500 points of wealth awarded for killing Kenji Maeda, and after the daily fixed survival points restored to 232, he nodded in satisfaction. The acquisition of survival points was utterly unpredictable. Sometimes a trivial event would suddenly yield hundreds of points. Other times, even when Soma expected an event to add a few hundred points, the system would only grant a few dozen, leaving him baffled. According to the current bonuses, it seems that the more comfortable and relaxed I feel, the more I'm rewarded. Truly idealistic. After taking another look at the system panel, Soma turned off the electric blanket, got dressed, and got out of bed. Compared to the sharp drop in temperature when the snow first fell yesterday, today the temperature had risen significantly, with the perceived temperature back above 5 degrees. Arriving at the command room, Soma turned on the television and began his routine reconnaissance of the area around the shelter. It seems like it's not snowing anymore? The images on the screen were unusually calm. As the camera zoomed out, the snowflakes had stopped falling, the gentle breeze had ceased, and the earth lay in tranquility. After checking the surroundings and finding no issues, Soma decided to put on his combat suit, opened the door, and stepped outside. Compared to yesterday's howling winds and snowfall, today's weather was much improved. In the sky, even the sun had emerged, radiating its light. Although the warmth from the sunlight felt like the light from a refrigerator, Soma still felt a flicker of warmth deep within. This is more like it. If it snowed every day for the 7 days before the disaster, who could withstand that? Removing his mask, the cold wind rushed in. Although it was still somewhat biting, it was much better than yesterday's bone-chilling cold. Climbing to the top of a hill, Soma surveyed the area around the shelter, stretched his body, and then returned inside. Such weather was suitable for outings, and equally suitable for revenge. The nitrate camp was the lifeblood of the goblins. If he wanted to enhance the power of his fireball spell, this was an essential resource point. A day had passed, and even if it was slow, the goblins should have reclaimed the camp by now, and it was possible. They had even resumed production. The previous bomb completely destroyed the defensive layout of the nitrate camp. In just one day, without Kenji Maeda and those lackeys' help, even if the goblins had resource accumulation, it would be impossible to restore their defenses in such a short time. Now is the perfect time when the nitrate camp's defenses are vulnerable. While taking flour and water to make breakfast, Soma glanced at the description of the camp he had saved in the private message panel. Although he currently had reserves of sulfur and toluene, the crucial item for making bitter acid bombs, nitrate, had been completely used up. Relying on bombs to assault the camp was immediately ruled out by Soma. Setting fire? Digging tunnels? Fainting? After thinking it over, without seeing the current defensive layout of the nitrate camp, Soma couldn't come up with a solid plan, so he decided to put it out of his mind. Entering the breeding room, he noticed that the cabbage next to the culture medium was almost stripped bare, so Soma had to suppress his cravings and return to the stove. After eating noodles for so many days, today I'll just have some dead dough pancakes. This stuff fills you up and you can take it out to work. Dead dough pancakes were also one of the favorite foods of the locals. Late at night, feeling hungry and not wanting rice or noodles, he casually headed to the barbecue stall by the ancient city wall. He ordered a skewer of fragrant, crispy, tender beef and lamb, and of course, the essential dead dough pancakes couldn't be missed. Opening the pancake, he stuffed in the meat skewer, squeezing it tightly, watching the oil from the grilled meat seep into the pancake, inhaling the mouth-watering, spicy aroma of the fresh meat. Taking a bite, his mouth was filled with pancake and meat. The more he chewed, the more the flavor exploded, and after washing it down with a sip of beer, the taste was simply exquisite. Although there was no meat or skewers at hand today, the smell of the gradually browning flatbread in the pot made Suemo swallow hard. The novel aroma also attracted Oreo and Little Spark. Little Spark was able to flutter up with its wings to take a look at the good stuff in the pot. Oreo, anxious and pacing, didn't dare to climb onto the stove to check the goodies without Sumo's permission. Wait a minute, I didn't say you could eat yet, don't rush. Watching the bread in the pot emit a fragrant aroma, Suemo paused and brushed on another layer of vegetable oil, enhancing the scent even more. Such a heavy flavored flatbread would naturally not meet the health standards of low sugar, low salt, and low oil in civilized times. But in the apocalypse, it was a top-notch excellent food. After frying 2 full pots of flatbread, enough to last 3 or 4 days, Suemo finally stopped the fire. At this moment, the first pot of flatbread had just cooled down. Dividing some into 3 small bowls, Suemo returned to the supply room and took out a long-preserved bag of drunken peanuts. The peanuts were salty, fragrant, and spicy, very soft and sticky, paired with the coarse yet chewy flatbread. For this meal, Suemo ate half a pound, finally putting the cravings in his stomach to rest. Goodness, my appetite is really getting bigger and bigger. At this rate, there won't be enough food for me. After cleaning the stove and the 3 small bowls, Suemo sat on a stool, slightly lost in thought. Who would have thought that such simple and plain food could be eaten in nearly a pound without feeling sick? Once the food in his stomach had digested a bit and he didn't feel so bloated, Suemo began to prepare the items he needed to take on this outing. First, he definitely couldn't walk to the nitrate camp like Qian Tianjian did. Should I make my own anti-slip chains or directly upgrade the snow-driving attributes in the system? Looking at the dwindling construction materials in the base and the survival points restored to nearly 2,000, Suemo decided to go for the system upgrade. As for the items to take on the road, he didn't need to prepare much. 2 handguns, a crossbow, a spear, armor, combat suit, and weapons were all set. The flatbread, a few large bottles of ghost energy water, and food for the trip were ready. Finally, he packed a few units of ordinary construction materials for emergencies. Oreo, let's go, time to work. After putting on the armor over his combat suit and confirming that all the electric buttons were functioning properly, Suemo opened the door and slipped outside. The sense of security brought by the full body gear made Suemo feel confident even as he opened the shelter's main door and stepped out. On the pristine snow, warm air surged from the underground shelter's door, mixing with the cold air at the entrance, creating a white mist. As Suemo closed the door, the spirited Oreo wandered around the vicinity of the underground shelter. After confirming that everything was fine, the man and the dog set off with firm steps towards the deep-sea shelter. Suemo had walked this route back and forth several times, able to find his way even with his eyes closed. After a little more than half an hour, the deep-sea shelter was in sight. The footprints left by people yesterday were faintly visible, and standing around the footprints, Suemo looked up at the deep-sea shelter, feeling a bit emotional. Although Qian Tianjian is a scoundrel, he's not wrong. Information is indeed the most important thing in the apocalypse. Because of my proactive approach, I've gained a significant information advantage between the two sides. If I had still been cautiously hiding in the base, this time I might have really been successfully ambushed. Returning to the deep-sea shelter, with a pull of the hinge, Suemo successfully ignited the ground tiger and brought it out. After closing the basement door and the second-floor main door, he sat in the ground tiger and tried to accelerate to 20 miles per hour. Sure enough, just a slight turn of the steering wheel would give him the feeling of almost flipping over. As a standard rear-wheel drive vehicle, the Dihu was prone to slipping on snowy roads. If it had a driving computer with ESP to regulate and reduce engine torque while braking the wheels to prevent skidding and tailing, it would be fine. But with its current purely mechanical structure, relying solely on human control, if you accelerate a bit to avoid an obstacle and turn the wheel, it could easily flip over. Without a driving computer, many intelligent controls can't be implemented. It seems the only way to prevent slipping is to use the most primitive method. Summoning the system, as the Dihu's attribute panel appeared, Sumo searched and indeed found the anti-slip chains at the back. With this item, although it would damage the tires, the Systems repair would make it no problem. After spending 45 points to install them, a green light flashed and rubber anti-slip chains were fitted onto all four wheels of the Dihu. This time, Sumo got back in the car to give it a try. As long as he kept under 40 miles per hour, the vehicle was indeed much more stable. Everything is ready. After today, once I burn that camp, no one will be able to stop my development. Gazing into the distance towards the underground shelter, Sumo felt a surge of ambition. After correcting the direction of the nitroglycerin camp, he pressed the gas pedal and the Dihu dashed forward. The distance from the deep-sea shelter to the nitroglycerin camp was about 60 kilometers. Along the way, watching the snowflakes splatter against the glass and hood, Sumo initially would periodically get out to wipe it with his hand. Eventually, he simply spent 95 points to upgrade and install an automatic windshield wiper. Watching the wipers start working with just a gentle flick of the lever whenever snow splattered on the glass, Sumo exclaimed, "This is so damn comfortable." Indeed, survival points are the primary productivity. Even if the survival points are fewer, as long as people aren't suffering, that's enough. At this moment, the system panel floated beside the car window, seemingly enticing Sumo to continue spending his little money. Alloy armor, 4-wheel drive 12-speed transmission system, basic artificial intelligence driving, firepower weapon window, super reinforced glass, 1000 horsepower engine, jet nitrogen acceleration device. Looking at the array of functions on the upgrade panel, Sumo, who had been poisoned by consumerism for so long, felt waves of impulse buying emotions surging. With just a thought, both power and comfort could be intuitively enhanced. Such temptation is hard for anyone to resist. Get away, get away. Once I have money in the future, I will definitely indulge each of you one by one, so don't run away from me. Forcing himself to look away, Sumo sighed in relief after the upgrade options provided by the system disappeared. In the endless snowy landscape, with no entertainment facilities and no navigation, driving while glancing at the system's upgrade options was indeed a bit overwhelming. Survival points should be spent wisely. Currently, the base had no need for long-distance travel. Instead, a large amount of survival points would soon be invested in development. The disadvantages brought by the heavy snow did not just make the road slippery. Hearing a dull thud from beneath the chassis again, Sumo quickly got out to check. Due to the impact of natural disasters, obstacles that were clearly visible on the road were now covered beneath the snow. As he traveled, he stumbled and often hit small stones that scraped the chassis. If it were the old bouncy car, Sumo would never dare to drive out in such weather. After a careful inspection, Sumo was relieved to find only one noticeable bump. The chassis was not damaged. Even so, judging that there were only about 4 kilometers left, looking at the undulating hills, Sumo decided to park the Dihu in a dip. Walking this distance wouldn't take long, and it would be much more concealed and safe. On the snow-covered hillside, moving quickly often required using both hands and feet to climb. Fortunately, Sumo was wearing combat gear, so he didn't encounter any embarrassing situations. After stumbling along for almost another kilometer, he found a higher slope and took out his fine iron electric spear, laboriously climbing up. Looking at the camp covered in heavy snow in the distance, Sumo took out his binoculars while patting the lively Oreo beside him. "Oreo, activate your sixth sense and see if we're in any danger today." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Oreo stood up straight, its two agile beginning to wiggle up and down, left and right. After 3 to 5 seconds, Oreo shook its head, indicating there was no danger. "Good dog." After patting Oreo's head and signaling it to stay alert nearby, Sumo began to carefully observe the movements in the camp. Compared to the super camp he had seen last time, after a day's time, the dog-headed people had rebuilt the camp gate over the large pit, but at a glance, Sumo immediately spotted the flaws. "I wonder if it's because I'm not seeking death that there's no danger, or if no one can threaten me." The dog-headed people in the camp were also very relaxed, showing no signs of having just experienced a significant battle loss. Counting roughly, there were about 80 dog-headed people in the camp at this time, significantly fewer than before. As for the snowy slopes of the mine, from the angle the binoculars could reach, there were still over 20 humans enslaved in mining. There are only 9 sorcerer dog-headed people this time, the rest are warrior dog-headed people. I wonder what happened. After patting the heating device at his waist and waiting for the warm air to warm his body, Sumo gently slid down. All the schemes and strategies, upon seeing the current setup, turned to nothing. With so few people, it would be easy to take them down. The 7 explosive crossbow bolts in his storage space hadn't been used yet, more than enough to deal with the dog-headed people. On the white ground, Sumo resembled an extremely seasoned hunter, crouching low as he quickly approached the camp. Because it was a tiered camp, the front gate had been established, but the watchtower in front had not yet been built. Only the watchtowers on either side remained, standing dry and bare. Taking advantage of the blind spots between the dog-headed people's watchtowers, Sumo made his way directly to the front gate without incident. The cold weather meant that all the noble sorcerer dog-headed people naturally wouldn't stand in the snow like the struggling warriors, keeping watch. Apart from one sorcerer dog-headed person moving around the base, the other 8 were sitting in a wooden house near the center, warming themselves by the fire.
Cautiously, Sumo crept behind one of the wooden houses along the wall and switched to a high-quality rapid-fire crossbow bolt. He set the explosive crossbow bolt aside. Without aiming much, he waited for the lone sorcerer dog-headed person to walk into the blind spot of the watchtower. Dog-headed people predicted the range of 50 meters and took a shot. The rapid-fire crossbow bolt shot in like a cunning snake, swiftly piercing into the sorcerer dog-headed person's head. Hearing the heavy thud of a body falling behind him, Sumo's expression brightened, and he quickly crouched down to change the crossbow bolt. With such a scattered camp layout and patrol gaps, Sumo felt as if he were playing Assassin's Creed, recklessly moving in the enemy's home without fear of being discovered. Pressing the crossbow bolt, the sound of the crossbow automatically cocking buzzed, and the explosive crossbow bolt was pushed to the front position by the cocking device. As the dog-headed people in the watchtowers turned their heads to another angle, Sumo didn't think twice and directly shot a cold arrow at the wooden house where the 8 sorcerer dog-headed people were sitting by the fire. Whoosh! Boom! Real men never look at explosions. The moment the explosive crossbow bolt was released, Sumo rolled to the side, reaching another blind spot of the wooden house. This blind spot was turned away from the right watchtower but was perfectly within the line of sight of the dog-headed person in the left watchtower. Looking at the panicked expression on the dog-headed warrior's face atop the watchtower, and the wide-open mouth beneath the mask of his combat suit, Sumo couldn't help but smile faintly. An unreasonable explosive crossbow bolt whizzed past the dog-headed man in the watchtower. The wails accompanied by the sound of explosions filled the air as splinters of wood flew around, hitting the combat suits and armor with a rustling sound. The wails of the dog-headed men are truly a sweet sound. With 3 arrows left, Sumo didn't hold back, directly shooting towards the areas in the camp where there were more dog-headed men. The violent explosions turned each arrow into a sea of fire shrouded in yellow smoke. Compared to TNT, which requires a detonator to explode, the instability and toxicity of yellow explosives were precisely the best attributes in the early days of the apocalypse. Licking his lips, he replaced them with 5 new crossbow bolts and temporarily stored the still-activated crossbow back in his storage space. With a thought, the fine iron electric spear and pistol appeared in Sumo's hands. The pistol was tucked into the weapon pocket on the side of his combat suit, and holding the spear with both hands, Sumo kicked open the wooden door of the nearest cabin like a god of war. The dog-headed men inside were startled awake by the explosions, scrambling to grab their leather armor and weapons from behind the door, preparing to fight. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged in, and without much resistance, a dog-headed warrior still holding a spear was sent flying inside. Still want to resist? Seeing the dog-headed man fall to the ground, still trying to find his spear, Sumo stepped forward, aimed the spear at the dog-headed man's heart, and yanked it out forcefully. Dark brown blood gushed out from the puncture due to the bloodletting slot, spraying up about a foot high. The series of explosions sounded like the roar of a thunder god, echoing across the high slope. Outside the cabin, the once calm dog-headed camp suddenly became lively. The dog-headed warriors who were still monitoring the humans mining now saw explosions and fires erupting everywhere in the camp, and when Sumo stepped out of the cabin, the expected scene of all the dog-headed men joining forces to fight was different. In their line of sight, the first reaction of these dog-headed warriors was to flee, and they ran away quickly. Several cabins opened, and some dog-headed warriors didn't even grab their weapons or put on their leather armor, fleeing naked and rolling away into the distance. On the other side, the watchtower that hadn't been cleared yet saw the dog-headed men descend in a hurry, not looking back as they slipped away towards the distant castle. This scene left Sumo standing at the cabin door, dumbfounded. Regardless of the consequences, Sumo naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Taking advantage of the dog-headed men fleeing, he thought about how many he could kill. In an instant, Sumo seemed to have activated a mowing mode, rampaging through the chaotic ranks of dog-headed men in the camp. No dog-headed man could withstand the force of the fine iron electric spear wielded with electric assistance. A sweeping motion injured those who touched it and killed those who got too close. Amidst the smoke, the wails of the dog-headed men grew louder, with some having their limbs blown apart and others wounded by Sumo's spear but not yet dead. Suddenly, the camp transformed into a slaughterhouse, the smell of blood mingling with the scent of burnt dog meat rising into the sky. This bloody scene, even shrouded in smoke, made it unclear how many were fighting inside, yet the refugees standing on the hillside with their stone picks knew the brutality within. All the refugees stared at each other in shock, seemingly unsure whether to flee or stay. Were the lion men attacking again? Should they run? No one was directing, and no one was leading. All the refugees, who lived in numbness every day, were momentarily frozen. They didn't know what to do. Decades of stable life and the age of civilization had left them without anyone to tell them where their true home lay amidst such natural and man-made disasters. After days of running in the snowstorm, the dog-headed people had a place to escape to, but these humans did not. This camp, this seemingly solid shelter, was their home and their retreat. Standing on the hillside, everyone stared at the smoke rising from the camp, listening to the wails of the dog-headed people. Gradually, a glimmer of an emotion called relief appeared in the eyes of one person after another.
They had escaped once, this time, they had lived enough. However, as they watched the dog-headed warriors charging out of the smoke and the smoke gradually dissipating, over time, a familiar figure that everyone longed for appeared behind the fleeing dog-headed people. Is it a human? And just one person? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Amidst the smoke, in a chase and escape, Sumo's figure gradually emerged, clad in bright silver armor, wielding a pitch-black spear. Xiao Zilong? Someone among the Huaxia people shouted, and half of the 20 or so people, all Huaxia, suddenly became excited. Cheers and shouts of encouragement erupted on the hillside as they looked at the figure before them, resembling an ancient general of Huaxia, and a surge of pride inexplicably welled up in their hearts due to long-standing cultural influence. It is said, in the past, Zhao Zilong fought valiantly at Changban Slope, striking fear into the hearts of the Wei army. Today, in the Wasteland, Zhao Zilong single-handedly drives the dog-headed people to flee in panic with just a spear. The excitement of the Huaxia people left those from other countries bewildered. Witnessing such an exaggerated scene, even a Javanese man who had resigned himself to death couldn't help but tremble. Should we run? Just as the Javanese finished speaking, a young Huaxia man beside him, eyes ablaze, shouted, "Run? What the hell for? This is a strong man from Huaxia." With this statement, the people from other countries were stunned. In this wasteland, a Huaxia strongman was actually this formidable? Watching the dog-headed people still fleeing nearby, the Huaxia people suddenly gathered their courage and charged forward, fiercely smashing their stone picks down. Even 4 women among them showed no mercy, venting their accumulated anger from days of being treated like livestock onto the dog-headed people. In an instant, a fire called humanity blazed fiercely on the hillside and in the camp. Once the angered humans had their fighting spirit and fearlessness ignited, how could the mere dog-headed individuals, each weighing less than 100 pounds, stand a chance? Not to mention that there was a god of warlike figure behind them, wildly cutting down the enemy. Without the sorcerer dog-headed people's command, the ordinary warrior dog-headed people had no will to resist at all. They could only run. They could only run faster. In such a situation where they were being chased, it didn't matter how fast they ran, they just needed to outrun the other dog-headed people to survive. The dog-headed people, being intelligent monsters, naturally understood what death meant for them. In the face of defeat, more and more humans became emboldened, feeling the warm blood bursting forth from the dog-headed bodies, driving them into a frenzy. The pent-up anger from being treated like livestock for days finally found a solid outlet on the dog-headed people. Gradually, as the bloodthirsty humans ran around the camp searching for any remaining dog-headed people. In an instant, as the central wooden house collapsed with a thunderous crash after its load-bearing beam was burned through, these humans finally realized the dog-headed people left in the camp had already been killed. Exhaustion radiated from every person who had given their all. They collapsed in the snow, stroking the blood-red snowflakes. Some laughed with their heads thrown back, some howled in pain, and others knelt on the ground, lost in memories of what they were mourning. Standing in the center of the camp, Suemo quietly observed all the humans sitting on the ground, their faces bearing expressions of relief, without saying a word. From the moment the first human joined the ranks of the slaughter, the outcome of this war belonging to the tribe had already been determined. Humans have never lacked fighting spirit in nature. What they lacked was a king to lead them into battle. A bear leads a bear. Under the control of Kenji Maeda, everyone had their ferocity and rebellious spirit extinguished. But, under Sumo's encouragement, everyone rekindled the wildness and ferocity that belonged to higher animals. Looking at the young man who had fallen to the ground less than 5 meters away, Suemo walked over. Slowly. In the young man's eyes, Suemo first saw a hint of fear, then a flash of panic, and finally, he read another emotion, fervor. The fervor of worshipping the strong. You did well. You did great. What's your name? The iron electric spear in his hand continued to drip black blood, and half of the spear was smeared with a thick, terrifying plasma. The originally bright silver armor had been completely stained blood red, resembling a Shura emerging from hell, extremely frightening. In this appearance, even a murderous maniac on earth would not be worthy. Yet, such a figure suddenly stood beside you, praised you, and asked for your name. This friendly demeanor and kind words. The young man's face twisted into a smile more grotesque than crying, trembling, and stammering. Master, I am Chen Shen. You are. From ancient times, you are. Hearing Chen Shen's stammering speech, Sumo's face behind the mask showed a hint of surprise, and then he glanced at his current attire, realizing something. You think too much. I am also a person from Earth who crossed over with you. Shaking off the bloodstains stuck to the spear, Suemo did not further clarify his identity. In such a large camp, it was impossible not to have any temporary storage points for supplies. Seeing everyone sprawled on the ground, Suemo simply got up to start searching for the place where the dog-headed people stored their supplies. Gradually, as time passed second by second, more and more refugees began to regain their strength and chose to gather together. Everyone's faces were a mix of fear and curiosity. Watching Suemo move through the burning buildings, they wanted to approach and talk, but not understanding Sumo's temperament, they could only stay in place and watch. The cold weather did not extinguish the flames burning in these people's hearts.
Instead, as time slowly passed, when Suemo got closer, splash! In front of Suemo, everyone, including foreigners, knelt down, all sincerely bowing to the ground. Thank you, General, for saving our lives. We have no way to repay you, only to offer our lives in loyalty to follow you in conquering the world. I will serve my lord fearlessly and forever. This speech was quite formal, deliberately adopting the tone of ancient costume dramas. The middle-aged man in front spoke awkwardly, but after finishing, everyone echoed in unison, please take us in, General. Please show mercy, my lord. A full 20 or more people knelt on the ground, saying such incongruous yet timely words. Among them, the Huasha people were fine, but a few blonde, blue-eyed individuals were extremely strange. Behind the mask, even with great restraint, Sumo's mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. Having experienced the crossing to the wasteland, the increasingly persistent nihilistic thoughts of more and more people had begun to waver. Perhaps, to them, it wouldn't be surprising to see an ancient person crossing over to this place. Ahem, didn't I say it? I'm also an earthling who came here with you. Get up, kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth. Kneel to your parents, you can't survive in this wasteland without a backbone. From a short distance away, Sumo's words clearly reached everyone's ears. A few understood the implications behind the words, and stood up with flushed faces. A few foreigners still looked around in confusion. Seeing this, Suemo could only draw his pistol from his waist, flick the safety off with his finger, and fire a shot into the sky. The deafening gunshot echoed like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's chest. In the next moment, everyone scrambled to their feet, huddling together, timidly looking over. I want to know where a person named Ing Xiong is in the camp. I need to find him. Holding the pistol, Sumo's tone was flat. After about 20 seconds of tense silence, the young man who had just spoken finally stepped forward. Ing Xiong, he was still in the camp before, maybe he has run away with the dog-headed people? He glanced around, not seeing Ing Xiong's face, and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Suemo nodded, signaling him to continue. This time, the others seemed to open up, chattering away. I saw Ing Xiong. He ran in that direction. He didn't even have his pants on properly when he ran. Yeah, he shouldn't have gone far, it's too cold, and he definitely didn't have any food or water. Ing Xiong is trash, he has killed many people, he is not human. Hearing these words, a flash of killing intent appeared in Sumo's eyes. He gestured into the void, and an already charged old phone appeared in his hand. He turned on the old phone and adjusted it to the human network. Sure enough, next to the current green, there was a small dot rapidly moving away. Estimating the distance, Ing Xiong when Oreo caught up with Ing Xiong, the outcome was already sealed. Instead of recklessly approaching Ing Xiong, Oreo cunningly circled around him, continuing to run. Until he ran in front of Ing Xiong, he quickly pushed off the ground with his hind legs. The swirling snowflakes were kicked up, making the already slippery ground even harder to navigate. Coupled with Ing Xiong's panic as he fled, he stumbled and fell to the ground, prompting Oreo to bark with laughter. Before Ing Xiong could get back up, a series of heavy footsteps echoed behind him. The sound was like that of a giant walking. Each step seemed to shake the earth beneath him, and he could also feel the anger of the pursuer. In his panic, Ing Xiong wanted to get up and run again, but the fear inside him left him with no strength. In his anxiety, just as he managed to rise, he fell again, landing in the snow. This time, before he could continue to get up, a ghostly voice accompanied by a strong scent of blood rang out behind him. Keep running? I'd like to see how long it takes you to reaching Tianlong. Huff, huff. After a chase, the heavy breathing of Sumo beneath the mask was labored, each breath sounding like a whale swallowing, loud and imposing. Ever since he evolved the poison resistance attribute, the mask of his combat suit effectively blocked harmful components in the air. However, it also had a certain impact on the intake of normal breathing oxygen. It was manageable before, but now, as Sumo climbed and chased, he suddenly felt a wave of oxygen deprivation. However, this breathing sound fell on Ing Xiong's ears like a beast intimidating its prey before a meal, extremely frightening. The heavier Sumo's breathing became, the more it resembled a hellish demon coming to claim a life. Ing Xiong. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Ing Xiong, who was still slumped on the ground, causing him to sit up abruptly. Before Ing Xiong could react, a cold, emotionless iron object pressed against the back of his head. Even if it was his first time feeling it, influenced by movies, dramas, and marketing hype, Ing Xiong knew what it was. Sumo. Sumo, don't kill me, the one you want to kill is Ing Tianlong, it has nothing to do with me, Ing Xiong. With a hint of a sob, Ing Xiong raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up. In his panic to escape, he hadn't even had time to put on his pants, wearing only a pair of large shorts. In this weather, a cold wind blew, making him shiver uncontrollably. I know it has nothing to do with you. Grievances have their source, debts have their owner. I just want to settle the score with Ing Tianlong. Withdrawing his handgun, Sumo kindly patted Ing Xiong's shoulder, his tone no longer icy, as if it truly was just a misunderstanding. Hearing Sumo's words, Ing Xiong finally dared to turn around. However, just that glance scared him into sitting back down, his legs trembling uncontrollably. On the red armor were thick streams of blood plasma, which had quickly congealed in this weather, no longer dripping slowly. The originally transparent rubber mask was now smeared with blood, and he could only vaguely see two cold, pitch-black eyeballs through the exposed parts of the mask. The smell of blood, along with the spear in hand. In an instant, Oreo above let out two barks, showing a look of disdain. The sitting Ing Xiong was so frightened that he wet his pants, a yellow stain appearing beneath him. Don't be afraid, I'm not here to cause you trouble. The design plans for my shelter were revealed to you by Ing Tianlong, right? Leaning on his spear, Sumo crouched down to meet Ing Xiong's gaze at eye level. This scene was extremely bizarre. Looking into Sumo's eyes, Ing Xiong stammered, trembling as he spoke. Yes, he told me. It's that old bastard who harmed me. I didn't mean to oppose you, Su God. It's all because Qian Tianjian has the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to go against you. From start to finish, I've been honest and straightforward. Even yesterday when they asked me to go to your base, I didn't dare to go. As he spoke, a hint of a sob crept into Ing Xiong's voice. Tears streamed down his face without restraint, and he began to accuse Qian Tianjian of his crimes with a mix of snot and tears. Su God, from the moment Ing Tianlong told me, I knew this was a road of no return. Ing Tianlong didn't have the guts to provoke you, he could only set these traps behind your back. I absolutely didn't dare to, but then Qian Tianjian forced me to ask. Didn't Qian Tianjian say he would share the spoils with you if he found the treasure? Ha! That's unfair. That was Qian Tianjian's unilateral promise. I never had such an idea. Seeing his own blunder and Ing Xiong's panicked expression, Suemo couldn't help but laugh. The laugh was extremely unrestrained. In the mountains and forests, it echoed, causing the trees and leaves to rustle. At the same time, without any hesitation, Suemo directly picked up the spear and thrust it fiercely into Ing Xiong's left leg. A series of screams erupted from Ing Xiong's mouth as the spear tip pierced into the flesh. The excruciating pain caused convulsions, and beads of sweat the size of peas appeared on Ing Xiong's forehead almost instantly. Without pulling out the spear, Suemo coldly removed the mask from his face, revealing a young yet fierce visage. Next, I'll ask a question, and you answer. If you lie to me at any point, you can forget about your other leg, but as for these legs, you can still say 4 sentences. Without the mask to hide his expression, Sumo's face was filled with malice as he glanced at Ing Xiong's groin, causing Ing Xiong to shudder in fear. First question, how did Qian Tianjian get in touch with the dog-headed people, and why would the dog-headed people trust him? This question was basic and didn't involve any difficult knowledge. Before Sumo's words had even finished, Ing Xiong immediately jolted and spoke up. When I joined the camp, Qian Tianjian was already in the camp. Qian, hiss. Hearing Ing Xiong about to ramble, Suemo gently twisted the spear shaft, and a wave of intense pain instantly brought Ing Xiong back to his senses. Qian Tianjian was born here in the nitroglycerin camp. Gunpowder can enhance the power of spells. He experimented with it and told the dog-headed people. At that time, after the dog-headed people got the gunpowder, they relied on their 100 people to defeat 400 ratmen, gaining a second chance to teleport. This time, they directly brought down 2,000 people, along with a large batch of supplies, and instantly built a castle. Qian Tianjian also became their loyal lackey. Ing Xiong spoke quickly and clearly, and at this speed, even if there were lies, they would be few, so it was highly likely to be true. Multitasking, Suemo memorized all the information in his mind and continued to ask. Second question, how many people are still in the dog-headed people's camp now, and why are there only 9 sorcerers in the camp this time? I know this one. I know. Don't stab me. Suemo was like a strict teacher, while Ing Xiong was like a well-behaved student. If it weren't for the spear still embedded in Ing Xiong's leg, bleeding out, and this place not being a harmonious classroom, Suemo might have even thought he had a talent for teaching. Right now, there are probably about 2,400 people in the goblin camp. Last time they suffered serious injuries outside the castle, and their numbers dwindled to less than 1,500, but after going out with Maeda Kenjin, they summoned nearly 1,000 more this time. However, most of those who came down this time are warriors, and there are very few fireball-casting mages, which resulted in a shortage of warlocks when we came to reclaim the camp today. What about the rest? They all went to eliminate the lion men. After timidly saying this, Ing Xiong broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. But looking at Soma's expressionless face, he tried his best to hold his breath, not daring to make a sound. I am very satisfied with these 2 questions. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of ethereal energy water appeared in Soma's grasp. Facing Ing Xiong, who looked eager, Soma pulled out a spear, twisted off the cap, and poured it into the air. A miraculous scene unfolded. Ing Xiong, who had almost passed out from the pain of pulling out the spear, seemed to be anesthetized after drinking about 200 milliliters of ethereal energy water, a joyful expression appearing on his face. The wound on his leg was still oozing blood, but now it seemed as if the blood had coagulated, flowing extremely slowly. Delicious, really delicious. Please, give me a little more, I don't want to die. Seeing the desire for life spark in Ing Xiong's eyes, Soma revealed a satisfied expression, shaking the remaining 300 milliliters of ethereal energy water in his hand, and asked the third question. For the next question, if you answer well, I can let you off the hook and you can have the remaining water, and I can even guarantee that no one will pursue your troubles again.
Upon hearing the first half of Soma's sentence, Xiong was still immersed in the wonderful taste brought by the ethereal energy water. By the time he reached the second half, he immediately reacted, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Who exactly leaked the design of my shelter to you? Who was involved in the design process? What is your relationship with Ng Tianlong, and how did he tell you? The three questions came out like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Xiong stunned. Then, Soma repeated the questions again, and this time, Xiong nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Ng Tianlong is the son of my grandfather's cousin, and now he is part of the leadership in the tundra shelter. Our branch has not been doing well since we split off, but their branch has a better relationship, so a few dozen of us were grouped together. At the first opportunity, Ng Tianlong contacted us distant relatives who had met before, wanting to gather everyone to build a shelter together and resist the disaster. But in this wasteland, no one knows where the location is, so we could only put it on hold. Then, when you, God Soma, were live streaming for the first time, I was surprised to find that your shelter's location seemed very familiar, almost like our current terrain. I told this to Mayetta Kenjin and also mentioned it in a private message to my family. The carrot and stick approach is always the best way to keep subordinates in line. If Xiong knew he was undoubtedly doomed, these matters might sink into the ground forever with his death. However, now, even though Xiong, who was not honest even with a spear wound, began to spill the truth under the influence of the ethereal energy water, Soma thought about these details roughly. They were worth pondering. Nodding, he signaled Xiong to continue. I don't know how Mayetta Kenjin verified that God Soma's shelter is nearby, but anyway, on the night when the goblin team went out to explore resources, Mayetta Kenjin excitedly found me and said he had located God Soma's shelter and wanted to invite us to attack it together to get the so-called treasure. Of course, after we learned the location of the Su God shelter, the few of us in the know unanimously agreed that seeking refuge with you was the right path. However, two people were brutally strangled in the camp by Kenji Mayetta and Marshall along with a few of their subordinates. From then on, everyone was forced onto the pirate ship, and I could only pretend to flatter him on the surface. Yet, just the next morning, by coincidence, Tianlonging also found me, claiming to know the vulnerabilities of the Su God shelter. With a powerful enough grenade, it could be leveled to the ground. At this point, a ghostly expression appeared on Xiong's face, as if all the coincidences in the world had converged into one. After I told this to Kenji Mayetta, Su God should know the story that followed, so I won't elaborate further. Looking at Xiong's eager eyes, Sumo raised the water bottle in his hand again and poured out 100 milliliters. The ethereal water, shimmering with blue light and mixed with an inexplicable fragrance, was intoxicating. Seizing the moment, Sumo asked, so who came up with this design? Was it just Shinny Tian, or did you have people involved? Lost in his intoxication, Xiong unconsciously replied, it was two people, no, to be precise, three people. Two top students from our families collaborated to complete the design of the shelter. Did Shinny Tian not notice the flaws inside? He noticed, Xiong said with a strange expression, hesitating. How could Shinny Tian, with his level of expertise, not see such obvious flaws? Of course, he noticed. And where is he now? Sumo asked coldly. Dead. Dead? Xiong's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Sumo, who had been filled with suspicion about Shinny Tian, was instantly stunned. He still remembered the first time they met, that serious and extremely professional Shinny Tian. After discussing some details, he left without lingering, rushing off with an umbrella to complete the design. Such a serious and rigid senior scholar, just like that, dead? Dead. He knew too much, and he was going to cause trouble. Then Tianlonging just had him killed. I don't know how he died. Anyway, our family has been very secretive about this matter and hasn't discussed it in depth. Sumo furrowed his brows, listening to Xiong's words, his mind racing. Based on previous assumptions, even if Shinny Tian was not a primary participant, he was still an accomplice. Watching the design flow out of his hands while ignoring the flaws on it was not the integrity expected of a senior engineer. But now, it was definitely Tianlonging who killed him. It was definitely him. Before the incident, he specifically informed the people below to cooperate. I don't know the specific details, but it was definitely his doing. Xiong spoke with certainty. Sumo thought for a moment and felt that Xiong probably wouldn't lie about something unrelated to his own interests. But at the same time, a wave of sorrow surged from Sumo's heart. If Xiong's words were not wrong, then Shinny Tian's death was likely due to this design he had commissioned. If it weren't for that night he went to commission it, perhaps Shin Tian would still be alive, still contributing his strength to revitalize the tundra shelter. How could such a principled scholar, who would stand firm even in the face of life-threatening danger, be harmed by his own kind? In the dead of winter, even with combat gear for warmth, Sumo felt a chill throughout his body. Looking at Xiong slumped on the ground, Sumo's gaze turned resolute, as if he had made a decision, and he withdrew the spear into his storage space. Want a drink? Shaking the remaining 200 milliliters of ethereal water in his hand, Sumo's expression resembled that of a creepy uncle trying to lure a little girl. This time, Ing Xiong on the ground reacted much faster than before, nodding repeatedly, his eyes filled with a desire that seemed to be overflowing. I want to drink. You call Ing Tianlong on a video call and I'll say a few words to him. Once I finish, I'll tell him that this water is yours and the broad road ahead is also yours. The bottle filled with ethereal water moved to the left, and Ing Xiong's gaze followed it to the left. When the bottle moved to the right, his gaze followed to the right as well. The blue light points changed with the gestures, exuding a unique charm like a deadly poison. Originally, it was thought that Ing Xiong would be entangled in this matter for a while, but the reality was, Ing Xiong almost immediately summoned his game interface, indicating that there was no problem at all. Ing Tianlong is a beast, even if you, Sushin, call him and scold him, it's fine. Having such a beastly relative is a disgrace to me, Ing Xiong. As he spoke, Ing Xiong angrily slapped the snow beside him, cursing under his breath, putting on a show of wanting to sever ties. Unfortunately, this action was too vigorous, pulling at his wound and causing him to wince in pain. Standing nearby, watching Ing Xiong's performance, Sumo's face showed no signs of emotion. Instead, it was the first time he was examining someone else's game interface, which made Sumo extremely curious. As Ing Xiong endured the pain, focused his attention, and summoned his game panel, his pupils began to scatter, and suddenly a message echoed in Sumo's ear. Record, player Ing Xiong wants to share his game interface with you for viewing. Do you accept? At the same time, even though Sumo was not focused, his own blue panel also popped up, prompting a connection option. Confirming that there was no issue, Sumo silently thought to accept. In the air, a phantom wave flashed by, and a screen belonging to Ing Xiong suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This screen was different from Sumo's sky blue. Instead, it flickered with a green hue, signifying no danger. It was also the first time Ing Xiong noticed that his panel had turned this color, his expression carrying a hint of shock that Sumo could hardly detect. Call Ing Tianlong. What are you dawdling for? Seeing Ing Xiong lost in thought, Sumo snapped. This sudden command startled Ing Xiong, who quickly shrank his neck and began dialing the phone. Beep beep beep. After sharing the interface, the chat messages between Ing Xiong and Ing Tianlong could also be seen in sync. While waiting for the call to connect, Sumo directed Ing Xiong to browse through a few messages. The information was quite simple, generally consistent with what Ing Xiong had said, just with a few minor differences in detail which were inconsequential. Not answered? Keep calling. It seemed Ing Tianlong was busy. This time, the call rang for 4 or 5 seconds before being hurriedly hung up. Directing Ing Xiong to continue dialing, Sumo patiently waited while listening to the beeping. However, by the 4th call, that old dog Ing Tianlong still hung up, and each time he did it faster than the last. Good. Very good. You tell Ing Tianlong that I've got my treasure. Ask him if he wants it. With a cold laugh, after Ing Xiong sent the message, Ing Tianlong called back immediately. Sumo, instead, learned on the spot and directed Ing Xiong to hang up. After hanging up 5 times in a row, it was only on the 6th call that Sumo directed Ing Xiong to answer. The screen flickered, and as the signal stabilized, Ing Tianlong's face appeared on the screen. Seeing this beast for the first time, Sumo noted his appearance. With just one glance, there was no other reason. Ing Tianlong's face was simply too recognizable. A scar ran along the left side of Ing Tianlong's forehead, sliding down to the bottom of his right jaw. That wasn't all. His entire face looked as if it had been scalded with hot water, with twisted skin and mucous membranes everywhere, combined with that grinning face, making one feel nauseous just by looking at him. Ing Xiong, did you get Sumo's treasure? What is it? Quickly tell Uncle Tang what good thing has made this guy so comfortable. In that moment, Ing Tianlong's eyes sparkled with lust, not noticing the pale-faced Ing Xiong, who was weak from blood loss. He also failed to see the icy wilderness behind Ing Xiong and Oreo standing in the corner of the video. Indicating for Ing Xiong to flip the video, Ing Xiong's face suddenly disappeared from the screen, replaced by Soma's smiling face. Ing Tianlong, nice to meet you for the first time, I'm Soma. Watching Ing Tianlong's face darken in the video, Soma's smile widened gradually. At the same time, the anger built up in Soma's heart due to Shinny Tian's death made his eyes seem to spit fire. Ha, I was wondering how you could be so ugly, no wonder you survived the apocalypse. It turns out you scare off monsters with that dog face of yours, right? The things I like are quite ordinary, but they do make me happy. You are also quite ordinary, but you are not a thing. You don't really think you can get my treasure with these people, do you? Ha, have you burned your brain? Taking advantage of Ing Tianlong's confusion, Soma spoke rapidly, delivering a classic retort. Given the distance between the two, it was unrealistic to deal with Ing Tianlong now. But in some matters, one can be useless, but one cannot refrain from acting. Young man, you don't know. I guess you're about to threaten me again, saying what you can do in the future. Oh, Ing Tianlong, you're not a 3-year-old child. Why are you threatening me here? I think whether you can survive this disaster is debatable. You better keep your dog mouth shut and stop spewing nonsense all day. As a keyboard warrior in the game, if he couldn't even subdue someone as shameless as Ing Tianlong, Soma certainly wouldn't get angry for nothing by making this call.
On the other side of the video, Ing Tianlo, after mixing in for so long, being a dog for others, and not making it myself, this kind of person still wants to play tricks. Without me, one day they'll end up playing themselves to death. Calling out to Oreo, Suemo didn't have much time to dig pits and bury people. He directly summoned a shovel to collapse the ground above, pressing the whole person underneath. Be a good person in your next life. Glancing back at Ing Xiong, who still had half a foot outside the collapsed area, Suemo turned and left, with the footprints from his arrival. This time returning was incredibly smooth. Familiar with the path, Suemo was back at the base in less than 10 minutes. Even during this process, he wiped off most of the blood on his body with leaves and cleaned the thick blood on his spear with snow. Without the strong smell of blood, his originally fierce image suddenly appeared more amiable and refined. From a distance, Suemo first opened his old phone to observe everyone's positions, and after confirming there were no issues with his binoculars, he slowly stepped out from the shadows. For the first time, he surveyed the entire nitrate camp from behind. Suemo once again felt the great power of nature. With such a nitrate mine, if it could be continuously mined, just for ammunition, it would last for decades. Looking down from the nitrate hillside, most of the buildings in the camp had been burning more fiercely after more than half an hour of delay. Some small houses had even burned themselves out, turning into a large pile of firewood, continuing to release their last heat on the ground. The air above the camp had been distorted by the raging fire, waves of heat washing over him. Walking through the sea of flames, Suemo was surprised to find that the snow inside the camp had also begun to slowly melt, making the ground slippery. As he stepped further in, it felt like moving from winter to spring. Glancing at the core belonging to Kenji Maeda in the storage space, he found it was already showing that it could be fused. Suemo walked briskly to the center of the area. The middle had been spontaneously cleared by everyone into a circle occupying about 400 to 500 square meters. At the same time, the ground was piled with a small amount of supplies. The first thing that caught his eye was large chunks of nitrate ore, and like the ones taken before, these had a very high purity, looking quite pleasing. As long as he could transport these nitrate ores back, he could at least produce 500 pounds of bitter sour base. Near the nitrate, there were scattered bags of food and treasure chests dropped by the slain dog-headed people. Aside from a small number of humans organizing their things on the spot, most were still in the fire scene continuing to salvage supplies. Occasionally, the crackling sound of breaking wood would cause a gasp. Not wanting to disturb those organizing supplies, Suemo walked around the camp, finding ways to ignite the unlit houses one by one, ensuring that no supplies would be left for the dog-headed people. Due to the dense layout of the camp, it wasn't long before the intense flames had engulfed all the houses, with the flames swaying gently in the breeze. After trying all the core shelters one by one and unlocking them, Suemo sat in the shadows, satisfied, waiting for the refugees to transport and collect supplies. Suemo had his own plans for these people's whereabouts, but at the same time, he also needed to assess their character. The time since the dog-headed people were reclaimed was not even a day, so even if there were supplies in the camp, it was only enough for 1 or 2 days. They needed to wait for the next batch of dog-headed people to come for support to accumulate more supplies. This could be seen from the small amount of supplies found on the ground. Slowly, everyone returned to the center of the area, their eyes shining as they looked at the large supplies laid out on the ground. After days without a full meal and being chased by lions to flee everywhere just a couple of days ago, they had finally returned to the camp, only to be captured and forced to mine. A group of people had hardly rested, trudging through the snowy wasteland day after day. Their stomachs protested, and sour saliva dripped from their mouths. The supplies on the ground were incredibly tempting, and although they knew these supplies belonged to the mysterious sub, it did not stop them from salivating. How about we divide these supplies and just leave? We can head in one direction, we'll surely find a gathering point for us humans. Yeah, let's split these things up. After all, in this world, we won't last many days anyway. Why should we keep suffering and starving? With the first person speaking out, the rest chimed in, each one more fervent than the last. However, everyone spoke fiercely, but when it came to actually touching those supplies, not a single person dared to make a move. Sitting in the snow, listening to the grumbling of their stomachs, everyone looked at each other dejectedly, yet a sense of ease, different from hunger and cold, began to surface. It wasn't that the image left by Sumo was too deep, making them afraid to take, nor was it that these people retained the moral values of the civilized era, refraining from taking. Rather, if they took something, where could they go? The camp they relied on for survival had already been reduced to ruins, and the dog-headed men who protected them had all retreated. These supplies would last them a day, maybe 2. But then what? A blizzard was about to hit, a new round of disaster was imminent, and without a place to hide from the calamity, taking the supplies would be equivalent to walking down a path to death. Shenhua, do you think that Lord Sub will let us join his shelter? A middle-aged man pressed on Shenshin's shoulder, his face filled with anxiety. This question not only voiced his own thoughts but also echoed the sentiments of all the Huaxia people present. If a foreigner had come today, they naturally wouldn't have felt such a strong desire to join the others' shelter. But upon hearing the name Sub and realizing he was also Hwasha, the sense of solidarity rooted deep within the Hwasha people stirred, making them feel a sense of kinship towards this fierce man who had hardly spoken a few words. Yet at the same time, the treachery of people like Ing Xion weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving them uncertain if this man would also be ruthless. Don't worry, uncle. He's so powerful, he definitely won't be like those previous people. Besides, how much worse can it get compared to a beast like Ing Xion? Once this was said, everyone fell silent. Indeed, in such a world, under such disasters, how much worse could it get? If it were a normal year, these people had enough strength to scrape by with manual labor and farming. But there would periodically be catastrophic disasters. Taking them in would mean bearing a massive resource burden, and due to the disasters, they couldn't go out to work. The refugees, who had initially been excited about killing a bunch of dog-headed men, suddenly fell into a low mood, each person sitting quietly on the ground, lost in thought. Until Sumo stepped out from the shadows. At this moment, the refugees, who had been dazed in the center, noticed Sumo and froze in place, unsure of what to do. Compared to the blood-red armor before, Sumo now looked more like a normal person. Aside from the bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned from the gaps in his armor, giving off a bit of a smell, he at least didn't exude the same overwhelming pressure as before. Looking at the supplies on the ground, Sumo nodded in satisfaction and called out to the crowd, "Shinshin, come out, I have something to ask you." Called by name, the young man looked surprised, quickly standing up and walking over. "My lord, what is your command?" "Call me Sugu, stop with all this nonsense." "Greeting, Shinshin." The two walked up to the high ground, looking down at the sea of flames below. After a while, Suemo spoke again. "Where do you live?" The rooms engulfed in flames were either occupied by Qian Tian, Genron and his lackeys, or by the dog-headed people. He hadn't seen where the refugees lived yet. Hearing Sumo's words, the young Chinshin's face showed a hint of sorrow. "Sugu, please follow me." On the uneven hillside, there were exposed nitrate mines everywhere. Following Chinshin, after turning several corners, a ground hut covered with plant fibers appeared in Sumo's view. These huts were not neatly arranged. When he lifted the grass canopy on top, a foul odor surged out. Even with a gas mask, Suemo found it hard to stand. There were a total of 3 huts, which should match the previous number of people. "How many of you are there in total, and what happened to the others? Where did they go?" Lifting the first one, Suemo tried to step inside and take a look around while asking Chinshin behind him. "They all died. Those who ran slowly are all dead, and there are hardly any left. We had more than 30 Hwasha people before, and now only 11 are left, and they are all from my Chin family." Chinshin said this very casually, as if losing a chicken was nothing, showing no emotional fluctuations. Suemo felt a bit silent. He knew this was numbness. After living long enough, one naturally becomes indifferent to certain things. When death occurs frequently, one becomes numb to it. Stepping out of the first hut, Suemo opened the second one and drilled inside. However, this time, his expression darkened immediately. His aura and movements slightly changed, erupting with an even more terrifying presence than before. In the corner of the hut, a woman was holding a baby still in swaddling clothes, looking at Suemo as she shrank back. She seemed very afraid that Suemo would take her child. Seeing Sumo's aura erupt, she quickly turned the baby to one side, exposing her back to Suemo while turning her head, revealing a pleading expression. "Why? Why is there a baby? Why is there a baby?" Suemo was a bit stunned, not immediately realizing how the game's deployment mechanism would allow a baby to enter. Chenshin quickly explained from behind. "Sugu, please don't be angry. She was about to give birth when she just crossed over. With the help of Dr. Song, the child was born in this camp, not directly teleported here." "A pregnant woman?" Listening to Chinshin's explanation, Suemo fell silent and did not speak further. After a while, he turned and walked out of the hut, opening the canopy of the third hut. Fortunately, there was only this one newly delivered pregnant woman and her child in the entire camp. "What do you usually eat?" Stepping down the hillside and looking at the supplies on the ground, Sumo's tone was no longer heavy, and his voice was no longer cold. This time, without Chinshin answering, a person slumped on the ground pointed to the scavenged supplies nearby and whispered, "We usually eat tree bark and grass roots, and then they give us some muddy water. After cooking, everyone can barely fill their stomachs. Then there's an extra meal every 4 days, and we eat potatoes, with each person getting half." "Potatoes?" Suemo bent down and dug through the bag on the ground. Sure enough, the bag was filled with potatoes. Occasionally, a few sprouted potatoes that hadn't rotted yet were mixed in. Suemo was very familiar with this. In fact, when he first hesitated about whether to plant potatoes in the culture medium, he ultimately chose to give up. Once, during the era of Earth, the movie The Martian made everyone aware of the importance of growing potatoes, filling, delicious, versatile, and life-saving. Thus, in most time travel novels, when faced with food shortages, the common solution proposed is plant potatoes. Compared to other crops that require delicate care, potatoes are cold-resistant, filling, and their starch provides a significant amount of calories and nutrition, making them the best crop to grow in such an environment. With yields of several thousand pounds per acre, it seems everyone considers them a miraculous food. However, Soma's reasons for giving up were straightforward and very real. Energy is conserved, the exaggerated yield and nutrition
of potatoes must come from other energy sources. This energy is broadly understood as soil fertility. Generally, on barren land, the potatoes produced are small, with low yields, and without suitable fertilizers. The output would be further reduced. Historical lessons have clearly indicated that large-scale potato cultivation, once afflicted by disease, leads to disaster. Boil them. Let's cook all the potatoes and have a hearty meal first. There were about 1.5 bags of potatoes left on the ground, enough for everyone to get around 2 each. Although some potatoes had sprouted and could potentially contain solanine, in this environment, upon hearing Soma's words, no one showed a hint of concern. A thunderous cheer rose from the center of the camp. Instead of immediately acting, everyone first bowed in gratitude. Before starting to fulfill their roles, some looked for pots, others started fires, and a group went to a secluded area to dig up handfuls of relatively clean snow. Each refugee passing by Soma wore a face of relief from surviving a disaster, along with the joy of an impending feast. 2 potatoes per person. So this is the simple happiness of ordinary people in the apocalypse? Watching these people, Soma suddenly understood why humanity has survived numerous disasters throughout history on Earth. Perhaps I am a decisive person, but I am certainly not a cold-blooded one, at least not now. Soma stood quietly in the center of the camp, observing the bustling activity around him. For a moment he even entertained the idea of bringing all these people back to the base to form a small camp. People are always lonely. Even with the company of Oreos and small sparks, after half a month, returning to communal living brought back a sense of collective belonging that had faded away. This feeling is hard to articulate. Even while seeing the smiles on the faces of his kind, Soma couldn't help but smile back. However, my current camp has not solved the food problem at all, and I don't have enough trusted people to manage these individuals. If they rebel, I have no way to counteract. Quietly flipping through his rules for the apocalypse, Soma's heart, which had just warmed up, gradually returned to calm. Anger can lead to irrationality. Excitement can do the same. Until he understands the character and working style of others, no stranger, except for family, should enter within 3 kilometers of the shelter. Otherwise, they can only be enemies. Standing in a corner, lost in thought, Soma resembled a statue, almost as if he had no entry carved on his face. Of course, no one would disturb him at such a time. The pregnant woman in the burrow was also helped out by the crowd, and the baby in her arms seemed to sense the cold outside, crying loudly. All the men spontaneously formed a circle, protecting the pregnant woman in the center as they made their way to the camp's heart. The scent of salt wafting through the water, the perfectly round potatoes, and the lively fire below piqued the curiosity of the pregnant woman. On her dark face, a pair of lifeless eyes regained a glimmer of spirit. Soon, she spotted Soma standing in the corner, a hint of hope on his face. The fire was still burning, the water had begun to boil, and the potatoes bobbed in the water like little boats, rising and falling. All the refugees seemed enchanted, fixated on the white steam rising from the pot and the flames below. Glancing at the baby, then at the faces of the refugees filled with a thirst for survival, Soma slowly approached the pot that had yet to reach a boil. With a flick of his wrist, the remaining 200 milliliters of ethereal water appeared in his hand, and he lifted the pot lid, watching as the ethereal water slowly poured into the pot. A fragrance unlike that of the potatoes radiated out, instantly stunning all the refugees. No one could resist the scent of the ethereal water. For anyone smelling it for the first time, almost everyone could feel the yearning for that scent deep within their genes. Watching Soma place the pot lid down in the center, a complex emotion crossed the faces of these people. Having seen the ugliness of humanity, any person who showed even a hint of normalcy appeared to them as nothing less than an angel. Consider it a reward for helping me gather saltpeter. Soma silently thought while walking outside the camp. He declared loudly, I will be back shortly. These potatoes must be divided among the pregnant women and children. Anyone who dares to snatch them will bear the consequences. Accustomed to the meals prepared in the shelter, Soma felt no change in his taste buds at the sight of these potatoes. Everyone watched in awe as Soma retraced his steps, slipping out through the main gate, his solitary figure gradually disappearing from view. He is a good person. Someone said this, and others nodded in agreement. But soon, as the aroma from the pot grew stronger, everyone turned their gaze back, fervently staring at the pot. Oreo, do you think I should help these people? I clearly have the ability to do something. Walking through the snow, Oreo affectionately ran over, nudging Soma's pant leg with his dog head. Hearing Soma speak, Oreo lifted his head, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Woof! Gore! Then, unable to comprehend, he displayed a human-like smile, puffing out his chest. Are you saying they are impressive? Seeing Oreo nod repeatedly, Soma chuckled and shook his head in relief. Perhaps I truly underestimated their resilience and courage. Stopping in his tracks, Soma turned to look back at the camp, where flames still surged. This fire, in a moment's thought, could symbolize hope or become a hellfire that devours all. After a pause, his gaze gradually grew resolute. He made his way back to the den where the earth tiger was parked, lit a fire, and brought the earth tiger out. Facing the road to the camp, Soma estimated the time and drove leisurely. The midday sun poured through the car,
windows, and Oreo lazily lay in the passenger seat, occasionally revealing a satisfied smile as the terrain shifted.
When he reached the camp entrance, Soma honked the horn, startling all the refugees still eating potatoes inside.
Upon seeing the Earth Tiger, disbelief first flickered across the refugees' faces, followed by a sense of relief. "Bring all the saltpeter over here, along with the treasure chests,"
Soma shouted through the car window.
The refugees, still eating, dropped their warm potatoes at the command and began to work. Piece by piece, the saltpeter was moved to the front of the car and absorbed into
the Earth Tiger's storage space by Soma. The chest containing the dog-headed monster's loot was also stored in the game panel's inventory by Sumo.
Once everything was moved, he looked at the refugee in front of him, holding a potato and still trying to hand it over, wearing a mask, and shook his head.
"Shen, come here."
He called out a couple of times, and the young man crawled over.
Before Sumo could speak, Shen timidly asked, "Brother Su, are you leaving?" After a moment of silence, Sumo did not answer directly.
Instead, he reached out and patted Shen's head, his gaze drifting into the distance. "Remember this, walk out along here, head west for 50 kilometers, there's a human shelter.
Take all the remaining supplies with you, go, and survive." After saying that, Sumo slowly released the brake and the Earth Tiger began to move forward.
The rubber anti-slip chains left a series of massive tire marks on the ground as it gradually drove away. Hearing Shin relay the message, all the refugees looked on with awe, yet filled with hope, standing at the entrance, watching the Earth Tiger disappear. They remained standing there, dazed, until the Earth Tiger vanished beyond the horizon, no longer visible.
Suddenly, a startled shout woke everyone up. "Quick, look, what is that?" Others followed the direction of the person's finger, curiously looking over. In the grass pile at the camp entrance, there seemed to be a colorful bundle. Everyone hurried over and discovered among the grass the blood-stained cotton jackets that Sumo had collected but hadn't had time to clean. On top of the jackets lay 2 stacks of flatbreads, with a note wedged between them. Everyone turned their gaze to Shin, who did not hesitate, quickly walked up, picked up the note from the flatbreads, glanced at it, and could no longer hold back the tears. In his eyes, Brother Su said that joining the shelter in the West is a test for us. If one day he feels we have passed the test, we can join his shelter. Brother Su, he is a good person. With a rustle, once again, without anyone suggesting it or speaking up, all the refugees spontaneously knelt on the ground in the direction the Earth Tiger had left. They bowed. They expressed their gratitude. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, humming a slightly off-key version of a cut plum. Sumo held the steering wheel with one hand, maintaining a speed of around 20 miles per hour, leisurely driving south. This direction was towards the lion camp. From the snippets of conversation from Chen Tian Jianran and Ing Xiong, it seemed that the lions had already been embroiled in a fierce battle with the dog-headed monsters. Of course, the current strength of the dog-headed monsters in this land was undoubtedly at a bug-level existence. Regarding the interactions between these two neighbors, Sumo felt it was necessary to pay a visit before disaster struck. He rolled down the car window, letting the cool breeze flow into the car, and extended his hand outside, feeling the beauty of the wasteland. After days of running around, he had finally dealt with all the troubles near the shelter, aside from the dog-headed monsters and the lions. At least for the time being, he didn't have to worry about backstabbing from his own kind. As for Shen and the others heading to the western shelter, Sumo wasn't too concerned. As laborers, these people were hardworking and willing to endure hardships. As combatants, they had just experienced the baptism of a great battle, and each of them had more or less accepted the cruelty of the apocalypse, making them warriors who could quickly form a scale. From any perspective, these people were the backbone that the shelter needed most, and even a small shelter would not refuse such members. Leaving a note was Sumo's way of testing the waters to see what kind of people were in that western shelter. After the snow disaster, Sumo would also begin to try to make contact with these people. By then, he would likely gauge the friendliness of that shelter from the state of Shin and his group. If they were friendly, everyone would coexist peacefully, and the necessary trades and alliances could be made. If it wasn't for the unfriendly atmosphere, glancing at the niter mine in the storage space of the Earth Tiger, Sumo tapped the horn of the vehicle, revealing a smile that suggested everything was under control. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, slowly making its way. After the Earth Tiger traversed the rough road from the camp to the high ground near the lion men, it finally arrived on the plain. Compared to the underground shelter, this plain was even more pristine and white. The endless expanse of white snow covered everything visible to the naked eye. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Sumo stepped out of the car and gazed into the distance. A good omen for a bountiful year. After the snowfall, this land will surely no longer be so barren. Perhaps I can even try planting crops outside. The nitrogen compounds in the snow are 5 times that of rainwater, and nitrogen can provide protein for plants, promoting their growth. While less snowfall does pose a risk of frost damage, such a terrifying accumulation of snow actually insulates against heat exchange, helping to maintain soil temperature. Without modern agricultural methods like pesticides, soil sterilization, and natural predators, heavy snowfall can also control pest outbreaks. Watching the endless snowfield before him, Oreo leaped down and joyfully rolled around in the snow. One moment, chasing after non-existent things, the next biting at his own tail. Seeing Oreo unable to catch his tail, he instead vented his frustration by biting his hind leg. Sumo immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The road ahead was bright. Ah, the wasteland. I have been here. I have seen it. I have conquered. His shout of relief startled the nearby bushes, causing a flurry of snowflakes to fall, and the echoes of his voice gradually dispersed into the sky. With the pressure lifted, just thinking about the vast cores in the storage space and the future prospects of the underground shelter made Sumo feel as if he had taken a hot bath, utterly comfortable. Finally managed to deal with Qian Tianjian before disaster struck and heavily wounded the dog-headed men. As for the lionman, he pulled out his phone, switched to the lionman signal, and on the phone screen, the small dots representing the lionmen scattered across the wilderness like stars in the sky. This situation clearly resembled guerrilla warfare. While the battery still had some charge, Sumo quickly switched back to the dog-headed men signal. The dots belonging to the dog-headed men were mostly concentrated in the southwest, seemingly chasing a group of lion men in a frenzy. Judging by the size of the dots, this pursuing group of dog-headed men numbered at least over 500, which was terrifying indeed. Zing! The phone's battery was draining at a rate of 2% per second, and before Sumo could switch back to the lionmen, a low battery warning flashed, followed by a complete blackout. Ugh, this battery, this power. Enough said, once I unlock the tech tree, I'll just hook you up with a nuclear battery. The old phone, made of who knows what material, could be easily disassembled in the ruins, but once outside, it felt as if the back was welded shut, with no way to open. Summoning the storage space, Sumo put the phone back and resumed driving the Earth Tiger. The roads on the plain were good, with few obstacles to jolt the chassis, and without much effort, he hardly felt the passage of time before the vehicle reached within 4 to 5 kilometers of the lionmen camp. Moving forward would leave large tire tracks around the lionmen camp, likely exposing his presence. He drove the vehicle to a higher position, and with a few quick movements, Sumo climbed to the top of the Earth Tiger. Once steady, he made a gesture towards the void, and with a flash of light, a pair of binoculars appeared in his hand. With 5 times magnification, it was quite difficult to clearly see the situation in the lionmen camp from about 4,000 meters away. After observing for a while, he could only vaguely make out that a great battle had taken place inside. Unable to gather more information, Sumo began to focus his attention and called out to the system. The illusory telescope attributes suddenly popped up. Lens type: optical 5x zoom telescope. Description: utilizes the refraction of light through lenses or the reflection of light by concave mirrors to enter a small aperture and converge to form an image, transmitting the image through an enlarged eyepiece. Function: 5x zoom. Upgrade option 1, upgrade the prism structure to enhance light transmission, improve image quality, increase zoom magnification, and slightly enlarge the size, requiring survival points, 120. Upgrade option 2, change the telescope structure, add a counterweight, fine-tuning knob, tripod, finder scope, and equatorial mount, significantly increasing observation distance, requiring survival points, 1980. Evaluation: its power in your hands is no less than that of the Snowwind's telescope. Indeed, the structure of a telescope is simple. The upgrade options are either for convenient portability or for being larger, thicker, and stronger. Smacking his lips, after analyzing the pros and cons of the two options, Sumo focused his thoughts and chose another direction. This time, he discovered that upgrading from 5 times to 10 times only required 35 points. Without any hesitation, as Sumo confirmed, green light scattered out, beginning the transformation of the lenses in the telescope. The powerful system could even create things out of thin air, so this was naturally no challenge for it. After 3 to 5 seconds, as the green light retracted, although the appearance did not change, Sumo clearly saw x10 on the scale. Now, bringing the telescope back to his eyes, under the tenfold zoom effect, while he couldn't say he saw everything in perfect clarity, he could at least see slightly more detailed features in the lionman camp. Glancing slightly over the camp and then looking at the various post-war traces nearby, Sumo was suddenly shocked. Hiss, it seems the dog-headed people are carrying a tremendous rage. The lionman camp, which was still a village, had now been blown to ruins by the dog-headed people's fireballs, with charred blackwood scattered everywhere, not fully burned. The giant trees surrounding the camp had all disappeared, leaving the entire area looking desolate, as if it had been robbed by bandits. Following the direction of the wooden ruins, Sumo patiently observed, and among them he could still see some dismembered lionman bones discarded in the wooden debris. The village, originally a gray-brown earth, had now turned deep red, extremely frightening. As for the most important thing in the tribe, the core shelter of the lionmen, it had already become a large hole. Even without approaching, Sumo could imagine dozens of sorcerer dog-headed people standing in front, bombarding the inside wildly. Goodness, the dog-headed people seem to have gone mad. But it makes sense, with such losses, only a violent war can be salvaged. With the gunpowder developed by the old dog Motohiro Maeda, the dog-headed people's strength completely crushes the lionmen, shattering the balance. After watching for a while and confirming that he had recorded all the post-war traces and the chaotic footprints on
The ground in his diary, Sumo retracted the telescope and jumped down from the top of the Earth Tiger.
The dog-headed people want to fight the lion men? Then let them fight. Anyway, according to the brief glimpse,
just now, with the current formation of the lion men, the dog-headed people definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Once isolated, the individual combat power of the lion men completely overwhelms the dog-headed people. They only have the disadvantage when grouped together. This destined the war between the dog-headed people and the lion men to drag on for a long time.
Once this disaster passes, I'll find an opportunity to wipe out these alien beasts in one fell swoop. But for now, Oreo, time to go home and sleep.
Patting the car hood, Sumo put on a warm, welcoming demeanor.
Oreo, still wandering in the snow, hopped
into Sumo's arms with a light step.
After affectionately petting Oreo, Sumo turned and got into the car.
As the Earth Tiger's engine roared to life, a plume of black smoke billowed out and the wheels began to
roll steadily.
Moments later, as a gentle breeze swept by, the traces on the ground became increasingly difficult to discern.
Clunk, clunk.
On the way home, even hearing the sound of the chassis scraping,
Sumo felt no anger at all. Instead, he found joy in it. Especially when the Earth Tiger was uneven, listening to Oreo barking happily, Sumo felt even more delighted.
This time, the Earth Tiger was brought
back with no intention of going out again in the short term.
With no enemies jumping around behind him every day and no pressing matters, the area within dozens of kilometers had been completely cleared and
was very safe.
This hard-won development time was the best moment for building high walls and accumulating grain. For a long time, there would be no need to rush out, and Sumo had his own ideas for modifying the Earth Tiger beneath him. Comfort definitely needed some upgrades. It was too bumpy to sit in, and the car felt empty, with the passenger seat still just a metal plate. As for raising the chassis, adding crash beams, installing flashing lights on top, or even adding a few weapon windows, these modifications could also be included in the plan to be implemented gradually.
However, for now, these upgrades had to be postponed until everything in the base was properly planned out.
Oreo, now that the master is in a good mood, I can grant you a small request and help you upgrade something you want.
What do you want? While driving, Sumo tried to lighten the mood, talking to the quietly sitting Oreo beside him.
Unfortunately, although Oreo understood human speech and could communicate with all beasts, being a natural
translator, she simply couldn't speak human language.
Woof, woof, woof. Listening to Oreo's excited sounds, Sumo helplessly rubbed his forehead, one hand on the steering wheel while the other patted Oreo's head.
Not understanding animal language, Sumo could only guess. How about upgrading your food bowl?
Woof.
Oreo shook her head. Then how about a big meal? Some tasty treats?
Woof.
Oreo continued to shake her head. Alright, I got it. I'll make you a little bed when we get home, and you can sleep in it at night?
Woof. This time, Oreo finally showed her surprise, her big dog head nodding like a rattle
drum, her face filled with excitement.
Ah, so this little guy also wants a safe little nest of her own. It seems I've overlooked that.
Realizing Oreo's thoughts, Sumo felt a bit happy, yet also extremely emotional.
For several nights, Oreo had been lying on the cold stone slab, and over time, Sumo had forgotten to arrange a little nest for her.
As the weather got colder, lying on the stone slab was naturally not so comfortable anymore. Alright, when we get home, I'll make one for you and little Spark.
Patting Oreo's head, he looked ahead, which was becoming increasingly familiar, and Sumo felt a surge of energy.
They say a young person's first performance car is linked to the cloud. But now, looking at the approaching deep-sea shelter, Sumo couldn't help but want to stand up and press the Earth Tiger's gas pedal. Waves of safety and the feeling of going home surged in. The exhilarating sensation even made Sumo want to shout out loud.
All the way, honking the horn and listening to the piercing buzzing sound, Sumo felt
an incredible sense of familiarity.
It was like when a train conductor sees ordinary people waving by the tracks, they would also express their warmth with a long whistle.
Deep sea. I'm back, driving the car.
To the entrance of the basement on the first floor, Sumo took 2 steps at a time up to the second floor, pulled out the winch, and began to rotate it. The heavy door started to rise, and once fully lifted, he pulled back to lock it in place, securing the winch. The oil well was still diligently working, producing a rumbling noise. Even without anyone supervising, it continued to steadily output the 2 items
Sumo had selected. 2 days without any harvest, and at this moment, the reserves of diesel and toluene in the well have replenished again. With the diesel plus the 23L left from last time, it has now reached 135 liters. Toluene has also gone from nothing to about 6 kilograms, quite a bounty.
Touching the sci-fi-like exterior of the oil well and looking at the diesel in the storage space, Sumo wasn't too worried about the potential energy issues that might arise.
Coal and oil are among the easiest and most convenient energy sources for humanity on Earth.
For the people in the wasteland, these 2 traditional energy sources
are even more so.
Especially with the ultra sci-fi modular technology, the oil well, once set up, it can continuously produce various oil derivatives without needing other corresponding technological chains. Such a powerful tool, any shelter that gets hold of it can achieve explosive development in a short time.
However, for the current underground shelter, Sumo is still primarily using diesel and toluene. The
Former provides energy and power, while the latter is used to make explosives. The diesel engine is definitely the best choice right now, but with wind control capabilities, if there are really no restrictions or limits, I could set up a simple wind turbine. The 300 kilowatts generator set, who knows where Huang Biao and his group got it from. Fortunately, the storage space hadn't undergone major changes at that time. Otherwise, with their kind of people, they definitely wouldn't have brought such a big thing along, most likely hiding it somewhere. According to the current efficiency of the diesel engine, the supply to the base is sufficient. Even if we add an air conditioner, it wouldn't be a problem. It's not that Sumo doesn't want to upgrade to a more convenient and better generator set, but there simply isn't a pressing need for it at the moment. The well produces other products, but without trading with the shelter, they can't exert enough effect. However, good things like diesel, after Sumo's rough calculations, are at least around 35. As for the higher 50, there hasn't been any environmental testing yet, and it's unclear what the limits of oil are. Once I get home this time and upgrade the underground shelter, I'll move you over right away. Touching the well, Sumo stepped down the stairs to the first floor garage door and pulled it open. Starting the vehicle, he skillfully backed it into the garage, and once it was centered, he pulled down the garage door and returned to the first floor. No matter how good the deep-sea shelter is, it's still Magu's shelter. No matter how bad the underground shelter is, it's still his doghouse. After closing the second floor door and locking the hinges, he slid down the snow slope with a shove. Activating the electric assist in his boots, Sumo excitedly ran towards the underground shelter. Behind him, Oreo stood on the hillside, barking twice when he saw Sumo sneak away and quickly chased after him. Man and dog ran recklessly across the plain. With the gradual strengthening of his abilities, combined with humanity's extraordinary adaptability to unfamiliar environments before any new wasteland disasters, Sumo had already become the dominant force at the top of the food chain in this small depression. Along the way, Sumo ran out of breath, so he simply lifted his mask and took deep breaths of the slightly cold air. Even with the armor covering him, beads of sweat rolled down and soaked his clothes, but Sumo was completely unaware. Initially, Oreo was chasing behind, but halfway through, it became Sumo chasing Oreo. After a round of playful chasing, the 3.5-kilometer journey home became short and joyful. In less than 10 minutes, Sumo returned to the familiar entrance of the underground shelter. Awesome! After surveying the area for any signs of biological activity, he opened the door, let Oreo in, shook off the snowflakes from his body, and swaggered inside. Close the big door, the light disappears, and the corridor once again becomes pitch black. But with the darkness, there also comes the green sense of security. Plus one floating above Sumo's head. With Oreo pushing open the entrance door and turning on the lights, the brightness from inside spills out. Sumo begins to take off the armor still stained with blood, as well as the battle suit that is a mess from the blood. These two items will need a good wash with water before they can be used again. He tosses the armor into the storage space and leaves the battle suit at the door. Without the two layers of external constraints and pressure, Sumo feels light as a feather, as if gravity has lessened. He takes off his hoodie and pants and jokingly addresses the air, "Wind, come. Give your Sumo grandpa a massage." Cough, I wish the wind here could be a bit faster. As soon as he finishes speaking, the wind speed begins to pick up, quickly drying the moisture from his clothes. And in no time, he is completely dry. Dressed and already starving, Sumo hurries to the supply room to grab some food and examine the evening's meal. Most of the food in the base consists of raw materials, with very few semi-finished products. He pulls out a box of milk, and while he gulps it down, he laments, "Sigh, if I had known, I would have saved 2 dead flatbreads for myself. Who would have thought, in a moment of excitement, I left them all behind." He pats his head, although he complains, a happy smile can't help but spread across his face. With the supplies in the base, he could easily whip up a few pots of these flatbreads with just a bit of time. Instead, the nitrate mine and the treasure chests dropped by those dog-headed men are the biggest gains from this trip. Over 50 dead dog-headed men yielded about 4 copper chests, 6 iron chests, and 11 wooden chests, a delightful haul. With enough cores to expand the underground shelters area, Sumo has no intention of holding on to these chests any longer. Keeping these dead items won't increase their value, quickly converting them into productivity and combat power after opening is their best fate. With a thought, the dark storage space opens on its own. Sumo's mind transforms into an invisible hand, directly grabbing all the treasure chests obtained from the recent battle, beginning the exciting unboxing session. As the chests are grabbed and clatter to the ground, the dim supply room is suddenly illuminated by the glow of the 20-plus chests. A total of 21 chests, each radiating its own tier of light. It's unclear what material these chests are made of. Whether wooden or copper, they feel like a flawless piece of warm jade, incredibly smooth to the touch. As usual, let's start by using these wooden chests to test my luck. Not to mention the 20 or so chests on the ground, just the wall in the living room made up of over 100 treasure chests gives Sumo an air of wealthy all over. Originally meant to be opened one by one, with a wave of his hand, Sumo directly opens all 11 wooden chests at once.
Only after all the wooden chests slowly disappear upon being opened does Sumo begin to check the contents of these wooden chests. A disc engraved with a pirated version of X Fortress? Damn, even such good works have pirated copies? These people really have no conscience. 1-star review. 2 packs of 100g big head vegetables, and 1 pack of 100g kelp. Strips, these are good stuff, perfect for a meal. PVC pipes? The ultimate weapon for middle and high school fights, just what the base needs for plumbing, this is great. A pack of yeast, damn, this is the ultimate tool for entering the era of dough rising. In all the wooden treasure chests, there were basically just a few scattered small items. After sorting through 11 chests, Sumo obtained yeast powder ×1, big head cabbage ×2, kelp strips ×3, Chin brand shrimp chips ×1, pirated DVD ×1, a brawler ×1, energy drink ×1, and 1 meter of PVC pipe. These items were not as good as what he had found in previous openings. But wooden treasure chests are meant to yield some scattered junk, as long as it's not a toy or a doll. Sumo could completely understand and expressed. Wooden treasure chests are meant to be used as padding. The worse they are, the happier Sumo became. After gathering all the items he had opened to the side, Sumo brought over all the iron treasure chests and placed them in front of him. Based on Sumo's multiple opening experiences, the items in the iron chests were definitely going to be better than those in the wooden ones. But now, looking at the chests in front of him, Sumo couldn't help but mutter, "Don't give me anything good, don't give me anything, just let me use them as padding." He placed his hand on the iron chest and proceeded in the same manner. After opening all the iron treasure chests one by one, Sumo collected the items and began to tally them. 3-meter-long bull power strips ×1, rice, 3 kilograms, ×1, corn seeds, 2 kilograms, ×1, 500 jilaganma ×1, a dagger that didn't look very sharp ×1, and 2 50 centimeters long steel bars, Phi 12x12, strength 400E ×1. Good. All 6 iron chests contain street vendor goods, with nothing that could directly enhance his strength. But at that moment, Sumo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, suppressing his heart that was pounding, and brought over 4 copper treasure chests, placing them in front of him. Since crossing into the wasteland, Sumo had encountered 4 types of treasure chests. The most valuable were, of course, the silver chests dropped by the chameleon during his first attack and the silver chest from the dog-headed man when he killed the sorcerer. The items from both silver chests were excellent, but that didn't mean that the lower quality chests couldn't yield good items. For example, the blueprint for the workbench, which could be considered a bug-level productivity artifact, was obtained from an iron chest. Indeed, the modules and materials needed to craft the workbench were extremely complex, but that didn't diminish the probability of finding quality items in the lower chests. Heaven and earth, nature, disperse the foul chi, the mystery in the cave, bright and clear Taiyuan. Gods of the 8 directions, make me natural, spirit treasures and talismans, proclaim to the 9 heavens. Copper treasure chest, open for me. After reciting the purification incantation, Sumo suddenly opened his eyes and began to lift the lid of the copper treasure chest. In front of him, the game panel's notifications, though late, arrived as the copper chest opened, once again ringing beautifully in Sumo's ears. Record, you have opened copper treasure chest *4, record. You have obtained furnace blueprint *1, record. You have obtained crucible, excellent quality *1, record. You have obtained all-purpose flour, 25 kilograms, *1, record. You have obtained random resource generation card, level 1, *1, record. You have obtained white rabbit milk candy 588G, *1. The booming sound of the game panel's notifications surged like a tide. Hearing this sound, Sumo was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating as he stared at the notifications on the game panel in shock. Furnace, crucible, resource card. No way, can I, Sumo, actually have a day where I successfully smuggle my way into being an EU emperor and my luck is finally turning around? Looking at the suddenly dropped blueprint and the crucible that was even larger than an iron pot, along with the resource card still floating in the air, radiating a magical glow, Sumo was dumbfounded. Compared to these 3 items, what flour, what milk candy, all had to take a back seat. What exactly is a furnace? On Earth, many sandbox building games feature this wonderful item. Without a hint of hesitation, the excited and ecstatic Soma almost immediately grabbed this unremarkable design blueprint and began to examine it. Furnace design blueprint description. A modular technology product with a range of marvelous uses, it has incredible applications when paired with other modules. Required modules: crucible module, iron felt module, toolbox module, strong reduction module, strong reaction module, storage module. Function, processing, reduction. A simple introduction, numerous required modules, and a function described in just 4 words make the furnace seem rather unremarkable. If one is unfamiliar with modular technology and has never encountered the bugs of the workbench and oil well, Soma could still maintain a calm perspective on this design blueprint. However, now, with a vigorous rub, the furnace design blueprint vanished into thin air, replaced by an additional item on the game creation panel. Clicking the furnace icon, a stream of information suddenly transmitted. Over.
Compared to the previous memory transfer, this one was much more soothing. The game panel only explained the materials needed for manual crafting.
This is tricky. The workbench is manageable, requiring
few items, but this furnace crafting surprisingly needs so many rare earth resources in copper and iron. The workbench only requires some wood, along with common items like glass, circuit boards, and iron blocks to craft. But the furnace requires a large amount of copper and iron resources, as well as 5 common elements: zinc, tin, lead, nickel, and cobalt. As for the remaining rare earth elements, like cerium, praseodymium, samarium, lutetium, and erbium, Soma had only heard their names on Earth and had never seen them. Even being able to name these rare earth elements was only due to Soma's habit of watching popular science channels, which barely allowed him to recognize them. This is tough. Gathering the 7 common elements shouldn't be a problem, but for these rare earth elements, I don't even know how
to obtain them. I can only try my luck and buy them from others.
Despite a voice in the back of his mind telling Soma that as long as he crafted the furnace, productivity and combat power would experience explosive growth, it was frustrating that these resources couldn't be gathered in a short time. Even using the system to create items, acquiring these elements had a frighteningly high unit price, with some
requiring 2,000 survival points for just 1 gram.
Shaking his head, after recording all these requirements in the 3rd private message, which was used to document resource acquisition, Soma began to examine the
resource cards still floating in the air.
The resource card was different from the virtual vouchers dropped by the ambushed goblin squad. It could only be seen, not touched.
Reaching out to touch the card, a
sensation akin to holding a credit card came over him, very solid and reassuring. After inspecting the card's structure from both sides, he opened the information on the card provided for free by the game panel, and Soma focused his gaze. Random Resource Generation Card, Level 1, Description: after use, it can randomly generate one type of resource within the shelter's range, current range, a circle with a diameter
of 7,500 m.
Resource Rarity, Level 1 Resource Reserves, Level 1. What a magical card! It can directly create resources out of thin air. This is a great item.
Stroking the card, Soma suddenly thought
of the sulfur ore not far from the underground shelter and that massive nitrate mine. These things appeared in places they shouldn't be. At the same time, there was no natural environment that could match the
corresponding production environment.
It was as if they had suddenly appeared there. Now, looking at the card's property description, Soma suddenly understood how these resources had come to be.
Could it be that these resources were generated by Magoo using the resource card?
Or is it that someone else has used the resource card? The resource card did not specify what level 1 resources were available, nor did it describe the yield of level 1 resources. The only option now was to try using it and see what effect it had. As Soma prepared to use the card, his eyes caught sight of 3 shimmering virtual vouchers
floating in the corner.
Oh, isn't this the resource duplication voucher I obtained last time? With a thought, the 3 vouchers flew to the center of the storage space.
Examining their attributes, Soma
attempted to throw the resource card, and sure enough, a phantom prompt popped up.
Record: do you want to use the resource duplication voucher to copy a level 1 random resource generation card?
The 3 resource duplication vouchers previously obtained could not be used on intangible vouchers like the storage expansion voucher, but now they could directly copy the resource card.
Clicking on one, Soma chose to copy it.
Originally glowing faintly, the resource card slowly coalesced into another card after the duplication voucher disappeared. The attributes of the 2 cards were identical, and with a backup in hand,
Soma no longer hesitated and directly selected one to use.
With a flash of light, the card vanished. Standing on the ground, Soma quietly leaned against the wall, resting his hand on a nearby bag.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After using the card, time seemed to stretch endlessly.
After 10 seconds, Soma was almost disappointed, thinking that this level 1 resource card was practically useless.
Boom!
A sound like the opening of the heavens resonated through the ground and stone walls, reaching Soma's eardrums. It felt as if the outside world was experiencing a massive earthquake, even though he was 5 meters underground, with stone walls 5 to 6 meters thick. Soma could feel the entire shelter trembling. Countless ashes fell from the ceiling of the base, floating in the air. The terrified Oreo was
howling in the living room, and sparks were crackling loudly.
At the same time, a long-awaited game notification finally came through.
Opening the game panel, Soma was instantly frozen in place.
His face
displayed an expression of disbelief.
Record: random level 1 resources have been generated near the main shelter, underground shelter.
Please enter the new function to check.
The level 1 resource card
actually unlocked a new function? Soma stared in shock at the new function slowly appearing above the game panel.
When he first saw the game panel, there were only 5 functional options: attributes, chat, trade, crafting, and items. But now, a new major category option had finally emerged in the last column: resources. Unlike other minor functions like the monster encyclopedia, the resources function was positioned at the very top of the game panel, on par with the other 5 options. This also represented the importance of the resource option in the game panel's settings.
Could it be that in the future development
trend, everyone will revolve around resources?
What is the true purpose of the alien race's arrival? Dog-headed people, lion people, and even the rat people he had never seen, along with other fantastical creatures mentioned by others in the world chat. The arrival of these beings was definitely not driven by the same survival motives as humans. The brutal tribal wars and the periodic disasters on the Wasteland, what could possibly attract these fantastical beings to come and meet their demise? Worrying unnecessarily was never Soma's style. If the sky were to fall, there would naturally be someone tall to hold it up. Shaking his head, he recorded these thoughts that were not meant for the current stage in a private message, and Soma lightened his mind, completely letting go of his worries about the future. His thoughts transformed into an ethereal finger tapping on the resources function. A panel distinct from other game functions popped up. This panel is quite strange. It doesn't simply narrate the abundance of resources in text, but instead presents a topographic map that can be swiped with thought. The topographic map is flat, currently small, and aligns perfectly with the 7.5 kilometers mentioned on the game panel. On the map, Soma sees the changes in terrain, and the resource function thoughtfully marks the resources currently within the shelter's range. This yellow spot should indicate a sulfur mine? Beneath the ground near the underground shelter, there is a yellow mark, and as Soma clicks on it, the topographic map suddenly shifts to 3D mode. In an instant, the full view of the sulfur mine is revealed, and a property panel appears beside it. Sulfur mine, level 2, vein status, heavily mined, with a small amount of residual or remaining mining value, half star, peak, 1.5 stars, special ability, none. Unlocked at 2 stars, mining difficulty, extremely low remaining reserves, 26 tons. Soma is having a great time switching perspectives between the flat and 3D views. The sulfur mine should originally be a cubic shape stored underground, but after mining, it has become an extremely irregular form. It's unclear what disasters it has undergone, but the current sulfur mine has been compressed into a triangular shape. The deeper one goes, the more sulfur reserves there are. What was the resource I randomly added with the resource card earlier? After searching around, Soma still couldn't find what good stuff had been added after the recent earthquake. However, in the upper right corner, Soma noticed a small trumpet-shaped object. Clicking on it, after 3 to 5 seconds, with surprise, Soma directly returned to the initial interface, switching the flat view to 3D and pulling down continuously. Sure enough, directly beneath the center of the underground shelter, a mass of seemingly flowing magical substance appeared. These substances looked colorless and shapeless, with just a hint of pale yellow mixed in, and it was due to their flowing nature that Soma missed this spot during the first check. What a strange feeling. Is this water? Or gas? As the thought arose, a mental hand swiftly grasped this wondrous substance, squeezing it while a piece of information materialized. Geothermal resource, high temperature, high pressure. Steam, level 1 vein status, complete, not yet mined, in peak condition. Mining value, 2 stars, peak, 2 stars, special ability. I'm going to crack open. When reserves are above 50%, the vein will recover 0.2% of its mineral quantity each natural day. Ability disappears when reserves drop below 50%. Mining difficulty, high remaining reserves, 500 tons geothermal resource? Or high temperature, high pressure steam. Why does that sound so familiar? Muttering this frequently heard term, Soma tried hard to recall where he had seen this before. Douyin? Billy? Hoo-poo? Recalling a certain event, Soma liked to think back to the very beginning, searching for the initial memory point to bring forth the remaining memories. It seems like, thanks for the invite? Yes, it's Jihu. Once he thought of Jihu, gradually, a stream of information began to connect in Soma's mind, and the flow of information surged forth like a geyser. When he first saw the term geothermal resource, it wasn't under a specific question, rather, it was in a discussion where everyone was already arguing fiercely, and someone brought up this point. Soma vaguely remembered the question but recalled it was about discussing the principles of nuclear power plants. The way nuclear power plants generate electricity is by utilizing nuclear energy. The core equipment is the nuclear reactor, which heats water to produce steam, converting nuclear fission energy into thermal energy. Steam pressure drives the turbine to rotate, converting thermal energy into mechanical energy, which then drives the generator to rotate, transforming mechanical energy into electrical energy. Therefore, such a boiler-burning behavior is naturally not accepted by some broad netizens. At that time, someone commented below, questioning how a prestigious nuclear power plant could generate electricity in such a low manner. Isn't that ridiculous? Sure enough, not long after, a big shot posted a theory below and proposed a currently successful method of power generation, which is geothermal resource power generation, to support his claim. Entering the 21st century, as coal and oil extraction became increasingly prominent and technology hit a bottleneck, unable to advance to controlled nuclear fusion, how to utilize renewable new resources became the focus of exploration. Among all resources, geothermal resources naturally came into everyone's sight, and due to their high energy efficiency, they gradually promoted rapid development. In certain areas rich in geothermal resources, they have been fully utilized for heating. Although the results are somewhat unsatisfactory, the low cost is a significant advantage. As for geothermal power generation, the first step is to convert thermal energy into kinetic energy and then transform kinetic energy into electrical energy.
There are three main types of geothermal resources used. For power generation: hydrothermal resources, geothermal pressure resources, and hot dry rock resources. The latter two have not made progress even before the crossing, while only the first type, hydrothermal
resources, has derived a complete series of technological advancements.
Underground hot water power generation must first separate steam from water, with the water needing to be drained to allow steam to enter the turbine for work. This system is called a flash steam system. Among these, geothermal steam power generation is the simplest because geothermal steam serves as both the heat carrier and the working
fluid. Omitting this step, the renowned XZ Yang Beijing Geothermal Power Station has been in operation for over 40 years, running more than 6,000 hours annually, with an average annual power generation exceeding 120 million kilowatt-hours. This fully demonstrates the advantages of this resource. Geothermal resources are great, but at this stage, it's too difficult to use them for power generation. Watching the mischievous steam darting around in his mind's eye, a sense of helplessness surged in Sumo's heart. The deeper underground, the higher the temperature, but the depth of the heat source directly relates to the development cost. The key to utilizing geothermal technology is drilling and water injection, with drilling costs being a significant limiting factor. Besides the high technical requirements for drilling depth, the terrain also imposes important constraints on the selection of well sites. With systematic assistance, reaching the geothermal steam located about 5 kilometers underground is not a problem, but the survival points consumed are not something that can be afforded at the current stage. Of course, most people have no concept of the costs required to drill a well 5 kilometers deep. In Huaxia, over 5,000 wells have been drilled, currently only distributed in the northern Darim Basin, and the cost of a single well is calculated in hundreds of millions. This is still based on the cost when there are thousands of meters of thick salt rock strata. If this generally several thousand meters thick butter-like soft salt rock were replaced with hard rock, the cost would multiply several times. Stepping up to the generator set, Sumo attempted to call forth the generator's attributes, and this time, indeed, the generator set showed a new upgrade direction. Diesel generator efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 kilowatt hours, fuel consumption 230 grams per kilowatt hour, full load 82L/H. Description: a diesel generator produced by the Siemens Group in Wuxi, Jiangsu, with intact electrical functions, currently usable, and wear is almost negligible. Upgrade Direction 1: replace the core components of the generator to enhance its power efficiency and reduce power consumption, requiring survival points, 1680. Upgrade Direction 2: change the generator's working method to biomass power generation, enhancing conversion efficiency and reducing transmission losses, requiring survival points, 6,500. Upgrade Direction 3: drill a 5-kilometer deep well, change the generator's working method to geothermal power generation, significantly improving generator efficiency, requiring survival points, 36,800. Goodness, I'm stunned. 36,000 survival points, and I'm supposed to upgrade to geothermal power? Can't I just upgrade to a higher level ghost energy generator instead? Seeing the survival points exceed 4 digits for the first time, reaching 5 digits with the leading number being 3, left Sumo dazed for quite a while. With so many survival points, even if he saved up for a year without spending anything, he probably wouldn't accumulate enough. Sigh. If only I could add materials to reduce the cost of this well. As he sighed, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Sumo's mind. According to the upgrade difficulty, these costs must have gone into the well drilling, but Sumo recalled the expenses incurred when opening escape routes. When creating something from nothing, the system's costs would be terrifying, but when digging, the cost could be reduced indefinitely. After trying to open the material list for the third upgrade direction and taking a glance, Sumo felt blessed. In the required materials, iron ore needed 5,000 units, priced at 3 survival points per unit, and copper ore needed 2,000 units, priced at 5 survival points per unit. Excluding these, providing a generator unit could reduce the cost by 500 points, with a maximum of 6. Providing a regular drill bit could reduce the cost by 500 points, while a diamond drill bit could reduce it by 2,000 points. As for improving to higher quality drill bits, the maximum reduction could reach 4,500 points as the quality increased. In the best case scenario, if all these reductions could be gathered, the cost to upgrade the generator unit would drop to 4,300 points. If he could find some things he had never even heard of to add in, the final required survival points would be 2,000 points. As long as I have 2,000 points, I can have a generator that produces at least 350 degrees of electricity every day, and because of my special ability, as long as I stop on time or upgrade its level, it would be equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. Slowly uttering the 3 words that only amateur scientists would casually mention, Sumo's gaze burned as he looked at the resource cards in his storage space. Iron ore, copper ore. I still have 3 cards, and I even have hundreds of treasure chests. There's definitely a chance to get them. Muttering the names of the two resources, Suemo realized the reason why Magu chose to establish the shelter in this location. The vast area and the exaggerated yield of the saltpeter mine, judging by the star rating, should at least be level 3, likely not something Magu could have done. However, this level 2 sulfur mine, in terms of location and extraction quantity, Suemo was sure was absolutely created by Magu.
As a soldier, Magu was relatively young, and given the information exchange of that era, the technology and knowledge he could access mostly came from familiar things or word of mouth from others. A rough outline gradually formed in Sumo's mind. The reason Magu chose this location to build his base was likely because he saw such an exaggerated saltpeter mine and then thought that as long as he
found sulfur, he could prepare gunpowder.
Therefore, after obtaining the machine tools and sulfur mine, Magu could produce a large amount of ammunition through the machine tools, selling it to exchange for other
resources.
But unfortunately, Magu was not selling arms, he was just a part of a bullet production line. He didn't mine copper, so when making bullets, he had to pay a hefty additional tax to players who had
copper mines. This was what led to him not accumulating enough wealth. Looking at it this way, I guess my luck isn't too bad.
If I could find a copper mine in the resource cards and fix the firearms machine tool, I could produce bullets directly and sell them continuously, becoming an arms dealer. The treasure chest item duplication voucher was of wooden grade. Soma didn't know if it could duplicate higher level cards. But at this moment, looking at a resource card that had already emerged, thoughts flowed in Soma's eyes, and his mind began to quickly weigh the pros and cons. The productivity boost from resource cards
was very intuitive.
At this stage, as long as he could gather a variety of resources near the shelter, he could directly shout "Woohoo takes off."
Staring at the duplication voucher, while hesitating whether to use it, Soma's gaze fell on the random text on the card. Slapping his forehead, Soma suddenly realized, how could I forget this?
I still have hundreds of treasure chests, maybe I can open other cards
from these chests.
With a random resource generation card in hand, it was hard not to think that there might also be fixed resource generation cards later.
If he could directly open a fixed copper or iron
mine resource card from the treasure chest, even if the yield wasn't much, it could rocket the development speed in the early stages.
Today, no.
Tomorrow morning, I'll start researching the upgrade of the
shelter.
By then, when the space expands, I'll open all the treasure chests at once. Walking to the treasure chest wall, a glint of excitement flashed in Soma's eyes. If there were a continuous influx of resource
cards, then this barren lowland beneath his feet would no longer be as impoverished as it was during the time of Magu.
Copper mines, iron mines, even rare earth ores, and more resources, driven by the resource cards, would turn the lowland into the richest place in this wasteland, becoming an envied paradise for everyone. The new resource function was like opening the door to a new world.
With motivation, even
while in the underground shelter, Soma felt invigorated. After carefully placing a few cards in his storage space, he went to the supply room, multitasking as he began preparing dinner.
Dog-headed people.
Lion people, I need to deal with them quickly, otherwise, with so many resources suddenly popping up around me, these monsters will inevitably come to snatch them.
But if they do snatch, it doesn't matter. If
there are ores, once they mine some, I can take care of them, which essentially means I'm mining myself. Since I've opened yeast powder, I'll make some dough today and steam buns to eat later.
Picking
up the all-purpose flour he had just opened and a small packet of yeast powder, Soma went to the stove to start preparing the dough.
Steaming buns was an old skill of the Northwest people. In the past, he
suffered from a lack of materials and naturally couldn't enjoy the pleasure of eating buns and drinking soup. Now that he had yeast powder to leaven the dough, it was naturally easy. He took out a bit of yeast, added some sugar, mixed them with warm water, and poured it into the flour, kneading until it reached the 3 lights. The bowl was clean, his hands were clean, and the dough was clean. At this point, he could set the dough aside to rise. Meanwhile, he took out some rice, lit the firewood under the stove, and with the blower going, the rice porridge simmered deliciously. With the addition of ghost energy water, the rising process of the dough was significantly accelerated. In just half an hour, when he noticed that the dough had almost turned into a honeycomb structure, Soma skillfully took the dough out and shaped
it into buns.
He placed them in the steamer beside him, covered the pot, and within half an hour, the buns and rice porridge were freshly made. Hiss, the buns steamed with ghost energy water smells so good, I
can smell the aroma even through the pot lid.
Swallowing hard, estimating that the time was about right, Suemo lifted the pot lid and looked at the round, fluffy white buns inside. A wave of blissful madness surged over him. Of course, when Suemo turned to look beside him, the 3 little ones had already started to call out, eager to share the buns inside.
Back in the supply room, Suemo took out some kelp
strips and a big head of cabbage. He first ladled the porridge into the bowls of the 3 little ones, then tore the buns into small pieces and tossed them in. Watching the little ones eat with such delight, and Oreo looking both greedy and hot, Suemo could no longer resist the saliva that had begun to flow uncontrollably in his mouth, his fingers itching to move. He tore open a bun, added some kelp strips, and squeezed tightly. With that bite, Suemo devoured a third of a bun, the solid texture and soft, fluffy feel of the bun mixed with the salty, spicy flavor of the kelp exploding in his mouth in almost a second.
Chewing and swallowing the stimulating taste made Suemo break into a sweat almost immediately. Another bite, and while the flavor still lingered in his mouth, he blew on the sweet-smelling rice porridge beside him and gulped down half a bowl. In moments like this, Suemo felt even if geothermal resources were discovered, he wouldn't be as happy as he was now. The dopamine released by the delicious food had completely surpassed its original limits, making his head spin. 3 bites of a bun, 4 bites of rice porridge. Suemo ate until he was in a daze, only stopping when his stomach protested, unable to eat anymore. Wow! I never knew that ordinary home-cooked meals on Earth could be this delicious. I was too busy before and missed out on so much joy. Rubbing his round belly, Suemo sat directly on the ground, leaning against the stone bench behind him, staring blankly at the ceiling. After the wild release of dopamine faded slowly, it always brought waves of emptiness. At this moment, naturally, humans would enter the legendary sage mode. Only then would most people step out of their heavy shells and think about problems from a god's perspective. If this trend continues, my previous assumptions seem to need to be completely overturned. With a wave of his hand, Sumo's hand-drawn map slowly floated down from the air and landed on the ground while he pulled up the resource map on the game panel. Taking out a pen, Sumo began to carefully revise the data and the more precise terrain fluctuations while marking the existing resource reserves on the map. Aside from the sulfur mine resources and the newly discovered geothermal resources, a whole basin showed that, at least within the current range, there seemed to be a thick layer of oil resources beneath the base. It was unclear whether this resource was mined or naturally generated. When he tried to check, Suemo couldn't see its attributes. However, this indirectly indicated that moving the oil well layer over was completely feasible. I originally thought this was just an ordinary survival game, but now it feels a bit like a strategy city building game. In a world of great strife. In the upper right corner of the map, Suemo wrote these 4 characters with force. To develop quickly, resources were essential, from the most basic copper, iron, coal, and wood to more advanced geothermal and various rare minerals. If these resources were fixed on the map and only existed in certain places, it would be fine. Everyone could develop together without comprehensive conflict. But now, the problem before him had suddenly changed. Resources not only existed on the map but could also be generated near the shelters territory through resource cards. This led to a situation where those without resources became poorer and those with resources became richer, inevitably resulting in rounds of competition over time. Different races would compete, and even the same kind would fight. Whoever had resources would become the target of everyone. If I want to gradually transform this barren lowland, this place that everyone looks down upon, into a prosperous Soma basin, into a treasure basin, it will not only require a large number of resource cards, but most importantly, force. Repeating these 2 words, and reflecting on his previous plans for the future, Soma was somewhat astonished. Just over 10 days ago, he was still a refined and gentle citizen from Earth, pondering how to survive in this cruel wasteland. Now, just a few days later, he was already considering how to use force to protect his interests and ensure his development. The shift in mindset was undeniably swift. At the same time, upon deeper reflection, it was extremely reasonable. When people first cross over, they often hold a petty citizen's mentality, only thinking about how to survive, how to live a bit more comfortably, and how to withstand the next disaster. In such a state, there is no thought of competing for dominance. At most, one thinks about how to protect oneself. But now, having established basic conditions for development, along with the significant advantages accumulated in the early stages and the system's assistance, Soma was fully qualified to entertain new ideas. If I need to use force, then it's definitely unreliable for me to guard such a large territory alone. Even with my father's help, our family only has 2 combatants. For strategic depths of dozens of kilometers and battles involving hundreds of people, that's far too thin. It won't work. Before technology is fully developed, the number of people can still intuitively influence the balance of victory and defeat in battle. For example, if a goblin were to be isolated now, even without a sorcerer leading them, Soma could still utilize his advantages to kite 4 or 5 dozen goblin warriors perfectly, without fear. But if that number were to increase from 4 or 5 dozen to 4 or 500, even if Soma were a robot, he wouldn't have the guts to challenge a sea of goblins. Develop technology, upgrade the tech tree, establish factories to increase output and create a positive cycle, which requires a large population. Guard the territory, protect resources, ensure that no one else can encroach, and have enough strength to deter enemies, which also requires a large population. Upgrade the shelter, expand stronger, disaster-resistant technology and buildings, which need exorbitant survival points and materials, and these also require a population to achieve. Analyzing point by point, Soma meticulously recorded everything in his diary. If civilization were built on Earth with a complete government in charge, Soma naturally wouldn't have such thoughts. Unfortunately, after the crossover, humanity's situation was precarious, with all regimes collapsed. To survive in this apocalyptic wasteland and establish his own power, it had to be prioritized. First, scout for candidates. When my father arrives to help me strategize, he has a keen eye for people.
At that time, I will lead the external battles, fighting for resources, while my father will develop the territory and gather resources for me to upgrade, focusing on internal matters. In this wasteland, I must leverage my early advantages to expand, and expand.
As long as I am not the strongest, I cannot relax for a moment. At this moment, Soma was immensely grateful that he was not fighting alone.
At least, with the help of his family, looking to the future was definitely more reliable than entrusting his back to strangers in the apocalypse.
After confirming that everything was well
recorded, he took out a freshly steamed batch of bread and set it aside, extinguishing the fire to begin his post-meal exercise.
The body is capital. Especially in the apocalypse, one cannot afford to relax, even a little.
Until the development of mecha technology compensates for the frailty of the human body, the stronger the body, the greater the chance of survival.
The speed of my training is still too slow.
Strengthening my physical fitness is a gradual process, and I am still too impatient. After several days, the increase in strength has been minimal, lacking the satisfying surge I experienced after entering the
ruins the previous 2 times. Unavoidably, Soma began to feel a bit anxious.
In terms of combat skills, I currently only have one set of grappling techniques. It's fine against goblins where I can overpower them with strength, but it becomes dangerous when facing opponents of similar strength. While doing push-ups and burpees to improve his cardiovascular ability, Soma was also brainstorming killing techniques.
In his mind,
the grappling techniques are indeed useful, especially when I can grasp a bit of their essence. When applied flexibly, they can be quite lethal. However, the lethality of grappling techniques differs from those deadly moves in ancient martial arts. Grappling primarily emphasizes the word grapple. In combat, there are few killing moves. In the morning, when charging into battle against goblins, Soma could clearly feel his movements slowing down and his mind racing with thoughts. Eventually, he realized that using some techniques was not as effective as just wielding a spear and swinging it around randomly. This line of thinking is very dangerous, especially in a large battle where losing composure can lead to losing the initiative and easily getting one's head taken. What if I research and see if I can buy some gun techniques or basic martial arts from the trading channel? Once this thought took root, it began to grow wildly in Soma's mind, impossible to shake off. Stopping his workout, Soma pondered carefully,
and indeed found it is feasible.
There are many charlatans on Earth, and many people believe there are no real skills, but in fact, there are indeed many extraordinary individuals with genuine abilities. They are unwilling to show their faces, passing down true killing techniques in a family or martial arts school style from generation to generation.
Such people are inaccessible to ordinary folks who cannot
appreciate their true skills. However, in the current Wasteland situation, everyone is connected on a global channel, allowing for easier communication.
Moreover, everyone is fighting for survival every day, so perhaps someone has such good stuff and is in need of food to trade for it?
The more he thought about it, looking at the steaming white buns still warm on the kitchen counter, Soma felt excited and directly
opened the world channel.
After considering his wording and editing the order of his message, Soma's message appeared in the world chat. Soma, looking to purchase a combat technique, requirements, must be trainable, high lethality, with a lineage, preferably spear or gun techniques. Fist techniques are also acceptable, but please no exercises meant for elderly people. Seeking worldwide, interested parties please private message me, I will not respond in world chat. After sending it, watching the speed of the world chat screen, Soma simply repeated the message. This time, most people in the world channel first noticed an incredibly eye-catching no one title symbol, and then, upon recognizing Soma's name, the chat exploded. In recent days, every time Soma appeared in the world chat, he sparked a nationwide discussion. Last time, he warned about scammers and phishing parties, leaving many who wanted to trade disappointed. But this time, upon seeing Soma's purchase request, this group of people instantly perked up, and the speed of the world chat surged dramatically.
I don't understand, what is a combat technique?
Maimona, Chongyun, Klee, Wendy, and Lord Lu are all playing it smoothly. I feel like my skills are up to par. Su God, I have a secret combat technique that I will never share with anyone. 365 different postures, each one capable of making your enemy unable to resist. Now, if you buy it, I'll also give you a kidney-preserving secret technique, ensuring you can happily take off every night for 365 days. Suma Kid, I am the head of the Hunyuan Shingi Taiji sect, Ma Bagua. Traditional martial arts emphasize the use of internal strength, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Even a 200-plus pound British strongman can't budge my finger. You say I can represent traditional martial arts? That's not possible. But if you want to learn martial arts, I have the exclusive Ma-style Taiji and the never-before-shared Lightning 5 whips. If you're sincere, add me as a friend, and we can chat privately. The 145th generation heir of the Yang family spear has come to pay respects. If you ask me what the Yang family spear is, I can only say, my surname is Yang. The spear technique I practice is the Yang family spear. I have a handgun. Sugod, want to trade? Learning martial arts is useless. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. If you buy my gun, who would dare to show off their martial arts? You can immediately take them down.
It's already 90-12. There can't still be people who don't know that martial arts are just made up tricks, right? You ask me if I believe? If you feed me, I'll believe. If you don't, I won't. The World Channel is filled with a plethora of talents, various pieces of information flooding in like a tide, quickly scrolling across the screen. After enduring the toughest times, most people have learned to find joy in hardship. At least on the chat panel, the previous hostility has diminished significantly. When setting trading conditions, Sumo was also quite clever, directly establishing a threshold. Only those who actively add private messages would be able to choose to trade. After the update, adding strangers requires a bit of points, so those who want to beg or talk nonsense will be kept out before this threshold. With no private messages for now, Sumo remained calm, sitting on a stone bench, patiently waiting. Not everyone stays glued to the chat panel checking messages all the time, but Sumo believes that as long as one person in a gathering place sees it, word of mouth will quickly spread the acquisition information. The early advantage not only brought Sumo the convenience of being ahead of everyone but also brought more benefits. This is the advantage of strength, as well as the added value brought by status and glory. Sure enough, after a while, with the game panel announcing a friend request, Sumo opened the panel and, after a careful look, burst into laughter. Indeed, everything is under my control. After a brief period of brewing, the private message friend requests gradually became active. He cleared out all unrelated private message requests into the recycle bin. Watching the small red number in the upper right corner, Sumo patiently waited. In the blink of an eye, the number changed from 1 to 3, and it continued to rise steadily. Almost every few seconds, a new request popped up. No wonder in ancient times on Earth those noble families or overlords, even those heroes, valued reputation so much. In this apocalyptic wasteland, reputation is equally important. Watching the rapidly changing numbers, Sumo felt a surge of emotions. If he were just an unknown pawn today, his words in the world channel would be drowned in the information flow in seconds. But now, holding the honor of being the world's #1, possessing the title of the strongest disaster refuge, what he says is like holding the heavens in his mouth, and his words carry weight. Countless people frantically pursue him, hoping to catch even a hint of benefit that might slip from his fingers. Seeing the number of friend requests finally surpassed 10, Sumo focused his mind and began to open the private message panel to check the reasons for these requests. Zhang Tianji, I am the 67th generation heir of Wing Chun, with remarkable martial arts skills. Although Wing Chun may not be as effective in real combat, it has extraordinary effects in small-scale encounters. If Mr. Sumo is willing to join our school, I can teach him Wing Chun fist for a fee. Dongbo, the Huanghua spear, a long spear that strikes like a child's painting, galloping through the skies, swirling like a dragon in the waves, and striking at an angle like a wild goose. Whether in combat against monsters or in duels with people, it can seize the initiative. We can discuss the terms of exchange in detail. Sun Ruijin, the Xuanlei spear, with the ability to draw a bow and shoot, like a wild horse leaping over a gorge, and with the power of a python coiling around a tree. It can be light or heavy, fast or slow. Mr. Sumo would need to perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows to our ancestors before I can teach him. Not knowing is one thing, but seeing it is shocking. These masters who have learned ancient martial arts are quite protective of their points, so they all try to describe the characteristics of their techniques in friend requests while also specifying their demands. As for the formalities like 3 bows and 9 kowtows before entry, Sumo is not particularly resistant, but the concern is that the other party might continue to demand favors under the guise of brotherhood. If he refuses, he has already become a nominal senior brother, and having tasted the benefits of reputation, Sumo is somewhat afraid of doing so, as it could damage his standing in the wasteland. If he agrees, it would be a headache if these people turn out to be leeches, constantly asking for more. Without accepting these people's friend requests, Sumo continues to wait patiently. He waited for a full half hour, and after 5 minutes, there was still no change. Just as Sumo was about to choose one from the previous options, a new request came in. Upon seeing the introduction behind it, Sumo instantly gave up on the idea of waiting any longer and decisively accepted the friend request. On the private message panel, the other party's avatar slowly appeared, flashing with the light of being online. In the chat panel, the introduction from the friend request was displayed in the first line. The words were very simple. UFA, heir of the U. Family Spear, former chief instructor of the 13th Army of the Army, first in the Army's martial arts competition for 7 years, a standard killing technique only taught to those with pure hearts. Such a simple sentence, compared to those who boasted about their impressive techniques, seemed much more reliable in Sumo's eyes. The ancient martial arts techniques sound grand and miraculous, like the magical skills in a novel. But in reality, these techniques on Earth are, to put it bluntly, variations of combat skills. The developers of these techniques spent their lives researching how to finish off an enemy in the shortest time and with the least effort. It is a specialized study of stances, force application, and killing techniques. Moreover, after so many generations of inheritance, the effectiveness is not determined by who boasts the loudest about their skills or who has the grandest reputation. To be strong, one must rely on achievements. Ancient martial arts techniques without achievements are like the moon in a well, or flowers in water. Even the masters themselves cannot fully understand them, let alone teach them to others. Having successfully added a friend, Sumo was still pondering when the other party initiated a video call first. Why does everything in the Wasteland require a phone call now? This is not very friendly to someone like me with social anxiety. He looked at the video invitation with a headache, and for the sake of the U family spear, Sumo had no choice but to answer the call. The familiar sound of electric current crackled, and on the other side of the video, a man with an ordinary appearance but exuding a sense of steadfast righteousness appeared. The other party's looks would easily be lost in a crowd, but at this moment, Sumo did not dare to underestimate him. Hello? Goo. Hello, Sumo. FA's response was very straightforward, but as he spoke, an embarrassed gurgling sound came from his stomach. Instantly, the stern-faced UFA broke character, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Sumo, I have already understood your character, now I just want to ask you 3 questions. Please ask. Maintaining minimal words to manage his expression, Sumo also held his ground, sitting upright in his chair, his face resolute. The U family spear is well known, and Sumo was not surprised by UFA's test. In the video, after Sumo uttered the words please ask, UFA bellowed, his eyes shining with intensity. Answer me. Do you have a history of committing crimes? In an instant, UFA seemed to transform into a stern teacher, questioning him, the sound reverberating through the screen. Deafening. Sitting upright, bolstered by the bloodlust from days of battling gnolls, Sumo shouted out a firm no. Do you regret ever killing your own kind? This question, too, did not make Sumo hesitate, and he continued with a resolute no. Hearing Sumo's 2 firm responses, a hint of relief appeared on UFA's face. Just when Sumo thought the questioning was coming to an end, the next moment, UFA's demeanor suddenly changed. He stood up straight, muscles tensed. At that moment, looking at the imposing aura emanating from UFA, Sumo felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, especially with UFA's piercing gaze, which seemed to stab at his heart. Thanks to the realism of the game panel video call, it felt as if UFA was truly just a short distance away, ready to strike at any moment. This sensation was both strange and fascinating. His mind told Sumo that this person couldn't reach him, yet his body instinctively wanted to adopt a defensive posture. Answer me. Have you ever killed an innocent person? As the tension reached its peak, UFA could no longer contain his pent-up energy and bellowed, the sound so loud it shook Sumo's eardrums. It was hard to imagine that such a voice could come from someone who hadn't eaten enough. No. Sumo, act with integrity, sit with dignity, and do things with a clear conscience. Good is good, evil is evil. It is so now, and it will be so in the future. Standing up as well, Sumo stood tall and straight, showing no hint of fear, staring steadily at UFA's face on the screen, confidently expressing his thoughts. The next moment, as a smile broke out on UFA's face, both of them simultaneously relaxed their serious demeanor, the tense atmosphere easing dramatically. Who would have thought that old Sui, who never accomplished anything significant in his life, would raise such a good son? UFA waved his hand in a somewhat despondent manner, as if recalling something, his face a mix of nostalgia and admiration. Hearing this, Sumo was taken aback. You know my dad? Sui, Sumo's father. Back in the day, he was a prominent engineer in the team, but as he aged, he transitioned to a civilian role. Eventually, Su dad retired altogether, went into business, built a career, and started enjoying life with Su mom early on. Sumo had only heard his dad boast about his military days when he was drunk. Now, suddenly hearing someone mention his father's name caught Sumo by surprise. Your dad used to watch me compete from the audience. Do I know him? If he hadn't come to me to learn a few self-defense moves, I wouldn't have known him at all, UFA said with a proud expression. But his tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about their past interactions. After a moment, smacking his lips, UFA continued, Sumo, I won't talk about my friendship with your dad. Just, for this you family spear, you name your price. Your uncle you hasn't had a full meal in over 10 days. After saying this, UFA could no longer endure the sour sensation in his stomach, swallowing his saliva. With a pop, his eyes glinting at the steamed buns behind Sumo in the video. Had he passed the test? Hearing UFA's words, Sumo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just now, the U family spear was merely a gun frame, but the sense of threat it exuded was enough to suffocate anyone. Such a good thing, if he could learn a few techniques, would surely make close combat no longer a weakness. After thinking for a moment and noticing UFA's thirsty gaze, Sumo smiled slightly and tentatively said, how about this? For the upcoming transaction, I'll take full responsibility for the delivery costs. 4 items under 12 kilograms flour, rice, whatever you want to eat, I'll prepare it on site and have it delivered to you. 10 kilograms of supplies, with 2 points for every 3 kilograms, split into multiple transactions. And a delivery cost of 8 points would be considered a fortune for others at this stage, but for Sumo, it was nothing to worry about. With the initial 632 points earned and the subsequent 500 points from destroying the lion refuge, he had plenty left over now. Upon hearing this, UFA could no longer hold back and shouted, alright, enough. Just send me that big white bun behind you first, and for the rest, just turn it into raw rice. A deal that left both parties very satisfied was quickly completed in a harmonious atmosphere. Watching the buns and rice enter the storage space and then disappear, along with the words transaction successful slowly appearing, a flash of light revealed a booklet detailing the U-family spear in Sumo's hand. He didn't open it immediately, instead, he focused his attention on the booklet, and in the next second he saw the attributes emerging on its pages. Sumo was astonished. This thing can be upgraded? U-family spear, excellent. Description, a set of spear techniques from the U-family boxing, said to be created by the great General Yufei, known for its unique techniques, hailed as the King of Spears. The U-family spear movements are ancient, every move designed to defeat the enemy, delivering lethal strikes. Offense includes thrusts, jabs, sweeps, and flicks. Defense includes parries, deflections, blocks, and counters. The U-family spear integrates offense and defense into one, completing both in a single motion. Offense within defense, defense within offense, leaving the enemy no chance to counter. Ultimate techniques, desert smoke, sunset over the long river upgrade. Path 1, perfect the flaws in the U-family spear techniques, slightly enhance the power of the techniques, and slightly simplify the learning difficulty, requiring survival points. 220, upgrade path 2. Match the U-family spear's body training methods, improve the style of the U-family spear techniques, align with the host's combat style, and significantly simplify the learning difficulty, requiring survival points. 580, evaluation, hey. Perhaps after just 1,200 upgrades, it could become the cultivation technique you desire, having crossed into this world and experienced so many strange events. Sumo naturally had a slight yearning for the legendary cultivation techniques, but seeing the game's sarcasm, he couldn't help but shake his head, immediately dismissing that thought. 1,200 times, with survival points for upgrading technology, he could probably enter the interstellar age. Both upgrade paths can greatly reduce my learning difficulty, although I can't upgrade to martial arts, divine skills, or cultivation techniques. This is what we call reasonable. Rubbing his head and looking at the evaluation given by the system, Sumo spoke with righteous indignation. Not being able to upgrade to cultivation techniques didn't anger him. After examining the pros and cons of the two upgrade paths, Sumo straightforwardly chose the second one. Having combat power would allow him to accomplish more and earn more survival points. This investment, Sumo was naturally clear about. With 580 survival points deducted, a stream of dark light slowly floated out from his body, and the booklet in his hand seemed to be drawn by some force, slowly floating in the air. Without wind, the booklet began to turn its pages under the guidance of the dark light. At the same time, the originally clear brushstroke-like outlines, under the substantial injection of dark light, began to slowly come to life, leaping off the pages. The text continuously trembled and reformed, while the illustrations twisted and danced repeatedly. The dark light washed over the booklet again and again, as if it were a baptism, infusing the U-family spear with new life. In Sumo's eyes, the character U on the cover of the booklet titled U-family spear began to automatically morph, slowly transforming into the extremely familiar Su-family spear? Before Sumo could finish his sentence, the booklet suddenly erupted with a blinding light, as if it had found its home, shooting straight into Sumo's mind. Complex streams of information began to generate automatically in his brain. Compared to the memory transmission of the game panel, the system's method was extremely crude. In an instant, it felt as if Sumo had arrived at a training ground. Before him, a phantom figure wielding a long spear nodded at the bewildered Sumo, then without further ado, began to demonstrate the improved Su-family spear. This time, the figure practiced rapidly, with movements that were both elegant and fluid, expanding and contracting with great precision. Even though it was Sumo's first time witnessing the rumored spear techniques, he could feel the beauty of the moves. As for whether he understood them or not, Sumo expressed, alright, do it again. Arriving at the training ground, unable to comprehend, he decided to just enjoy the performance. Hey, it's just for fun. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. Not understanding the purpose of these techniques, Sumo simply sat down and applauded in admiration. However, the next moment, the figure seemed to take Sumo's provocation to heart. The originally vacant eyes suddenly seemed to spark with a glimmer of spirit. At the same time, the figure's strength surged, and it threw the long spear in its hand towards Sumo from a distance. Hey, no way? Watching the long spear fall at his feet, and seeing another spear appear in the figure's hand as it strode forward, Sumo was so frightened that he let out a strange cry and grabbed the spear, running away. A brave man does not suffer immediate losses, not knowing what would happen. If he couldn't win in this place, Sumo had no choice but to flee. In the chase, the figure always kept 2 steps behind Sumo, occasionally poking him in the waist and then in the rear with the spear. Good grief, how much can one endure? You've crossed the line. Feeling the figure continuing its lewd antics, Sumo furiously turned around, using the spear instead of his fists, ready to unleash a capture technique.
But before Suemo could swing the spear, his subconscious slowly altered his movements through muscle memory, while a small stream of information synchronized with him.
Knee guard lift spear, coiling, dragon spitting out tongue, single phoenix facing the sun, points dividing into two extremes.
More and more information flowed in, and with each exchange with the figure, Suemo gradually became familiar with each move, far surpassing the capture technique. After finishing the first round, by the time the second round came, Suemo had new insights.
In defense, he even managed to seize opportunities for counterattacks.
After 3 rounds, just as Suemo was feeling exhilarated and wanted to continue, a moment of daze struck, and suddenly the scene before him became clear, revealing the walls of the underground shelter.
The booklet recording the Su family spear abruptly lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Squatting down, Suemo picked up the booklet and began to flip through it under the light above. The cover of the booklet had become brand new, with the Su family spear depicted in a lively manner. Inside the booklet, Suemo carefully examined the techniques, starting from the first move, the knee guard lift spear, with the subsequent moves being the techniques he had just practiced 3 times in the training ground during his moment of daze. Each move seemed to have muscle memory hidden within Sumo's body. At
this moment, looking at the illustrations in the booklet felt even more familiar.
So this is what the system meant by significantly reducing the difficulty of getting started? I thought I had to learn it slowly, by myself.
Trying to use his hand as a spear, Suemo practiced the Su family spear again. Although it felt a bit awkward, he was able to execute each move, marking it as beginner level.
After trying a few
rounds, a wave of heat seemed to surge from my lower abdomen, flowing towards my limbs. The ligaments, which had stiffened from sitting for too long on earth, gradually began to feel the pain of being stretched.
Not bad, not bad.
My body is too stiff. Practicing this set of shooting techniques is just right to loosen my ligaments and improve my flexibility. I carefully placed the booklet into the storage space, feeling quite satisfied with today's gains. Base construction, resource collection, and personal combat power, these 3 lines were advancing simultaneously.
Excited, I continued to punch until, after 3 to
5 rounds, my ligaments protested strongly, indicating that if I kept this up, they would tear.
Only then did I stop.
As I noticed the sky darkening, I relaxed a bit more before returning to my work desk, where I began to quietly plan the construction route for the base. The minus 20 degrees Celsius temperature combined with the blizzard was indeed dangerous and deadly, but humans were not incapable of surviving in
such environments.
Historically, the comrade known as the Iron Father, who had been exiled 6 times, once lived alone for 5 years in a small village near the Arctic Circle.
For 5 whole years, the Iron
Father lived in a simple wooden house, surviving as a primitive man through hunting and fishing, enduring the harsh weather of nearly minus 60 degrees Celsius in Siberia. At the same time, it was this environment
that forged his iron-like will. The current base plan definitely needs to have 2 levels.
To match the level sacrificed to the deep sea shelter, my level also needs to be 220 square meters.
On a large sheet
of paper, I took the initiative to start sketching my ideas. With so many food and resources obtained from treasure chests, the current warehouse size would definitely not be sufficient for storage.
Even when
I crazily farmed later and harvested, I would need a cold storage to preserve the food and maximize the delay of food resource spoilage. Build a large cold storage.
In the upper right corner of the paper,
I wrote these 6 characters and circled them, emphasizing their importance. With the instant creation function of the safe house core, building the cold storage didn't require hiring a construction team or digging myself, making it incredibly convenient. As soon as I focused my thoughts and placed down the safe house core, the cold storage could rise from the ground.
I need to develop an underground space for
this cold storage, with an initial area set at 100 square meters. Then I can seal off the top and find a way to create a passage directly to the main shelter, installing a door.
The supplies needed for daily
use will be stored in the external storage room. Once the temperature in the cold storage drops, I will close the main door to maintain the temperature, using it to store large quantities of food and items that
fear high temperatures. With a clear idea, a rough framework began to take shape on the paper with a few strokes.
Compared to the food storage space in the shelter, if a large shelter were to be built in the future, the area of the cold storage would definitely need to be significantly expanded. This would make placing it within the shelter a bit troublesome. It might be better to create a separate underground
base and see if it could be linked together.
And a garage. This also needs to open a new underground space, connecting through a passage to the underground shelter.
Next to the cold storage, I noted down the word garage again.
Without a computer, naturally, there was no CAD drawing software, and after learning from Shinitian's experience, I could only find a way to create a qualified design drawing myself. With the Earth Tiger as a precedent, future vehicles would definitely not be limited to just one, so a large underground garage was very necessary. At this stage, there was no need to rush. I could first create a 100 square meter space to park the Earth Tiger. When larger vehicles were added later, I would make further plans. Suddenly adding a new layer and 2 modules independent of the shelter made my head ache
immensely.
With a steely resolve, after more than an hour of hard work, a simple initial draft slowly emerged on the paper, featuring 2 additional modules and a 2-layer design. This time, the kitchen, a dry and wet separated bathroom, and a toilet were all included in the plan. Moreover, in the second floor space, Soma specifically set aside some areas to build a gym for physical exercise. So clumsy, I wonder if the system will recognize my design. With a nervous heart, Soma focused his attention on the blueprint. System, this is the shelter design blueprint. This is the shelter blueprint. After a moment of silent recitation, it seemed the system was annoyed by the repetition, and a phantom interface popped up. Simple shelter design blueprint description, a rudimentary shelter blueprint designed by the unqualified architect Soma, containing numerous architectural knowledge errors, violating mechanics principles 42 times, major defects 7 times, violating architectural knowledge 89 times, minor defects 27 times, with extremely unreasonable planning, a significant waste of space, and enormous costs. It is not recommended to directly modify according to this plan. Upgrade Direction 1, reconstruct the shelter. Design blueprint, significantly reduce common knowledge errors, retain the original design concept, and greatly enhance the building's disaster resistance. Requires survival points, 120. Upgrade Direction 2, compensate for the design blueprint's defects and loopholes, correct common knowledge errors in the design, retain the design concept, add water and electrical line planning modifications, greatly enhance the blueprint's rationality. Requires survival points, 300. Upgrade Direction 3, find the design blueprint with the highest similarity to use as a reference, overturn the design concept, conduct reasonable planning, and slightly enhance space utilization, disaster resistance, and comfort attributes. Requires survival points, 280. Evaluation, in the design of this blueprint, your thinking speed has significantly surpassed your intelligence. As expected, I thought the method was still useful. Looking at the 3 options provided by the system, Soma stood up from the workbench, stretching his stiff neck, while feeling a surge of joy. Having someone else design the shelter could save some survival points, but recalling the troubles that had occurred before, Soma quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. After all, it was his own house. Spending a little more money and having less hassle for safety and peace of mind was definitely worth it. After placing the design blueprint on the table without choosing to upgrade, immediately, Soma went to the breeding room and glanced outside at the already darkening sky before starting to wash up and prepare for bed. Tomorrow would be the day to reap the rewards of the efforts made over the past few days. Activating these core shelters and moving the deep-sea shelter to the second floor were all important tasks. Sitting on the small bed, he turned on the electric blanket, and before the bed could warm up, the weary Soma quickly fell into a deep sleep. During the limited daylight hours each day, Soma wished he could split himself in half to accomplish everything. Life felt like a single-player game, with a packed schedule every day, constantly completing one task after another without a moment's pause. Even in his dreams, he often experienced nightmares of sudden ambushes or monsters attacking the city. This time, all burdens were lifted. After a night of dreamless sleep, Soma slept soundly, even emitting soft snores. By midnight, the little sparks, afraid of the cold, slowly made their way to the bed, lying on either side of the foot of the bed like soft blankets. Aside from Soma's breathing and Oreo occasionally dreaming of food with a drooling sound, the underground shelter was extremely tranquil. Even with a very regular biological clock, after waking up, Soma did not get up immediately. Instead, he changed positions and enjoyed a blissful return to sleep. Time slowly passed. After holding on until after 11 o'clock, hearing Oreo running around in the living room, hungry and whining, Suemo finally stirred awake from his dreams. The long sleep brought a numbness to his brain, a chaotic feeling accompanied by a headache. Groping for the psychic water cup on the bedside table, in a daze, Suemo took a gulp. Instantly, the headache was gone. His feet were no longer numb. He felt revitalized. The magical psychic water worked just like the red potion, taking effect immediately and quickly alleviating the body's negative state. Supporting himself on the edge of the bed, he moved his shoulders, stood up, got dressed, and walked towards the living room. The sunlight streaming in from the breeding room was warm, accompanied by the gentle flow of the wind, and the shelter surprisingly felt gradually warmer. Arriving at the operations room, he turned on the big screen TV. Suemo began his routine check for dangers outside the shelter. Oh, today is a bright sunny day, the weather is really nice, just the right time for construction. Turning the mechanical controller in his hand, the images on the big screen TV began to change, raising the perspective. The land was peaceful, and the wind had also calmed down. If he could set aside the anxiety of the impending blizzard in 4 days and view the world with a calm mind, it almost felt like winter was about to pass, spring was on the way, and everything was about to revive. Not counting today. There are still 4 days until the blizzard arrives. I wonder how the others are preparing. Turning off the TV, while washing up, Suemo opened yesterday's system harvest panel to check the survival points. Doomsday Calendar January 17. You took a very comfortable hot bath, and you feel your luck has improved. Survival points plus 15. You upgraded your vehicle Earth Tiger, and its environmental adaptability has become stronger. Survival points plus 15. You captured a human who once plotted against you and extracted a small amount of useful information. Survival points plus 15. You suppressed your anger and successfully Made the enemy feel uneasy, survival points plus 100. You burned down a camp of a hostile race, confiscating a small amount of supplies, greatly undermining the confidence of the opposing camp, survival points plus 200. You experienced a bloody battle in the enemy camp, survival points plus 30. You stirred the fighting spirit of your kin and helped them find a way forward. You felt gratified, believing you had acted with integrity, survival points plus 100. A small resource point has been added near your shelter, survival points plus 20. You acquired a fine level technique, greatly enhancing your close combat strength and increasing your sense of security, survival points plus 200. Milestone: a travel distance in the wasteland exceeds 500 kilometers, survival points plus 100. Milestone: resolved over 10 of your kind, survival points plus 50. Scanning host survival environment, survival point assessment in progress. Today gain 242 survival points. Final settlement, survival points plus 1087. Remaining survival points 2304. Yay, finally broke through to earning 1000 survival points in a day. The next goal, 5000 points. With enough water, washing up became much easier. Looking at the influx of survival points, Suemo felt a surge of emotions. Once upon a time, earning 100 points a day was a fortune for him, requiring 1 or 2 days to accumulate. Now, in just one day, he could increase by 1000 points. This rate of development was undeniably fast. After lunch, I'll start upgrading the base directly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right time to come. He took out rice and put it on the stove to steam, and after hastily finishing lunch, Suemo quietly waited for noon to arrive in the shelter. As the time approached, the dark storage space opened before Soma, and all the safe house cores fell to the ground like rolling beads. The game's notification sound chimed in unison. Record detected that the player possesses a complete safe house core, meeting absorption conditions. Would you like to absorb? This time, without any hesitation, Soma counted the cores of Kenji Maeda and silently confirmed in his heart. The shell belonging to Kenji Maeda shattered with a loud crash, transforming into a watery substance that slipped from Soma's palm and fell to the ground. Boom! The entire shelter seemed to be kneaded by a giant hand, trembling in waves, and as a painful grinding sound ended, it was visibly apparent that the base had expanded. The underground shelter's area in the game panel increased from around 140 to 150. At the same time, on the living room floor, all of Kenji Maeda's belongings were neatly arranged according to the original storage positions in the cores. At this moment, there were still 12 damaged cores left on the ground from the battle with Kenji Maeda's group. Counting 7 of them, Soma dropped all 7 cores at once onto the game panel. Instantly, it felt as if a chemical reaction between the cores and the area had begun in the shelter, with an even more terrifying tremor washing over him. Standing on the living room floor, Soma felt the objects around him gradually drifting away. The stone bench was moving away, the sunlight from the breeding room was receding, and even the Oreo beneath his feet began to float away as the area expanded. Everyone stood still, but the area was silently increasing. With a thought, the property panel of the underground shelter opened automatically, and the new area of 220 square meters appeared. Underground shelter, main, level. LV2 description: a shelter constructed entirely of heavy rock, possessing 2 low-level extraordinary attributes, capable of resisting strong external impacts and small disasters. Being in this shelter greatly enhances the sense of security. Space, 221st floor, height 4.2 m, integrity, 100% facilities, ethereal water well, large vegetable cultivation base, ventilation, and lighting windows. 3-section corridor defense. Extraordinary abilities: Mermaid's Water, Lionman's Wind Current. Available permissions: Reconstruction, reconstruct shelter layout, automatically generate partition walls. One-time use, please adjust with caution. Connection, max distance for LV2 shelter connection, 200 m. After connection, the attached chambers will automatically share and transform all attributes of the main shelter. Compared to the sky blue of the deep sea shelter, the ethereal green of the main shelter interface is always so pleasing, symbolizing nature, life, and hope. Seeing the new features that came with the upgrade to LV2, Soma nodded in satisfaction and clicked on the small question mark that appeared after the level. This question mark had not appeared during the last upgrade, but this time it popped up. Preview of Underground Shelter LV3 Upgrade Condition 1. The main shelter must endure more than 3 disasters, and at the end of the disasters, the shelter's durability must not be below 50%. Entering the top 10 times in the world automatically +1. Condition 2. The overall area of the main shelter exceeds 200 square meters and has a complete living support system, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Condition 3. For underground shelters, the above-ground buildings must reach level 2, and the below-ground buildings must also reach level 2. Condition 4. For above-ground shelters, the below-ground buildings must reach level 1, and the above-ground buildings must reach level 2. Condition 5. Pay 1000 disaster points to upgrade new feature preview. Sanctuary. Within a 3-kilometer diameter of the main shelter, holders of the core can enter when the core level is not higher than the main shelter level, regarded as one entity, does not increase disaster level. Quota 5. New feature preview. Descent. The shelter descends another 5
meters times once hiss. It actually requires so many conditions to upgrade to level 3, especially condition 3. Isn't this a restriction specifically targeting those who dig underground? The new feature, Sanctuary, after reaching level 3 is not very practical for Sumo, but the 5-meter descent makes him a bit envious. With this 5 meters, the shelter would have descended a full 10 meters. The heavy stone walls mean that even if an atomic bomb were to come, as long as it's not at the center, Sumo would not fear the shockwave at all. Level 3 is definitely a must, but it needs careful planning. Just the 1000 disaster points are incredibly tricky. Contemplating the hints, Sumo began to try to understand the meanings conveyed by these features. First is the new feature Sanctuary, which allows the base to accommodate 5 strong individuals of the same level. At the same time, this feature also indicates that one can join the shelter's range without needing a universal brand, thus avoiding awkwardness between strong individuals. As for the requirement in conditions 3 and 4 that both above-ground and below-ground buildings must be level 2, it shows that the game panel wants to promote the direction of shelter development for everyone. Level 2's ability is connectivity, ensuring that above-ground and below-ground can develop synchronously, paving the way for the conditions 3 and 4 for upgrading to level 3. Level 3's ability is Sanctuary, creating conditions to expand the number of people within the shelter. Following this trend, level 4 should still encourage group solidarity? No. Although Magu upgraded his shelter to level 5, he chose to go solo from the beginning. And how did his shelter reach level 5? Looking at conditions 3 and 4, Sumo suddenly thought of Magu's upgrade path. Magu's shelter can be seen from the attribute interface as an underground shelter, but the deep-sea shelter has no above-ground buildings at all. Even the second floor for entry and exit is within a hill, qualifying as an underground building. Since Magu was able to reach level 5, it proves that he met the conditions for level 3 and also achieved the subsequent conditions for upgrading to level 4. Trying to check the attribute panel, unfortunately, the affiliated shelter's level is locked, and Sumo cannot see the subsequent upgrade requirements. Clicking on the diary interface, he found the description of the deep-sea shelter. Looking at the text above, Sumo began to analyze in detail how Magu bypassed the system's strict requirements to meet the upgrade conditions. Magu's shelter is in a hill. Mine is also in a hill. My shelter's first floor is 5 meters underground. His shelter. Magu has exploited a bug. A flash of inspiration struck, and a detail leaped into Sumo's mind. From the description of the deep-sea shelter, it is clear that the deep-sea shelter was built from the bottom up, which can also be seen from the layout of the first and second floors. All valuable items were placed by Magu on the upper floors, while the lower floors became a garage. Strictly speaking, although the deep-sea shelter is an underground shelter, in Sumo's view, it is not much different from the above-ground shelters. Especially when entering the second layer, one needs to walk up along the hill to gain access. This results in the game panel categorizing this layer as above-ground construction, while the layer below is classified as underground construction. Utilizing the LV2 connectivity feature, Magu easily connects the two layers, managing both above and below ground effortlessly. Smart. Magu is truly clever. Indeed, those who can survive to the last 1% are something special. After a lightbulb moment, Sumo's thoughts became lively upon realizing the upgrade bug. Without Magu's guidance, Suemo would have been stuck trying to build an above-ground structure on his own to reach LV2. But now, a brighter path has emerged. Since Magu is doing it this way and the system recognizes it, it means there's no need to rebuild an above-ground structure. All that's needed is to ensure there's a certain amount of construction on the surface. Third layer. I know how to conveniently establish more layers now. Magu is building layers from the bottom up, not from the top down. Currently, the shelter only has one layer and is sunk 5 meters underground, leaving ample space above. As long as a layer can be constructed above the shelter, the two can stack together, and through the connectivity feature, the layer we are standing on now becomes the second layer. When the shelter upgrades and sinks again, building another layer will turn the current one into the third layer. So it's built on the principle of stacking bricks, just layer by layer downwards. With enough depth and core, even dozens of underground layers are not a problem. It seems I was previously trapped in a mindset, always thinking about how to keep digging 5 meters underground. Now it appears I still haven't grasped the gameplay. Although frustrated, Sumo's face showed a hint of joy at understanding the game strategy. Based on the current sinking rate of the shelter, as long as it can reach level 3 and sink again, combined with Magu's layers, the shelter can instantly become a 4-story building. Adding the above-ground structures, it could even be considered a 5-story building. If each layer has enough safe house cores to expand to 220 square meters, that's 220 square meters, totaling over 1,000 square meters of area. This doesn't even account for additional structures, like cold storage. With enough food, such a large space could easily accommodate a 100-person team. Of course, some buffer space needs to be reserved above. For example, the first layer could easily have a garage built right into the sandbags. Moreover, while the hill isn't massive enough now, I can expand it. As long as I gather enough soil and build it into a mountain air defense cave. pouring in reinforced concrete structures, it'll be both concealed and practical. The grand and crazy upgrade plan surged from Sumo's mind, accompanied by a flood of inspiration as if it were free. Although he's not a professional architect and hasn't undergone formal training, in just half an hour, Sumo sketched a simple prototype on paper with his ideas. First, standing directly above the underground shelter. On the surface, he would take a complete safe house core and use the principle of stacking bricks to add a layer above the underground shelter. At this point, the newly added layer would directly be above, meaning the layer we are standing on becomes the second layer. Now, the shelter has 2 layers, with the distance from the first layer to the ground being exactly 0.8 meters deep. At this moment, the second layer of the deep-sea shelter is sacrificed to serve as the garage for the underground shelter. With a layer height of 4.8 meters, subtracting the sunk 0.8 meters leaves exactly 4 meters, hidden within a 10-meter-high hill, ensuring both safety and convenient access. Moreover, such a height can be counted as part of the underground shelter, utilizing the connectivity feature to ensure an integrated defense design. It can also allow the garage to qualify as an above-ground structure for the LV3 upgrade requirements. As long as we get through this disaster and accumulate enough disaster points, I can immediately upgrade the base to LV3 and aim for LV4. It turns out that the greatest benefit the shelter from Magoo has brought me is not the extraordinary blessings or sacrifices, but rather his diary and this advanced information. With them, I can deduce the path ahead and come up with the optimal solution. Taking a long breath, looking at the somewhat chaotic yet neatly labeled shelter blueprints in front of him, Sumo felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could upgrade right away. No rush, let's pack up and head out first, build a 220 square meter first floor above the underground shelter, and then pack all the good stuff from the deep-sea shelter to the second floor for sacrifice. Shouting for Oreo, who was still resting, Sumo stood at the door and began to put on his gear. Without the disturbance of enemies, he could farm like crazy and had enough resources to transform the base. Sumo felt that the dopamine released from building his own base was far more pleasurable than playing those sandbox games on Earth. It was enough to make one feel like flying with joy. Just right, I thought the LV3 alloy door for the second floor of the deep-sea shelter would go to waste, but now it seems it will perfectly serve as the door to my garage. Not going far, Sumo quickly donned his combat suit, which he hadn't had time to wash, and after hastily checking the outside world for any issues in the operations room, he stepped out of the corridor. He turned the combination lock and pushed open the heavy stone door at the very front. The midday sun, like a brazen thief, boldly took away the darkness from the shelter's corridor. The sky was clear and blue, and despite the desolate wasteland, it felt as pure as the vast grasslands on Earth. The fresh air was like cotton like snowflakes. Lifting his mask, breathing in the long mist warm air, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. The weather is really great, but if this continues, these uncompressed snowflakes are likely to turn into ice. The snowflakes at the entrance of the shelter had already frozen slightly hard, with a layer of ice crust on top. He stepped on it, and to prevent the entrance from icing over and making it difficult to go out, Sumo simply took out a shovel and began to clear the snow. With such a strong sun overhead, he worked for over an hour, until all the snow in front of the shelter's main door was cleared aside, creating a complete pathway before he finally stopped. Compared to the half-dead sun of the previous days, the sunlight now was extremely fierce, and the outdoor temperature had risen above 10 degrees. Wearing his combat suit, he felt waves of warmth continuously wash over him. If the weather could hold for 3 to 5 days, the humans surviving in the wasteland would seize this great opportunity to develop vigorously. The wood and stone for the shelter are currently in urgent need. The large gap created by Marshall's explosion must be filled before creating new levels. The large hole previously blasted open by Marshall was still starkly exposed in the wilderness. Time was ample, and Sumo didn't plan to directly purchase materials from the trading market. Instead, he picked up scattered stones in the wilderness. With the storage space's gathering function, it saved him the trouble of transportation, and before long, he had gathered 10 units of stone for repairs. Spending 15 survival points on labor, a green light flashed and the previous gap was no longer visible. Standing on the hillside, with a mask shielding him from the red ultraviolet rays, Sumo looked towards the sun. It was now around 2 in the afternoon, and the sun in the sky was even more scorching than at noon, as if it were the height of summer. This abnormal sign completely contradicted astronomical knowledge. I hope it doesn't backfire. I wish this good weather can last until the last day before disaster strikes. After signaling Oreo to stand guard nearby, Sumo began to gather all the shelter cores while standing atop the hill. There were still 9 complete shelter cores left, and after deducting the 8 consumed broken cores, along with the core from Maeda Kento's storage space, the total number now was 35. After placing the complete shelter core, it covers 100 square meters, requiring 12 for area expansion. To sacrifice a shelter, 22 cores are needed, leaving just 1 for emergencies. Having calculated everything clearly, Sumo wasted no time and directly took out a complete shelter core, activating the game panel. A line of familiar prompts appeared, but this time there were some changes compared to the last time. Shelter. 1. Choose to place it on the ground. Once connected, it can form a 120 square meter stone house with good disaster resistance and excellent development potential. 2. Choose to place it underground. It can cover the existing shelter, forming a 100 square meter underground flat with a height of 4.2 meters. Once connected, it has strong disaster resistance and average development potential. The wooden house that would originally be displayed after placement has now turned into a stone house, and the underground pit has transformed into an underground flat. The previous week, disaster resistance and poor development potential have now become strong and average. Select Method 2, Generate Underground Flat. Record, you have selected to generate an underground shelter. Terrain. Generation in progress. The tortoise shell erupted with a red glow, jumping from Sumo's hand and landing on the ground. As the light intensified, the original small hill began to change, rising continuously. During the underground movement and compression process, 10 meters, 11 meters. After a full 4 to 5 minutes, the changes finally stopped. When Sumo looked again, the small hill, which was originally only 5 or 6 meters tall, had reached a height of 13 meters after 2 placements. Standing atop it, gazing down at the lowland in the distance, the mere 3-meter difference now gave a sense of overlooking everything. I will stand atop the highest peak and survey all the mountains as small. No, it should be. There were no mountains in the world. After many placements, it became a mountain. Looking at the vast plain below, for some reason, Sumo felt a surge of ambition. In the era of Earth, even a square meter in Magic City could cost tens of thousands, with some places absurdly reaching 6 figures, often exceeding hundreds of thousands. Back then, who would dare to think that everything within sight was their territory? Even the pond president, who once declared, "I want everyone to know this pond is contracted by you," probably didn't have the audacity to claim ownership of dozens of square kilometers. But now, facing the open space ahead, Sumo shouted loudly, a powerful feeling of having the world in his grasp echoed back. Oreo, big and small sparks, this is the kingdom I have built for you. Shouting once more, Sumo looked at the bewildered Oreo in the distance, nodding with satisfaction, while laughing and surveying the evolved small hill. The original small hill resembled a grave, oval shape, sitting quietly on the ground like a large bowl. After the first placement of the base and the creation of drainage channels, the front had been raised significantly, while the back was plowed flat, becoming extremely smooth. However, after this placement, the 100 square meters of soil below had nowhere to go, raising the hill's foundation and transforming the small hill beyond its previous appearance. Compared to the gentle slopes of the deep-sea shelter, the hill of the underground shelter is much steeper, especially directly ahead, which is almost a vertical 90 degrees. From a distance, if a grand gate could be built here, it would indeed feel like a world gate opening. After watching for a while, Soma slowly slid down the slope behind. Oreo, who was standing guard from afar, curiously ran over, tilting his head to look at the hill. After circling around the hill, Soma stepped up to the main entrance. The originally accessible gate had been raised due to the elevated terrain, shifting slightly upward, and the interior had also undergone subtle changes. The originally designed 3-section passageway, as Soma opened the door and walked in, unsurprisingly revealed a small opening on the side wall behind the second door. Taking out a flashlight from his storage space, Soma curiously examined the internal facilities through the small opening. The underground flat created directly was still pitch black, just like the first time a pit was created underground. As he stepped inside, Soma shone the light around, feeling the texture of the surroundings. Compared to the previous wooden structure, this time, everything inside, whether it was the walls, ceiling, or floor, was made of solid stone, just like the first floor. With a thought, the shelter's attribute panel naturally opened, revealing new attributes. Underground shelter, main, level, LV2 description, a 2-story shelter made entirely of heavy rock, possessing 2 low-level extraordinary attributes, capable of resisting strong external impacts and small disasters, providing a heightened sense of security within. Space, 320 first floor, height 4.2 m, 220 second floor, height 4.2 m, 100. Integrity, 100% facilities, ethereal water well, large vegetable cultivation base, ventilation and lighting windows, 3-section passageway defense. Extraordinary abilities, mermaids water, lionman's wind current available permissions, reconstruction, connection. Indeed, the game acknowledges this method of upgrading. The area has now become 320 square meters, and my number of floors has also changed to 2. Then next, he sequentially ejected 12 damaged shelter cores and activated the area upgrade function on the game panel. After all the cores were into the game panel, as Soma's voice fell, all the cores began to dissolve. This time, compared to the previous brutal collision, it was an impatient and violent expansion. The newly appeared layer was much more gentle, slowly moving inward and gently vibrating. At the end of his line of sight, the walls began to slowly push back. This movement maintained a very stable, turtle-like speed, and as the walls receded, the area began to expand. After watching for a while and realizing that the area expansion would take quite some time, Soma simply walked out of the small door. The previous living layer will become the second floor, the newly appeared one will be the first floor, and after sacrificing to the deep-sea shelter, it will become the garage of the base. It seems the gate must also undergo some modifications. The current 3-section passageway leads directly to the second floor of the underground shelter, with the first floor opening through a small door in the passageway, which is very inconvenient. According to the design of the deep-sea shelter, the underground shelter will also need to connect the 3 floors via stairs in the future. Therefore, designing an entrance door is unnecessary. As long as the garage door is upgraded, a defensive passage can be set up through the stairs in the garage, extending down section by section, ensuring both safety and convenience. After closing the passageway door, Soma watched as the small hill continued to slowly undulate due to the expansion below. Lighting up Oreo beside him, Soma walked towards the direction of the deep-sea shelter. It looked close but felt far away. This was a sudden thought that arose in Soma as he headed towards the deep-sea shelter. In the distance, watching the mound of the underground shelter grow smaller, suppressing the unease in his heart, Suemo quickened his pace and broke into a light jog. After this sacrifice, the deep-sea shelter will be completely useless, including the main gate on the first floor, which also needs to be opened from inside using a winch. That's quite a waste. Thinking of this, Suemo felt a bit troubled. Although concentrating all resources in one shelter was indeed not a problem, abandoning this level 5 shelter felt like a tremendous waste. Many people were still living in the worst wooden houses, drafty and uncomfortable, while he was leaving a spacious reinforced concrete flat idle. Such waste was shameful. I can't just let it sit idle, I must find a way to utilize all the resources, Suemo pondered. As he jogged, having walked this path so many times, he noticed the fading tire tracks of the earth-moving vehicles on the ground, with Oreo leading the way ahead. With his mind divided, Suemo began to think about how to recycle waste. The most scarce resources in this apocalypse were definitely food and drinking water. The food issue could be addressed by continuing indoor planting at the base. In the early days, when it was just Suemo, this didn't require much thought. The food obtained from those treasure chests, even if consumed freely, would last him for at least half a year. The deep-sea shelter has no electricity. And even if I wanted to do indoor planting, without grow lights, it wouldn't work, so growing food is definitely a pass. He silently crossed that off his mental list and began to explore the possibility of storing drinking water. Currently, the base's daily output of 7 liters of ethereal water was more than enough for daily consumption, and it only required 500 survival points to expand production. However, there were too many secrets surrounding ethereal water. Until he figured out what was so special about it, Suemo was determined not to sell it if he could avoid it. In the trading market, with the arrival of snow water, the market price of ethereal water was showing a trend of polarization. In the hands of wealthy individuals who had successfully hunted other races and possessed plenty of good items, the price of ethereal water was not considered expensive. In contrast, ethereal water could instantly heal injuries, and during the early days when medicine was scarce, a few sips of ethereal water might save a life at a critical moment. This fact made these people flock to it, continuously driving up the price of ethereal water. However, in the sinking market, among the poor who were still struggling to make ends meet, the price of ethereal water was beyond their reach. Moreover, they not only couldn't afford ethereal water, but they also didn't want to buy it. With the heavy snowfall, ordinary water resources had become worthless. Snowflakes were everywhere. With a little effort to collect and boil them, impurities could be settled, allowing for large-scale storage. At least before the next water crisis arrived, water resources would no longer be trade currency. Right. I could find a way to transform the deep-sea shelter. With the blessing of mermaids, the dirt from the outside can't get in. In the early stages, it could serve as a backup reservoir, storing some clean snow, and once it melts into clean water, it could supplement ordinary water. And I could also find a way to set up a large water tank in the underground shelter, taking this opportunity to gather more water and get a purifier connected to the water line, which would be like having running water in the base. Slapping his forehead, Suemo stopped, took out the paper with the shelter's design, found a blank space at the top, and neatly wrote down the words water reservoir. The basic human need requires water, and daily life also requires water. In the later stages, taking advantage of the growth period between each disaster, a large quantity of fast-growing vegetables and grains was cultivated on the ground, which also required a substantial reserve of drinking water for irrigation. Whether looking at the present or the future, having a vast reservoir is always beneficial. As for the excess consumption and the demand for the core of the shelter, looking at the 8 complete shelter cores still lying in the storage space, Suemo couldn't help but smile. Originally, the most needed item was a complete core for the expansion of other modules, but now, it turned out that the most lacking item had become the damaged cores. So, the underground shelter needs to construct 2 separate modules, one for storing water and the other to serve as a food cold storage, calculated based on the expansion area without damaged cores. The newly built stone module room measures 10 meters in length by 10 meters in width, covering an area of 100 square meters. Adding a height of 4.2 meters, the usable space of one module is 420 cubic meters. The density of water is 1 gram per cubic centimeter, so 1 kilogram of water equals 1,000 cubic centimeters. Thus, a 100 cubic meter reservoir can store a full 420 tons of Snowmelt.
Of course, this is just an estimated amount based on data, excluding the footprint of the water tank and accounting for various other factors. There would still be at least around 350 tons.
Combined,
the two shelters would total up to 800 tons, enough to store water for a long time without anxiety.
With this idea in mind, while Suemo was still considering the pressure details of the reservoir, the deep sea
shelter had already appeared far in the distance.
Once upon a time, Suemo envied Magu's two-story shelter.
But now, thinking that the underground shelter was about to transform into a three-story structure,
Suemo couldn't help but feel excited.
Climbing up the familiar hillside and lingering to look at the nearby architectural structures, Suemo no longer hesitated and decisively pulled out the winch to start the
big door. Brother Magu,
I'll be using your second floor for now. It's a waste to leave it here anyway.
The reason human civilization could leave its mark on this wasteland is due to countless people, like Magu, who willingly left their relics for future generations.
Touching the rising big door, Sumo's gaze fell upon the place where Magu's corpse was buried atop the hill, and he said softly.
After repeating
it 3 times, Suemo bowed deeply once more towards the corpse, expressing his gratitude. With this level 3 alloy door moved over to serve as the garage door, Suemo felt completely secure.
Following
the stairs down to the first floor, he opened the neatly parked ground tiger. As Suemo moved back and forth, the niter ore stored in the ground tiger's storage space gradually disappeared, replaced by piles on the second floor of the deep sea shelter. Returning to the first floor, this time Suemo carefully checked for any overlooked areas. Every removable item, including broken tables and iron railings, Suemo found a way to dismantle and place them on the second floor. If the floor hadn't been fixed so tightly, Suemo would have even considered taking all the intricately patterned floorboards back with him.
Standing
at the stairway, after confirming that there was nothing else to take, he clapped his hands and returned to the second floor. With a thought, the attribute interface of the deep sea shelter slowly appeared before him. He pulled it straight down to the bottom, focused his attention, and made a clicking gesture with his mind, instantly illuminating the sacrificial function beneath the deep sea shelter.
At this moment,
the originally azure attribute panel was suddenly enveloped in a sea of blood red. The once clear water patterns now appeared eerie, as if blood was continuously flowing within them.
Record, player Soma
chooses to sacrifice the first floor of the deep sea shelter, sub, to the underground shelter. Record, please select the number of floors to sacrifice. Record, please select the additional number of floors. The sound of enhancement accompanied by a 3D image, similar to the resource function, appeared simultaneously. On this image, the left side shows the second floor structure of the deep sea shelter.
The right
side shows the second floor structure of the underground shelter. Attempting to use his mind to drag the second floor of the deep sea shelter up and place it on top of the underground shelter, a prompt appeared. Again, record, do you wish to sacrifice the second floor of the deep sea shelter, sub, to the first floor position of the underground shelter, main? Record, please choose carefully, and the player must exit the selected number of floors. I was hoping to enjoy the super-temporal transfer of the game panel, but it seems I won't be able to catch this ride, Soma shrugged after realizing the game had seen through his little scheme. He stepped out of the second floor doorway, stood at the foot of the hill, and silently confirmed in his heart. The next second, a gentle breeze began to blow outside the deep sea shelter. Before Soma could sense where this breeze was coming from, an extremely exaggerated scene unfolded. In the distant sky, a beam of golden light, radiating unmatched power, came scattering down, lifting snowflakes along the way to form a long tail. The speed of this light was not slow, although Soma strained to watch its trajectory. By the time he blinked, the golden light had already floated to the side of the deep sea shelter. The next second, without encountering any obstacles, the solid reinforced concrete structure was effortlessly sliced in half by this beam of light as if it were made of paper. During the cutting process, although there was no sound, the impact from the snowstorm created by the tailwind still knocked Soma to the ground. At the same time, after losing contact with the lower level, the second floor of the underground shelter did not collapse directly. Instead, a gentle blow began to lift the second floor, gradually separating it from the first floor by a meter. With the space interval, the entire second floor was tinted with a faint golden hue, making it look like a captivating piece of art in the sky. Falling to the ground and watching the completely unreasonable scene before him, Soma was stunned.